Family, who has seen something so ridiculous? One second, I was just an ordinary person, and the next second, I transformed into an 8-meter-tall straw giant, wreaking havoc and scaring the pirates into a panic. This all started when I crossed over into the world of One Piece, surrounded by pirates from the get-go, and in my despair, I ate a devil fruit. Let me tell you, I have never seen such a ridiculous scene in my life. One second, I was a normal person, and the next I became an 8-meter-tall straw giant, wielding dozens of knives like sickles, causing chaos. The expressions on those pirates' faces went from arrogance to shock to despair, faster than a Sichuan opera face change. But if you ask me how I ended up like this, it's a long story that goes back to when I first crossed over. I, an ordinary office worker, blinked my eyes and suddenly found myself in the world of One Piece. Before I could figure out what was happening, memories flooded into my mind like a dam breaking, and the pain almost made me pass out. When I finally came to, I found myself standing at the bow of a shabby ship, surrounded by a raging storm, with waves crashing like crazy. To make matters worse, behind me were a bunch of defeated soldiers, and right at our backs, 3 pirate ships were like dogs sniffing out a scent, relentlessly pursuing us. Does anyone understand? Starting out was like hell mode. I was holding a devil fruit I had just snatched from an island, looking all weird and unappetizing. We originally planned to sell it to Kaido or Brother Ming for 80 million berries and then rise to the peak of life. What happened instead? The money never came, and I was surrounded first. Looking at that fruit in my hand, it was my only chance to turn things around. I shouted to my terrified comrades behind me, "Get ready for battle." I shouted, but inside I was trembling. They had the numbers, and we were a ragtag bunch. How were we going to fight? The sound of cannon fire rang out, and my people started dropping like dumplings. I watched as one of my buddies, AJ, who one second was bragging about his sword skills, the next second was blown apart by cannon fire like a little red flower in the sky. The scene was bloody, with limbs everywhere. I, a programmer who had never even killed a chicken in my previous life, had never seen anything like this. I leaned against the ship's railing and threw up. The smell of blood, mixed with gunpowder, almost sent me over the edge. Seeing our numbers dwindle, we were on the verge of annihilation. I looked at the fruit in my hand and frantically calculated. I was betting on it. What if it was a Logia fruit? I could soar into the sky and become a thunder god, wiping them all out. But if it was a Paramecia fruit, I would just die on the spot, which would be a quick end. Damn it. I steeled myself and took a bite. Oh my, the taste. It was like compressing an entire summer's worth of public toilet into one bite. It was absolutely disgusting, even more exaggerated than what Luffy ate in the anime. Just as I was thinking about what kind of biological weapon I had just consumed, I felt the sounds of battle around me suddenly quiet down. No, it shrank. I looked down and saw my comrades staring up at me like I was a giant. I looked at my hands. Good Lord, why had they turned into bundles of straw? A name flashed through my mind: Basil Hawkins. I had eaten the straw fruit of the supernova. I traded 80 million berries for this? No way. I couldn't let this money go to waste. Someone had to pay for my 80 million today. At that moment, I felt a surge of power within me. My height skyrocketed to 8 meters. I bent down, and the straw-like hands came to life, instantly sweeping up a dozen knives scattered on the deck, merging them into a gigantic, scythe-like weapon. The pirates across from me were still laughing, but the next second they stopped. Let me tell you, that wasn't fighting, that was harvesting. I was 8 meters tall. How tall were they? To me, they looked like chives ready to be cut. I swung that giant scythe forward, and with a swish, a row of heads flew out like bowling pins. It was all about efficiency. The pirates who had been boasting just moments ago were now terrified, crying out monster and demon as they turned to flee. But the ship was only so big, where could they run to? Many went crazy with fear and jumped into the sea. Come on, the nearest island was hundreds of kilometers away. Jumping was just feeding the fish. The captains of the 3 ships, who had initially been watching the show with their arms crossed, turned pale, standing at the bow like they were petrified. Their crew was crying and begging them to act, but they knew it would be pointless. In the end, what could they do? The 3 captains exchanged glances and simultaneously raised their hands, shouting, "We surrender! We surrender!" My surviving comrades had tears in their eyes, crying out for me to slaughter these beasts and avenge our fallen brothers. But I thought about it. My ship was nearly empty. If I killed them all, who would work for me for free? I had to think about our future. Just as I was finishing up the surrender negotiations and preparing to light a cigarette to calm my nerves, the lookout suddenly screamed like he had seen a ghost. "Captain, not good. The Navy. It's a Navy warship." My heart sank, and I quickly grabbed my binoculars. I looked through them and nearly had a heart attack. Guess who I saw? Navy hero, Iron Fist Garp. He was leisurely lying on the deck, picking at his toes. And who was standing next to him? Navy Admiral Akiji. Good lord, what kind of luck was this? Two high-level bosses spawned right out of the starting village. Can this game even be played? My mind raced. Wait a minute. Garp showing up in the East Blue. Akiji is here too. Does this mean Luffy hasn't set sail yet? Shanks is still in Windmill Village with both arms intact. Future Emperor Buggy is still just a kid? Damn it. The plot hasn't even started yet. I instantly calmed down, even feeling a bit excited. Family. This immense fortune was right in front of me. Should I go to Windmill Village to hug Luffy's leg, or become brothers with Shanks, or just trick Buggy into forming the Cross Guild early? There were so many options. As I was contemplating how to leverage my foresight to rise to the peak of my life, I saw Garp's ship getting closer. Oh no, now was not the time to think about that. I had to find a way to survive under these two gods first. I tell you, my first thought was, run? I had to run, quickly tell the helmsman to floor it, and get as far away as possible. This was Garp and Akiji. Am I going to fight them, Heaton? But just as I shouted run, my brain suddenly switched gears. Wait a minute, why should I run? Does anyone understand? I'm a bounty hunter, not a pirate. Why should I fear them? This was a golden opportunity. The 3 pirate ships I had just worked hard to conquer, crew and all, could be sold to the Navy, and that would be worth a good few 100,000 berries. This could be my first pot of gold. Thinking of this, I steadied myself, changed my tone, and shouted at my already panicking crew, turn around, bring the ship over here. I tell you, when I shouted this phrase, I felt like I was on fire, and Kaido Sensei's classic scenes flashed through my mind in an instant. Yes, that's the vibe. Although I know my strength is miles away from theirs, the momentum must be in place. Just as I ordered a turn, over on the enemy warship, that guy Akiji had already picked up his binoculars. Let me tell you, the expression on his face at that moment, with a smirk, was that kind of teasing feeling like, oh, a few little cuties have come. He didn't even regard us and lazily said to his adjutant, prepare for battle. Let me see how much these fearless guys weigh. Then his subordinates hurried off to check. Before long, they returned with a stack of information and began to report. Report, Admiral. We found out. 3 of the ships are just small fry from the East Sea, like One-Eyed Dragon Reno, Iron Hand Vice Captain, and Gale Swordsman Leo. The highest bounty is only 900,000, and together they don't even amount to a toothpick for you. After hearing this, I could imagine Akiji's contemptuous laughter from afar. But then he raised the binoculars again, frowned, and realized things were not that simple. Yeah, there's still one ship, not listed in the data. Could it be some rookie wanting to make a name for themselves, stepping out without checking their luck, and bumping into this admiral's gunpoint? His adjutant awkwardly spoke up, and I tell you, what he said next almost made me jump off the ship to give him a punch. Report, Admiral, that ship seems to belong to a bounty hunter. From the current footage, they seem to be held hostage by the other 3 pirate ships. Held hostage? Me, held hostage? Which eye of yours saw me being held hostage? I'm escorting my cashier. Okay. The commotion was so loud that it woke up Garp, who was sleeping in the cabin. The old man yawned as he came out, saw our 4 ships charging over, and immediately burst into laughter, pointing at us and laughing heartily. Have these little brats lost their minds? An old man hanging himself, tired of living. With his laughter, the entire Navy on the warship felt reassured. After all, with these 2 deities on board, let alone our 4 shabby ships, even the 4 emperors would have to think twice. Akiji hurried over to report the situation to Garp, including that adjutant's genius analysis. Garp listened. As I concluded my musings, I absent-mindedly dug into my nostrils, releasing a sigh of contemplation. Ah, if only my grandson Luffy could become a bounty hunter. That would be preferable to being a pirate. With that, I flicked away the remnants from my fingers and began to stretch my wrists, the joints emitting a disconcerting creaking sound. I called out to my subordinates. Pass me the cannonballs. I shall take aim. As I surveyed the scene through my telescope, the iconic white grin of Garp came into clearer view, causing my legs to quiver with trepidation. The very presence of Garp and Akiji was overwhelming. I felt as fragile as paper in their shadow. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, a flash of fire erupted from the opposing warship. I watched in disbelief as Garp hurled a cannonball towards me as effortlessly as if he were tossing a baseball. In that moment, my mind raced with panic, fearing that I had barely arrived only to be obliterated by a single shot. However, to my astonishment, the cannonball veered with uncanny precision, bypassing my ship and striking the 3 pirate vessels alongside us, resulting in a cacophony of explosions that shattered them into pieces. The pirates aboard wailed in despair. In an instant, clarity struck me. This was a show of force, a warning. Without hesitation, I shouted, quick, raise the white flag. We must not lose my millions of berries. My crew scrambled to the mast and hoisted the white flag. The cannon fire from across the way indeed ceased. Garp, upon seeing our flag, grinned and remarked to his subordinates, "It seems these lads are rather perceptive. However, it is unfortunate. I suspect that bounty hunter's ship has already been decimated by these pirates." His aide, befuddled, interjected, "But sir, it was the bounty hunter's ship that raised the white flag first." Garp waved dismissively, his expression one of condescension towards the youth. "This is clearly a pirate ruse, attempting to use the bounty hunter's vessel to approach us. Alas, any schemes are mere jokes in the face of absolute power. Let us advance and claim our spoils." Meanwhile, the pirate captains I'd captured were trembling before me, nervously asking, "Lord Luluo, what should we do now?" Their cowardice brought me immense satisfaction, and I coldly replied, "What do you mean? You are my captives now. Obey me and return to the port to face justice. Understood?" When the naval ships arrived and grasped the situation, Garp continued to dig into his nostrils while muttering, "So, I hear you are a devil fruit user? What type? Paramecia? Zoan? You don't seem like a bad sort. Would you be interested in joining the Navy? We offer information sharing and ample funds." At that moment, I was torn. To become a pirate? Freedom was enticing. Yet with my limited skills, I could be easily overpowered by a stronger foe. Joining the Navy, however, would grant me official recognition and access to their formidable techniques. Surely, it would be more advantageous than floundering alone. Additionally, within the vast Navy, could I not find a way to idly pursue my own agenda while leveraging their resources? Taking a deep breath, I regarded Garp and solemnly nodded. Thus I truly joined. For the ensuing 6 months, my existence became a relentless trial. My daily routine consisted of being used as a punching bag by Akiji. His freezing powers pierced my very bones without the need for hockey. Whenever I attempted to craft a decoy using my straw fruit abilities, I would find myself swiftly transformed into an ice sculpture by his icy onslaught. Akiji would mock me as he struck, "Kid, your fruit ability is quite fascinating, but relying solely on it won't suffice. It must be combined with martial prowess." I would chuckle bitterly in response, "Admiral, it's easy for you to say. My ability is inconsistent. How could I ever compare?" Yet I must admit, this relentless training bore fruit. Over those 6 months, my mastery of the straw fruit improved significantly, and under Akiji's rigorous tutelage, my observation and armament hockey began to flicker to life. The rest was merely a matter of perseverance. I felt myself growing stronger by the day, ready to showcase my skills, only to be struck by the thunderbolt of reality. Akiji was departing. My invaluable, top-tier training partner was leaving. Who could understand the turmoil I felt? Just as I had begun to fully utilize this VIP experience, it was abruptly taken away. In a fit of urgency, I rushed to confront him. He placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, dispensing a hearty dose of encouragement, saying, "All good things must come to an end. You are ready to stand on your own." But what I truly lamented was not his departure as a person, but the loss of his icy prowess. Who would now serve as my training dummy? Of course, I kept this to myself, suppressing my reluctance and watching him leave. He theatrically played the role of a caring elder brother bidding farewell, then elegantly mounted his bicycle, creating an ice pathway across the sea, and rode off, leaving me in awe. I understood now. Relying on others is a fleeting endeavor. With my pillar of support gone, I must rely on myself. Yeah, I must confess, the motivation that sustained me through those months of relentless punishment was none other than Nami, the exquisite beauty from the East Blue. Just the thought of her alluring figure and slender waist dulled the pain of my bruises. And what of Robin, the future beauty? Without strength, how could I hope to meet such enchanting women? Motivation, indeed. With my current abilities, I could easily defeat the Arlong pirates. The only drawback was my fruit's weakness to water. A landlubber in the sea was akin to a fish out of water. This required careful planning. Upon returning to my office as a lieutenant, I stood before the mirror, adjusting my impeccably sharp naval uniform. One cannot deny, attire does enhance one's presence. Clad in this garb, I felt like a walking embodiment of charisma. The mysterious aura, the resolute gaze, and the devilishly charming curve of my lips. What fortune had befallen me? I feared that my striking appearance might cause traffic disruptions. Having indulged in a moment of vanity, it was time to focus on the task at hand. My objective was clear: to level up through combat. In this C-404 naval base, the highest rank attainable was merely that of a captain. To ascend, I needed tangible achievements. Capturing those with bounties in the millions would be my key performance indicator. Yet, the vastness of the East Blue was daunting, and pirates were adept at hiding. Lurking in the shadows, days spent sailing yielded no sightings of even a single pirate. Moreover, my navigators were woefully incompetent, frequently steering us onto reefs. This only solidified my resolve to win over Nami. Since hunting for pirates proved inefficient, I needed a new strategy, investing in the future progeny of the pirate era. Indeed, I set my sights on the future pirate king, Luffy. Establishing a solid rapport with him now would ensure that I stood shoulder to shoulder with the pirate king. Who would dare to cross me? Without delay, I assembled my team and set sail. To present my future ally with a memorable greeting, I stood at the bow, theatrically preparing my emotions. Then, with a sudden burst, I unleashed a powerful punch. Straw shockwave. With a resounding crash, a gigantic fish, measuring over 10 meters, was propelled from the depths of the sea, crashing onto the deck like a cannonball, meeting its demise instantly. My subordinates, who have never seen the world, stared at me with wide eyes filled with admiration and envy. I merely waved my hand nonchalantly, instructing them to lift it aboard and take it to the mountain for an evening feast. That night's bonfire party was exuberantly lively. The enormous roasted fish sizzled and dripped with oil, its aroma wafting for miles. Liu Fei and I, akin to long-lost brothers, leaned on each other, one hand clutching rum while the other held substantial pieces of roasted fish, competing to see who could eat and drink more. This fellow is boisterous and has a hearty appetite. Over the past 6 months, I had frequently indulged in feasting with him, and our bond had solidified into an unbreakable friendship. Liu Fei, too, relished our sparring sessions. After all, my approach differs from his grandfather, Garp's heavy-handed style. I favor a methodical and high-quality practice. As the drinks flowed, I threw my arm around Liu Fei's shoulder and slurred, "Liu Fei, if anyone dares to bully you, just send me a message. I will fly over to assist you, even if it's to the ends of the earth." Liu Fei, equally intoxicated, thumped his chest, declaring, "Rock, you too. When I become the Pirate King, anyone who dares to touch my brother will be sent flying." Let me tell you, during these months, I was the only one who firmly told him he could indeed become the Pirate King. Others dismissed him as a braggart, but I knew the truth. I had seen the script. This investment, in his early days, is bound to yield immense returns. With that thought, I chuckled and drunkenly drifted into slumber. After all, Liu Fei still had a year and a half before setting sail. The East Sea, this novice village, would remain tranquil for now. In the days that followed, I lived a life of indulgence. Setting sail on a naval vessel, all expenses, including fuel and personnel wages, were reimbursed by the world government. It was akin to a funded vacation, allowing me to engage in side ventures. I could take down minor pirates for military merit and casually haul in a few large fish from the sea, turning them into significant profits. Government funds are the government's, but my own earnings are mine. Utilizing public resources to sustain oneself is a profitable business indeed. One day, as I lounged with my legs crossed in the cabin reading a newspaper, my subordinate, Private Reno, sporting a handlebar mustache, rushed in, flustered. "Lord Rock, we've spotted a pirate ship ahead." Without lifting my eyelids, I took a drag from my cigarette and leisurely inquired, "What is the rush? Report the details." "Huh? Details? The bounty, how much?" I replied curtly. "If it's above 5 million, proceed with caution. If it's below 1 million, skip the boarding battle. It's a waste of time. Just sink it with cannon fire." "Understood. I'll check immediately." Reno dashed out and soon returned. "Lord, I found it. 70,000 berries." I smirked. "Oh, so worthless? Then why bother? Fire the cannons and send them to feed the fish." After several rounds of cannon fire, the rickety ship sank as if made of paper. Standing at the bow, I issued a second command. "Launch the small boats to retrieve the bodies. Bring back those with bounties for a reward. As for the rest, Let them float in the sea. If there are any survivors, don't spare a bullet. Finish them off. Remember, as long as the head remains, the headquarters will acknowledge it. My subordinates quickly grasped my rules. Soon, they brought up a few bodies. One was still alive, dazed from the cannon fire, mistaking us for saviors. My men coaxed him aboard, assuring him we were the Navy, and then, while he was unsuspecting, shot him from behind. In his last moments, the pirate's eyes were filled with confusion. The Navy kills prisoners too? How naive. Keeping such useless individuals would mean providing for them and assigning someone to watch over them. Too much trouble. A single peanut could solve all problems. That is the most efficient way to achieve KPIs. However, while I was comfortably raking in profits in the East Sea, unbeknownst to me, a formidable threat had already set its sights on this forsaken territory. A terrifying pirate ship, the Dark Knight Arbiter. Sleek and black as night, with a prow resembling a monstrous shark, silently dispatched a Navy communication vessel. Its captain, a man known as a Shadow Sovereign, Jex Darkblade, boasted a bounty of 75 million berries. This man commanded a crew of monsters, each with bounties in the tens of millions. From the sunken communication ship, Jex intercepted crucial intelligence. Admiral Akiji had departed from the East Sea. In the captain's quarters of that ghostly black ship, Jex swirled a glass of red wine. A cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he muttered to himself, "With Akiji gone, this East Sea is my stage now." Meanwhile, his crew had already begun to pop champagne in celebration. Let me tell you, they refer to themselves as the Dark Knight Arbiter. What a pretentious name. In the captain's quarters, several corps members gathered around the table, each wearing expressions that screamed, "I am the best." A muscle-bound man named Leonardo bellowed with a voice like thunder, "Base C-404? ISNT that the one Akiji oversaw? Now that he has gone, what is there to fear?" Beside him, a woman named Lillian giggled, her laughter reminiscent of wind chimes, yet her words were anything but sweet. "Exactly, that rock fellow. I heard he's just a recently promoted youngling. What storm can he stir? I bet he couldn't even stand up to one of my fingers." I wanted to retort, "Sister, what power do you possess? You only bully the weak with your numbers." Another, a brooding man named Max, pretended to be profound, swirling his wine glass with squinted eyes as if he could see the future. He proclaimed, "New base, new challenges, but in the face of our Dark Knight Arbiter, they are but drifting weeds." The most absurd was a girl named Erica, holding a violin, looking as elegant as if preparing for a New Year's concert in Vienna. Yet when she spoke, it was, "Once I play the final movement for them, there shall crumble beneath my fingertips." Who understands? We must set the mood before a fight, right? Aiming to create a sense of ritual. Finally, their leader, Jex, raised his glass with a confident smile. "Cheers to base C-404. It shall become another cornerstone of our legend." The sound of clinking glasses rang out, and they had already begun to celebrate their victory prematurely. They had no idea what kind of opponent they were provoking. Meanwhile, while these pirates reveled, the real Navy Admiral Akiji lounged on a remote island, so obscure it was unmarked on maps, leisurely soaking up the sun. Beside him rested a din-din mushy, through which echoed the signature booming voice of Garp. Akiji yawned, addressing the din-din mushy, "Don't worry, teacher. I have a good grasp of that rock kid. His tenacity is more than enough to handle a few pirate crews with bounties in the millions. We have witnessed his growth, haven't we?" At this, Akiji smiled, filled with pride, akin to a parent watching their child succeed in a prestigious university. Naturally, he shifted the tone of the conversation, his demeanor relaxed, yet his words firm. "If things go awry, I'm here as the last line of defense. My ice is sufficient to cool any would-be troublemakers." With that, he hung up, closed his eyes, embodying the modest virtue of one who conceals their achievements. Little did the Dark Knight Arbiter know they were targeting someone with such a formidable backing. And as for our protagonist, Rock, he was currently patrolling the seas aboard a naval vessel, feeling utterly constrained. The East Sea was far too tranquil. When it came to capturing pirates, he encountered only small fry with bounties of 2 to 3 million berries, their equipment shabby and tactics pathetic. Before he could even warm up, they surrendered. Let me tell you, it felt like entering a novice village with maximum level gear. One strike, and the enemies vanished, leaving the experience bar utterly unchanged. How maddening! Loakura presently finds himself in a state of pent-up energy, yearning for an opponent worthy of his skills. With no significant adversaries in sight, he has not remained idle. He deftly navigates his vessel into a clandestine black market, a place rife with unscrupulous characters and nefarious activities. However, his purpose here is not to engage in corruption. Upon his arrival, a gaunt man, resembling a monkey, approaches him with a professional facade of a smile, which shifts to genuine warmth upon recognizing This individual is called Safino, an information broker of the black market and an old acquaintance of Loka. Loka, my friend, what brings you here? Safino greets him with familiarity, patting him on the shoulder. Loakur responds with a grin. The winds here are far stronger than those at sea. As per our usual arrangement, I have come to deliver goods. As they converse while proceeding deeper into the market, the presence of a naval officer mingling with black market dealers elicits a mixture of surprise and respect from onlookers. Upon reaching Safino's secretive hideout, he cuts to the chase. What treasures have you procured this time? You're discerning, I remain sharp, Loakur replies, settling into a chair and crossing his legs. In addition to the usual big catches, I have acquired several rare deep-sea specimens. You are more knowledgeable about their market value than I. Safino's eyes gleam with excitement as he rubs his hands together. Deep-sea treasures? My clients will adore this. Name your price. After Kerr states a figure, Safino slaps his thigh in agreement. Deal? Your decisiveness is commendable. Let us unload the cargo swiftly. My men will take care of the rest. Loakura's actions can only be described as a strategic maneuver. He leverages the advantages of naval patrols to capture rare marine life, which he then trades in the black market for military funds and supplies. The entire operation is above board, contrasting sharply with the corrupt practices of those who would sell naval equipment for personal gain. Two of his subordinates whisper amongst themselves, "Did you see those bureaucrats? They're insatiably greedy. If they were in this business, they would probably sell the anchors off their ships." Indeed, it feels secure to follow Akura. He has principles and never allows us to engage in unsavory dealings, only trading the fish we catch ourselves. That's what a true man does. As Loakura passes by, he overhears their conversation. Rather than express anger, he places a reassuring hand on their shoulders and firmly states, "Remember, our distinction lies in our principles. I, Loakura, will never trade naval equipment for a single coin. Let those avaricious actions remain far from us. Understood?" The two subordinates stand at attention, their eyes filled with admiration. "Yes." Lieutenant Loakura. Observing his men at work, Loakura feels a mix of emotions. He despises the bureaucratic parasites within the Navy who exploit their positions for personal gain. Selling naval equipment to pirates is akin to handing a weapon to the enemy, enabling them to slaughter innocents. His fists clench in anger. His disdain for such actions stems from witnessing, in the history books of his previous world, how a certain island nation committed heinous atrocities. Those familiar with history will understand. It is the nation that perpetually bows an apology, yet shows no remorse. Therefore, Loakura harbors a singular attitude toward pirates who prey upon civilians. Merciless extermination. Such filth. He scoffs internally, relies on bullying the weak to elevate their bounty. They are hardly human. If I encounter one, I shall eliminate them without hesitation. At this moment, a true scourge appears, a pirate named Bloodclaw Lawrence, with a bounty of 800,000 berries. This man is of short stature, but emaciated like a reed, with several scars marring his face, exuding a menacing aura. Most fearsome of all are the iron claws he wields, stained with the dried blood of his victims, indicative of his vile deeds. He targets remote villages, committing unspeakable atrocities without remorse. Currently, he stands at the bow of his ship, gazing at a village he has ravaged. Flames consuming the structures, yet a sinister smile adorns his face. One of his crew approaches with news. "Captain, we have taken everything of value." Lawrence nods slowly and replies, "Excellent. Leave one house standing as a marker." His crew understands this to be a display of dominance and intimidation. He intends to convey that this village belongs to Bloodclaw Lawrence. His reasoning is grotesquely twisted. He had demanded the villagers surrender their life savings to him. Naturally, They resisted fiercely, bringing upon themselves this devastating wrath. I assure you, this Lawrence is inhumane. When the villagers refused to comply, he ordered the entire village slaughtered without a second thought. The ground soaked in blood, corpses scattered like refuse. It was a hell on earth. To eradicate evidence, he set the village ablaze, leaving nothing but ashes. Standing amidst the flames, he wore a deranged grin, as if he considered himself a god of life and death. And then, the irony strikes. While committing his heinous acts, this man is gripped by fear. Sitting by the campfire, he wears a worried expression as he realizes his bounty is about to exceed 1,000,000 berries. Once that threshold is crossed, he will attract not mere fishers, but formidable foes from the naval headquarters, particularly a rising star lieutenant named who has already set his sights on him. Terrified, he blames all his troubles on the very villagers he annihilated, insisting it is their fault. If they had simply handed over their money, would such chaos have ensued? His crew advises caution, suggesting they avoid Dukkha altogether. Yet, he stubbornly clings to his pride, declaring no, fleeing is not Bloodclaw style, even if Rokur is strong. I have my own strategies. Despite his bravado, he secretly begins plotting alliances and treasure hunts to secure his survival. The scene shifts back to our protagonist, Luca, who enjoys a peaceful moment aboard the naval battleship, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The sun shines brightly, the sea is calm, and he inhales deeply, reflecting, "Today is yet another tranquil day." As a naval officer, he naturally wishes for global peace, yet he harbors an intrinsic desire for excitement, to engage in battle with those vicious pirates and affirm his sense of justice. Meanwhile, the despicable Lawrence, clutching his ill-gotten gains, plunges into a place known as Phantom Harbor. I assure you, it is a haven for pirates, a lawless domain, replete with indulgence in every vice. He storms into a nightclub named Phantom Lounge, ordering drinks as if they were free, surrounded by a throng of beautiful women. He then proceeds to the gambling den, recklessly squandering his plunder in a frenzied celebration of hedonism. Just as he is intoxicated and on the verge of forgetting his identity, an extraordinary event occurs. He suddenly feels a weight in his mind, as if an invisible force has ensnared his thoughts like a rope. Instantly, he sobers up, realizing with dread, he has encountered a devil fruit user. He attempts to resist, but it is futile. He is rendered motionless like a marionette, forced to witness himself being completely controlled by this mysterious power. The following morning, at dawn, the now fully manipulated Lawrence, resembling a zombie, leads his crew directly towards one destination. Where to? It is none other than Loakur's naval battleship. On Loakur's ship, a soldier stationed in the lookout tower rushes down in a panic, exclaiming, "Lieutenant, we have spotted a pirate ship rapidly approaching." Frowning, Loakur takes the telescope and sees the flag flying. It is the Shadow Claw, the ship of Bloodclaw Lawrence. This scoundrel has some audacity. A pirate with a bounty of several millions dares to charge alone towards a naval warship? Is this not akin to sending a meat bun to a dog? Such an unusual occurrence must surely harbor some intrigue. He immediately commanded, "All personnel, prepare for battle. But hold your fire for now. I wish to see what tricks he intends to play." Before long, communication was established, and the screen revealed the scarred visage of Lawrence. In a notably peculiar tone, he addressed, "Warrant Officer Locke, what a pleasure. Perhaps we can bypass the violence and engage in an open dialogue. We share a common adversary." At that moment, Locke likely found himself stifling laughter. A common enemy? A pirate captain discussing cooperation with a naval warrant officer? Was this a performance of undercover deception? Yet he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, responding with steady composure. "Oh, your audacity piques my curiosity. Pray, elaborate." While he spoke, his hands were far from idle. As he exchanged banter with Lawrence, he discreetly instructed the technical department to activate the cloaking detection systems, ensuring no hidden ambush awaited them. Simultaneously, he pondered what scheme Lawrence was truly orchestrating. Was he overly confident, or did he have hidden support? On the other side, Lawrence himself was nearing a breaking point. He felt like a mere pawn, propelled forward by an unseen force. Bitterly amused, he realized that after a lifetime of skirting danger, he had become fodder for another's ambitions. He resolved to gamble, seizing the opportunity to confront Locke and unearth the puppet master behind him. However, Locke would not grant him that opportunity. The lieutenant soon reported, "Warrant officer, the surrounding waters have been scanned. No other vessels are present, just as alone." Upon hearing this, Locke's lips curled into a cold smile. It appeared Lawrence intended to stage a dramatic solo encounter to enhance his reputation. He turned, his gaze sharpening with intensity, and issued a command to the messenger. "Relay my orders. All gunners, prepare. Target locked on the Shadow's claw. I shall make Captain Lawrence understand who truly holds sway over the East Sea." The turret slowly turned, aligning with the approaching pirate ship. Locke, now devoid of patience for Lawrence's theatrics, issued the final command. "Fire!" Boom! 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 In an instant, the cannon fire roared. Countless shells, howling with death, rained down upon the Shadow's claw like a torrential storm. Lawrence was left utterly stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Locke's unconventional approach. Opening fire mid-conversation. This young man had no regard for the rules of engagement. He shouted desperately, "Evade! Return fire! Quickly!" But it was too late. The first shell blasted a gaping hole in his ship's side, followed by the second and third, engulfing the entire pirate vessel in flames and smoke. With splinters and bodies flew chaotically, the ship trembled violently, as though it would splinter apart at any moment. Lawrence clung to the railing, his face a canvas of shock, fury, and a hint of despair. He had never faced such a humiliating battle. What further shattered his composure was the sheer intensity of the opposing firepower. The cannonballs fell like rain, relentless and unyielding. Lawrence was bewildered. How could this be? Did his ammunition store possess no limits? How could a single warship unleash the firepower of dozens? He felt decades of pirating experience become a mere joke, his worldview shattered. Had the times truly transformed? Then came the most explosive revelation. I tell you, it was not the warship's artillery. It was Locke, unleashing his true power. In an instant, Locke's form twisted, morphing into an immense scarecrow with countless bizarre tendrils extending from his body, overwhelming the field. The cannonballs fired from the pirate ship were all caught mid-air by these tendrils. Then, with a flick of his wrist akin to a whip, Locke hurled back hundreds of shells at an even greater velocity. Good heavens! What do we call this? This is a rebound. This is a display of physical prowess. The magnitude of firepower was simply unparalleled. The sailors under Locke's command stood in awe, akin to fans witnessing a celebrity. A rookie stammered, "Is this truly within the capabilities of a human?" An experienced sailor chuckled wryly, "Get used to it. Sailing with the warrant officer, we are merely here for support. Our roles are insignificant." Before Locke's overwhelming might, Lawrence's pirate vessel resembled a paper toy, instantly obliterated. Locke gradually reverted to his human form, his violet eyes glinting with coldness. He commanded, "Clear the battlefield. Capture any survivors for interrogation. Those deceased shall receive a sea burial." Yet at that moment, Locke felt an unsettling disquiet, as though something had eluded his notice. Meanwhile, in the shadowy corner of the sinking pirate ship, a pirate with pitch-black eyes stood still, utterly motionless, as if invisible to those around him. The true mastermind, a woman named Moeen, was remotely controlling this puppet pirate through her unique vocal magic, orchestrating the entire conflict. She had staged this encounter solely to witness the extent of Locke's terrifying power. Upon witnessing this, I assure you, Ilika's CPU was nearly overwhelmed. Her puppet pirate was dispatched by Locke in a single move, and she felt that terrifying energy even from a distance. She knew she could no longer remain hidden. It was time to confront her captain. Clearing her throat, her voice resonated, overpowering all noise aboard. "Everyone, lend me your ears." The earlier performance was no accident. It was orchestrated by me. The crew stood in utter shock, turning to her in unison. Ilika, ever the strategist, continued, "I was merely testing Locke, the most formidable newcomer in the East Sea. I sent the Bloodclaw Lawrence to his doom to gauge Locke's limits. And what do we discover? This fellow possesses extraordinary strength, capable of disrupting the entire East Sea's equilibrium. But fret not, This was merely an appetizer. The true challenge lies ahead. Her captain, Jaxonrin, a formidable figure in his own right, furrowed his brow. Ilika, are you serious? Locke has only possessed the devil fruit for half a year. Yet he can achieve such feats? His voice was not loud, but the astonishment was palpable. This defies logic. His growth rate is astonishing. Jax, hand resting on his blade, paced back and forth. Thank heavens you conducted this test. Had we confronted him directly, we would have undoubtedly suffered grave losses. It seems we lack an advantage in naval combat. Ilika, do you think there is a chance for infiltration or assassination? We must uncover his weaknesses and dismantle him from within. Ilika nodded confidently. Captain, rest assured. A direct confrontation is far too risky, I understand. I will delve deeper into his background, study his patterns, and see if any weaknesses can be exploited. If all else fails, we shall seek alliances with other factions that oppose him and launch a coordinated assault. Meanwhile, on Locke's warship, the once mighty pirate Lawrence, who had boasted moments prior, now lay like a rag doll, dragged onto the deck by naval soldiers, bloodied and disoriented. A soldier approached the lookout tower, saluting Locke. Report, Warrant Officer. Bloodclaw Lawrence has been captured. He is severely injured, but still conscious. Locke slowly turned, his gaze piercing like X-rays, capable of seeing through the very soul. He nodded, his voice icy. Excellent. Ensure he is adequately treated. Do not let him die or lose consciousness. I wish to interrogate him personally. Understood. Loaka descended step by step from the observation tower, his imposing presence rendering Lawrence breathless. Lawrence struggled to sit up, only to grimace in pain, ultimately resigning himself to lying flat, managing to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Loaka, you are even stronger than I imagined. Loaka looked down at him, his expression devoid of any emotion. Lawrence, tell me, who instructed you? What is the purpose of this charade? Lawrence's eyes darted around, hesitating. Finally, he spat out blood, stubbornly replying, no one instructed me. I'm just tired of living and wanted to see what your navy is made of. Loaka, bemused by this retort, crouched down, his face nearly touching Lawrence's, his voice low and menacing. Lawrence, do not play games with me. Do you think I will believe that? Speak honestly. This is your final opportunity. A surge of survival instinct welled up within Lawrence. Gazing into Loaka's unwavering eyes, he recognized there was no escape. Suddenly, he coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth, and with the last of his strength, he confessed, I will tell you, it was the Shadow Weaver, Ilika. She said the EC needs a new order, and you are the greatest obstacle. We are merely her cannon fodder. At this moment, everything clicked for Lawrence. In the EC, how many pirates could be used as expendables for a bounty of millions? Coupled with that peculiar control ability, who else could it be but her? Loaka murmured Ilika's name, his gaze deepening with understanding. He realized the gravity of the situation. Battling this woman would not merely be a test of brute strength, but a contest of wits. Rising to his feet, he gestured to the medical personnel nearby. Thank you for the information, Lawrence. Tend to his wounds. Then, leaning close to Lawrence's ear, he added in a tone only they could hear, your cooperation may spare you some suffering. But remember, the peace of the EC is not something to be trifled with. With that, Loaka turned and left, his back exuding an air of resoluteness. He discreetly instructed his aide, administer that particular drug to him. Ensure he survives but does not find comfort. Those who understand know that Loaka's strategy is ruthless. For a villain like Lawrence, stained with the blood of innocence, to simply kill him would be too merciful. Loaka intended to keep him alive, not only to trace the roots of Ilika, the puppet master, but more crucially, to wait for the opportune moment to publicly execute this scoundrel. That spectacle would undoubtedly send a more profound message than the demise of 10 ordinary pirates, soothing the hearts of the populace. Yet Loaka pondered deeply. Why was a notorious pirate crew, with a bounty of tens of millions, fixated solely on him, a mere naval ensign? Was it due to his connection with Admiral Qingji? Did they intend to capture him as leverage against the world government? Such thoughts troubled him, as early exposure of strength often led to a cascade of complications. He wondered if contacting Admiral Qingji now would prompt him to return for assistance. Arriving at the observation tower, he directly inquired of the station soldier, "Are there any anomalies in this maritime region? Are there any other vessels?" "Report to the ensign." "None. The radar is as clear as if washed with water. Since the confrontation with Lawrence, no other ships have been sighted." "This is unusual," Luaka muttered to himself, then commanded the communications officer, "Immediately contact the base and review all sailing logs and communication records. If they wish to watch the show, there must be an audience." Yet how could not a single shadow be found? After extensive checks, the communications officer returned with the same report. "Report to the ensign, all channels are confirmed silent, and the sea is unnaturally calm." Luaka fell into silence upon hearing this. Staring at the boundless ocean, a tempest of thoughts surged within him. Ilika's concealment abilities were astonishing. This group operated like phantoms, mastering the art of cyber invisibility. "They are exceptionally elusive," he whispered. "Maintain vigilance, and do not overlook any minor movements. Additionally, alert the diving team to investigate underwater. I suspect they have submarines." After issuing the command, Luaka picked up the Den Mushi and directly contacted the C-404 Naval Base. "This is Luaka, reporting the situation. The diving team found no underwater targets, but the enemy may be employing unknown technology. Furthermore, I have captured Bloodclaw Lawrence, the one with the 800,000 bounty. I request the base to disseminate this information immediately via carrier pigeon so that all island residents are aware that the Navy is at work. Let the voice of justice resonate throughout every corner of the East Sea. Over." After hanging up the Den Mushi, Luaka felt a wave of irritation wash over him. The internal affairs of the Navy were riddled with issues. The diving team, ostensibly under his command, was practically controlled by that rotund officer named Jack at the base. That scoundrel even dared to sell Navy equipment, retaining the diving team solely for his own gain and accolades. The mere thought of dealing with such a person repulsed Luaka. No wonder Luffy's father sought to lead the revolution. This world was rotten to its core. As the warship slowly entered the C-404 base harbor, the dock was teeming with people, the atmosphere lively with drums and cheers. News of Luaka's capture of Bloodclaw Lawrence had spread like wildfire, and the entire base felt like a festive celebration. As Luaka disembarked, the applause and cheers nearly overwhelmed him. A young ensign rushed over, shaking his hand enthusiastically. "Ensign Luaka, you are incredible. The entire East Sea is proud of you." Following this was a commendation ceremony, where Luaka took the stage to express a few words, emphasizing that the accomplishments belonged to everyone. The enemy remained formidable, and comrades should continue to strive. Then came the celebratory banquet. At this peak of merriment, the most loathsome individual made his entrance. Captain Jack, the rotund arms dealer, waddled over with his beer belly, raising a glass. A greasy smile plastered on his face. "Major Luaka? Ah, the great hero. Come, let me toast to you." Luaka's mind raced with a torrent of curses. Yet he managed to force a smile and clink glasses with him. Observing this parasite mingling merrily with other officers while genuine young soldiers celebrated their victory filled Luaka with sorrow. Downing the contents of his glass in one gulp, he turned and exited the suffocating hall. He felt that the most unfortunate beings in this world were not the Navy nor the pirates, but those nameless, struggling, ordinary people. The following day, Luaka stood in the training grounds, surveying the fresh recruits, their youthful faces still bearing innocence. He suddenly realized that he must deliver a genuine shock education to these kids. Stepping into the center of the field, he took a deep breath, and the performance began. Moonwalk. With a sudden leap, he appeared to tread upon invisible steps, soaring into the sky. The recruits below gaped in astonishment, their mouths forming an O shape. Next came a shave. Luaka's figure vanished, only to reappear 100 meters away in the blink of an eye, leaving behind nothing but a fleeting shadow. Then came the finger gun, pointing at a distant wooden post. He flicked his finger, and with a bang, a deep bullet hole appeared on the post. This display was akin to an AI painting, hitting the mark with precision. Executing a series of Navy 6 techniques, the training ground fell silent. The recruits gaped in awe, as if witnessing a celestial being. They had heard tales of Ensign Luaka's prowess, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different level of impact. Heavenly. Is this something a human can achieve? The rumors were true. Ensign Luaka was indeed extraordinarily formidable. After a brief silence, an eruption of suppressed murmurs filled the air, their eyes sparkling with ignited flames of ambition. Luaka, satisfied with their response, nodded approvingly. In a steady voice, he proclaimed, "What you have seen is merely the surface of the Navy Six. Remember, power is meant to protect the weak. I hope that one day, among you, someone will surpass me." With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind a silhouette that all the recruits gazed up to in admiration. Luaka understood fully that in this ruthless world, mere passion was inadequate. Without strength, even the act of breathing could be a misstep. What he imparts to these young individuals is far more than mere combat skills. Let me tell you, as he turned around, the vigor within him was still palpable, and he commenced his lesson directly to this group of novices. His voice was something to behold, devoid of any semblance of negotiation, akin to a system notification. Whether you wish to listen or not, you were compelled to heed his words. He proclaimed that in this vast ocean, there are exceptional talents aplenty, and our Navy serves as the final bastion, the last elastic band that holds up the pants of justice. However, with a swift change in tone, he asserted that true strength does not lie in the hardness of one's fists, but rather in the integrity of one's heart, in the willingness to extend a hand to those on the verge of collapse. His gaze deepened, reminiscent of someone who has endured countless sleepless nights. As he spoke of the many common folk he had witnessed living lives more wretched than that of a dog. Thus, what we bear upon our shoulders is not merely a rank, but human lives. We do not engage in battle to become the pirate king. Rather, we fight to ensure that those hardworking farmers and shopkeepers can rest peacefully at night. I tell you, his words were akin to tossing a heated iron plate into a pot of cold water, igniting the blood of all the recruits instantly. Previously, they may have enlisted due to their homes being ravaged by pirates, fueled by fervor. Now, they understood that being part of the Navy entailed something far greater. The training ground erupted with fervor akin to a concert, with slogans reverberating powerfully. For our homeland. For justice. Defeat the pirates. Each one of them, invigorated as if by a dose of adrenaline, embarked on another round of grueling training. Sweat flowed as if it were raining, yet their eyes sparkled with determination. Luo Ku observed from the sidelines, occasionally delivering a kick or offering guidance, his mind clear as crystal. He comprehended that the fire within these youngsters was their most precious asset. But guess what? Amidst this fervent atmosphere, in a dimly lit room at the base, Captain Jack sat with a cup of tea, peering through a curtain like an old bureaucrat, his brow furrowed, as if he could crush a fly with it, his thoughts bubbling over. He muttered to himself, "Luo Ku, are you training soldiers, or are you forming cliques? Is the base going to bear your surname now? Those who understand this sourness, I can smell it even through the walls." He knew full well that Luo Ku was doing good, yet he felt unsettled, perceiving his position to be under threat. He even engaged in soliloquy, pondering whether he was overthinking, only to immediately dismiss the notion, asserting that any unstable elements must be nipped in the bud. This man wore the phrase short-sighted etched upon his countenance. Meanwhile, after finishing training, Luo Ku returned to his office, plopping down and retrieving his phone worm. What was he up to? He intended to summon reinforcements. Who was he calling? Admiral Qingji, his esteemed mentor. As soon as the call connected, Luo Ku got straight to the point. "Hello, Master. This is Luo Ku. Over in the East Sea, there are some oblivious fools with bounties totaling several tens of millions, banding together to cause trouble. Do you have time to return and help me clear this rubbish?" "What do you think?" Qingji replied. The languid voice of Qingji came through. "Oh, Luo Ku, I can't. There are several bounties exceeding 100 million over here in the Grand Line, causing me no end of trouble. I'm currently keeping an eye on things near the Red Continent and cannot leave." I could only sigh in resignation. Luo Ku, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly, realizing that the big shots were preoccupied with significant affairs, leaving him the novice village boss, to shoulder the burden alone. After hanging up, Luo Ku fell into contemplation. He recognized that he had become quite the hot commodity, nicknamed the cheetah of the sea. The more pirates he defeated, the more individuals sought to ride his coattails. Defeating one or two with bounties in the millions did not faze him, but now he faced a whole group. Moreover, as a devil fruit user, falling into the sea would spell his demise. So what to do? Conventional methods would not suffice. Luo Ku's mind raced faster than anyone else's. A bold plan began to take shape in his thoughts. He would go fishing, using himself as bait. He planned to spread false information about a tremendous treasure on a desolate little island, then accidentally expose his whereabouts, pretending to undertake a covert mission alone. He aimed to make those pirates believe they had stumbled upon a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a fat sheep delivered right to their doorstep. This was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Yet he understood that this was a psychological battle. He needed to present himself as the most pitiable bait while remaining the fisherman comfortably stationed at the back. Simultaneously, Captain Jack received Luo Ku's plan. Sipping his tea, he shook his head, muttering about how overly confident and foolish it was, feigning concern for Luo Ku. Yet, he turned around and sold Luo Ku's meticulously crafted action plan to the very pirates. Those pirates, huddled in their ship's cabin, laughed uproariously as they perused the top-secret intelligence provided by Jack. They considered Luo Ku a boastful fool. What did it matter that he was Qingji's apprentice? He would still fall into their hands. They even began to calculate whether to sell Luo Ku to the 4 emperors or the 7 warlords. Viewing it as a monumental achievement, they believed themselves to be the hunters, with Luo Ku as their prey. However, they remained blissfully unaware that the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. In a hidden corner, Qingji, the man who should have been in the grand line, stood quietly, emanating an aura of coldness. He watched the revelry aboard the pirate ship and observed Luo Ku, who thought he had everything figured out, a smirk playing on his lips. This Luo Ku, Qingji murmured, possesses far more cunning than the average person. How could he possibly be unaware of Jack's schemes? Why had the world government promoted Luo Ku? It was precisely to use Jack as a stepping stone. Qingji had long seen through it. His claim of being unable to come was merely a ruse to gauge what his apprentice would bring to this grand game. Luo Ku was no fool. He was well aware. He knew Jack was a traitor and that Qingji was observing him from above. He had to perform this act flawlessly, not only to win, but to win resoundingly. As he strolled by the stream on the small island, he deliberately showcased his strength, at times crushing stones into powder with his armed haki, at others using observation haki to sense movements within a radius of several miles, signaling to those observing from the shadows, "Pay attention, your apprentice possesses this level of power." Of course, he felt a sense of frustration. He regarded himself as a mere pawn, still yet to awaken the legendary conqueror's haki, his strength merely adequate. He even contemplated fleeing altogether, knowing that with his speed, no one could catch him. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that if he wished to avoid being a pawn, he must become the one playing the game. At the very least, he needed to rise to the rank of admiral to have some say in matters. Thus, this battle was imperative. He had thoroughly researched his opponents. Figures like Iron Wall Leonardo and Shadow Walker Lillian, though formidable, were all landlubbers, lacking knowledge of devil fruits. As long as he could lure them onto land, into the mountainous jungles he knew so well, that would be his turf. The odds of victory? Not 90%, but 100%. At this moment, the pirate leaders were gathered around a bonfire, celebrating with champagne. Qingji's apprentice was soon to be theirs. They boasted loudly, their faces brimming with greed and arrogance. Little did they know, they were steadily walking into a grave meticulously dug for them by Luo Ku. I tell you, as soon as these pirates landed on the island, they were utterly brazen. Leading the charge were 4 notorious figures, Leonardo, Lillian, Max, and Erica. Taking advantage of the dark night, they stealthily approached, believing themselves to be a special forces unit. The one known as Erica, nicknamed Demonic Sound, pulled out a musical instrument and began a solo performance right then and there. The music echoed far and wide. Let me assure you, it was not for our enjoyment, but a blatant provocation. The message was clear. Luoka, we have arrived. I was present in the temporary command center of Luoka, observing their movements through the surveillance. That fellow Luoka, with a sly grin, bore a smile reminiscent of a cat eyeing its prey. He remained unperturbed, directly activating the island-wide broadcast, his voice imbued with an alluring magnetism. Ah, Miss Mo-een. Delightful music indeed. However, I must apologize. There are no corners of this island unknown to me. I appreciate your confidence, but let us not forget, this is land. My domain. While he spoke with bravado, his hands were not idle. He had already mobilized the elite members of the bandit group, strategically positioning them to ensnare the fools who would unwittingly leap into the trap. These pirates, indeed, followed the path he had anticipated, their journey seeming effortless, akin to a leisurely sightseeing tour. Suddenly, a few of them triggered a ground spike trap, but their reflexes were astonishingly swift. They evaded it with ease, erupting into raucous laughter. The one named Lillian, agile as a specter, leapt onto a large rock and deftly disarmed a rope mechanism, casting a flirtatious glance back at Luoka and taunting him. Luoka, your little toys are lacking. Little did they know, each trap they evaded felt like a victory in a game, loudly mocking Luoka, fearful he might remain oblivious to their triumph. This is far too easy. Your intelligence is outdated. I watched intently through the monitors, and Luoka, caught in the throes of theatricality, broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. How is this possible? I almost believed it. Yet, I could see the excitement in his eyes, nearly overflowing. The more adept these pirates became at dismantling traps, the more it confirmed that the traitor within our naval base had sold information thoroughly. Luoka was using his own life as bait to lure out the big fish. As long as he survived this encounter, he would uproot the traitor upon his return. Seeing Luoka flustered only spurred the pirates on, as they called out in unison, "Come out, Luoka! Stop hiding! Surrender and join us!" They genuinely believed themselves to be the hunters, oblivious to the fact that they were merely the prey being toyed with. Just as they reveled in their perceived dominance, Luoka pressed the final switch. In that instant, the entire island seemed to awaken. The ground transformed into cliffs, and numerous ambushers emerged from the jungle, sealing off their escape routes entirely. Luoka's voice resonated across the island, cold and commanding. Now, the game is over. The expressions on the pirates' faces shifted from arrogance to disbelief, and then to sheer terror, changing faster than one could blink. They still clung to the hope of overturning the situation with their insider knowledge, but Luoka's voice rang out again, laced with mockery. Intelligence? Indeed, it is crucial. However, it seems you have forgotten that warfare is not merely about possessing information, but rather how one utilizes it. No sooner had he finished speaking than a fiery explosion erupted on the opposite side of the island. A well-equipped squadron of the Navy appeared, accompanied by several colossal mechanical devices, all illuminated. It turned out that Luoka had leaked half-truths through the traitor, Captain Jack, intending to make them believe they were all-knowing, only to plunge them into a genuine trap. The godlike perspective they envisioned was merely a dream I had crafted for them. Now, witness the true art of information warfare. Luoka's voice echoed with a mechanical roar as the island's terrain shifted again, transforming into a slaughterhouse unfavorable to the pirates. The four pirate captains exchanged bewildered glances, their minds malfunctioning. They could never have imagined that their proud plan was merely a script meticulously crafted by Luoka. The one named Leonardo attempted to maintain bravado. "Luoka, you are indeed impressive, but in the pirate's lexicon, there is no such word as surrender." At this moment, Luoka surprisingly attempted to negotiate. "Fighting and killing are rather uninteresting. I seek peace. How about we collaborate to eliminate the true mastermind behind this?" Just as the pirates were dumbfounded by this unexpected twist, the atmosphere changed drastically. The sky darkened abruptly, shrouded in thick clouds. A colossal figure descended from above, stunning everyone into silence. It was Luoka, yet he had transformed into a towering scarecrow, adorned with an array of explosives and blades, resembling a mobile armory. This was the manifestation of his scarecrow fruit ability. His voice reverberated through the air, sending chills down spines, Negotiation? Certainly. But before we proceed, let us clarify one matter. Justice has never hesitated to employ necessary means. With that, countless strands of straw and shadows surged forth as if alive, silently binding the bewildered pirate minions tightly. Remember, your greatest folly lies not in challenging me, but in naively believing you can disregard the laws of this sea. Luaka's voice brimmed with undeniable authority. This enraged the four pirate captains. Do not think a mere transformation can intimidate us. Leonardo roared, lunging forward with his heavy sword. Lillian darted like a wraith, Max's muscles bulged, and Erica's melodies turned razor-sharp. The four coordinated seamlessly, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the colossal scarecrow. Sword light, fist winds, sound explosions, all aimed at him. Luaka reveled in the chaos. His scarecrow form shifting unpredictably, at times splitting into several smaller figures to assail them, at other times merging into a massive shield to deflect their strikes. Excellent. Now this feels appropriate. Luaka's voice echoed from all parts of the scarecrow, transforming the battlefield into his personal showcase. However, the four infamous pirates soon realized something was amiss. Their attacks, landing on Luaka, felt as ineffective as mere tickles. Leonardo's heavy sword struck, only to rebound, leaving him with bloodied palms. Max's fists could not even tear through the straw. It was as if they had activated a cheat code for infinite health, rendering their damage entirely ineffective. This is impossible, Leonardo gasped, disbelief flooding his eyes. Luaka coldly replied, the waters of the East Blue run deeper than you can fathom. I spent half a year under the tutelage of Admiral Akiji, enduring 10 years of growth in each passing day. Lillian attempted to employ speed for a sneak attack, but Luaka's Kinbunchaku haki functioned like an all-seeing eye, anticipating her every move, leaving her battered and disheveled after several attempts. Your Kinbunchaku is strong enough to predict the future. Combat has never been solely about brute strength. As Luaka overwhelmed them, he continued to educate. What I exploited was your pride and overconfidence. Before long, all four were laid low, sprawled on the ground, gazing up at the returning human form of Luaka, their eyes filled with defeat and fear of the monster before them. The East Blue monster. Just then, an even more despair-inducing figure emerged from the shadows. Admiral Akiji strolled out leisurely. Well done, Luaka. Akiji's voice was calm, but upon witnessing him, the four pirate captains felt their legs weaken. This was an admiral of the Navy. They had never imagined they would encounter such a high-ranking figure. Admiral Akiji, Leonardo stammered, trembling under the immense pressure. In that moment of absolute dominance, they spilled the beans about their sordid dealings with Captain Jack from C-404 base as if they were mere bamboo tubes pouring out beans. It turned out that Jack sought promotion, viewing Luaka as an obstacle, and colluded with pirates to do away with him. Upon hearing this, Akiji's expression darkened. He despised corruption within the Navy above all else. Captain Jack shall face the appropriate consequences. His tone was as frigid as ice. Luaka stood beside, equally astonished. He had anticipated Jack's betrayal, but never envisioned it would be so thorough. Luaka, you performed admirably. Akiji turned to him. The honor of the Navy requires each of us to uphold it. What followed was a natural progression. Luaka was summoned by the world government for investigation. Although the process was tedious, the innocent would ultimately prevail. As for Captain Jack, he was no more. His crimes exposed, he was sentenced to death, a physical absolution. As Zucker extricated himself from a plethora of trivial matters, an astonishingly fortuitous news struck him like a thunderbolt. Due to his exemplary display of loyalty, bravery, and strategic acumen, the Navy headquarters conferred upon him an award, promoting him to the rank of lieutenant colonel, and formally entrusting him with the command of the entire Donghai C-404 naval base, thereby designating him as the supreme commander. Upon his return to the base, the atmosphere was electric, with drums resonating and firecrackers bursting. The entire base appeared rejuvenated. As soldiers lined up to welcome him, their applause reverberating like thunder. Clad in a pristine lieutenant colonel uniform, the cook stood atop the command tower, gazing down at the faces brimming with admiration and anticipation. his heart racing with fervor. He recalled a poignant conversation with Admiral Kinger before his departure, who solemnly advised him, "Oke, the Donghai is now your stage. With great power comes immense responsibility. Remember, justice must be our compass, and we must never stray from its course. Furthermore, treat your soldiers with kindness. They are your true strength." In the subsequent days, Lookura embarked on sweeping reforms. He personally selected a cadre of loyal and capable officers to form his core team. Internally, he enforced strict discipline and ruthlessly combated corruption. Externally, he launched vigorous offensives, elevating the combat prowess of the base to unprecedented heights. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and Luka's name became legendary in the Donghai. He transformed the C-404 base into an ironclad fortress that instilled terror in the hearts of all pirates in the region, a genuine symbol of justice. I assure you, this was merely the beginning. In the ensuing year, Lukura became the epitome of diligence in the Donghai, tirelessly serving without respite. In spring, he aided fishermen against pirates. In summer, he executed precision strikes. In autumn, he conducted military training at the base. And in winter, he braved blizzards to rescue others, earning him the moniker Iron Wall Luka. However, trouble soon came knocking. A place called Tsuwu Dao, seemingly enchanting, turned out to be a source of constant embarrassment. It was akin to a suspense film, as villagers dared not light their lamps at night, claiming a creature with red eyes lurked in the fog, launching ambushes. A distress signal swiftly reached Luka. While most would tremble at the mention of sea monsters, his eyes sparkled with excitement, his expression almost conveying, "Is this a stroke of fortune?" He charged forth alone in a high-speed patrol boat, embodying decisiveness. Upon arriving at the island, he encountered villagers wailing in despair, the village chief clutching his hand and exclaiming to the heavens. Loakur remained composed and directly inquired, "The red-eyed monster? Pray tell, how red?" A young man presented a wooden board covered in bizarre claw marks. Upon inspection, Loakur deduced the gravity of the situation, yet maintained his calm demeanor, assuring them, "Do not panic. I am here. First, let us stabilize the hearts of the people." Back in his tent, Loakur scrutinized the scratches on the board, estimating, good heavens, this creature must be at least 70 to 80 meters long. Such a beast was unheard of in the Donghai, akin to a high-level player wandering into a novice village. Doubt crept into his mind. This was no ordinary affair. That night, he took a bold step, becoming a living target on the beach. To his astonishment, the red-eyed creature indeed approached, staring him down through the mist. After a tense standoff, the monster retreated. This persisted for 3 consecutive nights. Loakura maintained his emotional stability, while the creature seemed increasingly perplexed by his presence. The islanders grew frantic, fearing the creature was devising a plan, exclaiming, "It has a brain. Once you leave, we are doomed." Recognizing the need for decisive action, Loka undertook an audacious plan. He had someone procure a plethora of foul fish and rotten shrimp entrails, smearing them all over himself. From head to toe, the stench was enough to make anyone retch. He then buried himself beneath the putrid flesh, playing the role of a decoy to lure the creature. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. The monster, drawn by the odor, emerged from the depths, revealing an enormous shadow that measured 70 to 80 meters. At last, Loakirk discerned a massive, grotesque wound on the creature's neck. In an instant, he realized this creature had been bested by a formidable adversary in the windless zone, subsequently seeking to prey upon the weaker. As the creature prepared to unleash its fury upon him, Loakirk sprang forth from the mound of rotting flesh. Activating his haki, he unleashed a single, devastating blow, and with a resounding crash, the once mighty sea creature collapsed, its massive body crumpling to the ground. The villagers, hearing the commotion, emerged in disbelief, followed by an eruption of jubilant cheers. Loakura examined the carcass, confirming the wound, and promptly contacted headquarters via a den mushi, requesting a scientific team for a necropsy report. Professionalism at its finest. Having resolved the matter, he entrusted the subsequent handover to the arriving scientific team and set sail back to the base. As he journeyed, he pondered the brilliance of the world's scientists. Just as he finished contemplating, he spotted a small rickety ship adorned with a skull flag bobbing on the horizon. A group of young marauders aboard was celebrating with champagne. Having recently pillaged a village and accumulated a substantial bounty of booty, each believing they were on the brink of becoming the next pirate king. Laughing foolishly. Observing the vessel, Loakura smirked. It seemed trouble was knocking once more. I must tell you, these young scallywags have been making quite a name for themselves in the Donghai. Rising like a rocket, my instincts as a naval officer alerted me that this situation was anything but trivial. Today, fate had led me to them, and I felt compelled to intervene. As a lieutenant colonel in the Navy, safeguarding these waters was my duty, was it not? I promptly ordered my ship to accelerate, stealthily approaching their vessel. Upon closer inspection, I realized the ship, named Zio Fungbao, resembled a grand disco party, with revelers swaying drunkenly, completely oblivious to the Grim Reaper, myself, who had stealthily approached their doorstep. Honestly, gazing at these young men stirred a complex mix of emotions within me. While they were indeed pirates, and thus reprehensible, their pursuit of dreams was somewhat endearing in its foolishness. Nevertheless, as a naval officer, I had a duty to uphold justice. Leveraging my agility, I crept aboard their deck like a specter. The sight that greeted me was one of utter chaos, with individuals sprawled haphazardly across the deck, their faces adorned with foolish grins. These lads dreamed of exploring the stars and seas, yet found themselves unconscious, drooling on the deck. I tread carefully, making my way to the control room, where I swiftly seized command of the ship. After securing the vessel, I produced my din-din mushi and called the base. Base, this is Luoka. No need for backup. I have successfully captured the Zio Fungbao. The crew is sound asleep, and I expect to return the ship before dawn for your reception. After concluding the call, I contemplated the youthful crew. Perhaps they were simply intoxicated by their dreams, their crimes not deserving of death. I needed to devise a plan that would maintain order while offering them a second chance. Closing my eyes, I activated my devil fruit ability. To my astonishment, I could conjure ropes of straw harder than steel. In an instant, countless strands of straw materialized, silently binding the drunken crew, ensuring they would be immobilized even upon awakening. I then rifled through their navigation logs. To my surprise, it was evident they had indeed pillaged a village, yet their entries read like a child's school trip diary, celebrating each step toward freedom while scarcely mentioning their nefarious deeds, even expressing a desire to avoid harming villagers. I could hardly contain my amusement. This band of pirates was not only inexperienced but also possessed in inexplicable kindness. At dawn, the captain, named Jekasi, groggily awoke, only to find himself bound like a rice dumpling, erupting in a fit of rage, shouting, Who has bound us?" I strolled out leisurely, standing before him, calmly stating, "Silence. I am Lieutenant Colonel Oka, and your journey ends here. However, today I offer you a choice." The young man's eyes widened like copper bells, his face a mask of defiance. "Choice? You, a Navy officer, discussing choice with us pirates?" I nodded solemnly, addressing him with utmost seriousness. "I have read your logs and understand your yearning for freedom. However, freedom cannot be built upon the suffering of others. If you're willing to lay down your weapons and cooperate with the investigation, I can advocate for leniency on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Jikasi was momentarily taken aback, likely astonished at encountering such a reasonable Navy officer. Yet in the next instant, he lost his composure, his face flushed with anger as he shouted, "You despicable scoundrel! You must have employed some underhanded means to ambush us. If you dare, let us duel one-on-one. If I lose, you can do as you please." At that moment, I thought to myself, what role are you playing, my young friend? I am here to enforce the law, not to engage in a dramatic confrontation. I smiled and responded, "Your courage is commendable, but violence will not solve our problems. Nevertheless, I understand your sentiments. If you can prove that you have the capability to choose a path that does not harm others, I will consider your request. For now, let us return to the base." Jikasi clenched his teeth and finally nodded. "All right, you owe me a fair match." As our ship made its way back to the base, the group of young pirates wept uncontrollably, lamenting their wrongs against their families and the shattering of their dreams, which caused me considerable discomfort. Jikasi, however, maintained his composure, urging them to be strong and asserting that there was still a path ahead. Meanwhile, I had already dispatched personnel to investigate the village that had been pillaged. The feedback arrived swiftly, indicating that while there were material losses, no lives were lost. The villagers even mentioned that the pirates appeared somewhat restrained during the robbery, with some among them arguing against harming anyone. This revelation bolstered my confidence. Upon their arrival at the base, I organized a special meeting, inviting representatives from the village. The scene was akin to a grand public embarrassment. Jikasi and his band of misfits bowed deeply to the villagers, apologizing profusely, creating an atmosphere both awkward and poignant. The villagers, displaying remarkable simplicity, had an elder stand up to accept the apology, expressing the hope that they would understand that true freedom is established upon respect and the rule of law. Once the matter was settled, I led these reformed pirates back to the village. I informed them that the village had suffered losses amounting to hundreds of thousands of berries, and they would need to work there to make amends through labor. Then, casting a glance at Jikasi, I provocatively remarked, "If anyone feels aggrieved and wishes to vent, I'm always open to challenges." No sooner had I spoken than Jikasi's eyes lit up, stepping forward with a determined stance. "All right, Major Locke, I accept your challenge." I smiled slightly. What followed? In a mere second, as he charged at me, I executed a swift and decisive hold, pinning him to the ground. There he lay, eyes filled not only with resentment, but also with a dawning realization. I clapped my hands and addressed everyone. "Do you see? Violence does not resolve issues. True courage lies in confronting one's mistakes and correcting them. Now let us begin our labors." Days passed, and to my surprise, these young men truly established roots in the village, repairing houses, assisting fishermen, and planting trees. They toiled diligently, and their relationships with the villagers grew increasingly amicable. One day, Jikasi even shared his newfound understanding with an elder, expressing that he had only now grasped the essence of true freedom. Observing this transformation filled me with a sense of reflection. In this world, is it really as simple as black and white? But just when you think tranquility reigns. How naive! In the East Sea, there exists a formidable lunatic known as Shwerun Kelonuosi, with a bounty of 12 million berries, whose passions lie in arson, murder, and mental torment. This individual does not seek wealth. He derives pure pleasure from driving others to their limits, embodying a clear antisocial personality. Upon hearing that Jikasi and his companions had turned over a new leaf, he shattered his wine glass in fury, as if declaring that these soft-hearted individuals had tarnished the pirate's reputation. He then set his sights on me, proclaiming his intent to come to the East Sea to demonstrate what true terror entails. His ship, the Dark Phantom, sped towards the village. On that fateful day, Jikasi and his companions were living a tranquil agrarian life when suddenly a ghost ship with black sails appeared on the horizon. The ominous presence was palpable from a distance. The young men, having just found purpose in their lives, instantly paled. Without a moment's hesitation, they rang the alarm, organizing the villagers for defense, and armed themselves with the weapons they had once wielded as pirates, positioning themselves at the village entrance. They resolved to protect this haven that had granted them a new beginning with their very lives. However, who is Kelonuosi? A ruthless monster, unflinching in murder. Once the battle commenced, I assure you, the scene was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Although Jikasi and his comrades fought valiantly, one by one, they succumbed in the face of overwhelming strength. Kelonuosi disdainfully observed these individuals, mocking them as a bunch of brainwashed weaklings. Despite being bloodied, Jikasi and his companions remained unyielding, retorting, "Major Locke will never let you go. You pirates will ultimately face justice." I must say their words rang true, but the cost was devastating. The entire village became a hellscape, littered with signs of battle, broken timber, and charred structures. It was evident that Jikasi and his crew had fought with every ounce of strength to defend this place. They were no longer the aimless pirates of yore. They had become warriors, heroes who would shed their last drop of blood for their homeland. Beside each fallen warrior lay several defeated foes, illustrating a staggering casualty ratio. as they exchanged their lives to buy precious time for the village. Meanwhile, Major Locke aboard the battleship, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, stood frozen in shock. He remained on the bridge, fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh, as the fury within him could have boiled the very sea. He uttered not a word, yet that silence was more terrifying than any roar. After an agonizing pause, he finally managed to spit out, "They could have had a better future. Who among the families understands the feeling of witnessing a group of wayward children finally turning back, only to have them unwittingly step into the abyss?" For Locke, it was a collapse of faith. With a sudden burst of resolve, he turned sharply, his eyes aflame, shouting at his first officer, "All hands, prepare battle gear. Set sail immediately. We are heading to that village." His voice was unwavering, daring anyone to dissent. "Notify all available Navy forces in the East Sea. I shall make that scoundrel Kilauea Sea understand that this sea is not his private garden." In an instant, the entire warship sprang into action, resembling a disturbed hornet's nest, as all Navy personnel equipped themselves with fervor and high spirits. Locke stood at the bow, the sea breeze billowing through his clothes, consumed by a singular thought. "Kilauea Sea, your demise is inevitable." When Locke and his crew finally set foot on the ravaged land, the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and blood. The demon Kilauea Sea had long vanished, leaving only a landscape of ruins in his wake. Locke's gaze swept across the desolation, finally resting upon Jikasi. I tell you, that young man who had been so vibrant just days prior, now lay lifeless in a pool of his own blood, eyes wide open, clutching something tightly in his hand, filled with unfulfilled aspirations. Locke approached slowly, his hands trembling, and gently closed Jikasi's eyes. In that moment, it felt as if Locke's heart shattered alongside his. Internally, he raged. Why? Why do those who wish to be good always perish first? Gritting his teeth, he enunciated each syllable of the name. Kilauea Sea, I vow to make you pay in blood for your sins. But just as he finished his vow and stood tall to issue commands, an extraordinary event transpired. Loaker was suddenly overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation, his heart pounding like a drum. After just a couple of steps, darkness enveloped him, and he nearly collapsed. It was neither poisoning nor an attack. Rather, it was a more enigmatic feeling, a terrifying killing intent that erupted from within his very being. The surrounding naval soldiers were also affected, each one feeling lightheaded, as if crushed by an invisible mountain, struggling to breathe. Some attempted to assist Stillakura, only to find themselves unable to approach him. The moment a soldier called out to the commander, he was pushed back repeatedly by that overwhelming aura. Loku himself was bewildered. He desperately tried to rein in this newfound power, and suddenly recalled the words of Admiral Chingur. In an instant, he realized, by the heavens, this is Haushiku Haki. His profound rage and unwillingness had inadvertently awakened the dormant power within him. This was the legendary trait of a king. Loakur was both astonished and elated, but he knew this was not the time for celebration. The power was utterly uncontrollable, and if it continued, his own subordinates would succumb to his overwhelming presence. He understood that he had unlocked a hidden talent, feeling invigorated by his awakening, yet he was but a novice unable to wield such formidable skills. As his body reached its limit, just before losing consciousness, Lukirk summoned the last remnants of his willpower to suppress the surging Haushikahaki. Then, darkness consumed him as he collapsed. When he regained consciousness, night had fallen. Supporting his heavy head, Lukirk sat up to find his subordinates sprawled around him, along with a few unfortunate seabirds, all rendered unconscious by his earlier outburst. Rubbing his temples, he reflected on the cataclysmic power he had unleashed, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. To his astonishment, he possessed Haushika Haki, and with all three types of Haki at his disposal, he had officially entered the ranks of true masters. Yet, the burden of wielding such power weighed heavily. It resembled an unpredictable bomb that, if unleashed in battle, could indiscriminately harm allies and foes alike. However, as he gazed towards the direction Wakavu had fled, a cold smile curled upon his lips. Blood, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would remain oblivious to my unique potential. What you have awakened is not merely a naval lieutenant's latent ability, but the fury of the entire East Sea. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, the surrounding soldiers gradually regained consciousness, appearing disoriented and completely unaware of the events that had transpired. They only remembered the sudden eruption of an aura from their commander that sent shivers through their souls, and then nothing more. "Commander, are you all right?" One soldier wobbled over to inquire. Luakur patted his shoulder, his eyes radiating unprecedented confidence and resolve. "I am fine. Now, it is time for those pirates to pay the price." Subsequently, the entire intelligence network of the East Sea Navy was mobilized. An intricate web, targeting Kolasur and the Shadow Scythe pirate crew, was silently woven. All informants bribed by the Navy began frantically gathering information in various bars and underground markets. During this time, Loakirk stealthily familiarized himself with this new power within him, striving to tame it from a rampaging wild horse into a compliant steed. As for our antagonist, Kuralonoasu, he, along with his crew, wreaked havoc in a village before heading directly towards a super gambling ship named Chimon. Let me tell you, that ship was a veritable den of indulgence upon the sea, extravagantly lavish. Once aboard, Olusu and his crew felt right at home, ordering the most expensive private room, indulging in the finest wines, and reveling in a euphoric atmosphere. Seated on a chair crafted from black gold, Olusu sipped rum and basked in the flattery from his subordinates and beautiful women, completely unaware that he had become the target of scrutiny. He believed himself to be the protagonist of this game, oblivious to the countless eyes watching him from the shadows of the ship. The Navy informants, enticed by a bounty of 1,000,000 berries, were discreetly leaking his information, just as Her led his fleet at full speed, preparing to ensnare his prey. A mysterious woman with a slim figure and blue eyes gracefully approached Ohu. Leaning in, she whispered, "Your whereabouts have been compromised. If you do not leave now, you shall face a complete annihilation." With a light laugh, she patted Globoasu on the shoulder and vanished into the crowd. Kulin's smile abruptly froze, half of his intoxication dissipating. He sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp and alert, immediately orchestrating a retreat. Just as he slipped away, his fleet surrounded the gambling ship, floodlights illuminating the night as brightly as day. Leading a team of elite soldiers onto the ship, Lo Curl was acutely aware. Such a large gambling vessel could not operate in the East Sea without the protection of high-ranking naval officials. The waters were indeed deep. Yet, his objective today was singular. Kulonoasu, ignoring the taunts of surrounding pirates, he emanated an aura that demanded respect. Before he could speak, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him as a woman clad in a fiery red cheapao, exuding allure from every pore, approached. "Ah, Lieutenant, your grand entrance truly brightens our humble establishment," she said, fanning herself and laughing charmingly. "However, the person you seek is simply not here." Loakura regarded her coldly, remaining silent. This woman was certainly no harmless foe, her words dripping with deception. "We will verify for ourselves," he replied curtly, signaling his subordinates to commence their search. The woman's expression momentarily darkened, but she quickly resumed her smile, casually pointing in a direction before brushing past Favo, leaving behind a haunting remark. "If you continue searching, who knows if you can keep everything together, Lieutenantica? After all, the waters here are quite profound." Let me tell you, the threat embedded in those words was palpable. Loaka's eyes narrowed, and he instantly understood. Capturing anyone today was implausible. Charging in recklessly would only lead to greater troubles. Weighing his options, he decided to withdraw. Thus, a meaningful smile crept onto his face as he gestured to his subordinates, issuing a retreat command. "Stand down. We will conclude for today. There are more pressing matters to attend to." Let me tell you, the execution of the Navy was remarkable. With a single order, the fleet turned in unison, their movements as clean and precise as a military parade, slowly retreating. On the other side, Huzu and his crew, shrouded by the cover of night, were in a state of panic. They had already plotted their escape route, each taking a small speedboat, scattering like startled cockroaches, desperate to avoid capture. At this moment, as Huzu piloted his speedboat, His palms were slick with sweat, the sea spray on his face indistinguishable from his cold perspiration. His heart raced, a singular thought echoing in his mind. He had truly run into a brick wall. That naval lieutenant, with just a glance, made him feel thoroughly exposed, the chill penetrating to his very bones. As he desperately navigated, he pondered who among his crew had betrayed him. Was it one of the feigning loyalists aboard the ship, or those powerful figures who had cast him aside for their own protection? At that moment, he finally understood. His exposure had likely disrupted the entire underground world's network of interests. He attempted to contact his subordinates via radio, only to discover that none were in a stable position. Some were trapped by storms, while others noted unidentified vessels pursuing them. The entire retreat plan had devolved into chaos. Just as he felt on the verge of a mental breakdown, he suddenly spotted a small dark dot on the distant sea. As I focused my gaze, I discerned an unremarkable little wooden boat, upon which stood a solitary figure. None of the family members understood. That silhouette was none other than Loaka. He stood there nonchalantly on a dilapidated wooden vessel, blending seamlessly into the night, like a specter. He had not fled at all. The principal naval fleet was at a distance, casting a vast net, while Loaka himself was the most lethal bait. He was engaged in a game of cat and mouse, leading Kelonos into a dead-end step by step. At this moment, Kelonos' mind was in disarray. He gazed at the solitary Loaka, then glanced back at the massive fleet, faintly visible in the distance. A frenzied thought suddenly seized him. To take this naval lieutenant hostage. I thought to myself, brother, do you harbor a grand misunderstanding of your own abilities? The audacity of this fellow was astonishing. He wore a devilish grin, as if reveling in his own genius. Abruptly turned the steering wheel and charged the speedboat straight towards Loaka's little wooden boat. Far away on the flagship, the naval officers, observing through night vision equipment, were nearly astounded. Was this man insane? Did he intend to attack Lieutenant Loaka? Was he truly at the end of his rope, ready to resort to a desperate gamble? Amidst their murmurs, Loaka's calm voice resonated through the communication channel. Initiate Plan B. Prepare for support, but do not intervene. His tone exuded such confidence, as if he were saying, everyone, take a seat. This is basic protocol. Kelonos had already closed the distance, bellowing at the top of his lungs. A mere naval lieutenant dares to obstruct my path. His arrogance was palpable as he embodied the saying, only when faced with a coffin will one shed tears. And then, an explosive scene unfolded. Loaka paid him no mind. At the very moment the speedboat was about to collide, he gracefully leapt, carving an elegant arc through the air. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he flicked a straw from between his fingers. You heard me right, an ordinary straw. That straw shot forth, precisely, gently, and tenderly, tapping Kelonos on the forehead. With a soft pop, time seemed to freeze. The arrogant expression on Kelonos' face instantly solidified, and he collapsed like a robot disconnected from its power source, slumping down, utterly unconscious. A single straw had vanquished a notorious pirate worth 12 million berries. This display was simply unparalleled. The naval fleet quickly converged, and the soldiers on deck, initially stunned for 3 seconds, erupted into thunderous applause. Lieutenant is incredible, absolutely marvelous. Their eyes brimmed with admiration, almost as if they would kneel before Loaka in reverence. Loaka, however, merely floated back to his little wooden boat, a slight smile gracing his lips, though a hint of worry lingered in his gaze. He understood that this affair was not yet concluded. Kelonos was taken to a naval secret base known as C-404, located beneath a desolate island, damp and eerie, designated for high-profile criminals. Bound to an iron bed, he stubbornly shouted, "You scoundrels, release me. I can offer you untold riches." One naval officer, growing impatient, raised his firearm to Kelonos' forehead, coldly stating, "You scum. Do you think we would believe your lies? Your time has come to an end." Kelonos defiantly retorted, "Go ahead, shoot. Coward." The officer sneered, lowering his weapon. "To let you die so easily would be too merciful. We want you to regret every passing day here." He leaned closer, speaking in a tone only the two of them could hear. "You think I can't see it? You are terrified, trembling in fear, aren't you?" With that single sentence, Kelowno's bravado shattered. All his arrogance and pretense crumbled in an instant. He realized he was, at his core, a coward who preyed on the weak. During the interrogation, he ceased to resist, spilling his secrets like beans from a bamboo tube, recounting his misdeeds over the years. Soon, the verdict was delivered. He was to be transferred to the most notorious prison in the world, the deep-sea prison Advanced City. With this, he lost all hope, utterly deflated, praying daily for the return of his long-lost conscience. Once Kelowno's was dealt with, Loaka received a new mission. Higher-ups instructed him to eliminate a notorious slave ship named Shadow Shackles. This task was somewhat delicate, as the slave trade involved the celestial dragons, and the Navy typically turned a blind eye. Even more vexing for Loaka was the fact that he was assigned a partner, a lieutenant colonel named Elizan Weduolia. Loaka frowned at this. He had always been a lone wolf and despised collaboration. Moreover, upon hearing her name and description, a woman with flowing black waves and fiery red lips, he envisioned a mere pretty face, possibly a plaything of some high-ranking official, a burden to have by his side. Just as he was contemplating this, a knock came at the command room door. Upon opening it, Elizan strode in. I must admit, this woman was indeed a paragon of beauty, with an impressive figure and a powerful presence. Yet, Loaka's gaze remained one of scrutiny and disdain. However, when Elizan spoke, her voice was clear and commanding as she confronted him directly. Lieutenant Colonel Loaka, it is a pleasure to meet you. I believe our objective is to complete the mission, not to engage in trivial speculations. This statement rendered Loaka momentarily speechless. He realized he had misjudged. The aura she exuded was not of a fragile vase, but of a seasoned warrior, brimming with confidence and resolve. Lieutenant Colonel Elizan, I hope we can work together harmoniously. Loaka retracted his disdain, adopting a professional demeanor. Recognizing that Shadow Shackles would not be an easy adversary, and meticulous planning was imperative. The two began to analyze intelligence, and as their conversation progressed, Loaka grew increasingly astonished. Elizan possessed a sharp strategic vision, with an uncanny precision for detail, her suggestions striking at the heart of the matter. His prior prejudices evaporated, replaced by a newfound respect for strength. Meanwhile, aboard the nefarious Shadow Shackles, Captain Hammond, a brutish man with a greasy mane, was on the phone with his mysterious client, enthusiastically pitching his new merchandise. Esteemed guest, I assure you, the latest haul from the East Sea is exquisite, young, beautiful, and a few with exotic charm, each one more captivating than the last. For the price, you understand, the winds have grown tight, but for you we can negotiate. He hung up, grinning triumphantly, completely oblivious to the despairing women locked in cages below deck, their bodies filthy, yet their eyes still shining with a flicker of defiance. The last remnants of their stolen lives. And this flicker of hope, I assure you, was about to ignite into an all-consuming blaze. For on the other side of the sea, I, Loaka, along with my new partner Elizan, had meticulously laid out our plans. We awaited the ill-fated Shadow Shackles to plunge headlong into the trap we had set. As night descended, the moment arrived. I watched as the outline of the ship became increasingly distinct under the moonlight, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait within the darkness. I took a deep breath and, into the communicator, uttered in a hushed tone, "Action." In that instant, the entire sea came alive. Our small boats glided forth like phantoms, silently closing in. Elizan was truly formidable. She was the first to seize the rope and swing aboard, her agility reminiscent of a panther, a streak of black lightning amidst the night. Upon reaching the deck, her sword flashed without pause, swiftly dispatching several guards who were still yawning, caught utterly unawares. Certainly, I cannot fall behind. With a swift leap, I ascended the deck. My presence commanded immense force, and as my foot struck the wooden surface, a resounding thud echoed, making the entire vessel tremble in response to my fury. Instantly, chaos erupted on the deck, with glinting blades flashing in every direction. Our crew clashed with the scoundrels in a fierce confrontation. In the ship's hold, the women who had been imprisoned initially believed there was a mutiny among the pirates and were terrified. However, as they listened to the sounds of battle and the righteous roars from outside, The long dormant flames of hope ignited within their eyes. Though frail, they clenched their fists, oblivious to the pain of their nails digging into their flesh, with a singular thought. Could this truly be their salvation? On the deck, the captain of the slaver ship, a man named Hammond, watched in horror as his crew fell like flies before our onslaught. He screamed desperately, attempting to rally his men, likely hiding some secret weapon. Yet, he had no opportunity to act. At the moment he opened his mouth, Allison struck decisively. I stood nearby, witnessing the entire scene clearly. Bathed in moonlight, she resembled a goddess descending from the heavens, raising her sword high, the tip aglow with concentrated brilliance, before sweeping it powerfully. The moonlit slash of her sword unleashed a blinding silver arc that shot through the air at a velocity so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Before Hammond could even close his mouth, the sword's energy sliced precisely past his neck. In the next instant, a soft crack echoed, and his head rolled to the ground. Eyes wide in disbelief. Only those who understand can grasp the essence of this woman. She may lack in sheer power, yet her capacity for destruction is unparalleled. With their leader slain, the remaining pirates crumbled instantly, their weapons trembling in their hands as they gazed at Allison as though they had seen a specter. Seizing the moment, I bellowed at the top of my lungs, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Your captain is no more." In an instant, clattering sounds of weapons hitting the deck filled the air. Some dropped to their knees in pleading, others wept with their heads cradled in their arms. And thus the battle concluded dramatically. I approached Allison, glancing at Hammond's lifeless body with a complex mix of emotions. In a lowered tone, I said, "Well done, Allison. However, it would be prudent to leave one alive next time. He surely possessed valuable information." Allison sheathed her sword and met my gaze, and I understood her intent immediately. She nodded and replied, "I comprehend your meaning, Locke. However, this mission was somewhat exceptional. I will be more mindful in the future." Her words clarified everything. I knew she had received secret orders to ensure his immediate demise, to avoid implicating others during interrogation. Trust is paramount between partners. I smiled and said, "Understood. Now, let us hasten. Saving lives is of utmost importance." I promptly began directing my subordinates to account for prisoners and attend to the wounded, and I personally led the charge into the dark, foul-smelling hold. The moment I unlocked the cages and beheld those eyes, newly illuminated by freedom, I felt a singular word resonate within me. Worth it. After a long day of exertion, just as I intended to collapse onto my bed, my wrist communicator buzzed unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the caller ID, I was astonished to see it was Admiral Akiji. My excitement surged as I hurriedly answered. His languid yet subtly humorous voice echoed through the receiver. "Good evening, Locke. I heard you accomplished quite a feat today." I wondered how extensive his intelligence network was. Nevertheless, I respectfully reported, "Yes, Admiral, we dismantled the shadow shackles." Akiji hummed in acknowledgement, saying, "Well done. However, I must advise you to consult me prior to such operations in the future." His tone shifted to one of gravity. "Locke, you may not be aware, but many of these slaver ships are linked to the Tenryubito." Upon hearing the name Tenryubito, my mind erupted in chaos. I was well aware of the nefarious nature of these world nobles, yet I never anticipated becoming entangled with them. Akiji informed me that the situation was perilous, and even he found it troubling, urging me to exercise utmost caution in the future. After ending the call, I lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. The Tenryubito? What level of existence were they? With my current strength, what could I possibly accomplish? My straw fruit abilities were commendable, yet my mastery of hockey was merely rudimentary. This wouldn't suffice. In the new world, I would be nothing more than cannon fodder. I must rise and grow stronger. With this thought igniting within me, I forsook sleep altogether. Before dawn, I ventured alone to the training grounds, diligently practicing the Marine 6 styles from start to finish. Soru, Jeppo, Shave, Tempest Kick, Iron Block. I trained until I was drenched in sweat, saturating a large portion of the ground beneath me. My fervent training attracted the early risers among the base. They watched me in awe, jaws nearly dropping, pointing at me in astonishment, exclaiming, "Look at our commander. the king of tenacity. Once I completed my training, I approached a rookie, encouragingly patting his shoulder. Keep up the good work. Together, we shall grow stronger. Meanwhile, my mentor, Akiji, was in a rather foul mood. Having just concluded a meeting at Marine headquarters, his expression resembled that of a stormy sky. He was vexed, for the higher-ups had suggested sending a novice like me on a perilous undercover mission, which he deemed tantamount to a death sentence. Frustrated, he stormed out, contemplating how to convey the gravity of the situation to me without dampening my enthusiasm. Little did he know, I, his restless disciple, had already plunged headlong into the fray, not waiting for him to speak. While he grappled with notions of justice and guidance, pondering how to present my task with a gilded frame, I was already on the cusp of practical application. The scene shifts to the East Blue, at a place called Sulu Island. While the name sounds refreshing, at its center lies a grand, illusionary city of gambling. The exterior resembled a palace from a futuristic world, with neon lights dazzling to the point of blinding. Upon entering, one was enveloped in a haze of opulence, the air thick with the scent of money and desire. And there I stood, Locke, no longer adorned in a Marine uniform, but donned in a jacket, appearing like a newcomer freshly arrived in town. Akiji, that cunning fox, had described my mission in flattering terms, calling it an experience of solitary combat. In essence, it was a simple bait-and-switch. Here, take this substantial sum and attract attention, and observe which fool dares approach you. Those who understand can appreciate that this kind of entrapment was precisely within my expertise. I approached the exchange counter, converting a sizable fortune into chips, creating a veritable mountain of wealth. I then drummed my fingers on the table, clattering them to ensure all were aware of my naivety and wealth. The gazes surrounding me were almost verdant with greed, envy, and the palpable malice of those who wished to consume me whole. My heart swelled with delight. Let them come. Let them see me as their mobile ATM. I was determined to play with fire. The funds provided by Akiji would not go to waste. My eyes darted about, feigning interest in the lovely ladies while discreetly locking on several shady figures, their hands constantly reaching into their pockets, clearly up to no good. Sure enough, within minutes, a group of burly, tattooed men approached me, drawn like flies to a scent. The leader, with a mouth full of yellowed teeth, grinned ominously, as if he were about to devour me. Hey there, brother. You new here, right? You certainly seem generous. I'm Big Bear, the head of security here. Care to be friends? I immediately switched to my actor mode, donning an expression of innocent delight, akin to that of a newly rich individual. With excitement, I exclaimed, hello, Big Brother. My name is Jieku, and I am merely a fisherman. Not long ago, I set sail, and guess what? I pulled up a whole box of gold. I've never seen so much money in my life, so I came here to broaden my horizons. My portrayal of a fool with this self-introduction struck precisely at the heart of the matter. Upon hearing this, the greed in the eyes of those burly men swiftly transformed into ferocity. One, named De Xiong, slammed his hand on the table, his expression shifting dramatically as he bellowed. What? You dare to bring counterfeit money to our illusion city? Seeking death, are you? Brothers, surround him. Goodness, did this script not allow for any build-up? The moment their demeanor changed, I was instantly possessed by the spirit of a dramatist. My eyes widened in panic, and my voice trembled as I stammered, impossible. This is a grave misunderstanding. All my money was exchanged at the bank. How could it be fake? I even have the bank's check as proof. As I spoke, I pretended to rummage through my pockets, deliberately inviting them to act. If they struck first, I could claim self-defense. In that case, not only could I take them all down, but I could also uncover the sinister forces lurking behind this casino. I slowed my movements, calling out, everyone listen to me. There's been a misunderstanding. I have a check. If we could bring that check from the counter, the truth would be revealed. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to me. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the counter staff member avoiding eye contact, exchanging frantic glances with those nearby. I knew full well that they were in cahoots, and they had no intention of retrieving that check. So this was their game? I raised my voice an octave. It seems this matter is rather complicated. I trust a casino of this magnitude has at least one camera, correct? Let us check the footage. If it shows I did not present the check, I shall take the fall. But if it proves I did, You must provide me with an explanation." With this declaration, I had them cornered. The burly men erupted with laughter, pointing at me and cursing, "You fraud. Seeking to view the footage? You came here to cause trouble." I shook my head, sighed softly, yet my voice was audible to all. "It appears that reasoning will not suffice. Since you prefer to communicate with your fists, do not blame me later." As soon as the words left my mouth, the muscular men lunged at me like rabid dogs. In that instant, it felt as though the world had slowed to a crawl. The first man swung a fist, and I gracefully sidestepped, sending him crashing into a gambling table like a bowling ball. The second, attempting a sneak attack from behind, was met with a swift trip that sent him soaring, shattering the glass of the exchange counter and scattering money across the floor. Throughout the process, I felt as if I were dancing, an elegance that was simply exquisite. I performed a seamless series of moves, treating these hulking men as my dance partners. Not a single one of them laid a finger on me as they all tumbled to the ground in disarray. The room fell silent, and everyone regarded me as though I were a spectacle. I maintained my composure, my breathing steady, brushing off non-existent dust from my attire. I approached the terrified counter-staff member, the scent of fear palpable. I tapped on the shattered glass of the counter and smiled, saying, "Now, I believe we can calmly revisit the matter of that check." The staff member's face drained of color, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he shakily retrieved my check from a compartment. His voice laced with panic, "I apologize, sir. It's a blatant misunderstanding. I accidentally placed it in the wrong spot." The surrounding gamblers erupted in a frenzy of speculation, all pondering my true identity. Just then, applause and hearty laughter resonated from the second floor. I glanced up to see a middle-aged man clad in extravagant attire, holding a glass of red wine, gazing at me with keen interest. "Marvelous, truly marvelous," he exclaimed. "I am Charles, the owner of this casino. Young man, your skill and audacity have left a deep impression on me. As an apology, I shall cover all your expenses tonight. Would you honor me with your presence upstairs for further discourse?" At last, the main figure had made his entrance. I sensed he was the quintessential hex player, exuding glamour on the surface while harboring untold darkness beneath. I nodded in acknowledgement and, amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, ascended the stairs. Yet, at the moment I turned, I caught sight of Charles making a minuscule gesture to his subordinates, a slicing motion across his throat. My heart sank. I realized that the counter-staff member and those sprawled on the floor would likely meet a grim fate tonight. In this place, no one was left alive. As I climbed the staircase, I could feel the fiery gazes of the women on the first floor fixated upon me. Their expressions had transformed from viewing me as a mere nouveau riche to perceiving me as a dangerously alluring figure of both wealth and power. I could hear their whispers as I ascended. One in a red dress remarked, "Indeed, following those henchmen is rather dull. It's always the same." Another in a silver mini-skirt chimed in, "But this young man is different. He is a potential gem. Being with him offers a future." Incredibly, they had already cast me as the ultimate catch, just shy of placing bets on who would win my favor. Their intentions shone brightly in their eyes, akin to a spotlight. The age-old adage of rising to greatness, of seizing opportunity, echoed in my mind. An unspoken war was brewing behind me, and I had become the most coveted prize. However, I had no time for such distractions and proceeded directly into the core of the casino. As the lights illuminated the space, a figure emerged before me. It was none other than Charles Vanderlint, the proprietor of this establishment. I must say, the way he stood there, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips, conveyed an air of mastery, as if the entire world revolved around him. His presence exuded an aura of power that was palpable. I was acutely aware that he was the primary target, the individual the Navy sought to eliminate. Although he appeared to run a casino, he was involved in human trafficking and illicit dealings, amassing wealth beyond measure. His influence was so vast that even high-ranking officials from certain nations were his guests, leaving the Navy powerless to act, resorting only to sending elite operatives like me to dismantle his operations from within. As I contemplated my next move, a server silently glided toward me, presenting an exquisitely crafted invitation. "Sir, Mr. Charles requests your presence at a private party on the top floor. My mind raced. It seemed he had taken note of me sooner than expected. This was the opportunity one had been seeking to approach the core of his empire. In the ensuing days, I experienced the dizzying splendor of excess. Parties followed parties, banquets melded into one another, surrounded by elegantly dressed individuals of affluence. What I had only witnessed in anime now unfolded before my eyes daily. The plush carpets seemed to swallow my feet, and the air was saturated with the sense of wealth and perfume. With a mere wave of my hand, someone would materialize to light my cigarette or pour my drink. The sensation of control was intoxicating, a wealth so immense it nearly overwhelmed my senses. One evening aboard a yacht, with the sea breeze caressing my face, sipping fine wine while gazing at the distant city lights, I felt a fleeting moment of disconnection, as if I were destined to live this life. Flattering words poured into my ears like a torrent, almost causing me to forget my true purpose. Truth be told, there was a moment when I wavered, contemplating whether to succumb to this hedonistic lifestyle. Wouldn't it be easier to reign as a local sovereign than to remain a covert agent? Yet, as the night deepened and I gazed at the stars above, that small voice within me stirred once more. I recalled the aspirations I had prior to my crossing, the dreams of justice that once fueled my spirit. If I truly become ensnared, my betrayal would extend beyond my mission, reaching into the very essence of my ideals. No, I must maintain my composure. From that day forth, while I feigned indulgence in the pleasures of life, my mind was calculating with fervor. I commenced my discreet observations, meticulously gathering evidence to dismantle this nefarious empire. Charles, that cunning old fox, was undoubtedly keeping a watchful eye on me, orchestrating an array of exquisite temptations, dazzling women and rare treasures, testing my resolve. There were intellectual beauties adorned with antique necklaces, whispering sweet nothings meant only for my ears, inviting me to indulge in art appreciation, and exotic sirens wielding fans, playfully beckoning my fingers, claiming possession of an Eastern relic that could grant wishes. I welcomed them all, yet refrained from physical contact, responding courteously while maintaining a respectful distance. We strolled through the city, engaging in discussions of art, philosophy, and the stars, but never straying into matters of romance. My focus was on spiritual connection, and, you know what? Those ladies became utterly bewildered. Upon reporting back to Charles, the old fox was left in a state of confusion, seated in his study, listening to his female subordinates serving wine and lighting cigars. His mind was rife with questions. Who exactly was Locke? How could a naval elite display such indifference towards wealth, beauty, and power? Was he in pursuit of something more refined, or was he merely a master of disguise? Eventually, the old fox could no longer contain himself and decided to confront me directly. One fateful night, cloaked in darkness, he dispatched his most formidable assassin, a notorious figure known as Knight's Edge, with a bounty of 70 million Bailey on his head, to ambush me in my usual alleyway. I must tell you, his entrance was akin to a cinematic spectacle. As the cold wind swept through, his blade glinted ominously, hurtling towards my face. What was the outcome? I scarcely paid him heed. With a mere sidestep, I evaded his lethal strike. In the next instant, I countered with a swift grip, resulting in a resounding crack as his wrist broke, sending his weapon clattering to the ground. A swift elbow strike to his ribs sent him howling, his body soaring several meters like a kite severed from its string, collapsing on the ground in a heap. The entire encounter lasted less than 3 seconds. I feared I might have struck too hard and ended his life, yet fortunately, a companion swiftly restrained me. All the while, Charles, lurking in the shadows, witnessed the entire spectacle with clarity. I would wager his jaw dropped in disbelief. At that moment, the old fox realized I was not a pawn to be manipulated at will, prompting him to dispense with the pretense and summon me to his private study, cluttered with ancient tomes, to lay his cards on the table. "Locke, let us be forthright," he rasped, pacing by the window. "I know you are no ordinary individual. Your capabilities, your background, and even your connection to the Navy, I no longer wish to speculate. Tell me, what do you truly desire?" He paced, hands clasped behind his back, attempting to establish an air of intimidation. I confess, I have tested you, but your performance has revealed you to be a significant variable. If you were sent by the Navy to eliminate me, you would have had the opportunity by now. Therefore, I believe you harbor other intentions. Money? Power? Speak, and I shall grant it, provided that I am assured you do not seek to upend my empire. I gazed at him, my heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. My mind fractured into two halves. The naval officer within me screamed, "Eliminate him. Complete the mission," while the pirate side, a mischievous grin on my lips, urged, "Listen to his proposition. There may be more excitement ahead." I remained silent, observing him with an amused smile. I sensed that this blend of confidence and calmness I projected transcended the expected demeanor of a typical naval officer or pirate, undoubtedly leading the old fox to perceive me as an unfathomable enigma. I also came to realize that even if I were to strike him down today, this vast empire would not crumble. It functioned like a meticulously engineered machine, with Charles merely occupying the driver's seat. Another could easily take his place. To dismantle it, I would need access to the complete schematics and dismantle each component systematically. Thus, I leisurely spoke, my tone as casual as discussing the weather. "Charles, your vision is limited. Eliminate you? Your empire is akin to a hydra. Sever one head, and two more shall emerge. I'm not so idle. I am but a traveler passing through, intrigued by your domain, merely lingering as an observer." Upon uttering these words, I distinctly observed a bead of cold sweat trickle down Charles's temple. His greatest fear was not a formidable adversary, but rather an entity like myself, one who comprehended the entirety of his operations yet sought nothing in return. Panic engulfed him. "Locke," his voice trembled, "I have a proposition. Instead of remaining an observer, why not engage in this game with me? Let us join forces. You could even occupy my position. How about becoming my successor?" What a conundrum. As an undercover agent, I was on the verge of being seduced into becoming a crime lord. How could I explain this to Admiral Akiji? To admit failure due to inadvertently ascending to the enemy's throne? My mind reeled. Yet a clever idea struck me, prompting a counteroffer. I shook my head. Being a leader is exhausting. Instead, let's collaborate, Charles. I can help you cleanse your ranks, acting as your elite troubleshooter, resolving those internal pests that plague you. In exchange, grant me ample trust and resources. What do you say? This arrangement would not only provide me legitimate access to the core secrets of the Empire, but also allow me to fulfill my mission of dismantling the organization. An exquisite plan. Charles hesitated momentarily before revealing a smile imbued with complexity, as if he were appreciating an exquisite strategic maneuver. "Locke, you're a constant source of surprises." "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest." Thus, a confrontation that could have sealed our fates dramatically transformed into an unusual alliance. In a single night, I transitioned from a mysterious outsider to Charles's publicly acknowledged heir apparent. As I traversed the casino and dock, all who beheld me offered their respectful greetings, addressing me as Lord Locke. Rumors swirled beyond imagination, with the most outrageous claiming I was Charles's long-lost son, which would explain his unwavering trust in me. I refrained from clarifying, opting instead for tacit approval. These tales became my finest camouflage, allowing me to establish a firmer foothold within this underworld. Yet, in the stillness of the night, I would often find myself alone in the shadows of my office, retrieving the emerald green special telephone bug and dialing the Navy headquarters. "Admiral Akiji, this is Locke. My position here is becoming increasingly secure. Charles has declared me his successor." Akiji's signature languid voice resonated from the other end. "Locke, you are performing excellently. Remember your mission. Do not be seduced by the allure that surrounds you." I hung up, closing my eyes to savor a moment of tranquility. By day, I was the esteemed Lord Locke within Charles's empire, relishing the taste of power. By night, I became the solitary warrior of the Navy, plotting how to upend it all. Occasionally, I would chuckle to myself in the mirror, amused by the thrill of this dual existence. And now, a new task awaited me. I must inform you, this target is the epitome of human scum, known as Blackthorn, a slave trader of unspeakable depravity, a truly vile individual. Once a man of family and livelihood, He lost everything in a maritime conflict, rescued by a slave ship rather than expressing gratitude. He twisted fate's hand and embraced the darkest trade. His methods are merciless. He razes villages, tears families apart, and trains children to become assassins, committing every conceivable atrocity. Thus, the organization instructed me to eliminate him physically. To be candid, every time I engage in such tasks, I feel a twinge of discomfort within. In my naval days, I vowed to protect the vulnerable, yet now I find myself operating in the shadows as a grim reaper. However, for the sake of the ultimate goal, one must sometimes get their hands dirty. That night, I donned my nocturnal attire and gracefully traversed the rooftops, executing my movements with remarkable fluidity. The lair of Heiji, a mere converted warehouse, was swarmed with mercenaries and traps. Yet, armed with insider information, I navigated effortlessly past all surveillance and stealthily approached his bedroom door. Peering through the crack, I observed him leisurely savoring red wine, blissfully unaware that death stood at his threshold. Without engaging in idle chatter, I swiftly dispatched the guard at the door and slipped inside like a specter. The expression on his face upon seeing me could have been immortalized as an emoticon. I approached him and declared, "Heiji, your nefarious career ends here." With a swift motion, it was done, clean and decisive. I also managed to seize a confidential document from him, which unveiled a more extensive network of slavery, implicating even certain high-ranking officials in the empire. This was a veritable ace up my sleeve, a crucial piece in my subsequent strategy. After completing the task, I stood atop the roof, allowing the wind to caress my face, yet my mind wandered to another matter. I pondered the actions of Admiral Qingji, the epitome of naval strength, and questioned how such a prominent figure could ally with the likes of Blackbeard. Was this not a blatant conflict of interest? I wondered if he, like me, had discovered the rot within the Navy and succumbed to disillusionment with the world. Was his choice also a necessary sacrifice? Nevertheless, such musings were futile. I shook my head and proceeded to the small cabin where Heiji's senior aides gathered. As I pushed the door open, an immediate silence enveloped the room. The individuals inside were fearsome, yet their eyes widened in terror at my presence. The air was so thick with tension, one could hear a pin drop. I wasted no time, stating bluntly, "Your leader, Heiji, will not be returning." With that declaration, I produced a forged letter from my coat and slammed it onto the table. The handwriting was unmistakably his. They could see for themselves. The letter circulated among them, and their faces morphed into a kaleidoscope of emotions. It stated that Heiji had conceded defeat and instructed them to follow the guidance of the Charles Empire. The once dominant figures were left utterly bewildered. I could sense their thoughts. My voice, though not loud, resonated clearly. The era of Heiji has concluded. Now, you must choose your path forward. Will you join him in the grave, or seek a more formidable ally in me, in the Charles Empire, and ascend to new heights? I observed the hesitation, calculations, and struggles reflected in their eyes. I did not pressure them. My tone softened. "Take your time to consider. I shall grant you until dawn to decide. Remember, the gates of the Empire open only for the astute." With that, I departed, leaving them to deliberate. I settled onto a rickety wooden chair outside, closing my eyes, though my ears remained attentive to the unfolding discussions within. The atmosphere erupted into chaos. A brawny man known as Iron Fist Mike slammed his fist on the table, bellowing in disbelief about avenging their leader. Opposite him, a slender figure named Strategist Sam, who exuded calmness, urged him to accept reality, asserting that their leader had anticipated this outcome. They were not discussing betrayal, but survival. Then a female officer, Shadow Leah, voiced her conflicted sentiments, expressing their loyalty to their leader after so many years. The debate escalated, with some clamoring for loyalty, while others advocated for pragmatism. The workplace drama was universally familiar. Shortly thereafter, the door creaked open. The first to emerge was Strategist Sam, followed closely by Shadow Leah. The room erupted in even greater outrage, with a robust man named Mountain Bear angrily demanding how they could betray their leader. Sam turned back, his gaze icy. "This is not betrayal. It is a choice to survive, which was also the wish of our leader." Leah remained silent, yet her expression spoke volumes. a complexity that could fill an essay. They approached me, and Sam spoke first. "Mr. Locke, we wish to follow you. We are aware of all that Heiji had, his connections, resources, secrets. They will undoubtedly be of use to you." I had anticipated their emergence. They were indeed wise individuals. I stood and regarded them, a prudent decision. Then I glanced back at the closed door, hoping that those still hesitating would understand that the times had changed, and clinging to the past would lead only to ruin. As soon as I finished speaking, the door swung open once more. This time, several emerged, led by a rotund man known as Smiling Tiger Tom. He approached with exaggerated deference. "Mr. Locke, I apologize for the delay. We have come to a consensus and wish to ally with you." As he approached, his smile was insincere, and I noticed him exchanging glances with his companions. I inwardly scoffed. His performance was woefully inadequate. In an instant, he lunged at me like a cheetah, prompting his compatriots to draw their weapons for a surprise attack. Alas, attempting such tactics against me was childish play. I sidestepped Tom's assault effortlessly, delivering a swift blow to his neck, and he collapsed without a sound. The flurry of blades and strikes that followed unfolded in slow motion to my eyes. They could not even graze my garments. Mountain Bear swung his large blade with force, but it was all in vain. Combat is never merely a numbers game. As I maneuvered among them, the scene unfolded as a one-sided rout. I hardly broke a sweat as they fell one by one, realizing that they were not even in the same league as me. After dispatching the misguided attackers, I cleared my throat to shatter the silence. I turned to Sam and Leah, whose faces were ashen. I spoke softly. "It seems you both must make your choice as well, mustn't you?" They exchanged glances, their expressions riddled with conflict. Ultimately, they gritted their teeth and drew their weapons, stepping towards their former comrades on the ground. With a swift motion, they delivered the final blow to their erstwhile brothers. The scene was, to be honest, quite brutal. Once they finished, they trembled, their faces paler than parchment. I approached and, surprisingly, applauded, my claps echoing sharply in the still night. "Well done. From this moment forward, you are part of the Charles Empire." I offered words of comfort, though internally I scoffed. How could I fully trust those capable of turning on their brothers for the sake of survival? Nevertheless, given their limited abilities, their bounty would barely reach 30 to 40 million. Even if they sought to rebel, they could not stir any significant turmoil. In the face of my absolute strength, any schemes would be mere folly. Remember, today's sacrifices lay the groundwork for tomorrow's glory. I patted Sam on the shoulder, imparting a veiled warning. In the ensuing days, I guided these two new subordinates as we undertook a comprehensive takeover of the remnants left by Heiji. I instructed them to divulge all connections, trading points, and transport routes, and I would negotiate with each in turn. Some would be offered monetary compensation, while others would be promised status, employing both soft and hard tactics. With me, you will no longer be mere rats in the gutter, but lions basking in the sunlight. In a clandestine meeting, I skillfully painted an enticing picture, and the results were quite remarkable. Over the course of several months, I discreetly orchestrated the dismantling of the entire slave trade network, which subsequently became a property of the Charles Empire. However, these two individuals behind the scenes were far from carefree. I must tell you, they often found themselves furtively hiding in a dimly lit room, consumed by regret and fear. Leah trembled as she asked Sam, "Did we make a mistake?" Sam sighed heavily. Weariness etched across his face. "There is no turning back now. We have taken the life of a brother in exchange for a chance at survival. But this opportunity hangs over us like a sword of Damocles." Leah's voice quivered on the brink of tears, nearly despairing. "But can we truly escape?" At that moment, Sam, upon hearing her words, snapped Leah out of her despair. Surveying the cramped space, scarcely large enough for a rat, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Escape? Where can we flee? That fellow Locke's influence has enveloped what little resources we once possessed like a spider's web. We are but two insignificant insects caught in his snare. Fleeing would mean certain death." Sam's mind worked rapidly as he quickly devised a plan. "We cannot simply wait for death. We must turn the tables and leverage Locke's ambitions. Consider this. As he seeks to expand and maintain that nefarious trade network, can he truly afford to be, without professionals like us, who understand the intricacies of the business. Absolutely not. This is our value. We must don the masks of performers, appearing more loyal than anyone else, making him believe we are his sharpest blades. Meanwhile, we shall quietly cultivate our own influence, leaving ourselves an avenue of escape. Leah, perceptive as ever, felt a spark reignite within her eyes upon hearing this. Yes, that was the crux of the matter. We must play the long game, biding our time. The two exchanged a glance, a silent understanding forged in the crucible of desperation. Who among our kin understands this? One moment, they were betrayers. The next, they became double agents. The highs and lows of life were exhilarating. But do you think the story is as simple as that? Let me tell you, as the scene shifted, you won't believe what unfolded next. There stood Locke, the true ace in the hole, by the window, bathed in moonlight, exuding an air of aloof solitude. He had just attempted to contact his superiors when, to his dismay, the line went dead. He sighed into the void, muttering to himself, being an undercover agent is truly a thankless task. At that moment, I felt like an elderly subway rider staring at his phone in disbelief. What? Locke is an undercover agent? It turns out he is not a mafia overlord, but rather a top agent sent by the world government to infiltrate the Charles Empire and dismantle the entire illegal trade network in the Eastern Sea from within. His inability to reach his superiors meant he was now a kite severed from its string, with all actions resting solely on his shoulders. One misstep could lead to a disastrous plunge. This was exhilarating. No orders meant no constraints. He could unleash his full potential. Gazing at the map, his eyes glinted with determination, deciding to target Sam and Leah, the remnants of a fallen dynasty, using them as pawns to stir chaos in the murky waters. And just like that, he set his plan into motion. Locke brought Sam and Leah to a slave transit island, under the guise of inspecting operations. Upon seeing him, their hearts raced, yet they forced smiles while reporting their findings. Sam stated, "Mr. Locke, the market demand has surged recently. Slaves are being consumed rapidly, necessitating a restock." Leah chimed in, "Security has also been enhanced to prevent any potential escapes." They were both acutely aware of their own roles as the greatest fugitives. Listening to their report, Locke wore a beaming smile, while his mind was as clear as crystal. As he strolled around the island, he casually asked questions, each one designed to trap them, eagerly anticipating their responses. Sam and Leah followed closely behind, holding their breath, exchanging glances at lightning speed, frantically analyzing whether their boss had caught wind of their ulterior motives. Should they plead for mercy or resist if discovered? Yet, the moment such thoughts arose, they were swiftly extinguished by the chilling realization of Locke's formidable strength. As night deepened and the sea breeze sent shivers down their spines, Locke led them to the edge of a cliff. "I thought, this is it. This classic scene is surely a prelude to silencing them." But then Locke turned and laid his cards on the table. "I know you harbor secrets and are not entirely sincere with me. However, I offer you an opportunity." Astonishingly, he revealed his plan. He wanted Sam and Leah to act for him, deliberately sabotaging several slave transactions to create a commotion, allowing him to report back to the world government that the Eastern Seas trade network was on the verge of collapse. Once accomplished, he promised them a chance at survival. Sam and Leah were taken aback. The sudden twist felt like a whirlwind. Shocked, skeptical, but overwhelmed with the exhilaration of grasping a lifeline. Sam stammered, "Is what you say true? Can you guarantee our safety?" Leah, gritting her teeth, added, "How can we trust you?" Locke, with an air of charisma, smiled slightly and replied, "Trust is indeed a rare commodity. However, you will soon witness that I, Locke, am a man of my word." With that, he turned his back to them, the wind billowing his cloak, embodying an image of sheer elegance. Sam and Leah gazed at him, their hearts a tumult of emotions, fully aware that from that moment onward, their fates were irrevocably intertwined with this enigmatic man and the future of the Eastern Sea. As soon as Locke departed, the two hastily convened a private meeting. Leah lowered her voice and inquired, "What do you think? Is this guy a revolutionary or affiliated with the Navy?" Sam analyzed with clarity. The revolutionaries aim to liberate slaves, focusing on ideological education. The Navy, on the other hand, specializes in internal sabotage, executing comprehensive takedowns. He is likely a hound of the Navy. Both understood the situation perfectly, yet outwardly remained composed, deciding to play along with Locke for now, serving as his accomplices while secretly seeking an opportunity to escape. Thus, their next destination was a place ominously dubbed Shadow Gladiator Island. I must tell you, this place was akin to a living hell. By day, it appeared to be a desolate isle, but come nightfall, it was ablaze with lights and madness. At the island's center stood a colossal arena where slaves fought to the death, surrounded by various perverted nobles and pirates who wagered fortunes and lives, even auctioning off beautiful slaves on the spot. Locke and Leah, masquerading as a couple seeking amusement, blended into the crowd. Locke's keen instincts, akin to radar, immediately sensed something amiss. He felt several predatory gazes fixated upon them, like flies drawn to honey. A quick glance revealed a group of burly men, adorned with wolf tattoos, leering at Leah with salacious grins, their eyes practically declaring their intentions. Locke gently squeezed Leah's hand, and she understood instantly. Her smile widened, yet her eyes darted around, plotting 8 possible escape routes. The wolf-tattooed men continued their lewd banter. "Hey, look at that girl. She's a real treat. That boy next to her looks like a softie. We'll teach him a lesson about who's in charge around here." Locke chuckled in disbelief, thinking perhaps he had been too low-key lately, emboldening every ruffian to test their luck. Leah found it amusing as well. She raised her voice playfully. "Darling, it seems tonight's appetizer is far more enticing than the main course." With a graceful twirl, her skirt billowed, feigning flirtation while actually positioning herself for a fight. Locke whispered in her ear, "Let us toy with him a bit. They need to learn that some people are not to be trifled with." With that, they deliberately quickened their pace, leading their pursuers into a secluded alley. The moment they entered, Locke spun around, wearing a cat-and-mouse grin. "Gentlemen, you've been following us for quite some time. What's your business?" The wolf-tattooed men, emboldened by their prey's apparent naivety, grew bolder. The leader, a burly man with a face full of bravado, licked his lips and approached. "Hey, handsome couple, stop pretending. Our group of friends has taken a liking to you, and we would be delighted if you could join us for a drink, promising an unforgettable experience." Another slender fellow directly addressed Leah with a lewd chuckle, particularly singling her out. "Especially you, miss. Come with us, and I guarantee you will experience true pleasure." Locke, without even glancing at them, calmly remarked to Leah, "Since these gentlemen are so enthusiastic, why don't you entertain them a bit and bring them some joy?" Upon hearing this, the group of brash men erupted into laughter, mistakenly believing Locke was intimidated, and they were ready to trade their girlfriend for survival. One eager fellow reached out to grasp Leah's arm, exclaiming, "Come on, sweetheart. Let me show you a good time." Just as that filthy hand was about to make contact, Leah allowed a soft sigh. It was not disappointment, but exhilaration. I tell you, Locke's words were like an incantation that lifted a seal. In a swift motion, Leah evaded like a dancer, and in her hand, a glint of cold steel revealed a dagger that had slipped into her palm. With a sweet smile directed at the man, she said, "I'm sorry, but it seems you first need to learn how to spell the word respect." In the next instant, Leah transformed into a ghostly shadow, wielding the dagger as if it were alive, tracing lethal arcs under the moonlight, resembling a blossoming crimson lotus. The once arrogant men barely had time to react before their tendons were severed with precision. Their screams shattered the stillness of the night. The hunters of the previous moment now writhed on the ground like worms, pleading for mercy. "Please spare us. We will never dare again. I was wrong. I truly was wrong." Leah stood among them, her gaze icy, articulating each word with chilling clarity. "You do not fear me. You merely fear death." Her voice was colder than the sea breeze. In the surrounding bushes, a few spies who had been watching were pale with fright, fervently reciting prayers. Thankful they had not approached these 2 harbingers of doom. They hurried back to report to their leader that 2 formidable dragons had arrived on the island. Only then did Locke leisurely approach, surveying the scene of devastation with a concerned inquiry. "Are you all right?" Leah sheathed her dagger and smiled back at him. "I'm fine. We should continue." Meanwhile, in another corner of the island, a man named Bakes, a local despot, paced restlessly. He resembled a plumb ball, adorned with a necklace of animal bones, and was the overseer of slaves in this region. His subordinates trembled as they reported the arrival of two fierce individuals who seemed particularly interested in the goods. Bakes, simple-minded and easily frustrated by complications, muttered, "Are they buyers or troublemakers? Can't they be straightforward?" His men quickly added, "We heard they are exceptionally skilled, and that woman's beauty and prowess were exaggerated in descriptions." Bake's small eyes sparkled with interest. He slapped his thigh, nearly drooling. "Oh, a beautiful and spirited woman, like a wild horse? I like it. I, Bakes, thrive on conquering such fiery steeds." He was so excited that his flesh quivered, already imagining Leah as his next prized possession, urgently barking, "Quick, arrange a meeting for me. I must see her in person." Let me tell you, this rotund fellow was completely obsessed, pacing back and forth in his quarters like a pig in a slaughterhouse, still fantasizing about being the king of the pigpen. His mind was already enacting a grand drama of how to conquer and possess our sister Leah. Those who understand the situation know that this man was not driven by affection. He was merely a collector. In a corner of his quarters sat a shelf filled with bizarre trinkets. I tell you, upon closer inspection, one would find that many of these items were crafted from human bones. What bone carvings and ornaments were displayed were remnants of women he had previously toyed with. He referred to this as immortality, claiming that his deep love could only be preserved through such means. Good heavens, it made me nauseous. This was a form of physical exorcism, a cybernetic keepsake. This fellow's thought processes were more tangled than my headphone wires. As the scene shifted to Leah and me, we exuded an aura of confidence. Having just dealt with those tattooed ruffians, the news of our encounter spread like wildfire throughout the market. As we walked among the crowd, the merchants and tourists regarded us as if we were rare animals, parting the way for us, reminiscent of Moses parting the sea. Locke maintained his composure, wearing a disinterested smile, but I knew he was keenly aware of the situation. Leah followed closely behind him, her gaze sharp like that of an eagle, constantly scanning our surroundings. Locke whispered to me, "We've made quite a stir. We need to proceed with caution in our search for what we seek." Just then, a comically well-dressed, smiling fat man approached us with two bodyguards in tow. He spoke in the slick tone of a businessman. "Ah, esteemed guests, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Giacassi, the most renowned merchant on this island. I've heard of your remarkable skills, and I happen to be hosting a private auction featuring top-tier treasures. I would like to extend an invitation for you to attend." Locke and I exchanged knowing glances. This was indeed an unexpected opportunity. Although Giacassi appeared arrogant and annoying, we recognized the potential here. Locke feigned indifference as he replied, "All right, let us see what you have. However, we do have discerning tastes." Giacassi beamed even brighter, hastily gesturing for us to follow. We trailed behind him through winding alleys until we reached a subterranean entrance. It appeared shabby from the outside, but inside was an entirely different world. This place, dubbed Jinguji, was anything but respectable. Once inside, it was opulent, adorned with animal skins and marble, with even the seating cushioned with plush coverings. The air was thick with the scents of spices and wine, accompanied by an indescribable blend of excitement and tension. The venue was filled with the island's wealthy elite, all bedecked in gold and silver. The most striking feature was the rows of iron cages lining the space, each containing slaves. Beside each cage stood muscular guards wielding whips, their gazes lethal. I surveyed the scene, noting the variety of individuals within the cages, some dark-skinned and defiant, others local and filled with despair. To be honest, a few were undeniably beautiful. One golden-haired girl with tear-streaked cheeks, and a muscular young man whose fiery gaze suggested he was ready to explode. Locke observed everything with a stoic expression, but I could tell he was already calculating his next move. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bake's subordinates were frantically searching for us. Resembling ants on a hot pan, they had discovered that we seemed to have vanished into thin air, and they were close to tears, knowing that returning empty-handed would surely incur Bake's wrath. Fortunately, they had some connections in the market, and, after bribing an old spice seller, they learned we were with Giacassi at an auction to the east. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up, They thought it was their chance to shine and hurriedly made their way toward Jean Gugihua, planning to intercept us at the entrance and earn Bake's favor. They stealthily concealed themselves near the entrance, whispering amongst themselves. One said, "When they come out, we'll say that Bakes wishes to invite them for tea. No one on the island dares refuse him." Another chimed in, "Yes, yes, let us boast about our boss's treasures, ensuring they won't regret missing this chance." I tell you, these fools were already fantasizing about the rewards they would receive from Bakes, discussing the prospect of a female slave as if it were their right. Their conversation dripping with lewdness. The excitement of potential riches was palpable, making my fists clench. At the auction, the atmosphere grew increasingly frenzied. An overly slick auctioneer stood on stage, fervently introducing each young girl as if they were mere commodities. "Ladies and gentlemen, this exquisite pearl from the East, with her porcelain skin and captivating beauty, excels in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The starting bid is 50,000 gold coins." The crowd below erupted into a frenzy, shouting and raising their bids with wild abandon. Leah and I sat in a corner, watching the scene unfold, our hearts sinking to the depths of despair. This was no longer a mere transaction. It was an outright trampling of life itself. Leah's gaze was as frigid as ice, and I could sense that she had already entertained thoughts of violence. As soon as the auction concluded, we hastily made our exit. Once outside that dreadful place, Locke immediately sensed something amiss. He leaned in and whispered to me, "Someone is watching us." "It must be Bacchus's men." Leah let out a cold chuckle. "Perfect. It saves us the trouble of seeking them out. Let us play along and see what tricks they have up their sleeves." Thus, we deliberately slowed our pace, feigning interest in the scenery. Sure enough, a young man approached us with a grin, greeting us with exaggerated respect. "Esteemed guests, our boss has great admiration for you both and wishes to invite you to his residence for a discussion." Locke pretended to ponder for a moment before nodding. "Very well. Lead the way." The henchmen were elated, guiding us toward Bacchus's estate. Along the way, they whispered foolishly about their desires for a blonde companion or a poetic muse, completely oblivious to the increasingly frigid exchanges between Leah and me. Eventually, we arrived at a heavily guarded mansion, and the henchmen proudly ushered us inside. Upon entering the grand hall, I was assaulted by a foul stench, and there he was, Bacchus, that grotesque figure, seated in the main chair. Leah immediately furrowed her brow, instinctively covering her nose. Her eyes fell upon the macabre adornments composed of bones that Bacchus wore, and her disgust was unmasked. Instead of deterring him, Bacchus's perverse excitement grew upon seeing Leah's disdain. He squinted his beady eyes and began to interrogate Locke about his origins. Locke embarked on his performance, portraying himself as an ordinary merchant with excess wealth seeking amusement. Bacchus, skeptical yet intrigued, resolved to keep us placated, smirking as he declared, "Since you seek amusement, I assure you my treasures will broaden your horizons." As he led us deeper into the estate, I could easily discern his ulterior motives. He was incited by Lee's disdainful demeanor and was determined to conquer this wild stallion. He pretended to organize a welcome ceremony, while his henchmen stealthily blocked our escape routes. In a dimly lit corridor, suddenly, there was a deafening crash. A massive iron cage plummeted from above, trapping Leah and me within its confines. Bacchus stood outside the cage, his grotesque visage grinning like a flower, triumphantly announcing, "So, Mr. Locke, the journey ends here." Then, leering at Leah, he extended what he presumed to be an olive branch. "Beautiful lady, if you choose to accompany me, a life of luxury awaits you." "Who is my sister, Leah?" She rolled her eyes, her voice icy as she retorted, "Your power and wealth are no different from refuse in my eyes." Bacchus immediately lost his composure, his face darkening with rage as he bellowed, "Very well. You brought this upon yourself." He waved his hand, commanding his henchmen, "Give them a welcome gift to help them awaken." Just as the henchmen moved to act, Locke suddenly laughed. He spoke slowly, his voice low yet resonant. "You may laugh, but you have no idea whom you're dealing with. I may lack a formidable background, but that does not hinder my ability to teach you a lesson." Locke's words instantly intimidated the henchmen, sparking hushed whispers among them, sowing doubt. Bacchus, however, erupted in fury. He slammed his palm against the iron cage, producing a deafening clang, and roared at his henchmen, "Fools! When did it become your prerogative to negotiate with prisoners? This is Forbidden Domain Island. I back us in the law." He advanced toward the cage, his gaze predatory, as he declared, "I will make you experience true despair. Then you will kneel and beg me for the chance to become my slaves." As soon as he finished his threats, Bacchus gestured for his minions to attack. The flickering lights in the cellar cast eerie shadows, and the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. I could see the fire in Lee's eyes. She was anxious and fixated on Locke, yet there was an inexplicable trust in my brother, creating a tumult of emotions within her. After all, a direct confrontation was not feasible for her, a speed and stealth assassin, against a heavyweight like Bacchus. Yet Locke, he merely smiled. He leisurely addressed the henchman wielding the branding irons. "I have given you an opportunity. It's a pity you took it for granted. Now, there is no escape. Blame your lack of perception." As the red-hot branding iron was about to descend upon him, a miraculous event occurred. It halted mid-air, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Unable to move, everyone stood dumbfounded, jaws agape, as though they had encountered ghosts. At that moment, Locke's gaze turned frigid, and his voice was as sharp as ice. "Did you truly believe that this worthless scrap could harm me in the slightest?" In the next instant, with a mere flick of his wrist, the massive iron cage, thicker than my waist, shattered into several pieces as easily as cutting through tofu. Bacchus's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Even more astonishing was that his once boastful henchmen, without uttering a sound, collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide with uncomprehending terror, all meeting their demise in an instant. The cellar fell into a chilling silence, broken only by Bacchus's heavy breathing. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his skin, yet he dared not move. He finally recognized that this young man before him was not someone he could provoke. His voice faltered, trembling as he inquired, What have you done?" Locke, as if brushing dust off his shoulders, replied nonchalantly, "I offered them a choice. Unfortunately, they chose poorly." His tone and demeanor were a stark contrast to the carefree attitude he had previously displayed. Leah watched beside him, her eyes shining with admiration. Step by step, Locke advanced toward Bacchus, each footfall echoing in the hearts of all present. The frightened pirates stumbled backward, their legs trembling. When fear reaches its peak, it often ignites indignation. Bacchus was no exception. He suddenly roared, his round face turning as red as liver, and swung his great sword at Locke with the intent to cleave the cellar in two. "You my brother, Locke?" He was elegance personified, effortlessly dodging the attack. Then, with a gentle flourish of his hands, haystacks materialized from thin air, swirling around him as if alive. Bacchus was momentarily stunned, likely pondering whether this was the legendary power of a devil fruit. The battle escalated into a fevered intensity. Bacchus swung his sword with ferocity, yet could not graze Locke's garments. Meanwhile, the haystacks exhibited uncanny prowess. Whenever Bacchus struck, they transformed into shields, and when he hesitated, they darted toward him like arrows. Exploiting his weaknesses, Bacchus was drenched in sweat, struggling to keep up. Suddenly, Locke accelerated, and the haystacks wove together into a massive net, ensnaring Bacchus' corpulent form tightly. However, this rotund man was no coward. He howled defiantly, breaking free from the hay net, bloodied and bruised, chunks of flesh clinging to the straw. A sight that was painful to behold. Realizing that he must fight with all his might or perish here, he inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength for a final strike, the gale wave slash. With that single swing, the entire cellar quaked violently, stones cascading from above. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Luaka swiftly turned to Leah and shouted, "Quick, gather everyone and retreat. This place is about to collapse." Without hesitation, Leah grabbed my hand and dashed out, ensuring the other prisoners followed suit. Meanwhile, Luaka did not evade. Instead, he crafted a colossal shield from straw and braced himself against the impending strike. With a resounding crash, the entire cellar caved in, burying both of them beneath the rubble. As the dust settled outside, Loaka emerged from the wreckage as if nothing had happened, dragging the unconscious and battered Bakes behind him like a lifeless dog, and with a thud, he unceremoniously tossed him in the center of the estate. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as all the pirates stood in stunned disbelief. Their leader, their idol, had been discarded like refuse. What was left to fight for? Loaka surveyed the crowd, his voice cold and commanding. Now, you have two choices. 1. Avenge Bakes and perish alongside him. 2. Lay down your weapons and surrender. And I shall guarantee your survival. No sooner had he finished speaking than a clatter resounded. An elder pirate dropped his knife and knelt. Soon, the sound of weapons clattering echoed as all the pirates followed suit, kneeling in submission. What followed was a thorough eradication of Bake slave trade. The once unruly pirates now behaved like obedient children, eager to lead the way, fearing they might fall behind. Loaka uncovered Bake's secret chamber, ledgers, and all incriminating evidence. To his astonishment, it was revealed that on this island, apart from Bakes, there were 4 other equally notorious slave trader factions: the Shadow Merchant Jags of the Night Stalkers, the Redbeard Carlos of the Crimson Tide Pirates, Captain Eleanor of the Ghostly Fleet, and Iron Fist Makagiliai of the Iron Anchor Alliance, each with bounties that were staggering. Loaka, with cunning intent, publicly declared his ambition to take over Bake's business and, to demonstrate his sincerity, sent out invitations to the 4 faction leaders for a collaborative meeting. This was nothing short of a banquet of treachery. Upon receiving the invites, the 4 leaders were intrigued, yet suspicious, each harboring secret thoughts as they arrived with their elite forces. As the banquet commenced, a jovial atmosphere prevailed. Loaka raised his glass, beaming with a smile. Welcome, everyone. Tonight, we shall discuss collaboration and the future, leaving past grievances behind. To our shared prosperity, cheers. The act was remarkably convincing. Unbeknownst to them, while they indulged in feasting and boasting, Loaka had already summoned elite troops from the Charles Empire, stealthily infiltrating the homes of the 4 leaders. The scene was akin to modern warfare clashing with ancient piracy, an overwhelming onslaught that swiftly dismantled their strongholds. The 4 oblivious leaders continued to lavish Loaka with gifts, including beautiful women, each more exquisite than the last, boasting of their talents and noble lineage. Loaka, embodying the essence of an Oscar-winning actor, feigned rapture, his eyes gleaming with lustful delight, a comical portrayal of foolishness. The 4 leaders exchanged knowing glances, secretly mocking him, believing him to be a mere fool entranced by beauty. One even sneered, such a character is typical of a pampered pet, easily swayed by a few favors. However, just as they thought they had Loaka completely figured out, a subordinate burst in, breathless, and whispered urgently to his leader, "Boss, trouble. Our stronghold has been raided." Instantly, the smug expressions on the 4 leaders' faces froze, replaced by shock and fury. Redbeard Carlos was the first to lose his composure, growling, "What did you say?" Shadow Merchant Jags feigned calmness as he stood and addressed Loaka. "It seems our gathering must come to an abrupt end. There are urgent matters at home." Loaka pretended to be taken aback. "How unfortunate. Please attend to your affairs, but don't let it delay you." The 4 leaders, now frantic as ants on a hot pan, hastily rose to leave. Just as they neared the exit, Loaka's leisurely voice echoed coldly from behind, laced with mockery. "What did I say? You could simply leave." This statement rendered the banquet hall silent enough to hear a pin drop. The 4 leaders turned sharply, disbelief etched on their faces. Redbeard Carlos gritted his teeth, questioning Loaka. "What do you mean? Was this entire spectacle part of your elaborate scheme?" Shadow Merchant Jags glared at him. "It appears we underestimated you. Not only do you possess strength, but your ambition and audacity are boundless, daring to confront all 4 of us at once." Captain Eleanor regarded him with a complex gaze, a mix of anger and a hint of unnamable admiration. "You have orchestrated this, seeking to ensnare us all. Your appetite is considerable, but do ponder the consequences of your ambitions." Iron Fist Makagiliai stepped forward decisively, his fists clenched, slamming the anchor on the floor with a dull thud. "Speak, Loaka, what is your purpose? Do you wish to negotiate or to battle? Do not presume that controlling the situation grants you dominion over us." Luaka smiled subtly, a blend of cunning and sincerity in his demeanor. My friends, I harbor no desire for enmity with you. However, the slave trade on this island must come to an end. My proposition is simple. Either join me in establishing a new order or be cast aside as remnants of a bygone era, swept away by the tides of change. Everything today is for the promise of a brighter tomorrow, and I hope you can comprehend this. As his words hung in the air, tension thickened within the banquet hall. The four leaders exchanged glances, understanding that the decisions made this night would determine their futures, perhaps even their very lives. The atmosphere crackled with intensity. As guests intertwined with the slave trade sensed the palpable shift in energy, they began to grasp that this was not merely a transition of power, but a tempest that threatened to upend the established order. Unease and fear flickered in their eyes, and many sought discreet opportunities to escape, attempting to flee from the impending storm. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Leah had already laid a meticulous trap. Like a specter in the night, she patrolled the banquet hall's exterior, deftly intercepting any guest attempting to slip away, employing a subtle yet irresistible force to prevent their escape. Leah's presence served as an invisible lock, securing all guests within this historic moment. As the attempts to flee were thwarted, the expressions of the guests began to shift. Some revealed panic, others confusion, while many wore faces of disbelief. They exchanged anxious glances, whispering in attempts to unravel the truth behind this unfolding drama. Luaka's audacity and strategic foresight far surpassed their expectations. The young heir they had once dismissed now revealed himself to be remarkably astute, wielding extraordinary influence. Luaka maintained a delicate balance, exuding an aura of unassailable authority while retaining an air of enigmatic gentleness. The four leaders, provoked by Luaka's declarations, bore expressions of varying emotions, yet all shared the common glint of indignation and disdain in their eyes. Red-bearded Carlos first let out a derisive laugh, his hands sweeping through the air as his large blade sliced a glimmering arc. Boy, who do you think you are? With the four of us joining forces, you will be reduced to nothing. His tone dripped with provocation. Locke's defiance was nothing more than a jest. The composed Shadow Jags slowly drew forth his sleek black sword, its blade shimmering ominously in the dim light, exuding an icy chill. Locke, you underestimate our patience and overestimate your own strength. Though his voice remained calm, the underlying threat was unmistakable. Eleanor from the Ghost Ship Fleet smirked disdainfully, flicking her slender whip, which sliced through the air with a faint crack. What a pity. I had thought you an interesting opponent, yet you turn out to be an arrogant fool. Her words carried a playful tone, but clearly dismissed Locke as a threat. Iron Fist McGray slammed the anchor he held heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble and roar. Less chatter, let us get to it. His style was direct, bursting with impatience. Faced with the fury of the four, Locke's expression remained serene, his gaze unwavering, as if he held everything in his grasp. He gently shook his head, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, radiating confidence in the situation. It seems explanations are redundant. So as you wish. With a thunderous declaration, Locke's words shattered the tranquility of the banquet like a clap of thunder. The guests reacted with a cacophony of emotions: fear, confusion, astonishment, and above all, profound dread. What on earth is happening? A guest stammered, unable to fathom the scene before him. Locke, has he lost his mind? How dare he provoke those four? Another murmured, his voice trembling. Should we flee? Some began to whisper amongst themselves, yet fear rooted them in place. Locke stood at the eye of the storm, his tranquil gaze sweeping over every guest, finally resting on the four leaders. In his eyes lay an undeniable resolve and coldness. He was more than prepared to face whatever came, even eagerly awaiting this moment. With a chilling command, the four leaders chose not to unite, but almost simultaneously launched their assault, transforming the banquet hall into a battlefield engulfed in smoke and fire. Red-bearded Carlos's fiery blade traced blazing arcs through the air, roaring toward Locke with a ferocity that seemed to slice through the very atmosphere. His rugged laughter mingled with the thrill of impending combat. Shadow Jags moved like a wraith in the night, his speed nearly imperceptible. The cold light of his sword flickered in the darkness, each strike seemingly aimed to cleave through space, silent yet perilous. Attempting to deliver a fatal blow from Locke's blind spot, Eleanor of the Ghost Ship Fleet elegantly wielded her long whip, its tip slicing through the air like a serpent. Each crack precise, weaving an intricate net to ensnare Locke's every movement. Her attacks bore a rhythmic grace, yet concealed a deadly cadence. Iron Fist McGray, the embodiment of strength, swung his heavy anchor with earth-shaking force, each strike stirring clouds of dust, shaking the air with his might. Roaring with each assault, he sought to obliterate all obstacles with overwhelming power. Yet Locke remained unflustered amidst the onslaught from all directions. His form was light, melding seamlessly with his surroundings. Each dodge perfectly timed, as if he had already predicted his opponent's next moves. He wielded no overt weapon, yet each motion exuded an intangible strength. Sometimes he transformed into invisible waves, at other times materializing as blades of straw, conquering force with finesse, overcoming the material with the ethereal. The banquet hall, under the baptism of battle, became unrecognizable. Lavish decorations lay in ruins, tables overturned, cutlery scattered, wine mixed with fragments, and candle flames flickered perilously amid the chaotic air, casting fierce shadows in a dance of light. Guests scurried in terror, screams and shouts echoing, as the banquet hall morphed into another realm, a stage of contest between power and will. In this tempestuous environment, Locke's battle with the four leaders was exceptionally fierce, each second brimming with uncertainty, each clash potentially decisive. Yet Locke's gaze remained calm, seeking the key to break the stalemate amidst the storm. In just 30 seconds, the intensity of the conflict at the banquet was suffocating, the four leaders' assaults coming like a torrential storm, relentless and fierce. But Locke stood resolute, unyielding as a pillar amidst the chaos. As time progressed, their expressions grew grave. The initial disdain transformed into astonished focus as they realized that, even united, they could not subdue Locke in such a short span, a stark departure from their expectations. Beads of sweat appeared on red-bearded Carlos's brow for the first time, the blade growing heavier with each successive swing. Every seemingly lethal strike was evaded or deflected by Locke at improbable angles. Inwardly, he questioned, is this fellow truly human? Shadow Jags quickened his movements, attempting to exploit his speed to find Locke's flaw. Yet every approach felt like hitting an invisible wall. The elusive blades of straw flickered in and out of sight, instilling in him an unprecedented sense of defeat. This was not merely a contest of speed and strength. Eleanor's whip danced like a tempest as she varied her tactics in attempts to ensnare Locke. Yet each entanglement seemed to be effortlessly unraveled by him, a flicker of doubt crossing her gaze. This battle feels like playing chess with a shadow. Iron Fist McGray's every swing of the anchor felt like an earthquake, yet Locke consistently evaded at the last moment. The immense physical exertion prompted him to question, why does this clash of strength seem endless? Locke remained composed, exuding an extraordinary calmness and calculated demeanor as if everything had been anticipated. Each word he uttered brimmed with undeniable confidence. My four friends, your combined strength is indeed formidable. But battle involves not just might, but also intellect and strategy. Now, you have fallen into the trap I have set. Among the guests' terror grew a sense of awe. Their whispers transformed into hushed reverence. Locke, he must be a monster. How could one individual withstand four? He is not human. Surely he is the embodiment of a demon. The atmosphere within the banquet hall thickened under the weight of this extraordinary confrontation as everyone bore witness to an unimaginable clash. Locke was demonstrating what it meant to possess absolute power. A subtle smile graced Locke's lips, one that embodied both provocation and a yearning for combat. Now, my esteemed opponents, reveal your true strength. Such attacks are rather dull. With these words, his demeanor remained relaxed, as though savoring this feast of strength. Provoked by Locke's taunts, the spirits of the four leaders ignited instantly. They exchanged glances, determination transmitting through their eyes, no longer holding back. Red-bearded Carlos's blade blazed even brighter, while Shadow Jack's speed transformed into a nearly ethereal blur. The shadows of the ghost fleet's Eleanor entwined with an impenetrable intensity. Every swing from Iron Fist McGray reverberated like the tremors of a mountain. For distinct elemental tempests converged, intent on submerging Locke. In the face of this unprecedented pressure, Locke exhibited not a trace of panic. Instead, he closed his eyes, entering a serene communion with some latent force. When he opened his eyes again, he was enveloped in an ethereal aura reminiscent of rice straw. Though these strands appeared soft, they harbored an ineffable resilience and strength. With the grace of his will, they wove into a protective barrier. The surroundings intensified with the ferocity of battle. The banquet decor was battered by the turbulent air, chairs and tables overturned, wine goblets shattered, and dishes lay scattered amidst the chaos. Candlelight flickered in the gusts, casting shadows of fear upon the guests. The guests shrieked and gasped, some fleeing in panic while others stood frozen, unable to fathom the extraordinary clash unfolding before them. What immense power! Locke stood alone against 4 formidable adversaries. This was a feat unparalleled on the island. Whispers of astonishment and awe surged through the crowd, the magnitude of the battle surpassing all expectations. At that moment, Locke's image was transformed. As the 4 leaders unleashed their ultimate techniques, the intensity of the confrontation escalated, turning the banquet hall into the eye of a storm. The fiery blade of Redbeard Carlos clashed with Iron Fist McGray's anchor, creating a shockwave, while the swift swordplay of Shadow Jags intertwined with the whip net of the Ghost Fleet's Eleanor, forming a complex web of offense and defense. In this tumult, Locke navigated effortlessly, his rice straw aura interspersing between strikes, neutralizing one lethal blow after another. The heartbeats of the guests seemed to synchronize with the rhythm of battle, each clash halting their breath, a blend of fear and wonder overwhelming them. Yet, as the fight wore on, Locke's movements became increasingly composed, finding opportunities within crises and even countering his opponent's assaults. The rice straw aura, under his control, morphed into swords at times, while at others, it flexibly defended and retaliated, each action executed with impeccable precision. Ultimately, after a fierce exchange, everything came to a sudden halt. Locke remained steadfast and scathed as the rice straw aura dissipated, returning to the intangible. In contrast, the 4 leaders appeared weary, some gasping for breath, others in disbelief. They exchanged glances, and, for the first time, true reverence for Locke shone in their eyes. The guests stood in stunned silence, the banquet hall enveloped in a hush, which soon erupted into a cacophony of astonished discussion. He truly accomplished it. Locke stood against 4. What extraordinary power! A battle unlike any I have ever witnessed. Locke, he is our new king. The words of the crowd intermingled with shock and awe, and in that moment, Locke's figure became a legend upon the island. Through sheer strength, he demonstrated his resolve and will for transformation. The 4 leaders fell, one by one, throughout the banquet hall, their faces marked by exhaustion and incredulity. Redbeard Carlos's blade lay abandoned, its tip embedded in the floor, the fiery glow of its blade gradually fading. Shadow Jags knelt, his sword skewered nearby as he reached for it, but found himself too weak to grasp it. The whip of the Ghost Fleet's Eleanor lay limply beside him, unable to strike again. Iron Fist McGray's anchor rested heavily nearby, no longer within his power to lift. On their bodies, the mottled marks told tales of fierce combat, a mixture of scratches and the sweat of fatigue. Their subordinates witnessed this spectacle, shaken with fear, none daring to stir. Some had quietly retreated, but found no escape. Locke's rice straw aura possessed a sentience of its own, requiring no words from him. It discerned between good and evil, mercilessly binding the resistant while gently enfolding the compliant. Those who sought to flee found themselves ensnared by the aura, swiftly bound and rendered immobile. Meanwhile, those who waited were embraced softly, as if protected, unharmed in the slightest. Locke moved slowly through the embrace of rice straw, each step signifying the establishment of a new order. His gaze swept across every corner, no longer a challenger, but a builder of the future. The banquet hall transformed from chaos to order. The guests shifted from terror to admiration. some whispering among themselves about Locke's strength and bravery, while others speculated on the forthcoming changes on the Forbidden Island. Locke, though silent, spoke volumes through his actions. He seized control of the banquet hall, thereby mastering the island's fate. Standing there, he was not merely the victor of a battle, but the harbinger of a new era. Locke's voice resonated in the silent hall, imbued with an undeniable authority and calmness. Now, who among you wishes to stand beside me to eradicate the darkness of this island and embark upon a new chapter, and who, still clinging to the shadows of the past, chooses to stand against justice? The stillness of the room felt almost frozen, every breath distinct. In Locke's resolute words, the people glimpsed a radically different future, one where they could break free from their chains and embrace liberty and justice. After a brief silence, a voice shattered the quiet. Then, as if triggered by a chain reaction, a chorus of voices surged forth. "I am willing. I will follow you. We support you, Locke." The initial fear and apprehension among the guests transformed into hope and fervor. They beheld a formidable leader worth following, one who could usher in change. No one wished to defy the call of strength, especially when that strength promised light and justice. Locke's gaze swept over the crowd, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This was the response he had anticipated. He spoke once more, his tone imbued with conviction and inclusivity. "Excellent. Welcome all friends willing to join hands." At the banquet, those women presented as gifts to Locke, along with those who once bore the yoke of slavery, now regarded this young and powerful man with newfound perception. Locke not only exhibited extraordinary wisdom and strength, but was also strikingly handsome, an ineffable allure emanating from him. Some among them, perhaps witnessing such a blend of power and charm for the first time, felt ripples of emotion stir within. Locke's every action, every word seemed to carve a brave and profound image in their hearts. They began to envision that standing alongside such a man might signify liberation from past shackles and the dawn of an uncertain yet hopeful tomorrow. This thought brushed lightly through their minds, causing many of the young women's cheeks to flush with a shy crimson. They lowered their gazes, attempting to conceal their involuntary musings. Yet their lips betrayed them, curling into barely perceptible smiles. Under Locke's radiance, they felt their own shadows illuminated, a newfound dignity and worth quietly germinating within their hearts. Locke's actions not only reshaped the dynamics of the banquet, but also sowed a seed of aspiration within these women, a yearning for a brighter future, a hope for a better life. This was not merely an act of following a strong leader. It was an affirmation of belief in one who could bring about change. Their shyness and fluttering hearts epitomize the transformative power and hope represented by Loaka. On the outskirts of the city lies an unremarkable building, indistinguishable from the dilapidated warehouses surrounding it. Only the intricately wrought iron door hints at something extraordinary. As the night deepens, the moonlight reluctantly casts a few silver beams, enveloping this clandestine establishment in an air of mystery. Upon pushing open the heavy iron door, one is immediately struck by a melange of aged tobacco, alcohol, and an indescribable metallic scent. Time has settled here, solidifying into a part of the very atmosphere. Under the dim lights, several weathered faces flicker between light and shadow, their eyes glinting with shrewdness and calculation, honed by years of navigating the treacherous waters of power and wealth. In the center of the room, a long redwood table is surrounded by several middle-aged men. Their meticulously tailored attire fails to conceal the faint whiff of blood and the scent of copper emanating from beneath their garments. Each man is a titan in his respective domain, usually perched high above, yet now gathered together due to a shared vexation, their intricate web of interests. This convoluted chain, which has nourished countless greedy desires, has been shattered by an unknown pawn. Who is it? A voice, deep and resonant, breaks the stifling silence. The question emerging as if forced from the depths of the throat. Ash from a cigar is forcefully flicked away, embers tracing a fleeting and dazzling trajectory through the air, mirroring their current mood, anger intermingled with unease. Initially, the nameless figure was dismissed as inconsequential. Another man speaks, his words laced with annoyance and reluctance. Yet it is this very individual who has systematically dismantled our strategies, his methods astonishingly deft. Scattered across the table are documents and photographs, each chronicling the movements of this unknown pawn, from his initial insignificance to now looming as an inescapable shadow over them. Some furrow their brows in contemplation, while others whisper to one another, the air thick with tension and impatience. We can no longer afford to sit idly by. Finally, a stern-faced man pierces the brief discussion. We must uncover his weakness and deliver a fatal blow. Our interests are not to be trifled with. Whoever it may be must pay the price for challenging us. With that, the room plunges into a deeper silence, only the occasional whisper of the night wind outside foretelling an impending storm. Could it be? One of the men slowly ventures, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible worry. Have we overlooked some whisper of the wind, such that even the elites from several naval bases in Donghai remain oblivious to this lurking threat? Upon utterance, the atmosphere shifts to a more delicate nuance, each gaze inadvertently meeting the others, seeking answers in one another's eyes. Yet this train of thought is soon interrupted by a self-deprecating chuckle. I nearly let this ridiculous notion lead me astray. The first to voice out shakes his head mockingly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Each of us here is a figure of consequence in Donghai's power landscape. If we cannot discern the unfolding changes, how much can those naval bases know? His words resonate with undeniable confidence, yet they also unveil a tinge of sorrow. In this web woven from wealth and authority, they are both hunters and prey, and any stirrings should not escape their keen perception. However, it is this very confidence that renders them unprepared in the face of an unforeseen crisis. We must not underestimate any adversary, even if he is a nameless pawn. Another voice interjects calmly, breaking the momentary self-reflection. Perhaps it is our overconfidence that has allowed this individual to find an opportunity. Now, it is crucial to swiftly identify his vulnerabilities and regain control of the situation. In a concealed corner of Donghai, beneath the cloak of night and abandoned dock, a man clad in pirate attire stealthily boards a moored medium-sized sailing ship. This man is Luaka, a former naval elite. Now, he bears the weight of a formidable task as an undercover agent, infiltrating the pirate ranks to expose and dismantle the criminal networks threatening the stability of Donghai. His visage has been meticulously altered by the Naval Intelligence Agency. Every inch of his skin, every feature, is unrecognizable from his past. Even his once justice-filled eyes have been deliberately trained to exude a hint of the cunning and defiance characteristic of pirates. Luaka understands that to successfully blend into the pirate world, he must entirely forsake his former self. Even when necessary, he must show no mercy towards former comrades. From this moment forth, I am no longer Naval Major Luaka, but Pirate Luaka, a pirate yearning for wealth and freedom. He silently recites this mantra in his heart, the words soft yet resolute. Recalling the scene at naval headquarters where he received his final orders, Qingji's profound gaze seemed to convey to him that some sacrifices are essential for the greater good. Stepping onto the deck, Luaka joins a group of genuine pirates, their bodies adorned with tattoos, their laughter rough and hearty, scrutinizing the newcomer. Yet, beneath the aura he has carefully crafted in his disguise, someone soon approaches, inviting him to join the revelry of the evening. In the days that follow, Luaka, utilizing his exceptional intelligence-gathering abilities and keen understanding of pirate psychology, swiftly secures his footing within the band of marauders. He participates in several plundering missions while subtly protecting the innocent at pivotal moments, all the while accumulating crucial intelligence. As the night deepens, he often finds himself alone on the deck, gazing at the starry sky, his heart a tumult of emotions, a longing for the success of his mission intertwined with reflections on his identity transformation. In the pirate world, Luaka is like a fish navigating the dark currents, meticulously weaving an invisible net, poised to ensnare the evils that threaten the tranquility of Donghai at the opportune moment. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Navy of Donghai, including those who once fought alongside him, remain entirely ignorant of his true intentions. Shortly after Luaka's arrival on the island, particularly among the female captives, some possess alluring figures and graceful curves, their eyes shimmering with an indescribable allure. Others are renowned for their captivating presence, exuding a wild beauty that transcends restraint. From the moment Laka set foot on the island, these women seemed to develop an irresistible fascination with him. One evening, while strolling alone along the beach, moonlight bathes him, adding an air of mystery to his carefully crafted facade. Suddenly, a soft yet hurried patter of footsteps disrupts the tranquility as several strikingly beautiful female captives quietly encircle him. Esteemed guest, you are the most captivating of the outsiders. One woman speaks, her voice deep and magnetic, her gaze seemingly capable of piercing the soul. In this forsaken land, few can ignite our deepest desires as you do. Another woman gently takes Laka's hand, her fingers cool, yet imbued with an unusual warmth. Allow us to serve you, to warm your solitude with our bodies, to bestow upon you pleasures unprecedented. Luaka's heart tightens. He had not anticipated encountering such direct and intense temptation. With a swift withdrawal of my hand, a flicker of vigilance and hesitation crossed my gaze. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I am burdened with a more pressing mission. I endeavored to maintain my composure, though a hint of panic was difficult to conceal. I cannot linger here for too long, as it would invite further complications. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed the women's faces, but they quickly regained their extraordinary calmness. Terrified at that moment, Locke fled in haste. As time progressed, Locke's standing within the pirate crew solidified, becoming the captain's most trusted confidant through his exceptional prowess and intelligence. This time, he accompanied the captain to a mysterious marketplace situated in the depths of the sea, a haven not only for illicit transactions, but also a spectacle of humanity's darker nature. Unlike ordinary commerce, the wares exchanged here were living beings, the unfortunate innocents captured by pirates, commodified and sold like goods. The marketplace was nestled within a secret bay, encircled by colossal coral reefs, replete with intricate underwater passages and hidden sentinels, accessible only to a select few invited buyers. As Locke and the captain approached in their small boat, an oppressive fog enveloped everything, bestowing an eerie and ominous ambience. Upon entering the marketplace, under the dim lighting, a melange of individuals mingled, their hushed conversations rife with greed and desire. Locke surveyed his surroundings and discerned that among the pirates were smugglers from various nations, black market merchants, and even certain seemingly respectable nobles. They all donned masks to conceal their true identities, intent on conducting unspeakable transactions in this lawless territory. Under the captain's guidance, Locke entered a more private trading room. In the center of the room, a heavy iron barrier separated the buyers from the sellers, behind which stood rows of despairing, emaciated individuals, their eyes devoid of luster, seemingly resigned to their fate as commodities. "Behold, these are our recent acquisitions," the captain whispered to Locke, lacking any trace of sympathy. "The strong can be sold as laborers, while the beautiful women are favored by certain buyers. In this place, with sufficient wealth, one could procure anything desired." Locke's heart was a tumult of emotions. As a naval undercover agent, he understood the necessity of patience, to gather more evidence for a future raid on this nefarious den. Yet he was human, and witnessing his compatriots in such dire straits filled him with rage and sorrow. He forced himself to remain composed, discreetly observing every transaction detail, engraving these crimes in his memory. "Remember, Locke," the captain suddenly emphasized, as if piercing through Locke's thoughts. "In this place, emotions are the least needed commodity. We are here to profit, not to save the world." Locke nodded slightly, secretly vowing that one day he would bring this all to an end. Within the marketplace, the yellowed lights cast shadows that danced ominously, the air thick with a sense of oppression and unease. Locke followed the captain through the throngs of people, the low murmurs of transactions and occasional cold laughter echoing in his ears. These sounds reverberated in the confined space, strikingly jarring. "Look at this lot, all freshly captured. Strong and robust, perfect for labor," a man clad in tattered leather with a scarred face pitched to the captain. The whip in his hand cracked through the air, a display of authority. The captain cast a sidelong glance, appearing unimpressed. "We seek those who can fetch a high price. Do you understand?" the types favored by nobles and wealthy merchants. The scarred man immediately grasped the implication, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Of course, right this way. We have just acquired some exquisite specimens that will surely satisfy your most discerning buyers. They traversed a narrow corridor into an even more secluded chamber. The lighting here was dimmer, and a nauseating mustiness pervaded the air. In the center stood a circular podium, upon which several men and women were shackled, their garments in tatters. Yet their features were striking, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. This young lady hails from noble lineage, fluent in multiple languages. An absolute prime specimen, the scarred man boasted, pointing to a young woman. The captain nodded, indicating for Locke to approach and inspect. Locke stepped closer, feigning indifference as he scrutinized the captives, his heart aching like a knife. He softly inquired each person's name and origin, fully aware that such details mattered little to the current transaction, yet wishing to afford them a modicum of humanity. "What is your name?" Locke gently asked the noblewoman, striving to soften her fear with his tone. Trembling, tears glistening in her eyes, she mustered the strength to reply, "Allison, from a small nation in the southern continent." Fury and pain surged within Locke as he swiftly recorded this information, simultaneously committing every detail of the scene to memory, including the traitors' appearances, the room's layout, and the markings on the captives. "Captain, this lot appears to be of good quality, worth considering," Locke remarked, turning to the captain with a barely perceptible coldness in his tone, a facade he had to uphold as an undercover agent. The captain nodded and commenced haggling with the scarred man, while Locke continued to observe discreetly from the sidelines. A ripple of unease coursed through Locke as he noted the stark contrast between the scene before him and the intelligence he had obtained from the Charles Empire. According to the reports, the naval forces should have established a vigilant surveillance network at this location to combat such illicit activities. Yet the reality was that this place had almost become a haven for crime, with no sight of the Navy. "Something feels amiss," Locke mused inwardly. His brow furrowed as he scanned the crowd in search of potential clues. He could not help but wonder if the Charles Empire was deliberately misleading him. However, that thought quickly dissipated. While the Empire was indeed secretive, they would not deceive him at such a crucial juncture. After all, both parties shared a common goal of maintaining maritime order. "Captain, the situation here seems somewhat off," Locke quietly remarked to the captain beside him, a note of concern lacing his voice. "The Navy should be taking action. Why is it so tranquil here?" The captain, upon hearing this, also displayed a contemplative expression and responded softly, "Indeed, this exceeds our expectations. Perhaps there are issues within the Navy, or there may be deeper reasons at play. Regardless, we must complete this transaction and investigate further upon our return." Locke nodded, though his vigilance heightened. He realized that a larger conspiracy might be lurking behind this, or a force operating in the shadows, preventing the Navy from fulfilling its duties. Such a revelation complicated and endangered his role as an undercover agent. Throughout the transaction, Locke remained observant of the details while subtly gathering more information. Engaging in conversations with various sellers, he sought to glean any intelligence regarding potential corruption within the Navy or whether other forces were meddling, disrupting lawful enforcement actions. The recent winds seemed to be quite tight. "How do you manage such secure transactions?" Locke inquired casually of his seller, a hint of curiosity in his tone. The seller smirked slyly, lowering his voice to respond. "You are unaware, but we have inside information, allowing us to receive alerts in advance and evade the Navy's patrol times. Moreover, it is said that someone in higher authority is providing cover. Who exactly that is, well, I cannot disclose." A chill ran through Luo Ku's heart as this statement confirmed some of his suspicions. It appears that the issue extends beyond mere negligence on the part of the Navy. It is more likely that high-ranking officials are protecting this dark trade, enabling its rampant existence. This realization dawned upon him. Not only must he expose this trading hub, but he must also trace the roots to unearth the powerful hand behind it all. Just as Luo Ku and the captain were about to depart the trading post, an unexpected turn of events shattered the prevailing calm. A young slave, perhaps unable to endure the impending fate of being sold, seized the opportunity amidst the chaos of the crowd, struggling with all his might to break free from the chains that bound him. His eyes burned with a fierce longing for freedom, even though that flame appeared faint in the depths of despair. "I want freedom. I would rather die than become your merchandise," he shouted, his voice infused with resoluteness. However, reality is often ruthlessly unforgiving. Just as he was on the brink of touching freedom, a gunshot pierced the night sky, followed by the sound of a heavy body collapsing. The vibrant blood instantly stained the cold ground, that splash of life as color starkly visible against the darkness. The youth's gaze gradually dimmed, his struggles ultimately devolving into powerless convulsions before succumbing to silence. The surrounding crowd, after a brief moment of shock, quickly returned to their previous demeanor, some with expressions of numbness, as if such scenes were commonplace. For them, this was merely a trivial episode in the transaction process. Moreover, some began to curse, condemning the slave's lack of appreciation. "What a fool! Isn't it better to live? Why seek death?" A coarse voice scoffed. Luo Ku felt a profound shock within, struggling to suppress his inner fury, refusing to let his emotions surface. The sight before him only solidified his resolve to dismantle this evil chain. The tragedies of these slaves were not merely personal failures of resistance, but a reflection of the distortion and injustice within the entire system. On the return journey, Luo Ku remained silent, the echo of the gunshot and the youth's final cry reverberating in his mind. Since he could not acquire the information he sought, the usefulness of this ship full of pirates had reached its limit. There was no need to spare their lives any longer. On that decisive night, Luo Ku acted swiftly and resolutely, uttering no superfluous words, leaving behind a series of concise yet lethal actions. The moonlight filtered through the dark clouds, casting a mottled glow on the deck, adding a chilling silver sheen to this silent cleansing. Luo Ku moved through the ship's cabin, every shadow seemingly providing him cover. His movements were agile and precise, each strike targeting vital points, leaving no room for mercy. Those pirates still lost in slumber met their end without awareness. Those who awoke in resistance fell in surprise and terror, never even having the chance to plead for mercy. As the blade passed, only traces of cold light and the muted sound of cutting remained. Each of Luo Ku's strikes encapsulated his training and resolve as a naval elite. In this confined and enclosed space, he seemed to transform into a harbinger of justice. Though his methods were extreme, his objective was clear: to eradicate these instigators of endless suffering upon the seas. With the last breath dissipating, the pirate ship fell into a profound silence. Only the sound of waves lapping against the hull bore witness to it all. Luo Ku stood at the center of the ship, his breath slightly hurried, yet his gaze unwavering. He scanned his surroundings, ensuring nothing was overlooked, his heart a mixture of relief and an indescribable weight. In the dim light of the cabin, Luo Ku's shadow stretched long, akin to the mission and responsibility he carried, heavy and far-reaching. Grasping his watch phone tightly, he dialed a familiar number, his face devoid of unnecessary expression, only resolute and composed. On the other end, a standard, formulaic greeting from the operator greeted him. Luo Ku swiftly and succinctly explained the situation. In a remote area of the EC, coordinates at north latitude, east longitude, a pirate ship has been discovered with a large number of imprisoned slaves aboard. The pirates appear to be all deceased. The cause is unknown, but may be due to internal conflict. Please dispatch personnel for rescue as soon as possible. His words lacked any emotional fluctuation, as if reporting a routine matter. Yet in reality, every step had been meticulously orchestrated by him. Just as the operator was about to inquire further details, Luo Ku decisively ended the call, denying any opportunity for additional questions. He understood that excess information would only heighten the risk of exposure. His current identity required utmost secrecy. Subsequently, Luo Ku turned towards the ship's edge, releasing a small boat from a concealed compartment. The sea breeze caressed him, and the moonlight shimmered on the undulating surface of the ocean, adding an air of mystery to this extraordinary night. Skillfully untying the ropes, he hopped onto the small boat and started the engine, slowly departing from the pirate ship, now shrouded in death. The boat's wake left a slender ripple on the water's surface, gradually distancing itself from the bloodshed and sin. Luo Oku's silhouette appeared solitary yet resolute in the night. Within him, there was both a release towards the impending liberation and a calm assessment of the consequences that lay ahead. Although this operation successfully rescued the slaves, it also entangled him in a more complex predicament. The game with the Navy, the pirates, and even certain unknown forces had only just begun. As the small boat drifted further away, the pirate ship slowly faded from view, ultimately vanishing into the night, leaving behind a profound silence and the little vessel brimming with hope, sailing towards an uncertain dawn. After the operator hung up, he promptly recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly reported the information to the command center. Within the naval base, a series of urgent mobilization orders were rapidly disseminated. The blaring of the warship's horns shattering the tranquility of the night, the sea breeze laced with tension and solemnity. Inside the brightly lit base, naval soldiers scurried about, preparing ships and checking equipment, everything proceeding in an orderly and efficient manner, all to reach the marked coordinates as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, a senior officer at the naval base, upon learning about the nighttime emergency deployment, furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding enveloping his heart. He hurriedly traversed the corridor back to his office, closing the door behind him, leaving only a dimly lit desk lamp casting mottled shadows within. He retrieved a special telephone bug from his drawer, a direct line to the intelligence department. Immediately, he ordered an investigation into all suspicious trading activities in the nearby waters today, particularly those involving the slave trade. The officer's voice was deep and resolute, exuding an undeniable authority. Awaiting a reply, he clenched his fists, his gaze reflecting both hatred for the criminals and self-reproach for failing to prevent it all. The telephone bug on the other end quickly relayed information, a list of names and transaction details reported one by one. The officer listened intently, occasionally jotting down key information, his expression growing increasingly grave. As the information accumulated, a web of clues began to coalesce, pointing towards several suspicious large criminal syndicates. He realized that tonight's events might merely be the tip of the iceberg, with a far larger dark network lurking beneath the surface. Closely monitor the movements of these syndicates. I need every one of their actions within our sight, the officer commanded. The tone revealed an unwavering determination. After hanging up the phone, he gazed out at the pitch-black sea, where the naval fleet was advancing toward an unknown battle. The commander silently vowed to uproot the dark forces, regardless of their depth. Ha'i Jalanti, time had etched a sense of composure and wisdom upon his chiseled features. Beneath his tightly furrowed brow, his sharp eyes flitted across the nautical chart, seemingly in search of some elusive answer. Filled with doubt and unease, he recalled that Colonel Ooka had indeed proposed to cancel the patrols in that area, citing recent intelligence indicating relative tranquility, deeming no additional forces necessary. However, the emergence of a shipload of slaves starkly contradicted that assessment. A bitter smile tugged at Ha'i's lips. Years of naval service had taught him not to easily trust the superficial calm. He pondered whether there were deeper machinations at play, or, as he suspected, internal issues at hand. The possibility of a naval informant leaking intelligence sent a chill down his spine. After all, in the shadow of power and interests, loyalty often appeared particularly fragile. Was there someone among us facilitating those sordid dealings? Ha'i mused. His gaze grew increasingly profound. As a lieutenant colonel, he understood that his duty extended beyond combating crime externally. He must also safeguard the purity and honor of the Navy. With this in mind, he resolved to conduct a personal investigation to unveil the shroud of mystery. Ha'i rose, approached his desk, and picked up the telephone. Speaking in a low tone that only an intimate ally could hear, "Contact the intelligence officer Johnson and inform him that I require a comprehensive internal review plan, focusing on all recent operation reports and personnel movements concerning the East China Sea. I have a premonition that certain dark tendrils have already infiltrated our ranks." After placing the receiver down, Ha'i Jalanti's visage appeared even more resolute, the trials of middle age radiating an unassailable majesty. He was acutely aware that within the vast and intricate framework of the Navy, Being the supreme commander of the base without a cadre of trusted aides was akin to a blind man riding a blind horse into a deep abyss at midnight. Thus, he had meticulously orchestrated a network of loyal and capable confidants early in his career. They were dispersed throughout the base, serving as his eyes and ears, ready to gather intelligence and manage matters that could not be handled overtly. Colonel Luoka, too, quickly received unsettling news from his own trusted allies. Seated in his spacious office with his back to the window, the stark contrast between the night outside and the dim yellow light within cast an enigmatic aura upon his face. While he appeared to calmly listen to the reports from his confidants, his heart was already tumultuous. It turned out that those seemingly inconsequential junior officers and soldiers were merely pawns he had strategically placed within the Navy to mask his deeper dealings and transactions. A barely perceptible smirk crept across Luoka's lips, his eyes glimmering with calculated intent. The slave trade, for him, was not merely a lucrative illicit venture, but a display of control and power. Utilizing the influence of the Charles Empire as a facade, he secretly orchestrated everything, ensuring the smooth execution of each transaction, all while the Navy remained oblivious. How naive those fellows in the Charles Empire are, thinking they can manipulate power. Little do they know that I, Luoka, am the true master of the game. He scoffed internally, recognizing that the outward displays of loyalty and obedience were merely a carefully woven disguise. Relishing the thrill and power derived from this dual identity, he remained ever vigilant against the risks of exposure. In pursuit of a twofold objective, Colonel Luoka began to devise a series of intricate strategies. He intended to use this incident to eliminate some obsolete pawns while redirecting the Navy's attention outward, away from himself. He meticulously forged evidence and set up leads, ensuring that even if the investigation deepened, he could extricate himself unscathed, perhaps even seizing the opportunity to eliminate potential rivals or bothersome individuals. Luoka's plan was akin to weaving a web, every thread carefully designed, and he confidently believed that, with the right maneuvering, he could not only consolidate his position within the Navy, but also expand his clandestine influence. In these waters, he aspired to be the true sovereign, not just a mere colonel in name. In the silence, Luoka caressed a classified document on his desk. It contained secrets and transactions hidden within a covert agreement with a high-ranking official of the Charles Empire. Slowly closing his eyes, he contemplated his next move, a smile gracing his lips as he envisioned the day he would stand atop the pinnacle of power. Yet, amidst this intricate power play, whether he could truly achieve his ambitions remained an enigma. Immersed in his thoughts and schemes, Luoka was entirely unprepared for the sudden visit from Lieutenant Colonel Hoy. A rapid knock on the door shattered his reverie. Luoka feigned calmness and called out, "Come in," while his mind raced with various contingency plans. Hoy entered with a grave expression, almost bursting into the office to report directly to the heart of the matter. Each analysis struck home, inching closer to the dark secrets that Luoka guarded. While Luoka maintained the composure expected of a leader, internally he was in turmoil, never expecting that his carefully laid plans would face such imminent exposure. Hoy's voice echoed in the room, each word hammering down on Luoka's heart, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure. He began to realize that Hoy's acuity and tenacity might have surpassed his expectations, and the very loopholes he had created were now binding him like shackles. "This is impossible." Luoka attempted to use questions and denial to buy time for himself to think. Yet, Hoy's subsequent deductions struck like expertly crafted arrows, hitting their mark and rendering Luoka's rebuttals feeble. Luoka's eyes began to flicker, and he struggled to mask his inner turmoil. However, an imperceptible ferocity lurked within the depths of his gaze. This was a primal response from someone accustomed to the apex of power games. Facing a threat, he would go to any lengths to protect his secrets, even from his most loyal subordinates. "Hoy, are you questioning my judgment?" Luoka's tone abruptly turned severe, attempting to suppress Hoy's momentum with authority. It was also a warning, a reminder not to cross that invisible line. Yet, he understood that this might only be a temporary delaying tactic. The real storm lay ahead. Lieutenant Colonel Hoy appeared momentarily unsettled by Luoka's demeanor. However, his loyalty and sense of justice did not waver. Instead, a hint of confusion and complexity flickered in his eyes. The scene was charged with subtle tension. A confrontation between two senior naval officers that transcended mere intelligence exchange, evolving into a test of faith and loyalty. Luoka pondered urgently. He must act swiftly to neutralize this potential threat, while ensuring his secrets remained concealed. Yet, gazing at Hai's righteous countenance filled him with an unexpected pang of reluctance. This only deepened his internal conflict and vexation. This undercurrent of conflict is quietly altering the fates of two individuals, as well as the future of the entire naval base. Colonel Luoka's smile momentarily froze, concealing a chilling resolve behind it. He moved swiftly, ostensibly towards the coffee table, yet truly to shorten the distance between himself and Major Harvey. Before Harvey could perceive the impending danger, Luoka abruptly unsheathed his sidearm with lightning speed, as if the air itself had solidified in that instant. Although Major Harvey remained vigilant, he was caught off guard by the sudden assault. The flash of the blade grazed his arm, blood spilling forth and staining his sleeve. Pain, shock, and confusion intertwined upon Harvey's visage as he gazed incredulously at Luoka, the atmosphere plunging into a frigid silence. "Colonel Luoka, what does this mean?" Harvey's voice trembled, laden with disbelief. He struggled to maintain his footing, the pain from his wound excruciating, but what chilled him more was the betrayal manifest in Luoka's actions. Luoka sheathed his blade, his gaze now devoid of the usual warmth, replaced instead by coldness and determination. "Harvey, your intellect has led you astray. Knowing too much can be detrimental." The words were as frigid as they were merciless, irrevocably shattering the trust that once bound them. The atmosphere within the office shifted from tranquility to an oppressive tension, tainted by the metallic scent of blood and ominous foreboding. Harvey's injury was akin to a boulder cast into a placid lake, stirring tumultuous ripples and revealing Luoka's true nature. "I once believed we fought under the same banner," Harvey managed to utter, grappling with the incomprehensible reality before him. Luoka approached, his voice low yet potent. "In this world, the game of power is far more intricate than you can fathom. Sometimes, sacrifices are necessary for the greater good." His words bore a melancholic resonance, yet were underpinned by an unwavering resolve. Major Harvey, despite enduring pain and weakness from blood loss, straightened his back, a flicker of indomitable fire igniting in his eyes. The man before him was no longer the comrade he had fought alongside, but an adversary he must confront. Though the disparity in strength was vast, Harvey resolved to fight for justice. Colonel Luoka observed with a detached demeanor, the glint of his blade reflecting his lethal intent, each movement exuding the sharpness honed by years of battle. "Judgment of the night," Luoka declared, the blade carving a dark trajectory aimed at Harvey's heart, the air seeming to slice apart with a faint whistle. Harvey barely evaded, sweat mingling with blood, blurring his vision. Gritting his teeth, he utilized the surrounding furniture as makeshift cover, his heart swelling with the conviction of naval justice. "Shield of justice," Harvey shouted, though unarmed. He summoned all his strength to hurl a chair, intercepting Luoka's fierce assault. Simultaneously, he rolled away, striving to create distance and seek an opportunity for counterattack. Luoka, noticing this, sneered, intensifying his assault with increasingly ruthless strikes. Shadow dance slash. His form became a blur of afterimages, blades raining down like a torrential downpour, sealing all avenues of retreat for Harvey. The Major understood that a head-on clash would be futile. His only recourse lay in wit and the environment. Counterattack from adversity. He cleverly utilized the blood-slicked floor as leverage, deftly altering his trajectory to evade Luoka's relentless strikes. Seizing the moment of Luoka's attack, he grabbed a nearby naval manual, using it as an impromptu weapon to hurl at Luoka, forcing him to retreat momentarily. Yet Luoka, swift and agile, easily sidestepped the manual, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, igniting his desire for battle. Final judgment. Luoka unleashed another fierce onslaught, each strike infused with his full strength, the air shrieking in protest as his blade tore through it, placing Harvey in an increasingly perilous predicament. exhausted and battered, Harvey struggled to maintain an effective defense. The glory of the Navy shall never fade. He expended his last reserves of strength, using words as weapons in a desperate attempt to awaken any lingering sense of justice within Luoka. But Luoka appeared ensnared in his own ambition and darkness, impervious to Harvey's appeals. The confrontation neared its conclusion, the outcome seemingly predetermined. In that tense standoff, a flicker of resolve crossed Colonel Luoka's eyes, fully aware that this duel allowed no room for retreat. Major Harvey, the loyal and righteous officer, endeavored to rouse Luoka's conscience through speech, yet failed to sway Luoka's determination. A foreboding aura enveloped the air, heralding an impending tragedy. Luoka's movements were as swift as lightning, his sword tracing a silver arc through the air, aimed directly at Harvey. Harvey reacted with alacrity, attempting to defend himself as best he could, yet his injuries hindered his former agility. Their clash sparked bright flashes, the sound of metal clashing resonating within the enclosed space, reverberating through the hearts of all present. However, the disparity in power and the sudden assault swiftly tipped the balance of the battle. Luoka, armed with extensive experience and unyielding resolve, identified a chink in Harvey's defenses. After a fierce exchange, Luoka seized the moment. With a precise thrust, his sword pierced through Harvey's guard, plunging straight to his heart. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Harvey's expression locked in shock and disbelief. He had never imagined that a once comrade would deliver such a lethal blow. Harvey's body gradually slumped, his eyes wide open, gazing at the ceiling as if searching for answers or perhaps clinging to his last ties to this world. Luoka stood motionless, his sword dripping with the blood of his companion, devoid of the joy of victory, only complex emotions of regret, resolve, and even emptiness etched upon his face. The room was left with only the heavy sound of breathing and the cooling blade. All fell into silence, leaving behind a mournful elegy of power, betrayal, and sacrifice echoing through the space. Colonel Luoka's gaze lingered on Harvey's lifeless form for a moment. Within those profound eyes, fatigue mingled with deep-seated conflict and self-inquisition. Slowly turning away, he did not rush to address the scene, but rather approached the private tea cabinet behind his desk, retrieving a delicate porcelain cup and skillfully brewing a cup of hot tea. The fragrant steam rose, starkly contrasting with the stifling atmosphere, as if attempting to dispel the weight of guilt and heaviness. Settling into a spacious leather chair, Luoka gently blew across the steaming surface of the tea, each sip an indulgence in his choices and the path that lay ahead. He understood that this moment of silence and tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. How to quell the ensuing turmoil and safeguard his position and secrets became his foremost concern. A plan began to take shape in his mind. First, he would concoct a credible narrative attributing Harvey's death to an accident or external interference. Luoka was acutely aware that within the base, his voice and influence held the power to sway the opinions of many. The internal concerns regarding security threats and the sensitive topics of loyalty and betrayal can be utilized to guide public opinion, leading everyone to believe that Hai met with an unfortunate demise while executing a perilous mission. Subsequently, Luoka plans to discreetly contact his partners in the black market to expedite the transactions of equipment and slaves, ensuring the completion of all dealings before the situation can be exposed and meticulously erasing all traces. Simultaneously, he seeks to identify several trustworthy subordinates to draw into his inner circle, constructing a protective web within, as a precaution. More importantly, Luoka intends to leverage this incident to strengthen his control over the base through a series of reforms and reorganizations, eliminating those who might pose a threat to him, while promoting those loyal to him to ensure a solidification of power. However, all these machinations cannot conceal the hollowness and struggle deep within Luoka's heart. He is acutely aware that he is sliding step by step into an abyss from which there is no return. Each meticulously crafted lie deepens his isolation and guilt. Yet, within this web woven from power, fear, and self-interest, there is no room for choice. Luoka sets down his teacup, his gaze once again becoming resolute and cold. His fingers gently glide over the touchscreen of his communication device, a series of numbers springing forth. These are the emergency contact codes of several trusted subordinates. In the brief moment of waiting for the connection, a glimmer of icy determination flashes in his eyes, as if he is mentally preparing for the impending manipulation and scheming. Once the call is connected, Luoka's voice is deep and powerful, each word exuding undeniable authority. Emergency meeting, my office immediately. Without further explanation, he hangs up. He knows that for his inner circle, his command is paramount. As dawn breaks on the horizon, Luoka's office has already gathered his core team, each face etched with tension and curiosity. Luoka scans the room and clears his throat, initiating his plans. As they listen to one unimaginable and lethal piece of information after another, the atmosphere in the conference room solidifies when Luoka's words fall silent. Expressions vary. Some are shocked, others skeptical, while a few show signs of fear. Yet, they all unanimously remain silent, awaiting further clarification. A young officer breaks the silence first, his voice trembling slightly, yet imbued with undeniable courage. "Colonel, how can this be? Lieutenant Colonel Haughey has always been known for his loyalty and integrity. I find it hard to believe he would act in such a manner." Though spoken softly, his words ripple through the quiet room like a stone cast into still waters. A cold glint passes over Luoka's face as he slowly strides toward the center of the room, his gaze sweeping over each individual present, his voice steady and resolute. "I understand this is hard to accept. I was reluctant to believe it myself. But facts speak louder than words. Last night he was here in my office, attempting to assassinate me. Had I not perceived the threat in time, it is likely that I would not be standing here now." As he speaks, he points to a faint bloodstain on the floor, the evidence left from Haughey's confrontation with him. An older officer furrows his brow and inquires, "But is there a possibility that this is a misunderstanding? Could it be that the lieutenant colonel discovered something and mistakenly believed you posed a threat to him, prompting such extreme measures?" His words are cautious, attempting to logically find a reasonable explanation. Luoka exhales softly, as if lamenting Haughey's actions. "This was my initial assumption, but later I discovered that his actions concealed deeper motives. We searched his residence and found encrypted communications with hostile forces, as well as records of illegal transactions. These were his personal dealings, contrary to the Navy's stance." These words fall like heavy hammers upon the hearts of all present. Although some still were expressions of doubt, Luoka's authority and the evidence he presents instill a sense of awe in most, silencing further discourse. Luoka continues now. "We must unite and publicly announce this unfortunate news while swiftly undertaking internal reorganizations to ensure the safety and stability of the base. Simultaneously, I will personally oversee the arrangements for Lieutenant Colonel Haughey's affairs, granting him the respect he deserves despite the pain his actions have caused." Under Luoka's leadership, the atmosphere in the conference room transitions from initial shock and skepticism to acceptance and readiness for action. Each person's expression grows grave, for they understand that a series of arduous tasks lie ahead. As the last traces of blood are meticulously wiped away, Colonel Luoka surveys the room, the pristine environment seemingly erasing all remnants of the previous night, yet failing to alleviate the weight upon his heart. Gradually walking to the window, his gaze penetrates the transparent glass. Looking into the distance, his thoughts drifting back to those innocent and pure days. During their time at the Naval Academy, Luoka and Haughey were two idealistic youths, running side by side in the morning light, pouring their sweat on the training grounds. In those moments, they saw only each other's backs and the distant horizon, their shared dreams binding them closely together. In spring, they would argue tactics beneath the cherry blossom trees at the academy, occasionally becoming flushed over differing viewpoints. Yet, after each dispute, they would always share a smile, solidifying their friendship. In the summer evenings, they would sneak out of the campus to the seaside, sharing their dreams and aspirations for the future. The sea breeze would caress them, whisking away the fatigue of the day while leaving behind endless laughter and youthful vows. In autumn, they participated in simulated combat competitions together, with Luoka's bravery and Haughey's wisdom creating a seamless synergy that led to countless victories, their names becoming legends within the academy. On winter nights, Beneath the warm lights of the library, they would immerse themselves in study, encouraging one another, occasionally exchanging knowing smiles. Their camaraderie and support akin to the warm sun on a winter's day, comforting and steadfast. Those years saw them through the joys and challenges of growth. From naive recruits to officers bearing heavy responsibilities, each significant moment was accompanied by one another's presence. Now, as he reminisces about those beautiful times, Luoka's heart swells with complex emotions. He cannot help but wonder what led them down such divergent paths. Was it the allure of power or the caprice of fate? Closing his eyes, he can almost hear Hai's hearty laughter, envisioning the carefree youth smiling in the sunlight. Yet, the chilling cruelty of reality renders this memory painfully distant and heavy. Luoka takes a deep breath, slowly opening his eyes as the present reality becomes clear once more. He knows he can no longer dwell in the past. A multitude of challenges await him in the future. As news of Lieutenant Colonel Hai's passing spreads within the naval base, Colonel Luoka is acutely aware that this incident will undoubtedly attract the keen attention of naval headquarters, potentially triggering a thorough investigation. He has left no room for fate's whims. From the very inception of his plan, he had already begun to lay out countermeasures to ensure that everything unfolds according to his script. Luoka convenes his most trusted intelligence officer and legal advisor, embarking on the preparation of a comprehensive report. This document not only meticulously chronicles the so-called incident of Lieutenant Colonel Hai's treachery, but also cleverly embeds a series of fabricated evidences. The meticulously altered communication records, forged financial documents, and artfully arranged scene photographs all point to Hai's betrayal. Luoka's report delineates how Hai, discontented with his promotion, secretly colluded with hostile forces, intending to pilfer naval secrets and jeopardize base security. It underscores Luoka's astuteness in unmasking Hai's conspiracy at a critical juncture, leading to Hai's unfortunate demise in what was deemed self-defense. Moreover, he appended the so-called Hai's last words, a seemingly remorseful letter expressing contrition towards the Navy and regret for his actions, further consolidating the authenticity of Luoka's narrative. Luoka was acutely aware that a mere written account would not suffice. He arranged for several pivotal witnesses, all carefully selected subordinates who could be easily manipulated, ensuring that they would present a unified front before the headquarters investigators. He rigorously trained them, ensuring that every detail corresponded with the report's contents, leaving no room for error. When the Naval Headquarters investigative team arrived at the base, Luoka appeared both cooperative and composed. He proactively supplied all evidence and personally accompanied the investigators to review the scene, recounting the events with a calm demeanor and an ostensibly watertight chain of evidence, which initially posed little resistance to the investigation. However, Luoka understood that such a setup was not infallible. In secret, he devised an alternative plan, prepared for the possibility that the investigation might delve into areas beyond his control. He established contingency measures, including the relocation of sensitive materials, the creation of scapegoats, and even considered emergency evacuation routes. In the intricate game of power and deception, Luoka had long learned to tread cautiously, leaving himself an escape route at every step. Beneath the surface calm of the naval base, a tumultuous undercurrent of power, loyalty, and betrayal surged. Every move made by Colonel Luoka was executed with meticulous care, yet whether he could truly evade detection remained to be seen. General Qingji sat behind a large desk, his furrowed brow and penetrating gaze scanning through layers of documents, seemingly attempting to discern the hidden currents beneath the tranquil facade. The report concerning Colonel Hai lay quietly on the desk, each page laden with Colonel Luoka's intricately woven tale. Qingji understood that although Luoka's report was thorough, the truth often lurked in the unspoken nuances between the lines. The East Sea had recently been a cauldron of unrest, with numerous high-ranking naval officials entwined in complex relationships with the underworld, their interests interwoven. Hai's death was far from the simplistic narrative presented. It resembled a stone cast into a lake, the ripples of which were gradually expanding, threatening to destabilize the Navy from within. Qingji recognized that if this incident was not addressed swiftly and accurately, it would result in immeasurable damage to the Navy's credibility. He pressed the internal communicator, his deep voice resonating. An emergency meeting was to be convened to discuss the Hawaii incident and the recent situation in the East Sea. I demand the presence of all key department heads. With the issuance of this command, a race against time was about to commence. In the conference room, senior naval officers gathered, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Chingji succinctly summarized the incident, then pointedly addressed the crux of the matter. We cannot be content with superficial reports. We must delve deeper to uncover the truth. The issues in the East Sea have escalated to a point that demands resolution, and we can no longer allow them to fester. His sharp gaze swept over each individual as he continued. I require the full cooperation of every one of you. Regardless of who is implicated, we must pursue this to the end. Simultaneously, we must remain vigilant to prevent further deterioration of the situation. The peace and stability of the East Sea, as well as the reputation of the entire Navy, hinge upon this. Under Chingji's direct intervention, the investigative team received unprecedented authority and support. They not only re-examined the evidence provided by Colonel Loka, but also discreetly initiated a series of peripheral investigations, attempting to circumvent the fog of deception laid by Loka and directly reach the core of the incident. Meanwhile, Colonel Loka felt an unprecedented pressure. He realized that General Chingji's involvement signified an unprecedented challenge to his carefully crafted scheme. Loka began to discreetly activate his contingency plan. On one hand, he strengthened his control over his faction. On the other, he expedited the transfer of certain sensitive information, ensuring that even if the investigation deepened, he could safeguard himself to the greatest extent possible. A storm was brewing over the East Sea. In this contest surrounding power, loyalty, and betrayal, Loka and Chingji each maneuvered carefully. Ultimately, the outcome of this shadowy conflict would not only determine the fates of two individuals, but also influence the naval forces and the entire world's landscape. Locke sat alone in a dimly lit office, the cold moonlight streaming through the window, illuminating his furrowed brow and the calculating glint in his eyes. His mind was tumultuous, akin to waves whipped up by a tempest, with questions and hypotheses surging forth one after another. The intentions of General Chingji left him both perplexed and wary of being ensnared in a vortex of treachery, akin to dancing upon a knife's edge, where even a slight misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. Yet, what chilled him further was the implication that the shadows lurking behind this turmoil seemed to point towards the corruption within the upper echelons of the Navy in a region as intricately intertwined as the East Sea. Without the protection of insiders, such nefarious dealings could not possibly thrive to this extent. Locke's thoughts raced as he began to contemplate various possibilities. Was he truly to stage a dramatic self-sacrifice, betraying the Navy and eliminating colleagues to conceal his true intentions, thereby infiltrating the pirates to seek the truth or ensure his own survival? The notion sent a shiver down his spine. Yet he could not deny that it might be the most perilous, yet potentially singular path towards uncovering the truth and escaping unscathed. Rising, he approached the window, gazing out at the pitch-black sea. The surface appeared tranquil, yet beneath it roiled with currents, mirroring his own turbulent state of mind. Locke understood that once he embarked on this irrevocable path, he would confront not only the perils of piracy, but also the potential pursuit from within the Navy itself. He meticulously recalled how he had returned to the Empire of Charles, encountering a remarkable master during that journey, one of the 7 warlords. The world-renowned swordsman Dracul Mihawk stood against the vast sea, a solitary silhouette against the horizon. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon his iconic black coat, yet failed to diminish the chilling aura he exuded. Instead, it added an air of mystery and defiance to this proud swordsman. Tall and statuesque, he stood like a sword poised to strike. His facial features were chiseled, with a slightly raised chin, exuding an undeniable authority amidst his cold demeanor. His straight nose and tightly pressed lips revealed a character that eschewed verbosity and acted with decisiveness. Mihawk was most renowned for his legendary black blade, a long and slender sword that radiated a haunting gleam of darkness. Even when sheathed, The blade seemed to resonate with the promise of its master's unparalleled swordsmanship and undefeated legacy. Whether casually wielding his black blade or unleashing lethal sword energy in battle, he commanded an instinctive awe and respect. Each appearance of Mihawk was accompanied by an ineffable sense of pressure. This confidence and composure stem from an absolute prowess that does not rely on flamboyant techniques or superfluous words. Every sword strike is characterized by simplicity, precision, and lethality, perfectly embodying the zenith of swordsmanship. In this great rout, rife with pirates, Eagle Eye stands as a monument, a formidable presence that none dare challenge easily, representing the pinnacle that countless swordsmen aspire to reach. Luoku was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering one of the 7 warlords, Eagle Eye Mihawk, at this very moment and place, nor did he expect such a direct initiation of conversation. The sea breeze, tinged with a chill, brushed against Luoku's taut nerves as he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. He turned to face the legendary swordsman, his gaze a mix of astonishment and caution. Eagle Eye's information network is indeed impressive. I had the fortune of meeting red-haired Shanks on an island. It was an unforgettable experience. Luoku's tone attempted to be casual, yet his mind raced, calculating the purpose behind Eagle Eye's visit. As for the mention of the slave trade chain, that is evidently a misunderstanding. You are more aware than I of the Navy's justice. My actions have always been to uphold the order of these waters. Eagle Eye narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Luoku, his sharp gaze capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Justice? Order? These terms often carry multiple meanings in the Great Rout. However, your eyes reveal to me that you have your reasons, possibly more intricate than they appear. Speaking lightly, the black blade Yoru lay quietly in its sheath, yet the atmosphere became subtly charged by his words. I do not wish to interfere with your choices, for everyone has their own battlefield and reasons for fighting. Eagle Eye's tone shifted to one of ease, as if the prior topic had never been broached. But remember, true strength means never losing sight of one's true self, regardless of the adversities faced. Should you genuinely seek something, I hope it arises from your innermost desires, rather than from coercion. Luoku sensed the underlying challenge in Eagle Eye's words, along with the palpable pressure accumulating in the air. He involuntarily held his breath, his gaze drawn to the black blade resting silently in its sheath, as if he could feel the chill emanating from the renowned sword. Luoku mentally assessed the confrontation with the world's strongest swordsman. Even in a spar, the inherent dangers were evident. However, faced with such an invitation, any aspiring warrior would find it difficult to refuse, especially as it presented an exceptional opportunity to prove his own strength. Luoku took a deep breath, steadied his composure, and his gaze became resolute and calm. I am honored by your regard, and while I do not dare to claim mastery in swordsmanship, should the opportunity arise to spar with you, I will undoubtedly give it my all. With these words, he had prepared himself. 4 years of training had equipped him to channel his full strength in an instant, readying for the impending challenge. Eagle Eye, upon hearing this, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, a manifestation of his desire and anticipation for battle. Very well, let us proceed. Remember, there are no weaklings beneath the blade. I shall show no mercy. With that, he moved like a shooting star across the night sky, closing the distance between himself and Luoku with astonishing speed. The sea breeze howled as under the moonlight, 2 figures stood entwined, the air thick with the aura of swords. Luoku drew his sword from his waist. A flash of silver light danced as he prepared for this unprecedented trial. With the crisp sound of metal clashing, their blades intertwined, stirring waves of energy that rippled across the sea. The clash between Luoku and Eagle Eye was not merely a dialogue of swords, but also a contest of will and conviction. In that moment, Luoku seemed to touch another realm of swordsmanship, transcending technique and strength to explore the limits of self. Though every strike from Eagle Eye was swift and imbued with enough force to cleave mountains, Luoku, wielding his exceptional swordplay and extraordinary reflexes, managed to withstand the onslaught, occasionally launching counterattacks. While he did not gain the upper hand, he also did not face complete defeat. This duel became a silent exchange between the two, as well as an exploration and affirmation of Luo Ku's inner self. As time wore on, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. The interplay of light and shadow on the sea resembling fireworks in the night sky, brilliant and fierce. Luo Ku gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, sweat cascading down his cheeks, each breath feeling particularly laborious. He realized that his confrontation with Eagle Eye was not merely a contest of technique, but an ultimate test of will and endurance. Before the world's strongest swordsman, he felt for the first time the insurmountable chasm that lay between himself and true masters. The smile on Eagle Eye's face carried an unmistakable hint of pride and indifference as he spoke slowly. Your potential is commendable, but your current strength is far from sufficient to contend with me. My presence here today is, in fact, at the behest of another, to ascertain your capabilities. It appears my task is now complete. Luo Ku's chest heaved, his gaze a blend of reluctance and admiration. Each of Eagle Eye's words struck him like a hammer, instilling both a sense of defeat and an unprecedented fighting spirit. This was a rare opportunity for learning, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Thank you, Eagle Eye, for your guidance. Each of your strikes has been profoundly enlightening. Luo Ku, despite his fatigue, spoke with unwavering determination. I shall remember this defeat today, drawing lessons from it to elevate myself. Eagle Eye nodded, turning towards a unique small boat marked with a cross. The sea breeze caressed his figure, elongating it under the moonlight, rendering him increasingly solitary and enigmatic. Remember, a true swordsman grows through continual failures and challenges. Whether you can transcend yourself and reach new heights depends entirely on your resolve and effort. With that, he gracefully leaped onto the small boat, gradually disappearing into the night with the ebbing waves, leaving Luo Ku with a profound silhouette and endless contemplation. Luo Ku gazed in the direction of Eagle Eye's departure, his heart a tumult of emotions. This unexpected confrontation felt akin to a dream. It was more deeply etched in his memory than any practical training session. He began to reflect on every move and technique exchanged, attempting to capture the fleeting inspirations and insights. This was not merely fortune. It marked a significant turning point in his swordsmanship journey. As night fell, the sea returned to tranquility, yet Luo Ku's heart remained restless. Eagle Eye's appearance was like a flash of lightning, illuminating his path ahead, revealing his inadequacies, and igniting the flame within him to pursue stronger swordsmanship. Although Luo Ku was unaware of whose command or request Eagle Eye had followed, he felt confident that learning a couple of techniques to sweep through the East Sea should be well within his grasp. In a late-night office, only the sound of dialing echoed in the silence. Luo Ku took a deep breath, pressed the last number, and awaited a response from the other end. It was not long before the calm, yet slightly surprised voice of Admiral Akiji came through. Is there something urgent that you need at this late hour? Luo Ku did not respond immediately. Collecting his thoughts, he spoke calmly and directly. Admiral, I will be frank regarding the recent situation and your possible expectations of my role. I believe I have discerned your intentions. Are you hoping for me to pose as a Navy traitor and infiltrate the pirates to investigate those hidden secrets? Qingzhi remained silent on the other end of the line for a moment. This sudden and direct inquiry clearly caught him off guard. He had presumed that everything was still in the shadows, unaware that Luoka possessed such keen insight. Regaining his composure, a subtle note of admiration colored his voice. Luoka, you are indeed perceptive. However, this situation transcends mere role-playing. It is far more intricate than you can imagine, involving not only the Navy, but also deeper layers of vested interests. Luoka discerned the weight of Qingzhi's words and continued, I understand the risks involved. Yet since I am already entangled, I wish to take control of the situation. If this is your plan, I request further information and necessary support, including operational freedom and security assurances. Qingzhi pondered for a moment before making a decision. You are a clever man, Luoka. Indeed, we need someone to infiltrate the den of the tiger and unveil the secrets lurking in the shadows. I will arrange for essential resources, including intelligence and cover. But you must also comprehend that once you step into that world, Every move will be perilous. After hanging up the phone, Luaka stood alone by the window in his office, the night outside seeming even darker than before. He had taken an irreversible step, and what lay ahead was a battlefield more complex and dangerous than his confrontation with Yin. Yet, he did not flinch. Instead, an unprecedented fighting spirit ignited within him. Luaka contemplated the reality that being an undercover agent would thrust him into a state of isolation. The pirates would not trust him, and the Navy might view him as a traitor. This was a gamble of utmost stakes. As a strategist, he began to devise ways to leverage his unique abilities endowed by the Dao Chao Guo fruit to carve out the maximum survival space for himself in this perilous game. He whispered to himself, "My Dao Chao Guo allows me to possess countless substitutes. These avatars can not only confound perception, but also serve as tools for establishing my status among the pirates. As long as I operate with caution, I can, at critical moments, let these substitutes absorb lethal blows while collecting the intelligence I require." In the brightly lit conference room of the Navy headquarters, a tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped every high-ranking officer present. On the table lay sealed dossier bags, meticulously arranged and containing not merely cold documents, but damning evidence capable of shaking the very foundations of the Navy. Evidence of several colonels at the East China Sea Naval Base engaging in slave trading and illegal arms dealings had been meticulously uncovered, laid bare for all to see. Admiral Qingji presided at the head of the table, his expression grave as he slowly opened one of the files, his gaze sweeping over lines of shocking text that confirmed his earlier suspicions. Beneath the surface tranquility of the East China Sea, tumultuous currents had been surging, with a malignant tumor of corruption deeply embedded in certain corners, eroding the integrity of the Navy. The evidence is irrefutable. We can no longer tolerate treachery. Qingji's voice rang cold and resolute, breaking the silence of the meeting room. This cleansing of the East China Sea must be swift and thorough. We must demonstrate to the world that the Navy's justice is beyond reproach. An unprecedented operation was being meticulously prepared. Luaka stood by the window, his gaze piercing through the stillness of the night, focusing on the distant East China Sea, soon to be engulfed by a storm. He felt both anxious and resolute, foreseeing the imminent upheaval. Since his confrontation with Yin, his fate had quietly shifted. Tonight's conversation with Qingji had propelled him to the forefront of the storm. The East China Sea, seemingly tranquil, was about to churn with turmoil because of him. Luaka silently affirmed, a complex smile gracing his face. To become a traitor to the Navy was undoubtedly a painful betrayal for one who had once been loyal. Yet, for the greater justice of exposing the corruption hidden in darkness, he was willing to bear this stigma. Reflecting on the camaraderie shared with his colleagues, those days spent safeguarding justice brought a pang of sorrow to his heart. To slay a comrade, while the most direct and shocking form of proof, would also become an everlasting ache within him. This was not a mere betrayal, but a profound self-redemption of the soul, a determination to achieve great righteousness through the sacrifice of the self. Becoming an undercover pirate would demand a path more arduous than any other. Luaka vowed to utilize the power of the Dao Chao Guo to forge a secretive and intricate route for himself. He needed to build trust among the pirates while meticulously gathering evidence. Each use of a substitute had to be calculated, both concealing his true identity and ensuring the smooth execution of his mission. Luaka's thoughts surged like a tide, his mind flooded with images of the Navy colonels who would soon meet their demise at his hands. They had once fought alongside him, but beneath the facade of honor lay heinous crimes, selling civilians into slavery and diverting Navy armaments intended for the protection of the people to the pirates. Such transgressions were inexcusable. Their actions had long since surpassed the boundaries of justice, inciting widespread outrage and dissatisfaction even within the Navy. They had transformed from protectors into demons more terrifying than the pirates themselves. Luaka sighed inwardly. The betrayal of these individuals not only undermined the Navy's faith, but also insulted the entire world. On the scales of justice, their lives had been crushed beneath the weight of their own sins. Dying by the sword of a just man might be the best outcome for them. Loaka understood that severing these malignant tumors, though a reluctant necessity, was essential for eradicating corruption within the Navy and restoring justice. He viewed himself as the sword of execution, ready to press forward despite the pain and struggle that lay ahead. Let this all end in my hands. It is my commitment to justice. Loaka's gaze hardened, prepared to face the approaching storm, even if it meant bearing the heavy burden of guilt and solitude. Walking the thin line of morality and law, he aimed to ensure that his actions would genuinely guide the Navy back on track, allowing the East China Sea and the world to bask once more in the light of righteousness. News swept through the East China Sea like a sudden spring breeze. Those Navy colonels, intricately linked by a web of interests, who had been anxiously anticipating the impending storm, were unexpectedly met with a shocking yet exhilarating announcement. Admiral Qingji, one of the Navy's 3 great admirals, was soon to arrive in the East China Sea, with the purpose of holding a promotion ceremony to elevate them to the rank of Rear Admiral. This sudden stroke of good fortune left the previously anxious colonels momentarily at a loss. They exchanged incredulous glances, their hearts a mix of surprise and confusion. Many among them had privately worried whether their misdeeds had been discovered. Yet now, Admiral Qingji's actions seemed to offer them a reassuring balm, as if all shadows had been swept away. Admiral Qingji, how could he make such a decision at this critical juncture? Is it possible that our activities truly remain undetected? One colonel inquired softly, his tone a blend of relief and skepticism. Another displayed a smug smile. Laughter echoed, revealing that our prior concerns were indeed unfounded. The actions of Qingji Darren undoubtedly affirmed our contributions in the East Sea. Perhaps our endeavors have even rendered additional advantages to the Navy. They congregated, animatedly discussing the forthcoming promotion ceremony, envisioning how the augmentation of power and status would facilitate their illicit activities. In their eyes, this was not merely a promotion. It was a comprehensive validation of their existing lifestyle, a consolidation and expansion of authority. Yet, unbeknownst to them, behind this euphoria, a meticulously orchestrated storm was silently brewing. Locke, the naval officer poised to become a pirate infiltrator, was acutely aware of the underlying complexities. He understood that Admiral Qingji's actions were far from superficial. This promotion ceremony was, in fact, a well-crafted trap for the unsuspecting. The arrival of Admiral Qingji heralded the Navy headquarters' decisive action against the rampant corruption in the East Sea. Behind the glamorous facade of the ceremony lay an invisible net, waiting to ensnare these avaricious officers. Locke felt a tumult of emotions, fully cognizant that he would play a pivotal role in this tempest, both as a traitor and as an executor of justice. On that decisive day, the sky above the EC was remarkably clear, sunlight illuminating the naval base, yet failing to dispel the undercurrents of chill. The base was enveloped in an unprecedented atmosphere of festivity and splendor, while the stars twinkled in the night sky, witnessing this extraordinary moment. Inside and outside the base, lights blazed, colorful flags fluttered, and an array of lanterns and neon lights intertwined to create a dazzling sea that mirrored the joy and anticipation on every face. The intermingling of music and laughter fostered a celebratory ambience, almost making one forget that this was typically a solemn military stronghold. High-ranking officials gathered from all directions, their figures weaving through the brilliant lights, with conversations and laughter rising and falling in a peculiar harmony. These ordinarily elusive naval elites now mingled like familiar friends, sharing laughter and relishing the glory and joy brought by this special night. Clad in resplendent military uniforms and adorned with various medals, they showcased their respective ranks and achievements, exchanging pleasantries and congratulations as if heralding the dawn of a new golden era. However, beneath this joyous exterior, a subtle tension coursed through the air. Locke remained vigilant amidst the crowd, his gaze flitting through the celebrating throng, scrutinizing every detail while silently calculating the impending plan. Tonight's promotion ceremony was but a carefully arranged theatrical performance, and he was the protagonist poised to unveil the truth. As the ceremony drew near, a temporary platform in the central square of the base stood solemnly under the illumination of lights. Upon this platform, Admiral Qingji's figure commanded respect, his silence imbued with an aura of authority that seemed to penetrate all. Every naval officer present, from newly appointed brigadiers to seasoned veterans, held their breath in anticipation, eager to hear what this legendary figure would unveil. Standing atop the platform, Admiral Qingji's voice, though calm and composed, resonated with undeniable gravitas. His words drifted through the air, each syllable seemingly weighed with contemplation. Tonight, we gather not only to celebrate, but to witness the rebirth of the EC Navy's might. Esteemed colonels, your efforts and contributions have not gone unnoticed by the Navy headquarters. Therefore, I officially announce your promotion to Brigadier General. As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, mingled with exultant cheers, akin to waves crashing against the shore, relentless and enduring. The soon-to-be promoted colonels radiated uncontainable joy and pride, embracing one another and sharing this sudden honor with their colleagues. In their eyes, this was the highest reward for their past efforts. Little did they realize, it was also the commencement of a pivotal turn in their destinies. One colonel, a triumphant smile gracing his lips, turned to his subordinates. Those who typically obeyed without question now rushed forward, overflowing with congratulations and flattery. They praised his leadership, lauded his military accomplishments, and each word dripped with sycophancy, as every individual sought to leave a lasting impression on the newly promoted Brigadier General. My lord, you are truly the pride of the EC. Your promotion to Brigadier General is well-deserved, exclaimed one enthusiastic aide, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Another subordinate quickly chimed in, Indeed, my lord, your wisdom and courage are unparalleled. We believe that under your leadership, the EC Navy will achieve even greater glory. Amidst this chorus of flattery, the colonel's smile grew increasingly smug, relishing the adulation without noticing the subtle tension in the air. Meanwhile, Locke, concealed within the crowd, observed this spectacle with a discerning eye, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Behind these hypocritical smiles and congratulations lay the brewing storm, and he would be the key to unveiling the truth. As night deepened, the promotion ceremony gradually morphed into a revelry among the officers, transforming the naval base into a city that never sleeps. At the banquet, an abundance of fine wines and exquisite delicacies adorned the tables. Amidst the clinking of glasses, many officers succumbed to intoxication, some engaging in boisterous song, while others stumbled into dance, liberating their repressed emotions. Under the influence of alcohol, a myriad of human expressions emerged. Some officers laughed heartily, while others wept softly, and some, emboldened by drink, divulged secrets and aspirations they would typically dare not speak. In one corner of the banquet, those sycophantic high-ranking officials formed small circles, their faces adorned with artificially crafted smiles, their eyes glinting with calculation and flattery. Surrounding the newly promoted brigadiers, they engaged in a silent competition of excessive praise, vying to articulate their compliments in the most melodious and agreeable terms. Each utterance of congratulations on your promotion, and you are the pride of the East Sea, concealed ulterior motives and power calculations. Locke navigated through the crowd, appearing to celebrate alongside them while maintaining a state of sobriety and vigilance. He observed each individual's behavior, silently cataloging their identities. Among them were potential future collaborators, as well as enemies that must be exposed. Locke's visage bore a subtle smile, yet none could discern the profound meanings hidden within his gaze. As the night deepened, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith, yet Locke's heart remained unerringly calm. This feast was merely the calm before the storm. The true contest was on the horizon. Locke's gaze inadvertently met that of Admiral Qingji within the crowd. In that moment, he perceived a barely discernible signal emanating from the depths of Qingji's seemingly serene yet profound eyes, conveying the message that the time had come. Locke's heart raced as he realized this was the prearranged signal indicating that their plan was poised to enter its most critical execution phase. Amidst the clamor of the banquet, Admiral Qingji seized an opportune moment to discreetly depart, leaving behind a figure that exuded both mystery and significance. Locke adjusted his position with an air of calmness, ensuring he could closely monitor the unfolding dynamics. Soon after, several newly promoted brigadiers and other key figures gathered together, seemingly in celebration. However, beneath the surface, a subtle yet tense atmosphere permeated the air. Their gazes met over the rims of their glasses, exchanging glimmers of understanding that carried significant and secretive messages only they could decipher. Locke perceptively captured these nuanced interactions, recognizing that the glances concealed not just jubilation, but potentially conspiratorial machinations or unease regarding impending changes. While expressions relaxed under the influence of alcohol, the vigilance and wariness in their eyes remained unabated. Locke felt a mix of tension and exhilaration. It was time for him to take action. He moved stealthily, employing the capabilities of his straw fruit to discreetly establish his eyes within the crowd, ready to play a pivotal role at a crucial moment. As the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith, with music and laughter intertwining into a cacophony, an unforeseen turn of events shattered all merriment and pretense. Major Locke, who had appeared engrossed in the celebration, suddenly maneuvered through the throng with the agility of a hawk, his eyes sharp and focused, targeting the newly promoted brigadiers and their inner circle. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Locke's hand slowly brushed against the hilt of his sword, signaling that the banquet was about to transform into a battlefield. Straw blood sword. Locke's voice rang out across the banquet hall, a proclamation that echoed his inner call, a judgment upon those who betrayed justice. With those words, Locke's figure flickered akin to lightning in the night breeze, and in an instant, he struck with resolute decisiveness. The greedy souls, still ensnared in the illusions woven by alcohol and flattery, were caught unawares. Locke's sword arrived with a sharpness that reflected the cold light of the moon, each strike precise and lethal. The sounds of clashing steel resonated, followed by startled gasps. And then silence descended abruptly. All that remained were the sounds of shattered glasses and the dull thud of bodies collapsing. The attendees, including those brigadiers who had been lost in their fantasies of power, suddenly awakened to the grim reality. Shock and terror etched across their faces. At the moment Locke drew his blade, time seemed to freeze. Laughter ceased, replaced by an eerie stillness. Confusion, fear, and disbelief flickered rapidly across their expressions. Some stared wide-eyed, mouths agape in disbelief at the unfolding chaos. Others recoiled, attempting to distance themselves from the epicenter of violence, while some instinctively reached for their weapons, hesitating in uncertainty, clearly unprepared for such abrupt upheaval. "Locke, what are you doing?" called out a lieutenant who had previously enjoyed a cordial relationship with him, his voice a mixture of shock, confusion, and a hint of fear. Locke did not respond immediately. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings in search of the next target. Ultimately, he sheathed his sword, standing firm, his voice cold and resolute. "Everything I have done is entirely out of my own volition." These words ignited a fervor among the crowd. A cacophony of heated dialogues and inquiries erupted. "Have you lost your mind? They're our colleagues, even our friends." An indignant young major questioned. "Yes, Locke. What evidence do you have?" "This is no trivial matter. Indiscriminate killing bears legal consequences." An older lieutenant attempted to reason, though his voice trembled. Locke was acutely aware that his rapid and decisive actions had placed him squarely in the crosshairs. Should he falter, he would face relentless pursuit and unimaginable repercussions. Thus, in that moment of silence, Locke resolved to seize the chaos and swiftly withdraw from the scene. "Justice has been served. I act with a clear conscience. Yet, I know I must depart to uncover a greater truth," Locke whispered, a flicker of determination igniting within him. Utilizing the panic and disorder of the crowd, he quietly exited the banquet hall, hastening towards a pre-planned escape route. Meanwhile, those officials fortunate enough to escape harm gradually emerged from their initial shock, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. Some were filled with rage, others with panic, but most were consumed by a desire for vengeance against Locke. To them, his actions represented a profound affront to their authority, an unforgivable betrayal. "Quick, seal off all exits from the base. Activate the emergency protocol. We cannot let Locke escape," bellowed a senior officer, his voice cutting through the chaos like a knife. Following his command, alarms blared throughout the base, lights flashing. The naval base, once steeped in festive atmosphere, instantly transformed into a combat-ready state as soldiers rapidly mobilized to conduct a thorough search for Locke. Meanwhile, Locke, leveraging his familiarity with the base S layout and the abilities of his straw fruit, continuously shifted his guise, deftly evading one search party after another as he advanced towards the designated extraction point. Captivity would not only endanger his life, but also extinguish his mission to reveal the truth. Therefore, each step was taken with utmost caution, his heartbeat drumming yet resolutely steadfast. The pursuit and escape mirrored a game of cat and mouse in the enveloping darkness, fraught with tension and excitement. Locke treaded upon the edge of a blade, his mind singularly focused on one thought. He must not be captured. As he swiftly navigated his escape route, a subtle layer of ice began to spread beneath his feet, nearly imperceptible in the dim moonlight, leaving faint traces of frost with each step. This delicate transformation went unnoticed by most, yet for those attuned to their surroundings, it served as a clear signal of Admiral Qingji's hidden presence, seemingly guarding something. Though Qingji did not manifest within the crowd, his aura lingered in every corner of the base. The signature ability of his freezing fruit clandestinely paved a concealed and safe passage for Locke's escape, impeding the pursuers while granting him precious moments. This silent support signified an unspoken endorsement of Locke's chosen path. Amidst his flight, Locke keenly sensed this subtle shift, a warm current swelling within him. Although he had embarked on a lonely and perilous journey, he was not without allies. The clandestine assistance of Admiral Qingji imbued him with a sense of warmth and hope on this frigid night. "Admiral Qingji, I will not let you down," Locke silently vowed, his steps growing more resolute. Utilizing the capabilities of his straw fruit, he cleverly disguised his movements while leveraging the obstacles created by the ice to maintain distance from his relentless pursuers, gradually drawing closer to the designated safe zone. The naval soldiers, eager to capture Locke, found themselves unprepared for the sudden appearance of ice beneath their feet. They slipped and stumbled, their precious opportunity to pursue delayed amidst the chaos. While they cursed the weather and voiced their grievances, they remained oblivious to the fact that this was all by design, a silent endorsement of the path of justice from the mysterious and powerful general. Under the cover of ice shards, Locke, utilizing his familiarity with the terrain of the base and the decoys created from straw fruits, skillfully evaded the pursuing soldiers. After a convoluted journey, he arrived at a concealed dock at the edge of the base. There lay an unassuming small boat, the very tool for his escape that he had prepared in advance. In the night, the sea breeze carried a hint of chill, while the gentle waves lapped against the hull, producing a tranquil and steady rhythm. Locke swiftly boarded the small vessel, his movements precise and without hesitation. He understood that time was of the essence. Once discovered, even this humble dock would offer no sanctuary. Untying the ropes and gently pushing the oars, the boat glided silently into the sea, becoming one with the ink-black night. As the distance from the base widened, Locke's emotions grew increasingly complex, a mixture of relief at escaping the pursuit and uncertainty about the future. Looking back, he beheld the brightly lit naval base in the distance, once his battlefield and the birthplace of his dreams. Now, he could only bid it a distant farewell. On the surface of the sea, Locke found a moment of tranquility, yet his thoughts remained tumultuous. From that moment on, he was no longer an ordinary naval commander, but had transformed into a defector, a solitary warrior burdened with the mission of revealing the truth. Ahead lay an endless expanse of challenges and the unknown. Yet, within him burned a fierce flame, a steadfast dedication to justice and a longing for illumination. Under Locke's guidance, the small boat sailed against the sea breeze, heading deeper into the ocean, the stars twinkling to illuminate his path. Taking a deep breath of the briny air, he silently vowed that regardless of what lay ahead, he would forge onward, for the true honor of the Navy, for the justice and peace of this world. As Locke's figure fully merged into the night, disappearing beyond the horizon, Admiral Qingji slowly entered the banquet hall. His arrival was akin to the calm after a storm, exuding an ineffable authority and composure. The chaos and clamor of the scene were subdued by an invisible force the moment he stepped in, gradually returning to tranquility. Qingji surveyed the surroundings, his gaze profound, sweeping over the startled officers and the colleagues sprawled on the ground. His expression revealed little emotional fluctuation, yet his eyes betrayed a subtle complexity, embodying both understanding and tacit approval of Locke's actions, along with a hint of regret and sorrow. As silence settled, Qingji's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the venue like the tolling of a bell, compelling the still chattering officers to fall silent. All eyes turned to him, awaiting the next directive from the admiral. Tonight's events, I believe, are evident to everyone, Qingji stated succinctly yet powerfully. From this point onward, the naval headquarters will launch a full-scale manhunt for Commander Locke, making it clear what the consequences will be for opposing the world government. As his words hung in the air, the officers at the banquet seemed to regain a sense of equilibrium. They exchanged glances of relief, which quickly erupted into cheers. For them, Qingji's announcement of the manhunt for Locke not only represented an official stance on the tumultuous events of the night, but also served as a reinforcement of naval order, a guarantee that the familiar rules and justice would endure. For the honor of the Navy, an officer shouted. Others joined in, raising their glasses in celebration of a victory, a joyous return to normalcy. However, this scene struck Qingji as somewhat ironic. Deep within, he grappled with complex emotions regarding Locke's choices. Locke was now traversing a thorny path, a naval officer forced to become a pirate infiltrator. This was a torment of the soul, far more profound than any physical suffering. What Locke endured was not merely a shift in identity, but a relentless interrogation of his beliefs and loyalties, with each breath teetering between justice and betrayal. Qingji gazed into the inky expanse of the sea, contemplating. Locke, you have chosen a path that few would dare tread. Yet may your decision illuminate the dark corners of the Navy, allowing true justice to be reborn. Meanwhile, we who remain in the light must also engage in constant self-reflection to prevent ourselves from descending into that endless abyss. The officers present, immersed in their fleeting revelry, remained unaware of Qingji's heavy contemplation. Some may have sensed a flicker of unease beginning to stir within them, whispering doubts in their hearts. If Locke could act so boldly today, might the same fate await them tomorrow? This insidious anxiety surged quietly like an undercurrent, yet none dared voice it aloud. Qingji comprehended that this upheaval was not only a test for Locke, but also a warning for all members of the Navy. Turning, he prepared to address the ensuing matters, silently resolving to use this incident as a catalyst to eradicate the internal decay of the Navy, restoring it to the trustworthy bastion of justice in the hearts of the people. Locke's shadow would linger in his memory, a reminder of the heavy price of justice. The following morning, before the first rays of sunlight fully graced the streets of various cities, the cries of newspaper boys echoed, waving the latest edition of the paper, its headlines striking and shocking. Shocking. Major upheaval at the East Sea Naval Base. Former Commander Locke has defected. 6 colonels slain. The cover featured an illustration of Locke standing with a sword, surrounded by fallen colleagues and scattered naval caps. Vivid and impactful, capturing attention. The article meticulously detailed the astonishing events that transpired the previous night at the East Sea Naval Base. From the exuberance of the celebration to Locke's sudden strike and his cunning escape utilizing the straw fruit's abilities, each segment resonated with the hearts of the civilians. The article noted that while Locke's actions were audacious and shocking, they seemed to carry deeper significance, hinting at the Navy's zero-tolerance stance towards corruption and their resolute defense of justice. Furthermore, the report included statements from anonymous naval insiders, suggesting that this incident served as a crucial warning for internal reform within the Navy, indicating that the headquarters would adopt stricter measures to eradicate corruption. Most notably, the announcement of a bounty for Lockhart, the former commander of the East Sea Navy, now classified as a significant defector, detailed his straw fruit abilities, with a staggering bounty of 150 million berries. In an instant, this news ignited a significant uproar throughout the New World and across the seas. People buzzed with curiosity and speculation regarding this former naval officer who had suddenly become the center of attention. The release of this newspaper created ripples akin to stones cast into a tranquil sea. It sparked widespread discussion among the general populace and stirred considerable turbulence among pirates, navies, governments, and various factions worldwide. Within the vast expanse of the other seas, senior naval officers gathered, their brows furrowed, passing around the newspaper documenting the lock incident. Every individual who has perused the reports bears a countenance etched with a myriad of complex emotions: shock, skepticism, concern, and even a hint of barely perceptible reverence. Rear Admiral Hayes of the Bahai Navy sits behind an expansive desk, his sharp gaze sweeping over the subordinates gathered around the conference table. "Gentlemen, you are all aware of the events that have transpired in the Donghai. Locke, a former comrade, has ruthlessly turned against our brethren and defected. This is not merely an affront to the Navy. It serves as a clarion call for us all." He pauses, the weight of his words deepening. "We cannot allow such occurrences to unfold again in the Bahai. Internal scrutiny must be intensified, and the malignant tumor of corruption must be eradicated entirely." Rear Admiral Allison of the Shihai leans towards her trusted aide. "Consider Locke. He was once among our elite, yet he has chosen a path of irrevocable betrayal. Regardless of his initial intentions, this is a betrayal of the Navy's ideals." Shaking her head, a flicker of conflict dances in her eyes. "We must engage in self-reflection, ensuring our hands remain untainted, our swords ever pointed at the true adversary." Brigadier General Max of the Nanhai addresses a group of impassioned young naval recruits on the training grounds. "You have likely heard of Locke's actions. Remember, loyalty and justice are the cornerstones of our Navy. No matter how the winds of the world may shift, stand firm in your convictions. Do not allow anything to erode your faith. Should you ever face similar temptations or dilemmas, I implore you to make the right choice, rather than seeking justice through misguided means as Locke has." In a secluded study, Vice Admiral Oliver of the Southeast Navy discusses the matter with his advisory team. "Locke's actions undoubtedly declare war upon the world, including ourselves." In a nondescript corner of the Donghai Naval Base, Locke's former subordinates congregate in a modest lounge. Their expressions a tumultuous blend of shock, confusion, and disbelief. A large front-page newspaper lies on the table, prominently featuring Locke's photo, marked by the bold word defection, akin to a sharp blade piercing their hearts. Carl, a former direct subordinate of Locke, clenches his fists, his voice trembling. "This is impossible. Chief, how could he do such a thing? He always taught us to be loyal to the Navy, to justice. How could he betray us, betray the Navy? This must be a misunderstanding. Someone must have set him up." Mia, one of the few women at the base, fights back tears. "I remember, every time we returned from a mission, no matter how fatigued he was, the chief was always the last to rest, the first to check the equipment. How could he abandon us, abandon the Navy, to do such a thing? I refuse to believe it. I must see him and hear it from his own lips." In a dimly lit, story-laden tavern, Lieutenant Colonel Locke sits alone in a secluded corner, seemingly detached from the surrounding clamor. The tavern's soft, yellowish light casts mottled shadows from the weathered wooden beams, adding a sense of time-worn melancholy to the ambience. He clutches a glass of rich, frothy stout, the dark liquid shimmering enticingly under the light, the sole highlight in this shadowy realm. Locke's gaze occasionally fixates on his glass, then drifts aimlessly over the silhouettes of other patrons, a playful smile gracing his lips. His thoughts meander back to the recent act of defection, a meticulously orchestrated betrayal, a challenge to the once loyal Navy headquarters. Since that indelible moment, he has transitioned from a loyal officer to a wanted traitor across the entire maritime expanse. Yet, it was also at that moment that he felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. Reflecting on the staggering bounty of 150 million berries placed upon his head, Locke experiences no fear, but rather a peculiar swell of pride. This figure signifies not only his complete severance from past constraints, but also an acknowledgement of his capabilities, even through such extreme and socially unacceptable means. In a world rife with piracy, where the lines between the Navy and pirates are blurred, his name, Locke, has transcended mere nomenclature, evolving into an integral part of a legend, an odyssey of power, betrayal, and freedom. He contemptuously shakes his head, downing the stout in one gulp. The bitter yet sweet taste is reminiscent of his life's journey. Locke understands that from this moment forth, every step shall tread upon a razor's edge. Yet, it is this very uncertainty and peril that ignites within him an insatiable thirst for adventure. On these tumultuous seas, he shall compose his own narrative, resolutely moving forward with a proud head and indomitable spirit, regardless of the obstacles that lie ahead. On a storm-laden night, the truth of Locke's defection lurks like a deep-sea current hidden beneath the surface, known only to a select few. Admiral Akiji, one of the Navy's 3 admirals, with his calm wisdom and unique understanding of justice, stand among the few who comprehend Locke's true motives. Aside from Akiji, perhaps only the seasoned strategist, occupying the esteemed position of Fleet Admiral, possesses the entirety of the secret. Locke's defection was not a mere whim, but rather an eruption of long-standing discontent with the corruption and systemic issues within the Navy. Having witnessed too many conflicts between ideals and reality, the hypocrisy and sacrifice disguised under the banner of justice ultimately compelled him to make this decision. However, such a choice undeniably rendered him a traitor in the eyes of the Navy, transforming former comrades into his pursuers in an instant. In the realm of piracy, Locke's identity is similarly precarious. His past as a Navy colonel acts as an indelible mark, causing many pirates to harbor suspicion and even hostility towards him. They question Locke's true intentions, fearing he may be an undercover agent sent by the Navy or harboring some nefarious secret mission. Consequently, Locke finds himself ensnared in a dilemma, pursued by the Navy while struggling to win the complete trust of the pirates. Locke's gaze gradually falls upon a somewhat pristine newspaper before him, its headline emblazoned with his photograph, depicting him in a neat naval uniform, his eyes sharp and resolute. That was his past, a loyal Navy colonel. Now, however, this image has become a bounty notice, proclaiming his irrevocable severance from his former life. Locke lightly caresses the cold paper, a tumult of emotions flooding his heart. The trajectory of his future life resembles the storms at sea, unpredictable yet brimming with infinite possibilities. Regarding Admiral Akiji, Locke harbors a complex array of feelings. He knows that this figure, who once taught him and served as both mentor and commander, will soon make a world-shattering decision to depart from Navy headquarters and join the infamous Blackbeard pirates, ascending to the role of second-in-command beneath Blackbeard. This news, once released, will sweep through the world of pirates, making all factions acutely aware. Locke ponders whether, when that day arrives, the truth of his defection will also surface, or if it shall remain forever buried in the dust of history. Just as Locke immerses himself in contemplation of the future, an unsettling atmosphere silently encroaches. In the tavern, several burly men adorned with tattoos frequently cast their glances in his direction, their expressions tinged with evident intrigue and provocation. Locke keenly sensed this unfriendly attention. However, he did not react immediately. Instead, he subtly adjusted his seating position, appearing nonchalant while actually preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Locke maintained a calm facade, leisurely savoring the nearly empty glass of dark beer. Yet he had already overheard the hushed whispers of the men, each word resonating clearly in his keen perception despite their low volume. A cold smile crept across Locke's mind, disdainful of those who sought to betray others for a bounty. He scoffed at their intentions, yet simultaneously recognized this as a potential opportunity to test his survival skills in a new environment. The eyes of the tattooed men grew increasingly fervent, exchanging smug glances as they envisioned the substantial reward beckoning them. The atmosphere around Locke thickened with tension, a palpable sense of impending storm looming in the air. Other regular patrons of the tavern were drawn by the sudden commotion, some out of curiosity, others sensing the unfolding drama. Locke's face, strikingly similar to the one depicted in the newspapers, became the focal point of attention, murmurs rising and falling like waves. Just as this undercurrent intensified, Locke slowly placed his drink down, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Rising with composed grace, an aura emanating from him quelled the tavern's din. His gaze swept across the fidgeting men, ultimately settling in the center of the tavern, a silent challenge and a warning. "Gentlemen, it appears the winds are stirring tonight. Even the tranquil tavern has welcomed some unwelcome guests. Luaka's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the tavern with an undeniable authority. If anyone harbors doubts about my identity, feel free to verify it personally. But remember, the bounty is not easily claimed, especially when facing me, Luaka. Upon these words, the tavern fell into a profound silence. All eyes fixated on Luaka and the burly men, a potential clash on the brink of eruption. Luaka stood confidently, fully in control, awaiting the subsequent challenge. At the moment he proposed a choice, one of the men, nursing a broken wrist, flashed a fierce glint in his eyes. Pretending to be in pain while clutching his injured wrist, his other hand stealthily slid toward his waistband, attempting to retrieve a concealed weapon for a desperate gamble. However, Luaka's instincts were astute. He had sensed the subtle shift in the air long before the man made a move. Foolish action, Luaka murmured to himself. He slightly angled his body, effortlessly evading the man's blind spot. Suddenly, the man lunged at him, roaring, "Take this, you little brat." The concealed weapon shot forth like a venomous snake, aimed directly at Luaka's vitals. Yet Luaka's reflexes surpassed ordinary comprehension. He deftly sidestepped, the weapon whizzing past his ear and embedding itself in the tavern wall. In an instant, Luaka's movements became a blur as his hand glided across the man's neck with an elegance that belied the lethal precision honed over years of martial training. The strike, seemingly effortless, carried the essence of Luaka's mastery, the force perfectly calibrated. The man's body stiffened, his eyes dimming as he succumbed to unconsciousness. His massive frame toppling sideways, and with a gentle push from Luaka, he astonishingly sailed out of the tavern window, disappearing into the night. The tavern was instantly enveloped in a chilling silence, patrons in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Luaka calmly withdrew his hand, his attire untouched, his demeanor unruffled. The incident was merely a trifling interlude. His gaze swept across the room once more, his eyes conveying a message to all. To challenge him was to face such a fate. Now, Luaka's voice rang out again, imbued with an undeniable authority. "I await your wise choices." With this declaration, the previously restless men lost their fighting spirit entirely, discarding their weapons and fleeing in disarray, none daring to meet Luaka's gaze. A subtle smile graced Luaka's lips as he returned to his seat, retrieving the now lukewarm dark beer and gently swirling it. Following Luaka's astonishing display, the atmosphere in the tavern grew exceptionally heavy. The men, once intoxicated by the allure of the bounty and the effects of alcohol, were now sobered, their expressions frozen in shock, involuntarily swallowing hard. They watched as Luaka composedly adjusted his attire, as if nothing had transpired, methodically making his way to the tavern door. Luaka's steps were steady and forceful, each footfall resonating with a firm cadence that echoed his formidable presence. Pausing at the bar, he retrieved a small pouch of belly from his pocket, placing it gently on the counter, the payment for the dark beer he had yet to settle. This simple gesture conveyed an ineffable strangeness, leaving all present in a state of profound astonishment. The tavern keeper, trembling hands accepting the belly, managed a strained smile, one that bore both acknowledgement of Luaka's prowess and a lingering fear of the recent events. The keeper's gaze was complex, filled with admiration for Luaka's handling of the situation, intermingled with concern for the future of his tavern. A figure like Luaka, once departed, would undoubtedly become a timeless topic of conversation within these walls. Yet, he silently hoped that his humble establishment would not be ensnared in further turmoil. Luaka turned, offering no additional words, merely leaving behind a solitary silhouette as he pushed open the tavern's weathered door, stepping into the night. Outside, the night breeze was cool, the starry sky resplendent. As Luaka inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling with a blend of fearless anticipation for the unknown and a yearning for a life of freedom. Meanwhile, within the tavern, patrons remained entranced long after Luaka's departure, his seemingly simple exit leaving an indelible impression on each heart. Luaka's story swept through the tavern like a tempest, transient yet intensely impactful, etching a lasting memory. In the shadow of Loaka's departure, significant upheavals quietly transpired within the Navy. Admiral Qingji, known for his calmness and wisdom, initiated a series of thunderous actions, having foreseen the shifting tides of the future. Utilizing his astute grasp of the situation, he systematically purged the Navy bases and colonels that had long sheltered corruption and vice. Under Qingji's iron fist, once seemingly entrenched powers were uprooted, severing the chains of evil in the East Sea, where rampant criminal activities crumbled in the absence of naval protection. These transformations were undoubtedly a long-awaited boon for the East Sea, as many regions finally welcomed the return of peace and tranquility. However, amidst these achievements, Loaka's name went unmentioned, his presence fading into the annals of history, becoming an invisible catalyst of that silent revolution. Loaka's choice led him down a solitary and winding path. He was no longer a member of the Navy, nor did he fully belong to the realm of pirates. Instead, he traversed the edge of good and evil as a lone wanderer. Walking within the moral gray area, he upheld his sense of justice in his unique manner, even though this justice was often misunderstood by the world. Each step Loaka took was a testament to his unwavering beliefs and a rebellion against the injustices of this world. Like a solitary wolf, he faced the unknown challenges ahead. Neither purely good nor entirely evil, he sought his own survival laws in this chaotic world. On this ambiguous path, Loaka experienced unprecedented freedom and solitude. His tale, perhaps, would never be officially recorded, yet it gradually transformed into a legend through the whispers of the people. A complex saga of courage, betrayal, and redemption. For Loaka, this may have been the pursuit of a freedom and value that transcended the bounty's worth and the identities of Navy or pirate. During his departure from the Navy, one of Loaka's most treasured possessions was the cultivation manual privately imparted to him by Vice Admiral Qingji. This substantial tome, its cover worn, bore the faint inscription of the three-color Overlord Cultivation Guide, hinting at its extraordinary value. Furthermore, the book meticulously detailed the secret methods to awaken the powers of devil fruits. Particularly for Loaka's straw fruit, the wealth of information contained within was astonishing. In the stillness of the night, Loaka would often find himself alone in a secluded cave or abandoned ship's cabin, illuminated by the faint glow of a light. Eagerly studying the manual, those hands, once firmly gripping a sword hilt, now turned its pages with utmost care, for each word carried the weight of profound knowledge and power. Loaka's gaze would shift between intense focus and gleaming excitement, reminiscent of a famished traveler discovering an oasis in the desert. As he committed to the training prescribed within the book, the moment Loaka made his choice, the burly man with a broken wrist flashed a glint of ferocity in his eyes, pretending to clutch his injured wrist in agony. His other hand stealthily crept towards his waistband, attempting to retrieve a concealed weapon for a desperate final stand. However, Loaka's intuition was remarkable. He had sensed the subtle shift in the air long before the man acted. What a foolish move, Loaka murmured to himself. With a slight turn of his body, he effortlessly evaded the man's blind spot. Suddenly, the man lunged, roaring, "Come at me, you little brat." The hidden weapon struck like a venomous serpent, aimed straight for Loaka's vitals. Yet, Loaka's reflexes surpassed ordinary imagination. In a flash, he deftly sidestepped, the weapon whizzing past his ear and embedding itself into the tavern wall. Almost instantaneously, Loaka's hand moved like lightning, his palm gliding across the man's neck with an elegant grace. This seemingly effortless strike concealed years of martial arts mastery, delivering just the right amount of force. The man froze, his eyes losing their luster, his massive frame collapsing helplessly to one side. With a gentle push, Loaka sent him hurtling through the tavern window, vanishing into the night. The tavern fell into an eerie silence, all present in shock, unable to believe the scene that had just transpired. Loaka slowly withdrew his hand, his attire unruffled, his expression calm. What had just occurred was but a trivial interlude. His gaze swept over every individual present, as if conveying that challenging him would lead to such a fate. Now, Loaka's voice resonated again, imbued with an undeniable authority. I anticipate your wise decision. As these words fell, the previously restless men lost all will to fight, dropping their weapons and scattering in all directions, none daring to meet Luaka's gaze. Luaka offered a slight smile, returning to his seat, lifting the now cool glass of dark beer, gently swirling it, following Luaka's stunning display. The atmosphere in the tavern had grown exceedingly heavy. Those once intoxicated by bounty and alcohol were now sobered, each one frozen in shock, involuntarily swallowing hard. They watched as Luaka composed himself, as if nothing had transpired, striding towards the tavern door with measured steps. His footsteps were steady and powerful, each step resonating with a firm sound against the floor, echoing a silent proclamation of his formidable presence. As he passed the bar, he paused, retrieving a small pouch of bay leaf from his pocket and placing it gently on the counter, payment for his earlier drink. This simple action conveyed an inexplicable peculiarity, leaving all present in a state of profound astonishment. The tavern owner trembled as he accepted the bay leaf, a forced smile appearing on his face, reflecting both recognition of Luaka's strength and lingering fear from the recent events. The owner's eyes were a mix of admiration for Luaka's decisive handling of the situation and concern for the future of this enigmatic patron. A figure like Luaka would undoubtedly become a lasting topic of conversation in the tavern long after his departure. Yet, he also silently prayed that his humble establishment would not be embroiled in further chaos. Luaka turned, offering no further words, leaving behind a solitary silhouette as he pushed open the old tavern door and stepped into the night. Outside, the night breeze was cool, the starry sky brilliant. Luaka inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling with both fearlessness towards his uncertain fate and a yearning for a life of freedom. Within the tavern, the patrons remained in a daze long after Luaka's departure. That seemingly simple exit left an indelible impression in each of their hearts. Luaka's story was akin to a tempest, fleeting yet powerful, leaving behind an unforgettable memory in the old tavern. In the shadow of Luaka's departure, the Navy underwent a profound transformation. Vice Admiral Qingji, renowned for his calmness and wisdom, initiated a series of thunderous actions, foreseeing the forthcoming storm. Utilizing his keen insight into the situation, he discreetly purged those who had once sheltered corruption and decay within naval bases and among colonels. Under Qingji's iron fist, seemingly entrenched forces were uprooted, and the chain of evil in the East Sea was severed. The once rampant criminal activities, stripped of their naval protection, became utterly vulnerable. These reforms heralded a long-awaited relief for the East Sea, as many regions finally welcomed the return of peace and tranquility. However, amid these accomplishments, Luaka's name remained unmentioned, his figure fading into the backdrop of history, becoming an invisible catalyst of the silent revolution. Luaka's choice indeed set him on a lonely and tortuous path. He was no longer a part of the Navy, nor did he fully belong to the pirate world, but rather meandered as a solitary figure on the border of good and evil. Walking within the moral gray area, he upheld justice in his unique fashion, despite this justice often being misunderstood by the masses. Each step Luaka took was a steadfast commitment to his beliefs and a rebellion against the world's injustices. Like a solitary wolf, he confronts the unknown challenges that lie ahead, neither purely virtuous nor utterly malevolent. He seeks to discover his own rules of survival in this chaotic world. On this path that straddles both righteousness and wickedness, Luaka experiences an unprecedented sense of freedom and solitude. His tale may never be recorded in official annals, yet it gradually transforms into a legend through the whispers of the common folk, a complex narrative of courage, betrayal, and redemption. For Luaka, this pursuit embodies a form of true freedom and value that transcends the mere monetary bounty or the identities of Navy and pirate. During his time away from the Navy, one of Luaka's most treasured possessions was the cultivation manual secretly imparted to him by Admiral Qingji. The tome, heavy with age, bore a worn cover, yet the faintly visible inscription of Sans Batsi Chi training guide hinted at its extraordinary worth. Furthermore, the text meticulously detailed the esoteric methods for awakening the powers of devil fruits. particularly concerning the kusa no Mi that Loaka possessed. Its content was astonishingly rich. In the stillness of the night, he would find himself alone, hidden within a secluded cave or derelict ship's hold, studying this manual under the dim light with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. The hands that once gripped a sword now turned the pages with utmost caution, for every word carried the weight of profound knowledge and power. At times, Loaka's gaze would be intense, occasionally flickering with excitement, reminiscent of a famished traveler discovering a spring in the desert. Following the guidance within the text, Loaka's laughter echoed in the depths of the cave, a testament to the exhilaration of accomplishment akin to the refreshing air of the mountains. Stretching his somewhat stiff body, he felt the new strength coursing through him, fruits of countless days and nights of arduous training. Mastery of the Haushika Haki represented not merely an enhancement of power, but a leap in will and spirit. Loaka understood that from this moment forth, he would become increasingly difficult to defeat, whether in the face of the Navy's pursuit or the challenges posed by pirates. However, this joy was swiftly interrupted by an unexpected pang of hunger, his stomach protesting at the most inopportune time. With a wry smile, Loaka realized he had become so engrossed in his training that he had neglected his basic needs. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the cave held nothing but stone walls and the worn manuals he had perused. It appears to be time to set aside these books for a while and attend to some physiological needs, he murmured to himself. He carefully stowed away the manuals in the pockets of his attire, acutely aware of the invaluable nature of the knowledge contained within. As Loaka stepped into the morning mist, his keen eyes caught an unusual disturbance not far off. Among the towering ancient trees, a mountain goat lay stealthily concealed within the lush canopy, nearly blending into its surroundings. Its well-proportioned body, with mottled gray-brown fur strikingly reminiscent of the tree bark, was betrayed only by its bright green eyes, which glimmered in the morning light, revealing its location. Its concealment skills were so adept that even seasoned hunters might easily overlook it, but Loaka was different. His perception, honed by the training of Haushika Haki, had become remarkably acute. The gazes of both beings met in the air, silent yet charged with an electric current, igniting a silent contest between them. The goat's eyes shimmered with primal wildness and wariness, while Loaka exhibited calmness interlaced with intrigue for the unknown challenge. This standoff was not merely an instinctual response between predator and prey, but a clash of survival wisdom. Just as Loaka tilted his head slightly, preparing to continue his journey, the goat seemed to sense a signal and made a decisive move. Its body tensed like a coiled spring, and the next moment, it sprang from the treetops with lightning speed, the air ripping apart with a faint whistle. However, Loaka's reaction was equally swift. Almost as the goat leaped into the air, he sensed the danger, sidestepping effortlessly to evade the rapid strike. As the goat landed, Loaka's movement was as quick as lightning. One hand silently finding its way onto the goat's back, a gentle yet irresistible force emanating from his palm, instantly halting the goat's advance. Life seemed to be suppressed by an invisible power in that moment. The air was thick with a subtle tension. Then, tranquility returned. Loaka gazed down at the goat, which no longer struggled, its green light fading as the spark of life extinguished. A flicker of regret and respect crossed Loaka's eyes. The goat was a skilled hunter. Yet under the laws of nature, every encounter was fraught with uncertainty. Particularly for this goat, it had chosen the wrong opponent. Returning to the familiar and concealed cave, Loaka found it dark and serene, illuminated only by the flickering shadows cast by the torch in his hand. He swiftly gathered some twigs and dried leaves, igniting a fire with the flint he carried. The flames leaped to life, dispelling the chill of the cave and illuminating the focus and determination etched on his face. Bathed in firelight, Loaka skillfully processed the goat. His movements were clean and decisive, as if this skill had long been ingrained in his very being. The sharp dagger danced in his hand, and soon the goat's skin was expertly stripped away, revealing its vivid red flesh and bones. Loaka noted that the goat's hide was of excellent quality, with clear patterns. He knew it would fetch a good price in the market, providing capital for his forthcoming journey. He then cut the meat into even pieces, skewering them onto hastily crafted sticks and placing them over the fire to roast slowly. Before long, an enticing aroma filled the cave, the sizzling fat dripping onto the flames with a delightful crackle, contrasting sharply with the silence outside. Luaka patiently turned the skewers until the meat turned a golden hue, firm and juicy. Gently blowing away the heat, he took a bite. The primal and pure flavor burst in his mouth, the tender meat melding perfectly with the ideal char, offering immense comfort to his weary body and spirit. As he savored this simple yet satisfying meal, a profound sense of reflection welled up within Luaka. From Navy to wanderer, and now to surviving alone in the wild. Each experience had shaped him, rendering him more resilient. After finishing his meal, Luaka tidied up, and the cave returned to its peaceful state. Lying on the makeshift bed he had arranged, he gazed at the cave's ceiling, contemplating his next course of action. In this vast world, countless unknowns awaited exploration, and numerous challenges awaited overcoming. Luaka had already set his sights on his next destination. On the Grand Line, there lay a renowned island city, celebrated by pirates and adventurers alike as Freeport Granxia Island. This island boasted a vibrant city filled with exotic charm and a population of approximately 30 million. It served not only as a hub for maritime trade, but also as a sanctuary for countless dreamers aspiring to become the Pirate King. Granxia Island was encircled by the sea, with its architectural styles uniquely blending ancient pirate relics and the bases of emerging pirate crews. In the heart of the city stands a colossal golden compass statue, symbolizing the courage and determination that guide sailors into uncharted territories, serving as the very spirit of the city. Flanking the streets are taverns, weapon shops, and nautical chart stores, each corner exuding a potent aura of piracy. The thoroughfare is alive with a diverse array of pirates and adventurers, each adorned in unique attire. Some sporting skull bandanas, others wielding bizarre weapons, and some dressed in exotic garments from distant lands. Here, individuals of varied races and backgrounds converge, driven by their dreams, exchanging intelligence, or preparing supplies for their next voyage. At one end of the city lies a vast marketplace, known as Wanwu Jiayizuo, where one can procure anything a pirate might need for sea adventures, from robust ship parts and rare devil fruits to ancient treasure maps and even bounties on infamous pirates. The market is a cacophony of haggling, laughter, and arguments, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled vibrancy. As night descends, the other side of Granxia Island truly reveals itself. Inside the taverns, brightly lit and bustling with pirates sharing tales of glory and exchanging stories of their adventures, heated disputes occasionally arise over legendary treasures. The air is thick with the aroma of rum, making this the ideal locale for releasing the pent-up emotions of the sea. In a secluded corner of the city lies a mysterious antique shop, said to offer secret clues to the new world or unveil the mysteries of the devil fruits. Though such services often come at a steep price, the skies of Granxia Island frequently showcase peculiar phenomena, such as rainbow-hued clouds and mirage-like illusions, adding an extra layer of mystique to the city. At the edge of this metropolis, a harbor is perpetually crowded with various vessels, some equipped for battle, while others are mere makeshift rafts, each ready to embark towards unknown seas in pursuit of the legendary One Piece, fulfilling the ultimate dream of becoming the Pirate King. Rock's demeanor is both casual and wild as he stands in a clearing embraced by nature, grasping a piece of charcoal freshly pulled from the fire, its tip still flickering with embers and wisps of smoke. Lacking additional tools or the need for intricate makeup, Rock begins to apply the charcoal to his face with rough yet purposeful strokes. The blackened marks form irregular patterns across his cheeks, forehead, and nose, resembling a part of the natural world. Not only does he paint his face, but he also smears charcoal across his arms and neck, further obscuring his outline, merging him visually with the surrounding environment. After completing this rudimentary yet effective disguise, Rock believes that a mere villager would never envision him as a pirate with a bounty of 150 million berries. Thus, he strides boldly down the mountain, considering it best to find a suitable vessel for his distant journey, as it would be both labor-saving and convenient. As Rock traverses the dense forest, his pace unwittingly slows. A subtle sensation of being watched creeps upon him like invisible vines entwining around his thoughts. Sunlight dapples through the treetops, casting patterns on the winding path. Yet it fails to dispel the chill lurking within. He halts, concentrating to listen, aside from the occasional chirp of birds and the distant gurgle of a stream. All seems quiet. Despite his doubts, years of experience have taught him to conceal his anxiety. Rock slowly turns, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle, scanning every corner for those hidden eyes. The leaves sway gently, and every rustle heightens his tension. What creature could approach so stealthily that he remains unaware? An ancient, primal intuition stirs within him, revealing that this seemingly tranquil forest harbors countless unknowns and dangers. Perhaps, indeed, there exists an undiscovered creature here, or an adversary more cunning than mere beasts, other pirates, bounty hunters, or even elite naval forces. Rock grips his sword tightly, prepared for any unforeseen circumstance. In this vast wilderness, humanity does not always hold the upper hand. Just as he prepares to proceed, a faint and peculiar sound drifts from the northeast. It is a low, mournful wail, reminiscent of the wind passing through a unique cavern, both alluring and foreboding. Rock takes a deep breath, his chest swelling with confidence. As a wielder of the three forms of haki, he feels little fear in the East Blue. Whether it be the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki, the indestructible nature of armament haki, or the keen perception of observation haki, he navigates most challenges with ease. The only entities that truly instill trepidation within him are the monarchs of the New World or high-ranking naval officers, certainly not a nameless village. His curiosity and desire for exploration are reignited, prompting him to stride forth with a commanding presence toward the source of that mysterious sound. In his mind, even if the forest conceals some unknown entity, it could hardly pose a substantial threat to him. This conviction sharpens his gaze, each step cracking the fallen leaves beneath him, as if announcing his arrival to the unknown. As he draws closer, the wailing sound becomes clearer, intermingled with a strange rhythm, reminiscent of an ancient ritual's call, or perhaps a unique mode of communication belonging to some creature. Rock fully unleashes his observation haki, an invisible ripple emanating from him, capturing every subtle movement. His heartbeat quickens as he nears the truth, yet his expression remains composed and calm. "Come forth, whatever you may be. Let me witness your capabilities." Rock murmurs, his words laced with a hint of provocation and a yearning for the unknown. In this seemingly ordinary forest, an encounter spurred by curiosity is on the verge of unfolding, and Rock is prepared to embrace whatever may come. Standing at the cave's entrance, he is met by a gust of whistling wind accompanied by the damp, cold air that sends a shiver down his spine. The walls are adorned with slick moss, and the sound of dripping water reverberates within the depths of the cave, amplifying the sense of mystery and unease. Light abruptly halts at the entrance, revealing an expanse of unknown darkness, a gateway to another world, concealing ancient secrets. The sounds of breathing emanate from the depths of the cave, deep and powerful, with each exhale seeming to reverberate through the surrounding air. Although Rock feels a momentary hesitation, it is quickly supplanted by a profound curiosity and the pride of being a formidable warrior. Even if an unknown creature truly lurks within, what is there to fear with his current prowess? Setting aside any arrogance, Rock allows the sheen of armament haki to envelop his hands, preparing himself for the impending unknown challenge. Taking a deep breath, he ignites the torch at his back, casting a warm glow into the pitch-black cave, illuminating the ground a few steps ahead, while the deeper recesses remain engulfed in darkness. "Regardless of your existence, I, Luo Ku, shall witness it today." The words reverberated within the cave, imbued with an undeniable resolve. One step at a time, Luo Ku ventured deeper into the cavern, the flickering flames stretching his shadow long, intertwining with the silhouettes on the cave walls, reminiscent of the explorers depicted in ancient murals. As he advanced, the sound of breathing grew increasingly distinct, each breath whispering in his ear, challenging his nerves. Yet he did not falter. Instead, his desire to explore the unknown intensified. In this journey, where uncertainty coexisted with peril, Luo Ku was determined to unveil the cave's secrets, even if they concealed unforeseen powers. Following the echo of Luo Ku's resolute words, the darkness deep within the cave seemed stirred by this unyielding will, gradually revealing its hidden aspects. Those green, glimmering eyes, initially a mere flicker, began to enlarge, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky, piercing through the profound darkness and locking gazes with Luo Ku. They radiated an ancient and primal light, imbued with both curiosity and caution. Accompanying the emergence of the eyes, a form began to take shape, a visage seamlessly merging with the rocky walls of the cave, its skin cloaked in bluish-gray moss, as though a child of nature, having harmoniously coexisted with its surroundings through the ravages of time. Its countenance was contorted, expressing both anguish and anticipation, and with each low groan, it seemed to recount an ineffable solitude and yearning. How long has it been? This thought spiraled within its mind, more of a self-murmur than a query. Time had lost its meaning here, only an endless waiting accompanied by periodic despair. It had long forgotten its name, the outside world, and even the reason for its imprisonment. However, the breath of the living, particularly Luo Ku's extraordinary aura, stirred its long-slumbering consciousness, causing ripples of life to surge within its parched spirit. Luo Ku sensed this peculiar energy fluctuation, and his Kinbunchika haki unfolded in its entirety, perceiving every subtle shift in the creature's emotions. What lay before him was likely more than a mere unknown being. It was a relic of a forgotten era, perhaps a vessel of secrets and stories. "Who are you?" Luo Ku inquired slowly, his tone laced with both wariness and intrigue. Each step was taken with utmost caution, not only to avoid startling the creature, but also to allow himself ample room for reaction. The being, or perhaps once a human, seemed to respond to Luo Ku's question. Its groans gradually softened, transforming into a deep and indistinct tone, as if attempting to articulate a reply, yet having lost the ability to speak due to prolonged silence. Yet its gaze shifted, the green light beginning to flicker with a desire for communication and a profound yearning for freedom. Abruptly, the creature's emotions erupted like a volcano, anger and resentment surging from its eyes, the green glow becoming frantic and unsettled. It began to recount in an ancient, hoarse language. Though its words were fragmented and difficult to decipher, Luo Ku, with his keen Kinbunchika haki, gradually pieced together the fragments of a long-buried past. It was those self-proclaimed righteous individuals who imprisoned me here, forcing me to consume the devil fruit. Its voice echoed through the cave, each word laden with heavy history and endless resentment. I was once a pirate, sailing the vast oceans in pursuit of freedom and treasure, until that fateful day when my dreams and hopes were utterly overturned by that accursed fruit. As it recounted its tale, Luo Ku envisioned vivid scenes unfolding in his mind, ships traversing the waves, bands of pirates charging forth, and that once human figure amongst them, beaming with joy, eyes shimmering with the allure of the unknown. Yet, all this beauty came to a sudden halt upon the forced consumption of the devil fruit, which bestowed upon him unknown powers while simultaneously robbing him of his freedom, confining him eternally within this lightless cave. My body has transformed into this wretched form, unable to touch the sea, thus severing my path as a pirate. The voice resonated with sorrow and rage. Within those green eyes burned a fire of hatred for past foes, reflecting complicated emotions towards Luo Ku, the unanticipated visitor, both wary and inexplicably hopeful. Perhaps because Luo Ku's arrival shattered its long-standing solitude and despair. Luo Ku listened intently, his heart a tumult of emotions. As a pirate, he empathized with the yearning for freedom and felt indignation at such deprivation of choice. Though the being had been altered beyond recognition, the deep-seated longing for freedom mirrored his own. "I shall remember your story." Luo Ku spoke slowly, his tone imbued with unprecedented seriousness. "Tell me, what is it that you desire? Perhaps I can assist you in at least allowing your voice to be heard once more." Luo Ku's proposal shone like a beacon, penetrating the shadows of the cave and illuminating the long-forgotten hope within the creature's heart. For the first time, a glimmer of light sparkled in its eyes, a yearning for liberation and a budding trust in Luo Ku, this powerful and enigmatic visitor. Luo Ku furrowed his brow, his gaze traversing the creature's colossal form, pondering deeply. The creature's shape perplexed him. Its skin, as hard as stone, seemed to meld with the cavern's rocks, evidently granted the ability to control or transform into some mineral by the devil fruit it had consumed. In his memory, he searched through all known devil fruit illustrations, striving to uncover any matching clues. The Geony fruit? No, it does not manipulate the earth itself, Luo Ku murmured, dismissing one possibility. He then considered the stone fruit. Yet that power seemed more about creating and manipulating rock rather than fundamentally altering the composition of living beings. The rock fruit sounded closer, yet still insufficient to explain why this creature was permanently bound to the cave environment, becoming an inseparable part of this natural structure. A more peculiar thought flashed through his mind. Could it be the solidification fruit? A fruit capable of transforming living beings into solid matter, perhaps even merging permanently with their surroundings? Luo Ku speculated softly. Although this sounded more like a product of fantasy, in this world brimming with wonders and mysteries, anything was possible. Gazing at the creature, he felt both compassion and curiosity, sympathy for its eternally bound fate, and curiosity about the existence of such extraordinary fruits. This matter likely transcended the question of a mere devil fruit, involving some special conditions or costs associated with wielding such power, which led to this tragedy. Regardless of which fruit it was, Luo Ku resolved inwardly. If you are willing, I shall seek a way to unshackle you. The creature's emotions suddenly reached a boiling point. It tilted its head towards the cave's ceiling and emitted a deafening roar, a cry infused with both rage and despair, resonating throughout the cavern, echoing endlessly. With this tremendous sound, it began to intermittently utter a name that reverberated through the air, suffused with curses and hatred. Hong Tu Jieke. It was he who imprisoned me here. Every word seemed to be squeezed from its throat, imbued with profound resentment towards that name. Luo Ku could sense that behind this name lay a complex and cruel tale, one potent enough to irrevocably alter a being's essence. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, a tumult of emotions surged within him. On one hand, there was sympathy for the creature's plight. On the other, curiosity and caution regarding Hong Tu Jieke. Vong Tu Jieke Luo Ke Visperd. Etching the name into his heart. Pray tell, why does Hong Tu Jieke act thus towards you? What grievances lie between you? His voice echoed in the serene cave, as he hoped to extract more information from this being, perhaps a key thread that could aid in its liberation. The creature's gaze flickered with a fiery anger, yet soon, this wrath was mingled with an imperceptible trace of panic, as memories brushed upon a past that filled it with intense unease. Its speech became fragmented, repeatedly murmuring the words Tian Long Run and Hai Junzhong Jiang, each utterance accompanied by subtle tremors. Luo Ku noted this change, his mind swirling with further inquiries. Tian Long Run, in these waters, represented an unparalleled authority, wielding the very core of power within the world government. Meanwhile, the Hai Junzhong Jiang stood as the elite within the Navy, both denoting maritime authority and order. The creature's connection to them undoubtedly added layers of complexity and peril to the current situation. Luo Ku cautiously approached, attempting to inquire with a gentler tone. What connection do Tian Long Run and Hai Junzhong Jiang have to your imprisonment? Were you once a part of their schemes? Or perhaps a casualty of their power struggles? His words were slow and measured, wary of provoking deeper fears and pains within the creature. The cave was so quiet that only their breaths could be heard, accompanied by the distant sound of water droplets falling into a deep pool. The creature's voice was deep and hoarse, each word seeming to be forced from the depths of its throat. I am a product of their experiments, a failed attempt to merge various devil fruit abilities. At this point, its body trembled slightly from the recollection, the fear in its eyes replaced by a strange resolve. Tian Long Ren craves power, boundless power. The Haijun Zhongjiang are not merely guardians of justice. Some among them secretly participated in these experiments, seeking to create warriors who transcend human limits. Luo Ke felt a jolt at these words, the mind-bending reality difficult to fathom. The emergence of devil fruits had always been regarded as a mysterious and uncontrollable phenomenon of nature. Now, this creature's declaration unveiled the potential for human intervention and malevolence lurking beneath. What powers do you possess? Luo Ke inquired cautiously, almost anticipating the astonishing nature of the response. The creature closed its eyes, seemingly concentrating on the chaotic yet formidable power within. I bear the curses of flame, storm, and gravity. Each force tears at my soul, yet grants me the strength to resist. As it spoke, the air within the cave rippled, an invisible pressure making it difficult for Luo Ke to breathe. He realized that before him stood not merely a victim, but a living testament to the lengths some forces would go in their pursuit of power, trampling all ethical boundaries. The creature's voice gradually weakened, each word a struggle against the indescribable force within. The experiment failed, or perhaps it was another form of success. Mao may be the only part not entirely consumed. Yet, through the daily torment and trials, my body began to rebel. It no longer heeds my commands, replaced by an irreversible petrification process that slowly encroaches upon me. Each day I awaken, I feel myself drifting further from this world, until finally I woke in this darkness, realizing I had become one with the cave, a part of it. Luo Ke listened, his heart shaken beyond expression, gazing upon this being that was perhaps once a free soul, now forced to endure endless solitude and confinement. You are not alone, he declared resolutely. His thoughts raced. His experiences were far richer than those of an ordinary person, especially regarding the secrets of the New World, particularly the fusion of technology and devil fruits, which he was not unfamiliar with. In the later stages of the pirate world, advancements in technology rendered the creation of artificial devil fruits and enhanced warriors no longer secret. Scientists behind the Navy headquarters and the world government crossed moral boundaries in their pursuit of power balance. I may know more than you can imagine, Luo Ke stated solemnly, a flash of determination gleaming in his eyes. The pursuit of power led some to blindly chase it, while artificial devil fruits and enhanced beings, products that ought not to exist, were clandestinely reshaping the world's order. Your plight, I fear, is that of those sacrificial victims of so-called progress. The creature's voice was deep and weary. Each word, a heavy burden rested from its very soul. Luo Ke, I have pondered. Rather than languish day after day in this endless darkness, grant me a swift release. I have been trapped here too long. The petrification of my body worsens with each passing day. Someday, I shall become mere stone upon this land, devoid of all perception and thought. If you truly possess the power to end my hopeless agony, please help me. Upon hearing this, Luo Ke's countenance grew solemn, his clenched fists trembling slightly. The conflict and struggle within him evident. As a member of the Navy, he had witnessed countless battles and deaths, yet the request before him bore an unprecedented weight. He remained silent for a moment, then suddenly a smile crept upon his lips, breaking the heavy atmosphere. On that note, I still do not know your name. Pray, tell me, who were you? Your name, and that legendary bounty of yours. Perhaps one day in the annals of history, I might uncover records of you, allowing your story to endure. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the creature's eyes, finding a glimmer of hope amid the endless despair. Struggling to recall, it endeavored to excavate from the depths of distant memory the identity that once belonged to it. I am Luo Ke, once a hurricane upon these seas, a pirate who gave the Navy no small amount of trouble. My bounty, I recall, was 120 million berries. As it spoke, a hint of past brilliance shone in Luo Ke's eyes, a nostalgia for freedom and a life of adventure. Luo Ke nodded, silently committing the name and number to memory. Luo Ke, the hurricane Luo Ke. I shall remember it, a name worthy of respect. Luo Ke understood that in the face of an adversary possessing a fusion of various devil fruit abilities, even a former pirate's power was unfathomable. Thus, he resolved to employ the fruits of his years of training. the advanced technique of Busashoku Haki, which allowed the user's attacks to penetrate the defenses of Devil Fruit users. His gaze grew resolute, the energy within him seemingly responding to his determination, coursing through his veins and converging in his hands, enveloping the sword in an invisible yet remarkably robust layer of haki. Quangfeng Zhan, Locke murmured, a phrase that served both as a summons of his own power and a harbinger of the impending battle. As his words resonated, the air within the cavern began to quiver violently, an invisible tempest of energy seemingly awakened by his utterance, swirling around him to form a miniature cyclone. Locke's figure flickered within the storm, his presence commanding like a torrential flood, instantly filling the entire space. The very rocks, suspended from the cave's ceiling, trembled under the force, crashing down with a resounding roar. I shall grant you a swift end. A cascade of sparks erupted from the humanoid stone creature before him. One after another, the sparks illuminated the previously dark cavern, reminiscent of a bonfire suddenly ignited. In the aftermath of the brilliance, Locke discerned that this being was not yet devoid of life. A breath of resignation slowly escaped the creature's lips. It seemed I must gradually succumb to the passage of time, transforming into an immobile stone. The specter of death shall one day completely devour my tattered form. You have put forth your utmost effort. The voice of Ross echoed through the cavern, laced with a hint of mockery and resignation, acknowledging Locke's strength while revealing the solitude and sorrow of his immortal existence. As the words faded, a faint glow emerged upon the surface of his stone body, as if responding to Locke's earlier fierce yet non-lethal strike. You may not comprehend, Ross continued in a near whisper, the torment of being trapped in this state of neither life nor death. My existence transcends the boundaries of reason. The power of the devil fruit has granted me immortality, yet it has equally bestowed upon me eternal loneliness. Locke gazed at the creature before him, a surge of complex emotions welling within him. As a warrior, he respected every worthy opponent. As a human, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Ross's enduring suffering. Your will is admirable, Ross. Locke's voice was calm and deep, imbued with an undeniable authority. Ross, you have underestimated me. With his words, the dark crimson aura that had been entwined around his sword suddenly surged forth. Like a roaring tide, it intertwined with the original black haki, creating a stunning spectacle. This was not merely a demonstration of power. It was the release of a kingly aura. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ross's eyes, quickly replaced by a profound curiosity and shock. Gazing at Locke, it seemed he glimpsed a fragment of the past through that dark crimson energy, a memory of a power that only a select few in legend could master. The Conqueror's Haki? He murmured, disbelief and a hint of excitement mingling in his voice. Indeed, Locke confirmed Ross's conjecture, pride evident in his tone. This is the Conqueror's Haki, a kingly power that can instill fear in the hearts of the weak and compel them to submit. Unlike the armament haki, which directly enhances offensive or defensive capabilities, the Conqueror's Haki is a rarer and deeper essence, a test of will and mastery over the nature of power. The atmosphere within the cavern grew increasingly oppressive with the manifestation of this power. The air seemed to tremble, and even the once quiet stone walls appeared to react to this force. Ross's expression wavered between fear and excitement, confronted with an opponent far more formidable and unfathomable than anticipated. It was highly likely that the scenario he had long wished to escape from could reach its conclusion today. Then, Ross's voice regained a semblance of composure, determination flickering in his gaze. Let us see if this legendary power can indeed conclude this battle. Grant you, suffering soul, a swift death. Locke inhaled deeply, his body trembling slightly with the buildup of energy. It was evident that even he found it no easy task to wield such tremendous power. His eyes locked onto Ross, filled with both resolution and an indomitable will. This time, there would be no restraint. As Locke's determination solidified, the air around him seemed to congeal before erupting into violent turbulence. An indescribable energy surged forth from within him, akin to an invisible storm, swiftly engulfing the entire space. The dark crimson aura transformed from a mere shroud into a tangible vortex, spinning wildly, expanding to the point where even light became distorted. Minute fissures appeared in the fabric of space, signaling that the very laws of the world must yield at this moment. Ross felt an unprecedented pressure, a sensation that transcended mere physical oppression, striking deep within his psyche. The surrounding space twisted increasingly, and a deep rumble echoed in the air. This was the sound of power resonating with the cosmos at its zenith. Locke's figure flickered in the distorted light. The strike he prepared undoubtedly encompassed all his current strength and resolve, aimed solely at delivering a fatal blow to Ross. Prepare yourself, Ross. Concourses destruction slash. With Locke's roar, the dark crimson energy coalesced into a cataclysmic blade of light, slicing through the boundaries of space and hurtling towards Ross. This strike encapsulated all of Locke's pride and determination. Even the distant rocks crumbled under its pressure, dust swirling as the world itself seemed to change hue. Locke's conqueror's destruction descended like a meteor, targeting the very core of Ross. Despite Ross possessing the fragmented abilities of the Devil Fruit, the sheer magnitude of Locke's power rendered that meager defense as fragile as paper. With a resounding crack, Ross's form trembled violently, crimson blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, starkly visible against his stone exterior. Yet, unexpectedly, a sickly and eerie smile curled at the corners of Ross's lips. Within that smile mingled relief, ecstasy, and a peculiar enjoyment of the unknown fate ahead. How ironic and exquisite! Ross spoke in a gravelly yet magnetic voice. In my long and endless life, I never anticipated experiencing such a profound encounter. Locke, you have made me feel true pain, allowing me to savor the essence of death, a release I have long desired yet could never attain. A strange light flickered in Ross's eyes, as if reveling in the pain and the thrill of impending death. It was as though this moment surpassed any adventure he had ever undertaken in terms of authenticity and worth. Meeting you, the bearer of the Conqueror's Haki, is the greatest fortune of my unfortunate existence. Even in such dire straits, I feel an unmatched sense of fulfillment and joy. As Ross's words gradually waned, his body began to lose its luster. The stone shell gradually peeled away, revealing a more fragile essence within. Under the soul-shaking assault unleashed by Locke, Ross finally encountered the long-awaited end, not in an everlasting state of solitude, but in the glory and dignity of battle, finding his true resting place. Locke observed this scene, his heart a tumult of emotions. The joy of victory intertwined with a complex understanding of his adversary left him with profound reflections following the battle. Luo stood amidst the rubble-strewn cave, where everything around him lay shattered, a consequence of the recent cataclysmic blow. Gazing into the chaos, he endeavored to discern Luo's silhouette among the debris. Yet the scene rendered identification exceedingly arduous. Luo's unique stony form melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment, obscuring the location of his final resting place. Luo sighed softly, feeling a mix of relief and regret. He understood that, for Luo, this outcome might represent the ultimate liberation. In the stillness, Luo murmured to himself, his voice imbued with a subtle tenderness and respect. Although we met as foes, your resilience and yearning for freedom resonate deeply with me. Your story shall be etched in my memory. May you find true peace and freedom in another realm, my brother. After speaking, Luo surveyed his surroundings. Every stone in the cave seemed to narrate the tale of the recent fierce battle. And Luo, once a captive, had now become a part of this cave, forever isolated from the world. Luo knew that though the conflict had concluded, this experience would remain an unforgettable chapter in his life's journey, reminding him that upon this vast ocean, every individual, every life carries its own legend. As Luo prepared to depart from this place that bore witness to their struggle, the small village on the remote island was enveloped in an unusual atmosphere as night fell. The villagers were startled awake by an unforeseen tremor, an unprecedented fear overwhelming them as the order of the earth was utterly upended in an instant. Houses shook, tiles fell, and cracks appeared in the walls. Each sharp sound echoed like the whisper of death, foretelling impending disaster. An earthquake, someone shouted, igniting a wave of panic throughout the village. The lights flickered as households illuminated in fear, revealing faces etched with terror. The cries of children, the screams of women, and the prayers of the elderly intertwined, creating a chaotic symphony of despair. "Quick, to the seaside, it might be a tsunami," an elderly fisherman bellowed. Having weathered storms at sea, he sensed instinctively that this tremor was extraordinary. Villagers hastily gathered their belongings, aiding the elderly and clutching children as they stumbled towards the coast. Under the moonlight, their figures appeared small and helpless, each step teetering on the brink of life and death. Along the way, the fissures in the houses widened, and some dilapidated structures succumbed to the pressure, collapsing with a thunderous roar and kicking up a cloud of dust that mingled with the night sky. The village square, once a place of joyful gatherings, had transformed into a scene of devastation, with overturned stone benches and broken trees, reminiscent of an apocalyptic landscape. "Mom, I am scared." A little girl clutched her mother's hand tightly, tears streaming down her soiled cheeks, leaving trails behind. The mother grasped back with all her might, attempting to convey courage, though her own eyes mirrored confusion and unease. "Do not fear. We shall be all right, as long as we are together." Her voice trembled yet remained resolute. On the escape route, people supported one another, familial bonds, friendships, and neighborly ties magnified in that moment. Even in the face of the unknown terror, the warmth and resilience of humanity shone brightly, a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Finally, as all congregated on the beach, they turned to gaze back at their village. The once familiar home now appeared desolate under the cloak of night, while the sea remained surprisingly tranquil, devoid of any signs of tsunami. The villagers' faces bore the relief of having survived, yet their expressions were overshadowed by an anxiety for the uncertain future. The moment Luo Ku stepped from a cave, he seemed conspicuously illuminated, contrasting sharply with the villagers' astonished and intricate gazes. Observing his surroundings, he realized that not only the vicinity of the cave, but even the distant landscapes revealed the aftermath of that devastating blow. The structures, once orderly scattered across the island, had crumbled into ruins, dust still lingering in the air, mingled with the scent of charred wood. The villagers gathered at the port, their numbers causing Luo Ku to inhale sharply. Their expressions varied. Some were fearful, others curious, but most radiated a profound awe of the unknown force. Luo Ku felt an inexplicable wave of guilt wash over him, realizing that his mighty strike appeared cataclysmic to ordinary eyes. Moving closer, he observed the traces of disaster more clearly. Some families had lost their shelter, children huddled against their parents, eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Women spoke in hushed tones, tears brimming in their eyes, while men assessed the damages, discussing how to rebuild their homes. The weight of it all pressed heavily upon Luo Ku's heart. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to confront the consequences of his actions. Luo Ku slowly advanced, and the villagers parted to create a path, all eyes fixed upon him. "Friends, I had never anticipated that my strength would yield such devastation. I sincerely apologize for all that has transpired today. From this moment forth, I shall assist you in reconstructing your homes into new forms." In the next instant, a transformation overtook Luo Ku, leaving many villagers completely startled. Suddenly, stalks of straw emerged from his body, and he expanded to an astonishing size. The villagers murmured among themselves. Although they had heard of Luo Ku's existence, and even knew that this notorious fugitive was hiding in some secret corner of their island, they had never imagined that such a legendary pirate would directly and dramatically impact their lives. Luo Ku's casual strike, even if unintentional, had nearly brought their entire village to ruin, adding an air of mystery to their fear of him. The village chief tremulously retrieved the aging telephone bug, the sole link to the outside world. Its surface was worn and faded, showing the marks of time. The chief painstakingly dialed the number, hoping to promptly contact the naval base for assistance. However, on this remote island, even if the information could be relayed, waiting for the Navy's arrival would take time. During this interval, Luo Ku's actions were unpredictable and unrestrained. Doubt and unease filled the villagers' hearts. Why had Luo Ku, a former naval officer, defected? What power did he possess through his devil fruit ability? How could he inflict such widespread destruction? These questions loomed like dark clouds over everyone's mind, as they exchanged worried glances around the campfire at night, hesitant to speak aloud. Luoku stood at the edge of the crowd, acutely aware of the intricate emotions behind every gaze: fear, anger, confusion. He understood the weight of his power and recognized the calamity that could ensue if it remained unchecked. Yet, with composure, he spoke calmly. "If you wish for me to restore your demolished homes to their former glory before the Navy arrives, you must urgently describe to me the original state of your houses. This knowledge is essential for me to possess the ability to reconstruct your destroyed dwellings. I assure you, my capabilities are more than sufficient to accomplish such a formidable task." A confident expression adorned Locke's face, reflecting his undeniable strength. As his words echoed, the atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment. The villagers exchanged glances, uncertainty and hope intertwined in their eyes. Children clutched tightly to their parents' garments, while the elders whispered, seemingly weighing their trust against the unknown risks. Soon, a young father broke the silence, his voice trembling yet resolute. "My house is near the sea, with a blue roof and an old oak tree in front that my father planted. Inside, there hangs a family nautical map." As the first voice emerged, others gradually summoned the courage to speak. A woman followed closely, her words hurried, tears glistening in her eyes. "My cottage is on the east side of the village, with a shell wind chime hanging on the doorframe that jingles when the sea breeze blows, as if the ocean were singing. Please do not forget, beside the window, there's a row of roses that I have lovingly tended. The red ones are the first gift my husband bestowed upon me." The children began to join in. A little girl with pigtails tugged at Locke's sleeve, looking up with her innocent voice. "My house has 2 stories, and at the corner of the stairs is my secret base, adorned with my drawings of starfish and whales. Also, there is the swing that Daddy promised to build for me under the pear tree in the backyard with a view of the sea." Locke listened attentively, committing every detail to memory. His eyes radiated an inexplicable determination. In this world, there are indeed many things that, once lost, cannot be restored, such as fleeting time or vanished smiles. However, a home, the tangible memory and warmth it embodies, is something I can revive. With that, he smiled gently, a smile that conveyed both acceptance of the past and hope for the future. Then, Locke turned towards the ruins, inhaled deeply, and exuded an unusual aura. This was the unique power bestowed upon him by the devil fruit, leaving the onlooking villagers in awe. He extended his hand to touch the scattered, cracked wood and debris. Where his fingertips landed, the straw seemed to come alive, intertwining with the broken materials. Under Locke's command, the seemingly ordinary straw transformed into an extraordinary strength, surpassing even the most resilient steel. His movements were swift, akin to an artist at work, with his brush being an invisible force and the paint the miraculous straw. As Locke gestured, blocks of wood and brick were precisely placed and secured at a breathtaking speed, the entire process resembling a child building a sandcastle, yet far more orderly and robust. The reconstructed houses took shape rapidly under the astonished gazes of the crowd, each wall solid and thick, the roofs covered with impenetrable straw weavings. Locke not only restored the exterior of the homes, but also infused them with his power, endowing these new abodes with unimaginable defense capabilities. Dusting off his hands, he surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction. Now, these houses could not only shield against wind and rain, but could also withstand ordinary artillery attacks unscathed. Here, the most fragile straw had transformed into the strongest shield. The villagers, witnessing Locke harness the power of the devil fruit to instantaneously convert the dilapidated ruins into an indomitable sanctuary, bore expressions of shock and disbelief. Within the crowd, a tapestry of reactions painted a vivid picture. An elderly man trembled as he touched the corner of a newly built house, tears shimmering in his eyes as he murmured, "It's truly a miracle. I have weathered countless storms in my life, yet I never imagined that straw could be harder than steel and steadier than rock." Several young women gathered, whispering in awe, "Look at those walls, how sturdy they are, and the roof. No longer shall the storms disturb us." Lord Locke is indeed a living legend. The children, with wide-eyed curiosity, surrounded the new houses, jumping and excitedly discussing. "When I grow up, I want to be just like Mr. Locke, to protect our home," exclaimed a small boy, pointing at the swiftly forming structure with admiration. A few robust men stood at a distance, their expressions complex as they conversed in hushed tones, filled with reverence and contemplation. This power brings both comfort and fear. How wonderful it would be if it could be used to protect this land. Yet, it was evident that the villagers needed to express their gratitude to Locke at this moment. Locke gently waved his hand, declining the villagers' impending expressions of thanks with an air of detachment and serenity. "Friends," Locke's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. "What has transpired today is merely a restitution for past unintentional losses. The true heroes are those who support one another in the mundane days. Remember, it is your own hope and resilience that have breathed new life into this land. Cherish this strength, and regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, stand together with courage." With that, he did not linger further, turning to stride away. The wind softly swept through the rebuilt village, ushering in new hope and beginnings. Locke's image thus became a legend passed down in the village, inspiring future generations to face challenges head-on and forge ahead. In the nearby naval branch of the East Sea Base, the atmosphere was exceptionally grave. Upon receiving the urgent distress call from the remote island village, a sense of dread enveloped everyone. This was not merely a few lines of text or a string of numbers. It signified a warning that a storm was about to descend. The news swiftly circulated within the base, and every listener bore a serious expression. They understood well that the bounty of 150 million berries was not placed on just anyone. It was on the former naval captain Locke, a fierce figure who had ruthlessly slain several naval colonels before the eyes of many. Discussions within the base surged, mingled with anxiety and unease. "Our base commander is merely a colonel, if Locke is indeed there." A young soldier's words trailed off, interrupted by an older veteran beside him. The veteran's gaze was imbued with the calm of someone who had weathered many storms. "We cannot retreat based solely on speculation. It is our duty to protect the populace, no matter the adversary." Within the commander's office, the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. A nautical chart lay spread across the table, marking the location of the small village. As the commander furrowed his brows, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the surface, each tap seemed to calculate potential strategies for response. "We cannot act recklessly, yet we absolutely cannot sit idly by." His words were resolute, yet they could not mask the worry etched upon his brow regarding a confrontation with Locke. Even deploying all elite forces, the outcome would be difficult to predict and potentially catastrophic. At the docks of Donghai GD, several warships stood ready for departure, their decks lined with elite warriors clad in naval uniforms. Their chests were erect, and their eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. The bold characters Zhengyi emblazoned on their uniforms fluttered in the sea breeze, proclaiming the inner convictions and determination of each soldier. There were no grandiose declarations, nor were there emotional farewells, only steadfast exchanges of glances and an intangible atmosphere of unity. These naval elites understood that the word justice was not easily attained. It demanded the baptism of iron and blood, countless battles, and sacrifices to forge its essence. Faced with the bounty of 150 million berries on the head of Locke, they did not falter. Instead, it ignited a fierce fighting spirit within them. With the commander's order, the ship's horn blared, and the massive propellers churned the waves as the fleet slowly departed the harbor. The sea breeze, imbued with a salty tang, caressed the faces of each warrior, yet there was no trace of fear upon their countenances, only loyalty to their mission and a yearning for victory. Within this fleet, experienced veterans bore the weight of past battles in their eyes, mingled with the gravity of the current mission, while fresh recruits, despite their youthful appearances, emanated a fearless courage that rendered their gazes equally resolute. In this moment, they fought for a singular purpose: to protect the people and uphold the peace and justice of the ocean. The fleet sliced through the waves like a sharp sword, heading towards the distant and unknown battlefield. Although each individual was acutely aware of the peril that lay ahead, they had cast aside thoughts of life and death, determined to honor the word Zhengyi and the glory and responsibility of being a sailor. A confrontation between justice and evil was about to unfold across this vast ocean, and they were the most steadfast line of defense. On the opposite side of Donghai Jidi, those unable to embark with the fleet stood silently by the docks, gazing at the gradually receding warships until they vanished beyond the horizon, becoming mere specks. The sea breeze, mingled with a bitter tang, swept across each person's face. It could not dry the tears that silently slipped from their eyes. In their gazes, there was not only reluctance, but also deep concern for the safety of their comrades and uncertainty about the future, despite the turmoil of complex emotions within. Every naval officer present endeavored to maintain an outward calm. The mission of a navy is to guard, to sacrifice, and to advance resolutely even in the face of formidable foes. Though they could not personally embark on the journey, they supported their comrades at the front in their own way, safeguarding the base and preparing for the challenges that might arise. The word Jingyi was not only etched on their uniforms, but also indelibly imprinted in their hearts. This sense of duty allowed them to preserve the dignity and strength of a soldier, even when confronted with the possibility of eternal parting. They exchanged glances, reading the same resolve and commitment in each other's eyes, a defense of naval honor and a promise for the peace of their homeland. No matter the outcome, they vowed to remain steadfast until the very last moment. A sergeant's deep and resonant voice shattered the silence, his words acting as a rallying cry, prompting the naval officers to straighten their backs once more. Whether on the front lines or as defenders in the rear, they were all indispensable parts of upholding justice. Thus, tears were discreetly wiped away, replaced by more resolute gazes and clenched fists. The naval fleet accelerated across the sea, burdened with heavy hearts, anticipating that the village they would soon reach might lay in ruins, as the specter of war seemed to loom over them. However, as the warships drew near and they peered through binoculars at the coastline, the scene before them was starkly different from their expectations. The village did not exhibit the anticipated devastation. Rather, the modest homes were orderly arranged, with wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, seemingly retaining a semblance of tranquility and harmony. There was no gunpowder, no weeping, and certainly none of the bloody scenes they dreaded. This sight furrowed the brows of all on board, as confusion and bewilderment quietly surged within them. Report: the village appeared entirely normal, devoid of any signs of battle and no trace of victims. A naval soldier reported through the intercom, his voice tinged with surprise and confusion. On the bridge, the commander gazed intently at this unexpected calm, his inner tension not entirely dissipated but rather heightened with caution. Remain vigilant, all personnel on alert. This unusual tranquility may conceal something. The order was delivered with a steady and resolute tone. As the warship drew closer, the sailors prepared to disembark, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. They felt a measure of relief that a large-scale tragedy had not occurred, yet they were perplexed and deeply skeptical about this sudden calm. Each person steeled themselves for the unknown that awaited them, be it a surprise or yet another enigma. As their feet touched the shore and they stepped into the village, the villagers' gazes reflected both curiosity and gratitude. The sailors began to visit each home, striving to piece together the full narrative. With the investigation deepening, Luaka's name was repeatedly mentioned, but accompanying it were not tales of brutal slaughter, but rather astonishing accounts of his efforts to help rebuild the community. Confusion gradually transformed into awe as the sailors realized that sometimes the truth is far more complex and unexpected than the scripts they had imagined. Luaka's actions, though originating from a former enemy, somehow resonated with the very essence of Zhengyi that they bore upon their shoulders. Standing on the bridge, the base commander gazed at the receding outline of the village, the sea breeze lifting his clothing but failing to disperse the doubts and reflections within him. Recalling his conversations with the villagers, the genuine gratitude evident in their simple words stood in stark contrast to the prior portrayal of Colonel Luaka. An unprecedented complexity of emotions surged within him, not merely a surprise at the outcome of the mission, but a profound reflection on the capricious nature of humanity. Upon returning to the base, the commander chose not to convene an immediate meeting. Instead, he entered his office alone, closed the door, and sat quietly at his desk. where the urgent request for assistance and an old photograph of Colonel Locke lay before him. In the photo, Locke's piercing gaze conveyed an undeniable coldness. Yet now, all of this seemed to necessitate a reassessment. Picking up the phone, he dialed the direct line to his superior, his heart racing as he awaited the connection, replaying the events of the past few days in his mind. The familiar and authoritative voice on the other end brought him back to the present. The commander cleared his throat, his tone tinged with hesitation. "Sir, regarding the incident involving Colonel Locke, I need to provide a special report." He detailed the events of this mission, including the actual condition of the village, the villagers' perspectives on Locke, and the various changes he had observed. As he spoke, his voice trembled slightly. "Sir, I understand we previously held a fixed impression of Locke. However, witnessing the changes firsthand compels me to reconsider. Once a ruthless traitor, he is now heralded as a beacon of hope among the villagers. This astonishing transformation is both hard to believe and yet undeniable." On the other end of the phone, a brief silence ensued, followed by the calm response of the commander. "I shall give your report due consideration, Base Commander. Remember, the Navy's duty is to protect the people and uphold justice. At times, this necessitates the courage to question established perceptions, even to redefine justice. The information you have brought back is vital. It may unveil a deeper narrative. I will arrange for further investigation. In the meantime, please prepare a comprehensive written report, including your observations, analyses, and recommendations." After hanging up, the base commander sat for a long while, gazing out at the horizon, as an unknown seed of thought began to take root within him. Deep within the East Sea base, in a concealed conference room, the atmosphere was tense and serious as the base commander and several senior officers gathered around a long table. Their discussions centered on Colonel Locke and the astonishing attack marks he had left in a remote village. I meticulously reviewed all the materials we had collected, including photographs from the scene and villagers' accounts. A young major was the first to speak. His finger glided over the projection screen, revealing a series of destruction that appeared to be caused by natural disasters. The extent of the devastation was beyond ordinary explanation. Its magnitude and reach resembled some form of natural calamity. However, to my knowledge, there had been no records of extreme weather in the region recently. The base commander furrowed his brow, his gaze profound, clearly troubled by the matter. Indeed, these marks transcended the understanding of the average individual. Furthermore, based on my intuition and combat experience, such a scale of destruction could only be attributed to he hesitated, surveying the room as if weighing whether to utter the term. Unless it is the effect of Haushikahaki. A profound silence enveloped the room. All present understood the gravity of the term Haushikahaki. It was a legendary ability, possessed only by a select few formidable individuals, capable of influencing the surrounding environment through sheer will, even rendering the weak unconscious unintentionally. With a power substantial enough to alter the tide of battle. A middle-aged admiral broke the silence. "If that is the case, the situation is dire. Haushikahaki typically manifests in those who can lead an era. If Colonel Locke has indeed awakened this ability, he will pose an exceedingly dangerous threat to us. However, as brigadier generals or admirals, we lack the authority to directly ascertain this matter," another admiral added, his brow tightly knit with concern. "It must be reported to headquarters for a higher echelon to make a judgment." Indeed, the base commander nodded in agreement. "We will promptly organize all intelligence, along with my personal analysis, for submission. Concurrently, we must intensify patrols in the surrounding waters and closely monitor Locke's movements, regardless of whether he truly possesses Haushiku. We cannot afford to be complacent." As the decision was made, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly grave. Each individual understood that once it was confirmed Locke wielded Haushikahaki, it would present a monumental challenge not only to the Navy, but to the entire world. In the most central conference room of Navy headquarters, the atmosphere was exceptionally solemn. Sunlight streamed through the heavy curtains, casting dappled light upon two contemplative faces. Seated at the conference table were Fleet Admiral Sengoku and one of the three admirals, Akiji. Sengoku, a strategist who had weathered countless storms, held tightly onto the report from the East Sea base, his gaze traversing the text at times grave, at times pensive. Akiji, with his characteristic calm and insight, was intently scrutinizing the aerial images accompanying the report. The clearly visible immense marks of destruction served as silent testimonies, narrating a startling reality. Admiral Sengoku, what do you think? Akiji broke the silence, his voice tranquil and deep, as if fearing to disturb the stillness. Sengoku pondered for a moment before slowly responding. This report, along with these images, undoubtedly presents us with a serious question. If Locke has indeed caused such widespread destruction single-handedly, his prowess likely far exceeds our previous estimations, particularly regarding the battle marks. The intertwining use of Haoshiku and Busashoka haki. Even among the top-tier powerhouses of the New World, few can achieve such a level. Akiji nodded gently, tapping his fingertips on the table as he contemplated each detail. Indeed, the scale of destruction is hard to believe unless witnessed firsthand. The atmosphere in the Navy headquarters conference room suddenly lightened as Sengoku and Akiji exchanged smiles, reminiscent of old friends sharing an unexpected anecdote. I truly did not expect Locke to come this far. Sengoku's laughter carried a hint of nostalgia. If the report holds true, he should consider venturing into the New World, joining one of the Yonko crews, and becoming a cadre-level figure. That stage would be more fitting for him to showcase such strength. Akiji ran his fingers through his signature curly hair, a hint of self-deprecation in his smile. Indeed, sometimes fate's arrangements are rather amusing. Though I claim to be his mentor, his pace of growth and chosen path have indeed surpassed my expectations. The awakening of Haoshiku haki is not something that can be taught. It is a genuine talent combined with relentless effort. Sengoku nodded, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. Akiji, you're always too modest. Your guidance and influence have undoubtedly played a significant role in Locke's development. However, ultimately, each individual's destiny lies in their own hands. Locke's choices are something we can only observe as they unfold. For now, only a select few of us in the Navy are aware that he remains one of ours. Let us refrain from raising his bounty for the time being and allow him to hone his skills in the East Sea for a while longer. It should not take too long. Akiji smiled, continuing, Indeed, I am also curious to see how he will wield this newfound strength. Will he continue along his own path? Or will he truly plunge into a greater maelstrom? Regardless, we must remain prepared, as the Navy's responsibility is to maintain the balance of the world. Their conversation revealed a complex blend of both regret and anticipation for Locke, alongside a profound understanding of the Navy's mission. In this era rife with uncertainties, the choices of every formidable individual could stir waves across the seas. As guardians, the Navy must remain vigilant, ever ready to respond. Let us first address the matters at hand. As for Locke, let time reveal the answers. Sengoku resumed his composed demeanor, rising as the meeting was set to proceed to the next agenda. Akiji also stood, yet could not help but reflect once more on Locke's narrative. With the official announcement from Navy headquarters confirming that Colonel Locke possessed Haoshiku haki, a palpable tension enveloped the various Navy bases in the East Sea. This news detonated like a heavy bomb, instantly igniting fervor within the Navy ranks of the East Sea. Especially within the smaller and weaker bases, considerable panic has ensued. How could this be possible? A defector lieutenant colonel has awakened the power of Haoshiku? The colonel commander of a certain naval base in the East Sea furrowed his brow, the document in his hand crumpling under his anxious grip. Gazing around, he saw his equally troubled subordinates, their eyes filled with unease and fear. We must fortify the base's defenses and increase patrols. No negligence can be tolerated. The colonel swiftly issued orders, though a tremor of apprehension laced his voice. Within the Navy, the power of Haoshiku signifies an absolute disparity in strength. Even elite vice admirals would find it challenging to secure victory against an opponent awakened to such power. Furthermore, the chasm of strength between these colonels and brigadiers and Luo-ku is nearly insurmountable. I recall the deeds of Lieutenant Colonel Luo-ku. His ability to slay colleagues in plain sight is no ordinary ruthlessness. A brigadier murmured, his voice echoing through the vast operations room, sending a shiver down the spine of everyone present. We must request reinforcement from headquarters, or at least ensure that we can receive timely support. Another colonel suggested, and this proposal was met with unanimous approval from all present. In the face of unknown terror, unity and support became their greatest psychological solace. Concurrently, the naval base in the East Sea embarked on an unprecedented fortification operation, installing artillery and elevating alert levels. All soldiers underwent urgent combat readiness training to ensure rapid response in the face of potential crises. Nonetheless, the name Luo Ku, along with his Haushika label, loomed over the hearts of the East Sea Navy like a dark cloud. Against such an adversary, any oversight could lead to irreparable consequences. Thus, the waters of the East Sea became increasingly turbulent, each wave seemingly heralding an impending storm. Every individual at the naval base silently prayed, hoping the tempest would bypass them, and that naval headquarters would swiftly take effective measures to capture or contain this violent individual. They gathered around a long table, discussing the anomalous bounty placed on Lieutenant Colonel Luo Ku, their voices subdued as if fearing eavesdroppers. This is utterly unreasonable. A person who has awakened Haushiku is being offered a mere bounty of 150 million berries. It's preposterous. A middle-aged colonel broke the silence first, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop, revealing his palpable anxiety. Indeed, logically speaking, a pirate possessing Haushiku should have a bounty no less than 500 million berries. Given Luo Ku's notable power increase, the unchanged bounty must conceal some unknown reason. A young brigadier furrowed his brow, his eyes sparkling with contemplative light, clearly perplexed by this enigma. The seasoned vice admiral seated at the head of the table maintained a calm demeanor, though disbelief flickered in his gaze. Could it be that naval headquarters believes Luo Ku's current actions do not pose a sufficient threat? Or perhaps he has yet to display the might of Haushiku in public. Hence the bounty remains unaltered? However, the incident of slaying a colleague is already egregious enough. If this alone is insufficient to raise the bounty, what must Luo Ku achieve? A major interjected passionately, his voice trembling with indignation at such an irrational situation. Calm down, everyone. The vice admiral raised a hand to signal for silence, his voice steady and commanding. We cannot merely speculate here. We must uncover the underlying logic. Perhaps naval headquarters possesses information unknown to us, or it could be a strategic consideration to draw the snake from its hole. Our immediate task is to enhance vigilance while requesting more information from superiors to gain clarity. The naval officers present nodded in agreement. Though many doubts lingered in their hearts, they at least found a temporary direction. As members of the Navy, maintaining composure and professionalism in the face of the unknown and danger is paramount. Following this discussion, the atmosphere within the base grew increasingly tense, with soldiers more engaged in training and the frequency and scope of patrols visibly heightened. Each person understood that even when facing an adversary whose bounty appeared incongruent, they could not afford to let their guard down. In these tumultuous waters of the East Sea, any hint of laxity could become a fatal flaw. The movements of Lieutenant Colonel Luo Ku hung over them like a dark cloud, quietly suspended above, elusive yet ever reminding them that a storm could arrive at any moment. Luo Ku stood upon his modest yet sturdy small sailboat, the wind whipping through his hair, the edges of his clothing fluttering. Before him lay the expansive cerulean ocean, its surface undisturbed save for the occasional ripple caused by leaping fish. Above, a vibrant orange sun slowly descended, bathing the surrounding clouds in a dazzling golden hue. Breathtaking yet imbued with an indescribable solitude. Is this the price of becoming a lone wolf? Luo Ku mused to himself, his voice fading into the vastness of the sea, quickly swallowed by the wind. He recalled the legendary figure, Hawkeye Mihawk, esteemed as the world's strongest swordsman, always alone on a solitary ship, traversing the boundless ocean. In this moment, Luo Ku truly grasped the weight of that solitude. It was not merely isolation, but a profound sense of being abandoned at the depths of his soul, a loneliness that even the sea breeze could not disperse. Closing his eyes, he allowed his thoughts to ebb and flow with the waves, reflecting on his journey from naval lieutenant colonel to defector and now to solitary navigator. Each choice had distanced him from the crowd, and until today, he had become the lone wolf in his own eyes. Yet within this solitude, he also felt freedom, a liberation from constraints, the ability to act according to his own will. Even if he were to err, he would simply be a pirate. Who would think of him as a defector from the Navy, having slain his comrades? Perhaps. Solitude is also a form of strength, he whispered, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. This strength afforded him the opportunity to reflect, to grow, and to understand what he truly sought deep within his heart. He began to appreciate this solitude, though it was deeply ingrained. It was also an essential path to becoming a stronger individual. As night fell and stars adorned the night sky, Luo gazed up at the twinkling stars, no longer feeling alone. In the gentle embrace of the night, Luo lay on the deck of his small sailboat, the sea breeze caressing his cheek, carrying with it the briny scent of the ocean and the coolness of the night. The scattered lights glittered in the night sky, akin to the calls of lighthouses on distant islands or the whispers of faraway kin. As he closed his eyes, enveloped in tranquility, ripples stirred within his heart. Luo had not anticipated that his actions in the East Sea, particularly the unintentional release of his haoshiku, would create such significant waves within the Navy. At this very moment, the naval base of Donghai is on high alert, even bordering on panic, due to his presence. His master, Admiral Qingji, though sensing the unease, chooses to refrain from intervention. This leaves Locke entirely oblivious to the external circumstances, still immersed in his own world. In his dreams, Locke seems to return to the pivotal fork in the road that determined the trajectory of his life, witnessing both the glory of his past as a naval commander and the shadows of betrayal and escape. The dream version of him stands in stark contrast to the solitude he faces in reality, surrounded by the laughter and camaraderie of comrades. Yet dreams are but fleeting illusions. Upon awakening, he is accompanied only by the long, lonely night. As the first rays of dawn break the horizon, a new day is about to commence. Locke slowly opens his eyes, gazing at the rising sun. Another splendid day is just beginning. On the lookout of a medium-sized pirate ship, a dark-skinned pirate with sharp eyes grips his telescope tightly, piercing through the mist. He unexpectedly spots Locke, standing alone on a small sailboat not far away. The pirate's expression instantly shifts from curiosity to excitement, having uncovered a remarkable secret. He swiftly lowers the telescope and rushes towards the cabin, shouting as he runs, "Brothers, come out and take a look. I found an interesting fellow." The deck erupts into a commotion as a diverse group of pirates, each with distinct personalities, ceases their tasks and gathers around. Their curiosity is ignited, eager to discover what has so thrilled their companion. "It's a lone wolf," the lookout exclaims, pointing towards the distant small sailboat, gesturing animatedly. One person, one small boat, right in the heart of Donghai. It looks like he is challenging the entire world. Don't you find that fascinating? Some pirates scoff, dismissing him as merely a desperate drifter, while others ponder, touched by the solitary bravery displayed. Among them, an older pirate with grizzled facial hair and deep-set eyes speaks slowly. "In these waters, everyone has their story. Perhaps he has lost his partners. Or maybe he has chosen solitude willingly. Regardless, to navigate alone in such an environment speaks to an extraordinary individual." A cool sea breeze brushes against each pirate's face as they fall silent, contemplating the past that lies hidden behind this solitary figure. Suddenly, a young pirate breaks the silence. "Hey, why don't we get closer and take a look? Perhaps we can gather some intriguing information from him, or even recruit him." With this suggestion, the atmosphere aboard the ship becomes lively once again, as the pirates chatter excitedly about the plan. Following the young pirate's proposal, more companions grab their telescopes, directing their gaze towards the solitary figure. They adjust their focus one by one, attempting to capture further details about the mysterious lone wanderer amidst the vast sea. Among the many curious gazes, one figure stands out, particularly focused. This pirate, responsible for trading weapons, possesses an unusual sensitivity and appreciation for various arms. As he scrutinizes the outline of the long sword at Locke's side through his telescope, he cannot help but gasp in astonishment. Though distant, the sword's quality is unmistakable to his trained eye. Wait, everyone look at that sword, he exclaims, his voice quivering with excitement. The craftsmanship, the design, this is undoubtedly a masterpiece. I estimate its value at no less than 1,000,000 berries. At this revelation, the ship erupts in astonishment. For pirates, a sword represents not just power, but also identity and status. The fact that a solitary seafarer wields such a priceless weapon undoubtedly stirs even greater interest and greed among them. A sword worth 1,000,000 berries? Who is this guy? One marvels. Perhaps he is a fallen noble, or maybe he stole it from some significant figure. Another speculates, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. As the discussion deepens, the initial sense of adventure morphs into a yearning for wealth. The pirate captain, observing the unfolding situation, furrows his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, speaks. Let us approach cautiously. If he truly has a story, perhaps we can acquire that sword through other means rather than force. Remember, we are pirates, but we are pirates with principles. Thus, the medium-sized pirate ship subtly alters its course, silently drawing closer to Locke's small sailboat. The captain, aged and weathered, bears deep wrinkles on his forehead, etched by countless battles and cunning strategies. In these treacherous waters, strength and wisdom are indispensable for survival. As he gazes at the approaching sailboat, he contemplates the best course of action. This solitary navigator, armed with a priceless sword, is certainly not an ordinary foe. Acting rashly could lead to dire consequences. Slow down. Do not disturb him, the captain commands in a low voice, his gaze piercing through the wisdom accrued over the years, striving to capture every subtle movement of Locke from a distance. We shall observe first, seeking weaknesses in his actions. Remember, a true hunter patiently waits for the opportune moment. The pirates heed their captain's instructions, gradually decelerating the ship while carefully maintaining a safe distance to avoid alerting Locke. They resemble a pack of wolves poised to strike, keenly watching their prey, yet hesitant to reveal their fangs. In this delicate space, the pirates commence to scrutinize Locke's every movement, seeking any sign of vulnerability in his routine. Locke appears blissfully unaware of the surrounding abnormality, still engrossed in his own world, occasionally gazing at the horizon or polishing his invaluable long sword. The sunlight casts a mysterious and proud aura around him, reinforcing the pirate's conviction that he is no ordinary individual. The pirate captain nods to himself, already devising a plan. Let's first engage him in conversation, luring him with our charm and the promise of benefit. If we can peacefully obtain that sword, it would be ideal. If not, we may have to resort to other means. Violence is not the sole solution to a problem. Sometimes, wisdom and strategy are the true keys to treasure. Standing atop the sailboat, Locke feels the gentle caress of the sea breeze and closes his eyes, as if everything around him becomes vividly clear. As a former naval commander proficient in the three-color hockey, he senses the intentions of the approaching pirate ship and its crew through the ability of Kenbunchika hockey, akin to invisible tendrils reaching out. A subtle smile graces Locke's lips as he contemplates. How amusing. Such encounters are not experiences one can find aboard a naval ship. Should they think me an easy target, they're gravely mistaken. Locke opens his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle, focused on the increasingly discernible silhouette of the pirate ship. In this boundless ocean, both strength and wisdom hold equal importance, and he possesses both. He slowly approaches the side of the boat, gently caressing the long sword at his waist, which symbolizes not merely a weapon, but also his identity and resolve. Come fort. For whether in communication or conflict, I am fully prepared. In his heart, Locke silently mused. A long-forgotten thirst for battle surged within him. He resolved not to strike first, but rather to observe the unfolding events, curious to discern the true intentions of these pirates. As the distance between the two ships diminished, the pirates began to attempt communication, their voices somewhat indistinct in the sea breeze, yet Locke's keen ears captured every word. Hey, sailor over there. It can't be much fun to be alone in such perilous waters. Why not join us and share in the adventures and treasures? Locke smiled subtly, deliberately withholding an immediate response, maintaining an air of mystery and unpredictability. He adjusted his tone and expression, feigning innocence with a slightly bashful smile, and spoke in a tone tinged with admiration. "Oh, I have long heard tales of brave and fearless pirates like you, living freely and unrestrained. As for me, I am merely a young master who has escaped from a mundane noble life, eager to witness the world beyond. If I could accompany you and learn some survival skills at sea, that would be truly marvelous." The pirates erupted into laughter, mingled with a few malicious whispers. They had evidently been misled by Loaka's carefully crafted facade, perceiving this seemingly naive gentleman as lacking self-defense abilities and burdened with considerable wealth. A burly pirate guffawed, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Ha ha, young master, you've come to the right place. Join us, and we'll show you what true maritime adventure entails. However, the tuition is not cheap." The pirate leader maintained a facade of calm, squinting as he scrutinized Loaka. Despite his doubts, he could not suppress his avaricious thoughts. Years of seafaring had taught him that unexpected wealth often accompanied risk, yet this temptation was too great to resist. "Very well, young master, welcome to our ranks. However, life at sea is not like your noble estate. There are rules to follow. Understand?" The leader feigned generosity, already calculating how to exploit this unexpected gain to the fullest extent. Loaka smirked inwardly, yet outwardly retained his innocent demeanor, nodding in agreement. "Of course, I am willing to learn and do anything, as long as I can join you in your adventures. I am ready to endure whatever hardships come my way." As an unspoken understanding formed between the two parties, the pirate ship slowly approached, preparing to welcome this new member. Yet within Loaka's mind lay his own scheming, intending to exploit the pirate's misjudgment for the impending upheaval. In these treacherous waters, a meticulously orchestrated lesson was about to unfold, and who would emerge victorious remained uncertain. Standing on the small sailboat, Loaka felt the malicious intent and greed permeating the air as the pirates lowered ropes to secure him, slowly drawing him onto the deck of their ship. In that moment, he acutely sensed the malevolence and avarice reflected in the pirate's eyes, glimmering with a desire for wealth and disdain for the weak. While he maintained an expression of innocence and curiosity, he inwardly scoffed, fully aware of the pirate's true nature. "Umph! A greedy beast cannot conceal its fangs," Loaka whispered to himself. Feigning ease, he spoke in a tone tinged with tension, yet filled with anticipation. "Wow. Is this your ship? It looks truly impressive. Should I bring my luggage aboard?" The pirates exchanged glances, and one robust pirate stepped forward, rudely patting Loaka on the shoulder and chuckling, "Luggage? Don't worry, we'll help you sort it out, young master. But before that, according to our rules, newcomers must prove their worth, right, boss?" The pirate leader, with a furrowed brow, slowly nodded, his shrewd eyes capable of discerning hearts. "Indeed, as a noble, you must possess valuable items. How about you show us your sincerity first?" Loaka feigned hesitation, then, as if resolute, slowly unsheathed a priceless longsword from his waist and offered it to the pirate leader. "This is my only treasure, brought from my family. If this can demonstrate my sincerity, please accept it." The leader accepted the sword, examining it closely as a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. While the other pirates stirred with excitement over this sudden windfall, Loaka silently calculated his next move. As the pirate leader took possession of Loaka's sword, the remaining pirates eagerly began to rummage through the small sailboat, as if seeking to unearth treasure from its meager confines. They turned everything upside down, discarding clothes and daily necessities, leaving chaos in their wake. Yet aside from some essential survival items, they found nothing of value. "Boss, this kid's sailboat is empty. Not a trace of gold in sight," one burly pirate reported, kicking an empty wooden crate in frustration. The pirate leader's brow furrowed, his gaze shifting back to Loaka, now laden with suspicion and scrutiny. "It seems, young master, that you're not so simple after all. You claim to have escaped your family. Did you not bring any berry with you?" Loaka feigned innocence, spreading his hands and shrugging. "When I fled, I took only what was necessary. That sword is my most treasured possession. As for berry, I truly have little, considering I slipped away secretly." The pirates exchanged glances, clearly dissatisfied with Loaka's response. A pirate whispered to the leader, "Boss, perhaps this kid has hidden money on him. We need to search him." The leader nodded, signaling two of his subordinates to step forward, preparing to search Loaka. Just then, a barely perceptible smile crossed Loaka's face. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. "All right, search away. I don't have anything valuable on me anyway." Loaka feigned resignation, subtly channeling his inner strength, readying himself for the impending upheaval. However, they evidently found nothing. As the thick rope approached Loaka's body, he exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, a more pronounced smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. For everything lay within his grasp. He mused that the pirate's short-sightedness and greed were gradually falling into the trap he had meticulously laid. "Hey, everyone, hold on!" Loaka suddenly interjected, his voice emanating an unusual calm. "Before you bind me, I have a proposal." The pirates paused in their actions, their faces reflecting confusion, clearly surprised by the noble youth's unexpected assertion. The pirate leader squinted, seemingly weighing the significance of Loaka's words. Loaka continued, "I understand your concerns and know what it is you seek. Have you ever considered that if you merely treat me as a hostage in exchange for ransom, what you will acquire is but a fleeting fortune? As a scion of a noble lineage, I possess resources far beyond mere monetary wealth." At this juncture, Loke deliberately paused, surveying his surroundings to ensure that each pirate was attentively listening. The sea breeze, infused with salt, swept across the deck, carrying with it an undercurrent of tension and anticipation. "I propose a collaboration. I am privy to certain clandestine maritime routes, concealing treasures that you have long coveted. Only I hold the key to locating them. Furthermore, I assure you that the value of these treasures far exceeds any ransom you might obtain by treating me as mere fodder." The pirates exchanged glances, and a flicker of interest ignited in their chief's eyes. Yet, skepticism loomed as he stepped closer to Loke, his coarse fingers nearly grazing Loke's chin, his voice a low, menacing growl. "Do you believe we will be swayed by the flowery words of a noble? If you deceive us, you know the consequences, don't you?" Loke met the chief's gaze unwaveringly, responding with confidence. "Certainly, I fully comprehend your concerns. However, I can swear that should I betray you, you may cast me into the sea to feed the sharks. Yet, if what I claim is true, the wealth we share will alter the fate of each one of you." After a fervent debate, the pirates ultimately resolved to grant Loke a chance, at least temporarily refraining from binding him. Each harbored their own calculations, some driven by avarice, others by curiosity for the unknown treasure, but all held a glimmer of hope in Loke's words. Thus, Loke transitioned from a passive captive to a pivotal figure in this maritime adventure. His gaze flitted across the faces of each pirate, contemplating his next move. Although he possessed the strength to easily vanquish this band of pirates, his astute mind suggested that a living adversary could prove to be a more valuable pawn. Silently amused, he observed how their greed and folly were leading them inexorably into a trap he had meticulously laid. Loke suddenly spoke, his tone laced with intrigue. "I have a superior idea that could yield you greater riches. You see, as a noble, I possess knowledge of this maritime realm that surpasses your imagination." The pirates displayed expressions of skepticism, yet their innate greed compelled them to listen further. Loke continued, "Before my family's exile, I acquired certain unique nautical charts that indicate several clandestine trading points frequented by slave traders. These locales are laden with gold and silver, yet heavily guarded. You would likely never discover them on your own." The pirate chief's eyes glimmered, evidently stirred by this enticing proposition. However, years at sea had instilled in him a sense of caution. "What assurance do we have that you speak the truth?" Loke smiled subtly, as if everything lay within his grasp. "It is simple. I require a vessel and a crew to execute this transaction. In return, upon its completion, I shall present you with a nautical chart, along with a generous share of the profits. As for you, not only will you amass untold wealth, but you will also establish unprecedented renown in these waters." The pirates began to murmur among themselves, the allure of Loke's proposal undoubtedly igniting their greed and ambition. Meanwhile, Loke secretly chuckled, for this was a part of his plan, to exploit the pirates' avarice, drawing them into a carefully orchestrated snare. ultimately rendering them as merchandise for sale in his hands. As the discussions gradually quieted, the pirate chief ultimately nodded in agreement with Loke's proposal, opting to take a chance on this seemingly fragile noble youth as they embarked on an unknown yet enticing voyage. Loke remained inscrutable, already devising how, after the transaction was complete, he would sell this band of pirates to the nefarious slavers, securing his own fortune. Facing the curious yet awed gazes of the pirates, Loke stood at the bow of the ship, welcoming the briny wind as he gazed out at the mysterious and opportunity-laden waters ahead. This domain, even the most seasoned Donghai pirates had yet to tread, lay concealed within the mists, awaiting brave or reckless explorers. A confident smile graced Loke's lips. In this moment, his knowledge and heritage would serve as the most invaluable navigational tool. This expanse of water was known as the Yolan Jinyu. Loke spoke slowly, his voice resonating distinctly in the wind, each word striking a chord in the hearts of the pirates. In ancient maritime logs, it was marked as a perilous region due to its treacherous reefs and frequent storms. Yet, it was precisely because of this that it became an ideal locale for clandestine trades and buried treasures. The pirates gathered closer, some exchanging astonished glances. Many among them had never even heard the name of this expanse, let alone the secrets it held. Loke continued his narrative, referencing histories and legends that circulated solely within noble circles, such as the ruins of a lost kingdom and the cursed Golden Fleet. These tales magnetically drew the pirates' attention, awakening their thirst for the unknown and fantasies of wealth. Under Loke's guidance, the pirate ship cautiously navigated through the intricate waters, skillfully avoiding natural traps time and again. The pirates began to realize that this noble youth was not merely their guide, but the key to unlocking a new world. Their attitude toward Loke transformed from initial skepticism to awe, with a hint of reverence. Remember, knowledge is power, Loke emphasized during an impromptu assembly on the deck. In this era, he who possesses the most information can dictate his fate. This statement, like a seed, was sown in the hearts of the pirates, prompting them to reflect on their past methods of plunder, recognizing that wisdom and strategy were equally vital. Loke stood at the ship's railing, his gaze penetrating through the telescope to scrutinize the unusual pirate vessels in the distance. On the decks of those ships, rows of wooden cages stood out conspicuously, each seemingly harboring living souls, their faces etched with despair and terror. Loke already harbored the answer, yet his expression remained as tranquil as still water. Those are slave ships. Loke's voice, steady and grim, shattered the surrounding whispers. The pirates exchanged glances, some expressing rage, while others glimmered with greed. The slave trade, in some shadowy corners of this world, remained rampant. Loke elaborated, a hint of barely concealed loathing in his tone. These vessels are designed to capture distressed fishermen, merchants, and even fellow pirates, selling them to distant lands for exorbitant profits. The pirate chief stepped forward, his gaze fixated on the slave ships, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. This is no trifling business, Loke. The trading points you mentioned earlier, are they connected to these scoundrels? Loke nodded subtly, his plan unfolding gradually. Indeed, these slave traders opt to conduct their transactions on concealed islands, and the routes I am aware of lead directly to their secret distribution points. We stand to seize their riches while liberating the innocent, a dual victory. Alternatively, we could profit from trading those who are already enslaved. The pirates began to engage in animated discussions, exhilarated by the prospect of striking against their rivals while simultaneously amassing wealth and fame. Locke stood resolutely at the center of the deck, his figure illuminated by the moonlight. After meticulously inspecting the adjustments made to the ship, he nodded in satisfaction. The pirates surrounded him, each one brimming with vitality, eagerly awaiting the next command. Excellent. Our vessel now resembles a sharp dagger, both nimble and lethal. Locke's voice resonated through the night, imbued with undeniable authority. Just as Locke and the pirates prepared themselves, filled with anticipation for the impending righteous battle, an unprecedented and bizarre phenomenon shattered all plans and expectations. On the sea breeze, slender strands of straw began to drift in, seemingly out of nowhere. Initially, They attracted little attention, yet soon these seemingly inconsequential straws began to grow at an astonishing rate, entangling the ship, the objects on the deck, and even the limbs of the pirates. The pirates were momentarily stunned, then plunged into extreme terror and chaos. They attempted to fire their guns, only to discover that the bullets had no effect on these vigorously growing straws. They wielded their cutlasses in a futile effort to sever the strands. Yet the straws only tightened their grip, swiftly mending any broken sections as if they possessed a life of their own. In an instant, cries for help, curses, and the rustling sound of the rapidly growing straw melded into an absurd tableau. A burly pirate with tattoos on his face glared in fury, spitting curses. What devilry is this? His voice trembled with fear and wrath. Desperately swatting at the straws, enveloping him only caused them to constrict further. Another pirate, his gaze fixed on Locke's unperturbed figure, muttered in disbelief, "Locke, what have you done?" His voice bore both confusion and an implicit accusation. His facial muscles contorted from the effort to break free. Locke remained steadfast, as if enveloped by an invisible barrier that the frenzied straws dared not approach. His gaze was calm and profound, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was a mixture of the nonchalance of a victor and a nuanced sympathy for his companion's misfortunes. Slowly he spoke, his voice cutting through the surrounding clamor with exceptional clarity. It seems that destiny has different designs for each of us. A few pirates ceased their futile struggles, turning their fearful and pleading eyes towards Locke as if he were the sole savior capable of extricating them from their dire predicament. Locke regarded them with an almost cold tranquility. The pleas for mercy from the pirates rose and fell like a tide. Some wept, others cursed, while many extended desperate hands towards Locke, as though he were their only chance at redemption. "Lord Locke, we implore you to save us. We are willing to follow you, to serve you," one pirate hoarsely cried. Others echoed his sentiments, eyes glistening with fear and supplication. Locke paused, gazing at this group of former comrades, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features. He then slowly raised a hand, a gesture that exuded an undeniable power and authority. The pirates fell silent, all eyes fixated on him, anticipating a miracle. "I regret to inform you." Locke's voice was deep and clear, each word striking the pirates' hearts like a hammer. "Your loyalty has come too late." As his words echoed, the air around them seemed to solidify, and his declaration pierced through all remaining hope like a blade of ice. "These straws are indeed my weapon. I have consumed the devil fruit and become a true demon." At this revelation, shock and disbelief etched themselves onto the pirates' faces. They stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Until now, they had only known Locke as a clever and ambitious nobleman, never suspecting he harbored such a staggering secret. They began to reassess their former comrade, realizing they had perhaps underestimated his depth and danger. Locke's silhouette appeared even more solitary under the moonlight, an invisible pressure radiating from him that sent shivers down the spines of all present. "The ocean is merciless, and I merely utilized its rules," he continued, his tone devoid of a victor's glee, instead tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Now, you shall pay the price for your choices." Locke's words resonated like thunder, reverberating in the ears of the pirates, each syllable weighing heavily on their hearts. A sardonic smile crept across his lips, his eyes glinting with a frigid light as he slowly remarked, "Were you not the ones who deemed me a mere plaything, a wealthy nobleman to be manipulated at will? You thought me nothing more than an ignorant soul curious about the life of a pirate." Locke's tone bore a hint of amusement, yet it was underscored by an unmistakable severity. "Let me enlighten you. I, Locke, am a defector with a bounty of 150 million berries, a former naval commander. In the East Sea, my name is enough to instill fear." At this point, he paused deliberately, allowing the weight of his statement to sink into the hearts of all present. The pirates exchanged glances, fear and regret intertwining in their eyes, as they comprehended the magnitude of the entity they had unwittingly provoked. "Indeed, I am a user of the straw fruit, a ruthless figure who has personally slain several fellow commanders." Locke's voice echoed in the night sky, each word a powerful blow that shattered the last vestiges of hope among the pirates. They began to recall the various details of Locke's journey. The wisdom and depth they had previously overlooked now stood out starkly. They realized with dawning horror that they had been dancing with a slumbering lion. Now, you comprehend the errors you have committed. Locke's tone held no hint of victorious joy, only a profound melancholy. But knowing too late, this ocean will not forgive ignorance and contempt. My past is a chasm you will never reach. The expressions of the pirates twisted in despair and fear as they began to grasp that the nobleman they had initially scorned was, in truth, a beast lurking in the shadows. They had unwittingly become the catalyst for awakening this beast. Locke's revelation was not merely an affirmation of his identity, but also the final verdict on the fate of these pirates. As the truth unfolded, the astonishment and terror in the hearts of the pirates reached a climax. They finally recognized that beneath Locke's seemingly ordinary exterior lay a meticulously crafted disguise, a facade that concealed his true identity. No wonder this seemingly unremarkable nobleman possessed such unfathomable strength and background. He was none other than the super pirate Locke, a name that sent shivers down the spines of all pirates in the East Sea. The pirates fell to their knees, their previous bravado evaporating, replaced by humble pleas and endless regret. Lord Locke, we were blind to your greatness. Please, have mercy and spare our lives. One pirate trembled, tears and sweat mingling as they dripped onto the deck, leaving mottled stains. Others echoed in despair and trepidation. Indeed, Lord Luaka, we are willing to serve under you, pledging our unwavering loyalty until death. Grant us a chance for redemption. Their voices merged into a chorus, surging towards Luaka like a tide, hoping to touch the heart of this demon. Luaka stood silently, his expression impassive as he gazed down upon the scene. Moonlight bathed him, cloaking him in an enigmatic silver sheen, amplifying his formidable presence. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. Loyalty is not a word that should only arise in the face of death. However, since you're willing to amend your ways, let me witness your sincerity. This statement rekindled a spark of hope in the eyes of the pirates. Deep within Luaka's heart, a scale wavered. On one hand, he yearned to eliminate these potential threats in the most direct manner. After all, uprooting the problem is the most straightforward and thorough solution. Yet, on the other hand, a shrewder thought quietly emerged, like a flame in the darkness, illuminating an alternative path. These pirates, now aware of his secret, pose a significant risk if left alive. However, if they could be sold into slavery, not only could he profit, but he could also further solidify his standing in the underworld while concealing his true intentions of defecting from the Navy. The corners of Luaka's mouth curled into a cold smile as he slowly surveyed his surroundings. The fear and despair reflected in the pirate's eyes seemed to serve as weights in his deliberation. Do you believe that mere pleas for mercy could soften my heart? Luaka's voice was low and resonant, laced with an undeniable authority. I have already made my decision. Upon hearing this, the once flickering hope of the pirates was extinguished like a flame doused by cold water. Yet they remained undeterred, continuing to plead desperately, wishing for Luaka to show them mercy. His gaze swept over them one by one. Finally, he spoke slowly, his words laden with resolute finality. Your fates will be determined by the market. Perhaps, for some, you still hold value. But do not forget, it was you who chose this path. For the pirates, this decision was akin to leaping from one pit of fire into a deeper abyss. They finally realized that no matter how they struggled, they could not escape Luaka's grasp. Turning away, Luaka disregarded their desperate cries, contemplating his next move. Transforming these pirates into commodities would not only eliminate potential threats, but also establish a fearsome reputation in the black market, paving the way for his ascent as the super pirate. As for the Navy, he had already devised comprehensive strategies to ensure the true purpose behind his defection remained concealed. In this game, Luaka would emerge as the ultimate victor. Skillfully navigating the clandestine routes, Luaka piloted the ship towards the slave trading post, familiar with every turn. In the darkness, the vessel sliced through the waves like a ghost, silently gliding across the pitch-black sea. The previous disguises had become cumbersome relics. Initially intended to test whether his crude masquerade could deceive the pirates at sea, it now appeared that many of these seafaring rogues were indeed fools. For Luaka, this place was not merely a venue for transactions, but also a symbol of his power and influence. Meanwhile, on various islands and reefs, lookout posts were manned by pirates diligently executing their patrol duties. As Luaka's ship gradually entered their line of sight, they initially assumed it was merely a merchant vessel sailing by night. However, when the telescope captured the menacing visage upon the deck, shot coursed through them like an electric current. A young lookout trembled, barely able to grasp the telescope, forcing himself to steady his breath as he whispered into the communicator. Trading post, connect quickly. I just saw Colonel Luaka, the super pirate Luaka, with a bounty of 150 million berries. He is right here, heading towards the trading post. His voice trembled with unmistakable fear and disbelief. The news spread like wildfire through the network of slave traders. Inside the trading post, tension and chaos erupted, with the once arrogant traders and guards now pale-faced, exchanging anxious glances filled with terror. They understood that Luaka's arrival was no coincidence. It must carry some ulterior motive, often a harbinger of impending storm. As Luaka's ship approached the island housing the trading post, the tranquility of the sea was replaced by the foreboding of an approaching tempest, an ominous premonition hanging in the air. For everyone on the island, each passing second could be a turning point in their fates. Luaka, the former Navy colonel and now the super pirate, was methodically drawing them into his meticulously woven chess game. The atmosphere within the trading post was so tense it felt like it could be wrung out for water. Pirates gathered under dim lights, exchanging uneasy glances. They knew that standing against an ordinary Navy colonel was already pushing their limits. Yet Luaka, a former Navy colonel capable of effortlessly dispatching opponents of equivalent rank, possessed combat prowess far beyond their imagination. Contemplating Luaka's potential aims, a chill crept into their hearts. A bloodbath in this small trading post would be as easy as taking candy from a child. Why would he come here? A tall, thin pirate nervously rubbed his hands together, his voice quivering. Does Luaka know our secret? Secret? What could possibly warrant his personal visit? Another questioned, but then, as if struck by a thought, his face paled further. No, it couldn't be our trading records. Silence. Stop speculating wildly. An older pirate rebuked, furrowing his brow, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. This is not the time to delve into reasons. The key is how to respond. Luaka's presence, regardless of the reason, spells trouble. They began to discuss fervently. Some suggested immediately evacuating personnel and retreating to hidden places with valuable possessions, while others advocated for a desperate fight, using the island's terrain and traps to buy time while awaiting reinforcements. Yet every proposal was swiftly dismissed by the harsh realities. Luaka's strength was too formidable, and any direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to suicide. At that moment, a typically quiet pirate proposed a bold idea. Why not attempt to negotiate with him? Perhaps Luaka has other motives for coming here, not necessarily to annihilate us. If we could exchange our resources and intelligence for survival, it might not be an unfeasible path. Upon hearing this, the group fell into brief silence, followed by a flurry of discussions. Although this suggestion was fraught with risk under the current circumstances, it seemed there were no better alternatives. They resolved to dispatch a silver-tongued representative, brimming with sincerity, to meet Luo Ko, hoping to secure a glimmer of hope before this formidable pirate. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Ko remained entirely oblivious to their scheme, contemplating how to leverage this unexpected visit to fortify his plans of defection from a navy. As Luo Ko's ship gradually approached, the trading post buzzed with activity, not in preparation for battle, but to welcome this uninvited guest. The pirates hurriedly adjusted their attire, striving to present themselves respectably. Despite the lingering fear in their hearts, they understood that only by demonstrating utmost sincerity might they find a sliver of salvation amidst the impending storm. When Luo Ko's vessel finally docked, the doors of the trading post opened slowly. A line of pirate leaders, adorned with forced smiles, awaited the arrival of this legendary pirate. One among them, evidently chosen as the spokesperson, stepped forward and spoke with as steady a voice as possible. Esteemed Lieutenant Luo Ku, your presence fills us with both astonishment and joy. Please allow me to extend the warmest welcome on behalf of everyone here. Luo Ku disembarked with an unhurried gait, each step resonating with poise and strength. He surveyed the gathered pirates, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips, clearly aware of their apprehension. Let's be frank. What do you wish to offer in exchange for your safety? His voice, though soft, bore an undeniable authority. The representative swallowed hard, summoning the courage to respond. Everything. Lord Luo Ku, we are prepared to surrender all the slaves in the trading post along with every last berry we possess. Furthermore, we can provide intelligence regarding other factions in the East China Sea, including the movements of the Navy, should you choose to spare us. Luo Ku narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly weighing the value of this proposal. After a brief pause, he nodded. Excellent. Your prudent decision pleases me. Remember, I admire those who can discern the tides of circumstance. Internally, Luo Ku scoffed at the pirates' compliance, feeling both surprised and unsurprised. After all, in the face of overwhelming strength, any resistance is futile. While maintaining an outward calm, he was already devising his next steps. The pirates' promises were as fragile as candle flames in the wind, capable of extinguishing at any moment. Hence, he knew he must remain vigilant. Loyalty must be proven through actions, not mere sweet words. Luo Ku's tone carried an unmistakable chill. Now, I require you to immediately surrender all your berries and select 5 of your most capable members from among these dozen or so pirate leaders. His gaze swept over the faces of the now dubious pirates, sharp as an eagle's. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air, causing even these usually arrogant marauders to temper their bravado. I perceive your doubts, but time is precious, and I will not indulge in unnecessary explanations. His voice conveyed an unassailable authority. The selection of 5 skilled subordinates served not only to test your so-called loyalty, but also to prepare for an imminent confrontation. Strong allies are indeed of great utility, and I happen to be in need of competent assistance. Upon hearing this, the pirates exchanged glances, some beginning to discreetly assess those around them, contemplating who might be the fortunate chosen ones. Among this seasoned band of marauders, identifying the capable was not a daunting task. Each possessed unique skills, though opportunities to showcase them were rare. However, age had begun to take its toll on them, and they were well aware that their once youthful vigor had faded. It crossed their minds whether this relatively youthful Luo Ku might harbor other peculiar preferences. As this thought crossed their minds, an unsettling tightening gripped them. After all, they had encountered all manner of buyers in the slave trade. Yet, even if this Luo Ku sought to impose his will upon them, they had no recourse. Remember, Luo Ku's voice rang out once more, laced with an icy undertone that brooked no refusal. This is both a test and an opportunity. Perform well, and you may continue to roam these waters, falter, and he deliberately paused, letting his gaze linger on the faces before him until it settled on the oldest pirate, whose visage was marked by excess flesh. This sea is not lacking in food for the sharks. At this, the pirates' expressions grew increasingly grave. A few bolder souls exchanged furtive glances, seemingly reaching a silent consensus as they began to mentally sift through potential candidates. Soon, 5 pirates were put forth, distinguished either by their agility or immense strength. Standing out among their peers, Luo Ku scrutinized the chosen 5, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Very well, it appears you are not entirely foolish. His words carried a hint of amusement. Now, surrender all your berries and prepare to embrace a new challenge. From this moment forth, your fates are irrevocably entwined with mine. As Luo Ku's words settled into the air, the pirates, though reluctant, recognized the futility of resistance and began to comply with the orders. Faced with the choice between wealth and survival, they opted for the latter. What lay ahead was uncertain, but they could only proceed one step at a time. The pirates were taken aback to discover that Luo Ku's ship was laden with numerous bound prisoners of varying ages, some groaning, others cursing, all exuding an aura of despair. This scene struck the pirate leaders like a bolt from the blue, amplifying their existing doubts as fear and unease silently spread through their ranks. Luo Ku surveyed the surroundings. a sardonic smile playing on his lips, as if mocking their ignorance and gullibility. In this realm of survival of the fittest, the trade of pirates for pirates was merely a mundane aspect of the game. His words pierced through the last vestiges of their misplaced hope like an icicle. You self-righteous fools have encountered me, Luo Ku. Thus, your fate is sealed. The wind swept across the sea, laden with a briny chill, seemingly adding a touch of melancholy to this struggle for power and existence. Luo Ku's pronouncements, unyielding as iron, forced these once dominant pirate leaders to confront the reality that they had unwittingly entered an inescapable vortex. The bound pirates could no longer maintain even a semblance of their former bravado. Tears of regret and fear mingled with the salty sea breeze, streaming down their grimy faces. Their past arrogance had been submerged beneath the waves of despair, and whether they begged or cursed, their only response came from the indifferent handlers and Luo Ku's frigid gaze. These once untamed marauders, who had ravaged the seas in the name of freedom, now stood on the precipice of becoming another's slaves, finally awakening to the realization that retribution spares no one. Luo Ku stood at the ship's railing, witnessing this spectacle with no trace of sympathy, only a barely concealed sense of triumph and satisfaction. Heavy crates of berries were meticulously loaded onto the ship. The resplendent golden hue appeared especially blinding under the sun, with each muffled thud resonating like the triumphant beat of drums, striking at his heart and stirring waves of exhilaration. These sounds were not merely the accumulation of wealth, but rather symbols of power and authority. The gentle sea breeze whisked away the last remnants of clamor from the surface, leaving only the whispers of victors and the wails of the vanquished. Luo Ku gazed into the distance, seemingly plotting a grander blueprint. He harbored no pity for the pirate slaves who were destined to become mere pawns in his game. In this boundless ocean, the strong dictated the rules, while the weak were left with no choice but to obey. Luo Ku understood this principle profoundly, and it was precisely for this reason that he could remain steadfast upon this tumultuous stage, watching the storm clouds gather with a knowing smile. In his mind, he contemplated how this meticulously orchestrated performance would soon spread like wildfire to every corner of the East Sea. Among the seemingly insatiably greedy and unruly pirates lurked the watchful eyes and undercover agents of the Navy. These individuals might be masquerading as the most inconspicuous pawns, quietly observing every ripple on the sea, gathering intelligence, and awaiting the opportune moment to report back to naval headquarters. A cold smile graced Luo Ku's lips as he envisioned those hidden naval spies witnessing his ruthless purging of the pirates and the subsequent scenes of their trading as slaves. Surely filled with mixed emotions, they would hastily report to their superiors, exposing this traitor's misdeeds, employing righteous rhetoric to depict Luo Ku as a monstrous figure who betrayed his kin and violated the so-called brotherhood among pirates. Luo Ku bore no concern about being labeled as the demon by the Navy. On the contrary, everything he meticulously crafted was intended to sow deeper seeds of chaos, intensifying the tension between the Navy and the pirates. At the same time, he sought to establish an undeniable reputation in the East Sea, a ruthless character who spared not even his own kind, enough to instill fear in all. On this colossal vessel, capable of accommodating hundreds of pirates, an unusual emptiness prevailed, occupied only by Luo Ku and 5 former slave traders. Although these petty leaders had once been accomplices of oppression, they now found themselves as pawns in Luo Ku's hands, responsible for steering the ship's course, adjusting the sails and the helm, ensuring that this behemoth could navigate the waves according to the predetermined route. They exchanged perplexed glances, their hearts filled with confusion. In the past, vessels of this magnitude would typically be manned by a multitude of slave laborers engaged in various arduous tasks, including the maintenance of daily operations. Yet now, apart from themselves, the deck was nearly devoid of life. This abnormality left them both bewildered and vaguely apprehensive. What was Luo Ku truly planning? One of the leaders whispered, his voice tinged with unease. Luo Ku's power far surpassed theirs, making rebellion tantamount to suicide. Thus, even with their doubts, They could only comply with his orders and continue their maritime duties. Luoka stood at the ship's railing, facing away from the others, gazing into the distant horizon as if he could pierce through the fog and foresee the impending storm. He did not directly answer their murmurs, but instead allowed a cryptic smile to curl at the corners of his mouth, a mockery of the unknown fate ahead and an anticipation of the chaos to come. You need not know every detail. His voice, cold and authoritative, echoed softly across the empty deck. Simply understand that each person, including yourselves, plays an indispensable role in my game. This ship and all it carries are meant to herald an unprecedented transformation. Unbeknownst to anyone at the ship's bow, Luoka's figure melded into the night and sea mist, muttering incantations as if each word held a certain enchantment. Soon, he began to release small, exquisitely crafted straw dolls. At first glance, these dolls exuded an eerie charm. They were diminutive, roughly the size of a palm, intricately woven from dried straw, and every strand seemed to pulse with vitality. As they swayed gently in the sea breeze, they appeared to possess their own will. Their faces were skillfully sculpted, exuding both innocence and a sinister allure, with black bean eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light and mouths curving into a smile that sent chills down one's spine. Adorned with strange hats made of seaweed and cloaked in patchwork garments of various colors, these dolls reflected a peculiar sheen under the moonlight, enhancing their enigmatic aura. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a malevolent aura emanating from them, a whisper from the abyss that instilled a sense of unseen oppression. Each doll seemed to be surrounded by a faint black mist, a demonic presence contrasting sharply with their seemingly harmless exterior, much like poison concealed beneath sweet confections, luring the unsuspecting toward the abyss. Luoka's gaze flitted among these proxy dolls, each infused with a fragment of his will and power. They were not mere toys, but an integral part of his grand design. As he watched the dolls slowly drift away, a tumult of complex emotions surged within him. The straw fruit ability he possessed was both precious and formidable. It was not merely an illusion, but a means of transferring and controlling life. He murmured softly, as though confiding in those innocent yet unfortunate dolls, "You are now my shadows, my extensions, my spare lives." A bitter smile played on his lips as he acknowledged his circumstances and capabilities. 5, merely 5, that was the limit of what he could currently create. Yet it sufficed. Each doll represented an additional life, capable of shielding him from lethal blows at crucial moments. In this perilous ocean, such insurance was undoubtedly invaluable. Luoka's gaze deepened, revealing a trace of coldness. Those former slave leaders, their hands stained with sin, held no significance in his eyes. Should that day come when these dolls bore the brunt of death for him, it would merely serve as retribution for their past misdeeds. As his thoughts drifted, Luoka refocused on the vast ocean before him, silently vowing to maximize this ability. Whether in facing the Navy or other formidable pirate crews, he would ensure his invincibility. The existence of these dolls endowed Luoka with greater leverage in the brutal maritime world, paving the way for his unspeakable ambitions. On this path, fraught with blood and fire, no one could predict the future. Yet I, Luoka, shall carve out my domain using the powers of the straw fruit. As long as I breathe, the East Sea and the entire Grand Line shall echo with my name. Volkiskiviko silentlu svir. With his fingertips delicately dancing over invisible strings. The images of the 5 dolls grew clearer in his mind, though outwardly they remained engrossed in their tasks aboard the ship, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. In truth, Luoka has forged a delicate yet formidable connection with them. The substitute dolls seeped into their bodies like the gentlest of raindrops, merging seamlessly with their essence. With his eyes closed, Luoka could distinctly sense the location of each substitute doll, their heartbeats, breaths, and every subtle movement, as if he were experiencing them firsthand, all captured by his keen perception. This mastery over life instilled in him an unprecedented sense of power and fulfillment. A satisfied smile graced Luoka's lips. The thrill of manipulating life and death surpassed any treasure. Silently, he contemplated this newfound power, and one of the substitute dolls abruptly paused its task, momentarily lost in thought, before resuming its work as if nothing had happened, all of which did not escape Luaka's notice. He pondered cautiously on the usage of the substitute dolls. Despite the immense power this ability bestowed upon him, allowing him to turn peril into safety in critical moments, its limitations were equally significant. The sensory connection between the substitute dolls and their original forms had a finite range. Exceeding this distance would sever the link. This meant he must remain vigilant about his proximity to these life insurances to avoid losing their efficacy during crucial times. His thoughts on the Navy's plans deepened further. Were it not for the Navy's extensive research on the devil fruits, he might not have grasped the true power of the straw fruit, let alone how to manipulate the substitute dolls with precision. Within the Navy base in the East Sea, an urgent report was swiftly transmitted to the Corps departments, detailing Luaka's astonishing actions at a small slave trading post. In the meeting room, the dim light cast a serious atmosphere as high-ranking officers gathered around a long table, their faces marked by solemnity and confusion. This report struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of concern. Luaka, a former member of the Navy, had orchestrated such a large-scale cleansing operation right beneath their noses. What could his true intentions be? A vice admiral furrowed his brow, gripping the report tightly as if trying to extract more clues from it. This individual was known for his enigmatic ways. Since Luaka's defection, they had been unable to decipher his true motives. Another officer added, clearly having contemplated this matter in advance. Yet one thing was certain. Every action he undertook was meticulously planned, not a mere whim. In a corner of the room, an elder officer spoke slowly, his voice deep and authoritative. Luaka had once been a standout in the Navy, intimately familiar with their strategies and weaknesses. His bold actions might be a means of conveying a message to them, or perhaps he was preparing for a more significant scheme. Standing on the deck, Luaka felt the sea breeze brush against him, bringing a fleeting chill that could not dispel the anxiety within him. Ever since he acquired the powers of the straw fruit, he had increasingly realized that achieving his grand ambitions alone was a formidable challenge. To establish a foothold in the East Sea and the Grand Line, he needed to seek out more powerful allies. The Revolutionary Army, a force not to be underestimated in the pirate world, naturally came into his view. Revolutionary Army, Luaka murmured, his brow furrowed. Having spent years in the East Sea, he had indeed heard little about the precise movements of the Revolutionary Army. This mysterious force seemed to lurk in the shadows, revealing its sharp claws only at critical moments. The tranquility of the East Sea might merely be a facade. The Revolutionary Army's reach could already be widespread, hidden too deeply to notice. Impelled down, an idea flashed through Luaka's mind. That infamous underwater prison, located in the Calm Belt and reputed to be impregnable, housed the most dangerous criminals in the world. It was said that several key members of the Revolutionary Army had been imprisoned there, and some had even managed to escape. The information and connections within could prove invaluable to him. If he could find Bartholomew Kuma, Luaka calculated silently, the former warlord of the sea, whose true identity was an officer within the Revolutionary Army, possessed the ability to propel individuals to various locations around the world. If he could harness Kuma's power, it would undoubtedly provide a swift route to the heart of the Revolutionary Army. However, Luaka was acutely aware that this path was fraught with unknowns and dangers. Impel Down was heavily guarded, and Kuma himself was notoriously unpredictable. Moreover, as a former Navy defector, he could easily become a target of suspicion within the Revolutionary Army. Yet, greater risks often yield greater rewards, and Luaka had never been one to shy away from challenges. If he were to act, he would do so thoroughly. His gaze hardened, a cold smile gracing his lips. If he could not find clues within the East Sea, he would venture beyond it. Impel Down, Bartholomew Kuma, whichever path it may be, he would pursue it. Only by engaging with the Revolutionary Army could his plans progress further. Entering the cabin, he began to formulate a new course of action. In Luaka's mind, an even grander chessboard had been laid out, with him as the player commanding the pieces. The Navy, pirates, and the Revolutionary Army would all play their respective roles in this game, and he, Luaka, would ultimately lead everything toward the conclusion he desired. Standing at the center of the cabin, he gazed at the intricate routes on the nautical chart, a surge of unprecedented ambition coursing through him. As a traveler from another world, he possessed the power to reshape the very fabric of this realm. Mastery of the three types of haki, particularly the ability to wield the Conqueror's haki with finesse, allowed him to stand out among many pirates, rivaling even some junior officers of the Yonko crews. As a traveler, he could not afford to stop here. Deep within Loaka's heart, a fierce belief burned, a desire that transcended a mere pursuit of power, a longing to alter the world's order. The Conqueror's haki represented not just a display of strength, but also the key to leading an era of change. Reflecting on his experiences in the original world and the legendary tales of heroes, he realized that the Revolutionary Army might be a starting point. Luaka resolved that the reason the Revolutionary Army had become a thorn in the side of the world government was not merely due to their military prowess, but also because of their ideals of freedom and equality. This resonated deeply with certain beliefs within Luaka. Collaborating with the Revolutionary Army would provide him a stage to showcase his vision and capabilities while also serving as a pivotal step toward finding an opportunity to change the world. The tranquility of the East Sea was merely a temporary illusion. As he stepped into broader waters, the true challenges would inevitably follow. Those legendary powerhouses, the Yonko, the admirals of the Navy, and even the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, each represented a force capable of shaking the world. The pirates of the East Sea were but small fry in the shallow waters. Luaka contemplated, his eyes reflecting both hope for the future and anxiety about the unknown. In the new world, he would face opponents of true monstrous caliber. How far could he get relying solely on himself? Luaka recognized that going solo was not a sustainable strategy to establish a firm foothold in this ocean. He must seek allies, powerful individuals willing to fight alongside him through thick and thin. Yet, such figures were not easily encountered. They often reside high above the world, or conceal themselves in the shadows, with the quest for their very existence being a formidable journey. Like-minded and immensely powerful, Luo whispered, his mind racing through a multitude of potential names, only to shake his head in dismay. True strength is often accompanied by its own pride and convictions. Persuading them to join one's ranks necessitates not only power, but also shared goals and beliefs. Perhaps I should first focus on enhancing my own strength. A plan began to form in Luo Ku's mind, resolving to hone his three-colored haki while seeking allies. In particular, he aimed to elevate the mastery of his Conqueror's haki to unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, he needed to delve deeply into the capabilities of the Daochao fruit, exploring its profound powers to confront even mightier adversaries in the future. As night gradually descended, many matters would have to wait until tomorrow. Some issues cannot be resolved in a mere day or two, but require a prolonged and enduring struggle. In this unpredictable maritime realm, a group of men, ensnared by fate and compelled to embark on the same pirate ship, harbored feelings of resentment and indignation, yet were forced to confront the harsh realities of life. As the night deepened and the stars faded away, they convened in hushed tones to discuss a bold and perilous plan to ambush their adversaries. The name Luo Ku struck fear into the hearts of many. Luo Ku, a name resounding in the pirate world, whose might and cunning far surpassed that of ordinary men. Those who were compelled to serve under him understood that even under the cover of darkness, the disparity in strength between both parties was akin to an insurmountable chasm, one that could not be bridged by mere numerical advantages. Each man recognized that a direct confrontation with Luo Ku would be as futile as attempting to shatter stone with an egg. They cherished their singular lives, and in the face of an inescapable predicament, reason dictated that blind sacrifice was not a wise course of action. Moreover, the colossal ship navigating the tumultuous waves required a substantial number of hands to man its operations. With personnel already in critically short supply, these few individuals represented the bare minimum necessary for the vessel's functioning. Should they act impulsively to eliminate Luo Ku, the ensuing dilemmas would crash upon them like a tidal wave. Who would steer the ship onward? Who possessed the experience and capability to navigate through the treacherous and unknown seas that lay ahead? Within the cramped and crowded cabin, flickering flames illuminated complex and tormented expressions. After a heated debate and thoughtful consideration, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. Survival was the most pressing task at hand, to conserve strength and seek a turning point. For perhaps one day, when a genuine opportunity arose, they could find a way to escape Luo Ku's shadow and regain their freedom. As dawn broke, the sea breeze carried a gentle chill, softly caressing the deck as a new day unfurled amidst the soothing lilt of the waves. Shigu rose from his makeshift bunk, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and was pleasantly surprised to detect a long-forgotten warmth in the air. Following the inviting aroma, he discovered a table laden with steaming breakfasts, a rare moment of warmth since Luo Ku had taken him in. The scent of grilled fish intertwined with the steam of hot tea, momentarily dispelling the pervasive tension aboard the ship. Shigu surveyed his surroundings, his gaze drifting over those who were once pirate leaders but had now fallen to the status of his subordinates. Each bore a bittersweet smile, their eyes concealing a myriad of complex emotions as they busily prepared utensils and carefully attended to him. Such a reversal stirred a tumult of feelings within Shigu. He felt a mix of pride and an almost imperceptible sympathy. In this harsh pirate world, the shift in status often occurred overnight, with former leaders now reduced to mere servants, an undeniable irony of humanity and fate. Luo Ku, the sovereign of the pirates, had long ingrained the principle of survival of the fittest into his very being, embodying the notion that in this brutal world, only by continuously strengthening oneself could one rise to the apex of the food chain. Each morning, when the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, the former pirate chiefs would gather on the deck, wearing forced yet respectful smiles as they greeted Luo Ku. Behind those smiles lay a deep-seated fear of power, a yearning for survival, and a disquiet about the uncertain future. The crew gradually assembled, their movements cautious, their eyes reflecting both reverence and a barely concealed tension. As Luo Ku's silhouette became increasingly distinct, they halted in unison, forming a line, their postures imbued with utmost respect. "Good morning, Captain Luo Ku," the lead former pirate chief uttered, deliberately softening his tone, a fabricated smile playing on his lips. The insincerity of that smile was palpable, yet it conveyed an earnest desire to appease the powerful for the sake of self-preservation. A slight bow, with the angle of his head perfectly poised, expressed both respect and a delicate preservation of dignity, although that dignity appeared fragile in the face of authority. Following suit, the others began to speak, their voices tinged with the morning's chill and a barely perceptible tremor. "Captain, may your day be prosperous. May the wind god guide your journey, Lord Luo Ku." Each phrase was meticulously crafted, each word seemingly calculated to express loyalty without overtly diminishing their own worth. Luo Ku's gaze swept across the faces of the crew. They were but a row of replaceable pawns, devoid of flesh and blood. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth, a reflection of his confidence in his comprehensive understanding of all that transpired upon the deck beneath his feet. Luo Ku chose not to elaborate, merely raising an arm, his long fingers tracing an invisible arc through the air, ultimately pointing towards a nautical chart affixed to the wall of the cabin. The chart was adorned with countless islands, reefs, and routes, with one inconspicuous location marked by a bold black cross. This gesture, simple yet direct, carried more authority than any spoken word. Luo Ku even refrained from uttering the destination's name, as if it were unworthy of his breath. The crew's eyes quickly followed the trajectory of Luo Ku's finger, focusing on the cross, which instantly became the sole point of their attention. No further explanation was necessary. Years of unspoken understanding allowed them to grasp Luo Ku's intentions immediately. A few seasoned ship captains exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both apprehension for the unknown journey and unwavering trust and obedience towards Luo Ku. After all, in this boundless ocean, Luo Ku's command was their guiding star, and his will dictated their very survival. "Prepare the ship. We set sail immediately." Luo Ku's voice resonated deeply and powerfully, penetrating every inch of the cabin, sending ripples of subtle tremors through the crew. There were no superfluous words, nor were there any cliched, motivational speeches. For Luo, Ku understood that in these waters, action speaks far louder than words. The crew swiftly dispersed, each engaging in their tasks, adjusting sails, inspecting cargo, and tallying supplies, all proceeding with meticulous precision. Despite their attitudes towards Luo, Ku being steeped in flattery and fear in the execution of their duties, each individual exhibited the unique efficiency and professionalism characteristic of pirates. Luo, Ku stood motionless, coldly observing the scene before him, his eyes shimmering with a complex blend of anticipation and disdain for the forthcoming adventure. On this vessel, Luo Ku was not merely the captain. He was the master, wielding control over this intricate human machine in the most direct manner. The crew members, whom he regarded as mere expendables, were, albeit unwittingly, weaving the maritime legend that belonged to Luo Ku. During these days when the pirates were ensnared by mysterious forces, the sea itself seemed to fall into an unprecedented tranquility, mirroring their silence. The sky was clear, the waves boundless, and the sun, akin to a fiery ruby embedded in the azure expanse, generously cast its golden radiance, draping the vast ocean in a warm veil. During this period, the cacophony of past battles had dissipated, replaced only by the gentle caress of the sea breeze, imbued with an unusual sense of peace. At last, the enigma that had confined the curiosity of these pirates began to unveil. Their esteemed captain, Luo Ku, had his sights set on the legendary and colossal island of Dao, renowned throughout the East Sea. This revelation swept through them like a gale, instantly dispersing the fog of uncertainty in their hearts and igniting a fresh flame of anticipation and unease within each individual. With the destination now discerned, the ensuing journey no longer seemed so distant. It was estimated that within half a day's voyage, they would reach that fabled land. For those accustomed to battling the tempestuous seas, this leg of the journey was almost within arm's reach, compared to the previous uncertainties. The present objective appeared strikingly clear and alluring. Furthermore, the earlier struggles of maneuvering the massive ship, requiring the strength of hundreds, now seemed trivial. This behemoth, normally impervious to the most ferocious storms, had become docile under their collective effort. This was not merely a test of physical endurance, but a testament to the triumph of teamwork and willpower. With the absence of forced struggle and an abundance of voluntary momentum, each individual harbored a burgeoning desire for freedom and exploration. Thus, at Luo Ku's command, the great ship seemed to be revitalized, cutting through the waves, heading straight for Dao. The waves lapped against the hull, creating a joyful rhythm. As the ship drew closer, the outline of Dao gradually emerged in the morning light, resembling a resplendent jewel set upon the East Sea. The harbor of the island was the first to capture their attention, a scene of unprecedented prosperity. Within the harbor, a myriad of vessels navigated the waters. From cargo-laden merchant ships with billowing sails to opulent yachts exuding aristocratic elegance, all coming and going in an orderly yet bustling manner. The surface of the harbor rippled with layers of waves, each ripple seemingly narrating the thriving maritime trade and the island's affluence. The architectural marvels on the island were equally breathtaking. From towering lighthouses to well-ordered residences, from grand palaces to vibrant markets, each structure showcased a unique style and charm, resembling a meticulously crafted painting unfurling before their eyes. On the cobblestone streets, the throngs of pedestrians mingled, their voices intermingling with the calls of vendors and the laughter of children, creating a lively symphony of life. In the market, stalls overflowed with an array of goods. From exotic spices to hand-woven fabrics, from sparkling jewels to freshly caught seafood, all of which underscored Dao's status as a hub of trade in the East Sea. Particularly striking were the buildings adorned with pointed steeples and stained glass windows, gleaming under the sun, the ancient library, rich in tomes, each book bearing the weight of knowledge and history, and the noble residences with intricately carved balconies, quietly narrating tales of past glories. Every corner of the island exuded a vibrant and harmonious atmosphere, whether in the bustling harbor or the tranquil residential areas. Each space interpreted the prosperity and flourishing nature of this grand island in its own way. Granxia was not merely a geographical intersection. It resembled a beating heart, continuously supplying fresh vitality to the economic and cultural exchanges of the East Sea. As Luo Ku stepped onto the dock of Granxia, the wooden planks had yet to fully absorb the briny scent of the sea when an uninvited gust of wind unexpectedly brushed against his waist. This wind was not a natural occurrence. It was the handiwork of a self-important thief, attempting to stealthily untie the pouch of coins hanging from Luo Ku's belt amidst the crowd. However, this seasoned pirate captain possessed a vigilance towards his surroundings that surpassed that of ordinary men. Even in the thrumming heart of the bustling harbor, no subtle movement escaped his keen perception. The moment those unscrupulous hands made contact with the coin pouch, Luo Ku instinctively grasped the thief's wrist with lightning speed. The twist was swift as lightning, the force so great that the thief was rendered powerless, a sharp pain shooting through his wrist, causing him to involuntarily gasp. The crowd seemed to freeze in that instant, all gazes drawn to this unexpected tableau. The thief looked up, terror-stricken, meeting Luo Ku's deep and frigid gaze. Those eyes seemed to penetrate the very soul, awakening the instinct for survival within him. "Please spare me, sir. I was just starving and didn't mean to steal." The thief's voice trembled with desperation. Sweat trickled down his forehead, splattering onto the dust-laden dock. In the face of Luo Ku's silence and indifference, the thief's initial fear and pleas swiftly morphed into anger and defiance. Straightening his back, his eyes glimmered with defiance and menace, a final stand from the brink of despair. "Are you seeking death? Do you know who I am? I have backing in the Yingzhou gang, and every time I act, I must hand over 30% of my spoils to them. Do you think you can treat me this way and leave here unscathed?" The air around them seemed to thicken as bystanders glanced nervously, the tension palpable. Luo Ku maintained his apathetic demeanor. The threat before him was of little consequence. He gently shook his head, his gaze revealing a hint of disdain and sorrow, a sympathy for the thief's ignorance and short-sightedness. "Child," Luo Ku finally spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "In this world, no one can survive solely in the shadow of another. Your backing may protect you for a time, but what about tomorrow?" No sooner had Luo Ku's words fallen than the atmosphere turned taut. The thief's fury and threats seemed to have no effect on Luo Ku, who merely sighed softly, an expression of resignation crossing his face. Just as the onlookers anticipated that Luo Ku would choose to let the matter rest, he suddenly moved, so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible. Luo Ku's hand rose gently, and in an instant, it felt as if the air itself had been cleaved by an invisible force, emitting a faint hum. The next moment, the thief let out a heart-wrenching scream, his arms seemingly severed from his body by Luo Ku's seemingly casual gesture, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The dock erupted into chaos, screams and gasps echoing as the crowd began to scatter, the scent of blood permeating the air, heightening everyone's senses. The scene left several of Luoka's subordinates utterly speechless, their eyes reflecting disbelief as they exchanged glances. Luoka's actions exceeded everyone's expectations, prompting them to re-evaluate the leader's prowess and decisiveness. Yet, Luoka himself remained as calm as ever, as if the recent events were merely trivial occurrences. He cast a fleeting glance at the thief still writhing on the ground, coldly stating, "This is my answer. In these waters, strength speaks for itself. Remember, do not provoke opponents far more powerful than yourself." This act undeniably showcased Luoka's formidable strength and his resolute approach to problem-solving. The metallic scent of blood that permeated the docks served as a silent declaration of Luoka's power. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd began to murmur, their voices coalescing into waves of incredulous discourse. "Goodness, who is this newcomer? He resorts to violence at the slightest disagreement, and with such efficiency," exclaimed a dockworker, wide-eyed in astonishment. "I hear he is called Luoka, an unfamiliar face, but judging by his aura, he is likely not a mere triviality." A nearby vendor lowered his hat's brim, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Well now, he's just incapacitated the local smuggler's henchmen. I wonder how the Ingzhao gang will respond. An ostensibly seasoned old sailor shook his head, concern lacing his tone. The mention of Ingzhao gang acted like a spell, heightening the tension among the crowd. This gang monopolized smuggling and extortion in these waters, notoriously arrogant and unchallenged. The thief's agonized cries continued, while Luaka's calm demeanor and strength were unmistakably a declaration of war against the Ingzhao gang. To arrive here and act so brazenly could either indicate ignorance of the depths of the situation or suggest a far more formidable backing. A dock security guard muttered to himself, scanning Luaka and his entourage for more clues. Among the crowd were those eager to witness the unfolding drama, fully aware that if the Ingzhao gang failed to respond decisively to today's events, their authority would suffer a severe blow, and the days of easily collecting protection fees would likely come to an end. Just wait and see. Tonight the dock will surely not be tranquil. Is Luaka exceedingly arrogant or genuinely fearless? We shall soon discern the truth. A gambler, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the impending storm. As news swiftly spread across the dock, people halted in their tracks, awaiting the Ingzhao gang's next move. Inside the casino, the dazzling lights and cacophony of voices starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere outside. On the grand screen at the center of the hall, the latest betting odds scrolled continuously, with one particular line drawing keen attention. Luaka versus Ingzhao gang. Who will seize control of the harbor? Gambling chips exchanged hands like flowing water across the tables, as every individual sought to partake in the forthcoming tempest. Hey, 5-1, Luaka can make it out unscathed, shouted a lavishly dressed gambler, his eyes sparkling with the allure of high returns. Beside him, a lady shook her head, elegantly flicking her cigarette. No, I wager the Ingzhao gang will respond within 3 days. 10-1 odds are worth the investment. At a nearby betting table, a bespectacled middle-aged man meticulously studied the screen, adjusting his glasses. You all overlook the crux. This confrontation is not merely about violence. Luaka's audacity suggests he is well prepared. I bet Luaka has substantial backing, and within a week, the Ingzhao gang's position will waver. 2-1 odds are a prudent choice. Among the crowd, various speculations and discussions intertwined, each remark revealing a profound interest in this power struggle. Some spoke of Luaka's origins. Others reminisced about how the Ingzhao gang once ruled this territory with an iron fist, while some were simply drawn to the thrill of the unknown, relishing the sensation of dancing on the edge of a knife. Within the dark yet opulent headquarters of the Ingzhao gang, news surged like lightning to the ears of the upper echelons. In a chamber adorned with dark wood paneling and heavy curtains, several core members of the gang sat around a long conference table, their expressions grave and solemn. Luaka, the name echoed with the weight of a formidable challenge. A middle-aged man with short hair wrapped his fingers lightly on the table, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. When was the last time we faced such a blatant challenge? Indeed, this is not merely an affront to our authority. It is a scorn of our years of hard work. A slender woman, her eyes piercing, interjected with an undeniable coldness in her voice. If we let this slide, other small fry will become emboldened. We must respond. The atmosphere in the room thickened, each breath igniting sparks in the air. At that moment, a deep voice emerged from the shadows. The reason the Ingzhao gang stands unyielding is not solely due to brute force, but rather intellect and strategy. Luaka's audacity indicates he comes prepared. We need more information. Knowing ourselves and our opponents is essential for victory. That name sounds oddly familiar. Where have I heard it before? A burly man clad in a black uniform, his face marred by a prominent scar, rose respectfully. Rest assured, bosses, I will investigate who Luaka is and what background he possesses, ensuring he does not underestimate the Ingzhao gang. Following a brief silence in the conference room, a consensus emerged and a new strategy began to take shape. This confrontation was not solely about Luaka. It was a test of the Ingzhao gang's dominance. In the intertwining realms of darkness and light, a storm was on the horizon. The Ingzhao gang had long been accustomed to navigating through tempestuous waters. This time, They would demonstrate through action that this domain remained firmly under their control. Loaka and his crew strode through the chaos of the dock, regarding the recent events as nothing more than a trivial interlude. They marched forward with resolute strides, and none dared obstruct their path. The island's inhabitants and merchants stepped aside, their expressions a mixture of awe and curiosity. Loaka's imposing presence and his astounding display had left an indelible mark on the crowd, establishing him as a new, undeniable force on the island. Upon entering the upscale hotel on the island, the ambience starkly contrasted with the commotion outside. Elegant music and soft lighting crafted an atmosphere of serene escape. Upon sighting Loaka and his entourage, the staff promptly approached with deference, their demeanor cautious yet warm, clearly aware of the happenings outside. "Mr. Loaka, may I inquire if you have a reservation?" One staff member politely asked, a hint of barely perceptible trepidation flickering in his eyes. "No." Loaka's piercing gaze prompted the hotel manager to greet him with a broad smile, ushering the staff to escort Loaka and his companions inside. It is best to keep a distance from such a play god. Why engage in conflict with such a character? The hotel manager could not help but pull out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Soon, the group was led by the waiter to their reserved seats. The table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, where the delectable seafood melded perfectly with the island's unique spices, each bite a tantalizing delight for the palate. However, apart from the occasional clinking of cutlery, an almost eerie silence enveloped the dining area. Locke's attendants appeared to be daunted by his indescribable aura, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance throughout the meal. Locke himself exuded a remarkable calmness, occasionally savoring a sip of red wine, his gaze seemingly piercing through the window, contemplating the next strategic move in his game. For him, the events of today were merely the prelude. The true contest had only just begun. In these intricate waters, it was imperative not only to solidify his own standing, but also to make it clear to the EatsStraw Bang that a new player had entered the arena. This game would be irrevocably altered by his involvement, just as Locke and his team reveled in the culinary delights while plotting their future. The hotel's grand entrance was gently pushed open, a soft breeze sweeping in, carrying an unusual ambience. All eyes instinctively turned towards the doorway, where a middle-aged man, clad in a meticulously tailored suit, with a composed demeanor and an air of nobility, strolled in. His arrival instantly captivated the attention of everyone present, the atmosphere seemingly thickening. This unexpected guest made his way directly to Locke's table, while the waiters discreetly stepped aside, offering no resistance. He paused, a subtle smile gracing his lips, embodying a myriad of meanings, a courteous greeting intertwined with a hint of concealed sharpness. "Good evening, Mr. Locke. I am Jackson Ryan, the deputy leader of the EatsStraw Bang." He introduced himself, his voice deep and magnetic, each word carefully crafted to convey both respect for Locke and the authority of his gang's hierarchy. "Your name and deeds have spread throughout the island today. I am curious to know what sort of individual can so boldly showcase their prowess in our territory." Locke lifted his gaze, meeting Jackson's eyes. His expression was tranquil, yet profound. "Mr. Ryan, it is an honor to meet you here. I am merely a passerby, with no intention of engaging in conflict with anyone. However, I have my principles and boundaries, and when they are crossed, I must respond." Locke's words were simple and direct, yet exuded an undeniable strength. Upon hearing this, Jackson's lips curled into a knowing smile, and he pulled out a chair, seating himself uninvited, a display of his confidence and status. "Principles and boundaries, I understand. Yet, in these waters, the rules are often dictated by the strong. I trust Mr. Locke is a perceptive man. We of the EatsStraw Bang do not seek to create enemies. However, if necessary, we are not afraid of any challenge." A silent skirmish began to unfold between the two, their words a subtle battle. The other patrons in the restaurant faded into the background, with only these two engaged in an exchange of wits. A flicker of displeasure crossed Locke's eyes, his inner pride unable to mask his dissatisfaction with the current situation. He set down his cutlery gently, fixing his gaze on Jackson, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Deputy Leader Ryan, I had expected the EatsStraw Bang, as the dominion of these waters, to exhibit a greater sincerity. Your presence, I must candidly say, has not met the level of regard I anticipated. As Locke's words hung in the air, the restaurant fell into a profound silence, the tension palpable. Jackson's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, a playful smile returning to his face, seemingly unfazed by Locke's forthrightness. Mr. Locke, you seem to have misunderstood my intentions. I have come to convey the EatsStraw Bang's recognition of your strength and our sincerity in seeking reconciliation. Of course, if you insist on a direct conversation with our leader, I can arrange that for you. But before we proceed, I hope we can openly discuss how to avoid unnecessary disputes. Jackson's tone bore an almost imperceptible warning while also hinting at the possibility of negotiation. Locke's eyes glimmered with a spark of calculation as he weighed his options. After a brief pause, he nodded slightly, his demeanor softening. Very well, let us be forthright. I have no intention of infringing upon the territory of the EatsStraw Bang, but I also have my plans and objectives. I hope our collaboration can be founded on mutual respect and shared interests, rather than one side's concession. For soon, your gang will become my subordinates. How could there be a need for compromise? Locke's words landed like a bomb in the previously tranquil waters, instantly stirring up a tempest of shock among the surrounding diners, who marveled at his audacity and arrogance. A few timid souls trembled as they set down their wine glasses, fearing they might unwittingly become casualties in the standoff. Jackson Ryan's expression froze upon hearing this proclamation, only to morph into an inscrutable smile, his eyes, having borne witness to countless storms, glimmering with a peculiar light. Mr. Locke, I admire your ambition and confidence, but to utter such words in the domain of the EatsStraw Bang, do you not think you are a bit overconfident? His words carried a hint of disdain, yet concealed a curiosity regarding Locke's true capabilities. However, since you possess such grand aspirations, I am willing to offer you an opportunity. Jackson slowly rose to his feet, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the entire table. On the night of the Black Tide, 1 month from now, the EatsStraw Bang will host a grand gathering, where heroes from all walks of life shall converge. If you can prove your strength that night and earn the respect of all, then we may sit down and discuss the matter you previously mentioned regarding your subordinates. As Jackson's words resonated, the atmosphere in the restaurant seemed to freeze, everyone awaiting Locke's response. This was not merely a simple invitation, but rather a test of power, assessing whether Locke had the capability to shake the deeply entrenched authority of the EatsStraw Bang. A faint smile graced Locke's lips, his eyes radiating determination and confidence. His words struck like thunder, reverberating throughout the restaurant and elevating the already tense atmosphere. With flames of challenge burning in his gaze, he met Jackson Ryan's stare unflinchingly, each word resonating with conviction. Deputy Leader Ryan, I do not abide by waiting, nor do I relish being bound by time. If you wish to witness my strength now, here, I am willing to impart an unforgettable lesson. The diners in the restaurant scrambled in panic, seeking refuge from the impending clash. The waitstaff ceased all service, anxiously observing the unfolding situation, the air heavy with a sense of imminent confrontation. A flicker of surprise crossed Jackson's face, quickly transforming into a complex expression of both appreciation and irritation. With a couple of claps, several previously inconspicuous patrons suddenly stood, exuding an extraordinary aura that undoubtedly identified them as masters of the EatsStraw Bang. Mr. Locke, since you are so eager, let us proceed as you wish. Jackson's voice was calm, yet authoritative. With a wave of his hand, the skilled fighters slowly encircled, forming a semicircle that enclosed Locke and his team in the middle. However, remember, once you step in a battle, you must be prepared to bear all consequences. As Jackson's words echoed, the entire restaurant seemed to transform into another realm, where a contest of power and might was about to unfold. Locke, unfazed, rose to his feet, his aura intensifying. He was not facing a mere band of trained warriors, but rather a collection of toys that he was destined to conquer. Very well, let us see whether your Shadow Claw gang remains unassailable, or if I, Locke, will inscribe new rules upon this land. His words exuded an indomitable bravado. Prepare yourselves, for whether it be a physical confrontation or a battle of wits, we are ready. News spread like wildfire, not confined to the restaurant alone. Within casinos of all sizes across the island, enormous screens suddenly switched to live broadcasts. The previously scrolling odds and flashing gambling games were abruptly interrupted, replaced by a tense real-time feed from the restaurant. Every detail captured by the cameras was magnified, from Locke's resolute visage to the imposing aura radiating from Jackson. Initially taken aback, the gamblers soon erupted into gasps of astonishment and chatter. Those who had been leisurely sipping their drinks and placing bets now found themselves drawn to the screens, transfixed by this unexpected live showdown. Many had assumed this was merely a protracted game of power, unaware that the sparks of conflict would ignite so swiftly. "Look, is that not the infamous Locke? I hear he is quite the formidable character in the outside world," exclaimed a lavishly dressed gambler. Jackson, second in command, is no pushover either. The Shadow Claw gang has thrived on this island for years, not solely due to reputation, remarked an older gambler, adjusting his spectacles, a hint of reverence in his tone. The crowd's emotions were set ablaze, their enthusiasm for gambling swiftly shifting to speculations about the impending duel. New wagers emerged on the tables regarding who would triumph between Locke and Jackson. Chips were eagerly tossed to either side, each motion revealing the gambler's excitement and anticipation. 5-1, "I bet Locke will deliver a resounding lesson to the Shadow Claw gang," shouted a young man, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of adventure. "Huh, the naive optimist. I would wager double that Jackson will teach him who truly holds the power here," retorted a seasoned gambler, a confident smirk gracing his lips. Thus, a private feud unexpectedly became the focal point of the entire island, with everyone participating in their own way, eager to witness the clash of power and courage. Locke's words sliced through the tense atmosphere like a sharp blade, his challenging gaze sweeping over everyone present, a trace of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "You call yourselves experts? In my eyes, you are nothing remarkable. Do not think that even 100 of you could stand firm before me. A bunch of trash. Dying at my sword merely sullies my blade." The moment those words left his mouth, it was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the crowd. The onlookers stared in stunned silence before erupting into a cacophony of laughter, laced with anger and ridicule. The seasoned fighters who had followed Jackson for years were no strangers to battle, feared figures in the pirate world with bounties soaring into the millions of belly. How could they tolerate such contempt from an outsider? What an ignorant fool. Do you think this is a place where you can run wild? Just because you bully a thief at the docks, you consider yourself a master? Scoffed a burly man, his muscles rippling. His companions echoed their agreement, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yet, in the next instant, everything transpired too swiftly to comprehend. Locke's form flickered, as if blending into the shadows, and when he reappeared, he was weaving through the crowd. Silver flashes erupted as each strike landed with unerring precision, accompanied by the faint sound of slicing air. Several fighters' expressions froze before they crumpled to the ground, lifeless, a subtle scent of blood mingling in the air. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds. By the time the spectators regained their composure, the once arrogant fighters lay silently on the floor, devoid of life signs. Only Jackson remained, his eyes wide with disbelief, grappling with an unprecedented surge of shock and fear. Locke slowly sheathed his weapon, his icy gaze locked on Jackson, as if proclaiming, "You are next." The laughter that had filled the room vanished, replaced by an oppressive silence, with shock and incredulity etched on every face. Locke's actions validated his boastful claims and illuminated the chilling reality that this seemingly reckless outsider possessed formidable strength. In that moment, within the confines of the island's casinos, all noise seemed to freeze. Only the sounds of heartbeats and breaths intermingled, as everyone awaited the unfolding of events. The standoff between Locke and Jackson became the focal point of all attention. In an instant, Jackson Ryan's composure evaporated, replaced by unmistakable astonishment and fear. As he surveyed the scene, his former comrades now lay cold and lifeless, the transformation occurring too rapidly for him to process. Swallowing hard, his voice involuntarily trembled. "Mr. Locke, your power exceeds my imagination. I concede I underestimated you." striving to maintain a semblance of dignity. Yet his words bore an unmistakable plea. Can we not discuss this civilly? I am willing to open every door for you. The resources and connections of the Shadow Claw Gang can be at your disposal. Please grant me an opportunity, and in turn, we can become powerful allies. Locke's gaze was as cold as ice, scrutinizing Jackson, weighing the sincerity and worth of his words. The restaurant remained eerily quiet, all eyes fixed on the confrontation between these two formidable figures, every subtle movement tugging at the heartstrings of those present. Jackson, I have heard your proposal. Locke spoke slowly, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. But I am not one to be easily swayed. What transpired today, I shall temporarily set aside. However, you must understand that from this point forward, the rules of play in these waters must be redefined. Locke's tone conveyed an uncompromising dominance as he continued. I will not eradicate the Shadow Claw Gang, but you must be acutely aware of your place and that of your faction. I seek not merely coexistence, but respect and cooperation. As for the question of survival, it hinges upon your future choices and actions. Under the formidable aura of Look, a bitter expression flitted across Jeek-sun's face. Yet he understood that at this moment, he had no option but to submit. He bowed deeply, signifying his allegiance. I comprehend, Mr. Look. From this day forth, the Ingzhao Gang shall contribute to your grand vision and collaboratively inscribe a new chapter in this maritime domain. With Jeek-sun's declaration, the tense atmosphere within the restaurant eased slightly. Presently, Jeek-sun merely sought to comply wholeheartedly and then seek support. Otherwise, relying solely on his personal strength would lead to an inevitable demise. He had no desire to perish, thus the notion of combat was entirely out of the question. Within the casino, the previously heightened excitement and anticipation swiftly transformed into uproar. Those who had placed their bets on Jeek-sun bore witness to the scene unfolding in the restaurant, their astonishment palpable, with anger and disappointment evident in their expressions. On the screen, Jeek-sun's pleas for mercy and submissive demeanor starkly contrasted with a legendary figure who had once bloodied the naval fleet, a dissonance that was almost insufferable for them. What? I wagered all my savings on him just to see him beg like a dog, exclaimed a lavishly dressed gambler, pounding the table, his face contorted with rage. The loss encompassed not merely money, but also the admiration and fantasies they had harbored for the strong. What disgrace! I expected to witness an epic duel. It turned out to be a mere farce. Another voice cried out, filled with sarcasm and discontent. The casino's atmosphere rapidly shifted from tense excitement to a tempest of disappointment and fury. Gamblers began to grumble amongst themselves, some cursing their luck, while others scoffed at Jeek-sun's weakness. Most had never anticipated that the legendary figure would falter so easily before Look. I've always said, Look is no ordinary man. See, this is the consequence of underestimating newcomers. Amidst the clamor, a voice emerged, notably calm, a seasoned gambler who had been quietly observing the situation, seemingly harboring skepticism towards Jeek-sun from the outset, now appeared particularly smug. Meanwhile, the few who had placed their bets on Look reveled in the elation of victory, some cheering exuberantly, others smugly exchanging their winnings, as if they had participated in that decisive battle and shared in Look's glory. The atmosphere in the casino became increasingly intricate due to this unexpected turn of events. Look's name swiftly circulated among the gamblers, becoming the latest topic of fervent discussion. Jeek-sun's pleas not only diminished his stature in the eyes of the gamblers, but also indicated an unprecedented upheaval in the power dynamics of the island. With Jeek-sun Ryan's capitulation before Look, the outcome of this gamble seemed to have been settled. Yet, this was merely the commencement of a grander wager. The gamblers' attention rapidly shifted. Their curiosity and greed peaked as they engaged in fervent discussions regarding whether the true leader of the Ingzhao Gang, that mysterious and formidable entity, would accept Jeek-sun's compromise in Look's terms. Ladies and gentlemen, a new wager commences. The casino host proclaimed loudly, the voice piercing through the clamor of the surroundings. Place your bets on whether the leader of the Ingzhao Gang will agree to the agreement reached between Jeek-sun, the vice leader, and Look, or if he will willingly step back and become a part of Look's dominion. Upon this declaration, The casino erupted once more. Gamblers quickly divided into two factions. One faction staunchly believed that the leader of the Ingzhao gang would never accept such humiliation, asserting that a true powerhouse would never tolerate their authority being so easily usurped by an outsider. The opposing faction contended that strength dictated everything, and Luke's display of power was sufficient to make anyone reconsider, even the leader of the Ingzhao gang. They believed that reason would compel the leader to accept reality for the sake of the gang's survival and development. I bet the leader will never bow down. The Ingzhao gang has ruled the seas for years. How could it change because of one individual? Declared a middle-aged man with a full beard, his voice resonating with conviction. Without hesitation, he pushed a bag of gold coins towards the front, evidently displaying either blind loyalty to the leader or unwavering faith in the logic of the powerful. On the other side, an elegantly dressed lady chuckled as she countered, "My dear, you are far too naive. In the game of power, strength always speaks. I bet Luke will become the new rule maker. If the leader is wise, he will understand the times." The stakes continued to rise, and the arguments among the gamblers escalated, each attempting to interpret this power struggle from their perspective. In this uncertain gamble, everyone was both an observer and a participant, wagering their judgments and money on the tumultuous events unfolding on the island. Behind this gambling facade, the confrontation between Luke and the leader of the Ingzhao gang had transcended mere personal or factional rivalry. It had become pivotal in reshaping the order of not just the island, but the surrounding waters. Whether through Luke's ascendance or the leader's response, both would leave an indelible mark on the annals of history in this maritime expanse. Now, I assign you a task. Summon the vice leader or the leader of that gang, or any of their officials, to promptly come see me. Otherwise, I am unreservedly willing to make a change. I hope you can complete this first task before we proceed further. As Luke's words fell, the entire casino seemed to be enveloped in a layer of ice, the air itself thickening with tension. His tone conveyed not only a threat, but also an irrefutable command that sent shivers down the spines of all present. The sudden proclamation left the crowd in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances, unable to believe their ears. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jigsun's face, quickly supplanted by profound anxiety. He understood that Luke's words were no empty boast. The strength this enigmatic figure exhibited was sufficient to validate any of his audacious claims. However, persuading the leader of the Ingzhao gang, a figure who operated from the shadows and rarely revealed himself, to come forth and bow down was undoubtedly a formidable and nearly impossible task. "Mr. Luke, your demands are excessive," Jigsun managed to utter, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. "I acknowledge the power you wield at present, but our gang has its traditions." "Traditions?" Luke interrupted Jigsun, a cold smile gracing his lips. "From today onward, I shall set the rules. If they're unwilling to come, then you, Jigsun Ryan, shall personally lead the Ingzhao gang in swearing fealty to me. Remember, you have but this one opportunity." Sweat beaded on Jigsun's forehead as he stood at a perilous crossroads. Compliance meant betraying long-held loyalties and traditions, while defiance was akin to courting death. After much deliberation, Jigsun inhaled deeply and made his decision. "I will do my utmost to persuade them, Mr. Luke. Please grant me a little time." Luke nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with this response. He turned to leave, leaving behind a chilling remark. "Time is what I grant you. But remember, my patience is limited." As Kurt departed, the crowd within the hotel gradually emerged from their astonishment, engaging in hushed whispers. His actions undoubtedly cast a substantial shadow over their hearts, simultaneously igniting curiosity and unease regarding the monumental changes that were about to unfold. The gamblers adjusted their bets once more, this time not merely wagering on individual victories or defeats, but on the fate of the entire Ingzhao gang and the future of the island itself. Word spread like wildfire across the island. From bustling streets to the hidden corners of the underground world, every nook and cranny buzzed with discussions about Luka and his revolutionary demands. Within the Ingzhao gang, his proclamation detonated like a bomb, shattering the facade of tranquility and inciting an unprecedented tempest. Some seasoned members expressed their outrage. deeming it an affront to the long-standing legacy of the Yingzhua Bang, while younger members regarded Luokuru with a sense of reverence. Perceiving this as a potential turning point for the gang, divisions and undercurrents stirred within the organization, as all awaited the response of the enigmatic leader and the ultimate verdict on the fate of the Yingzhua Bang. Inside the clandestine base, under dim lights, a figure sat resolutely in the shadows. Those piercing eyes seemed capable of perceiving all, appearing brilliantly luminous even in the obscurity. Jie Shing stumbled in, still adjusting to the indoor light, only to be enveloped by an intangible pressure that compelled him to kneel. "Leader, I am guilty." Jie Shing's voice trembled, a mixture of fear and shame lacing his words. "Luokuru, that man, his strength surpasses our imagination. I cannot stop him." The leader remained silent, those eyes penetrating deep into his soul, sending chills down his spine. The air was thick with a stifling atmosphere. Each second of silence felt like a judgment. "Rise, Jie Shin." The leader's voice, deep and commanding, finally shattered the stillness. "This is not your fault. Tell me, what conditions did Luokuru propose?" As Jie Shin slowly rose, he swallowed hard and recounted his astonishing demands. The leader listened intently, brow furrowed, lost in contemplation. In the lengthy history of the Yingzhua Bang, they had never faced such a direct and audacious challenge, let alone a demand for the leader to personally intervene. "Luokuru, is it?" A hint of tremor surfaced in the leader's tone. "It appears we must reevaluate this outsider. Summon all senior officials. We need to deliberate on our strategy. Soon." The conference room of the secret base was ablaze with light, with core members in attendance, each face etched with gravity. The leader occupied the head of the long table, scanning each individual. His gaze finally settled on Jie Shing. "Jie Shin, you have witnessed this power firsthand. Your insights are vital to us." The leader's words conveyed a palpable weight of importance. Jie Shin gulped, steeling his courage. "Luokuru's strength is beyond imagination. A direct confrontation would yield no victory for us. However, I believe we cannot simply submit. Perhaps we could attempt to negotiate with him while secretly investigating his weaknesses, preparing for any potential conflict." The conference room fell into prolonged discussion, various opinions and strategies proposed and dismissed. It was not until the depths of night that a preliminary plan began to take shape. They resolved to outwardly acquiesce to Luokuru's demands, buying themselves time, while covertly gathering intelligence on him to seek vulnerabilities. "We, the Yingzhua Bang, have stood firm on the seas for many years. We shall not easily fall due to a single Luokuru." The leader's voice resonated with determination and coldness. "But remember, we must not underestimate him. Every action must be cautious. Every decision could be a matter of life and death." Since Luokuru and his entourage set foot on Gulan Tuashada, everything on the island seemed to be enveloped in a subtle yet tense atmosphere. Their arrival was akin to a boulder cast into a placid lake, stirring up ripples upon ripples. The once mighty forces now opted to retreat from the spotlight. Wherever Luokuru and his group ventured, they could sense the deliberately maintained distance and silent reverence from those around them. Restaurants, bars, and even hotels on the island transformed into their free domains. Whenever entered an establishment, the proprietors and staff rushed to greet him, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles, fearful of any hint of neglect. "Master Luokuru, our finest private room is prepared for you tonight, with all expenses on us. We hope you enjoy your meal here," a seafood restaurant owner said with utmost deference, his eyes betraying both fear and calculation. After all, associating with such a formidable figure could be an invisible windfall for anyone. Luokuru merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate. He was acutely aware of the motives lurking behind such flattery. Yet, as long as it did not impede his plans, he was content to indulge in this privilege. In truth, his ambitions transcended mere superficial reverence. He sought to fundamentally alter the rules of the island, establishing an order of his own. Whispers circulated among the island's residents and various gang members, speculating about his origins. Some claimed he was the heir of a hidden family, while others conjectured he was a top-tier expert who had defected from the Navy. Regardless of the narrative, Luokuru was cloaked in an aura of mystery and power. Under the weight of this force, Even the once dominant bullies now found themselves discreetly altering their paths upon encountering and his entourage. Thus, Luoka's reputation spread throughout the island, becoming a figure both feared and intriguing. However, beneath this veneer of tranquility, undercurrents surged. Numerous gang leaders began to make clandestine contacts, deliberating on how to confront the threat posed by Luoka. They understood that confronting Luoka individually would be futile. Perhaps unity might offer a glimmer of hope. In a secluded and heavily guarded estate deep within the island, several heads of the dominant factions gathered around an elongated oak table. Scattered across the table were a multitude of documents, the topmost sheets detailing comprehensive information about Each document had been meticulously scrutinized, the creases along the edges and sporadic coffee stains on the table betraying their anxiety and focus on Luoka. Look at this. An elder gang leader adjusted his glasses, his finger tapping emphatically on a file marked top secret. Luoka, real name unknown, former Navy, held the rank of lieutenant colonel. But the crux is he is a defector, reportedly having personally executed several Navy colonels at a banquet for senior officers before vanishing. The room fell into a suffocating silence, each person lost in thought, the atmosphere oppressive enough to make breathing difficult. A well-dressed, middle-aged woman, evidently a strategist for one of the gangs, finally broke the stillness. A person capable of causing such chaos within the Navy is not to be underestimated. More importantly, we do not know why he has come here or what his true intentions are. Another muscular man, scarred and disdainful, scoffed at the notion. Regardless of their motives, once they set foot on our territory, they must adhere to our rules. I propose we join forces to teach him a lesson. No, that would be too reckless. A man, cloaked in a shroud of coldness and wearing an eye patch, interrupted him. We must exercise greater caution. The fact that he managed to escape right under the Navy's nose signifies that he is exceedingly cunning and his strength is unfathomable. Acting blindly will only lead to our own downfall. After a heated discussion, they ultimately reached a consensus. They would conduct a covert investigation to ascertain Luoka's background and intentions, while simultaneously strengthening alliances among the various factions to prepare for potential conflicts. As night fell, an unusual unrest began to permeate the streets of Grant Summer Island. Information leaked from several major factions deep within the island ignited like sparks in a night breeze, rapidly spreading to every corner. Luoka's identity and past became fodder for conversation among the pirate hunters, transforming into chilling tales shared by ordinary folk over meals. Have you heard? A tavern server whispered conspiratorially to a few patrons. That Luoka was a defected Navy lieutenant who brutally turned on his comrades at a banquet. A ruthless character who even spared known Navy captains. Upon hearing this, the small circle fell silent, with each person's eyes glinting with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Such news was undeniably a bombshell for pirates accustomed to skirting the edges of rules. In the pirate world, both reputation and strength hold equal weight. One who can turn on their own is unlikely to gain trust. Such a person, let alone in the Navy, would be infamous even among us pirates. What would he possibly want on our island? A burly man with a beard muttered, his beer glass trembling slightly in his hand. Clearly, Luoka's past instilled in him a sense of ominous foreboding. The speed at which rumors spread often surpasses imagination. Soon, various tales about Luoka circulated like a virus across the island. Some claimed he sought vengeance against old enemies from the Navy. Others speculated he was dispatched by a larger force intent on disrupting the local power dynamics. Regardless of the truth, Luoka's presence undeniably added an air of tension and unease to the island. The atmosphere grew increasingly delicate. Even the usually brazen pirate gangs became more subdued, wary of inadvertently provoking this mysterious and dangerous newcomer. The streets at night were sparsely populated, and the occasional footsteps echoed with an air of trepidation and vigilance. Meanwhile, Luoka himself seemed oblivious to all this. On this restless night, several former slave leaders recruited by Luoka gathered in a dimly lit warehouse. They exchanged anxious glances, their eyes reflecting unease and fear. Once figures of authority in their domains, they now felt as if they were treading on thin ice. They realized they had boarded a pirate ship far more perilous than anticipated. I tell you, after all these years, I've never encountered such an individual. One older slave leader murmured, his hands nervously rubbing the rough fabric of his clothes. Luaka is a madman. Not only is he terrifyingly powerful, but he also plays by no conventional rules. Indeed, I thought following him would lead to greater prospects, but upon arriving on the island, he immediately struck against the major powers without even attempting to conceal his intentions. Another younger leader chimed in, regret evident on his face. This is not seeking allies. It's outright declaring war. The atmosphere in the warehouse thickened with unrest. They had only heard rumors of Luaka's formidable prowess as a pirate. Yet they never anticipated such bold and efficient actions, seemingly indifferent to the enmities he was inciting, merely pursuing his own agenda. This reckless demeanor instilled an unprecedented panic among those accustomed to navigating the gray areas. What should we do now? Following him will eventually drag us all into the abyss. A more slender man quivered. What else can we do? At least for now, we are alive. And he does possess the strength to protect us from the retribution of offended factions. The older slave leader sighed, his eyes betraying a sense of resignation. We'll have to take it one step at a time. I hope he truly has a way to resolve the impending troubles. Just as they conversed, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the warehouse. The door was violently thrust open, revealing a figure standing in the entrance. It was Luaka, his gaze as frigid as ice, surveying each person in the room, the palpable pressure causing everyone present to hold their breath. I hear you have grievances against me. Luaka's voice was cold and calm, as if seeing through everything. Remember, I am your captain and your only path forward. Either join me in conquering these waters, or become stepping stones on my path. With that, Luaka turned and left, leaving them with a resolute silhouette. The warehouse fell into a profound silence once more, as each person grappled with complex emotions, fear, anger, and an undeniable sense of awe. Regardless of the storm ahead, they had already been swept into its vortex, unable to turn back. Within the dim warehouse, the former slave leaders sat in a circle, exchanging bewildered and anxious glances. They were entirely unaware of the fact that Luaka had implanted a substitute doll within their bodies, their internal worries and speculations shrouded in a fog of uncertainty. Thick and hard to disperse, they had no inkling that every thought, every emotional fluctuation, even their clandestine plans for escape, were laid bare to the edges of Luaka's consciousness. Luaka's substitute ability acted like an invisible net, silently weaving around them, unbeknownst to them. Luaka, this mysterious and powerful pirate, stood alone at a high point on the island, gazing down at Grant's summer island under the night sky, savoring the subtle connection formed through the dolls with his subordinates. A barely perceptible smile crept upon his lips. This secretive control filled him with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and confidence. They believed they were concealing their thoughts, unaware that I, Luaka, had already seen everything. Luaka contemplated his strategy, advancing step by step. To him, these individuals were merely pieces on a chessboard, expendable when necessary, or useful for future plans. Under Luaka's meticulous orchestration, their every move subtly nudged the situation toward his desired outcome. And they, like marionettes, despite any dissatisfaction or fear within, had no choice but to follow the established path until the moment Luaka decided to unveil everything. This ignorance was both their tragedy and Luaka's weapon. Driven by the unknown and fear, they might become faithful allies on Luaka's path to conquest or, conversely, mere sacrifices. Yet in all of this, only Luaka himself remained the true helmsman. News spread rapidly across Grant's summer island like a wildfire, as the revelation of Luoka's former identity as a naval trader became a hot topic of conversation overnight. The islanders' attitudes underwent a subtle transformation, as their initial fear and suspicion of this unfamiliar pirate gradually morphed into a complex melange of awe and curiosity. Whispers began to circulate in private, as Luoka's past experiences undoubtedly added a layer of legendary allure to his character. Eyes followed his path with a blend of respect and trepidation. murmuring about his extraordinary attributes. Conversely, the atmosphere within the Shadowclaw Gang's stronghold was starkly different. This notorious pirate group, known for its ferocity and cunning, erupted into intense discussions upon learning the truth about Luo Ku's identity. Members gathered in the dim candlelight, their expressions grim, eyes flickering with complex emotions. Acknowledgement of Luo Ku's formidable strength mingled with unease about the impending conflict. Once a naval officer, he had now become their most formidable adversary. An older pirate tapped his fingers on the table, his voice low and somber. He knows all our tactics and how to counter us. But let us not forget, he is also a traitor, which implies he has his own principles. Perhaps we can find his weakness, suggested a younger pirate, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Principles? Scoffed a burly man. Can such things be of any nourishment in the world of pirates? The real question is not whether we can uncover his weaknesses, but whether we possess the strength to exploit them. The leader of the Shadowclaw Gang listened quietly to his subordinate's discourse, the scar on his face appearing even more menacing in the flickering light. He spoke slowly, affirming that Luo Ku was indeed a formidable opponent. Yet the Shadowclaw Gang was not to be underestimated. We possess our advantages, our familiarity with these waters, and the resources and connections we have accumulated over the years. If we were to confront him head-on, our chances of success might be slim, but if we can outsmart him. His words plunged every attendee into deep contemplation. Indeed, a direct confrontation with Luo Ku might be akin to striking a stone with an egg, yet through strategy, utilizing the terrain, information, and internal intelligence, perhaps we could discover a breakthrough. After a fierce debate and careful deliberation, the upper echelons of the Shadowclaw Gang ultimately reached a consensus. Rather than waiting passively for doom, they resolved to proactively seek an opportunity for change. In the face of an adversary as wise and ruthless as Luo Ku, inaction could only spell a slow demise. Thus, planning a covert ambush became their gamble of choice. As night fell once more, the coastline of Grant's Summer Island was gently outlined by the moonlight, the sea breeze carrying with it a sense of saltiness and an undercurrent of tension. The elite members of the Shadowclaw Gang assembled quietly, clad in black, their faces painted with camouflage, armed to the teeth, their eyes burning with resolute fire. Under their leader's command, they split into several small teams, stealthily maneuvering towards the area where Luo Ku was likely stationed. With meticulous planning, they utilized the island's intricate terrain and their knowledge of the environment to evade any surveillance set by Luo Ku, gradually closing in on their target. The objective was Luo Ku's temporary hideout, a dimly lit warehouse, hoping to strike a fatal blow when Luo Ku and his core team let their guard down. However, Luo Ku was no ordinary foe. He seemed to possess an uncanny premonition of the impending crisis. Just as the Shadowclaw members approached with utmost caution, the surroundings of the warehouse suddenly erupted into brightness, a squad of trained guards emerging from concealment, encircling the area as if they had anticipated this very moment. It appears my guests could no longer resist the urge to pay a visit. Luo Ku's voice resonated in the night sky, tinged with amusement as he stood atop the warehouse, looking down upon what was supposed to be a meticulously orchestrated ambush, now transformed into a game of cat and mouse. The members of the Shadowclaw Gang exchanged glances, their initial shock quickly giving way to despair. Luo Ku's preparations were far more profound than they had imagined. Every move they made seemed to be accounted for in his calculations. In this sudden illumination, all shadows were laid bare. Surrender or fight until the last moment. The choice lies with you. Luo Ku's voice was calm, yet authoritative. He did not rush to attack, but rather offered them a chance to choose. This unhurried demeanor instilled an invisible pressure within the members of the Shadowclaw Gang. At their leader's command, the elite members, sharing a silent understanding, wasted no time and directed their assault towards Luo Ku, who stood atop the warehouse. In that moment, their singular focus was evident: capture the king before the thief. A rallying cry echoed through the team. The members swiftly adjusted their formation, resembling a pack of wolves on the hunt, encircling from all directions, each employing their unique skills with the intent to breach Luo Ku's defenses in the shortest possible time. The dawn's sting, A lithe assassin emerged from the shadows, his dagger shimmering with cold light, slicing through the air in a lethal arc aimed directly at Luo Ku. The speed was such that it seemed to tear the very fabric of the night. The raging tide. Simultaneously, on another flank, a brawny giant swung a heavy hammer, the head of which sliced through the air with a howling wind, generating waves of oppressive force aimed at the position occupied by Luo Ku, intending to destabilize his very foundation. Shadow chains. Additionally, a member skilled in ranged attacks and control flicked his fingers, a chain woven from dark energy extending silently, seeking to bind Luo Ku's movements and leave him with no escape. This series of attacks was not merely a test of Luo Ku's individual strength, but a testament to the cohesion and tactical execution among the members of the Shadow Claw gang. In this moment, each individual cast aside their own survival, striving to secure a glimmer of hope for their gang in this high-stakes gamble. Luo Ku, standing atop the warehouse, curled his lips into a cold smile, having anticipated every aspect of this unfolding drama. Foolish? No, this is courage. Alas, courage cannot bridge the chasm of power. As his words fell, the surrounding air began to solidify, a suffocating force gradually permeating the atmosphere. With Luo Ku's declaration, the inconspicuous straws seemed to come alive. They transformed from disparate strands into entities of will, coalescing around him, intertwining. Each straw shimmered with an otherworldly glow beneath the moonlight. Gradually, these glimmers merged into a flow, enveloping Luo Ku and forming layer upon layer of armor. His body, undergoing this extraordinary transformation, expanded, growing to several times his original size, until he became a colossal figure towering 10 meters high. No longer was he the ordinary man in simple clothing, but had morphed into a giant woven from straw and unknown powers, his eyes deep like black holes, exuding a chilling aura that made the very air tremble. Behold my true form, the straw armor. Luo Ku's voice reverberated through the night sky like thunder, unsettling the hearts of all who heard it. As he proclaimed, the very shadows of the warehouse area seemed to warp, heralding the onset of an unprecedented battle. Those lurking in the darkness, observing this astonishing transformation, were left utterly speechless, their astonishment beyond words. In the world of the seas, those who wield the powers of the devil fruit are not a rarity. However, it is indeed rare for a being like Loaka to harness the powers of the fruit to such an extraordinary extent, almost akin to a mythical existence. What manner of ability is this? A pirate captain, concealed upon a distant hill, whispered in astonishment, his crew equally incredulous. Though they had traversed the seas for many years, they had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. It was as if a malevolent spirit had emerged from ancient legends, murmured another observer from a foreign trading guild, his eyes reflecting both fear and excitement. For merchants, any formidable entity could either become a subject of trade or a risk to evade. Luaka's Dao Chao Kaija form, not only colossal in size, appeared to embody unimaginable strength and resilience within its straw composition, coupled with the ominous aura it exuded. Even distant onlookers could sense an invisible oppression that made the very air tremble. Such power transcended the realms of humanity, lamented an aged bounty hunter who had endured countless battles. Yet, the scene before him left him in unprecedented shock. Luaka's transformation undoubtedly imparted a lesson to all present. In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, there will always be entities or phenomena that surpass your imagination and upend your understanding of strength. Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, Luaka's figure began to glide through the night sky, resembling a moving fortress gradually closing in on the brave members of the Yingzhao gang below. Not far away, at the heart of Granxia Island, the leaders of powerful factions who controlled the island's lifeblood learned of this sudden combat through their respective channels. Whether ensconced in luxurious private boxes or congregated in clandestine underground bars, they sipped expensive red wine while casting sidelong glances at the unfolding battle. Experienced as they were, they reached a consensus almost simultaneously. The Yingzhao gang had an infinitesimal chance of victory against Luaka's Dao Chao Kaija form. The courage of the Yingzhao gang was commendable. Yet bravery could not alter the disparity in strength. A seasoned leader, adorned in resplendent attire, gently swirled the wine in his glass. His words revealed a tinge of regret, but more so a cold analysis of the situation. Meanwhile, the casinos on Granxia Island seemed to catch the scent of money and sprang into action. Beneath the neon lights, colossal electronic screens began to report live on this thrilling battle, with various odds and predictions scrolling across, capturing the attention of residents and tourists alike. Gambling, one of the island's most popular pastimes, became even more frenzied due to this unexpected conflict. Come and place your bets. Will Lord Luaka crush everything? Or can the Ingzhao gang create a miracle? The casino host exuberantly shouted, his voice echoing through the hall, igniting a fervor among the crowd as the excitement of gambling surged. At the betting tables, gold coins, jewels, and even ship contracts became the stakes, with every participant eager to share in the spoils of this uncertain battle. However, behind this lively scene lay a thread of sorrow. For most gamblers, the fate of the Ingzhao gang was merely a seasoning to heighten the thrill of their wagers. Despite being aware of the peril ahead, the members of the Ingzhao gang understood that retreat would only hasten their demise. They exchanged resolute glances, and with the swiftness of arrows released from bows, they charged recklessly towards Luaka for one final assault. With blades gleaming and fists howling, an array of weapons and skills collided against Luaka's massive straw form. What should have been a lethal strike yielded unexpected results. Each blow failed to sever the straw as anticipated, instead igniting brilliant sparks as their weapons struck against an impenetrable barrier. The sparks illuminated the night, reflecting the incredulous expressions of the surrounding crowd. This defiance of logic left everyone present in a state of unprecedented shock. How could this be possible? A warrior from the Ingzhao gang growled in disbelief. The blade had embedded deeply into Luaka's straw body, yet it bent under an invisible force. This was no ordinary straw. It was the power of the devil fruit. The leader suddenly grasped the reality, yet this awareness did not bring relief. Rather, it deepened the weight on their hearts. They faced an individual capable of manipulating the essence of matter, transforming softness into an indestructible force. Among the crowd, astonishment and murmurs erupted, many forgetting to continue placing bets, utterly captivated by this unbelievable spectacle. The atmosphere in Granxia Island's casinos grew more tense and exhilarating, as betting odds fluctuated wildly, with people's curiosity and greed fully ignited. Luaka stood at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by an unyielding wall woven from straw, as the despair and terror of his attackers seemed to nourish his power. He effortlessly countered wave after wave of assaults from the Ingzhao gang, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips as he reveled in this game of stark imbalance. Ladies and gentlemen, I truly feel regret. Luaka's voice resonated through the night sky, imbued with an indescribable levity and mockery. I offered you the chance to depart and seek another way of life, yet you chose to become the sacrifices of this night. Look at yourselves, striving so hard, yet achieving so little. As his words fell, Luaka gently waved a colossal arm formed from straw, seemingly casual, yet instantly enveloping several enemies at the forefront. With a fierce grip, the straw constricted, producing a sound that grated on the teeth, as opponents' weapons and armor crumbled like children's toys before this incomprehensible force. Tell me, when your blades cannot penetrate the straw, when your courage is eroded by despair, do you begin to question the meaning of life? Luaka's taunting words echoed as he strolled through the battlefield, each step accompanied by the screams of his enemies and the distortion of straw. The members of the Ingzhao gang gradually realized they were not facing a mere individual, but a power that transcended comprehension. Luaka not only overwhelmed them physically, but also delivered a devastating psychological blow. Some attempted to flee, only to discover that neither speed nor stealth could escape the web of straw woven around them. I have given you the opportunity, Luaka spoke again, his tone cold and clear. Now, let me show you what true hopelessness looks like. With his declaration, the entire battlefield seemed to descend into a peculiar silence, punctuated only by the rustling of straw and the distant lapping of waves. Luaka's figure flickered in and out of sight, each appearance accompanied by the wails of the fallen. This battle had transformed from an initial fierce confrontation into a one-sided massacre, with Luaka's relaxed demeanor and mocking tone becoming the most chilling memory of the night. In the shadows of Granxia Island, the leaders of various factions closely monitored the developments of this battle through their informants. Initially believing this would be an evenly matched contest, they soon realized that Luaka's displayed power far exceeded their expectations. Luaker not only withstood the full-force assault of the Yingzhao gang unscathed, but also retaliated in a manner that bordered on mockery. This overwhelming victory compelled all spectators to reassess his standing and influence on the island. This individual was far more than a mere troublesome adversary. Whispered a seasoned black market trader, his eyes fixated on his figure on the screen, his brow furrowed. In his mind, a plan began to quietly take shape. Yet he was acutely aware that any confrontation with Fulcur required utmost caution. Meanwhile, another pirate captain from afar turned to his adjutant and declared, upon our return, "Summon everyone immediately. I must personally convey one matter. From this day forth, Lu's name shall top our blacklist. Anyone who unwittingly incurs his wrath should not expect my mercy." Across various corners of the island, news spread rapidly, and his reputation blazed like wildfire. Overnight, his name became synonymous with fear and reverence. From petty thieves on the streets to the upper echelons of rival crime syndicates, all engaged in hushed discussions about Lu's prowess and tactics, advising their subordinates while quietly calculating how to avoid conflict with this newly ascendant overlord. It seemed the dynamics of Granxia Island would inevitably shift due to his presence. A seasoned information broker whispered softly in his hidden chamber, his fingers gliding across a map, finally resting on the area marked with a sphere of influence. His gaze filled with contemplation. Within the casino of Granxia Island, as news of Volcara's clear advantage continued to filter in, those who had wagered on his victory could no longer contain their excitement, and the atmosphere erupted in jubilation. They exchanged high fives in celebration, loudly discussing their foresight in predicting the outcome of the battle. "I knew following Luaker would be the right choice," exclaimed an exuberant gambler, eagerly ringing for service and calling out to the rushing bartender, "Hurry, bring me the finest beer and rum. Tonight, we shall not leave sober." The bartenders were busily occupied, pushing carts laden with chilled beers and assorted spirits through the throng, catering to the celebratory demands of the winners. The mingling aromas of rum and the delicate foam of beer filled the air, creating a festive ambience. In a corner, a few gamblers who had previously held reservations about Luaker cast aside their reticence, exchanging bittersweet smiles as they shook their heads and joined in the revelry. "I must admit, Luaker truly is a formidable character. Next time there's a gamble like this, I must be more astute," remarked a middle-aged man, raising his glass in a toast with those around him. The casino owner stood aloft, surveying the bustling scene below, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. For him, the outcome of the wager mattered little. What was significant was that this confrontation attracted a substantial influx of patrons, yielding considerable profit. He quietly instructed his assistant, "Remember, if Luacook stirs again, we must disseminate the news in advance. He is our golden goose." Luaker gazed at the few remaining figures of the Yingzhao gang before him, their presence appearing pitiful, blood staining their garments, exhaustion and despair etched across their faces. Under the moonlight, Luaker's expression was complex, embodying both the pride of victor and a barely perceptible sympathy. Why must it be so? A hint of resignation laced Luaker's voice. "My final act of mercy has been misconstrued as provocation. Let this end. No further suffering is necessary." However, the compassion offered was not accepted. It instead ignited the last vestiges of defiance within the Yingzhao gang's leadership. They roared, their eyes glimmering with an unyielding spirit, determined to use this final stand to affirm their dignity and pride. Staggering to their feet, they grasped their broken weapons tightly and launched a desperate charge at Okuro with their last ounce of strength. Yet, reality proved harsh. Luaker's figure became a blur in their vision, his movements impossibly swift like a tempest or a flash of lightning. A few sharp sounds of metal breaking were followed by heart-wrenching screams, and then all fell silent. When the dust settled, the onlookers were horrified to discover that the last remnants of the Yingzhao gang lay in a pool of blood, their weapons shattered, heads and bodies severed, quietly rolling to the ground like autumn leaves, desolate in their finality. Luo Ke stood there, untouched by a single drop of blood, his gaze reflecting both the indifference of a conqueror and a subtle hint of sorrow. The surrounding spectators were rendered speechless, shocked by the sudden brutality and resolve on display. No one dared to question his power any longer, nor did anyone venture to disturb the heavy silence. Luo Ke's actions unequivocally conveyed to all that the fate awaiting those who dared to challenge him was nothing short of utter annihilation. This battle marked not only the demise of the Yingzhao gang, but also served as a declaration of the Ke's unassailable position on Granxia Island and beyond. After vanquishing the last resistance of the Yingzhao gang, Luo Ke slowly stretched his body. The straw-woven armor seemed to possess a life of its own, gradually disassembling and dissipating into the night breeze, revealing his true form. Standing there, every inch of him exuded the calmness and majesty of a victor. From this moment forth, everything belonging to the Yingzhao gang, including their territory and resources, shall be mine, Luo Ke proclaimed, his voice low yet distinctly authoritative in the stillness of the night. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and the representatives of other hidden factions and spectators could feel the intangible pressure emanating from him. If there are any objections, now is the time to voice them. A note of unyielding coldness tinged his tone, yet was swiftly followed by a meaningful smile. Of course, I trust that you are all wise individuals who understand the importance of timing. I welcome each of you to bring sincere gifts to my territory for negotiations at the appropriate moment. Among the crowd, any lingering hesitation or resentment swiftly evaporated under Ke's commanding and confident demeanor. Laughter and affirmations echoed, though this laughter was laced with complex emotions. Yet no one dared to voice dissatisfaction at that moment. They understood that the power and resolve Ke had just displayed were more than sufficient to secure him a firm foothold in these waters. At Luo Ke's signal, his subordinates quickly assembled, organizing themselves to prepare for withdrawal from the battlefield. Despite having just endured a fierce battle, they marched with steady steps and disciplined order, exemplifying the qualities of a formidable force. As Ke and his team gradually departed, the surrounding crowd began to disperse, yet each person carried with them an indelible impression. Luo Ke's rise undoubtedly introduced new dynamics to the power landscape of Granxia Island, making everyone aware that in this realm filled with opportunities and dangers, the fusion of strength and wisdom was the sole rule for survival. Jackson stood at the edge of the battlefield, witnessing the fallen figures of his once brother-in-arms, grappling with a tumult of emotions as he strove to suppress any signs of weakness. Reason dictated that this was a game of survival. He had made the most advantageous choice for himself, yet emotionally, the burden of betrayal intertwined with nostalgia for past camaraderie churned within him. Reflecting upon the joyous moments shared with these companions, the days spent training together and confronting external foes, they once appeared invincible, believing they would stand side by side for eternity. However, the shifting tides of circumstance proved to be more merciless than anyone could imagine. The arrival of Lord Luo Ke was akin to a sharp blade, severing ties to the past and delineating the future. A fleeting, bittersweet smile crossed Jackson's face. Though his choices preserve his life, they irrevocably cost him certain treasures, namely, the innocence of trust and the fearlessness of loyalty. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to retain those beautiful yet distant memories in his mind, even as reality's dust gradually obscured them. Upon reopening his eyes, his gaze turned resolute. Approaching Luo Ke, each step felt like a farewell to the past, propelling him toward a new self. Luo Ke turned, his eyes meeting Jackson's, seemingly imbued with understanding, acceptance, and a glimmer of insight into the complexities of human nature. "Jackson, you have done well." Luo Ke's words were succinct yet powerful, devoid of excessive praise or reproach. Everything had unfolded as anticipated. Jackson knelt on one knee, placing a hand upon his chest in a gesture of ancient homage to express his fealty to Loaka. He vowed to traverse fire and water for Lord Loaka at any cost. The voice conveyed not merely loyalty, but also an acceptance of the uncertainties of the future and a farewell to the past. Loaka extended his hand, gently assisting Jackson to rise. "Stand up, Jackson. From this day forth, you shall no longer be a follower in anyone's shadow, but rather a trusted warrior by my side. Together, we shall pen a new chapter." The onlookers bore witness to this scene, murmuring with curiosity about the nuanced relationship between Loaka and Jackson. Loaka's gaze deepened as he issued new commands to Jackson. "Jackson, I require you to commence the preparation of a comprehensive report immediately, detailing the distribution of resources, manpower allocation, and operational networks of the Ingzhua Gang's territories. I wish to ascertain the worth of every inch of land and the capabilities and loyalty of each individual. Your experience will be the linchpin for the success of this mission." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Jackson's eyes, quickly replaced by determination. This was not merely Loaka's acknowledgement of his abilities, but also a test of his loyalty. He nodded swiftly, responding, "As you wish, Lord Loaka. I shall act promptly to ensure this task is completed in the shortest possible time and personally delivered to you." In the ensuing days, Jackson toiled relentlessly, delving into familiar territories and meeting with the heads of every stronghold, gathering data and assessing assets. The bonds of camaraderie from yesteryears facilitated smoother communication with former members of the Ingzhua Gang. Yet, he also sensed the complex emotions in their gazes, anxiety toward the new order and ambivalence towards him as a traitor. Jackson meticulously scrutinized each detail, ensuring the accuracy of information while identifying truly reliable talents to lay the foundation for Loaka's new order. Each night, beneath the flickering oil lamp, he meticulously organized notes, crafting charts that encapsulated every detail potentially pivotal to the new regime. Ultimately, a meticulously detailed report lay upon Loaka's desk. This was not merely an inventory of assets, but also a farewell to bygone days and a testament to his loyalty to his new master. Standing before Loaka, he presented this substantial outcome with both relief and anticipation in his heart. Loaka received the report, leafing through its pages, pausing occasionally with furrowed brows or a slight smile, indicating his recognition or inquiry about certain details. When Loaka closed the document and looked up at Jackson, satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. "Well done, Jackson. Your capabilities exceed my expectations. It appears you are not only an exceptional warrior, but also an outstanding administrator. These territories and personnel will be reorganized according to your design." The weight in Jackson's heart finally lifted. Loaka's trust enveloped him like a warm current, soothing his heart, which had grown somewhat cold due to betrayal. Loaka sat at the oak desk in his study, the moonlight cascading through the window, illuminating his contemplative visage. The documents in his hands contained information secretly provided by Admiral Qingji, piquing his curiosity and sense of urgency. This book concerning the initial awakening of the straw fruit ability was undoubtedly the key to enhancing his power, potentially allowing him to solidify his position in the fiercely competitive world of pirates. Gently tapping the desk, his thoughts swirled. The Navy headquarters had yet to ascertain which major power had acquired this book. This indicated that, in addition to strength, cunning and an information network would be imperative. This was also the reason he initially resolved to utilize the Ingzhua Gang. These small factions adept at operating in the shadows often managed to acquire intelligence inaccessible through conventional channels. "Jackson," Loaka called, his voice deep and resonant. Jackson promptly appeared at the threshold of the study, accustomed to Loaka's summons at any moment, ever prepared to execute orders. "Regarding the information on that book, I hope you can continue to dig through the remnants of the Ingzhua Gang's connections." Loaka handed him the documents. "Although there are no specific leads, this book may serve as the key to unlocking a new world for certain powers. We must locate it before others do." Jackson accepted the documents, skimming through them with a flicker of astonishment and excitement in his eyes. "Understood, Lord Loaka. I will immediately deploy personnel, focusing on the families and organizations on the island that operate discreetly yet possess profound foundations. Simultaneously, I will attempt to contact former informants to see if I can glean more leads from them. Excellent, Luaka nodded, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. Remember, this matter requires discretion to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Our objective is not merely this book, but more importantly, to maintain our stability and power on the island. Any actions that might incite turmoil must be avoided. Jackson respectfully bowed and exited the study, his heart tumultuous with anticipation. This task was undeniably formidable and fraught with risk. It also signified Luaka's trust and regard for him. For one who had defected from the Ingzhua gang, nothing was more paramount than earning the absolute trust of a new master. In the days that followed, Jackson led a capable team, commencing a covert investigation across the island. They maneuvered silently like shadows, navigating between various families and organizations in search of traces of the enigmatic book. Meanwhile, Luaka strategized in the background, awaiting the information that could alter his destiny. Within an ancient castle perpetually shrouded in mist, the divination chamber of the Olivia family flickered with candlelight. The air infused with the mingling scents of lavender and pine resin, creating an atmosphere that was both mysterious and solemn. The eldest and most adept witch of the family, Eliana, sat before a table intricately carved from ebony. Upon the table lay a set of yellowed ancient tarot cards and a crystal ball emanating a ghostly blue glow. Sacred heirlooms that had witnessed countless prophecies of fate. Eliana closed her eyes, her hands gliding gently over the tarot cards as she silently recited incantations. Subsequently, she drew 3 cards and placed them upon the table, then gazed deeply into the crystal ball. The task at hand is to divine the fate of the pirate named Luaka and his future connection with his family. As her focus deepens, the surface of the crystal ball gradually reveals a series of indistinct images, akin to reflections becoming clearer beneath the water surface. Suddenly, AI Liana's expression turns unusually grave, her eyes betraying a sense of terror and unease. As the divination progresses, she begins to sense a formidable force resisting her scrutiny, a force intimately linked to Luaka. The tarot cards depicting the Wheel of Fortune, Strength, and Judgment flicker ominously, heralding a significant upheaval on the horizon. In that instant, AI Liana clutches her chest, her complexion paling, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. The backlash from the divination strikes with unprecedented ferocity, marking an experience unlike any she has encountered throughout her years of practice. Amidst the agony and chaos, she faintly perceives the family castle enveloped in raging flames. Within the inferno, Luaka's silhouette emerges, clad in a peculiar armor woven from straw. His face stern and his eyes hollow and dark. The fire and straw armor, AI Liana murmurs weakly. Her vision begins to blur. Yet her heart is unmistakably clear in realizing that this divination unveils a prophecy concerning the survival of her family. Luaka's existence seems inexorably tied to a catastrophic fate awaiting the family. While that straw armor may symbolize the awakening of his power or serve as an insurmountable threat. With the divination concluded, AI Liana slumps against her chair, her breath barely a whisper. Family members hastily gather around her, their concern palpable. This divination not only reveals Luaka's potential threat to the family, but also hints at an impending storm that could determine their fate. The question of how to respond emerges as the most urgent dilemma confronting this ancient lineage of seers. Upon learning of Luaka's potential connection to the Tao Saogua Shi, the Olivia family erupts into heated discussions. The elders convene outside AI Liana's dimly lit chamber, their expressions grave. The air thick with tension and unease as they converse in hushed tones, every word laced with profound apprehension about the future. Had we known earlier of Luaka's entanglement with our family's history, perhaps we could have prepared in advance, sighs an elderly man with a long white beard. Casting glances toward the divination room, where AI Liana lies in unconsciousness. The burden of sacrifice renders this divination particularly weighty. Now is not the time for regret. The key lies in how we respond, counters another family member clad in a deep purple robe, her eyes reflecting calm resolve. Alien Na's divination has clearly indicated that Luoka's fate is intertwined with ours. Whether it brings fortune or calamity, we cannot evade it. The discussion ultimately reaches a consensus. The family must take proactive measures to enhance their surveillance of Luoka, while also revisiting ancient texts concerning the Tao, Sao Guoshi, to unearth any overlooked clues or protective measures. As a family with a storied history of divination, the Olivia lineage surely harbors untold secrets, perhaps the key to confronting the impending storm. Meanwhile, Luoka accelerates his exploration of the Tao, Sao Guoshi abilities. Under Jackson's efficient management, the remnants of the Shadow Claw gang are mobilized, ghosting through the island's corners, collecting every trivial lead associated with that enigmatic tome. Luoka himself secretly cultivates his powers, sensing an unknown force quietly awakening within him. Each moment of meditation unveils a vision in which straw transforms into armor enveloping him. As the analysis of Luoka's intentions deepens, the members of the Olivia family grow increasingly uneasy. They recall how the previous head of the family, aided by the Tao, Sao Guoshi, significantly enhanced their divination abilities, garnering immense respect and renown in the East China Sea. The allure of such power is irresistible to anyone yearning for influence and authority. Luoka, a figure who resorts to any means for his ends and has already made his mark on the periphery of Grant Summer Island, poses a dire threat should he harness the capabilities of the Tao, Sao Guoshi. The younger generation within the family begins to murmur, many of whom have never experienced the illustrious era of the previous head. Yet, they are filled with longing for the family's historical glory. If Luoka truly gains our assistance, he might exploit its power to foresee and manipulate future events, posing a threat not only to rival pirate crews, but also directly endangering our family. Voices a young seer with palpable anxiety. The elders, more circumspect, gather in the family's secret chamber, convening around an ancient round table adorned with a star map to deliberate on safeguarding the family from potential threats. We must find a balance. We cannot provoke Luoka directly, nor can we remain passive, an experienced elder slowly articulates. We could attempt to establish some form of contact with Luoka, at least to comprehend his true intentions, while simultaneously fortifying our defenses and intelligence network. Thus, the Olivia family resolves to adopt a dual-track strategy. On one hand, dispatching astute and eloquent diplomatic envoys to engage Luoka, using divination services as bait to subtly assess his true motives. On the other, urgently activating ancient defense mechanisms to enhance monitoring and protective barriers surrounding the island, just in case. As investigations progress, Luoka's subordinates finally pinpoint the Olivia family, the ancient lineage of seers that once nurtured the last wielder of the Tao, Sao Guoshi. Upon receiving this news, a glimmer of excitement flashes in Luoka's eyes. This is no mere coincidence, but rather a twist of fate, an opportunity for direct dialogue. An invitation, crafted from fine parchment and adorned with intricate motifs, is carefully delivered to the Olivia family's estate. The elegant yet powerful script reveals the identity of the sender to be anything but ordinary. Esteemed Olivia family, Luoka sincerely invite a representative from your family to dine aboard the Tide S.I. at the harbor. I firmly believe our exchange will yield great benefits for both parties. I look forward to discussing the future under the resplendent starlight. Sincerely, Luoka. Upon receiving the invitation, the Olivia family members exchange glances, the atmosphere growing tense. This is no ordinary social invitation, but rather a potential engagement that could determine the family's fate. After deliberation, the family decides to send a wise and seasoned elder alongside a young seer to the banquet. The former will handle negotiations while the latter discreetly observes Luoka, hoping to glean insight into his true intentions from his demeanor and dialogue. Aboard the Tide's Eye, the ambience is illuminated and intimate, with sparse guests creating a mix of privacy and tension. Luoka, donned in a tailored black coat, exudes an air of gravity as he personally welcomes the representatives of the Olivia family, extending courteous gestures with no hint of disrespect. The banquet unfolds with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Yet the true focal point lies in the conversation between the two. Luaka candidly expresses his yearning for the Dao Cao Guo sure abilities while emphasizing his benign intentions, aspiring to forge a relationship with the Olivia family based on mutual respect and cooperation. His words betray a reverence for the family's history and admiration for the achievements of the previous head, which momentarily surprises the family representatives and slightly eases their vigilance. However, the seasoned elder of the family did not readily make a commitment, but cleverly responded, indicating a willingness to consider Luaka's request. Yet, he emphasized that all actions must prioritize the family's interests, and any collaboration should be founded on fairness and transparency. At the same time, he subtly reminded Luaka that true power does not solely stem from the fruits, but rather from the user's intellect and virtue. The dinner concluded in a delicate balance, with both parties seemingly reaching an unspoken consensus. Luaka's invitation was not merely an exploration of power, but unexpectedly opened a door to communication and understanding. Under the flickering candlelight, Luaka's gaze appeared profound and intricate as he contemplated the old diviner, harboring a tumult of emotions within. The old diviner's words were akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread outward. Deep within Luaka, he felt perplexed by the hidden meanings in the old diviner's words. Yet he sensed that this might be a revelation about self-exploration and growth. The source of power ultimately resides within oneself. This phrase echoed in Luaka's mind as he began to reflect on his initial intentions and pursuits. Could it be, as this sage suggested, that activating the power of the fruits encompasses more than merely mastering a technique or secret? Might it require inner growth and awakening? After a moment of silence, Luaka resolved to set aside his doubts and instead inquired, according to your wisdom and experience, how can one achieve such awakening? Are there any guidelines or suggestions? His tone revealed sincerity, even if the old diviner would not directly offer a shortcut to the power of the fruits. His life wisdom might illuminate Luaka's path. The old diviner smiled slightly, seemingly pleased with Luaka's transformation, and gently stroked his long beard before speaking. The path to awakening is akin to a lighthouse guiding one through the night. It requires unwavering inner strength and resolute will, understanding one's fears and desires. Confronting the darkness and light within is a trial of the soul. Furthermore, true power also emanates from a profound comprehension of the world, insights into human nature, and the pursuit of harmony and balance. Upon hearing this, Luaka appeared contemplative. He began to recognize that while the old diviner's words were abstract, they were rich in philosophy, pointing towards a path that balanced introspection and outreach. This pursuit was not merely about the power of the straw fruit, but also about the quest for an ideal, akin to a sage striving for moral perfection. After the banquet, Luaka stood alone on the deck, gazing at the vast starry sky, having formed a new resolution. He stood at the edge of the deck, the sea breeze caressing his cheeks with a salty moistness, but could not dispel the confusion in his heart. The old diviner's words echoed in his ears like waves, both distant and intimate, eluding clear understanding. He could not help but recall the fortune tellers he had encountered in the past. Those vague prophecies and generalized guidance always left one feeling both enlightened and perplexed. Luaka furrowed his brow, feeling an inner turmoil. The old diviner's words seemed laden with meaning, yet they resembled a mirage, dissipating upon approach. He began to question whether such ambiguous guidance was a tactic often employed by these so-called sages, designed to allow listeners to project their own interpretations, thereby fostering a psychological sense of identification and reliance. Power arises from within, but also requires external guidance and practice. Luaka murmured, attempting to clarify his thoughts. Regardless of the truth in the old diviner's words, action remains the only path to verifying reality. Instead of endlessly guessing and wandering on this night, he resolved to formulate a clear plan to explore the secrets of the straw fruit's power from multiple perspectives. Firstly, Luaka intended to delve deeper into the ancient texts from the Olivia family. Although they might contain misleading information, they could also reveal valuable clues. Returning to the warm glow of his family's hearth, Avon and Leah were quickly enveloped by the family members. Avon spoke first, attempting to convey his newfound understanding of Loaka. Loaka was not as cruel and merciless as the outside world portrayed. He possessed thoughts and aspirations, even displaying respect for history and wisdom during their conversation. Upon hearing this, skepticism erupted among the family members. An elder family advisor, with furrowed brows, spoke with evident distrust. How could someone capable of effortlessly dismantling an entire region's gang influence be so simple? Are you certain this is not a facade, a means to gain our trust? Leah intervened at the opportune moment, striving to balance the tense atmosphere. I understand everyone's concerns, but I witnessed Loaka maintaining restraint and politeness during the banquet. Of course, we should not let our guard down. Perhaps we are facing a more complex opponent than we anticipated. Avon nodded in agreement and continued. Indeed, Loaka's power should not be underestimated, yet we must not overlook his rationality. Perhaps what he seeks is not merely power itself, but also the exchange of wisdom and cooperation grounded in mutual respect. However, a young and impassioned family warrior interrupted Avon's words, his emotions running high. Cooperate? With a pirate? Today, he may greet us with a smile, but tomorrow he could turn ruthless. How can we gamble with the family's safety? The debate within the family raged fiercely, with each member grappling with doubts and uncertainties. Avon and Leah's descriptions painted a picture of Loaka that diverged from traditional perceptions, and this contradictory image plunged the family members into profound contemplation and discussion. Trust or caution became a dilemma they collectively faced. A significant reason for their hesitance was the foreboding visions foretold by their family's most powerful diviner, which were undoubtedly not auspicious. How could a family that relied on divination not trust the tarot cards in their possession? Thus, they preferred to believe the answers those cards provided rather than the events of Loaka's banquet that day. In a secluded corner of the island, within the secret stronghold of a new power, several core members sat under dim lighting, their faces etched with confusion and vigilance. An intelligence officer set down a confidential letter. Speaking in a low tone, "This Loaka, his actions are exceedingly peculiar. The information we possess indicates that not only is his strength unfathomable, but he also appears to harbor a particular interest in that ancient family. An outsider suddenly conducting such an in-depth investigation into the island's factions, and we failed to detect even a whisper of it beforehand. This alone is unsettling." The leader rubbed his chin, his gaze flickering uncertainly. In a population of millions on this island, with intricate power dynamics, any movement cannot escape the eyes of various families and our own watch. The fact that Loaka is able to carry out all this unnoticed implies he either possesses extraordinary stealth or is backed by power we have yet to uncover. After pausing and surveying the room, he continued, "Increase the investigative efforts. I want to know every move Loaka makes. More importantly, we must ascertain why he is so interested in that family." However, as the orders were disseminated and subordinates hurried to unearth more information, the feedback received was one of bewilderment. Whether from street vendors or spies of other factions, none knew Loaka's true intentions. He was like a fog, obscuring all understanding, leaving people perplexed. Was he investigating that family for revenge? For treasure? What secrets lie hidden within that family? Secrets unknown even to us. A subordinate murmured, filled with confusion. This uncertainty cast a heavy pall over the new force, as if a storm was quietly brewing. Both Loaka and the Olivia family were ensconced in their own considerations and arrangements, entirely unaware that a spark ignited by external misunderstandings and suspicions was quietly spreading around them. What began as a mere misunderstanding was gradually evolving into a portent of a tempest, fueled by the undercurrents of various factions. On Loka's side, he was deeply engrossed in exploring the powers of the straw fruit, oblivious to the misconceptions swirling outside. Some of his subordinates, misinterpreting Loaka's intentions, began to take extreme actions in the shadows, attempting to clear obstacles for him. Little did they know that these actions were steadily pushing Loaka into the eye of the storm. Other forces on the island, sensing the palpable unease in the air, began to stir, either out of self-preservation or a desire to exploit the situation. They started to adjust their strategies, secretly laying plans, viewing the movements of Loaka and the Olivia family as potential keys to altering the island's power dynamics. Thus, a misunderstanding that could have been resolved through communication was exacerbated by suspicion and external interference, gradually evolving into a storm that threatened the entire island. Loaka and the Olivia family were like two ships caught in the eye of the storm, swept along by towering waves toward an uncertain destination. Loaka's 5 subordinates, once mere leaders of slaves, had now gained considerable notoriety on the island, even acquiring an air of legend. Aware that Loaka was preoccupied with the secrets of the straw fruit and engaged in seclusion, they each led small teams to expand their influence across the island, with few daring to confront them. Each of these subordinates was robust and assertive, leveraging Loaka's reputation to navigate the island's corners, from bustling port markets to remote villages, leaving traces of their passage everywhere. Under the guise of protection, they effectively extorted protection fees, compelling numerous merchants and small factions to comply to avoid greater troubles. Listen, tell your boss that with Lord Loaka's name shielding us, we are guaranteed safety. If you wish for your business to thrive, you naturally need to show that you understand. One formidable subordinate remarked to a shopkeeper, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. The shopkeeper hesitated, yet ultimately nodded in resignation. In this tumultuous era, aligning with Loaka was worth the cost. However, this mode of operation, while granting Loaka's subordinates power and wealth in the short term, was sowing seeds of dissatisfaction and fear within the hearts of the islanders. Whispers circulated in private, linking Loaka's name with oppression and terror. Though most dared not openly resist, discontent simmered beneath the surface. In a dimly lit, sealed chamber, Loaka sat alone in profound darkness, with only a faint glow radiating from beneath his tightly shut eyelids. This was the mark of the straw fruit's powers awakening within him. No longer a mere observer, he had become a part of the fruit's essence, rendering the external manifestations of the straw fruit inconsequential. Loaka's consciousness hovered on the brink of the ethereal and the tangible, as his spirit underwent a revolutionary transformation. Each attempt to delve deeper into the fruit's potential unleashed an unprecedented force surging within him, a power both formidable and ungovernable, akin to a massive wave from the deep sea, poised to engulf him. This state induced a sense of timelessness, as if the entire world had ceased to exist, leaving only him and the enigmatic force within engaged in dialogue. Whenever Loaka attempted to open his eyes and return to reality, that extraordinary sensation of power would abruptly vanish, leaving him feeling as though he had never truly touched the secret. This stark contrast left him both frustrated and yearning, compelling Loaka to plunge once more into the abyss of his psyche for further, more perilous explorations. Deep within, Loaka firmly believed that the key to unlocking the full potential of the straw fruit lay in his own will and perseverance, a breakthrough he had yet to achieve at a certain spiritual level. Amidst this cycle of attempts and failures, Loaka's body and spirit endured immense trials. As time passed, the situation on the island grew increasingly delicate. Those discontented with the tyrannical behavior of Loaka's subordinates began to conspire in secret, exchanging worried glances and hushed whispers. Among them were oppressed small merchants, discontented local leaders, and those who once prided themselves as guardians of the island. Despite their indignation, they chose to endure, fearful that direct confrontation would provoke unpredictable retribution from Loaka upon his return. Loaka's subordinates, sensing this widespread trepidation, grew increasingly arrogant, believing the entire island was under their dominion. Under the cover of night, they brazenly expanded their territory, extorted more protection fees, and even began to meddle in local affairs, adopting the demeanor of the island's de facto rulers. Corrupted by their newfound power, they gradually forgot humility, lost sight of the source of their strength, and disregarded Loaka's warning before his seclusion to maintain balance and avoid excessive disturbance to the populace. As the island's residents and smaller factions reached their breaking point, they quietly sought opportunities for change. In a dim yet bustling tavern, several of Loaka's subordinates gathered, surrounded by the mingled scents of alcohol and tobacco, their laughter ringing loud with a blend of triumph and arrogance. This was their venue to assert authority and revel in their achievements, with those forced into submission becoming fodder for their drunken tales. Look at those fellows, pretending to be something special. In the end, they're just like mice, obediently handing over their coin purses. One tall, burly subordinate smirked, casually tossing a handful of gold coins in his hand, the clinking sound piercing through the tavern's din. Another subordinate feigned seriousness while swirling a glass, his eyes glinting with mockery. Indeed, did they think they could evade Lord Loaka's protection? Ha, how naive! With just a word from us, they will tremble and deliver chests of berries to our door. The patrons around them whispered in hushed tones, casting fearful glances, too intimidated to speak up. The arrogance of these subordinates enveloped the tavern like an invisible net, suffocating the atmosphere of the entire island. At that moment, a young, newly hired bartender, perhaps emboldened by youthful audacity or simply unable to bear the scene, cautiously spoke up. "Gentlemen, treating the island's residents this way may not be a long-term strategy. The hearts of the people are like water. They could support a boat or capsize it." Before he could finish, a nearby subordinate interrupted with a piercing gaze, as if it could penetrate the very soul. "Boy, what do you know? This is our era. The era of Lord Loaka. If you don't want to become the next offering, then keep your mouth shut and do your job well." Instantly, the tavern fell into a profound silence, with everyone too afraid to utter a word, as an oppressive and anxious atmosphere permeated the air. On the other side of the island, the night was profound as several shops were engulfed in a fierce blaze, the flames illuminating half the sky in a crimson hue. Thick smoke billowed upwards, and the sounds of wails and cries intertwined in the darkness, creating an especially haunting atmosphere. These unfortunate merchants faced brutal retribution from Locke's subordinates for their refusal to pay protection fees. The flames devoured everything in their path like a ravenous beast, consuming the last remnants of hope for justice among the people. The former slave masters were adept at employing extreme measures to instill fear. Fully aware of the principle of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, announcing to the entire island through such cruel actions that defiance against Locke's authority would lead to catastrophic consequences. Dozens of cold corpses lay silently on the streets, serving as a mute warning to all about the necessity of compliance. News spread rapidly among the islanders, and fear proliferated like a plague. Every household secured their doors and windows, leaving the streets empty at night. Even the usually bustling taverns became eerily quiet. People whispered in their homes, their eyes flickering with unease and anger, but more prominently, a deep sense of powerlessness. Under the shadow of the island, Locke's henchmen, though tyrannical in the local realm, maintained a cautious respect for the pirate crews that offered bounties exceeding 30 million berries. These formidable pirates had weathered countless storms on the high seas, possessing the strength and influence to topple small nations, far beyond the contempt of a few former slave masters. Whenever the names of these maritime overlords were mentioned, even Locke's most arrogant subordinates would suppress their usual bravado, a flicker of apprehension flashing across their eyes. To encroach upon the interests of these great pirates or to wreak havoc in their territories would likely result in not just retaliation, but a brutal end displayed for all to see. After all, these pirate crews would not hesitate to display severed heads at a bustling dock to assert their inviolability. Thus, while Locke's subordinates appeared menacing on the surface, they were, in reality, merely showcasing their might against relatively weaker factions, leveraging Locke's notoriety to cement their own positions. They reveled in the pleasures of power, yet were reluctant to truly tread the perilous edge of life and death. In their world, fear was a tool for controlling others, while the real dangers were ones they preferred to avoid. Simultaneously, this caution led them to remain vigilant against any potential threats, carefully maintaining a delicate equilibrium with powerful forces. Their dominance on the island rested upon this fragile balance, where any disturbance could incite a dramatic shift in the status quo. In these tumultuous waters, they were both hunters and vulnerable prey, poised to become someone else's quarry at any moment. In the game of power, there are no eternal victors, only a constantly shifting board. During Locke's seclusion, These once subjugated leaders seemed to have received a tacit approval to embark on their long-planned scheme. This might be their sole opportunity to escape Locke's shadow and pursue freedom and wealth. Thus, they no longer concealed their greed and began to plunder the island's resources with abandon. Whether gold, silver, or food supplies, anything convertible into currency became theirs for the taking. As night fell, within a hidden cave on the island, flickering flames illuminated their faces, reflecting a mix of excitement and tension. Gathered around heaps of coins, they raised their glasses, the sharpness of rum mingling with the salty sea air, stimulating their senses. Laughter and hushed whispers intertwined. As they spoke of their aspirations for the future, a life free from Locke, paved with riches. Hey, once we leave here with this money, who will remember this wretched island and that self-righteous Locke? A burly man chuckled, eliciting a chorus of laughter in agreement. By then, each of us could buy a small island on the mainland and live as carefree island lords, no longer beholden to anyone, chimed in another short, shrewd man, his eyes sparkling with longing for the future. However, beneath this revelry, an undercurrent of unease lingered. After all, Locke was not to be trifled with. Should he discover their betrayal, the consequences would be dire. Yet this fear was swiftly drowned out by an overwhelming desire for freedom and wealth. They mutually agreed that once preparations were complete, they would set sail, braving the winds and waves toward an unknown but hopeful horizon. As the rum flowed freely, their hearts soared higher with the intoxication, already immersed in the realm of their dreams of liberty. In that moment, they forgot Locke's terror and the myriad shackles of the island. Outside Locke's secluded chamber, a group of pirates congregated, whispering amongst themselves. Their eyes betrayed uncertainty and suspicion, each harboring the same question in their hearts. Could their once feared leader, Locke, truly still emerge alive from this chamber? Have you noticed? Since the boss went in, the attitudes of those senior officials have started to change. A burly man with a bushy beard spoke in hushed tones, casting wary glances toward the direction of the higher-ups. Indeed, they used to obey the boss's orders without question, but now they act as if they're the ones in charge, added a slender pirate, his voice laced with discontent. I suspect they might be plotting something. Such dialogues quietly spread through the crowd, the unease permeating like a contagion. Some began to fret over the implications of Locke's potential demise. What would become of their fates as ordinary pirates? At that moment, a senior official suddenly appeared within view, surveying the crowd, fully aware of his subordinates' anxieties. Clearing his throat, his voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority. Gentlemen, I understand your concerns, but please trust that Lord Locke is seeking more formidable power for us. What we need now is unity, not the dissemination of baseless speculation. Although his words temporarily assuaged some fears, many remained skeptical, observing every move of the senior officials, attempting to glean the truth from subtle cues. Each person silently calculated where to stand should the situation change, ensuring their survival amidst the chaos of the seas. News spread like wildfire through the underworld of Granxia Island. Those once operating independently among the powerful factions suddenly found a common objective. In the dim corners of taverns, the cold alleys, and even in seemingly ordinary tea houses, various figures exchanged intelligence in hushed tones, their eyes glinting with greed and excitement. Have you heard? The reason Locke is so interested in that diviner's family is... A mysterious figure clad in a black cloak lowered his voice, glancing around. That family has intricate ties to the previous straw fruit user. This revelation detonated like a bomb, shocking everyone present. The Dao Chow fruit, renowned as one of the legendary devil fruits, bestows upon its possessor the gift of immortality or the power to manipulate death, rendering its worth immeasurable. Should Locke's ambitions be entwined with this extraordinary fruit, the underlying motives are undeniably more intricate than one might presume. Leaders of several powerful factions convene urgently, each harboring their own thoughts, yet united in a singular objective, to outpace Locke and seize the secrets held by that family. In the face of profit, former enmities blur into obscurity as a clandestine battle for the secrets surrounding the Dao Chow fruit relic silently unfolds. We must act swiftly, lest Locke and his cohorts gain the upper hand. murmured a burly pirate captain, his body adorned with scars and his eyes ignited by the flames of ambition. Simultaneously, members of the divination clan sensed an unprecedented wave of crisis. Though they had maintained a low profile, it appeared that their family's secrets had been compromised. The elderly patriarch summoned a family meeting, the atmosphere thick with tension. Our era may be on the brink of conclusion, yet could also herald a new beginning. The patriarch reflected, gazing upon the youthful faces of his kin, a blend of worry and hope glimmering in his eyes. We must safeguard our legacy, ensuring it does not fall into the wrong hands. Thus, beneath the calm facade of Granxia Island, currents of intrigue surged as various factions stirred restlessly, poised for a confrontation over ancient secrets and formidable powers. And Locke, the erstwhile sovereign, stood at the Tempest's core, oblivious to the looming threat. Everything remained uncertain. Locke's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he began to delve deeper into the significance represented by the 5 effigies that surfaced in his mind. These effigies served not merely as mental tendrils to control the slave leaders. They seemed to transform into a conduit for Locke to perceive external fluctuations and even manipulate the hearts of men. How intriguing, indeed, Locke mused softly, his fingers gently caressing his chin as if admiring a splendid work of art. Through these effigies, he could sense the emotional fluctuations of those individuals and, to some extent, glean their intentions, guiding their decisions subtly. A cold smile crept across Locke's lips, though it never reached his eyes, which glimmered with ruthless calculation. In this realm, where greed and fear intertwined, loyalty was the rarest commodity. Locke had already detected the thoughts of the slave leaders long before the seeds of their betrayal had taken root. Keenly captured by his effigies, "You wish to flee? Accumulate wealth? Tarnish my reputation?" Locke whispered, his voice low and ominous, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. "You have underestimated my plans and overestimated your own abilities." As his thoughts flowed, Locke began to weave a more complex web in his mind, not hastily thwarting the small machinations of those individuals, but instead deciding to turn the tables, utilizing their greed to pave his path. Locke intended to ensnare their self-perceived cleverness as shackles, ultimately guiding them into the abyss of self-destruction. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the silent communion with those distant effigies, subtly adjusting the emotions and judgments of each slave leader, causing them to unwittingly accelerate the execution of their seemingly flawless plans, all the while stepping into the traps meticulously laid by Locke. "Let your ambition become the sharpest blade in my hand," Locke vowed silently, a flicker of ferocity flashing in his eyes, eagerly anticipating that moment when the self-important slave leaders would realize that the freedom and wealth they sought were but illusions. The true master remained shrouded in shadows, coldly observing all. Under Locke's meticulous orchestration, a storm brewed quietly beneath a tranquil surface. The insights gained during this period of seclusion exceeded his expectations, deepening his understanding of the capabilities of his effigies and elevating his strategic application to a new echelon. He began to envision how to leverage this incident, not only to eliminate rebellious subordinates, but also to establish a just and formidable image on Granxia Island, one that would not tolerate provocation. The heads of these disloyal individuals would serve as the best testament. Locke contemplated, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At the opportune moment, he planned to publicly expose the conspiracies of these slave leaders, while simultaneously demonstrating his zero-tolerance stance towards rebellion. More importantly, Locke recognized that the potential of the effigies extended far beyond mere surveillance and control. They were invaluable resources for predicting and planning future actions. Through insights into the minds of his subordinates, Locke learned to better anticipate the frailties of human nature, navigating the intricate entanglements of human emotions and interests with finesse. The solitude and contemplation of his retreat revealed to him broader horizons. Locke mused inwardly, his thoughts transcending current dilemmas and gazing towards a more distant future. The Olivia clan, once a venerable lineage celebrated on Granxia Island, now found itself ensnared in an unprecedented crisis due to a sudden tempest. Family members, immersed in past glories and tranquility, failed to foresee that certain secretive notes they possessed had become the focal point of covetous factions. This was not solely because of the alluring knowledge or power contained within the notes. It was more so due to their connection to Locke, the formidable figure renowned for the Dao Chao fruit, whose methods were both exquisite and elusive. Innocence is no shield when one bears a precious burden. This adage resonated profoundly amid the Olivia clan's plight. Faced with a series of abrupt threats, the clan's patriarch finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The secret notes in his possession resembled a ticking time bomb, attracting the gaze of powerful forces on the island. Meanwhile, Locke's seclusion provided them with an opportunity. The factions commenced their maneuvers, dispatching spies, planning nocturnal assaults, and even resorting to violence, all in a desperate bid to secure the notes before Locke restored order. To them, possessing these notes would augment their bargaining power in the game against Locke, whether to wield them as leverage or as capital in negotiations, significantly enhancing their status and security. A tense yet peculiar silence enveloped Granxia Island, occasionally pierced by the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore. The Olivia clan's castle-like residence was illuminated by flickering flames, emanating from several powerful factions on the island, each armed and resolute. United, they resembled a pack of ravenous wolves encircling their prize. Leading the charge were several distinguished leaders, their figures elongated by the dancing firelight, casting mottled shadows. A robust and resonant leader broke the silence, proclaiming loudly, "Olivia clan patriarch, heed this. We are aware that you possess something of great interest to Mr. Locke. Recognize the situation and surrender immediately. We can guarantee the safety of your family. Otherwise," before the words could fully escape their lips, other leaders echoed the sentiment, their words laced with both threats and temptations, attempting to shake the resolve of the Aoliweya family. The flickering torchlight illuminated their faces, revealing a spectrum of expressions: greed, cunning, and a tinge of fear towards the unknown power of Locke. However, the Aoliweya family did not respond immediately. The family door remained tightly shut, with only the low rumble of echoes seeping through the cracks, silently narrating their persistence and pride. Time seemed to freeze, and the air was thick with the tension of an impending conflict. Suddenly, the family door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with resolute eyes, the patriarch of the Aoliweya family. His appearance commanded a hush among the gathered crowd, all eyes drawn to him. Raising his gaze to the leaders, his voice, though soft, rang with unwavering conviction. "We, the Aoliweya family, have guarded our legacy for generations and shall never yield to external threats. If you possess the capability, come and try to take even a fraction from us." The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere shifted palpably, charged with a tension that signaled a clash over dignity, power, and secrets was imminent. In response to the patriarch's resolute declaration, the pirates exchanged meaningful glances before erupting into raucous laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd jest. One among them, notorious for his cruelty and a bounty exceeding 100 million, stepped forward with a sinister smile, his voice dripping with disdain and menace. "Oh, what noble vows you make! Alas, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, such oaths serve merely as consolation for the vanquished. Do you believe that by staying behind closed doors, you can evade the storm? Naive. Today, if you are wise, surrender that notebook, and perhaps we shall allow the name Aoliweya to continue to linger. Otherwise—" He paused deliberately, surveying his companions before fixing his gaze menacingly on the patriarch. "Otherwise, do not blame us for lacking compassion. Annihilating your entire lineage is merely an appetizer. We possess ample time and means to scour every corner of this estate until we uncover all that we seek. Your legacy, your pride, is nothing in the face of absolute power." The pirates' threats hung like a storm cloud, heavying the air around them. Among the onlookers, murmurs of worry and fear began to ripple through the crowd. Within the Aoliweya family, the younger generation displayed signs of trepidation. Yet more were fueled by anger and defiance. At this critical juncture of life and death, the unity and faith of the family faced an unprecedented trial. Confronted with the pirates' threats and the undeniable presence of Luoka, the family members were engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Even if they surrendered the so-called secret notebook, as demanded by the pirates, it would not alter the course of the evening. Most within the family had perused the notebook left by the former head, which recorded not the sensational secrets rumored by outsiders, such as the analysis of the Dao Cao fruit's powers or the locations of rare treasures, but rather the personal reflections of the previous head, akin to a private diary filled with philosophical musings and mundane observations. Silence enveloped the family. The patriarch's eyes, illuminated by the flickering flames, appeared particularly profound. Regardless of explanations, the shadow of war loomed over them. Slowly, he raised a hand to signal his kin to remain calm. Then, in a tranquil yet resolute tone, addressed the throng outside. "Pirates, what you seek is but a misguided legend. That notebook contains none of the secrets you yearn for. It is merely the spiritual legacy of a sage. Yet, since you have no path of retreat, we need not exchange further words. Today, let us demonstrate through our actions that the Aoliweya family shall not kneel before threats. Even in the face of an invincible foe, we shall uphold our dignity until the very last moment." As the patriarch's words resonated, the young warriors of the family stepped forth, their eyes reflecting both fear and determination. Meanwhile, the women and children were ushered deep within the estate, preparing for the worst. Words spoken in vain, since unwilling to yield, they faced a dead end. With a command, the standoff swiftly escalated into a fierce conflict. The pirates, emboldened by their numbers and years of maritime combat experience, surged like a tide against the defenses of the Aoliweya family. The clash of swords and the metallic clangor of battle echoed, intertwined with anguished cries and the crackling of torches, forming a chaotic and brutal tableau. Though outnumbered, the warriors of the Aoliweya family fiercely resisted, relying on the solid structure of their ancestral fortress. The younger generation exhibited extraordinary courage and skill, exerting every effort to thwart the ravenous invaders. However, the disparity in strength became increasingly pronounced. Within mere moments, the outskirts of the fortress were stained crimson, bodies strewn about. The laughter of the pirates reverberated through the night, as this place transformed into their playground of wanton destruction. Wielding their weapons mercilessly, they reveled in the ecstasy of conquest and devastation. Amidst the slaughter, the patriarch of the Aoliweya family witnessed his kin fall one after another, his heart a tumult of sorrow and rage. The pirates, after their initial shock and confusion, were soon enveloped by a mix of fear and exhilaration. Many had never encountered such resolute resistance. The unyielding spirit of the Aoliweya family ignited deeper primal instincts within them. The once arrogant pirates, who had anticipated an effortless victory, now found themselves profoundly shaken by this fierce determination, their conversations tinged with complex emotions towards such staunch resistance. "Look at these fellows. Knowing the outcome is sealed, yet they grit their teeth and fight until the very end," roared a burly man adorned with a skull tattoo. His words carried both disdain and a hint of respect. "Indeed, I thought it would be a trivial matter, yet this family's resolve is far from weak," remarked another agile female pirate wielding dual blades, her eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. "However, such resistance will only heighten the thrill of our feast." Amidst the clamor, a deep, commanding voice emerged, that of the pirate captain. "Listen, brethren, a family that fights to the death often harbors the most precious treasures. Their persistence will only make our spoils shine brighter. Yet remember, we are hunters, not beasts. Do not let this battle spiral out of control. We seek victory, not needless sacrifice." The captain's words acted as a calming balm, restoring composure among the restless pirates. They began to adjust their tactics, leveraging their numerical superiority, forming small teams to infiltrate with the intent of dismantling the defenses of the Aoliweya family from within. At the same time, they held a peculiar respect for those valiant warriors resisting fiercely, for in their eyes, only opponents worthy of respect merited their utmost effort in battle. Amidst the chaos of battle, the members of the Aoliweya family, despite suffering grievous losses, displayed not a trace of retreat in their eyes. The honor and belief of the family sustained each individual. Even in the face of despair, they resolved to use their flesh and blood to shield against the encroaching foes. Even if they were to exhaust their strength in this futile resistance, it would likely take less than half an hour for the entire family to meet their demise. The disparity in strength between the two sides was insurmountable, leading only to a mutually devastating outcome. Many of the elders within the family gripped their long swords tightly. In this prolonged and tense wait, the daily lives of the pirates were shrouded in an indescribable anticipation and anxiety. As night fell, the whispers around the campfire invariably revolved around their captain, Luaka. Luaka, a name that instilled dread in countless hearts upon the sea, had now become a figure of both hope and fear in their minds. It was said that the captain's seclusion was aimed at breaking through his own limits to master a legendary power, ensuring their invincibility in the increasingly fierce pirate rivalry. As time elapsed, the occasionally emanating formidable aura grew stronger, heralding the arrival of a significant transformation. The spirits of the young pirates fluctuated accordingly. Some were filled with excitement, dreaming of achieving fame alongside their captain's emergence, while others were consumed by anxiety, fearing the unforeseen challenges that the shifting tides of the outside world might bring during Luaka's retreat. As darkness enveloped the land, the stars adorned the vast expanse of the sky, and the faint glimmers upon the sea echoed the starlit heavens. As the entire world held its breath in anticipation of Luaka's return, the moment Luaka set foot upon the land, the very air around him seemed to solidify. All the young pirates collectively set aside their tasks, standing in silence, their gazes filled with reverence and expectation. Luaka stood at the center of the earth, bathed in moonlight that cloaked this legendary pirate captain in a mysterious silver veil. His countenance was resolute, with sharp features. Those deep-set eyes held the power to perceive the hearts of men, exuding an irresistible force. This power was not merely a display of might, but rather a culmination of wisdom and decisiveness, stirring within each witness an indescribable excitement and pride. Suddenly, a voice shattered the stillness. A young pirate, summoning his courage, spoke with a quiver, yet brimming with admiration. "Captain, your aura is astonishing. After your return, you will surely lead us to sweep across the seas, bringing all powers on the islands to their knees. Your name will shine as the brightest star in these waters." His words rippled through the calm like a stone cast into a serene lake, resonating with the others. Soon, more voices joined in, each expressing boundless admiration for Captain Luaka and their limitless aspirations for the future. Some discussed the imminent conquest, while others reminisced about Luaka's past glorious exploits. Every narration infused with passion, transforming the surroundings into a grand stage of ambition. Luaka listened quietly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Though their words were embellished, they revealed their unconditional trust and support for him. He slowly raised a hand, signaling for silence, then spoke in a calm and powerful voice. "Strength exists to safeguard the freedom and dreams within our hearts. I, Luaka, vow to lead you in shattering all shackles, exploring the uncharted seas, and hoisting our flag high above every island. But remember, true strength arises from the unity and wisdom of the team, not from individual prowess." His words fell like nourishing dew upon the hearts of those present, deepening their respect for him. Although Luaka was focused on training and breakthroughs during his seclusion, he remained partially attuned to the world outside. Through subtle mental connections, he faintly sensed the fluctuations of thought among some of his subordinates. The restless ideas of escape swirling like an undercurrent at the edges of his consciousness. A cold smile flickered across Luaka's mind. It seemed these individuals had forgotten that, as their leader, he possessed not only formidable strength, but also acute insight and the ability to control the overarching situation. As the moment of his emergence approached, Luaka resolved to offer a surprise to those with ulterior motives. On the chaotic and greedy island of Galangsha, a group of pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million Bay reveled in their spoils. Seated within a tent overflowing with gold and silver, Their faces radiated smug satisfaction as they exchanged toasts, discussing how they would exploit the turmoil instigated by the divination family to amass wealth. Their eyes reflected not a shred of respect for life, only an insatiable thirst for riches and a covetous desire for power. Outside, other factions on the island, fueled by dissatisfaction and fear of the divination family, rose in revolt, launching fierce assaults. Flames soared into the sky, swords clashed, and the night echoed with cries of despair and the roars of battle, plunging the entire island into unprecedented turmoil. The stronghold of the divination family was besieged by enraged citizens and hostile forces, obliterating the peace and order of yesteryear. The pirates understood that such chaos would not persist for long. The major factions would soon reach a new equilibrium, and they must retreat before that occurred. Thus, amidst the raucous celebrations, they quietly devised an escape plan, determined to depart Galangsha under the cover of darkness before dawn, taking their plundered wealth and seeking either a new target or a safe haven. However, just as they prepared to enact their plan, an unexpected piece of news struck them like a thunderbolt. Luaka, the legendary pirate leader, had emerged from seclusion and seemed aware of their scheme. This revelation doused their boisterous revelry with cold water. The previous laughter and merriment were abruptly frozen, replaced by unease and panic. Luaka stood at the center of the camp, his gaze penetrating the night towards the location of the Aoliweya family. With a slight closing of his eyes, he concentrated his mental energy, gently touching the dolls corresponding to the treacherous subordinates. These dolls, meticulously crafted by him, were intricately linked to specific subordinates, allowing him to perceive their locations, emotions, and the scenes within their line of sight. The foolish pirates soon found themselves gripped by terror, realizing their bodies were powerless against an unknown force. What bizarre phenomenon was unfolding? Was it the legendary specter? For those who killed without bloodshed, the notion of a ghost was the most absurd of tales. Yet now, they could not utter a word, their faces betraying their profound fear. This ancient and mysterious skill allowed Luaka to subtly monitor every corner, especially those harboring ill intentions. Guided by Luaka's will, the dolls seemed to come alive, trembling slightly, as the information transmitted back vividly filled Luaka's mind. He witnessed the plight of the Aoliweya family, their castle surrounded, flames illuminating the sky, as family members fought valiantly. Yet, the disparity in numbers and resources rendered their defenses precarious. Despair and resilience intertwined upon every face. They were in dire need of a miracle. The corners of Luaka's mouth curled into a grim smile as a plan began to take shape in his mind. This was the moment to showcase his true value as a leader. It was not only about punishing the traitors, but also about safeguarding those loyal to him and the innocent families who had suffered. He needed to make it clear to everyone that the price of betrayal and harming the innocent was steep. "It is time," Luaka murmured, opening his eyes, his gaze piercing. His power was not solely for conquest, but also for protection. He turned to his aide and issued commands. "Gather all brothers willing to follow me into the fire. We shall act tonight. First, we must ensure the safety of the Aoliweya family. Then, those who attempt to betray us will regret their choices." With Luaka's command, the camp bustled into action, the pirates hurriedly assembling and gearing up. Under the cloak of night, Luaka led an elite force, silently advancing towards the Aoliweya family's direction like phantoms. They moved swiftly across the pitch-black sea and rugged mountains, their speed rendering them almost invisible. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Aoliweya family's castle, the battle had already reached a fever pitch. Luaka did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he dispatched a portion of his men to infiltrate discreetly, rescuing trapped family members while disrupting the enemy's rear. Luaka himself led another group of elite fighters to launch a frontal assault, akin to an unstoppable tempest striking at the enemy's heart. Within the crumbling heart of the Aoliweya family's castle, in the core divination chamber, the atmosphere was heavy with despair. Several diviners, pale and filled with terror and tears of regret, gathered around an ancient divination table strewn with mysterious runes and crystal balls, reflecting their frantic faces. The elder diviner's trembling finger pointed towards the hazy image within the crystal ball, which seemed to foretell impending disaster and chaos. Yet at the same time, Luaka's resolute figure flickered within the light. We were wrong, they choked out. In our initial divination, we misinterpreted the divine revelation. The inferno was not a calamity brought by Lord Luaka, but rather the result of our own fears and suspicions, which have summoned true peril. The other diviners wept alongside as they realized their distrust and excessive vigilance toward Luaka had led to the family's current predicament. Though the prophecy held profound significance, they failed to grasp its true meaning and instead, through overinterpretation, imposed limitations upon themselves, ultimately reaping the bitter fruits of their own actions. "Please, Lord Luaka," the elder diviner implored, raising his head to the heavens, his voice filled with supplication. "Forgive our ignorance and doubt. Now, only you can rescue us from this abyss. The divination reveals that you are the key to leading us out of darkness, the hope for the family's rebirth." As they fervently prayed in despair, the sounds of battle echoed from outside the castle, the clash of Luaka and his men with the enemy. At first, the diviners thought it was an illusion, but the sounds grew nearer, accompanied by the cheers of their kin. They finally believed that the savior foretold in the prophecy had truly arrived. The news spread like wildfire among the various pirate factions. Luaka, the legendary pirate captain, had not only emerged, but had also reached an astonishing new height of power. Those pirate leaders who were previously eager to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos were now shaken by this revelation, their once ambitious desires swiftly replaced by fear. Once, the name Luaka had signified unparalleled strength, and now, his return undoubtedly dropped a bombshell on the already tumultuous islands. The united forces began to reassess the situation. Confronting Luaka required not just numbers, but also strategy. For the power Luaka exhibited had transcended the ordinary, making any direct confrontation a likely path to self-destruction. Wherever Luaka went, battles often concluded before they began. His figure darted across the battlefield like a specter, and those pirates attempting to obstruct him, regardless of their numbers, could not withstand his tempestuous assaults. Each of Luaka's strikes was executed with precision, devoid of any superfluous movement, showcasing a breathtaking efficiency and lethality. Rumors circulated that Luaka seemed to possess an ancient power, one that not only enhanced his physical prowess, but also elevated his tactical and strategic acumen to an unprecedented level. As Luaka gradually eliminated the threats to the Alavia family, the original alliances began to crumble. Some astute leaders started contemplating reconciliation with Luaka rather than engaging in futile confrontation. In the face of Luaka's extraordinary strength, unity felt like a futile endeavor. Only through cooperation could they find a sliver of hope in these tempestuous waters. On the battlefield thick with smoke, Luaka moved like a black lightning bolt weaving through the enemy ranks, each strike radiating undeniable authority and power. The moment enemies recognized him, panic spread among them like wildfire, akin to a torch suddenly igniting in the darkness, illuminating their fears. "It's Luaka," cried a soldier from the opposing force, his voice laced with unmistakable terror. This declaration rippled through the ranks, causing even those who had steeled themselves for a desperate struggle to waver. Luaka's name had long transcended mere notoriety, becoming a near-mythical presence upon the seas. His return signified not just the resurgence of battle, but also the upheaval of the old order and the establishment of new rules. Luaka navigated the battlefield with grace, each swing of his sword accompanied by precise judgment and overwhelming force, feeling the fruits of his seclusion manifesting in an unprecedented manner. Relying solely on his physical prowess and swordsmanship, without the aid of his gourd fruit ability, Luaka effortlessly dismantled those petty minions attempting to thwart him. During his seclusion, Luaka not only deepened his understanding and application of his fruit abilities, but, more importantly, honed his swordsmanship to a new pinnacle. Each breath and heartbeat synchronized with the sword. The blade was the self, and the self was the blade. This elevation and mastery allowed Luaka to shine brilliantly on the battlefield, even without external assistance. Luaka's sword light slithered like dragons and snakes, every strike resonating with the sound of wind and thunder, swift and precise. Enemies often perceived a flash of cold light before meeting their doom. This pure reliance on swordsmanship brought Luaka a long-lost exhilaration, reminiscent of the days when he first embarked on his adventurous journey. It seemed that the arduous training during his seclusion had indeed rendered him more formidable. Luaka mused silently, a confident smile inadvertently gracing his lips. While his fruit ability was a powerful asset, a true warrior should be able to demonstrate their strength in any circumstance, whether relying on extraordinary abilities or the most primal sword and body. Beneath the ink-black night sky, the flames of war raged like a tempest, staining the earth crimson. The formidable figures from various factions, caught in this symphony of chaos and death, swayed like leaves caught in a storm. Yet at this moment, a silhouette, akin to the dawn's first light, abruptly intruded upon their vision. It was Luo Ku. Luo Ku, a name potent enough to make the entire world tremble, descended upon the battlefield like a meteor, instantly captivating the attention of all. An unprecedented force was quietly unfurling around him, a mysterious energy born from the devil fruit enveloping his form, manifesting as a suit of armor woven from straw. This was no ordinary straw, but a creation enhanced by the capabilities of the devil fruit, possessing a durability rivaling steel while remaining astonishingly light. Like willow fluff in the wind, it shielded Luo Ku from harm while bestowing upon him unparalleled speed and agility. Such a sight was undoubtedly a nightmare for those forces opposing him. They had witnessed the might of this straw armor firsthand and understood its implications. It signified an almost indestructible existence, a monster capable of effortlessly tearing through any defense. Fear spread through their hearts like wildfire, compelling them to react instinctively, to flee. Thus, in the midst of an initially chaotic battle, Luo Ku's emergence became a peculiar force, forcing the once evenly matched adversaries to begin their frantic retreat, attempting to escape a battlefield that seemed to deter even death itself. Luo Ku's presence, amidst the burning ruins, appeared increasingly proud and powerful, with the entire world trembling beneath his feet. Under the awe-inspiring arrival of Luo Ku, the dynamics on the battlefield shifted subtly yet dramatically. Members of the Olivia family, once precariously positioned under the siege of several powerful factions, now glimpsed a thread of hope. The appearance of Luo Ku was akin to a beacon of light piercing through the darkness, illuminating their path forward, their eyes glistening with the radiance of hope. The joy of discovering a turning point in dire straits, pure and intense. The leaders of the opposing forces, confronted by Luo Ku's imposing presence, hastily issued commands to withdraw. They no longer clung to the notion of a death struggle with the Olivia family, but instead began to retract their lines, preparing for retreat. Orders rippled through the ranks like waves, and although the soldiers were bewildered, years of training instilled in them the understanding that survival often outweighed victory. Continuing to fight in the face of Luo Ku's seemingly invincible power was tantamount to courting death. The command to retreat was issued, and the previously tense atmosphere instantly relaxed, the battlefield echoing with the chaotic sounds of footsteps and hurried breaths, mingled with the murmurs and curses of the soldiers. Many bore expressions etched with fear and unease, whispering among themselves, their words laden with dread of the unknown and uncertainty of the future. I heard that Luo Ku is a monster, capable of shattering a mountain with a single punch. Were we supposed to escape to? The battle isn't over yet. Why are we retreating? Did you not see? That straw armor on him is impervious to blades and bullets. If we continue fighting, we will all perish here. Alas, I never anticipated such an ending. These dialogues served as the background music of the battlefield, accompanying the soldiers' footsteps, culminating in the final chapter of this war. Luo Ku, akin to the director of this drama, altered the narrative with his singular strength, presenting an alternate possibility to a tragedy that seemed fated. As the various factions retreated in panic, a rare tranquility began to envelop the battlefield. The members of the Olivia family stood upon the land once shrouded in smoke, gazing at the retreating enemies, a surge of indescribable emotions swelling within them. In their eyes, There was a blend of relief at having survived and profound gratitude towards Luo Ku. This hero, akin to a celestial warrior, not only rescued them from the brink of disaster, but also granted them the chance to rekindle hope. The elders of the family gathered, their voices hushed yet brimming with reverence and appreciation for Luo Ku. Who could have imagined that Luo Ku would appear in our darkest hour? One elder mused, tears shimmering in his eyes, a profound insight born only from the edge of life and death. The younger generation, visibly more animated, encircled the family leaders, eagerly expressing their admiration for Luo Ku. "Incredible! He is the hero of legend," exclaimed a youth, his cheeks flushed with excitement. "Without Luo Ku, we might have," at that moment, the family leader, a dignified and sagacious elder, rose slowly, his voice steady yet imbued with emotion, clearly moved. "Children, let us extend our highest respect to Luo Ku." His words resonated like a clarion call, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Luo Ku was not only a formidable warrior, but also a trustworthy ally. In our direst need, he did not hesitate to step forward. This kindness, the Olivia family shall eternally remember. Subsequently, all members of the Olivia family, be they aged elders or spirited youth, faced Luo Ku and bowed deeply. A solemn and reverent atmosphere enveloped the air, a sincere tribute to a hero. In this moment, words seemed utterly inadequate. Only the profound gratitude nestled within each heart, like seeds, took root and blossomed. For Luo Ku, perhaps he did not seek any recompense. Yet, this heartfelt appreciation from the Olivia family undoubtedly stood as his highest accolade and the impetus for his continued journey. Following Luo Ku's awe-inspiring strength and selfless aid, the trust and respect the Olivia family held for him reached unprecedented heights. This hero was not only their savior in life and death, but also a reliable companion worthy of their most treasured possessions. Thus, in an atmosphere of gratitude and harmony, the family leader made a decision, one they had once hesitated over, but now embraced without doubt. The elder, embodying wisdom and dignity, slowly retrieved a seemingly ordinary tome from his bosom, a repository of the family's secrets across generations. This book, a precious legacy left by the previous user of the straw fruit, chronicled profound insights and unique understandings of its powers. Once regarded as the family's greatest treasure, it was seldom revealed, let alone entrusted to outsiders. Yet at this moment, in the presence of Luo Ku, the hero who had risen in their time of peril, the elder's gaze was filled with determination and trust. As he gradually opened the pages, each leaf bore the weight of history and the wisdom of ancestors. This is one of our family's most valuable assets. His voice, though soft, was imbued with significance. It chronicles everything about the straw fruit, including how to better control and harness its powers. But more importantly, it contains the worldviews of our previous family members. Everyone around held their breath, aware that this was not merely an exchange of items, but a transmission of trust and friendship. The elder continued, "We once hesitated to share this knowledge, but now we understand that you are the most suitable candidate. Your strength and courage have proven that you can not only wield this power, but also fight for justice." As Luo Ku accepted the weighty tome, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes, yet more profound was the depth of his emotion. He comprehended the significance of this gift, as well as the trust and expectations it embodied. "I assure you, I shall treasure this legacy, not only for my own elevation, but also to safeguard innocent souls like yours. My promise resonates with gravitas, as solemn as a vow." The ensuing dialogue was imbued with laughter and ease, the recent harrowing struggle for survival merely a memory of yesterday. The members of the Ao Liwei family gathered around Luo Ku, sharing family tales and inquiring about his adventurous exploits. In that moment, they were no longer strangers to one another, but friends who had weathered storms together, forging an unbreakable bond of kinship. Upon a battlefield shrouded in dust, several leaders encircled one another, their eyes ablaze with dissatisfaction and fury, the air thick with tension. They had just concluded a united assault against the Ao Liwei family, yet the outcome was far from satisfactory. "Look at you. A burly man with a bushy beard thundered first, his voice akin to rolling thunder. Our soldiers fought tenfold against you. And what of your archers? They fell like autumn leaves, weak and ineffectual. Opposite him, a middle-aged woman clad in opulent robes, wielding an exquisite staff, retorted coldly. Our intelligence indicates that your ambush points failed to serve their intended purpose. Had your trap been as formidable as your words, perhaps we would have succeeded long ago. Another leader, a diminutive man with piercing eyes, struck the ground, producing a sharp metallic sound. His words were as cutting as a blade. Let's not forget, our collaboration is built upon mutual trust and strength. Yet, evidently, some contributions do not align with their pledges. The argument intensified, each individual attempting to shift blame and accuse others. However, beneath their mutual accusations lay the vulnerabilities and internal discord of their respective factions. This joint assault on the Aoliweya family not only failed to undermine its foundation, but also rendered the rift between these factions all the more pronounced. Ultimately, a calm voice shattered the impasse. It belonged to an elderly man who had remained silent, observing. Rising slowly, he surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a deep tone. Accusations will not alter the tide of battle. They will only ensnare us in deeper troubles. What we ought to contemplate now is how to rectify this failure, rather than seeking scapegoats. Only through unity can we confront a more formidable adversary. The Aoliweya family's castle, once heralded as an impregnable fortress, now appeared strikingly fragile. The cracks in the walls resembled the scars of time, chronicling the brutality of the recent conflict. Below, the scattered rubble and debris silently narrated the mercilessness of war. Each time a member of the Aoliweya family surveyed the scene, an unspeakable heaviness surged within their hearts. Mending these wounds would require not only time, but also substantial resources and manpower. A concerned elder family advisor remarked, his gaze sweeping across the ruins, settling on the weary craftsmen diligently clearing the battlefield in preparation for reconstruction. Our warehouse is half empty, and whether our allies are willing to extend a helping hand remains uncertain. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying the distant sound of conversation. Hearing the concerns of the Aoliweya family members, Luoku's laughter was like a spring breeze thawing the winter's chill, warm and infectious. With firm and confident strides, he approached the castle, undeterred by any challenges that lay ahead. Why did you not mention such trivialities to me sooner? Luoku's voice rang out, vibrant and spirited. In less than half a day, I shall return to you a castle even more formidable than before. The family members were first taken aback. Then their eyes sparkled with incredulity. They knew Luoku to be a hero, yet in that moment, his bold claims seemed to transcend all expectations. However, Luoku's confidence was not unfounded. It stemmed from his exceptional abilities and unwavering resolve. He began to act, first invoking the power of straw fruits, instantly transforming the surrounding rubble into sturdy building materials. Straw morphed into robust pillars, while stones were reshaped into smooth foundations. Under his direction, the restoration of the castle unfolded at an astonishing pace, leaving the craftsmen awestruck by this miraculous force, prompting them to join the rebuilding efforts. As time flowed on, the castle's outline gradually took shape, more majestic than ever before. Luoku's sweat and toil, combined with the assistance of family members, infused every brick and tile with hope and resilience. The restoration of the castle not only reinstated the glory of the Aoliweya family, but also became an indelible symbol in their hearts, representing that even in the darkest hours, light and hope endure. When other factions learned of the Aoliweya castle's reconstruction, now more robust than before, within merely half a day, shock and disbelief washed over them. They summoned their confidants and subordinates, urgently seeking to verify the truth of this astonishing news, fearing they might have misheard or that misinformation had circulated. What did you say? The leader of one faction could hardly believe his ears, gripping his wine cup tightly. Suspicion etched across his face. Are you certain this is not a rumor? My lord, it is indeed true, his subordinate replied respectfully, a hint of awe in his tone. Mr. Luo Ku has transformed the Aoliwei family's castle in just half a day. Moreover, it is said that its defenses now far exceed those of the past, almost as if by magic. Similar scenes unfolded across various factions, whether among nobles, merchants, or other families, all discussing fervently, attempting to confirm this hard-to-believe fact. The news spread like wildfire, and soon the entire region was aware of the hero named Luo Ku and his extraordinary feats. Some began to question, struggling to accept that one individual could possess such formidable capabilities. Others felt envy, longing for the Aoliwei family's fortune in securing such a powerful ally. Still others pondered how to invite Luo Ku to serve their interests. In a secluded cove on an island, where morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, a group of pirates gathered around a campfire, their faces alight with unmistakable pride and excitement. These battle-hardened marauders at that moment resembled children eager to recount the legendary tales encountered on the island to every stranger they met. "Did you hear?" exclaimed a burly man with a full beard, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Our captain, Luo Ku, was like a war god last night." A younger pirate chimed in, his voice tinged with awe. "Yes, I witnessed it myself. Those foes fell before him like paper, one strike each, utterly powerless. The captain's stature, his aura, is what only the greatest of warriors possess." Another seasoned pirate interjected, a note of self-satisfaction in his tone. "Being in the presence of such a leader makes us feel powerful ourselves. That sense of safety, that feeling of honor, is something we have never experienced before." As the morning light gradually dispelled the last remnants of night on the island, the renown of Luo Ku shone resplendently in the skies above, akin to the rising sun. The battle of the previous night not only reverberated his name across the heavens, but also transformed the very landscape of the island. When news spread that Luo Ku had vanquished over 1,000 hostile pirates in a single night, the atmosphere on the island instantly solidified. Those factions that had contemplated uniting against Luo Ku, faced with such a terrifying display of power, opted to retreat. To oppose one with an invincible presence and the aura of a top-tier warrior was tantamount to courting disaster. "Behold, this is our leader," exclaimed a pirate exuberantly. His voice echoed through the morning air, brimming with uncontrollable pride. "When our leader unleashes his wrath, they can only retreat. They know no one can rival our leader." On the island, pirates from various corners began to gather, their eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. The doubts and insecurities of the past evaporated in that moment, replaced by unwavering confidence and unparalleled loyalty. They began to declare with resolute voices to everyone willing to listen, "On this island, Luo Ku is the true overlord. Did you see? No faction on the entire island dares to confront us directly," stated an experienced elder pirate from a vantage point. Though his voice was not loud, each word landed heavily in the hearts of every pirate present. What we follow is not merely a leader, but a symbol of an era, an invincible legend. As Luo Ku's figure reemerged upon the island as territory, akin to a morning star piercing the night sky, it brought with it an undeniable radiance. Luo Ku instantly invigorated every corner of the island. Those who followed him, whether seasoned veterans or fledgling recruits, all felt an ineffable surge of inspiration and exhilaration. "Boss, you're back." A young pirate broke the silence first, his voice filled with joy and admiration. Soon, the surrounding crowd responded, their voices merging into a powerful and warm chorus. "Your valor is truly awe-inspiring." "Indeed, boss, last night's exploits have spread throughout the entire island, with rumors suggesting even the seabirds are discussing your bravery." Another seasoned pirate added with a smile, his tone laced with playful jest yet underscored by genuine admiration. In such a fervent atmosphere, even Luo Ku could not help but yield a faint smile. While Luo Ku and his crew immersed themselves in solidifying internal order and enhancing overall strength, the external response was anything but calm. The thunderous methods and remarkable achievements were akin to a boulder cast into a lake, stirring ripples that garnered the heightened attention of various factions. Particularly, the Eastern Sea Navy, the righteous force dedicated to maintaining peace and order in the waters, remained ever vigilant regarding Luo Ku and his crew's movements. At the Navy headquarters, the lights in the intelligence analysis room burned late into the night. As a group of uniformed naval officers gathered around a massive strategic map, their brows furrowed in serious discussion over the latest intelligence gathered. Among them was a stern-looking middle-aged man, holding a recent report concerning Luo Ku. His eyes bore the weight of worry and determination. According to our intelligence, he began, his voice grave yet powerful. This pirate leader named Luo Ku has been exceptionally bold in his actions on Granxia Island. He has not only eliminated over 1,000 rival pirates, but has also successfully quelled internal rebellions. Such strength and tactics have far exceeded our expectations. Another officer interjected, his expression equally grave. What is more concerning is that he seems to be deliberately stirring the entire island-esque situation into chaos. If we do not take action and allow this to develop unchecked, the safety of Granxia Island and the surrounding waters will be severely jeopardized. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense as everyone realized the necessity of crafting a meticulous plan to confront such a formidable and decisive adversary. It was imperative to uphold the Navy's authority without provocation while simultaneously avoiding unnecessary escalations of conflict. We must dispatch an elite team to clandestinely proceed to Granxia Island. Gathering further intelligence regarding Luo Ku and his crew, the middle-aged man stated once more, his tone resolute and calm. Only by acquiring sufficient information can we formulate the most appropriate response strategy. Simultaneously, we must prepare for a direct confrontation with Luo Ku. After all, maintaining justice and peace is our duty. With the orders issued, the Navy swiftly mobilized. An elite squad was urgently assembled, receiving specialized training and equipped with the most advanced gear, ready to delve into the lion's den and unveil the mysteries surrounding Luo Ku. Meanwhile, the Navy fleet was meticulously adjusting its deployments, poised to respond to any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. On Granxia Island, Luo Ku and his team remained blissfully unaware of the brewing storm, focusing intently on their development and construction while maintaining a heightened vigilance toward external changes. Just as the winds of change surged outside, the situation both within and beyond Granxia Island grew increasingly tense. However, Luo Ku chose to temporarily retreat, vanishing from the sight of the masses. He entered a little-known secret space, a hidden chamber deep within the island. This chamber, typically reserved for meditation, research, and planning, had now become his sanctuary for seeking breakthroughs and self-improvement. Inside the dimly lit chamber, only a gentle beam of light filtered through a narrow gap at the top, illuminating an ancient desk at the center. Spread across its surface was a weathered tome with a yellowed cover, a precious legacy left behind by the previous user of the EatsStraw fruit, a manual detailing the methods and mysteries of its use. This text not only encompassed a comprehensive analysis of the fruit's abilities, but also contained the former user's lifetime of combat wisdom and insights, pivotal to Luo Ku's enhancement of his own strength and tactical thinking. Sitting at the desk, Luo Ku's gaze was fixated on the words upon the pages, his expression focused and profound, eager to imprint every single word and phrase deeply in his heart. At times he furrowed his brow in contemplation, at times nodding and smiling. Clearly, the contents of the book provided him with considerable inspiration and revelation. The EatsStraw fruit, as a rare and potent devil fruit, possessed powers encompassing manipulation, defense, and attack across multiple domains. The challenge of maximizing its potential had become Luo Ku's primary concern of late. The EatsStraw fruit is not merely a simple tool for sheltering from a storm. Luo Ku murmured softly, his voice imbued with a yearning for strength and a reverence for wisdom. It is an art of resonating with nature and engaging in a contest with foes. As he turned the pages, his fingers grazed over the ancient text, and scenes of battle unfurled in his mind's eye. He envisioned himself wielding the abilities of the EatsStraw fruit, transforming into a tempest upon the battlefield, capable of withstanding enemy assaults while countering in unexpected ways. Under the guidance of the ancient tome, Luo Ku embarked on a quest to merge his unique attributes and experiences, forging a combat system exclusively his own, rooted in the capabilities of the Daochao fruit. As time slipped away unnoticed, the chamber felt utterly isolated from the outside world. Only a heart driven by an insatiable pursuit of excellence soared freely within the ocean of knowledge. Luaka devoted himself wholeheartedly to both study and practice, realizing that only through continuous self-improvement could he secure an invulnerable position in the impending challenges. The secrets of the Daochao fruit served as the key to unlocking the gates of a new realm, guiding him toward broader horizons. On the opposite side of Granxia Island, distant from Luaka and his team's core area, several powerful factions found themselves engulfed in chaos and fury. Since Luaka's rise and his recent series of audacious and decisive actions, the power dynamics on the island had undergone a subtle transformation. One immediate consequence of this shift was a drastic reduction in the previously stable revenue from protection fees, inciting profound dissatisfaction among the faction leaders. In a dimly lit council chamber, a group of grim-faced leaders gathered, their voices brimming with anger and anxiety. The table was cluttered with disorganized documents and ledgers, detailing the collection of protection fees over the past few months, with alarming trends of decline. "What is happening?" exclaimed a burly man with a bushy beard, slamming his fist on the table, producing a deafening sound. "Our protection fee revenue has plummeted to such an extent. This is utterly absurd." "Indeed," echoed a gaunt man, his eyes glinting with malevolence. "Those pirates and merchants, were they not all dutifully paying their dues? Now, they have turned into timid turtles, too frightened to even show their faces. Let's not forget," another remarked with a cold laugh, his voice sharp and piercing. "Ever since that Luaka appeared, the atmosphere on the island has altered dramatically. He has not only vanquished over 1,000 pirates, but also quelled internal rebellions, leading many to question whether we can still provide effective protection." "Humph," one scoffed disdainfully. "No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot alter the fact that we are the largest force on this island. We cannot simply sit idly by. We must take action to remind them who the true rulers are." "Well said," someone nodded in agreement. "We should unite to show those disobedient fellows a thing or two. Simultaneously, we must send Luaka a warning, making it clear that some things are not merely at his discretion." Amidst the clamor of discussion, the faction leaders began to conspire, planning to exert pressure on the pirates and merchants who owed protection fees, even contemplating the use of force. They also considered how to counteract Luaka and his team's potential retaliation. After all, the strength of their adversary was not to be underestimated. Any misstep could ignite a large-scale conflict. In the shadowy realms of Granxia Island, their eyes gleamed with confidence and ambition. A confidence stemming from Luaka's choice not to annihilate them in the previous encounter. To them, this was an undeniable indication of Luaka's limited power and an opportunity for them to contend with him. "What does it signify that Luaka refrained from pursuing us relentlessly?" One man pounded the table with his fist, pride evident in his voice. "It suggests he is not as invincible as the world claims. At least, he does not dare to confront us head-on." "Indeed," another leader concurred, his eyes glinting with cunning. "If he truly possessed such might, why did he not obliterate us in one fell swoop? Instead, he allowed us to regroup, providing us with an opportunity for counterattack." Through their discussions, a self-assured strategy began to take shape. They believed that since Luaka had not completely defeated them, it implied they possessed sufficient strength to engage with him. Consequently, they commenced plotting a series of actions against Luaka and his team, aiming to undermine his influence and reclaim dominance over the island. However, they overlooked the most crucial aspect: Luaka's strategic vision and grand perspective. In truth, Luaka's decision not to annihilate these factions during their last confrontation was not due to a lack of strength. Rather, he understood that total conquest often breeds greater chaos and animosity, detrimental to the island's long-term stability. By preserving their power, Luaka aimed to harness this balance when necessary, fostering consensus among the factions to maintain peace on the island. Yet, it was evident that there would always be some arrogant fools who misconstrued Luaka's restraint and cessation of violence as fear or ulterior motives. It was only when they truly faced Luaka's onslaught that they would grasp the folly of their previous assumptions. However, time does not reverse, and such realizations often come too late. In a tranquil and enigmatic underground chamber, Luaka immersed himself in a time-worn journal. This tome contained profound insights and techniques regarding the Dao Chao fruit's abilities from its previous users, with every inscription exuding ancient and profound power. Luaka's eyes sparkled with focus and desire as his fingers gently traced the pages, feeling the wisdom and experience left by predecessors. Following the journal's guidance, he began to activate his own Dao Chao fruit abilities, concentrating to connect his consciousness with the fruit's power, attempting to awaken the dormant potential within him. As time progressed, he found himself enveloped by a subtle energy, his skin seeming to shimmer faintly, akin to the gentlest starlight in the night sky. Over the next few days, Luaka nearly lost track of time, repetitively practicing in the chamber, advancing from simple control of straw growth to attempting more intricate skills, such as transforming straw into peculiar puppets and constructing defensive barriers. After each failure, he meticulously reviewed the journal's key points, adjusting his breath and mindset until he discovered the correct rhythm and method. Unbeknownst to him, several days slipped by. When Luaka opened his eyes again, they shone with newfound confidence and resolve. He had preliminarily mastered several abilities of the Dao Chao fruit. Although still far from mastery, this marked a significant advancement. Luaka recognized that true challenges lay ahead, but he believed that with unwavering perseverance, he would one day fully command this power, emerging as a true force to be reckoned with. Taking a deep breath, Luaka reopened the journal brimming with wisdom. This time, he engaged not solely in reading, but sought to grasp the essence behind each word through his own experiences. He began to comprehend why only the consumers of the Dao Chao fruit could discern its profound mysteries. This was not merely a journal. It served as a bridge connecting the present world with the enigmatic domain of the fruit. Within the journal, Luaka discovered descriptions of the Dao Cao's divination abilities, an ancient art capable of utilizing the fruit's unique properties to foresee potential futures. Initially skeptical, he endeavored during a meditation session to merge his consciousness with the surrounding environment, listening for hidden messages within the whispers of the wind, guided by the journal's instructions. At that moment, Luaka seemed to hear the whispers of straw dancing in the wind, conveying messages in a manner he had never before imagined. With his eyes closed and his heart attuned, vague images and intuitions began to surface in his mind. Though these premonitions were not entirely clear, they sufficed to affirm the authenticity of the straw's divinatory abilities. He realized that as his understanding of the fruit's powers deepened, the accuracy of such divination would likewise improve. Luaka continued his exploration, each page of his journal resembling a treasure map, guiding him to discover new skills and methodologies. He learned to harness the straw fruit to create protective shields, to swiftly mend injuries during combat, and even to sense distant foes through the straw. With each endeavor, his admiration for the previous master of the straw fruit grew deeper. Time slipped by unnoticed in his focused pursuit, and Luaka's skills continuously refined. He began to emerge from the basement, applying his newfound knowledge and practice. Whether facing the trials of nature or the challenges posed by enemies, he met them with poise. During a profound meditation, Luaka suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of energy, as if a new door within his innermost being was gradually opening. In that instant, he found himself astonished to be immersed in a boundless spiritual realm, surrounded by a gentle and mysterious light. At the center of this luminous sea floated a set of exquisite tarot cards, each card radiating a unique aura that captivated Luaka's gaze. These tarot cards were not ordinary objects. They were the product of the straw fruit's abilities intertwined with the spiritual world, serving as tools for divination and foresight. Luaka approached slowly, extending his hand to touch the first card. In an instant, a torrent of images and information flooded his consciousness. This was the Fool card, symbolizing new beginnings and infinite possibilities. He envisioned himself embarking on an unknown journey, his heart swelling with aspirations and courage for the future. Next, he touched each card in succession, each revealing distinct insights. The Magician card emphasized the importance of creativity and willpower. The High Priestess card urged him to heed his inner intuition and wisdom. The Empress card enveloped him in the warmth of motherhood and the strength of the earth. As his exploration deepened, Loaka's comprehension of these cards grew increasingly profound, and he began to learn how to utilize the tarot to interpret the future and aid in decision-making. Within the spiritual realm, Loaka also mastered the art of shuffling and drawing tarot cards. He understood that each shuffle was a communication with cosmic energies, while each draw offered a glimpse into potential futures. Through meticulously crafted rituals, he could inquire about any matters of concern, be it personal growth, interpersonal relationships, or imminent challenges. The tarot consistently provided him with invaluable guidance. As Loaka's proficiency with the tarot deepened, he discovered that these cards were not merely instruments of divination, but bridges connecting him to higher wisdom. In the stillness of the night, he would lay out the cards under the moonlight, engaging in dialogue with himself and the universe, seeking the meaning and direction of life. The tarot became an indispensable companion on his journey, guiding him through the mists toward the light. Ultimately, when Loaka awakened from the spiritual realm, his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. The tarot was not only part of the straw fruit's capabilities, but also the key to self-exploration and growth. From that day forth, whether in the adventures of the real world or in the depths of his inner journey, the tarot would accompany him, witnessing each step of his growth and transformation. As Loaka slowly opened his eyes from the immersion in the spiritual world, he beheld the weathered journal that had accompanied him for years. However, this time it appeared entirely different. Under the dim light, the cover faintly revealed a weathered yet benevolent visage. This face seemed to possess life, gently nodding at Loaka, its eyes filled with stories and wisdom. "Young heir," it spoke, "I'm the previous master of the straw fruit." The voice, though soft, penetrated the fabric of time, resonating deep within Loaka's soul. In the decades spent alongside the straw fruit, I have tirelessly explored its mysteries, yet my time has come to an end. Now, I impart all that I have learned to you without reservation. As the words settled, Loaka felt a warm current surge from the journal into his body, an amalgamation of knowledge and experience merging with his consciousness. He witnessed the shared moments of the past master and the straw fruit, each adventure, each battle, each discovery flashing through his mind like scenes from a film. He learned how to control the straw fruit's abilities on a deeper level, how to communicate with the elements of nature, and even how to harness the energy of the straw fruit to heal wounds. Remember, the face continued. The straw fruit is not merely a weapon for battle. It is a connection, a responsibility. You must use it to protect those you love, to explore the unknown of this world, and to become a better version of yourself than you were yesterday. Finally, as the transmission of knowledge concluded, the visage gradually faded, leaving behind a single blessing. May the light of the straw fruit forever illuminate your path, my heir. Loaka sat in silence, feeling the newfound power within him and the weighty sense of responsibility. In a distant naval headquarters, situated at the heart of Marineford, a solemn and austere office housed Admiral Sengoku, who sat behind a large desk piled high with thick files and reports. Outside, the sea breeze gently wafted in, carrying the scent of the ocean, yet failing to disrupt the serious atmosphere within the room. At that moment, an urgent report from the East Blue Base was placed on his desk, detailing Loaka's actions on a certain island, including how he single-handedly confronted and defeated a local band of pirates. However, for Sengoku, the content of this report elicited little surprise. After all, Loaka's identity and intentions were no longer secret. He was a covert agent trained by the Navy, executing a series of highly classified missions. Admiral Sengoku slowly picked up the report, his gaze skimming over each line, an imperceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Loaka's presence was not motivated by personal desires or rebellion, but in adherence to the Navy's clandestine directives aimed at maintaining peace and stability in the East Blue region. Loaka's actions were, in fact, assisting the Navy in eliminating those pirate forces that threatened the area. Considering this, Sengoku did not hastily submit the report for review nor contemplate raising Loaka's bounty. Instead, He gently pressed the report beneath other documents, his mind already formulating a clear plan. In this intricate world, sometimes the motivations behind certain actions possess far-reaching significance. Luoka was indeed a rare pawn within the Navy, a hero capable of wielding great influence from the shadows. Thus, Sengoku resolved to keep Luoka's true identity and operational details confidential for the time being, to prevent unnecessary panic or external interference. Luoka had the capacity to manage his own affairs, and Sengoku looked forward to the young agent's future endeavors. After all, the Navy required not only victories on the public battlefield, but also warriors like Luoka, who could act in the shadows, quietly contributing to the cause of justice. Thus, the news of Luo Ku's valiant performance on the island temporarily became a closely guarded secret within the naval headquarters. Meanwhile, he continued to carry out his own mission in a remote corner of the East China Sea, awaiting the call for his next assignment. After all, for a former Navy officer, eliminating pirates was hardly an unusual endeavor. At the East China Sea Naval Base, a bustling and orderly command center, several naval officers gathered around a large maritime chart, discussing the latest developments concerning pirates and their countermeasures. Occasionally, they mentioned Luo Ku's name, yet the tone had shifted from the initial tension and concern to a more accepting demeanor. As time passed, the naval personnel gradually came to terms with the reality that, in this turbulent maritime world, countless events unfolded daily, with new pirates rising and old ones falling at every moment. An elder officer sighed softly and remarked that they had been awaiting further news about Luo Ku, but seemed he had blended into the waves of the ocean. His words carried a hint of resignation and a touch of relief. In this world, the number of pirates was as abundant as the stars, and as long as Luo could refrain from extraordinary actions, his name would inevitably be overshadowed by successive new events. Indeed, in the realm of the Pirate King, new tales unfolded each day, heralding the birth of heroes and the downfall of villains. The deeds of Luo Ku, once astonishing the seas, would ultimately become part of history, left for future generations to evaluate. The Navy began to focus more on current threats, particularly the emerging pirate crews active around the East China Sea and the occasional intrusions by supernovas. They intensified patrols and elevated alert levels to ensure the safety and order of these waters. As for Luo Ku, they chose to trust in his judgment and plans. Perhaps he was contributing to the tranquility of the sea in his own manner. Thus, life at the East China Sea Naval Base proceeded methodically, successfully repelling pirates. The East China Sea Naval Base, located in a strategic area of these waters, was a place brimming with vitality and discipline. As the sun rose, its rays illuminated every corner of the base, casting light on the sweat-drenched naval soldiers in the training grounds. Their steps were synchronized, and their shouts resounded, embodying the Navy's authority and strength. In the core area of the base, within a towering and fortified building, naval commanders convened for their routine meeting. A large round table occupied the center of the meeting room, covered with detailed maritime charts indicating hazardous regions and areas of frequent pirate activity in the East China Sea. The commanders solemnly discussed recent pirate movements, devising new patrol routes and strategies. Suddenly, an intelligence officer rushed into the meeting room, clutching the latest reports, interrupting the proceedings. He swiftly conveyed the situation to the seated commanders, revealing that a new pirate force had recently emerged in the East China Sea, acting swiftly and cunningly, posing considerable challenges to naval patrols. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly turned tense as the commanders engaged in fervent discussions, analyzing the potential threats posed by this new force and how to effectively respond. As the East China Sea served as a crucial gateway to the Grand Line, any instability could trigger a chain reaction affecting the security of the entire area. After intense deliberation, the commanders ultimately reached a consensus, deciding to deploy more elite troops to strengthen surveillance over key areas and formulate a detailed action plan aimed at curbing the expansion of this new force in the shortest time possible. Following the meeting, the commanders swiftly acted to relay orders to all units, and the entire base immediately entered a heightened state of alert. Upon receiving the orders, the naval soldiers prepared for battle, ready to defend the peace and tranquility of the East China Sea. Behind all this, the commanders understood that the calm of these waters was always fleeting. The contest between pirates and the Navy would never cease. However, they firmly believed that as long as the Navy remained united and steadfast in justice, they would overcome all challenges, safeguarding the peace and prosperity of the region. In the cold corners of the dungeon, several former rebellious slave leaders huddled against the damp stone walls, their expressions hollow, their faces gaunt. There was no sunlight here, only the dim glow of flickering torches barely illuminating their surroundings, the air thick with the scent of mildew and despair. They had once sought to challenge Luo Ku's authority, attempting to profit from the chaos. Yet, the iron fist of reality ruthlessly shattered their illusions. In the stillness of the night, their low cries and words of regret echoed through the dungeon. They repeatedly questioned themselves, pondering how they had fallen into such depths and why they had chosen to betray the leader who had once bestowed upon them the hope of a new life. Regret wrapped around their hearts like cold chains, binding them in the torment of their conscience. One among them, once a prominent figure among the slave leaders, had been ensnared by greed and now wept bitterly in the darkness. How foolish I was! If I could turn back time, I would never tread this irreversible path. Another murmured to himself, as if conversing with his former self. Lord Luo Ku granted us freedom, yet we repaid his kindness with betrayal. Now we can only reflect in this lightless place. Each brick and tile of the dungeon seemed to narrate a lesson, reminding every prisoner of the consequences of betraying trust and justice. In this place, time appeared to lose its meaning, each day stretching into an endless penance for past sins. However, even in such dire circumstances, some began to contemplate how they might atone for their wrongs, whether there remained an opportunity to regain Luo Ku's trust, or, at the very least, how they could demonstrate their remorse through tangible actions in the days to come. Outside the dungeon, the world continued to turn, while they could only silently pray in the darkness, hoping for a chance at redemption to once again find their path to light. As the long hours passed in the dungeon, these former slave leaders were gradually consumed by an intangible dread. Luo Ku's silence and inaction were far more disheartening than any physical torment. They remained unaware of what fate awaited them, this uncertainty hanging over them like a sword poised to fall, yet never descending. Initially, they clung to a flicker of hope, believing that Luo Ku might recall past loyalties and grant them a chance at redemption. However, as time wore on, that hope faded away, replaced by an endless cycle of suspicion and fear. Each day, they speculated on Luo Ku's intentions, attempting to decipher his silence, yet they remained perpetually bewildered. Why? Someone shouted in the darkness. Why does he not grant us a swift end? Their voices echoed with helplessness and anger. Is it his wish to keep us in endless waiting and fear? Perhaps another trembled in response. What he desires is our mental collapse, to see us consumed by our own terror. This psychological torment was far crueler than any physical suffering. As they began to doubt themselves, questioning past choices and losing all hope for the future, each moment in the dungeon seemed to strip away their remaining humanity, pushing them toward the abyss of despair. Yet, on the brink of hopelessness, the light of humanity had not been completely extinguished. During the prolonged wait, they began to confide in one another, sharing their innermost fears and regrets. This emotional exchange became their sole spiritual solace, reminding them that even in dire straits, the emotional bonds between individuals remained the strength that sustained their will to survive. Deep within the dungeon, dim light barely penetrated the heavy gloom, revealing a nauseating sight. The damp stone walls dripped with water, and the air was thick with a noxious blend of decay and mildew, suffocating in its intensity. The ground was covered in moss and filth, each step taken revealing a sticky sensation, a testament to the accumulated filth and despair of countless days and nights. In this nearly isolated space, rats and insects ruled. They scuttled brazenly among the prisoners, feasting on scraps strewn across the floor, sometimes even daring to crawl upon the prisoners' bodies, seeking out putrid wounds to relish in this rare banquet. The prisoners' gazes revealed profound disgust and helplessness. Yet, They were too weak to resist, resigned to allow these unwelcome guests to traverse their skin, a punishment from nature for their sins. Food, which should have been a fundamental necessity for sustaining life, had morphed into another form of torment. Meals had long since lost their original shape, eroded by neglect and a harsh environment, transforming into putrid matter. Each meal was a challenge, requiring them to endure not only the stench of the food itself, but also to remain vigilant against those greedy creatures, seemingly more ravenous for the scraps than the prisoners themselves. Gathered on a tattered blanket, the prisoners barely shared this unpalatable sustenance. Their eyes reflected a struggle between the instinct for survival and a deep despair over their circumstances. In such a dire environment, each morsel of food tested their limits. Yet, for the sake of survival, they were compelled to force down this nauseating fare. However, in this seemingly hopeless situation, the prisoners began to exhibit the resilience and adaptability inherent to humanity. They fashioned rudimentary tools from stones and sticks, striving to improve their living conditions. Some took on the task of collecting rainwater, while others attempted to drive away the bothersome pests. Despite the meager results, these small acts of resistance offered them a glimmer of hope amidst despair. In every corner of the dungeon, life existed in its most primitive and tenacious form. Even in such an environment, the human spirit continued to struggle against adverse conditions, seeking possibilities for survival. Each breath and each effort represented a yearning for life and a longing for freedom, a desire that never waned even in the darkest of times. Time flowed slowly in the dungeon, like a stagnant river, as the enslaved souls gradually acclimated to the cruelty and monotony of their surroundings. Initially, the fear and revulsion of the surrounding filth and squalor pierced their hearts like sharp thorns, robbing them of peace and rest. However, as days turned into weeks, this emotion was gradually supplanted by a numbing indifference. They began to observe the ecological environment within the dungeon with a near-morbid curiosity, even finding a modicum of amusement in it. On one fateful occasion, a prisoner discovered that using a bug as a toy could temporarily alleviate the anguish of their confinement. He cautiously captured a flea, placing it in his palm to observe its desperate struggle for survival. Initially, this action evoked a slight sense of nausea, but soon he became captivated by the subtle pleasure derived from control and observation. Before long, this game spread among the prisoners, who began competing to capture various insects within the dungeon. Some were kept for amusement, while others were simply consumed as an additional food source. In this barren environment devoid of entertainment, these once-loathed creatures became their only diversion. They began to compete over who could catch the most bugs or keep them on their fingertips the longest. Some even attempted to train cockroaches to see if they could follow simple commands. These former heads of slaves, who had once scorned the practice of tormenting insects, now grasped the mindset of seeking enjoyment amidst despair. In the monotonous life of the dungeon, even the most trivial of matters became their only solace. They began counting their leg hairs, measuring the passage of time, or observing the habits of insects to fill the void within. In such an environment, human creativity and adaptability flourished. The prisoners invented a variety of simple games, such as gladiatorial contests with insects or predicting which bug would win in a race. These exceedingly simplistic forms of entertainment became the pillars of their mental existence, allowing them to find a flicker of light in the darkness. However, this transformation did not come without a cost. As days accumulated, the prisoners began to realize that they were gradually losing their dignity and moral boundaries as human beings. They began to reflect on what kind of environment could render a person so numb as to treat the most humble lives as mere toys. While indulging in fleeting moments of joy, they felt a deep sorrow and shame within. Yet life continued. In every inch of the dungeon, the prisoners silently battled against despair in their own ways. In the endless darkness and oppression of the dungeon, time slipped away like forgotten dust. One morning, when the first faint rays of light barely touched the corners of the dungeon through a narrow vent, the guards outside suddenly heard an unusual sound, a bizarre blend of weeping and laughter, as if emanating from another world, sending chills down their spines. The guards exchanged uneasy glances and cautiously approached the dungeon door to listen intently. The sounds grew clearer, at times sorrowful, at times ecstatic, like a soul undergoing the most extreme emotional turmoil. They understood this to be a precursor to mental collapse, the bitter fruit of prolonged solitude and despair sown deep within the human heart. In the depths of the dungeon, the first soul to shatter curled up in a corner, eyes vacant and lost, having detached from the constraints of reality, drifting in a world only he could comprehend. His body convulsed incessantly, sometimes emitting shrieks, sometimes low moans, as if engaging in a frenzied dialogue with non-existent companions. Lord Locke, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. He suddenly cried out, his voice laced with hysterical desperation. Have mercy on me. I shall never dare to betray you again. His emotions then shifted abruptly, a strange smile appearing on his face as he frolicked with some phantom. Look, this is your treasure, all of it is yours. I want to take a single piece. He cackled. Moments later, he sank into profound sorrow, tears rolling down like pearls from a broken string. I am so hungry, so very hungry. My family, my children, where are you? Will I never see you again? His voice fluctuated between high and low, at times gentle and at others filled with fury, as if engaged in dialogue with countless different characters. Each word revealed the deep-seated fear, remorse, and despair within him. The surrounding individuals, whether prisoners or guards, were left stunned by this sudden display, realizing that prolonged confinement and psychological torment had pushed this man to the brink of collapse. At that moment, the dungeon transformed from a mere enclosed space into a magnifying glass, exposing the most fragile aspects of human nature. The former leader of the slaves was now but a pitiable soul consumed by despair. His madness a direct reflection of the harshness of reality and a silent cry for freedom and humanity. Yet even in such a state, he maintained a sense of reverence and regret towards Luo Ku, perhaps a testament to the last remnants of rationality within him. On the precipice between madness and lucidity, he continued to seek forgiveness and liberation, even though it might forever remain out of reach. The world outside the dungeon continued its relentless march, but for those ensnared in darkness, time seemed to have come to a standstill. They could only silently witness the disintegration of a soul while pondering whether they themselves could endure such torment. Deep within the dungeon, time appeared to lose its significance, each moment stretching into an endless night. The mentally shattered prisoner was utterly confined in that cold, damp corner, his limbs shackled by heavy chains, his madness imprisoned alongside him in the darkness. His voice, at times sharp and at others low, echoed through every crevice of the dungeon like a mournful dirge, narrating tales of despair and solitude. The world outside had become a distant dream to him. Lord Luo Ku, the very presence that once inspired fear, admiration, betrayal, and ultimately plunged him into an abyss, was currently in seclusion, wholly absorbed in his own cultivation and contemplation. Luo Ku's retreat stood as an insurmountable wall, isolating him from the outside world and rendering him a true specter of solitude. Outside the dungeon, Luo Ku's state of seclusion did not significantly disrupt the operations of the base. Everything within the base continued to function according to established order. Soldiers trained and daily tasks conducted with precision. However, for those imprisoned souls, Luo Ku's retreat signified an intangible suspension of judgment, a waiting filled with a blend of unknown dread and hope. Perhaps, in a moment of clarity, that deranged prisoner had attempted to comprehend Luo Ku's intentions. He might have wondered why Lord Luo Ku did not immediately impose punishment, allowing them to languish in the dungeon instead. Such waiting proved more cruel than any direct punishment, stripping them of control over their futures and casting them into an abyss of uncertainty. Yet, to Luo Ku, these prisoners were merely grains of sand within his grand design. Their lives and deaths paled in comparison to the objectives he pursued during his retreat. In Luo Ku's eyes, they were perhaps failures, betrayers, yet merely supporting characters in a grand narrative that could not alter his forward momentum. Amidst the undercurrents of Granxia Island, the leaders of several factions gathered in a dimly lit chamber, their eyes gleaming with greed and calculation. With brute force insufficient to shake Luo Ku's dominion, they began to deploy their amassed coffin funds, hidden resources to implement a more insidious plan. They sought to undermine him. They meticulously selected targets, focusing on those seemingly loyal members under Luo Ku who might be swayed by monetary temptation. Intelligence agents scoured the island's nooks and crannies, gathering insights into each target's weaknesses and desires, weaving a complex web. Subsequently, vast sums of berries began to subtly infiltrate the vision of these targets. Each transaction conducted in the shadows, leaving no trace. Remember, one faction leader whispered, "We do not require them to betray Luo Ku. We merely need their hesitation at a critical moment to alter the tide of battle." These chosen targets began to waver under the allure of wealth. Some among them may have once been Luo Ku's trusted aides, yet the temptation of immense riches tilted the scales within their hearts. They found themselves restless at night, grappling with a fierce struggle between greed and loyalty deep within. "We only need them to stand idly by when Luo Ku needs them most," another faction leader added, his eyes glinting with cold ambition. "Thus, we can seize the opportunity and capture control of Grancy Island." As time flowed, these clandestine transactions began to fester, akin to hidden time bombs buried within Luo Ku's realm. Former comrades started to subtly shift their stances under the corrosive influence of money, awaiting the decisive moment. On Grancy Island, the situation unfolded like a sudden summer downpour, unexpected and fierce. Luo Ku's might had once been a magnet drawing many to his side. But as the signs of impending storm grew evident, the luster of this power began to fade, revealing the fragility behind it. Many who joined Luo Ku's ranks may have initially sought refuge or pursued dreams of power and wealth. Their loyalty to him rested upon the foundation of strength rather than deep-seated faith or emotional bonds. When several factions began to operate in the shadows, baiting with generous rewards and promised power, these already wavering hearts began to tilt towards more personally advantageous paths. Driven by self-interest, the scales of loyalty were easily tipped, especially when such interests intertwined with survival and future prospects. "We are merely planning for ourselves," a former loyalist to Luo Ku argued during clandestine negotiations with representatives of those factions. "Lord Luo Ku may be powerful, but he cannot guarantee our future. If better opportunities arise, why should we not pursue them?" Such dialogues unfolded quietly in the dead of night, like an underground river silently reshaping the landscape. More and more began to falter, gathering in the shadows to discuss the future and plot betrayal. Former bonds of camaraderie gradually gave way to ties of self-interest. Laughter concealing seeds of treachery. Beneath a seemingly harmonious facade lay fractures. "Lord Luo Ku cannot remain this powerful forever," another subordinate echoed, eyes gleaming with aspirations for the future. "We must find a path for ourselves. Once the opportunity arises, we can ascend to a higher position." Deep within Grancy Island, Luo Ku's residence stood like a solitary lighthouse amidst the tempest of power. Within the secret chamber, Luo Ku faced a table adorned with ancient patterns, upon which lay a set of exquisite tarot cards. His eyes were shut, listening intently for revelations from the depths of the universe. Fingers gently caressing the surface of each card, engaging in a silent dialogue with them. Suddenly, his finger paused on one card, and he slowly opened his eyes. The card depicted symbols of betrayal, heralding the turmoil to come. A cold smile crept upon Luo Ku's lips. The forces on the island were already stirring, attempting to stab him in the back, yet to him, these actions were merely a clumsy performance. "Betrayal?" Locke's voice resonated, deep and powerful, echoing like the abyss. "In the face of my might, all of this was but futile." The revelations of the tarot cards served as both a warning and an opportunity for him. He could foresee the actions of the traitors. By laying the groundwork in advance, he aimed to crush this conspiracy in its infancy. The tarot cards are indeed fascinating tools. Locke mused softly, his fingers gently caressing the card faces. They can unveil the trajectory of fate, yet they cannot alter the resolve of their holder. In the secret chamber, Locke began to devise countermeasures. He meticulously listed the names of the betrayers, analyzing each individual's motives and weaknesses, preparing to dismantle them one by one, undaunted by treachery. For Locke, true loyalty is tested through trials. Only those allies who withstand the test of time and challenges can be deemed trustworthy. "Let the storm rage fiercer," Locke whispered, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "I shall show those who attempt to betray me what true power is." Within the confines of the chamber, time seemed to freeze, with only the faint glow of the tarot cards pulsating in the dim space like stars guiding the way. Locke sat before the table, his gaze profound as the tarot cards were arranged in a mysterious pattern, each card bearing different messages, weaving together a complex tapestry of fate. 99% chance of victory, Locke softly repeated, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Even with such high odds, he exhibited no signs of complacency. In battle, even a 1% chance of failure could lead to irretrievable loss. Thus, he focused intently on every detail, ensuring his plans were impeccable. The tarot cards not only revealed the identities of the betrayers, but hinted at an unknown treasure with an 80% probability of its emergence. This revelation stirred ripples of excitement within Locke. "Inconceivable treasures," he murmured, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. What could it be? Where'd it come from? Yet Locke was not blinded by this temptation. The pursuit of the unknown treasure harbored countless dangers. However, for a true hunter, risk and opportunity are always entwined. Once the external situation stabilized, he would immediately embark on the quest for this treasure. As the sands of the hourglass in the chamber trickled slowly, the external storm began to brew, just as the tarot cards had foretold. Locke sat still, like the calm before the storm, his mind already formulating clear plans and strategies. "Let the winds rise," Locke murmured, his voice imbued with undeniable conviction. Regardless of the external changes, he would steadfastly adhere to his path. Beyond the chamber, the skies of Granxia Island darkened, heralding an impending clash. Yet within the chamber, Locke's demeanor remained remarkably tranquil. For he understood that a true strongman always finds his course amidst the tempest. He merely needed to wait patiently until the opportune moment arrived, then strike decisively, clearing all obstacles in anticipation of the 80% chance of a miraculous occurrence. In the secret chamber, Locke sat quietly at the table, surrounded by the warm glow of dim lights and ancient tarot cards. Throughout the corners of Granxia Island, whispers about Locke began to spread quietly. Due to Locke's prolonged seclusion from the outside world, his subordinates had nearly forgotten his everyday visage. People exchanged puzzled glances in hushed tones, discussing various speculations about their leader. One prevalent theory suggested that every time Locke wielded the power of the legendary devil fruit, he paid a steep price, exhausting his physical body. The devil fruit, said to grant the user extraordinary abilities, also brought certain limitations or side effects. The islanders speculated that perhaps it was the use of this power that necessitated Locke's frequent retreats to regain strength and spirit. Such notions circulated clandestinely, rendering Locke's image increasingly enigmatic in the minds of the populace. However, for Locke himself, these rumors were but the unfounded imaginings born from the outside world's ignorance. In truth, the reasons for his seclusion were far more intricate than people presumed. Each retreat not only facilitated the restoration of his powers, but also allowed for deep contemplation regarding the challenges that lay ahead. In the chamber, he not only dealt with island affairs, but also communicated with the tarot cards, gaining insight into future trajectories and formulating intricate strategies. Throughout this process, Locke was continually honing his skills, enhancing his personal strength to ensure that he could unleash his utmost power at critical moments. Despite the rising external rumors, Locke remained unshaken. As Locke's prolonged seclusion continued, the atmosphere on the island grew increasingly delicate. Initially, people merely whispered amongst themselves, but as time passed, these idle speculations began to ferment, evolving into a wave of unease. Particularly in light of Locke's prolonged absence without clarification, more and more individuals began to genuinely worry about his health, with some even nurturing thoughts of disloyalty. On a bustling street on the island, several residents gathered, their eyes revealing concern and uncertainty. An elderly fisherman named Jack, cradling a freshly brewed cup of tea, softly remarked, "Do you think our leader, Locke, has encountered any serious issues during this prolonged retreat?" Nearby, a young woman named Lily, a seamstress, furrowed her brow upon hearing this. "I've also heard some rumors suggesting that the power of the devil fruit could backfire on the user, leading to a decline in their health. If that's the case, what should we do?" Upon hearing this, a burly man named Tom, the owner of a tavern, shook his head vigorously. "I don't believe it. Locke has always been wise and formidable. How could he be defeated by a mere fruit? Are you all overreacting?" Nevertheless, Jack appeared somewhat troubled. "That may be true, but since the last great battle, he hasn't shown himself in public again. Even a retreat should have an end, right?" Lily sighed softly. "Indeed, I share your sentiment. Moreover, have you noticed that the supply of goods on the island has become strained lately? Could this be related to Locke's situation?" Thomas' expression turned serious at this remark. "This is a grave issue. If it's because our leader's health is affecting the island's operations, we must find a solution." Deep within the island, hidden underground in the secret chamber, Locke faced a profound silence alone. His gaze, penetrating and insightful, could pierce through darkness and foresee all that lay ahead. At this moment, he was immersed in a detailed plan aimed at exploiting the current chaotic situation, inciting several rival factions to turn on one another, thereby securing greater benefits and a more stable position for himself. Locke understood well that rumors and conjectures were catalysts for chaos and also a trump card in his hand. Thus, he chose to remain deliberately silent, offering no responses to the external clamor. This approach serves to both deepen the enemy's doubts and divisions, while simultaneously allowing one to sift out truly loyal members within one's own ranks. It is essential to expose those who waver and harbor ulterior motives, while also winning over and consolidating the support of those who remain steadfast in times of adversity. The walls of the secret chamber are adorned with an array of maps and intelligence charts, the fruits of Locke's meticulous collection and analysis. Each line and mark represents a carefully orchestrated move in his grand strategy. Only by inciting sufficient chaos within the enemy's ranks can one hope to secure an absolute advantage in future confrontations. Locke's gaze falls upon a particularly significant map, a comprehensive illustration of the distribution of various powers and potential points of conflict. Gently stroking his chin, a cold smile curves his lips. Let them fight amongst themselves. He muses. Once they exhaust their strength, I shall step in effortlessly to tidy up the aftermath. However, Locke is not entirely detached from the unfolding drama. During his seclusion, he has also discreetly disseminated vague information through a series of clandestine channels, enough to bewilder his adversaries while concealing his true intentions. Much like a leopard lurking in the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. On the opposite end of the island, far from Locke's hidden lair, the leaders of 4 disparate factions gather in a clandestine villa, celebrating their recent victory. The night is as dark as ink, with moonlight streaming through the windows, casting an enigmatic and eerie ambience upon the opulent carpet. Each leader possesses a unique background and style, yet their shared objective binds them closely together. The first, known as the Mad Shark, Max Fisher, is famed for his ferocious combat style and absolute command of the seas. With tousled, long hair and eyes glinting with a beastly light, his laughter resonates like thunder, causing the cups to rattle. This evening, dressed in a black leather jacket that reveals his muscular physique, he grips a bottle of top-tier champagne. The second, the ghost captain, Erica Swan, derives her reputation from her ship, said to be invisible in the dark. Erica is graceful, her skin luminous like moonlight, and her deep-set eyes seem to penetrate the hearts of others. Clad in a black robe embroidered with intricate patterns and wielding a gem-studded dagger, she exudes an aura of mystery. The third, the king of the black market, Leonardo Capello, controls the black market dealings of the entire region, encompassing everything from weapons to intelligence. Leonardo is tall and stern, always dressed in a well-tailored suit, concealing an array of peculiar gadgets in his pockets. Lastly, the shadow assassin, Miguel Vega, is renowned for his swift and silent assassination techniques. Miguel is slender and agile, wearing a silver mask that reveals only his piercing eyes. And his attire is simple, facilitating movement, with a pair of sharp daggers always in hand. At this moment, the four are seated around a massive round table laden with gold, silver, and precious items, the spoils of their recent endeavors. Max raises the champagne bottle, exclaiming with exuberance, "Gentlemen, behold our harvest this evening. This marks our initial victory in the alliance against Loaka. Cheers." Erica smiles subtly, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Indeed, but let us not forget, our true goal is to seize control of the entire island and render Loaka a relic of the past. We have merely taken the first step. Leonardo nods, his gaze flitting across the treasures as if calculating their worth. Erica is right, but we must not grow complacent. Loaka is a formidable adversary. We must exercise utmost caution. Miguel sits quietly, his masked eyes scrutinizing each person, speaking little but delivering pointed remarks. We have demonstrated the power of unity. Our task now is to maintain this momentum until we achieve our goal. As the champagne bubbles overflow, the clinking of their glasses signals the impending storm they are about to unleash. On this night, they are no longer isolated forces, but have formed a formidable alliance, advancing toward a common objective. Yet unbeknownst to them, Loaka has already anticipated their moves and has set his own pieces in place, preparing to meet the forthcoming challenge. In the villa, the flickering lights reveal the leaders of the four factions huddled together, their eyes gleaming with greed and ambition. As champagne flows and laughter becomes increasingly boisterous, they believe the world is within their grasp. Max Fisher, Erica Swan, Leonardo Capello, and Miguel Vega. At this moment, they appear as sovereign rulers of these waters, filled with disdain and mockery for Loaka's current predicament. Do you know? Max sets down his glass, surveying each individual present with a tone laced with mockery. I have heard that Loaka has become a solitary hero. Those who once pledged their undying loyalty to him have now been wooed into our fold. Should he dare to emerge, he will find himself besieged. Erica's lips curl into a cold smile as her fingers trace a gold coin on the table. This is precisely what we anticipated. We offered them better conditions and more opportunities. Naturally, they will choose to side with the stronger. Loaka's time is over, Leonardo interjects, his demeanor calm, eyes glinting with shrewdness. Our combined resources and manpower far surpass that of Loaka. He is now but a lone warrior. How can he contend with us? Miguel Vega's voice is low and menacing. We are fully prepared. Once Loaka reveals himself, we shall deliver a fatal blow. This island will ultimately belong to us. As their words resonate, a wave of raucous laughter erupts in the room, heralding their impending triumph. Yet beneath this laughter lies a blind confidence and a dismissive attitude toward the unknown. In this secluded villa on the island, as night deepens, the discussion among the four leaders intensifies, the air thick with tension and unease. Despite Loaka's apparent vulnerability, his strength and experience are capable of altering the tide of battle in an instant. Max Fisher, Erica Swan, Leonardo Capello, and Miguel Vega, each a formidable force in their own right, now face a pressing dilemma: how to eliminate Loaka, the thorn in their side, while ensuring their own safety. Listen up, gentlemen. Max's voice resonates through the quiet night, rough and commanding. We all know Loaka is a tough nut to crack, but if we wait for him to emerge, any one of us could fall victim to his blade. He is currently in seclusion, and this presents our best opportunity. Erica caresses her dagger, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. However, if we act together, it will undoubtedly raise his suspicions. Furthermore, based on past experiences, such actions are often fraught with great risks, and any one of us could pay the ultimate price. Leonardo falls into deep contemplation. Erica spoke the truth. Furthermore, the trust among our four factions is still far from sufficient, as we have only just forged an alliance. Should this operation falter, not only will we fail to eliminate Locke, but we may also jeopardize our relationships, yielding a net loss. Miguel Vega's voice was low and composed. I believe we should adopt a more cautious strategy. We could dispatch our elite teams to conduct covert reconnaissance to ascertain Locke's precise location. Once confirmed, We can then decide whether to launch an assault. In doing so, we may avoid the risks of direct confrontation while maintaining the stability of our alliance. As Miguel's words echoed in the room, the atmosphere seemed to ease slightly. Acting recklessly is not a wise course, particularly when life and death hang in the balance. After a vigorous discussion, the four reached a consensus. They would first send a team to scout, and only after confirming Locke's exact whereabouts and state of seclusion would they make further decisions. Deep within the island, in Locke's secret chamber, moonlight streamed through the solitary narrow window, casting mottled shadows upon the table strewn with maps and intelligence. The moonlight tonight was exceptionally bright, heralding the arrival of an extraordinary night. Locke sat quietly at the table, his gaze fixed upon the spread of tarot cards, their ancient designs seemingly narrating an irreversible fate. Tomorrow night would be the end, Locke murmured, his voice laced with a barely perceptible weight. The prophecies of the tarot have always been accurate. This time, however, it revealed a shocking truth. The fates of the major factions have been sealed, and they are destined for destruction in the impending storm. Yet, to Locke's surprise, the tarot also hinted at the possibility of his own injury, an unprecedented prediction. He gazed at the card, symbolizing danger and challenge, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Until now, he had faced every crisis with absolute advantage and composure. But this time, the tarot's reading unsettled him, prompting reflection on whether he had overlooked something or if his enemies had undergone a change. The tarot has never erred, yet my will shall not easily yield. A smile curled at the corners of Locke's mouth, and a resolute light flickered in his eyes. True strength does not bend to fate, it actively shapes it. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the island, the leaders of the four factions were also preparing with palpable tension. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to step into a deadly game meticulously orchestrated by Locke. Each action, every decision, would find its rightful place within Locke's grand plan. This contest would not merely be a clash of power, but a battle of wits and courage. As the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the island, the once tranquil town suddenly transformed into a scene of anxiety and oppression. On the streets, familiar faces hurried past, but unlike before, they were devoid of their usual ease, now marked by solemnity and resolve. Some sharpened their blades, the hiss of metal scraping against metal echoing in the air. Others donned heavy armor, the clang of steel resonating with weight and authority. Such scenes were rare even for the island's inhabitants, signaling the imminent arrival of a grand battle. The eyes of the islanders brimmed with worry and unease. When such an atmosphere enveloped the land, it meant that peaceful days might soon be a memory. Merchants hastily packed their goods, prematurely concluding what should have been a bustling day of trade. Shop doors were tightly secured, curtains drawn to shield the tumult of the outside world. Children clutched their parents' hands tightly, cautioned to remain indoors lest they be caught in any potential conflict. Quick, bolt the door. It seems today will not be peaceful, a middle-aged woman urged her husband, her voice tinged with evident anxiety as she checked the doors and windows for security, casting worried glances outside. "Daddy, why is it so noisy outside?" a young boy asked curiously, his eyes shimmering with confusion. The father knelt, gently patting the child's shoulder as he spoke in the calmest tone he could muster. "So, sometimes adults have disagreements, but we must ensure you and Mother are safe. Today, it is best for us to stay home until everything passes." In this tense atmosphere, every corner of the island resonated with a spirit of readiness for war. People no longer engaged in leisurely conversations as they once did. Instead, they gathered in small clusters, whispering about the approaching tempest. Some prayed for a peaceful resolution, while others silently prepared, ready to defend their homeland if necessary. Yet, the concerns of the islanders and the preparations of the soldiers could not alter the impending fate. The conflict between Locke and the four factions had escalated to an irreconcilable point, and a battle that would determine the future of the island was about to unfold on this land shrouded in the shadows of war. On the other side of the island, far from ordinary residential areas, within a concealed stronghold, the atmosphere was equally tense and grave. This was the secret command center established by the four factions. Here, elites from various corners congregated, their eyes reflecting a mix of excitement and anxiety. A massive map hung prominently in the center, marking Locke's exact location, a precious piece of intelligence garnered from extensive reconnaissance and information gathering. "We found it," an intelligence officer announced with fervor, his voice reverberating through the silent command center, sparking a flurry of whispers. The leaders of the factions, including Max, Erica, Leonardo, and Miguel, instantly focused on that pinpoint on the map, their lay Locke's whereabouts. Max Fisher, known as the Mad Shark, wore a wily grin on his rugged face. "Excellent. We finally have him on the hook. Tonight is our optimal moment to act." Erica Swan, the renowned ghost captain, sparkled with a cold intensity in her eyes. "We cannot wait any longer. As long as Locke remains, our plan shall know no peace. Tonight, we must deliver a surprise." Leonardo Capello, the king of the black market, spoke with calm confidence. "I have arranged all necessary equipment and personnel. At a single command, we can set forth." Miguel Vega, the enigmatic shadow assassin, spoke in a low, magnetic tone. "Our time is limited. Locke will not remain idle. We must act swiftly and catch him off guard." With the leaders of the four factions reaching an accord, the atmosphere within the command center grew even more fervent. They began to split up, issuing orders, mobilizing their elite forces, preparing to launch a sudden assault on Locke as night descended. Upon receiving their orders, the soldiers promptly returned to their respective camps, anxiously and orderly preparing weapons, armor, and other combat supplies. The air was thick with a stifling sense of impending battle. Everyone understood that tonight's actions would determine their fates. The night was as dark as ink, with the moon above the island shrouded by heavy clouds, casting a veil of hazy shadows upon the land. On this seemingly ordinary night, a formidable coalition quietly assembled, numbering over 10,000, composed of the elite forces from the four great powers. Each member donned a cloak of night, wielding sharp weapons, their eyes sparkling with determination and excitement. Under the cover of darkness, this coalition stealthily approached the lair of Loaka. Surprisingly, their path was unobstructed. It turned out that those who had once guarded Loaka's territory had long been tempted by the gold and power of the four great forces, turning traitor to become guides for the coalition. They were familiar with the terrain, adept at circumventing traps and evading patrols, allowing the coalition to draw close to their objective without a sound. It seemed that Loaka had truly fallen from grace. A soldier whispered to his companion, a hint of disdain in his voice. This remark swiftly spread through the ranks, eliciting laughter of agreement. The soldiers began to lower their guard, no longer as cautious as before. They conversed in hushed tones about their imminent victory. Indeed, how glorious was his past, and how wretched was his current fate. Another soldier responded, his voice tinged with nostalgia. They reminisced about Loaka's former splendor and his present decline, narrating the conclusion of a legendary tale. Yet, amidst this seemingly relaxed atmosphere lay an almost imperceptible danger. Loaka's lair, once an impregnable fortress, now appeared unusually frail. But was it truly so? Had those who seemed to have defected genuinely betrayed him? Under the cloak of night, all was not as straightforward as it appeared. At that moment, a faint signal flickered in the night sky, the prearranged signal for action. The leaders of the four great powers immediately commanded a halt, gathering in place to prepare for their final assault. The soldiers swiftly adjusted their formations, weapons drawn, arrows nocked. The entire coalition resembled a beast poised to pounce, waiting for the command to strike. However, unbeknownst to them, Loaka had already anticipated this moment. Sitting quietly in his secret chamber, a deck of tarot cards laid before him. His gaze betrayed no hint of panic, but rather a calm composure. He had long set a trap, waiting for these intruders to arrive. As the signal flickered, the tranquility of the island's night was about to be shattered by an unforeseen storm. The outcome would far exceed everyone's expectations. As the night deepened, the coalition scouts flitted through the island's dense forests and shadowy alleys, tasked with eliminating any potential obstacles to ensure the main force could approach the target seamlessly. These scouts were nimble and swift, moving silently under the cover of darkness as they approached the unbribed guards, dispatching these obstacles with utmost efficiency. When the guards finally realized an enemy had breached their defenses, their faces were etched with shock and disbelief. In their hearts, Lord Loaka was the sovereign of this island, and none dared challenge his authority. Yet, the harshness of reality left them no time to react. Their lives extinguished in an instant. In their final moments, their eyes reflected not only fear, but also profound confusion, questioning why such audacious foes dared to strike on Loaka's territory. The coalition scouts had no time to consider the expressions of the guards as they swiftly cleared the scene, ensuring that no traces were left behind. They then pressed on, executing their next task. Each successful elimination brought the coalition one step closer to their ultimate goal. Within the main ranks of the coalition, the leaders of the four powers sensed the smooth progression of their operation. Max Fisher wore a cold smile. Ericus Wong's eyes sparkled with the light of victory. Leonardo Capello maintained his characteristic calm, while Miguel Vega remained silent, awaiting something. They all understood that the true test had yet to come. Loaka was not to be trifled with. As the scouts continued their reports, the main force of the coalition gradually closed in on Loaka's lair. The night wind on the island brought a chill, yet it could not cool the warriors' fervor. Their hearts raced, and the weapons they gripped seemed to yearn for the battle that lay ahead. With the coalition's advance, the once-thought impregnable chamber gradually came into view. Situated at the heart of the island, surrounded by towering stone walls, with only a narrow passage leading inside, this was Loaka's final bastion, the embodiment of his power. Under the moonlight, the chamber appeared even more imposing, proclaiming its master's inviolable authority. When the guards of the chamber beheld the unending sea of approaching foes, a wave of unprecedented panic surged within them. These pirates, though fierce, felt utterly outmatched in the face of such a massive enemy. They exchanged glances filled with both terror and resolution. In this moment of life and death, each one quickly weighed the possibilities of survival in their hearts. "We should fight to the death." A burly man with a beard clenched his knife, fury burning in his eyes. "We are Lord Loaka's subordinates. We cannot give up so easily." "But," interjected another, more rational pirate, "look at these people. We cannot confront them head-on. Perhaps we should find a way to buy time for our boss to mount a counterattack." "Buy time? How?" The first burly man furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of this suggestion. "We could try detonating the island's explosives to create chaos." A third voice joined the discussion. "At the very least, it could distract the enemy and give us a chance to escape or counterattack." The guards of the chamber quickly exchanged opinions, striving to devise the best response strategy. Choosing to fight meant facing an almost certain death, but opting to retreat or delay offered at least a glimmer of hope. In this moment of life and death, every decision carried immense weight. "You need not worry. I am curious to see what they dare to do." Upon hearing Loaka's calm and confident voice from within the chamber, the pirates outside felt an immediate sense of relief, their guard nerves easing slightly. In their hearts, Loaka was not merely their leader. He was a legendary figure, a formidable warrior who had proven his strength in countless battles. They recalled a time when Loaka single-handedly slew over 1,000 invading pirates against overwhelming odds. That scene remained vivid in their memories, becoming an everlasting myth in their hearts. Thus, regarding this seemingly formidable coalition, they did not truly perceive it as a threat. To them, these enemies were nothing more than paper tigers. Once Loaka made his move, everything would dissipate into nothingness. This belief instilled them with great courage. Even in the face of overwhelming numbers, they felt no fear. Loaka's voice resounded once more, this time issuing commands directly to the guards outside the chamber. Strive to enrage the enemies outside, causing them to lose their composure. Beyond the chamber, those loyal to Luo-ku, the pirates, began to mock and provoke with reckless abandon. Their taunts echoed in the night wind, akin to sharp daggers piercing the self-esteem of the coalition soldiers. They spun absurd tales, deriding the coalition for their numerical superiority yet lacking courage, and ridiculing them as nothing more than a disorganized rabble. Some went so far as to launch personal attacks on specific individuals within the coalition, referencing past failures or private scandals, attempting to strike at their vulnerabilities. These insults and provocations fell upon the coalition's soldiers like scalding oil on dry kindling, rapidly igniting the fury within them. Having already been on edge from prolonged waiting and tense atmosphere, Their agitation reached a boiling point. On the hillside, unrest began to ripple through the ranks of the coalition. Faces turning ashen, fists clenched tightly, and eyes ignited with a thirst for vengeance. You cowards, hiding among the masses, pretending to be brave, when it comes to the battlefield, you are but lambs awaiting slaughter, shouted one pirate, his voice dripping with disdain and provocation. Listen well, you rabble outside. Lord Luo Ku could crush you all with a mere finger. You should scurry away with your tails between your legs. Another pirate chimed in, relishing the process of inciting their adversaries. In the face of these insults, the emotions of the coalition soldiers began to spiral out of control, and many were ready to charge recklessly at these brazen pirates. However, at this critical juncture, the leaders of the four great factions stepped forward, their resolute voices and commanding presence halting the soldiers' impulsive actions. Calm down, Max Fei Shear roared, his voice resonating like thunder, silencing the soldiers on the verge of eruption. This was precisely what they desired. They could not fall into their trap. AI Li Ka Si Wong surveyed the surroundings with her characteristic icy gaze. Though her tone was not loud, it brimmed with authority. Remember, we are here to accomplish a mission, not to seek momentary glory. Maintain formation, and do not give them any opportunity. Lian Na Duo Ka Pei Luo adopted a more rational strategy, analyzing the current situation and attempting to devise the most appropriate response. They're trying to provoke us into losing our judgment. We must remain calm and adhere to the original plan. Migu Airway Jia remained silent, yet his gaze pierced through the night like two bolts of lightning, conveying his determination and reminding the soldiers to restrain their anger and follow their leader's commands. In the face of the pirates' relentless provocations outside the chamber, the coalition soldiers' expressions grew increasingly grim, their fury boiling like molten lava within their chests. Nevertheless, under the cool-headed guidance of the four leaders, they managed to maintain discipline, refraining from an immediate outburst. This tense stalemate persisted for several minutes. The four leaders exchanged glances, reaching an unspoken consensus. Soon after, one of them stepped forward, their voice resonating through the night, cutting through the clamor. Listen up, you obstinate lot. Max Fei Shear's voice thundered with authority. We do not wish to be your enemies. If you are willing to lay down your arms and depart, or even join us, then all past grievances can be forgotten. We guarantee your safety and offer you a fresh start. AI Li Ka Si Wong continued, but heed this. This is our final warning. Once our army advances, there will be no space left for survival here. Your choices will determine your fate. Lian Na Duo Ka Pei Luo's voice was calm, yet resolute. We do not desire bloodshed, yet we will not falter. Your time is running out. Make a wise decision. Migu Wei Jia concluded with a deep, powerful voice. Remember, we seek a peaceful resolution, yet we are prepared for battle. Your choices will decide the future of this land. The words of the four leaders struck the pirates outside the chamber like a heavy hammer, causing their previously high morale to waver. Some pirates began to whisper among themselves, their eyes betraying hesitation and fear. They realized that the coalition's scale and determination far exceeded their expectations. Doubts arose regarding whether Luo Ku could indeed protect them as they had hoped. Just then, the door to the chamber slowly opened, and a figure emerged, standing before all. It was Luo Ku, his presence acting as a tonic, instantly stabilizing the wavering hearts of the pirates. With a slight smile, his eyes brimmed with confidence and disdain, completely unperturbed by the coalition's threats. Do you think mere empty promises can persuade my brave warriors to betray me? Luo Ku's voice echoed in the night, filled with contempt. You are mistaken, my people. They will demonstrate to you what true loyalty and courage are. As Luo Ku's words resonated, the pirates outside the chamber regained their spirits, their resolve rekindled. Gripping their weapons tightly, they prepared to face the impending battle. Regardless of the outcome, they were ready. On the coalition's side, the expressions of the four leaders turned serious. The true contest was about to commence. In the moment following Luo Ku's appearance, the leaders exchanged knowing glances, imbued with complex emotions and strategies. Although they were puzzled by Luo Ku's earlier provocation of the coalition, they understood that every action of the enemy was purposeful, and thwarting their plans was their primary objective. The revelation of Luo Ku's presence within the chamber confirmed crucial intelligence. It had long been uncertain whether any bribed individuals could ascertain his exact location. Now, it was undeniable that he was indeed hidden in this inconsequential place. The leaders swiftly adjusted their strategy, concentrating all attention and resources on breaching the chamber and capturing Luo Ku. The crux of the plan lay in speed and surprise. They must strike before Luo Ku could prepare himself. "It seems our target is now locked in," Max Fei Shi remarked, the corners of his mouth curling into a sly smile, his eyes gleaming with a desire for battle. "Indeed," AI Lika Si Wang nodded in agreement. "Luo Ku's appearance has provided us with a clear direction. Now, it is time to showcase our strength." Lian Na Duo Ka Pei Luo pondered for a moment before adding, "But we must not let our guard down. Since Luo Ku dares to be so brazen, he must have some backing. We must prepare thoroughly for any eventuality." Mi Guerwei Jia maintained his usual calm demeanor and simply stated, "Let us commence. Time waits for no one." The dialogue among the leaders was concise yet effective as they swiftly allocated their respective tasks, clarifying the sequence and steps of their actions. Subsequently, they turned and returned to their troops, mobilizing and inspiring the soldiers for the final preparations for the impending decisive battle. Within the ranks of the coalition, the soldiers felt the unwavering resolve emanating from their leaders. Their spirits swiftly lifted. Weapons were polished to a sharper edge, armor secured with greater fortitude, and every pair of eyes burned with an insatiable thirst for victory. This would be a grueling battle, yet they firmly believed that under the guidance of the four great leaders, they could surmount all obstacles and achieve their ultimate goal. As the night deepened, the coalition's plans entered a critical phase. The catapults, hidden atop the mountains, were quietly activated, their massive mechanisms poised behind rows of containers filled with flammable and explosive materials. Under the cover of darkness, these containers were ignited, instantly transforming into roaring flames that illuminated the mountaintop as if it were daylight, the fire reaching skyward, casting light upon the resolute faces of every soldier in the coalition. Several leaders stood aloft, gazing at this magnificent spectacle, their faces adorned with smiles filled with the anticipation of victory. Max Fischer's voice echoed through the night sky, dripping with an air of unparalleled arrogance. "Locke, you demon empowered by the straw fruit, do you truly believe you can remain immune to all? Have you forgotten that even straw turns to ash in the face of raging fire?" Elika Swan interjected, her voice cold and merciless. "Your doomsday has arrived, Locke. Everything we have meticulously prepared is for today, for this moment. Your era has come to an end. Accept your fate." Leonardo Capello then analyzed calmly. "Our advantage lies in our firepower, while your weakness is this all-consuming flame. No matter how you struggle, you cannot escape this destined fate." Lastly, Miguel Vegas spoke, his voice as chilling as the night breeze, imbued with an icy severity. "Your resistance is futile, Locke. Accept this inevitable conclusion. It is your only choice." With the leader's commands, the catapults began to launch, fiery projectiles slicing through the night sky like meteors, hurtling towards the concealed chamber. Outside the chamber, Locke's pirates heard his confident words. Yet their hearts were a tumult of emotions. Their loyalty to Locke ran deep, but in the face of such fierce onslaught, even the most steadfast confidence wavered. The trajectory of the fireballs resembled the scythe of death, instilling a palpable sense of mortality in every soul present. Could their captain truly withstand this? This question loomed like a dark cloud over each pirate's mind. They watched the flaming orbs with trepidation, their hearts pounding, though reluctant to admit it. The truth was undeniable. This force was overwhelmingly powerful. Even Locke might not emerge unscathed. Swallowing hard, they endeavored to mask their fear, striving to keep their anxiety from showing on their faces. Yet the tension and worry clung to them like invisible shackles. They dared not voice their doubts aloud, instead praying silently, hoping Locke would once again display extraordinary strength to guide them through this crisis. "Captain, you must be all right," a young pirate fervently whispered in his heart. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms, unaware of the pain. Like the others, he placed all his hopes upon Locke. yearning for yet another miracle. The fireballs traced long tails through the air, illuminating the vast sky and transforming the island's night into an ocean of flames. Surrounding the chamber, the flames danced, consuming everything and forming a colossal fire ring that completely encircled the chamber. Against the backdrop of the firelight, the outline of the chamber stood out distinctly, appearing as the sole island amidst this sea of fire. Locke's gaze held no trace of fear. Instead, it brimmed with disdain and mockery. "Do you think this is my demise?" Locke's voice emerged from the inferno, clear and resolute. "You are woefully naive, Coalition's ants. The straw fruit's power is far beyond what you perceive. The real game has only just begun." As Locke's words fell, a strange transformation occurred around the chamber. The flames seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, swirling around the chamber, forming fiery whirlwinds that neutralized the Coalition's assault. Locke's silhouette flickered amidst the firelight, becoming the sovereign of this inferno, commanding everything. Outside the chamber, the Coalition's offensive resembled a tempest, yet Locke exhibited astonishing swordsmanship. The fiery projectiles, which should have inflicted devastating damage, were precisely sliced apart by razor-sharp sword energy before reaching the chamber, disintegrating into countless fragments that ultimately extinguished in the air, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Though the average soldiers might not fully grasp the intricacies of the spectacle, the Coalition's leaders, Max Fisher, Elika Swan, Leonardo Capello, and Miguel Vega, were seasoned warriors who recognized its significance. A flicker of gravity crossed their eyes, and their understanding of Locke's prowess deepened. "This swordsmanship," Max Fisher murmured, his tone filled with astonishment. "To control sword energy with such precision, accurately severing each fireball, transcends mere swordplay. It is the pinnacle of power and technique." Elika Swan's brow furrowed, his sharp eyes fixated on the chamber, contemplating. If sword energy could reach such heights, how terrifying must his own sword be? A hint of worry crossed Leonardo Capello's face. An opponent possessing such exquisite swordsmanship would be a formidable adversary. "Our previous plans may need reevaluation. Locke's strength evidently exceeds our expectations." Miguel Vega remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed an unprecedented vigilance. The true battle was only just beginning, and Locke would undoubtedly become their greatest obstacle. Confronted with Locke's formidable swordsmanship and his precise manipulation of sword energy, the Coalition's leaders understood that conventional tactics would likely prove ineffective. They exchanged glances, a new plan forming in their minds. This was no longer a simple confrontation, but a contest requiring wisdom and strategy. Max Fisher spoke first, his voice low and resolute. "Prepare the incendiary explosives. This is our final trump card. If this fails, we will have no choice but to engage in direct combat." Elika Swan nodded, determination flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, we cannot remain stagnant here. The burning explosives are our last hope. We must ensure they achieve maximum effect." Leonardo Capello then began to outline the details. "We must guarantee the explosives can accurately strike the target while also considering a safe evacuation route. Once this tactic is deployed, we must swiftly retreat to avoid being caught in the blast." Miguel Vega took on the responsibility of execution. "I will personally lead a small team of elites to position the incendiary explosives at the optimal location. We must ensure that we deliver a fatal blow to our adversary in the shortest possible time." The four leaders swiftly assigned their respective tasks, meticulously and prudently planning, each acutely aware that this might be their last opportunity to turn the tide of battle. The soldiers of the Coalition were urgently summoned to prepare incendiary explosives, a specially crafted arsenal capable of triggering violent explosions upon contact with the target, simultaneously unleashing searing flames of astonishing power. Outside the confined chamber, the atmosphere among the Coalition grew palpably tense. The soldiers busied themselves transporting the heavy explosives while the four leaders closely monitored the evolving situation, poised to issue the final command at any moment. Should this tactic be employed, it would signify the onset of a new phase in the confrontation, where the true victor and vanquished would emerge from this operation. As preparations neared completion, the four leaders reconvened, their gazes reflecting both resoluteness and a subtle hint of anxiety. This would be their final attempt. Should they fail, they would be compelled to face a direct confrontation, one that would come at a staggering cost. With each precise stroke of V's sword energy, the once fearsome fireballs shattered like fragile bubbles upon contact with the defensive perimeter of the chamber. This spectacle relieved the anxiety of V's subordinates, their previously taut nerves gradually unwinding. They began exchanging relaxed smiles, with some patting their comrades on the shoulder, proudly recounting their unwavering trust and admiration for "I knew the boss would never let us down," exclaimed a young warrior, his eyes sparkling with reverence. "Every time we thought there was no hope, the boss always led us out of despair," nodded another seasoned veteran. "Indeed, his swordsmanship, his wisdom, and his courage are unparalleled. With the boss around, what we have to fear?" Cheers of agreement echoed through the crowd, seemingly reinforcing S renown at that moment. In the glances exchanged among them, there lay not only a yearning for victory, but also an absolute trust in their leader. This trust had been forged through countless trials of life and death, forming the most steadfast bond within this small collective. Yet, even amidst this optimistic atmosphere, some maintained a calm demeanor, cautioning against complacency. "Although the boss is formidable, we must not let our guard down," cautioned a perceptive scout. "The coalition undoubtedly possesses a contingency. We must always be prepared to face the challenges ahead." The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while the present situation appeared temporarily stable, the true battle was far from over. As they carefully observed through binoculars, the blazing object gradually revealed its true form, Linjin Le Yindan, an exceedingly rare and potent explosive. It was said to be the culmination of scientists' relentless efforts, combining ore and technology to unleash devastating energy in an instant. "Good heavens, that is the Langjin Le Yindan," a soldier exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. "I have only heard its name in legends. Never did I imagine witnessing it here. What does this mean? How could they possess such a thing?" Another pirate inquired anxiously, his pallor betraying the shock of the scene before him. This indicated that the enemy not only held numerical superiority, but also unimaginable technological prowess. At the heart of the camp, Leclerc stood resolute, wielding a sword that emanated a dim glow, his gaze imbued with indomitable will. Surrounding him, the others anxiously discussed the terrifying power of the Linden Dawn and its relentless flames, nearly impossible to extinguish with water. Yet, none of this seemed to waver Leclerc's determination. "Whatever it is merely a trifling skill," Leclerc said disdainfully, his voice calm, yet suffused with undeniable authority. "True strength derives from our courage and conviction. Death may be lurking tonight, but it shall not be the conclusion of our tale." His words struck each heart like a heavy hammer. The pirates ceased their chatter, gathering around their gazes rekindling the flame of hope. Leclerc continued, "Each of us bears our own mission, whether for family, friends, or this land. We cannot concede. Remember, we are invincible." As Leclerc prepared to face the unknown challenges ahead, he took a deep breath, closing his eyes to commune with the latent powers within. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, radiating an extraordinary energy wave. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The ground beneath Leclerc surged, as thousands of slender strands of straw emerged from the earth, seemingly summoned from all directions, even floating in the air, creating a dense ocean of straw. Though these straws appeared feeble, under S command, they exhibited remarkable resilience and agility. Intertwining to form a net, the straw enveloped every corner of the camp, not only providing additional cover for the soldiers, but also establishing a natural barrier to obstruct the enemy's sight and attacks. "My straw fruit ability allows me not only to create straw, but to control it, making them my most loyal companions," Leclerc announced with pride, his voice reverberating through the morning air. These seemingly inconspicuous straws would serve as a vital line of defense against the enemy. Under Leclerc's command, the straws began to reveal their true might. Some transformed into sturdy shields, protecting the camp from assault. Among the opposing leaders, several watched in astonishment as Leclerc demonstrated his straw fruit ability. Their initial surprise swiftly morphed into disdainful laughter. They exchanged glances of triumph, as if they could already foresee Leclerc's downfall. It seems that occur is truly out of options, attempting to counter us with mere straw, a burly leader chuckled. The laughter rang sharply in the morning breeze. Indeed, how could such straw withstand the might of the Lanjinlair Yidon? Another leader in a lavish robe concurred, his tone dripping with derision. He is merely inviting disaster, a fool's errand. The coalition soldiers, hearing these remarks, joined in laughter, perceiving it as a farcical performance rather than a genuine battle. Yet amidst their mockery, they overlooked the unwavering glimmer in Uck's eyes and the boundless potential concealed behind the straw. Let's wait and see the spectacle. How he intends to use that straw against us. The coalition leaders toasted one another, as if victory were already within their grasp. However, they had not anticipated that a straw fruit ability was far more intricate than it appeared. Under the manipulation of Luaka, straw not only serves to construct defenses, but can also transform into a formidable weapon at critical moments. More importantly, the true mystery of the straw fruit lies in its unique relationship with fire. Under the right conditions, straw does not merely fuel flames. Rather, it can absorb and convert the energy of fire for its own use. The pirates within the coalition erupted into laughter upon witnessing Luaka build defenses with straw, their derision evident as if they were observing a farcical performance. Huh, has Luaka lost his mind in fear, using straw against us? What a joke, a bearded brute mocked. The laughter echoed triumphantly, heralding their assured victory. Indeed, this must be a desperate struggle. Another pirate clad in leather armor chimed in, his eyes filled with scorn. We possess alchemy flame shells. This straw is merely fuel delivered to us. The pirates huddled together, exchanging celebratory high fives, their eyes radiating confidence in their impending triumph. To them, Luaka's actions were undoubtedly a grave misstep, and they merely needed to bide their time to reap ultimate victory. Look, that fellow seems to be in despair. Another pirate pointed at Luaka, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Perhaps he is ready to surrender. We might as well grant him a swift end. The surrounding pirates nodded in agreement, perceiving this as an effortless victory, even beginning to discuss how to divide the spoils after the battle. In their eyes, Luaka and his crew were but lambs awaiting slaughter, while they were the omnipotent hunters. As the coalition's trebuchets were set into motion, projectiles laden with alchemy flame shells soared through the sky like shooting stars, bursting forth with an even more fervent and radiant glow. These shells left brilliant trails in the air, each one detonating with blinding brilliance as it neared the ground, heralding impending destruction. The coalition pirates, brimming with confidence in victory, exchanged high fives and cheered in exuberance. Triumph was within their grasp. In their eyes, this battle was merely a matter of time, and Luaka and his crew were destined to become yet another casualty on their path to conquest. However, Luaka stood resolutely before the straw-constructed defenses, a devilish smile gracing his lips. His gaze bore no hint of fear, but rather a calm self-assurance. Since you initiated this, do not blame me, Luaka murmured, a trace of barely concealed excitement in his voice. At the very moment the alchemy flame shells were about to collide with the straw, Luaka brandished his sword with fervor, issuing a command. As he moved, the surrounding straw seemed to come alive, springing into action. When the alchemy flame shells hurtled towards the straw barricade like deadly meteors, all held their breath. Yet, just as they were about to make contact, a miracle unfolded. The straw, seemingly feeble, harbored the enigmatic power of Luaka as straw fruit, resembling the resilient seaweed of the ocean floor, soft yet elastic. The explosive struck the straw as if hard stones collided with a highly elastic spring, failing to inflict the anticipated damage. Instead, the seemingly powerless straw gently rebounded, altering their trajectory. Like invisible fingers guiding them, the shell shot back towards the coalition. The expressions of the coalition pirates, once brimming with confidence, froze in disbelief, replaced by expressions of confusion and panic as they questioned the fairness of the world. The laughter that once filled the air transformed into terrified screams. They scattered in a frenzy, attempting to evade the returning alchemy flame shells. What in the world is happening? One pirate stammered, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate coherent thoughts. his heart racing with uncertainty and fear as he grappled with the unfolding chaos. We clearly had the advantage. How could it turn into this? Another muttered, despair reflecting in his eyes, confronted with the astonishing power exhibited by Loaka and his straw fruit. Several leaders of the coalition understood well that wielding the abilities of a devil fruit came at a steep price. Each use drained a significant amount of stamina from a user, particularly in Loaka's case, where his powers were employed on such a large scale. The depletion was staggering. Now was the opportune moment for a counterattack. While he is exhausted, we must strike decisively to vanquish them. One leader bellowed, his voice resonating across the battlefield with resolve and fury. Subsequently, the sounds of the coalition's horns and war drums thundered, akin to a warning before storm, heralding a new wave of assault. Thousands of pirates surged forth under the command, like a tidal wave crashing towards Loaka and his crew, their weapons glinting ominously, their eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Brothers, do not grant them a moment's respite. Charge! Another leader shouted, brandishing his sword as he led the charge. Akin to a ferocious beast lunging towards Loaka's position, the coalition pirates, having shaken off their brief panic, regained their fighting spirit. This could very well be their only opportunity to turn the tide of battle. Thus, they cast aside all reservations, wagering everything on this charge, determined to crush Loaka and his crew in one fell swoop. However, Loaka was unfazed by the overwhelming momentum before him. True combat tests not only strength, but also intellect and will. As the enemy surged like a tidal wave, he swiftly devised a response. Hearing Loaka's command, his loyal subordinates finally received the long-awaited call to battle. Their eyes ignited with determination. Their pent-up energy found its outlet in that moment. Their leader had already demonstrated incredible strength, having thwarted 2 of the enemy's lethal assaults, yet this had undoubtedly drained much of his stamina. Now it was their turn. This devoted band of followers would share the burden with Loaka, contributing their strength towards victory. For the boss, for freedom, charge! A valiant warrior roared, breaking forth from their hidden chamber and dark fortress. His voice resonated like war drums, igniting the fervor of every comrade. Following suit, Loaka's followers surged forth like wild horses, emerging from various concealed spots, their figures appearing exceptionally valorous in the morning light. Wielding an array of weapons, some brandishing swords, others bearing bows, and still others wielding shields. Each was driven by an indomitable resolve, charging towards the coalition's ranks. For our home, for honor, we fear nothing, another warrior cried out. His voice echoed across the battlefield, inspiring every ally. Though Loaka's crew was outnumbered by the coalition, they possessed unwavering faith and fearless courage. For the leaders of the coalition, deeper calculations lingered in their minds. In their eyes, aside from the true elites and confidants, the countless pirates were, to some extent, mere cannon fodder in battle, pawns to exhaust the enemy's strength. Their strategy was simple yet ruthless, leveraging their numerical superiority to force Loaka and his team into a grueling battle, exhausting their physical and mental stamina until they were utterly fatigued and unable to continue. Let those youngsters charge. We shall merely observe, coldly remarked a leader of the coalition, his gaze glinting with a merciless light. Although Loaka's strength was indeed formidable, even the mightiest have their limits. As long as we patiently wait, there will inevitably come a moment when he exhausts his energy. The other leaders nodded in agreement, acknowledging that confronting Loaka head-on was unwise. Instead, employing the pirates as vanguards to incessantly apply pressure was the most prudent strategy at present. They only needed to remain in a secure location, directing their forces while awaiting the optimal moment to strike. Our few hundred men are the core strength of the coalition, our final trump card, another leader added, confidence evident in his tone. We shall not act rashly until Loaka is drained of his vigor. When that time comes, we will strike decisively and eliminate him. The senior members of the coalition wore cold smiles, brimming with confidence in their plan. To them, the initiative in this battle was firmly within their grasp. However, they overlooked the most crucial point. Loaka and his team were far from ordinary. Not only did they possess extraordinary strength, but they also harbored unwavering will and a spirit of unity. Although Loaka had yet to unleash his full potential, the synergy between him and his comrades, coupled with their keen insight into the battlefield dynamics, allowed them to seek breakthroughs amidst the enemy's overwhelming encirclement. Each counterattack was precise and powerful, and each defense stood as solid as rock. Under Loaka's leadership, the team exhibited remarkable resilience, refusing to falter even when faced with foes outnumbering them several times over. Fully aware of his team's precarious situation amidst the coalition's encirclement, Loaka understood that betrayal and fragmentation had always cast inevitable shadows since embarking on this path. Yet, he never anticipated that in such a brief span, his once mighty force would dwindle to just over 100. Each individual by his side was a comrade forged through countless storms, having fought together. In Loaka's heart, they were not merely subordinates. They were brothers in arms. He could not allow their sacrifices to be in vain. A determined glimmer flashed in Loaka's eyes. Every life was invaluable, and he would not permit his men to be squandered in futile battles. Thus, Loaka activated his unique straw fruit ability once more. This time, he sought not merely to defend, but to retaliate in kind. Straw gathered around him like a rising tide, forming a massive straw armor that enveloped his body, transforming him into a towering straw giant over 10 meters tall. Loaka's arms morphed into colossal scythes, each bound with numerous sharp blades, reminiscent of a reaper on the battlefield, mercilessly wielding his scythes to harvest the lives of his enemies. With each swing, a storm of blood and carnage ensued, and the coalition's pirates were not facing a mere man, but an unstoppable harvesting machine. Charge! Loaka's voice resonated from the mouth of the straw giant, thunderous and awe-inspiring. Like an insurmountable mountain, he stood on the battlefield, each attack instilling fear in the hearts of his adversaries. This act not only severely intimidated the enemy, but also invigorated every member of his team. As long as they followed Loaka, there was no obstacle they could not overcome. Amidst the smoke-laden battlefield, Loaka's straw giant became the most radiant spectacle, each swing carving a path to survival for his team. Witnessing Loaka transform into the straw giant, the coalition's pirates felt not just shock, but an overwhelming dread. That colossal figure loomed like an insurmountable peak on the battlefield, swinging its arms bound with dozens of long swords, each flash of blade resulting in a mist of blood, turning the entire arena into a gruesome slaughterhouse. "How is this possible?" a pirate exclaimed in terror. His voice pierced the chaos of battle, soon drowned out by the screams of his comrades. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, most felt an unprecedented despair. Each strike from the swinging swords was capable of claiming their lives, while their own weapons seemed utterly insignificant against this towering behemoth. Every swing from Loaka was akin to the call of death, reaping life after life. The coalition's pirates began to scatter in a panic, desperately attempting to flee this hellish battlefield. Yet Loaka's straw giant pursued them relentlessly, like an inescapable nightmare. "Run! That thing is not human. Here, we could do nothing but die." Someone shouted in a frenzy, but in the chaos, their cries were quickly swallowed. Fear spread through the coalition like a plague. The once orderly formation began to crumble as pirates fled in disarray, leaving behind devastation and corpses. Loaka's straw giant acted as an insurmountable chasm, utterly dismantling the coalition's offensive. Each swing of the sword seemed to declare to the enemy whose territory this was, not a place where a pack of wild dogs could run rampant. On the hillside, the leaders of the pirate crews, watching through telescopes, witnessed the rout of their subordinates, feelings of deep disappointment and anger surging within them. Seeing their men flee like a tide, they could not help but curse. "You useless fools, you can't even give the enemy a bit of trouble. Stop! You scoundrels, halt!" One leader bellowed, straining his voice in an attempt to halt the retreat. Yet his shouts were but a faint whisper amidst the tumult of battle, failing to reach the ears of the fleeing pirates. "Whoever can delay Loaka for a second, I will reward them with 1,000,000 berries," another leader proclaimed loudly, attempting to rouse his men's fighting spirit with the lure of money. 1,000,000 berries was a considerable sum for any pirate, enough to spur them into action. However, Faced with Waka's seemingly invincible straw giant form, even the high bounty could not kindle the courage within the pirates. Fear was deeply imprinted in their hearts, instinctively driving them to distance themselves from this terrifying presence. "Fear not, we still have a chance," one leader urged, drawing his sword with a resolute glint in his eyes. "If we could just hold him off for a moment, we might find a way to defeat him." But his voice was soon drowned out by the chaos of the battlefield. The pirates, driven by terror, continued to flee, leaving behind only devastation and a field strewn with bodies. Faced with Waka's seemingly insurmountable barrier of swordsmanship, the coalition's leaders finally resolved to take matters into their own hands. Each tightened their grips on their weapons, leading their finest subordinates, over 100 in total, down the slope like tigers descending a mountain, joining this life-and-death struggle. During the charge, they did not forget to inspire the ordinary soldiers, who had long trembled with fear, promising them lavish rewards upon victory. "The sumptuous feasts and pleasures depend on your valor today." These pirates, inherently a blend of greed and ferocity, were ignited by their leaders' encouragement. Their desires for wealth and triumph fully awakened. Grasping their heavy swords, their eyes sparkled with fierce determination as they recklessly charged once more at the seemingly invincible enemy, Loaka. This time, the coalition's assault was fiercer and more organized, attempting to leverage their numerical advantage and the morale boost from their leader's presence to compensate for previous tactical shortcomings. Amidst the flashing blades, the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and each clash of metal seemed to declare the brutality and mercilessness of battle. Yet, in the face of this surging offensive, Loaka remained calm and composed. His swordsmanship flowed like water, each swing precisely neutralizing the enemy's advances, engaging in a deadly dance. Loaka's figure darted across the battlefield, each appearance claiming the lives of several foes, as if his sword tip were tainted with an ominous curse, instilling dread in all who dared approach. Despite the coalition's utmost efforts, Loaka's innate combat instincts and extraordinary sword skills rendered him nearly invincible. Having completed his sword dance, he stood amidst the ruins and fallen warriors. From his elevated position, Loaka's voice resonated across the battlefield, laced with mockery and bewilderment. "Why do you persist in this folly? Why choose death time and again? Is there truly no better alternative?" His words conveyed a profound philosophical inquiry, questioning not only the soldiers, but the very essence of the war itself. In response to Loaka's interrogation, the coalition's soldiers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Their faces reflected confusion and struggle, as if, in that instant, they began to reflect upon their actions and beliefs. The leaders, Max Fischer, Erica Swan, Leonardo Capello, and Miguel Vega, shared equally complex expressions, a mix of awe at Loaka's power and doubt regarding their own decisions. As Loaka loomed over the battlefield, issuing his thought-provoking challenge, an unprecedented silence enveloped the scene. In this moment, the hearts of the coalition's leaders, including Max Fischer, Erica Swan, Leonardo Capello, and Miguel Vega, stirred with tumult. Faced with Loaka's extraordinary strength, they felt both reverence and deep contemplation regarding their fates. Among them, one man's gaze was particularly intricate, Leonardo Capello, a seasoned veteran. His eyes flitted between Loaka's towering form and his comrades, ultimately settling on the figure of the seemingly most loyal man beside Loaka. This man, Justin, had been Loaka's steadfast bodyguard, unwavering in his protection throughout both tranquil days and tumultuous battles. In Leonardo's eyes, a subtle cunning was perceptible as he nodded slightly, conveying a message that only Justin could decipher. This simple gesture, though modest, held profound significance, silently inquiring about the steadfastness of Justin's loyalty. Justin, sensing this gaze, responded with equal swiftness and subtlety, returning a resolute look that conveyed absolute trust and commitment, asserting that his loyalty was stronger than steel. To an outsider, this might appear as a mundane exchange between two men, but to Leonardo and Justin, it was akin to a silent dialogue, rich with tests and responses. Leonardo sought to uncover any flaws within Loaka's team, while Justin used his gaze to declare his unwavering loyalty to Loaka. Just as the night enveloped the earth and tension on the battlefield reached its zenith, Justin, perceived as Loaka's most loyal protector, suddenly exhibited a shocking act. He unsheathed a massive 5-meter-long blade, akin to a poised cheetah, and surged towards Loaka's colossal strawman form, aiming for a fatal blow. However, Loaka seemingly anticipated this, reacting with unimaginable swiftness. Just as Justin was about to strike, a multitude of straw erupted around Loaka, ensnaring Justin's feet like living tendrils, causing him to lose balance midair and halting his assault. Loaka's voice then resonated, carrying a hint of regret. "Justin, why have you chosen betrayal?" Upon hearing Loaka's inquiry, Justin's face paled, filled with terror and disbelief. He struggled to break free, yet the seemingly soft straw had become as unyielding as iron, tightly binding his movements. Justin opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, his inner turmoil and chaos preventing him from articulating a coherent defense. Loaka's voice rang out once more, this time laced with deep disappointment. "Justin, I have always regarded you as a confidant, trusting you as I trust myself. Why have you made such a choice? Do the enemy's promises outweigh everything we have built?" Standing in the moonlight, Loaka appeared like an inviolable statue, silent yet imposing. In the face of a former comrade, now a traitor, Justin displayed no signs of emotional fluctuation. His pleas, suffering, and despair seemed to dissolve into background noise, failing to penetrate Loaka's heart, which had been hardened by countless betrayals. As Loaka raised his heavy sword, a grave stillness permeated the air. Without hesitation or delay, his movements were clean and decisive, like a silver lightning bolt slicing through the night, aiming for Justin's vital points. As the blade passed, blood spattered, and Justin's head rolled to the ground, extinguishing the flame of life in an instant. Throughout the ordeal, Loaka's expression remained unchanged. It was merely the completion of a routine task. This scene, akin to a brutal demonstration, plunged the surrounding pirates into an unprecedented terror. They bore witness to Loaka's might and ruthlessness, the chilling aura emanating from him causing them to doubt. Was this person truly someone they could contend with? Fear spread through the crowd like a plague, and some timid pirates began to retreat quietly, their eyes flickering with thoughts of escape. Each of Loaka's breaths and movements felt like an invisible command, pressing on their nerves, instilling a pressure they had never experienced before. "Can we truly win?" A trembling voice shattered the silence. Soon, this doubt spread like wildfire among the pirates. The once unassailable morale now showed cracks, shaken by Loaka's merciless blow. Loaka's gaze swept across the crowd, his profound eyes seemingly able to penetrate the deepest fears and weaknesses of the hearts before him. Without uttering a word, he stood there silently, declaring an undeniable truth through his mere presence. In this maritime domain, he reigns as the undisputed sovereign. Any who dare to challenge his authority shall pay a grievous price. At this moment, those pirates who once regarded Loaka with disdain have come to realize that they face not merely a formidable adversary, but a nearly invincible legend. Fear and reverence intertwine, prompting them to reassess their circumstances. Perhaps seeking a path to survival is their only recourse. Confronted with Loaka's chilling aura and prowess, several pirate captains exchanged glances filled with resignation and determination. Conventional tactics and strength could no longer shake this unyielding giant. Only by relying on meticulously chosen and trained elite troops could they hope to break the current stalemate. These elite fighters, whom they had invested considerable time and resources in nurturing, not only possessed extraordinary combat skills, but also harbored an insatiable thirst for victory and unwavering loyalty to their leader. Thus, at the captain's command, over 100 elite pirates surged forth like a relentless tide, exhibiting greater valor and resolve than ordinary pirates. They radiated an unusual aura of lethal intent, their eyes devoid of fear, filled solely with hatred for their enemies and a yearning for triumph. After a brief preparation, they raised their voices in unison, charging towards Loaka with a fearlessness that defied death. Their assault resembled a tempest, striving to obliterate Loaka, this immovable mountain. The weapons gleamed with a cold light under the moon, each strike imbued with the potential for lethality. Yet, even in the face of such a frenzied onslaught. Luaka maintained his composure and calm. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes, acknowledging the courage and resolve of these warriors, yet tinged with a hint of sorrow, for they had chosen an adversary they could never hope to conquer. Under the moonlight, Luaka's figure appeared even more imposing. Each swing of his blade seemed to compose a symphony of death. The valiant elite pirates, despite displaying extraordinary courage and strength, fell one by one before Luaka's nearly invincible swordsmanship, becoming mere additions to the countless corpses at his feet. However, even in such dire straits, these elite pirates did not relinquish hope. As long as they drew breath, they were determined to carve out even the slightest chance of turning the tide for their leader. This near-manic tenacity astonished the ordinary pirates who watched from the sidelines. They began to understand that sometimes courage and sacrifice hold far greater significance than sheer strength. Yet, in Luaka's cold, unyielding gaze, all of this appeared trivial. He continued to wield his colossal blade, each strike precise and lethal, conveying to all that no matter how powerful or brave the opponents, the outcome remained unchanged. Faced with Luaka's seemingly flawless prowess, the pirate leaders were filled with shock and disbelief. They exchanged bewildered and terrified glances, silently questioning whether they had ever encountered such an extraordinary force upon the boundless seas. Throughout their past campaigns and adventures, countless foes had fallen at their feet, yet none had rendered them feeling so powerless and insignificant as Luaka. How is this possible? One leader finally erupted in a hoarse growl. We have roamed these waters for years, considering ourselves among the strong. Yet how can it be that we have yet to witness even a hint of fatigue from this man wielding the powers of the devil fruit? The devil fruit, a legendary fruit that grants its consumer extraordinary abilities, has enabled many pirates to surpass the limits of human capability. However, even amidst confrontations between those endowed with such powers, Luaka's performance appeared remarkably extraordinary. What he exhibited was an unparalleled purity of martial prowess and technique, devoid of any reliance on external forces. This left all present in confusion. They could not fathom how a person seemingly untouched by any supernatural ability could possess such terrifying combat strength. Could this be the essence of a true warrior? Another leader murmured, his voice laced with bitterness and reluctance. Even the capabilities of the devil fruit could not contend with him. In that moment, they finally felt the excruciating pain of being cornered with no escape. In previous battles, regardless of how formidable the adversary, they always managed to find a flaw, utilizing their intellect and strength to secure victory. Yet against Luaka, all strategies and tactics appeared futile. Luaka's presence was akin to an indomitable boulder, unyielding to the crashing waves. As the battle raged on, despair gradually filled the hearts of the pirates. They began to realize that perhaps from the very beginning, the outcome of this conflict had already been predetermined. All they could do was resist as best they could until the final moment. However, even this resistance seemed pathetically inadequate. Each of Luaka's strikes resonated like a hammer upon their hearts, imparting a profound understanding of true despair and helplessness. Yet even so, these pirate leaders chose not to abandon their identity as pirates. Defeat and death were almost their destined fates, but least in their final moments. They would display the pride and dignity befitting a pirate. Thus, they steeled themselves once more, preparing to face the impending, more intense battle, even if what awaited them was inevitable destruction. In their hearts, perhaps a faint glimmer of hope remained, a hope to find a chance for reversal in this seemingly unwinnable struggle. The night deepened, the moon obscured by clouds. An unprecedented tension and resolve enveloped the island. The four leaders, Makisi Facia, Ilika, Lien Nato Capello, and Maijir Wega, burned with an indomitable flame in their eyes, ready to ignite the night. In that moment, they had no path of retreat, only forward, exerting every ounce of their strength for one final gamble with fate. Makisi Facia, the sovereign of the seas, gripped a heavy battle axe tightly, its blade reflecting a cold sheen under the faint starlight. Taking a deep breath, his muscles tensed, akin to a beast poised to pounce. Frenzied shark slash. With a roar, he swung the axe, conjuring a gust that surged towards Loaka's position. Ilika, agile and poised, wielded her twin pistols like wings, both nimble and deadly. Her eyes sparkled with determination, as if able to pierce through all darkness. Phantom rapid fire. In a flash, she darted like a specter through the night, firing in quick succession, each bullet striking true towards her target, akin to a ghostly harbinger of death. Lien Nato Capello, the king of the black market, brandished a dagger that was light and sharp, resembling the scythe of death in the night. Shadow slice, concealed in the dark. Each emergence accompanied by the dagger's gleam, each cut whispered like the night, silent yet lethally effective. Maijir Wega, the enigmatic shadow assassin, cloaked in black, revealed only a pair of keen eyes. Shadow kill, as silent as the night itself. Figures glide through the battlefield, each strike an invitation to death, leaving behind trails of darkness. 4 individuals unite, showcasing their ultimate skills, their offensive momentum akin to a tidal wave, intent on tearing the island asunder. Amidst the fierce combat of the island's night, Loaka's presence emerges as an undeniable tempest, utterly transforming the dynamics of the battlefield with his unimaginable strength and tactics. Tens of thousands of soldiers, the elite of the 4 leaders, believed victory was assured, yet they were unprepared for the ferocity and lethality of Loaka's counterattack. The air was thick not only with tension and anticipation, but also with an insatiable thirst for triumph. However, Loaka's figure, akin to a phantasmal specter, revealed the terrifying prowess of his straw fruit ability at this moment. With a subtle smile and a gentle wave of his hands, countless threads as delicate as gossamer pierced the air like invisible blades, striking directly at the bodies of the 4 leaders. These seemingly fragile threads were, in truth, extraordinarily resilient, swiftly burrowing into their bodies like lurking serpents, silently spreading. Suddenly, as if blooming flowers, these threads erupted within the 4 leaders, unleashing an excruciating pain that transcended the limits of physical endurance, stemming from internal rending and destruction, rendering them utterly intolerable. At this juncture, the 4 leaders made a painful yet resolute decision for survival, unhesitatingly severing their own arms in a desperate attempt to halt the further invasion of the threads. Blood gushed forth, severed limbs fell to the ground, and the scene was one of unimaginable brutality. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, were left in shock, having never encountered such a bizarre and cruel mode of combat. Loaka's strength surpassed all expectations. The battle raged on, yet the offensive of the 4 leaders had been irrevocably dismantled. Loaka stood at the center of the battlefield, commanding everything, his eyes devoid of any compassion, only reflecting cold ruthlessness towards his foes. This confrontation was not merely a clash of power, but a contest of intellect and strategy. On that battlefield, stained red by the embers of combat, the anguish and despair of the 4 leaders intertwined into a heart-wrenching tableau. Once feared figures in these waters, they now could only watch helplessly as their once proud bodies endured such merciless devastation. Pain and resentment pierced their hearts like twin daggers. Max Fisher, once the sovereign of the seas, now reduced to one arm, gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with unyielding defiance. How could this be? How could we be defeated so utterly? His voice trembled with agony, yet it bore the indomitable spirit of refusal to yield. At this moment, Elika appeared particularly fragile. Having lost an arm, her complexion pale as sweat and tears mingled. We underestimated him. Loaka is not an ordinary adversary. Her words were laden with regret, revealing a deep reverence for Loaka's extraordinary abilities. Leonardo Capello, the king of the black market, usually composed, could no longer mask his inner shock. What shall we do? Can we still win this battle? His voice quivered with unprecedented panic, the pain of losing an arm instilling in him a genuine fear. Miguel Vega, the enigmatic shadow assassin, also lost his former composure, gazing down at his severed arm, his voice low and feeble. We have failed. Loaka is not merely powerful, he is a monster. The thousands of subordinates surrounding them, once loyal followers of the 4 leaders, now stood frozen like statues, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Witnessing their leader's disheveled state, They experienced not just shock, but also profound terror. Is this real? Have we truly lost? A pirate trembled, his lips quivering, incredulity filling his voice. Another pirate clutched his companion's hand tightly, fear evident in his eyes. I do not wish to die here. Do we still have a chance? Those who had previously chosen to betray Loaka were now drenched in sweat, realizing that even if they sought to flee, it might be too late. It was evident that the leaders they had chosen to follow were on the brink of becoming cold corpses. What fate awaited those who had previously switched allegiances to Loaka? Contemplating this, their expressions ignited with peculiar thoughts and immediate schemes for redemption. Just as those leaders had previously bribed them and those seemingly loyal figures around Loaka, they too could engage in such actions. The heads of their companions seemed the best tokens of allegiance. For these opportunists, such behavior was not unfamiliar. Confronted with Loaka's icy gaze, those former traitors launched a ruthless assault on their comrades at an astonishing speed and ferocity, demonstrating their willingness to sacrifice anyone opposing them to prove their loyalty to Loaka. This rapid shift intensified the atmosphere of tension and chaos on the battlefield. Cries of anguish from comrades echoed, yet they could not withstand the sudden betrayal. Former allies, who had fought side by side, instantly became enemies, plunging the entire battlefield into a bloody tumult. The eyes of the betrayers glimmered with the desire to survive as they wielded their weapons mercilessly upon those taken by surprise. Blood and cries intertwining into a horrific tableau. Loaka remained still, his expression calm. All of this had been anticipated. His gaze swept over each fallen figure. Whether traitor or innocent, none stirred a flicker of emotion within him. Loaka's presence was akin to that of an impartial arbiter of this battle, cold and unyielding. He did not immediately respond to the traitors who offered the heads of their comrades as proof of loyalty, instead choosing to observe quietly, assessing their worth and whether such loyalty was trustworthy. On the battlefield, the power of the four leaders swiftly crumbled, their elite soldiers either dead or surrendering. The once united alliance disintegrating before Loaka. His strategy not only shattered the enemy's physical defenses, but also obliterated the bonds of trust among them, inciting self-destruction and hastening the battle's conclusion. Amidst the chaos and bloodshed, the surviving comrades finally realized that hidden among them were not only enemies, but also former allies. Now the most lethal threats. Emotions of anger, fear, and despair rapidly spread among the survivors, the once tight ranks beginning to fracture, suspicion replacing former trust. "You bastards!" a bloodied warrior roared, having just witnessed his dear friend ruthlessly slain by a once comrade. "We fought together, bled together, and vowed to protect this land together. Yet now, you betray the very beliefs we share to save your own lives." Silence. Another pirate, wielding a long sword, bellowed, his eyes filled with struggle and anguish. "Do you think I desired this? Do you believe I would willingly take the life of my own brother? Yet, this is the law of survival, the will of Loaka. If we fail to act, we shall be the next to perish." Loaka, a voice murmured softly. This name held a complex significance in their hearts, embodying both reverence and dread. What does he truly desire? We have already sacrificed so much. Is it not enough? It is never enough, eternally insufficient. A voice emerged from the throng, filled with a fervor bordering on madness. Only by completely eradicating dissent can we attain genuine safety. What Lord Loaka demands is absolute loyalty. Only through the baptism of blood can we prove our worth. Absolute loyalty? Another voice interjected, laced with irony. Is this not merely another form of servitude? Shall we become his puppets, subject to his whims? At least that would be preferable to dying here. The traitor retorted. You may choose to resist, but do not expect mercy from us. From this moment forth, we shall heed only Lord Loaka's commands. Under Loaka's gaze, the four once mighty leaders now resembled a pack of wretched hounds, prostrated on the ground, begging for a final chance at survival. Their dignity and pride had long been crushed by the harshness of reality, leaving only the yearning for life to compel them to lower their noble heads. "Lord Loaka, please forgive us," one of them cried, his voice trembling with fear. "We admit our wrongs. We should not have opposed you. if you could spare us. We promise that from this day forth, we shall leave no trace of our presence on Granxy Island. Indeed, my lord, another echoed, his tone steeped in profound remorse. We are willing to forsake everything, just for the opportunity to start new. We will venture far away, never to set foot in these waters again. And we shall never dare to disrespect you. Their pleas echoed in the night sky, a haunting lament. Once filled with bravado, their words had transformed into the most jarring mockery, their fates now entirely in Loaka's hands. Surrounding soldiers and survivors cast sympathetic glances, while others' eyes sparkled with the flames of vengeance, each silently awaiting Loaka's judgment. Loaka remained silent for a moment, his gaze deep in contemplation. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. You once challenged my supremacy, seeking to undermine the order I established. Do you still require my forgiveness? Loaka's laughter reverberated through the night, as piercing as ice, shattering the last vestiges of hope in the hearts of the four leaders, plunging them into a chasm of despair. In that laughter, there was no trace of compassion, only a cold derision for reality. Opportunity? I indeed offered you one. Loaka's voice was low and powerful. But I never forced your hand. You chose to resist, to unite against me. Thus, you have also chosen the outcome you now face. This is your fate, the conclusion of your own making. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the four leaders froze, realizing they had stood on the precipice of irretrievable ruin from the very beginning. Faced with Loaka's unyielding resolve, they finally comprehended that all their entreaties and promises held no significance. In their despair, they made their final choice. Some, perhaps driven by an instinctive desire for life, or perhaps by an unquenchable hatred for Loaka, chose to attack. They drew their weapons and charged recklessly toward Loaka, attempting to seize a glimmer of hope in their dire circumstances, even as they understood the futility of their struggle. Meanwhile, others opted for a starkly different path. They fled. With every ounce of strength, they raced toward the far side of the island, hoping to find a vessel to escape this land of death. Their footsteps were hurried and heavy, the air thick with panic and despair. However, whether they chose to attack or flee, they underestimated Loaka's might and that of his loyal followers. The attackers were swiftly subdued by Loaka's devoted guard, their weapons easily confiscated, their bodies bound, forced to watch helplessly as their fates were sealed by others. Those who attempted to escape also found no refuge from pursuit. Loaka's subordinates quickly organized a manhunt, sealing off all possible exits, ensuring none could elude this disaster. Soon, Loaka observed the few severely wounded, barely able to breathe, and granted them the swift release they craved. After this bloody cleansing, the stillness of the battlefield was shattered by low, mournful pleas. Those pirates who had once betrayed Loaka now resembled frightened birds, kneeling before him in a sea of darkness. Their eyes brimmed with fear and regret, their former ambitions and arrogance consumed by the cruel reality, replaced by a desperate yearning for survival and a profound terror of Loaka. Loaka stood before them, his silhouette towering in the moonlight, a deity presiding over life and death. He did not respond immediately, instead observing the scene quietly, his gaze assessing the value and loyalty of each supplicant. Loaka finally spoke, his voice low yet sufficient to plunge the assembly into silence. You once chose treachery, dare to challenge my authority. Now, you beseech my mercy. But do you truly comprehend the cost of betrayal? Each of Loaka's words fell like heavy hammers upon the kneeling figures, quickening their heartbeats, rendering their breaths labored. In this moment, their fates lay entirely in Loaka's grasp, and any slight movement could determine their lives or deaths. I shall not easily forget betrayal, Loaka continued. However, I am not devoid of compassion. I will consider your pleas for mercy, provided that you demonstrate your loyalty through tangible actions to atone for your past transgressions. Yet, you who once chose to betray me and now wish to return like a reed swaying in the wind, does that not render your betrayal meaningless? As Loaka's decision swept through like a chilling wind, those once wavering, seeking to realign themselves with him, plunged into despair. They had believed that, through servile submission, they might secure a place under Loaka's rule, even if it was a humble existence. Yet, Reality mercilessly shattered their illusions. Faced with Luaka's rejection, panic spread like wildfire within them. Their fates were sealed. Luaka would not grant them a second chance. Thus, the instinct for survival compelled them to flee recklessly, seeking a flicker of hope on this land riddled with death. Yet their efforts appeared utterly futile. On the battlefield, Luaka's scythe had long since marked every corner, foretelling the final destination of every would-be rebel. Surrounded by Luaka's elite forces, they resembled trapped beasts, struggling in vain against the seemingly predestined bindings of their fate. "Locke, you cold-blooded monster!" A voice filled with despair and hatred for fate, and Locke roared in anguish. "You shall pay for your deeds." Yet to Locke, these curses and pleas for mercy were merely the dying cries of the vanquished. From his elevated vantage point, he observed with indifference a drama whose outcome had long been predetermined. Those who once betrayed him now lay helplessly on the ground, their limbs tightly bound, their faces etched with terror and despair. Act swiftly, grant these former comrades a merciful end. Under Locke's command, his loyal subordinates sprang into action like a well-oiled machine, executing the gruesome task with chilling efficiency. Amidst the glint of blades, the heads of the traitors were raised high before crashing down, rolling into pools of blood. The air was thick with a metallic scent of blood, a suffocating atmosphere that evoked memories of battlefields drenched in carnage, a stark reminder of life's fragility and transience. This scene served as a profound warning to all factions on Granxy Island. Through his brutal and sanguineous methods, Locke demonstrated the terrifying consequences of betrayal. Those who had hesitated or observed from the sidelines were now consumed by deep-seated fear. They began to act with greater caution, refraining from any actions that might provoke Locke's ire, even lowering their voices instinctively when mentioning his name, lest they attract unwarranted attention. In every corner of the island, whispers of Locke began to circulate, yet no one dared to meet his gaze, for those eyes could pierce the soul, leaving no secret unexposed. Their discussions no longer revolved around his past, but rather his future and the transformations he might usher in. Some predicted that Locke's reign would bring unprecedented stability, while others feared that his merciless methods would ultimately incite greater resistance. Regardless of whether people felt fear or reverence, one undeniable fact remained. Locke had become the uncontested sovereign of Granxia Island. His name loomed like an invisible shackle, compelling everyone to bow in submission. The once traitorous individuals had now been reduced to mere sacrifices under his dominion, their fates casting an indelible shadow over the hearts of all. As the first rays of dawn illuminated Granxia Island, ushering in a new day filled with fresh prospects, it also brought forth new fears and hopes. The leaders of the smaller factions, having endured a sleepless night rife with unprecedented struggles and reflections, realized that Locke's actions the previous evening had cleaved through the fog of uncertainty in their minds, instilling in them the understanding that in these waters, power is the only truth. Therefore, when the first light broke upon the earth, they busied themselves preparing substantial gifts to present to Locke. These offerings encompassed not only gold and silver, but also precious resources and even pledges of loyalty. They hoped to convey their submission and respect to Locke through these tributes, while simultaneously seeking his protection to avoid becoming the next targets of retribution. The leaders were beset by a tumult of emotions, mingling fear of Locke's methods with confusion about the uncertain future. They had never envisioned that the conflict among the four great factions could resolve itself overnight. That coalition, once thought invincible, had disintegrated like a bubble in fire, vanishing without a trace. This compelled them to reassess their circumstances and the means of survival under Locke's rule. As the gifts were meticulously packaged and sent to Locke's stronghold, the atmosphere on Granxia Island began to subtly shift. The previously tense relations appeared to soften. Yet an oppressive air lingered, as everyone tread carefully, fearful that a misstep might provoke Locke's unpredictable temperament. In the face of these offerings, Locke remained remarkably composed. These gifts represented the factions' yearning for power and their dread of existence. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he set the tributes aside temporarily, contemplating how to utilize these factions to further solidify his reign. For every inhabitant of Granxia Island, this would be a day forever etched in memory. Locke's ascendance had not only transformed the power dynamics on the island, but also imparted a profound lesson. In this world where the weak are devoured by the strong, only through continuous fortification can one hope to endure. The once formidable four factions had now become mere relics of history, serving as a reminder to future challengers not to recklessly defy the authority of the powerful, lest they face dire consequences. Confronted with these unanticipated developments, Locke felt a surge of complex emotions within. He had once believed that the divination abilities of the straw fruit foretold a future that, regardless of its improbability, would ultimately manifest. Yet reality had unveiled an alternative possibility. This unexpected turn compelled him to reassess his prophetic skills. Perhaps not all destinies could be accurately captured. Reflecting on the decoy dolls he had created for self-preservation, Locke resolved to undertake a thorough cleansing and replacement. Those individuals once entrusted with significant roles who had succumbed to madness could no longer fulfill their missions. He couldn't help but lament that even against enemies, his usual methods had been excessively harsh, rendering even the incapable of enduring. This contrast made Locke realize that even the most resilient spirits possess their vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, he did not relent. Instead, he fortified his convictions that in this perilous and uncertain world, only absolute power and an unyielding spirit could ensure one's safety and the stability of his rule. He began strategizing his next moves, aiming not only to eliminate potential threats, but also to seize this opportunity to assert his authority, making it clear to all who dare to challenge him that any attempt to undermine his position would exact a heavy toll. Across Granxia Island, naval informants diligently gathered the latest intelligence on Locke, documenting everything they witnessed and swiftly relaying it back to naval headquarters through clandestine channels. These informants comprised ordinary citizens hidden in alleyways and adept intelligence operatives mingling among the various factions, united by a common mission to monitor every action on the island, particularly concerning key figures like Locke. The intelligence encompassed all of Locke's recent actions, from his astonishing display of strength to his rapid control over the island's factions, as well as his formidable tactics and strategies. The informants meticulously detailed how Locke had upended Granxia Island's power structure in a single night, causing the seemingly unassailable alliance to collapse and compelling once mighty leaders to bow in submission, offering lavish tributes in hopes of securing his mercy and protection. This intelligence was swiftly compiled into reports and delivered to the upper echelons of the Navy. The naval commanders, perusing each report, exhibited a glimmer of complexity in their eyes. They gained a renewed understanding of Locke's prowess, realizing that this newly risen power not only possessed extraordinary combat capabilities, but also remarkable leadership qualities and profound strategic insight. The naval forces have commenced a reassessment of their policies regarding Granxia Island, contemplating whether an adjustment of troop deployments is necessary to counter potential new threats. The admirals are acutely aware that the ascendance of Luaka poses a formidable challenge to the equilibrium of the entire maritime region. They have begun strategizing, deliberating on whether to dispatch elite units to Granxia Island or to bolster alliances with other maritime powers in order to counterbalance Luaka's expansion. Concurrently, they recognize that confronting such a powerful adversary may require more than mere military might. A more comprehensive and adaptable strategy is imperative. In the conference room of the naval base, a series of intense and fervent discussions are unfolding. Colonels gather around the conference table, with maps spread before them, highlighting critical positions around Granxia Island and its adjacent waters. They analyze various scenarios, weighing pros and cons in search of the optimal response plan. The naval think tank is also diligently at work, gathering further intelligence on Luaka, hoping to identify his vulnerabilities to gain an advantage in future encounters. However, the naval leadership understands that against such a formidable opponent, any hasty actions could provoke unforeseeable consequences. Caution is essential. They must demonstrate naval strength without inciting Luaka's ire, in order to avert unnecessary conflict. In this volatile situation, the Navy must remain vigilant, ever prepared to confront challenges posed by Luaka or his allies. Simultaneously, They must seek opportunities to diminish his power, maintaining peace and order in the oceans. Within the command center of the naval base, the admirals are seated before a large display screen, meticulously watching and analyzing footage provided by informants. These recordings capture every striking display of Luaka on Grancha Island. From his solitary triumph over a battalion of pirates to his almost supernatural ability to manipulate the EatsStraw and his nuanced interactions with the island's indigenous peoples. Each frame reveals Luaka's incredible strength and intellect, compelling observers to regard him with newfound respect. Observe this moment, an analysis expert points out, indicating a specific instant on the screen. Luaka seems capable of sensing changes in his environment, anticipating his enemy's actions. This ability is invaluable in combat, particularly within the complex surroundings of the New World, enhancing his prowess significantly. Another admiral adds, furthermore, he exhibits control over natural elements, a rarity within our known parameters. Should he choose to venture into the New World, these abilities would undoubtedly render him an indomitable force. But why would he opt to remain on such a small island? A young staff officer raises a pertinent question. Given his capabilities, he could easily showcase his prowess on a grander stage, even establishing his own kingdom in the New World. This inquiry provokes deep contemplation among those present. Each individual harbors distinct hypotheses regarding Luaka's choice. Some speculate he may be biding his time, amassing strength to ultimately astonish the New World. Others propose that perhaps Grancha Island harbors a secret of particular allure for him. Still, others suggest Luaka might be in pursuit of a specific person or object located on the island. Regardless of the motive, the commander-in-chief of the naval base states solemnly, "We must closely monitor Luaka's movements. Since he possesses the capability to establish a foothold in the New World, he will undoubtedly find a way to breach our defenses. We need to devise a detailed contingency plan in case he decides to leave Grancha Island and venture into broader waters." Luaka sits poised within his magnificent castle at the heart of Grancha Island, surrounded by an array of exquisite artifacts, each narrating a tale of history and conquest. In his hand, he holds a tarot card crafted with meticulous care using the powers of the straw devil fruit, imbued with supernatural energy. On the eve of an impending showdown, he utilized it to divine his fate, which foretold a forthcoming twist of destiny that would be both satisfying and surprising. However, as the sun gradually descends, the anticipated revelation remains elusive. Luaka's gaze drifts from the window back to the assembly of his dutiful subordinates before him. Since yesterday, these individuals have been ceaselessly presenting themselves, recounting the immense wealth and berries offered by various factions on the island as tokens of their submission. The sheer magnitude of these riches would entice anyone, yet it is not the surprise that Luaka yearns for. Gentlemen, Luaka's voice resonates with a deep, commanding authority. What I seek cannot be measured in gold or silver. What I desire is a force capable of propelling Grancha Island and the entire maritime realm toward prosperity. His words, like a gentle breeze, disperse the golden dust and silver glitter in the air, stirring a profound realization within each attendee. This master not only seeks material conquest, but a deeper sense of recognition and connection. From a moment Luaka decisively vanquished the four great allied forces, it seemed as if the entirety of Grancha Island trembled under his dominion. Luaka did not rest upon his laurels. Instead, he swiftly and resolutely orchestrated a grand cleansing operation, targeting the strongholds of previously formidable factions, their treasure hoards, and anything that could signify their former glory. His followers, primarily loyal pirates alongside freshly recruited warriors, exhibit unwavering loyalty and reverence for Luaka. Upon receiving the orders, their eyes shimmer with a mix of anxiety and excitement, for they understand this is not merely a routine plundering, but a chance to prove their worth and loyalty to Luaka. As night falls, the corners of Grancha Island come alive with breathtaking scenes. When they pry open the long-sealed treasure vaults, the sight before them is astonishing. Mountains of gold, dazzling gemstones, and crates overflowing with berries, all exceeding their wildest imaginations. Some have never encountered such immense wealth and momentarily find themselves at a loss. However, They quickly regained composure, adhering to the preordained plan and systematically transporting the treasures. The entire process is filled with thrill and challenge, accompanied by a tinge of satisfaction. Each emptying of a vault signifies a further consolidation of Luaka's power, bringing them closer to their shared dream. No longer are they forgotten fringe figures. They have become part of history in the making, filling their hearts with pride. As the operation progresses, whispers begin to circulate across the island, compelling those who previously viewed Luaka with skepticism to re-evaluate this newly ascendant ruler. They begin to realize that following Luaka may indeed be the sole path to glory and wealth. Amidst the clamor and reports, Luaka sits upon his throne, listening intently as his subordinates sequentially recount the spoils seized from various factions. The names of gold, silver, jewels, and rare antiques flow like a stream in his ears. Although the quantities are staggering, they do not stir the depths of his soul, until a singular voice disrupts the norm, bringing forth an air of distinction. Lord Luaka, during our efforts to cleanse the last stronghold, we stumbled upon an extraordinary object. The speaker was a shrewd and competent aide, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and reverence. It was a flawless white crystal orb, emanating a soft glow that remained visible even in the darkness. We had never encountered such a perfect crystal. It bore no blemishes. Resembling nature's most untainted gift, Luaka's eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue, a barely perceptible interest flickering in the depths of his profound gaze. The words white crystal orb struck like a lightning bolt, shattering the long-standing tranquility in his heart. In this world, seemingly mundane objects often conceal secrets unknown to humanity. This white crystal orb might very well be the clue he had been seeking. According to the previous user of the straw fruit, such a pure and flawless white crystal orb would enhance one's divination skills considerably. Bring it to me. Luaka's voice was deep and commanding, imbued with undeniable authority. I wish to examine this orb personally. The aide nodded and swiftly turned away, returning shortly with a delicate box cradled in his hands. As the box opened slowly, a white crystal orb, radiating a gentle light, lay quietly within, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Luaka extended his hand, gently making contact. In an instant, a strange energy surged forth, resonating with his spirit. At that moment, Luaka felt as if he were glimpsing infinite possibilities. This white crystal orb was not merely a beautiful ornament, but perhaps the key to unlocking an ancient secret or a guide leading him to greater heights. True treasures are not to be compared with gold and silver, but lie in those mysterious artifacts that can enlighten the mind and awaken potential. Excellent, Luaka remarked with a hint of satisfaction. Safeguard this white crystal orb well. I shall seek a means to unveil its mysteries. As Luaka gazed at the orb in his hand, its pure light seemed to pierce through his thoughts, eliciting a subtle, self-mocking smile. Reflecting on his past use of tarot card for divination and now placing great hopes on this orb, he could not help but muse. His actions were increasingly akin to those legendary mystics or the rather absurd charlatans in the eyes of the masses. However, this was not born of blind adulation for supernatural powers, but rather stemmed from a profound exploration of his own capabilities and an insatiable thirst for the unknown. The straw fruit, this devil fruit that granted him unique abilities, initially allowed him to control straw and provided a rudimentary enhancement of his mental prowess. Yet Luaka understood that all things in the world harbor their own mysteries. Even a seemingly ordinary straw might conceal undiscovered strengths. Now, the emergence of this white crystal orb was a portent from fate, indicating that he was about to embark on a journey more enigmatic than ever before. Perhaps this is precisely what I require, Luaka murmured to himself, his voice imbued with determination and anticipation. Each seemingly serendipitous encounter is, in truth, a step towards deeper self-awareness. The potential of the straw fruit extends far beyond this. All I need is a key to unlock its profound secrets. Gently rotating the orb in his hand, he felt the tranquility and harmony it exuded, as if it whispered the truths of the unknown. Luaka closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in this purity, attempting to forge a deeper connection with the crystal orb. This was not merely another elevation of his mental strength. It was an awakening of the power residing deep within his heart. As time passed, Loaka gradually sensed a warm current flowing within him, a sign of his mental strength quietly expanding. Opening his eyes, he beheld a glimmer of unprecedented light, having gleaned certain cosmic secrets. This white crystal orb had indeed become a bridge for him to explore his latent potential. Moreover, the true potential of the straw fruit subtly revealed itself during this meditation. Merely the tip of the iceberg. It seemed that the surprises were just beginning. As a smile graced Loaka's lips, his heart filled with aspirations for the future. This crystal orb was merely a beginning. The mysteries of the straw fruit awaited my gradual unveiling. And I, Loaka, shall undoubtedly achieve unprecedented greatness on this path. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, gently awakening Loaka, who opened his eyes to a flicker of uncontainable astonishment and confusion. Last night, immersed in the meditation brought forth by the white crystal orb, he sought to further elevate his mental strength through this pure object. However, upon glancing at his palm once more, he discovered that the orb, which had once brought hope and tranquility, had now transformed into a pile of fine dust. Scattered in his hand, this scene left Loaka momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that such an apparently indestructible white crystal orb could shatter so easily overnight. As he gently spread his palm open, gazing at the translucent fragments, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Though his mental strength had indeed grown after a night of cultivation, the minuscule enhancement felt inconsequential when compared to the time and energy he had invested. The ascent to a higher realm truly proved to be a formidable challenge. Loaka sighed softly, his tone tinged with both frustration and a hint of unwillingness. Each step of growth demands a tremendous sacrifice, particularly in the realm of mental elevation, which is akin to scaling a mountain. The shattering of the white crystal orb served as a reminder. The path ahead is fraught with the unknown and challenges, with no shortcuts to traverse. Since the white crystal orb has led me to this point, its mission has been fulfilled. Loaka rose, gazing resolutely into the distance. What lay shattered was not merely the orb, but also his past understanding of power. True elevation requires not only external assistance, but, more importantly, an awakening and transformation from within. Taking a deep breath, he gently scattered the crystalline dust into the air, bidding farewell to his former self and welcoming new challenges. Yet, Loaka could not shake off the exhilarating sensation he had experienced the previous night. When night fell, and Grand Sia Island descended into tranquility, Loaka sat alone in his chamber. Enveloped by the soft moonlight, with his eyes tightly shut, he inhaled deeply, allowing his spirit to immerse in an unprecedented state of tranquility. At that moment, the white crystal orb in his hand emitted a faint, pure light, the brightest star in the night sky, guiding Loaka into the depths of his consciousness. As he synchronized his breathing, Loaka endeavored to establish a connection with the white crystal orb, perceiving a subtle energy circulating between them. This energy was both intangible and insubstantial, yet extraordinarily potent, permeating his mental realm like a long-awaited rain, nourishing every inch of his parched soul. The sensation was akin to a traveler in the desert savoring the first taste of clear, sweet spring water. Every drop revitalized his spirit, brimming with vigor and hope. Is this the nourishment of mental strength? Loaka mused inwardly, his voice laced with disbelief and surprise, feeling his mental prowess under the guidance of the white crystal orb, steadily and gradually expanding at an unprecedented pace. This growth was not instantaneous, but occurred subtly, like the gentle spring rain that nurtures silently, yet can bring about monumental transformations when least expected. As the cultivation deepened, the sensation of bliss intensified, transcending all corporeal pleasures and reaching the very depths of the soul. Loaka felt as though he were immersed in an expansive ocean of spirit, where each droplet of water was imbued with boundless wisdom and strength. He sensed himself swimming within this ethereal sea, with every breath drawing in the essence of the universe. and each heartbeat resonating with a surge of spiritual energy, a joy and satisfaction that words could scarcely encapsulate. This was more exhilarating than anything the world could offer. Luo Ku reveled in his heart. The spiritual realm seemed to be completely awakened, with all fatigue and troubles dissipating into thin air. He began to understand that true happiness and fulfillment do not reside in external material pleasures, but rather in the richness and growth of the inner self. The white crystal orb bestowed upon him was not merely a simple source of energy, but a profound spiritual baptism and elevation. Under the blazing sun, a portly middle-aged merchant stood in the courtyard, clad in a finely crafted but evidently ill-fitting robe, engaged in a futile struggle against his own physique. His abdomen protruded, seemingly concealing untold wealth and secrets, while his eyes sparkled with shrewdness and urgency. On each of his 10 fingers, he wore a glistening ring, each adorned with gemstones of varying sizes, flaunting his wealth and status to the world. At that moment, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, which he wiped with a delicate handkerchief, betraying a sense of restlessness. His gaze was fixed intently on a team of robust horses pulling a cart laden with heavy boxes filled with a currency known as Baili, the medium of exchange in this land, symbolizing wealth and power. He turned to the guard at the entrance, his voice tinged with impatience. "Where should these Baili be placed? I cannot afford to let my fortune suffer due to a moment's negligence." The guard scrutinized the merchant with an impassive expression before slowly responding, guiding him to securely store the precious cargo in the warehouse. A flicker of relief crossed the merchant's face as he promptly directed his servants to begin the bustling task of ensuring that every bit of wealth was meticulously stowed away. Although dissatisfied with the guard's demeanor, the merchant recognized that in this world of intertwined power, even the most unassuming figures might hold crucial information or some hidden influence. Thus, he chose to maintain restraint in public until he was out of the guard's sight, at which point he began to mutter complaints. "Look at that guard with such arrogance," as if he were the master here. Frowning, the merchant fanned himself, attempting to dispel the heat that enveloped him, while speaking to his attendants. Such an insignificant position, yet they carry themselves with such superiority. Without us merchants bringing wealth, what could they possibly achieve? His tone reflected a mix of disdain and resignation. The merchant understood that within this societal structure, everyone had their own role and significance. Even those seemingly lowly guards could play an important part at critical moments. Thus, despite his displeasure, he reminded himself and his attendants to remain vigilant and to avoid offending anyone unnecessarily. "Remember," he said, scanning the surroundings to ensure their conversation was unheard. "In this place, even the most inconspicuous figures may wield the keys to our fate. We must tread carefully to avoid needless trouble." After speaking, the merchant adjusted his collar and raised his gaze towards the line of carts laden with Baili, a glint of determination crossing his eyes. As long as this wealth reached its destination safely, all the toil and grievances would transform into a lucrative source, granting him greater power and respect. He and his attendants initially presumed that Luo Ku's warehouse would be heavily guarded, brimming with soldiers. However, upon nearing, they were surprised to find that the number of guards was not as numerous as they had anticipated. This incited a hint of doubt within the merchant. But years of experience in the marketplace taught him that revealing any unease or astonishment at this moment would be unwise. He must maintain a facade of composure. Thus, as they approached the warehouse's grand entrance, the merchant forced a pleasing smile and presented the prepared protection fee to the captain of the guard. This was an additional expense aimed at ensuring the safe and smooth entry of his goods, as well as a bribe to elicit a more lenient attitude from the guards. The captain weighed the gold coins handed to him by the merchant, nodding in satisfaction. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to open the warehouse doors and allow the merchant to transport the Baili inside. In the captain's view, although the quantity of Baili was substantial, it was but a trifling sum for a wealthy figure like Luo Ku, hardly warranting any display of surprise or special attention. Observing this, the merchant felt an inner sigh of relief and hastily instructed his attendants to expedite the unloading process. Despite harboring dissatisfaction regarding the necessity of such protection fees, he recognized that in this environment, ensuring the smooth conduct of business necessitated temporarily setting aside personal emotions and adhering to the established, unspoken rules. As one heavy box after another of bay, Lee was carefully moved into the warehouse. A relaxed smile gradually emerged on the merchant's face. Once the goods were securely stored, it signified that the transaction was already halfway to success. The additional protection fees were merely an unavoidable cost in the realm of commerce, trivial compared to the potential losses he could face. However, deep within, the merchant retained a sense of discontent regarding this corrupt phenomenon. Upon entering Luo Ku's warehouse, the sight that greeted the merchant and his attendants left them utterly astonished. The warehouse was brightly lit, showcasing an array of rare treasures: gold, silver, jewels, exquisite porcelain, and priceless antiques, each one worth a fortune, overwhelming the senses. Even more astonishing were the heaps of Bei Li piled in one corner of the warehouse, glimmering like a small mountain, almost blinding to the eye. Faced with this spectacle, the merchant could not help but gasp in astonishment. He had never witnessed such a magnificent accumulation of wealth. For a moment, he even questioned whether he was ensnared in a dream. Suddenly pinching a nearby attendant to confirm the reality of this scene, the attendant yelped in pain, wide-eyed and trembling as he asked, "Is this all real? Is there truly this much money?" The merchant's breath quickened as he vigorously nodded, his eyes shimmering with greed and awe. In that moment, he acutely felt the enormity of Luo Ku's wealth and his own insignificance in comparison. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, this revelation ignited a fierce ambition within him. He silently vowed to redouble his efforts, determined that one day he would establish his own empire of wealth and possess a warehouse as grand as this one. Surveying the overwhelming wealth that surrounded him, the merchant turned to his attendants, his gaze filled with both reverence and envy, and spoke slowly. "Now do you understand why the guards outside appear so indifferent when they see our carts of Bei Li? It's as if we were merely carrying a load of ordinary stones. Here, there is enough Bei Li to purchase several islands. For Lord Luoka, our modest wealth is utterly insignificant." As his words hung in the air, a look of dawning comprehension graced the faces of his attendants. They began to fathom why this esteemed Lord Luoka had risen above the multitude of wealthy merchants to become the true sovereign of this land. The merchant's tone was imbued with a complex array of emotions, a blend of jealousy towards Lord Luoka's opulence and a deep yearning for the heights they might one day reach. "Lord Luoka, you are truly wealthy beyond measure," the merchant lamented, his eyes glinting with a myriad of conflicting emotions. On this isolated island, embraced by the boundless ocean, the name Luoka resonated like an invisible shackle, binding every inch of land. With a force akin to a thunderous tempest, he had swept away the four great tyrants of the isle. Those who once prided themselves on their invincibility, reduced to mere fleeting bubbles beneath his sword. Luoka, the new master of the island, had cleansed the territory with an iron fist, obliterating all formidable powers, leaving only his own banner soaring high. At present, Luoka's influence was at its zenith, and none dared to rival him. The island's inhabitants, whether affluent merchants or ordinary citizens, lived under the shadow of Luoka, and opposing the pirates under his command was akin to throwing eggs at stones, destined to meet a tragic end. Thus, when Luoka's pirates commenced their so-called protection operations in the streets, the islanders, though brimming with resentment, found themselves powerless. They could only bow their heads and obediently hand over the so-called protection fees in exchange for a fleeting semblance of peace. These pirates, some fierce and menacing, others possessing a deceptive charm, all shared one thing in common: the absolute authority bestowed upon them by Luoka. In such an oppressive atmosphere, life on the island became unbearably stifling. By night, people gathered in hushed tones, reminiscing about the freedom of yesteryears, while simultaneously harboring deep-seated fears of Luoka's reign. Yet, despite their discontent, no one dared to rise against him, for all understood that Luoka's methods were far more ferocious and merciless than the storms that ravaged the island. Thus, Luoka and his pirate crew became the sole overlords of the isle, their existence a duality of protection and oppression. When faced with Luaka's inquiry, his subordinates fell into a momentary silence, evidently grappling with a question that transcended their usual realm of knowledge. The white crystal ball, a precious and rare artifact, typically graced the realms of legend or noble collections. For pirates, who roamed the seas for years, opportunities to encounter such wonders were scarce. Among them, an elder subordinate named Jack had once traveled the world with other fleets in his youth, encountering numerous exotic treasures. Upon hearing Luaka's question, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, recalling a legend he had heard many years ago on a distant island in the east regarding the white crystal ball. "My lord, I once heard whispers of the white crystal ball on an island in the east," Jack ventured cautiously. "It is said that within an ancient temple there lies a white crystal ball capable of predicting the fate of the future, a sacred relic of the local indigenous tribe." Upon hearing this, a flicker of interest ignited in Luaka's eyes. The mysterious East concealed countless treasures. If he could indeed locate this white crystal ball, it would undoubtedly enhance his power and prestige. "Jack, are you certain that place still exists?" Jack nodded. "Though much time has passed, I remember the location of that island. However, the journey is long and fraught with peril. Yet if you're willing to take the risk, my lord, I believe that white crystal ball awaits us there." Luaka pondered this and ultimately decided against it. A white crystal ball would not significantly augment his mental prowess. Moreover, he was uncertain whether that very crystal ball still resided on the island. It would be wiser to seek out the merchants at the port for any other clues. Luaka swiftly communicated his decision to his subordinates, initiating arrangements to engage with passing merchant vessels in search of information regarding the existence of the white crystal ball. In the world of pirates, information is often gleaned through interactions with merchants. These traders traverse vast oceanic expanses, their experience is vast, and they hold knowledge of numerous valuable artifacts. Before long, a merchant ship laden with goods sailed into the waters under Luaka's dominion. Upon hearing of Luaka's interest, the merchant appeared quite astonished. Yet, out of respect for Luaka's prowess, he willingly offered any insights he possessed. "Esteemed Lord Luaka, the white crystal ball is indeed an exceedingly rare treasure. However, within my trading network, I have heard of someone seeking such an item." The merchant spoke cautiously. "Recently, a noble from the distant south has reportedly come into possession of clues regarding a white crystal ball through a mysterious transaction and is currently searching for buyers." Luaka's eyes brightened at this revelation, realizing it could be an opportunity, one that could secure the white crystal ball without the need for a long and arduous journey. "Where is that noble? I am willing to pay a handsome price for the white crystal ball." The merchant hesitated, aware of the potential fortune at stake, while also recognizing the associated risks. "That noble is currently stationed at a place called Ghost Harbor, a treacherous junction between pirates and merchants. However, if you're willing to take the chance, I can facilitate an introduction." Luaka nodded, already formulating his next steps. "Excellent. Provide us with this information, and I shall reward you accordingly. As for Ghost Harbor, it is indeed a fitting locale for such clandestine dealings." Subsequently, Luaka commanded his subordinates to prepare for immediate departure to Ghost Harbor, determined to seek out the noble and secure the white crystal ball at any cost. This time, he believed in his instincts. The legendary white crystal ball would become the key to conquering further seas. Luaka understood well that wealth, in itself, held no intrinsic value. It merely served as a medium of exchange. In the face of Luaka's vast fortune, ordinary commodities had long lost their allure. The white crystal ball, a mythical treasure, not only symbolized unparalleled glory, but potentially concealed unknown powers, precisely what Luaka sought. Therefore, rather than expend considerable time on a personal expedition, he preferred to leverage his resources and dispatch his most trusted subordinates to accomplish the task. "Jack," Luaka's gaze fell upon this loyal subordinate. "You shall lead a capable team to Ghost Harbor, ensuring the retrieval of that white crystal ball. Remember, no matter the cost, even if it means exhausting all our wealth, that crystal ball must fall into our hands." Jack understood the gravity of this mission and solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall exert every effort, even if it means dancing on the edge of a blade in Ghost Harbor to bring back that crystal ball." Luaka nodded in satisfaction. trusting Jack's capabilities and believing that his subordinates could meet any challenge. Very well, I await your good news. Before you depart, feel free to select any equipment and supplies you require from the warehouse. Remember, safety is paramount. Do not act recklessly. Jack took his leave, commencing preparations for the expedition. He chose a cadre of battle-hardened, loyal crew members, each an elite among pirates. Simultaneously, he meticulously studied the route to Ghost Harbor, devising multiple contingency plans to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. Yulingong, a mysterious locale situated at the convergence of maritime territories, serves as a haven for pirates, smugglers, and adventurers. Yet it is also fraught with peril and treachery. Jack is acutely aware that this journey is laden with uncertainty and danger. Nevertheless, he comprehends that only those who dare to take risks can reap the greatest rewards. Under Locke's vigilant gaze, Jack's crew embarks on their expedition, driven by a singular objective: to locate and retrieve the fabled white crystal sphere. Meanwhile, Locke remains on the island, fortifying his dominion and awaiting the auspicious news from Jack. This white crystal sphere represents a pivotal step in his quest to conquer further seas and establish an immortal empire. After successfully consolidating his power, Locke finds himself unexpectedly enveloped in a profound sense of emptiness. Despite possessing vast territories and numerous followers, the enhancement of his personal prowess appears to have stagnated. For a pirate who yearns for strength and challenge, this predicament is undoubtedly vexing. Amidst prolonged contemplation, a bold idea begins to crystallize in Locke's mind: to orchestrate a meticulously planned game with the Navy. The Navy, as the primary force of the world government for maintaining order, has always been an adversary that pirates avoid. However, for Locke, this could present an exceptional opportunity to hone his combat skills and strategies. Perhaps I require not merely combat, but a higher echelon of competition, Locke muses. Confrontation with the Navy will not only test my strength, but also sharpen my intellect and leadership capabilities. Thus, Locke clandestinely begins to devise this game, intending to deliberately provoke minor skirmishes to attract the Navy's attention without inciting a full-scale war. This approach would allow him to safeguard his territorial integrity while simultaneously acquiring invaluable practical experience. Locke convenes his core team, articulating his plan in detail. We must make the Navy perceive us as a threat, yet not to the extent that they mobilize their entire force, Locke elucidates. Each engagement must be meticulously orchestrated, showcasing our might while retaining an element of restraint to avert unnecessary losses. The team members express their agreement with Locke's strategy while voicing their concerns. The Navy is a formidable force. We must ensure that every step is meticulously calculated, a seasoned pirate cautions. Locke acknowledges the risks inherent in this game, yet he also recognizes the opportunities it presents. We shall grow with each encounter, and the Navy will become stronger in response to our presence. It will be a win-win situation. As the plan unfolds, Locke and his team initiate a series of seemingly provocative incidents across the seas, successfully drawing the Navy's interest. However, the Navy refrains from immediate large-scale action, opting instead to dispatch a task force for investigation and response. Taking a deep breath, Locke resolves to embark on an unconventional path. Despite being a pirate, his intricate relationship with the Navy, particularly the unique bond with Admiral Aokiji, affords him a distinctive perspective. Aokiji, not only a formidable naval commander, but also a sagacious individual well-versed in worldly matters, may possess insights regarding the white crystal sphere or at least offer valuable counsel. Dialing a specialized transponder snail, Locke's voice swiftly traverses the tumultuous ocean, reaching the naval base where Aokiji resides. On the other end, Aokiji reclines languidly in his chair, propping his chin with one hand while absent-mindedly tousling his iconic curly hair with the other. Initially taken aback by Locke's voice, a subtle smile creeps across his face. "Locke, it's quite rare for you to reach out to me," Aokiji remarks with a hint of playful mockery. "What is it? Have you encountered a conundrum?" Locke does not beat around the bush but directly articulates his needs. "Aokiji, I seek to enhance my abilities related to the straw fruit. I have heard of a treasure known as the white crystal sphere, which purportedly amplifies the powers of paramecia-type devil fruits. Are you familiar with such an artifact?" After a moment of silence, Akiji responds thoughtfully. The white crystal sphere does indeed exist, though it is not commonly found. Most often, it is passed down among fortune tellers or ancient divination families. It is believed to enhance the holder's spirituality and perceptive abilities, which could indeed be beneficial for users of paramecia-type devil fruits. Locke's eyes widen with intrigue, as Akiji's words strike like a bolt of lightning, reminding him of the mysterious and ancient divination family on Granxy Island. He recalls a life-and-death experience shared with them, during which they united to repel foreign invaders and safeguard the island's tranquility. That experience not only deepened their mutual trust, but also left Locke with a profound admiration for the family's wisdom and power. Before Locke stands the patriarch of the Olivia family, an elder with hair and beard as white as snow, his eyes reflecting the wisdom accrued over the years. "Mr. Locke," he begins, his tone imbued with respect. "Our Olivia family has safeguarded this land for generations, living in harmony with nature, and thus accumulating a wealth of rare artifacts. Regarding the white crystal sphere, I can candidly assure you that while they are not as plentiful as the ocean, we do possess several hundred." Locke's eyes widen in disbelief at this astonishing revelation. Several hundred white crystal spheres, a quantity almost unheard of in the outside world, could captivate anyone's heart. For him, this not only signifies a monumental enhancement of his straw fruit abilities, but also represents an unparalleled opportunity to further explore the mysteries of paramecia-type devil fruits. Several hundred. Locke repeats, attempting to digest this remarkable figure, his gaze towards the patriarch filled with both astonishment and deep respect. In this rapidly changing world, possessing such a vast array of rare treasures undoubtedly entails untold stories and histories. The patriarch smiles knowingly, having anticipated Locke's reaction. "Indeed, Mr. Locke," he continues, "these white crystal spheres are the fruits of our ancestors' wisdom and endeavors. They embody not only our family's history, but also serve as a bridge connecting the past with the future." An intricate wave of emotions washes over Locke as he contemplates what he is about to touch, not merely material treasures, but a profound cultural and historical legacy. This realization deepens his anticipation and reverence for the impending transaction. Then, esteemed patriarch, Locke steadies himself, his tone becoming more solemn. "Regarding the trade of the white crystal spheres, I am willing to abide by the Olivia family's customs. Whatever the conditions may be, I shall endeavor to fulfill them. I hope to exchange my sincerest intentions for your trust and support." The patriarch of the Olivia family, an aged and sagacious elder, elaborates on the family's connection to the white crystal spheres. It turns out that these precious artifacts were not directly mined by the Olivia family. It is through transactions with other families specializing in mineral resources that we acquire our assets. These families, scattered across the globe, possess abundant mineral wealth, including the precious Baishui Jingshi. Our family has maintained a long-standing cooperative relationship with these mineral families, as the patriarch spoke slowly, his voice imbued with the weight of time. The Baishui Jingshi is an indispensable medium in our divination practices. It enhances our connection with nature and provides insights into the trajectories of the future. Thus, we have consistently engaged in stable trade with these families to ensure a steady supply of Baishui Jingshi. Locke, captivated by the intricacies behind the Baishui Jingshi, could not help but entertain a notion. If other mineral families also possessed Baishui Jingshi, perhaps he could acquire more of this precious resource through trade. "Might I inquire," Locke tentatively asked, "do other mineral families, apart from yours, hold significant quantities of Baishui Jingshi? Is there a possibility for me to engage in trade with them?" Upon hearing this, the patriarch's expression turned to one of resignation as he shook his head gently. "Mr. Locke, that may prove to be quite challenging. Transactions among mineral families often adhere to strict regulations and secretive agreements. Their relationships are intricate, making it difficult for outsiders to intervene. Moreover, Baishui Jingshi is not easily obtained. Its extraction and trade are fraught with considerable risks and costs." Furthermore, the patriarch added, "Each family has different needs and uses for Baishui Jingshi. Some regard it as a symbol of family heritage, while others employ it for scientific research. Families like ours, who utilize it for divination, are indeed rare. Consequently, whether they are willing to sell, and in what quantities, remains an uncertainty. Although Locke felt a tinge of disappointment at the patriarch's explanation, he also grasped the complexities of reality. Acquiring more by Shui Jingxiu would not be an instantaneous endeavor. It would require patience, wisdom, and perhaps the assistance of a broader network and resources. However, the patriarch suddenly shifted his tone, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. If you're genuinely interested in by Shui Jingxiu, I can provide you with some leads. While I am not privy to the specifics of other families, I am aware of a few that may possess by Shui Jingxiu. You could attempt to reach out to them. You might encounter unexpected opportunities. Locke's singular curiosity now revolved around the distinction between these traditional divination families and his own reliance on the abilities derived from straw fruit. The patriarch of the Olivia family, an elder weathered by time, recognizing Locke's intrigue and anticipation, decided to demonstrate a purely orthodox tarot card reading. He slowly approached the family altar, where a finely crafted wooden table was adorned with a richly embroidered purple cloth. In the soft glow of candlelight, everything appeared shrouded in mystery and solemnity. The tarot card reading, the patriarch began to explain, his voice calm and resonant, is an ancient art that aids us in discerning the possibilities of the future and guiding our paths. However, remember that the results of divination are not absolute. They are merely predictions based on current energies and trends. Locke held his breath, intently observing every movement of the patriarch. The patriarch retrieved a deck of tarot cards from a nearby box, consisting of 78 cards divided into 22 major arcana and 56 minor arcana. Each card was adorned with various illustrations, ranging from enigmatic symbols to vivid characters, each revealing distinct meanings. After shuffling the cards several times, the patriarch closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, as if communicating with an intangible force. After a moment, he opened his eyes, their sharp focus indicating readiness, and began laying out the tarot cards in a specific order. With each card placed, he paused, seemingly interpreting its significance. This card represents strength, the patriarch explained, pointing to the first card. It foretells that you will encounter formidable adversaries, yet you possess the inner strength to overcome difficulties. As more cards were laid out, the patriarch's interpretations deepened, encompassing the challenges, opportunities, and potential allies Locke might face. When he mentioned a particular family, a flicker of certainty crossed his gaze. Here appears a treasure card. He pointed to a card depicting gold and silver treasures. It suggests that you will have the opportunity to acquire substantial wealth, but more importantly, it indicates a family that may possess a rich stock of Bai Shui Jingxiu. This family is known as Cellophane. The patriarch continued. They are renowned for mining gems and rare minerals, and Bai Shui Jingxiu is likely one of their significant products. However, be cautious, as the treasure card is closely followed by a warning card, indicating that risks and potential fraud may accompany the trade. Locke listened attentively, mentally noting the name of the Cellophane family. He expressed gratitude to the patriarch for the divination, marveling at the wonders of tarot card reading. Though he understood that the results were not entirely accurate, they provided a unique perspective, allowing him to formulate a clearer vision for the future. Before bidding farewell to the Olivia family, Locke once again expressed his gratitude to the patriarch, promising to cherish the experience and the friendship with the Olivia family, regardless of what the future may hold. The Cellophane family, regarded as one of the wealthiest mining families in the EC, wields an influence that rivals the sovereignty of certain small nations. Their mines span the continent, from precious veins beneath the distant northern glaciers to the lava gems within southern craters, all under the dominion of the Cellophane family. These abundant resources not only bestow immense wealth upon them, but also confer an unassailable political standing. Within the territory of the Cellophane family, majestic castles and palaces rise, serving not merely as residences for family members, but as symbols of power and glory. Surrounding the castles, towering walls act as impenetrable barriers, safeguarding the family's secrets and security. Within, the streets are broad and tidy, flanked by an array of shops and workshops, where exquisite crafts fashioned from rare minerals attract merchants and nobles from far and wide. The patriarch of the Cellophane family, a vigorous man nearing 50, sat upon his throne, surveying it all with a gaze that combined the shrewdness of a merchant and the foresight of a statesman. Under his governance, the Cellophane family not only dominates the mining sector, but also plays a pivotal role on the political stage. Many royal families and nobles yearn to forge connections with the Cellophane family, as an alliance with them signifies the opportunity to share in the bountiful profits derived from mineral resources. However, the Cellophane family's power is not merely predicated on material wealth. They also possess a well-trained private army, equipped and loyal to the core. The presence of this army ensures that the family's interests remain shielded from any external threats. Simultaneously, the family upholds a strict management system, ensuring the efficient operation of all affairs, whether it be the extraction of minerals or trade with various nations. Every process unfolds in an orderly manner. The Seraphine family, a colossal titan in the mining industry, is renowned not only for its vast mineral resources and wealth, but also for the multitude of exceptional talents it attracts. Among these elite individuals, many possess skills rivaling the finest admirals of the Navy headquarters, and their loyalty and courage reach admirable heights. Like the steadfast anchor of the sea, they guard the family's treasures and glory, ensuring that every precious remains safe and sound. Within the core territory of the Seraphine family lies a distinguished guard composed of these elites, clad in uniform silver armor adorned with the family crest, wielding specially crafted weapons with an imposing presence. Each member of this guard boasts an extraordinary background, including retired naval officers, sword masters from esteemed lineages, and martial artists with exceptional skills honed since childhood. Their choice to join the Seraphine family stems not only from the generous treatment offered, but also from the allure of the family's grand vision and respect for talent. These guardians are tasked with defending the family's most crucial mines and facilities, deterring any forces that might dare to intrude upon the Seraphine family. Across the family's domain, be it in bustling cities or remote mining sites, one can observe their vigilant patrols. Proficient in various combat techniques, they also possess exceptional reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance abilities, ensuring that no suspicious activities escape their keen gaze. However, the role of the guard extends far beyond mere protection. They serve as a bridge between the family and the outside world, engaging in negotiations with nobility, merchants, and even pirates from various nations to maximize the family's interests. In times of necessity, they can transform into diplomats, utilizing their wisdom and bravery to defuse potential conflicts and uphold the family's peace and prosperity. Locke, a battle-hardened and illustrious pirate captain, stands at the shores of Granxia Island, gazing out at the azure sea and the ships poised to embark. His gaze is resolute and profound, capable of penetrating the thickest of mists, foreseeing the impending storms and opportunities. Before setting sail towards the Seraphine family's territory, he assembles his trusted subordinates, imparting critical tasks with a grave demeanor. Listen closely, Locke's voice resonates, deep and powerful. During my absence, the safety and stability of Granxia Island are paramount. Each of you is my most trusted warrior, and the security of Granxia Island rests in your hands. His subordinates stand at attention, their faces etched with determination and pride, fully aware that Locke's trust is a tremendous honor, as well as a heavy responsibility. If you encounter any insurmountable situations, Locke continues, immediately use the telephone bug to contact me, no matter the time or place. Upon receiving word, I will return swiftly. But remember, only do so in genuinely urgent circumstances. Otherwise, it will disrupt my plans. Yes, Captain. His crew responds in unison, their voices harmonizing with absolute obedience to his commands. Locke nods in satisfaction at their response, knowing these are the elite he has meticulously chosen, individuals endowed with extraordinary combat prowess, exceptional judgment, and teamwork skills. He can confidently entrust the management of the island to them while he embarks on his new mission. All right, Locke concludes. Now, let us pray for the favor of the sea goddess, for the blessing of Granxia Island. I look forward to returning victorious to celebrate with you all. Once a solitary hero, Locke has now risen to become a formidable sovereign, commanding a vast and loyal crew. Standing at the bow of his ship, he welcomes the sea breeze with an unprecedented fervor swelling within him. Behind him looms a magnificent flagship, its deck adorned with fluttering flags. Laden with an array of supplies and weapons, all meticulously prepared, awaiting the command to set sail. This journey to the Seraphine family's territory is not undertaken alone. Locke is accompanied by a formidable fleet. This decision is driven not merely by a desire to showcase strength, but also by a prudent consideration of the potential dangers that lie ahead. After all, the situation in the East Sea is intricate and ever-changing, with naval forces and other ambitious families posing potential threats. Therefore, a robust accompanying force is indispensable. As the sun ascends higher, illuminating the entire port, Locke issues the command to set sail. Signal flags wave in the air, and the sound of the horn resonates as the fleet begins its slow advance into the depths of the ocean. Each vessel carries Locke's seasoned crew, each a skilled fighter in maritime combat. Under Locke's leadership, this fleet emerges as a formidable force upon the sea, instilling fear in those who might dare to provoke it. Throughout the voyage, discipline reigns supreme and order prevails. From the lookout tower, sharp-eyed pirates vigilantly survey the surroundings for any unforeseen events. The crew on deck diligently performs their duties, expertly maneuvering the ships to ensure a smooth and safe passage. In the galley, the chef busily prepares a sumptuous feast to cater to the needs of prolonged sailing. Locke stands atop the flagship, surveying the entire fleet with immense pride. This is not merely a journey. It is an expedition to showcase strength and expand influence. In the tranquil morning before departure, Locke finds himself alone in his cabin, laying out a set of exquisite tarot cards. Sunlight streams through the window, casting warmth upon his face. He closes his eyes, taking a deep breath, attempting to synchronize his spirit with the rhythm of the sea and converse with the unknown fate that awaits. Gently, he shuffles the cards, letting each one flow through his fingers, narrating ancient tales. When he senses the moment is right, he halts the shuffling, placing the cards face down on the table, and begins to solemnly reveal them one by one. Each card's emergence correlates with subtle shifts in his inner world. As the final card is unveiled, the entire divination process reaches its conclusion. Among the tarot spread appears the Fool, symbolizing travel and new beginnings, heralding adventure and change. Next is the Knight of Pentacles, representing financial stability and tangible achievements. Finally, the most striking is Justice, symbolizing fairness, balance, and sound decision-making. Observing this series of cards, a slight smile graces Locke's lips, and a glimmer of confidence sparkles in his eyes. This combination of cards signifies a positive omen, suggesting that the voyage will proceed smoothly without significant hindrances, culminating in a fair transaction or alliance beneficial for both parties. It seems that Lady Luck smiles upon me, Locke murmurs to himself, gathering the tarot cards and returning them to their elegant box. Rising, he steps out of the cabin, welcoming the refreshing sea breeze, feeling particularly at ease. With such auspicious signs, he is even more convinced that this journey will unfold as he desires, sailing smoothly. Back on deck, Locke issues the final command. The fleet sounds the horn once more, the cadence of departure inspiring every crew member's heart. As the anchor slowly rises and the massive sails fill with wind, the fleet surges forward like a colossal beast parting the waves, heading towards the distant horizon. Locke stands at the prow, watching as his flagship and fleet gradually vanish beyond the horizon, leaving behind a light-hearted and jubilant atmosphere enveloping Granxia Island. The pirates on the island, accustomed to the unquestionable authority and formidable combat skills of Locke, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. Although Locke was their leader and the object of their respect and loyalty, his lofty demeanor and unassailable presence, alongside his unpredictable prowess in battle, always instilled an invisible pressure upon them. Gathered in taverns and markets near the port, the pirates' laughter and chatter echoed as they exchanged jokes and reminisced about amusing past events. Some even began to mimic Locke's usual stern expressions, prompting waves of laughter. This relaxed atmosphere was a rare release for those who had long lived in tension and uncertainty. Ah, the captain has finally left. We can relax a bit," exclaimed a young pirate, eliciting a chorus of laughter from those around him. "Don't celebrate too soon," cautioned a seasoned pirate. "We still need to guard this island well. We cannot disappoint the captain. Lord Laoka has instructed us to inform him of any developments." Nevertheless, the ambience on the island had undeniably lightened considerably. The pirates commenced organizing various recreational activities. Some engaged in games of dice, while others gathered to sing pirate songs, relishing their rare leisure time. However, beneath the laughter and joy, each individual understood that this lightness was but fleeting. They must remain vigilant at all times. For the trust bestowed upon them by Lord Laoka and the security of the island rested heavily upon their shoulders. On Granxia Island, with Laoka's departure, the rhythm of daily life appeared to become more languid. Without the stern captain's oversight, the pirates seemed to find more reasons to indulge in relaxation. Taverns became the most popular gathering spots, filled with the rich aroma of strong liquor and the din of boisterous laughter. Pirates congregated, drinking deeply and drawing closer to one another under the influence of alcohol. At the gambling tables, the clash of chips and excited shouts intertwined, creating a unique backdrop of sound. The pirates displayed a passion at the gaming tables that starkly contrasted with their demeanor in battle. Each card flip stirred the hearts of the onlookers, and every bet tested their courage and fortune. Here, victory and defeat often hinged on a mere moment. The thrill of winning or losing was enough to momentarily erase the perils of the sea and the hardships of life. However, the joy brought on by alcohol and gambling could not endure for long. As time passed, some pirates began to recall previous minor frictions and disputes, which had been suppressed under Laoka's strict management, gradually resurfacing. Trivial matters, such as who had performed poorly in the last battle or who had pilfered another's drink, ignited quarrels. Initially, these disputes might have remained verbal. Yet, as tensions escalated, they swiftly devolved into physical confrontations. Fists and curses flew through the air, turning the once harmonious gathering into utter chaos. Yet, even amidst such turmoil, the pirates maintained a peculiar sense of unity. They understood that regardless of how fierce their arguments became, they would ultimately sit down, share a drink, and laugh off their grievances. However, such chaos was evidently not a sustainable solution. The elder pirates began to realize that if this state of affairs continued unchecked, it would not only undermine the team's cohesion, but also invite unnecessary trouble. Thus, they spontaneously stepped forward, assuming the role of mediators, attempting to quell the disputes and restore order. "Enough, mates," bellowed a respected elder pirate, his voice resounding above the clamor. "We are pirates, not street thugs. Lord Laoka trusted us before he left, entrusting us with the protection of this island. If he returns to find a bunch of drunken brawlers, what would he think?" Despite the apparent indulgence of the pirates on Granxia Island following Laoka's departure, they harbored a persistent sense of vigilance and reverence. Laoka's authority and strength had indelibly imprinted themselves in the minds of all, serving as an invisible constraint. Even the most reckless of pirates, amidst their revelry, would occasionally recall Laoka's piercing gaze and the fearsome nature of his punitive measures. Therefore, despite the drinking, gambling, and minor scuffles, the island's order had not completely unraveled. Whenever the atmosphere began to spiral out of control, or someone's behavior became excessively outrageous, a voice would always remind them, "Be cautious. Do not forget that Lord Laoka is watching us from somewhere." This phrase acted as a cold splash of water, instantly awakening even the most fervent minds. The pirates understood that if, upon Laoka's return, the island presented a scene of chaos, it would be their greatest humiliation and a severe threat to their lives. Laoka's punitive methods were notoriously harsh and unyielding, especially towards those who betrayed his trust and disrupted order. Thus, although they appeared to indulge, each individual, at a deeper level, remained cautious to abide by the unwritten rules, avoiding the crossing of that inviolable line. On the island, some pirates began to voluntarily assume the responsibility of maintaining order, patrolling various corners to prevent violence stemming from excessive drinking, while also keeping a close watch on external movements to ensure no enemies took advantage of the situation. In the waters of the East Sea, The speed at which news disseminates often exceeds expectations, particularly regarding the movements of powerful figures. Information can swiftly attract the attention of various factions. When nearby island forces learned of Luoka's departure from Granxia Island, a glimmer of greed flickered in their eyes. For these pirates, smugglers, and other opportunists eyeing the resources of Granxia Island, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Luoka's reputation in the East Sea was universally recognized, akin to an insurmountable mountain that deterred many from harboring ill intentions toward Granxia Island. Now that this mountain had temporarily vacated, it naturally stirred the ambitions of surrounding maritime forces. Secretive meetings convened among pirate leaders on nearby islands, gathering in dimly lit rooms to discuss how to exploit this opportunity to reap benefits from Granxia Island. Some proposed launching a direct assault to seize the island's riches, while others advocated for more clandestine methods, such as infiltration, bribery, or even sowing discord to attempt to undermine Granxia Island as defenses from within. However, these plans were not without risks. First and foremost, Granxia Island itself was a robust fortress. Even in Luoka's absence, numerous loyal pirates remained on the island, and they would not easily allow outsiders to prevail. Additionally, the private army and elite guard left behind by Luoka were no trifling matter. Their mere presence constituted a formidable deterrent. Furthermore, there was the consideration that once Luoka returned, the retribution would be devastating. Any force daring to act against him would face consequences that were unbearable. Consequently, even the most audacious pirates had to think twice before proceeding. In light of this, some more cautious pirate leaders began to seek more prudent strategies, attempting to forge temporary alliances to amass sufficient strength to mitigate risks during their endeavors. Simultaneously, they endeavored to acquire further intelligence regarding the internal dynamics of Jelani Shadao through their network of spies, aiming to devise a more meticulous plan. However, even at the planning stage, these conspiracies began to stir beneath the surface, creating an atmosphere of heightened tension in the waters surrounding Jelani Shadao. Nearby merchant vessels and innocent fishermen were compelled to remain vigilant to avoid being ensnared in a potential conflict. The leader of the smugglers, Hayur, sat at his desk, unfurling a freshly acquired intelligence report. As he perused the document, a cold smirk crept across his lips. It appeared that an opportunity had presented itself. Hayur raised his gaze to the few trusted confidants standing before him, seasoned veterans of the smuggling realm who had long coveted Jelani Shadao. With Luoka's departure, it signified a potential relaxation in the island's defenses. Should we seize this moment to reap some rewards? Boss, this indeed presents a fine opportunity. But the defense system of Jelani Shadao has always been stringent. We must prepare thoroughly, one of his subordinates cautiously advised. You are correct. We require more detailed intelligence and must unite with other factions to act in concert. Hayur nodded in agreement before issuing orders. Immediately contact the nearby pirate crews to see if we can reach a consensus for joint action. On Lanyuo Dao, the pirate chief Jekasipalu was aboard his flagship, engaged in discussions with his crew regarding the latest intelligence. Gentlemen, with Luoka gone, Jelani Shadao is now a sumptuous feast. What say you? Should we partake? Jekka scanned his crew, eager for their responses. Boss, if we could claim a portion of the treasures from Jelani Shadao, our futures would be secured. One crew member exclaimed excitedly. However, we must not grow complacent. While Luoka's influence may be absent, there remain many formidable individuals on the island. We must proceed with caution. Another crew member reminded. Well said, Jekka nodded in agreement. We must first ascertain the current situation on the island before devising our plans. I will send some reliable individuals to scout while also preparing for battle. Meanwhile, Leah, the leader of the merchant coalition on Wasandao, was holding an urgent meeting with her advisors in her office. We have received some rather intriguing news. Luoka has vacated Jelani Shadao, which implies a potential gap in the island's market, Leah stated. This presents an opportunity for us. If we act swiftly to fill this void, we could significantly enhance our commercial standing in the East China Sea, her advisor analyzed. However, we must tread carefully to avoid inciting Luoka's ire. It would be ideal to penetrate the Jelani Shadao market without provoking conflict, Leah added. I propose we first send envoys under the pretext of trade collaboration to approach the merchants on Jelani Shadow and explore the possibility of cooperation, the advisor suggested, proposing a more temperate strategy. These dialogues and plans unfolded discreetly across the East China Sea, as each faction assessed how to capitalize on this opportunity based on their respective strengths and resources. Yet, they all understood that Luoka's return would serve as an unpredictable variable, necessitating caution in their actions to avert irrevocable consequences. Amidst the profound darkness of the night, the sea suddenly transformed into a tempestuous fury. Dark clouds swiftly gathered, obscuring the stars and leaving only an abyss of blackness. In quick succession, bolts of lightning tore through the sky, akin to an enraged deity wielding a whip of light, illuminating the tumultuous waves and a solitary boat amidst the turmoil. The thunder reverberated, a roar of nature interwoven with the lightning, creating a breathtaking tableau. A fierce wind surged, laden with the briny scent of the sea, violently battering the vessel and causing it to sway dramatically. On the deck, cargo was tossed haphazardly by the wind, and ropes emitted sharp whistles, threatening to snap at any moment. The crew clung tightly to the railings, striving to maintain their balance, their figures appearing insignificantly small and vulnerable under the illumination of the lightning. In the midst of this chaos stood a towering figure firmly at the center of the deck, Captain Luoka. His voice pierced through the howling wind and crashing thunder, resonating across the entire deck. "Fear not, for this is but a trifling storm." His tone was resolute and infused with strength. No tempest could shake his resolve. The heavy downpour rendered visibility nearly impossible, the air filled with splashing water and indistinct shadows. The waves relentlessly battered the hull, each impact testing the crew's willpower. In such dire conditions, maintaining footing on the heaving deck was a challenge, let alone discerning the path ahead. Yet, despite the overwhelming difficulties, these seasoned sailors continued to follow Luoka's lead, relying on one another as they navigated forward, occasionally reciting the captain's words to bolster their spirits. Luoka observed his crew struggling against the storm, a mixture of pride and concern swelling within him. Reluctantly shaking his head, he resolved to take action, no longer willing to let his crew endure such hardship. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, and upon reopening them, the surrounding space seemed to freeze in place. This was the manifestation of the ability granted by the Meiji Maguei fruit, a supernatural power enabling the manipulation of plant fibers and straw. With an outstretched arm, Luoka pointed towards the precariously swaying cargo, and in an instant, the scattered straw and ropes on the deck sprang to life, weaving together to form a resilient net that secured the cargo tightly in place, preventing it from being whisked away by the fierce winds. The crew stood in awe, once again astonished by their captain's extraordinary ability. Under Luoka's leadership, they invariably found glimmers of hope even in the direst of circumstances. As Luoka exercised the powers of the Meiji Maguei fruit, a sense of reverence surged among the crew. They paused their tasks, instinctively adjusting their straw hats, symbols of their identity as pirates and their yearning for freedom and adventure. In such harsh conditions, the straw hat served not only as a practical item for shielding against sun and rain, but also as a vessel for each individual's dreams and aspirations for the future. Did you see that? The captain seems to manipulate nature itself. An enthusiastic young crew member exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Indeed, it is akin to divine intervention. Another seasoned pirate concurred, his tone laced with awe and reflection. Each time I think I have witnessed all of the captain's talents, he surprises me anew. Absolutely. A third member interjected. With a captain at our helm, what is there to fear? Even if the path ahead is fraught with endless storms, we shall prevail. Their voices echoed amidst the wind and rain, though soft, resonated with unwavering conviction and trust. For them, Luoka was not merely a captain. He was a hero in their hearts, a figure capable of leading them to conquer the oceans and challenge the limits of possibility. In that moment, they united more closely than ever, prepared to face the unknown challenges ahead, for their faith was unshakable. Following Luaka meant that nothing was insurmountable. After several days of battling the elements, Luaka and his pirate crew finally caught sight of the long-awaited silhouette of land as the first light of dawn broke the horizon. The coastline of the island gradually comes into focus in the dawn light, resembling a painting slowly unfurling, bestowing immense solace and hope upon the weary sailors. As they approach the harbor, the sight before them is nothing short of breathtaking. This bustling trade hub boasts a dock that stretches for miles, with a myriad of vessels moored within its embrace, some poised for departure, while others have just arrived, unloading their cargo. The air is infused with the briny scent of the sea, mingling with the exotic aromas of goods and the perspiration of dockworkers, creating a distinctive atmosphere. Merchant ships arrive in a constant stream, each laden with treasures. Particularly notable are the holds brimming with ore, hinting at the island's abundant subterranean resources. The economic vitality of the island is evident, with transactions occurring frequently as gold, silver, and rare commodities circulate, attracting merchants and adventurers from every corner. The pace of life for the island's inhabitants is markedly swifter than that of the outside world. The streets are teeming with people, the shouts of vendors, the laughter of children, and the rumble of carts intertwining to form a lively symphony. In the market, an array of goods dazzles the eye, ranging from exotic spices to exquisite handicrafts, from fresh seafood to precious gemstones. Everything one could desire is available. The architectural style is a fusion of diverse cultural elements, where towering spires coexist with humble thatched cottages. Stone churches stand beside wooden tea houses, each brick and tile narrating the island's history and rich cultural tapestry. The lock pirate crew secures a vacant spot at the dock, and the sailors eagerly step on a solid ground, savoring the reassuring feel of the earth beneath their feet. They plan to linger on this thriving island for a while, replenishing supplies, regrouping their crew, and simultaneously seeking possible trade opportunities or new clues for adventure. In this vibrant island, the name of the Salafang family flies like a banner in every corner, their influence surpassing even that of the nominal ruler, the king of the island. The king's authority appears diminished in the face of the Salafang family, for they hold not only wealth but also the power to determine the island's fate. The rise of the Salafang family began centuries ago when their ancestors astutely discovered and developed the island's mineral wealth, rapidly amassing great fortunes. As time passed, the family expanded its reach into trade, finance, and military sectors, gradually constructing a vast commercial empire. Among the family members are wise sages, brave warriors, and erudite scholars. Some are shrewd merchants, while others are distinguished generals, and yet others are learned academics. These elite individuals collectively weave the glorious tapestry of the Salafang family. The family's power is not solely reflected in economic terms. Their political clout is equally formidable. The formulation of policies on the island is significantly influenced by the Salafang family, to the extent that it can be said that the king's decisions often require the family's endorsement. Whenever the island faces a crisis or a momentous choice, the opinions of the Salafang family are frequently decisive. In such a context, the Salafang family's position on the island remains secure and unassailable, their residence standing prominently, resplendent in gold and splendor, symbolizing the family's glory. Their emblem is omnipresent, whether in the bustling market or the remote mining areas, signifying power and wealth. However, the concentration of power also harbors potential risks. Internal strife within the family and the covetous gaze of external forces may pose future instability. Yet for the time being, the Salafang family undoubtedly controls the island's destiny, with each decision they make capable of impacting the lives of thousands of island residents. For outsiders like Locke and his pirate crew, understanding the Salafang family's influence is of paramount importance. In the shadow of this family, every action necessitates careful consideration to avoid inadvertently touching upon hidden taboos that might incite unnecessary trouble. Upon their arrival at the island's port, Locke and his crew immediately sensed the oppressive presence of the Salafang family's power. A group of impeccably dressed individuals with sharp gazes swiftly surrounded them, clearly affiliated with the Salafang family, their demeanor cold and their eyes betraying unmasked disdain. One among them, evidently the leader, wore a mocking smile and extended his palm toward Locke and his companions, signaling them to halt. Locke furrowed his brow, unaccustomed to this provocative treatment. Yet, on unfamiliar territory, he understood that impulsiveness would only lead to trouble. Surveying his surroundings, he sought to decipher the meaning behind the gesture, but silence only served to bolster their confidence. "Looks like it's your first time on our beautiful island," one of the henchmen sneered, his tone dripping with condescension. "Are you country folk just arriving in the big place, completely unaware of the most basic rules?" At this remark, Locke's crew instinctively clenched their fists, but they were also acutely aware that they were in Salafang territory, where any conflict could prove detrimental. Locke raised his hand to quell the impending fury of his comrades and replied in a calm tone, "Indeed, this is our first visit. If there are any customs we are unaware of, we would appreciate your guidance." Upon hearing this, the henchman's smile widened in triumph as he elaborated here. "Any foreign vessel docking at the port must pay a stewardship fee. This is not only a contribution to the maintenance of the port facilities, but also a mark of respect towards the Salafang family. Surely, as wanderers of the sea, you possess at least this modicum of common knowledge?" Locke nodded, feeling a sense of discontent within, yet he refrained from revealing it outwardly. In such circumstances, compromise appeared to be the wisest course to avert greater troubles. He retrieved a handful of gold coins from his pocket, counted them, and handed them to the henchman. "This is our stewardship fee. I hope it does not cause any inconvenience." The henchman accepted the coins, a satisfied expression crossing his face. After counting them and confirming the amount, he waved his hand, signaling for the others to disperse, granting Locke's pirate crew the freedom to move about. However, this initial confrontation had already made Locke acutely aware that the shadow of the Salafang family loomed over the island, necessitating caution in every step to avoid unnecessary disputes. Just as Locke and his crew were about to break free from the clutches of the Salafang family's henchmen and venture deeper into the island, a group of merchants seemingly caught the scent of opportunity and quickly surrounded them. Clad in opulent attire, each merchant exuded an air of affluence, their eyes sparkling with a thirst for profit. Their wealth and ostentatious demeanor made them stand out in the crowd, resembling moving treasures that were impossible to ignore. "Esteemed Captain," one of the merchants began enthusiastically, "I hear you've just arrived and must be unfamiliar with the local or market. I can offer you the finest ores. From rare metals to precious gemstones, we have it all. What type of ore do you require?" Other merchants eagerly chimed in, each boasting about the quality and price advantages of their ores, vying for Locke's attention. They presented an array of samples, from shimmering iron ore to vividly colored gemstones, each piece holding substantial value. The air was thick with the scent of commerce, brimming with temptation. Locke and his crew appeared somewhat taken aback by this scene, yet they soon acclimated to the commercial atmosphere. The island is rich in mineral resources, which not only signifies potential wealth, but may also serve as the key to embarking on new adventures. Luo calmly scrutinized the merchants, pondering whether it was feasible to extract advantageous information or resources from them. "We are interested in all valuable ores," Luo responded, his voice firm and confident. "However, more importantly, we are in search of a particular type of ore said to be found only in certain specific veins. Does anyone among you know the locations of these veins?" Upon hearing Luo's words, a flicker of surprise passed through the merchants' eyes, but they quickly regained their composure, exchanging glances as they assessed the captain's sincerity and the potential profits he might bring. Ultimately, a few merchants expressed their willingness to provide information, albeit for a corresponding reward. Luo nodded in understanding. In a world driven by profit, information itself is a precious resource. As the bustling port gradually quieted and the crowd dispersed, only Luo and his pirate crew remained, alongside the ever-vigilant members of the Salafang family. Those subordinates possessed sharp gazes, seemingly evaluating the strength and intentions of Luo's party, creating a subtle atmosphere of tension. Luo showed no sign of trepidation. Instead, he approached the situation with an air of nonchalance. Turning to face his crew, he spoke with a hint of amusement. We have just arrived in this place and are yet to ascertain the true extent of the Cellophane family's power. But remember, if they are indeed as formidable as rumored, we must exercise greater caution. However, if they are merely a hollow name, Luo paused, a cryptic smile gracing his lips, then we can easily spring a surprise upon them. This remark seemed to invigorate the crew, igniting their primal instincts and fighting spirit. Their eyes sparkled with a fierce glint, as the characteristic ruthless and wicked smiles of pirates began to emerge on their faces. This was their unique expression in the face of challenges, a blend of excitement and danger. The members of Luo Ku's crew began to converse in hushed tones, their voices imbued with anticipation as they discussed the impending adventure and potential battles. Each gaze burned with a fervor for the unknown, challenges against the strong, and an unending pursuit of freedom. Captain, a burly pirate, broke the silence. No matter how powerful that family may be, we will follow you. You always find a way out, and we believe in you. The other crew members nodded, their confidence stemming from their trust in Luo Ku and their belief in their own abilities. As Luo Ku and his crew moved about the island, the ore merchants quickly realized that these newcomers were particularly interested in a specific mineral, the Bai Shui Jingqiu. This mineral, renowned for its pure and flawless quality along with its mysterious legends, held considerable fame not just on the island but throughout the entire sea. It was believed that the Bai Shui Jingqiu possessed some form of supernatural power, especially in divination and prophecy, thus often associated with fortune tellers and practitioners of mysticism. The ore merchants promptly relayed this information to the higher echelons of the Cellophane family, as any seemingly trivial detail within their vast commercial network could evolve into a pivotal opportunity. The steward, a senior member responsible for intelligence and trade within the family, fell into deep contemplation upon receiving this news. Bai Shui Jingqiu, he murmured, his fingers lightly tapping on the table as he pondered its implications. Is this something only a fortune teller would need? Is there a diviner hidden among these pirates? Or perhaps they have the support of a diviner. The steward understood well that fortune tellers played a unique role in the maritime world, capable of interpreting celestial changes, predicting weather, and even discerning the movements of foes, making them indispensable members of many fleets. Should Luo Ku's pirate crew include such a figure, they would pose a greater threat and be more challenging to deal with. He decided to investigate further, dispatching spies from the family to closely monitor Luo Ku's crew while gathering all information regarding the Bai Shui Jingqiu. The steward recognized that if he could gain control over the sources and trading routes of this rare mineral, the Cellophane family could not only stifle potential competition, but also seize the initiative in dealings with Luo Ku's pirate crew or other prospective buyers. At the same time, he contemplated another possibility. If a cooperative relationship could be established with Luo Ku's crew, particularly concerning the trade of the Bai Shui Jingqiu, it might represent an opportunity for the Cellophane family to explore new markets and augment their sources of income. After all, for a vast commercial family, diversification and the pursuit of new ventures are always keys to growth. The steward began drafting a detailed report to present to the decision-making body of the Cellophane family, meticulously analyzing the potentialities and risks of collaborating with Luo Ku's pirate crew. Each decision could profoundly influence the family's future trajectory, and in this ever-shifting maritime world, every opportunity warranted careful consideration. Luo Ku had never anticipated the meticulousness with which this family approached business. Knowing it was a trade in ores, one might have thought they were dealing in naval armaments. Faced with the cautious demeanor of the Cellophane family's peripheral members, Captain Luo Ku exhibited no signs of defeat. With resolute eyes and a confident smile, he clearly anticipated encountering such a situation. Slowly, he withdrew a heavy pouch of gold coins from his pocket and placed it gently on the table, the coins clinking together and instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. I possess ample belly. Luo Ku's voice was calm, yet powerful. The question is, do you have enough Bai Shui Jingqiu to meet my demands? A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the peripheral members, but they soon regained their composure. Trading with pirates is always fraught with risk, yet it simultaneously entails vast profits. The coins in Luo Ku's hand confirmed that he had not arrived empty-handed, undoubtedly enhancing the prospects of negotiation. However, the members of the Cellophane family were not in haste to make commitments. The Bai Shui Jingxiu was not merely an ordinary commodity. Its value far exceeded its apparent price. These gems were resources strictly controlled within the family, and every transaction required approval from the upper echelons, especially when it involved an unknown yet formidable pirate like Luo Ku. Captain Luo Ku, our family treats every transaction with utmost caution, a family member spoke, their tone laced with subtle warning. The Bai Shui Jingxiu is not ordinary merchandise. Its trade requires time to arrange and the approval of our family as higher-ups. Luo Ku nodded, acknowledging this reality. Dealing with such a vast commercial empire necessitates patience, and he refrained from immediately stipulating specific quantities. Instead, he suggested that both parties could initially establish preliminary trust through smaller-scale transactions before gradually expanding their cooperation. We can start with a small quantity, Luo Ku proposed, to demonstrate your family's sincerity while allowing me to witness your efficiency. Once trust is established, I believe both parties will benefit. The members of the Cellophane family exchanged glances, weighing Luo Ku's proposal. Shortly after Locke departed from the gaze of the Cellophane family, the family's intelligence network sprang into action, diligently gathering every possible detail about the enigmatic pirate and his crew. Agents infiltrated various ports, taverns, and marketplaces, employing clandestine methods to acquire the most comprehensive information. As time elapsed, Locke's true identity gradually came to light, and the revelations left the Cellophane family astounded. It became evident that Locke was not merely an ordinary pirate captain. He had personally slain several naval colonels, marking him as a traitor in the eyes of the Navy and a formidable force in the seas. Even more astonishing was the fact that Locke had recently taken control of Granxi Island, a territory previously divided among the four great powers. Now, those powers have been entirely eradicated, and order on the island had been completely reshuffled, establishing Locke as the indisputable ruler. The upper echelons of the Cellophane family meticulously analyzed this intelligence, aware that engaging in dealings with such a ruthless and powerful pirate captain required an exceedingly cautious approach. Locke's demonstrated decisiveness and execution instilled both reverence and a re-evaluation of the potential risks and rewards of collaboration among family members. During an urgent meeting, the decision-makers of the family engaged in fervent discussion. On one hand, they feared that transactions with Locke might attract the attention of the Navy, potentially inciting retaliation. On the other, they were irresistibly drawn to Locke's possession of the white crystal ball and the enigmatic powers that might lie behind it, powers capable of altering the family's standing in the maritime realm. Ultimately, the Cellophane family resolved to adopt a more prudent strategy. Their collaboration with Locke should not be confined to simple transactions, but rather evolve into a long-term strategic partnership. After considerable contemplation, the decision-makers of the Cellophane family opted to forge a closer connection with such a formidable and financially robust pirate. Not only could this alliance yield substantial profits for the family, but would also enhance their influence in the sea. However, they were acutely aware of the immense risks involved in dealing with a pirate, especially one as complex and formidable as Locke. To safeguard the transaction and protect the family's interests, the Cellophane family decided on an unprecedented course of action, inviting the most esteemed members of the family, those known as Gongfeng, the high-ranking combatants, to directly participate in evaluating Locke. These Gongfeng were renowned masters of martial arts within the family, typically operating from the shadows, only emerging to resolve critical issues. The family leaders believed that through direct negotiations with Locke, these Gongfeng could ascertain his true strength and whether he was worthy of trust. If Locke could demonstrate his genuine prowess before the Gongfeng, it would significantly bolster the family's confidence in him and pave the way for a mutually beneficial transaction. Thus, a distinctive meeting was arranged at a secret location within the family. Locke was invited to attend, unaware that he was about to face a rigorous trial. The family's Gongfeng concealed themselves, prepared to observe and assess Locke's every move. On the day of the meeting, Locke arrived as scheduled, clad in his signature pirate attire, exuding both confidence and composure. Guided by the family representatives, he entered the venue, where several key figures of the Cellophane family had already gathered, including high-ranking members and the overseer of intelligence. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Locke was introduced to a seemingly ordinary yet exceptionally skilled gongfeng named Aiden, a recognized master of swordsmanship within the family. Aiden initiated a challenge against Locke in a seemingly casual manner, covertly testing Locke's reaction speed, combat experience, and capabilities. Locke accepted the challenge, and the two engaged in a tense yet graceful duel. Locke showcased remarkable combat skills, successfully countering Aiden's attacks while seizing opportunities for counterstrikes, leaving the family members in awe. Through this encounter, the Cellophane family's gongfeng and upper echelons were convinced that Locke was not only a worthy adversary, but also a reliable trading partner. His strength and audacity earned the family's respect and laid a solid foundation for future collaboration. Following the meeting, the family formally expressed their desire to cooperate with Locke, promising to provide him with the white crystal balls he sought, contingent upon maintaining a relationship founded on mutual trust and benefit. After Locke departed, the family members gathered around the conference table, animatedly discussing the recent swordplay. Aiden, the family's swordsmanship master, occupied the foremost seat. His expression, a complex blend of admiration for Locke's skills and reflection on his own inability to secure an easy victory. Locke's swordsmanship, Aiden began, his voice deep and resonant, combined speed and power, and he seems to possess an instinctual ability to predict the direction of attacks, a rare talent in actual combat. The other family members nodded in agreement, clearly impressed by Locke's performance. Some noted that Locke's technique seemed to carry the essence of an ancient school, sparking further speculation about his background. After all, one capable of wielding such profound swordsmanship must surely possess extraordinary attributes. Moreover, the overseer interjected, his composure and decisiveness in battle demonstrate exceptional leadership and battlefield experience. Such a person, if not a friend, is best not to become an enemy. The family leaders concurred, recognizing that establishing a cooperative relationship with Locke was based not solely on the need for the white crystal balls, but also on an acknowledgement of Locke's personal capabilities. A figure so outstanding in combat undoubtedly provided the family with additional security, particularly in these treacherous and unpredictable waters. Locke's extraordinary agility and precision in swordplay stemmed from the latent power of the straw devil fruit within him. This fruit bestowed upon him a unique foresight, allowing him to anticipate his adversary's movements as though glimpsing the future. This ability, combined with his swordsmanship, rendered each of his strikes seemingly destined to hit their mark with unerring accuracy. In his duel with Aiden, Locke exhibited not only years of swordsmanship mastery, but also the exceptional perception granted by the straw devil fruit. Each time Aiden's blade approached, Locke consistently executed perfect defenses or counterattacks at the last moment, a near-instinctive reaction that left all present astounded. This ability was not confined to swordsmanship. It also enhanced Locke's physical prowess. In battle, Locke could foresee the trajectory of his opponent's attacks, allowing him to gain the upper hand in evasion and counterattacks. This ineffable enhancement enabled Locke to maintain his composure and adeptly respond to any unforeseen circumstances he faced. Upon reaching an agreement with the Cellophane family regarding the transaction, Locke was taken aback by the price of the white crystal balls. In his view, these orbs, radiating an enigmatic glow, encapsulated immeasurable value. While the Cellophane family offered a price of 1 million berries per orb, a staggering sum for an ordinary individual, it seemed quite reasonable for a rare item within the pirate world. In the course of further investigation, Locke discovered that the primary uses of the white crystal ball were concentrated in two aspects. Firstly, it served as an opulent decorative item, often utilized by nobles and wealthy merchants to adorn palaces or luxurious residences, thereby showcasing their affluence and taste. Secondly, it was favored by diviners and seers, who believed that the white crystal ball possessed the ability to commune with the spiritual realm, aiding them in gaining insights into the future and interpreting the trajectory of fate. For ordinary pirates or merchants, however, the white crystal ball was not a necessity. Its exorbitant price often exceeded their financial means, thus limiting its circulation in the market. Nevertheless, for Loaka, the white crystal ball held extraordinary significance. It was not merely a commodity for trade, but potentially the key to unlocking a certain secret in his own spiritual power. During his dealings with the Cellophane family, Loaka realized that the resources at his disposal might surpass his initial expectations. 1,000,000 berries constituted a substantial fortune for an average pirate. Yet for a formidable individual like Loaka, acquiring such funds was not a daunting task, provided he was willing to take risks. More importantly, through this transaction, Loaka not only secured the desired item, but also established a solid connection with the Cellophane family, which could bring him unforeseen opportunities in the future. Loaka's crew, a band of seasoned pirates, had arrived at Ghostport 2 days prior, following a meticulously devised plan. This port was notorious for its distinctive chaos and corruption, serving as a haven for pirates and smugglers alike. The streets were laden with a myriad of goods, ranging from rare spices to contraband weapons. However, it was also a nexus of information where many clandestine transactions occurred in the shadows, fraught with peril and opportunity. Despite the harsh environment, Loaka's crew remained undeterred by the tumult surrounding them, determined to locate and procure a white crystal ball. This task, though seemingly straightforward, was rife with challenges, as the white crystal ball was not a common commodity, typically circulating only within specific circles and commanding a high price. Over the past 2 days, they had traversed every corner of Ghostport, attempting to engage with potential sellers of the white crystal ball. They visited numerous black markets, conversed with countless dubious characters, and even participated in underground auctions. Yet to date, they had not encountered anyone claiming to possess the coveted item. The intricate web of information in Ghostport necessitated not only wealth, but also ample patience and the right connections to locate a specific item. Loaka's crew began to realize that they might require a more effective strategy to reach out to those who truly held the white crystal ball. Just as they were beginning to feel disheartened, one crew member inadvertently overheard a lead. It appeared that a man in a red robe possessed such a rare object. While Loaka's crew busily searched for the white crystal ball, they remained oblivious to the fact that from the moment they set foot in Ghostport, they had become targets of certain factions. In a place rife with vice and greed, anyone carrying substantial wealth could easily fall prey to predators. With the funds sufficient to procure a white crystal ball, Loaka's crew had inadvertently piqued the interest of several pirate gangs. In the shadowy corners of Ghostport lurked a group of pirates who called themselves Shadow Claws, specializing in preying upon outsiders, particularly those who appeared to be lucrative targets. Upon learning of Loaka's crew's quest for the white crystal ball, the Shadow Claws immediately sensed an opportunity. The high price of the white crystal ball indicated that Loaka's crew was likely carrying millions of berries, an enticing fortune for the Shadow Claws. The leader of the Shadow Claws, a cunning and ruthless pirate named Scar, rapidly devised a meticulous plan to ambush Loaka's crew upon their return from the transaction. Scar and his band understood that the life of a pirate was an unending struggle, where violence and arson were merely parts of their daily existence. They believed that any means were justifiable as long as profit could be derived. Scar dispatched several of his men to tail Loaka's crew, closely monitoring their movements. Simultaneously, he arranged for an elite team to lay in wait near the port, prepared to strike at the opportune moment. Scar's strategy was to launch the attack under the cover of nightfall when the port's clamor began to wane, thereby minimizing the risk of attracting widespread attention. However, the Shadow Claws were unaware that Loaka's crew was not easily intimidated. As seasoned pirates, they maintained a high level of vigilance towards their surroundings, and having executed similar missions numerous times, they possessed an instinctive awareness of potential threats. Although they had yet to discern any specific signs of being followed, they sensed an unusual tension in the air. Among Loaka's crew was a particularly trusted member named Gavin, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship and quick wit. Gavin consistently remained composed in emergencies. These traits rendered him one of Loaka's most trusted subordinates. In a dilapidated inn within Ghostport, Gavin and his companions were anxiously deliberating their next course of action when a sudden knock at the door interrupted their conversation. The innkeeper personally ushered in a mysterious visitor who claimed to possess the very white crystal ball they had been seeking. This visitor clad in a dark robe, had his features partially obscured, and his gaze revealed an inscrutable depth. He introduced himself as Zeviel, a merchant who had long resided in Ghostport, specializing in the trade of rare items. He asserted that he indeed possessed a white crystal ball and was willing to engage in a transaction with Gavin and his companions. Gavin and his crew immediately heightened their guard, acutely aware that in a place like Ghostport, every individual could harbor ulterior motives. They scrutinized Zeviel, attempting to detect any suspicious signs in his demeanor and conduct. Zeviel, unreservedly observing them in return, seemed to be assessing whether they possessed sufficient strength and sincerity for the transaction. "The fact that I can find you indicates your genuine intent," Zeviel spoke, his voice deep and magnetic. "However, I need to confirm one thing. Do you have adequate funds to complete this transaction? The white crystal ball is not an ordinary commodity. Its value far exceeds common imagination." Gavin nodded, producing a meticulously folded parchment from his pocket, which bore a check for 3 million berries. "We possess sufficient funds," Gavin replied coolly. "Yet, we must also ascertain that the white crystal ball in your possession is indeed genuine and not a counterfeit." Zeviel smiled slightly, clearly appreciating Gavin's caution. "That is only natural," he replied. "I can take you to view my goods, but before that, we need to establish a preliminary agreement to safeguard the interests of both parties." Gavin and his companions exchanged glances before acquiescing to Zeviel's proposal. This might be their sole opportunity to acquire the white crystal ball, yet they also needed to tread carefully to avoid falling into a trap. In the ensuing dialogue, both parties meticulously discussed the transaction's particulars, including the meeting location, time, and the method for verifying the authenticity of the white crystal ball. Ultimately, they agreed to meet in a relatively secluded warehouse, far removed from the clamor of the port, which would facilitate their transaction. While Gavin and Xavier engaged in negotiations, a more profound conspiracy was brewing in the shadows. Scar and his EatsStraw pirate crew had completed their assessment of Gavin and his entourage. Through a series of surveillance and intelligence gathering, they had identified Gavin and his companions, along with their financial backing. To their astonishment, they discovered that Gavin carried a check worth 3 million berries, not to mention the considerable value of their equipment and personal belongings, as well as the ship docked at the port. Scar's eyes glimmered with avarice as he calculated that if he could successfully subdue Gavin and his companions to seize their wealth, the ship alone could conservatively yield at least 5 million berries. This would undoubtedly be a tremendous fortune for the EatsStraw, enabling them to expand their influence within Ghostport and beyond, even allowing for the acquisition of more formidable weaponry and the recruitment of additional followers. To ensure absolute success, Scar meticulously orchestrated every detail of the operation. He dispatched some of his subordinates to masquerade as ordinary merchants mingling in the port, ready to cut off Gavin and his companions' escape routes. Meanwhile, others had silently surrounded the designated warehouse, forming a web of entrapment, waiting for Gavin and his comrades to unwittingly walk into their snare. Scar's plan appeared flawless, yet he underestimated Gavin's vigilance and the professional prowess of the lock pirate crew. During his conversation with Xavier, Gavin keenly sensed subtle changes in the surrounding environment, noting seemingly inconsequential details, such as several suspicious figures frequently entering and exiting the vicinity of the warehouse, as well as faint sounds emanating from outside, all of which set alarm bells ringing in his mind. Gavin understood that Ghostport was fraught with peril, and any imprudent actions could yield fatal consequences. He immediately summoned his companions, quietly informing them of the potential threat and beginning to formulate countermeasures. Gavin proposed employing a circuitous tactic on the way to the warehouse and dispatching a scout team ahead to ensure the safety of the transaction site. Just as Gavin and Xavier's deal was on the verge of reaching a critical juncture, the situation took a sudden and drastic turn. Instead of producing the white crystal ball as promised, Xavier swiftly drew a fully loaded firearm from beneath his robe, pointing it directly at Gavin. This unexpected maneuver froze the atmosphere, prompting Gavin and his companions to immediately heighten their alertness, swiftly adjusting their positions to prepare for any potential threat. With a cold smirk, Xavier pulled the trigger, the gunfire echoing like a battle horn, shattering the tranquility of the night. Simultaneously, from the surrounding grass and shadows, a horde of pirates wielding knives and clubs surged forth, having long awaited this moment, part of Scar's joie. These assailants charged at Gavin and his companions from all directions, intent on subduing them in one fell swoop. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Gavin exhibited the decisiveness and composure befitting a pirate. He quickly instructed his comrades to disperse, utilizing the terrain inside and outside the warehouse to mount a counterattack. Gavin himself advanced toward Xavier's gunpoint, using nearby crates as cover while unsheathing his sword, preparing for close combat. The firearm required time to reload after successive shots, granting him a precious opportunity for retaliation. Gavin's companions also sprang into action, either evading or dodging, employing every available weapon for self-defense. One individual tossed a smoke bomb, enveloping the area in thick clouds, obscuring the enemy's vision and buying them valuable time. Another seized the chaos to trip several approaching adversaries with rope, creating further disarray. Amidst the turmoil, Gavin seized the moment, leaping from his cover and charging toward Xavier, his sword flashing, compelling Xavier to abandon his aim and draw his blade in self-defense. In the ensuing duel of swordsmanship, Gavin gradually gained the upper hand, applying relentless pressure that forced Xavier to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, Gavin's companions utilized this opportunity to launch a counteroffensive, systematically dismantling the encircled enemies. However, the battle was far from over. Scar and his joie crew outnumbered them, and the conflict remained fiercely contested. Gavin understood that they needed to conclude the fight swiftly. Otherwise, they would face even greater unknown dangers. During his engagement with Xavier, Gavin identified a flaw in his opponent's defense and executed a swift thrust, striking Xavier's vital point and forcing him to kneel, rendered incapable of further combat. Just as Gavin and his companions believed they had stabilized the situation and were ready to clean up the aftermath, circumstances shifted dramatically once more. Scar, the leader of the joie, emerged from the darkness, brandishing a massive battle axe, its power and destructive capability far exceeding that of ordinary weaponry. With astonishing speed and force, he swiftly dispatched two of Gavin's comrades before they could react, their blood staining the ground in a horrifying scene. This series of brutal acts plunged Gavin and his companions into a state of despair. Scar's appearance not only signified that their adversaries were far more formidable than anticipated, but it also indicated the dire straits in which they found themselves. In the face of Scar's frenzied assault, one by one, Gavin's companions fell, realizing that continued resistance would only lead to their total annihilation. In this life-or-death moment, Gavin made a difficult decision. To conserve their strength, they must temporarily concede and seek an opportunity for counterattack. Thus, he steeled himself and shouted, "Stop! We are servants of Lord Locke. Do you not fear his wrath?" At the mention of Locke, Scar halted his assault, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Lord Locke," he repeated mockingly. "In Ghostport, apart from strength, there is nothing that can be wholly relied upon. Your Lord Locke's reputation may resonate beyond these shores, but here, everything is dictated by me." Gavin realized that Scar would not easily relent. However, he also understood that their only hope lay in leveraging Locke's name to buy time, seeking an escape or counterattack opportunity. He continued to implore Scar, "The power and resources of Lord Locke far exceed your imagination. If you grant us a path to safety, we can assure you that you and your joie will gain a formidable ally in Ghostport." Otherwise, Scar interrupted, but a flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze. Clearly, Locke's name and the potential consequences gave him pause. Sensing this, Gavin pressed on, "Otherwise, Lord Locke will not let this go unpunished. He will dispatch an entire fleet to hunt you down, and you and your men will have nowhere to flee." Under Gavin's threat, Scar fell into deep contemplation. In the world of piracy, while power was undoubtedly crucial, facing an overwhelmingly strong enemy was equally perilous. Locke's reputation was renowned across the seas, compelling him to contemplate the ramifications of opposing Locke. Scar's gaze oscillated between hesitation and determination, and ultimately, it seemed he had made a choice. Taking a deep breath, as if to inhale all doubts into his chest and then exhale them completely. His gaze sharpened, becoming ruthless, while the cold smile vanished, replaced by a steely resolve. You are correct. Loaka is indeed a formidable character, but in this world, the only assurance of survival lies within one's own strength. Now that you are aware of my intentions, I cannot afford to take any risks. Sikaur's voice was deep and resolute as he swung his battle axe heavily against the ground, producing a deafening sound that declared his final decision. Gavin and his companions felt a weight settle in their hearts, understanding that Sikaur had opted for the most brutal solution. They were acutely aware of the unprecedented danger they faced, yet in such circumstances, both pleas and threats would prove futile. In the brief silence that followed, Gavin quickly assessed his surroundings, calculating every possible escape route. His gaze swept across his companions' faces, silently conveying a message. Be ready. Act at any moment. The moment battle erupted was akin to a storm breaking loose, the air thick with the scent of death. Gavin and his comrades wasted no time, immediately executing their preordained strategy in an attempt to create a sliver of survival between Sikaur and his subordinates. However, Sikaur was evidently not an easy adversary. His combat skills and experience flourished amidst the chaos. The clashes of battle were swift and fierce, each second a matter of life and death. Though Gavin and his team exhibited remarkable courage and coordination, their efforts seemed insignificant against Sikaur's formidable crew. As the fight progressed, the warehouse echoed with the sounds of metal clashing, anguished cries, and desperate shouts. When the final clang of steel reverberated through the cavernous space, silence enveloped everything. Surveying the surroundings, the sight was one of desolation. Blood-soaked floors, scattered weapons, and contorted corpses painted a grotesque tableau. Gavin and his companions were either fallen or gravely injured, unable to rise again. Victory belonged to Sikaur, but the cost was exorbitant. Standing on the battlefield, Sikaur breathed heavily, his body smeared with the blood of his enemies. Yet he retained a chilling composure. Slowly turning, he issued commands to his subordinates. Clean the scene, leave no trace. We cannot allow anyone to know what transpired here. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, revealing an absolute pursuit of power and control. Sikaur's men sprang into action, efficiently and methodically clearing the remnants of the battlefield, piling corpses together and searching for any items that might leave evidence. Everything in the warehouse would be thoroughly eradicated, as if a fierce battle had never taken place. At a distance from the warehouse's turmoil, Lede, the loyal companion masquerading as a beggar, sat behind a heap of discarded barrels, his eyes fixated on the distant warehouse, filled with unease. Lede's appearance blended seamlessly with his surroundings. No one would suspect that this seemingly destitute beggar was, in fact, a pirate awaiting a signal. In his hand was a din-din mushi, this precious communication device, serving as his sole link to the outside world, a lifeline for transmitting crucial messages at pivotal moments. As time ticked by, Lede's heart grew heavier. The time he had agreed upon with Gavin had long passed, yet there were no signs of his companions returning, save for the occasional muffled sounds from the warehouse. His instincts told him that things were amiss. With tears welling in his eyes, he stifled them, knowing this was not the moment for weakness. Finally, Lede resolved to wait no longer. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he cautiously retrieved the din-din mushi and dialed Loaka's number. The connection was established swiftly, and Lede's voice trembled with unmistakable tension and sorrow. "Lord Loaka, this is Lede." Loaka's voice came through the din-din mushi, steady and powerful, offering Lede a measure of solace. Knowing Loaka to be a man of his word, once he made a promise, he would see it through. Though brief, Loaka's words were laden with evident determination and fury. "Lede, listen carefully. Your task now is to remain concealed and refrain from acting rashly. I will deal with Sikaur. His audacity in betraying and killing my subordinates constitutes an unforgivable crime. Stay where you are. Others will come to assist you soon." After hanging up, Lede took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. He understood he could no longer engage in any actions that might jeopardize his safety and must adhere to Luaka's directives. Peering out from his hiding place to ensure no suspicious figures lurked nearby, he retreated into the shadows, continuing to wait. In the ensuing hours, Lede remained nearly motionless, shifting positions only occasionally to avoid stiffness from prolonged stillness. His thoughts drifted between past memories and future uncertainties. Recollections of days spent with Gavin and other companions, filled with laughter, adventure, and mutual trust, now morphed into painful memories. Luaka set down the Den Mushi, his heart ignited with rage and cold calculation. In this boundless ocean, power and respect coexist. Any behavior perceived as weakness or vulnerability invites greater covetousness. Sikawer's betrayal was not merely a personal affront, but a blatant challenge to Luaka's authority. Approaching the window, he gazed out at the pitch-black sea, contemplating his next course of action. The night breeze brushed against him, carrying the salty scent of the ocean, as if whispering of an impending storm. Luaka resolved to turn this incident to his advantage, not only to eliminate Sikawer, but also to seize the opportunity to further consolidate his position, ensuring that all others on the islands recognize his power anew. Kaping Haestindin Mushi. Luaka began to contact his allies and subordinates scattered across Granxia Island and other territories, informing them of Sikawer's treachery and the ensuing bloody purge, emphasizing that this served as a warning to all who defy the rules. His tone was icy and resolute, conveying an undeniable authority. "Listen," Luaka spoke into the Den Mushi, his voice ringing clear in the night. "Sikawer's betrayal has met its deserved punishment, but this matter is far from over. Anyone daring to challenge me, will face the same fate. I intend for everyone on the islands to understand the price of betrayal and disloyalty." His words exuded a chilling calmness, simultaneously hinting at a bloody forecast for the future. Luaka understood that such a message would spread like wildfire across the seas, compelling those who once harbored dissent to reconsider their positions. "Prepare yourselves," Luaka continued. "We will launch a large-scale operation, targeting not only the remnants of Sikawer's forces, but also those who have long cast their covetous eyes upon us. This time, we will ensure that all understand the unwavering power of Granxia Island." Luaka's voice resonated clearly through the Den Mushi, reaching every warrior scattered across different islands. Battle-hardened warriors familiar with violence and conquest. Upon hearing Luo Ku's command, the eyes of the pirates ignited with excitement, their fervent desire to prove themselves burning brightly. They yearned not only to demonstrate their prowess, but also to attain higher status and glory through the crucible of blood and fire. "Listen closely." Luo Ku's voice resonated through the Den Mushi. "Whoever can eliminate Scar and his minions, or capture them alive, shall earn my trust and greater authority. This is not merely a battle. It is an opportunity to showcase your loyalty and capabilities." His words ignited a powder keg, instantly exploding the pirates' emotions. This was not just an act of vengeance against Scar, but also a chance to elevate one's standing in Luo Ku's eyes. In a world where strength reigned supreme, everyone aspired to be the one standing atop the pinnacle. "Eliminate Scar. Fight for ourselves," someone shouted. This proclamation acted as a signal, quickly echoed by the crowd, as cheers and roars reverberated across the camps of the islands. They busied themselves, preparing various supplies and weapons, inspecting and reinforcing the ships, and oiling the cannons, all in readiness for the impending battle. Ghostport, a natural harbor nestled in a remote sea, had become a refuge for numerous pirates and smugglers due to its intricate topography and defensibility. A variety of vessels congregated here, ranging from grand warships to nimble speedboats. At this moment, the atmosphere in the harbor grew exceedingly tense, for news had spread that Luo Ku's fleet was en route here, targeting Scar and his faction. Somewhere in the port, Scar's subordinates had also caught wind of the situation, realizing their leader had provoked a formidable enemy. Panic and unease spread among them. Some began to seek an escape route, while others chose to stand their ground, ready to fight to the death. Luo Ku's fleet drew closer, the flags fluttering in the wind, their ships carrying not only weapons and soldiers, but also an unstoppable momentum. News swept through the surrounding islands like a tempest, reaching even distant shores. The inhabitants of the islands and various factions, whether fishermen, merchants, or other pirate crews, buzzed with discussions about this development. Luo Ku's actions and Scar's betrayal became the subject of casual conversation, simultaneously instilling a sense of tension and vigilance among many. In the taverns of the islands, crew members gathered, discussing the impending storm. Have you heard? Luo Ku is truly furious this time. That brat Scar has no idea of his own limits to dare betray him, an old sailor remarked, taking a swig of strong liquor, his brow furrowed. Indeed, a younger sailor concurred. Word has it that Luo Ku's fleet has already set sail, and he has issued a death order to clean up Scar and his men. We should be cautious and avoid attracting the attention of Luo Ku's crew. Those fellows are like rabid dogs, capable of anything. The dissemination of information was not limited to mere words. The Din Din Mushi played a significant role as well. Across the islands, the network of Din Din Mushi was intricately connected, the speed of communication astonishing. The leaders and informants of each island busily confirmed the veracity of the news while adjusting their strategies to avoid entanglement in the impending conflict. Hello, John. A leader from one island spoke into the Din Din Mushi. I've heard there's been a major upheaval with Luo Ku. That fool Scar has gone too far. And now Luo Ku is coming with his forces. We need to keep a low profile for a while to avoid giving Luo Ku's men any excuses. Understood, came the voice from the other end. We received similar news. Our people should refrain from going out, especially near Luo Ku's territory. Let us observe this spectacle as mere spectators. Life on the islands thus adopted a more cautious rhythm. Many vessels that typically sailed the seas began to reduce their outings, and merchants meticulously planned their routes to sidestep unnecessary troubles. On this island, pirates had to devise numerous methods to determine who among them would be chosen to venture forth. For if everyone left, who would remain to oversee matters for Big Boss Luo Ku? The atmosphere on the island simmered with anticipation for Luo Ku's impending actions. Every pirate longed to prove themselves, to stand out in the forthcoming battle, earning both honor and Luo Ku's trust. However, due to limited ships and resources, it was impossible for everyone to partake in this expedition, raising the question of how to fairly select the fortunate few who would accompany Luo Ku. Thus, an ancient and equitable method was employed, a lottery. This was not merely a selection process. It symbolized equal opportunity, igniting the latent gambler's spirit within the pirates. On the day of the draw, the entire island transformed into a colossal arena, every corner brimming with tension and anticipation. The pirates gathered in a spacious square, where a massive wooden barrel stood at the center, filled with slips of paper bearing names. The most senior among them stood upon a platform, instantly capturing the attention of all. He announced the rules. The names drawn would have the opportunity to sail with him, while those not selected would remain on the island, but would receive corresponding rewards as a gesture of fairness. As the lottery commenced, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Each time someone drew a slip from the barrel, the crowd erupted in cheers or sighs. The fortunate ones leaped in jubilation, raising their arms in celebration of their good fortune, while the unselected offered each other consolation or jested, "Next time, it will surely be me." This scene was suffused with primal passion and competitive spirit, with every individual wholly invested, be they participants or spectators. The camaraderie and rivalry among the pirates were vividly displayed, each person cheering or lamenting for their dreams and opportunities. Ultimately, when all names had been drawn, the selected individuals formed a spirited crew, ready to embark under Luo Ku's command to Ghostport, tasked with a formidable and glorious mission. Meanwhile, those who remained on the island would continue their training, preparing for the next opportunity, their hearts filled with aspiration for the future and blessings for their comrades. At the East Sea Navy Base, naval officers sat around the conference table in the tactical room, their faces etched with worry and fatigue. The incessant ringing of the Din Din Mushi shattered the silence, each ring seemingly a reminder of the turmoil unfolding in the outside world. The intelligence officer organized the latest gathered information and reported to those present. According to the news we've just received, Luo Ku and his crew are amassing forces. It appears they are planning a large-scale operation. We are unclear of the specific target, but considering their past conduct, This is likely to be a bloody purge. A naval rear admiral, an experienced man with slightly graying hair, furrowed his brow, tapping his fingers lightly on the table as he weighed his thoughts. While Luo Ku's actions may help to weaken the pirate forces, his methods are excessively brutal. We cannot allow him to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. We must take action to prevent civilian casualties. General, a young lieutenant interjected. Should we dispatch a fleet to monitor them and intervene at once if they pose a threat to civilians? The Major General nodded, his gaze shifting to several critical points on the map. This plan is feasible, yet we must exercise caution to avoid direct confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Our primary mission is to safeguard the innocent, not to engage in a full-scale war with pirates. Prepare several fast-response warships, ready to mobilize at the first sign of Lord Locke's fleet approaching densely populated areas. The atmosphere at the naval base grew increasingly tense as officers swiftly allocated tasks and began deploying forces. The logistics department commenced refueling and resupplying the ships with ammunition. Meanwhile, the intelligence division intensified its surveillance of Locke's fleet movements, ensuring they remained aware of his whereabouts at all times. In the command center, a vast screen displayed a map of the East China Sea, marking the latest positions of both the Navy and the pirates. Officers closely monitored the screen, issuing commands to ensure all preparations were in place. We must maintain communication with the nearby naval bases. Should our manpower fall short, they can provide assistance. The Major General added. The Navy understood that, in the face of a formidable adversary like Locke, they needed to be thoroughly prepared to protect the innocent while avoiding unnecessary sacrifices. After completing their deployment, the commanders of the East China Sea Naval Base returned to the conference room, gathering around a large tactical map, their faces etched with fatigue and concern. For confronting Locke would not be an easy endeavor, especially given his formidable power and ruthless methods. An elder naval officer first broke the silence, his voice low, laced with deep apprehension. Locke, that name in the East China Sea resonates like a nightmare. His danger level is perhaps the highest we have encountered. After all, he was once one of us. In the conference room, several officers nodded in agreement, fully aware that Locke had once been a Navy man, a soldier of exceptional ability. His defection represented not only a loss of strength, but also a profound disgrace for the Navy. A middle-aged female officer spoke up. He understands our tactics and knows our weaknesses, making it exceptionally difficult to confront him. Moreover, another young officer added, many of the pirates under his command are former Navy soldiers he recruited, and they're well acquainted with our operational methods, which undoubtedly complicates our mission. The conference room fell into a contemplative silence as everyone pondered countermeasures. A deputy commander broke the stillness. We must identify his vulnerabilities, leveraging our intelligence network to conduct an in-depth investigation and uncover any flaws in his plans. Simultaneously, we should enhance training to improve the soldiers' combat readiness, ensuring they can respond effectively in encounters. Furthermore, another officer proposed we should endeavor to establish closer ties with other naval bases, sharing intelligence and conducting joint operations. Perhaps we can find an opportunity to eliminate him and his forces in one fell swoop. The discussion continued as commanders deliberated strategies while also boosting morale, emphasizing the importance of teamwork. In the face of an adversary like Locke, relying solely on the strength of one base is insufficient. Only through unity can they hope for success. As night fell, the lights of the East China Sea Naval Base remained bright, with commanders still busy in the conference room, strategizing their next move. As orders spread across every pirate ship, the crew members were poised for action, their spirits high, eyes gleaming with the promise of impending victory and glory. On the deck, the pirates busied themselves checking weapons and supplies, preparing thoroughly for the imminent battle. They understood that serving under Locke was the highest recognition of their courage and skills. Brothers, an experienced old pirate, proclaimed loudly, "Lord Locke has given us this opportunity to etch our names into the annals of the sea. We must not only defeat our enemies, but also make those who dare challenge us aware that we are invincible." At these words, the pirates aboard the ship erupted in cheers, their morale soaring to new heights. They slapped each other on the shoulders, exchanging resolute glances as they readied themselves for the forthcoming challenge. However, at Ghostport, the atmosphere was starkly contrasting. The remnants of Scar's forces, along with local pirates, fell into unprecedented panic upon learning of Locke's impending assault. The port, already fraught with anxiety due to Scar's betrayal, descended further into chaos. Some pirates began to flee, seeking safe havens, while others attempted to fortify their defenses, preparing for a desperate fight. "How is this possible?" one of Scar's subordinates murmured. "How could Locke know so soon? What should we do?" "We must quickly inform the others," suggested another. "Perhaps we can unite and resist for a time." But this notion was swiftly crushed by reality. Within the port, small-scale skirmishes and betrayals erupted frequently, with everyone fearing they would become the next victim. Scar's authority crumbled overnight. Former allies now turned into wary adversaries. "No, we cannot sit idly by," proposed a more rational pirate. "We should disperse and seek opportunities to escape. Otherwise, we will all fall to Locke's blade." As panic spread, order within Ghostport disintegrated entirely. Goods lay abandoned, ships were left unattended, and the streets were rife with chaos and despair. All of this paved the way for Locke's fleet, facilitating his assault. Following closely behind Locke's pirate fleet, the East China Sea naval warships maintained a tense distance, ensuring they could intervene at any moment to prevent the pirates from harming civilians along the way. The Navy was acutely aware that the pirates inhabiting this territory were no ordinary scoundrels, but were led by 6 ferocious pirates, each with bounties soaring to 70 million berries. Notorious figures within the East China Sea. Ironhook Akadi was famed for his signature mechanical hook, having torn opponents apart with his brutal weapon in numerous battles. His combat style was raw, ruthless, and favored close-quarter combat. Venomous Tooth Lilith possessed teeth coated in venom capable of easily shattering steel, and her toxin could inflict excruciating death upon enemies within minutes. Lilith was most lethal in nighttime operations, serving as the assassin of the pirate crew. Ghost Sniper Sam boasted extraordinary long-range sniping abilities, capable of accurately shooting targets from several kilometers away. Sam's sniper rifle was equipped with a special targeting system, ensuring a high hit rate under any weather conditions. Rage Bear Bruno was massive and immensely powerful, able to crush solid walls with his bare hands. In battle, Bruno resembled a rampaging beast, showing no mercy to any obstacles in his path. Lightning Swordsman Victor wielded a long sword that could conduct electricity, unleashing high-voltage currents during combat to incapacitate opponents. Victor's speed was astonishing, allowing him to dart across the battlefield like lightning. Shadow Sorceress Mora excelled in dark magic, capable of summoning corporeal shadow creatures to attack enemies. Mo La possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate shadows, allowing her to teleport and evade her enemies with ease. The 6 pirates each excel in their respective specialties. They not only exhibit extraordinary combat prowess, but also demonstrate remarkable teamwork. Their presence has rendered the Luo Ku pirates one of the most formidable forces in the East China Sea. The commanders aboard the naval vessels of the East China Sea closely monitor the movements of these pirates, fully aware that should the pirates stray from their course or pose a threat to innocence, they must act without hesitation, even if it means confronting these 6 notorious pirates, each with a bounty of 70 million berries. The Navy understands that this will be a grueling battle, yet they are acutely aware that safeguarding the safety of the innocent and the civilian populace is their solemn duty. Regardless of the cost, they will exert their utmost effort. The atmosphere in Ghostport has reached a boiling point, with various factions, including the remnants of Scar's forces and local pirates, scrambling to find a means of survival. They understand that once Luo Ku's fleet arrives, the area will transform into a bloody battlefield where no one can escape unscathed. In the face of the impending catastrophe, different factions begin to seek self-preservation. Some pirates attempt to flee, only to realize that such actions would only invite greater disaster. They're intercepted by other factions, threatened with dire consequences should they attempt to leave. If you run, Luo Ku's men will assume no one here dares to resist, and he will wash this place in blood. A local pirate leader's voice echoed through the chaos, his eyes filled with fear and determination. "Leave your heads behind. At least that will give us leverage in negotiations and ensure our safety." This declaration incited greater panic among the crowd. It had also prompted some to consider the possibility of collective action. Only by uniting can they hope to withstand Luo Ku's onslaught, or, at the very least, find a glimmer of hope amidst the approaching storm. "We cannot simply sit idly by," another pirate proclaimed loudly. "If we can band together, perhaps we can hold out for a time, at least until reinforcements arrive." However, this optimistic perspective was quickly extinguished by the harsh reality. The defense system of Ghostport had been severely compromised following Scar's betrayal. Moreover, Luo Ku brought not only overwhelming military might, but also 6 fierce pirates, each with a bounty of 70 million berries, making them formidable adversaries. Many advocated for Scar to remain in place and await Luo Ku's judgment. A suffocating despair filled the air of Ghostport, and the sea breeze seemed to carry the scent of an impending storm. Every corner of the port was rife with the nervous glances and hushed conversations of pirates. Scar and his remaining forces found themselves besieged by rival pirate factions, cornered in a narrow alley like rabbits hunted by hounds, with no escape in sight. The leaders of the other pirate factions, armed with various weapons, stood at the forefront, their unwavering gazes communicating to Scar and his subordinates that they had no choice but to remain and confront the impending crisis together. These leaders understood that if Scar's group managed to escape, the wrath of the Luo Ku pirates would inevitably turn upon them. At that point, they would have no bargaining power and would be left at the mercy of their adversaries. "Scar, look at the situation you've created," a pirate leader named Heisha bellowed. "The trouble you've stirred, we all must bear the burden together. You better pray that Luo Ku finds another target, or we will all meet our doom." Anger and resentment marred Scar's face. Yet he recognized that this was not the time for bravado. Surveying his surroundings, he saw those who had once fought alongside him now transformed into his jailers, their eyes flickering with a mix of fear and resolve. He had lost control of the situation. "What shall we do?" Scar whispered to a trusted confidant, his voice trembling. "For now, we can only join them," his confidant replied. "At least this way, we may have a sliver of hope." Meanwhile, all entrances to Ghostport had been sealed off by other pirate factions. Hastily erected barricades and sentinels attempting to establish a temporary defense line. The ordinary residents had vanished, shops were shuttered, and windows were boarded up, transforming the entire port into a silent fortress, awaiting an uncertain fate. The tense situation in Ghostport resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Fear and despair spread like a plague, causing some pirate psychological defenses to collapse entirely. Under extreme pressure, some began to lose their sanity, their eyes filled only with the instinct for survival, while trust among comrades evaporated. A once loyal pirate suddenly screamed, his eyes bloodshot, brandishing a rusted cutlass as he charged at the nearest companion. The onlookers were initially stunned, but quickly reacted, drawing their weapons in self-defense. A chaotic melee erupted, filled with screams, clashing metal, and curses, plunging the scene into disorder. Scar's captors watched in dismay, their hearts heavy. They feared that, even if they surrendered Scar, it would not quell the fury of the Luo Ku pirates. To them, Scar's betrayal was not merely a treachery against business partners, but a betrayal of the entire security of Ghostport. They had been thrust into the spotlight, becoming the targets of scorn. "Scar, look at the good you've done." A pirate leader roared at Scar, his eyes brimming with anger and helplessness. "You have betrayed us all and dragged us into this disaster." Scar lowered his head, realizing that no words could undo the consequences that had already unfolded. Now, he had become the scapegoat for all. Deep regret for his earlier decisions gnawed at him. Yet, regret was futile. What lay before everyone was a bloody path. Either unite and fight desperately, or resign themselves to inaction and allow the Luo Ku pirates to slaughter them. Enough. Another, more composed pirate stepped forward, attempting to restore order. "We cannot continue like this. It will only hasten our demise. We need to devise a plan, one that offers at least a glimmer of hope." The crowd ceased their bickering, turning their gazes toward this pirate. He continued, "We will address Scar's situation later. For now, we must focus on finding a way out. Perhaps we can attempt to contact the East China Sea Navy for assistance, or seek out the weaknesses of the Luo Ku pirates and orchestrate a counterattack." This suggestion garnered some agreement, though skepticism lingered among others. In such dire circumstances, any hope seemed faint, yet at the very least, it provided a direction, a goal. At the makeshift gathering point in Ghostport, a group of pirates huddled around a tattered map, their faces etched with worry as they fervently debated whether to seek help from the East China Sea Navy. This proposal rippled through the assembly like a stone cast into a still pond, igniting widespread controversy. "The Navy? Are you out of your mind?" roared a burly man with a thick beard. His voice echoed within the cavernous warehouse, causing dust to fall from the beams above. "Indeed," another slender pirate echoed. "The Navy is our natural enemy. How can we expect them to rescue us?" However, the pirates supporting this proposal were equally resolute. "You are correct. The Navy is indeed our adversary, but in the face of the Luo Ku pirates, we are but minor players. If we unite, there may still be a glimmer of hope." Moreover, a seemingly astute young pirate added, "If we can persuade the Navy that we are the key to halting the expansion of the Luo Ku pirates, they might be willing to temporarily set aside their grievances and collaborate with us. But the risk is too great," cautioned an experienced old pirate. "If the Navy seizes this opportunity to capture us, we are finished." The discussion grew increasingly heated, voices rising to near combative levels. When suddenly the previously quiet Scar spoke up. "I know I've made mistakes, but now is not the time to apportion blame. We must devise a way to convince the Navy that if we fall, the Luo Ku pirates will be unstoppable, and the East Sea will belong to them. We can offer intelligence about the Luo Ku pirates in exchange. The Navy must guarantee our safety." This suggestion momentarily halted the argument, plunging everyone into deep contemplation. Scar's words reminded them that, in the face of the Luo Ku pirates, personal grudges and positions must be momentarily set aside for their survival. They needed to make difficult decisions. "Very well." Ultimately, a seemingly authoritative pirate declared, "Let's give it a try. However, we must prepare for both outcomes. If the Navy declines, we need a backup plan." Thus, the pirates of Ghostport began to organize. Some were tasked with discreetly contacting the EC Navy base, while others fortified the port's defenses in preparation for confrontation. Regardless of the outcome, the coming days would be pivotal in determining their fate. The future of Ghostport would sway precariously between the shadow of the Luo Ku pirates and the decisions of the Navy. What they could do was strive with all their might to secure the best possible outcome for themselves and everyone in the port. The pirates of Ghostport gathered anxiously in a dimly lit cabin, encircled around an antiquated communication device. This equipment had borne witness to countless life and death conversations, and now its function might be more critical than ever. Carefully, they dialed the number for the East Sea Navy base, their hearts filled with uncertainty and fear. A brief, busy signal resonated from the other end, followed by the calm and professional response of a Navy operator. "This is the East Sea Navy base. Report your identity and emergency situation." Hearing the Navy's response, the pirates felt their hearts leap. A representative, chosen for this task, cleared his throat, striving to sound resolute. "This is the Pirate Alliance of Ghostport. We face a threat from the Luo Ku pirates, who are sailing towards us. We request assistance. We possess vital intelligence concerning the security of the EC." The operator's voice remained steady, yet revealed a hint of vigilance. "The movements of the Luo Ku pirates are already under our surveillance. We understand your predicament, but you must realize that the Navy does not intervene lightly in conflicts between pirates. However, considering the peril posed by the Luo Ku pirates, we are willing to hear your intelligence." The pirate representative exhaled in relief and continued. "The 6 core members of the Luo Ku pirates each carry a bounty of 70 million berries, and they are armed with an array of unknown weaponry. If we do not unite, not only Ghostport but the entire EC will be affected." The operator fell silent for a moment, evidently assessing the veracity of the information. "We will evaluate the value of your intelligence, but until then, we cannot commit to any specific actions. Maintain communication. We will keep in touch." After the call ended, the pirates exchanged glances, their emotions complex. On one hand, they were relieved that the Navy had not outright rejected their plea. On the other, they understood that the Navy's involvement was uncertain and contingent on the value of the intelligence they provided. The pirates of Ghostport had initially hoped that the intervention of the East Sea Navy would alleviate their predicament. But upon learning that the Navy's response was not as favorable as expected, a profound sense of defeat washed over them. In the face of the formidable Luo coup pirates, they had no choice but to rely on their own efforts for salvation. The Navy's indifferent response doused the last flicker of hope within them, simultaneously igniting their inner fury and will to survive. Meanwhile, the 6 leaders of the Luo coup pirates were already primed for action, eager to seize the opportunity. To them, Ghostport was not merely a target for conquest, but a stage to exhibit their might and glory. In their eyes, each battle, each drop of blood was a testament to their strength, a means to elevate their bounty. They yearned for the impending conflict, anticipating the chance to etch their own legends in blood and fire. Iron Hook Akadi tightened his mechanical hook, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Venomous Tooth Lilith licked her toxin-coated teeth, a sly smile playing on her lips. Ghost Sniper Sam inspected his sniper rifle, ensuring every bullet would strike true. Rage Bear Bruno flexed his massive frame, muscles bulging beneath his skin, ready to unleash his power. Lightning Swordsman Victor gripped his electrically charged sword, arcs of electricity dancing at its tip, crackling in the air. Meanwhile, Shadow Sorcerer Mora immersed himself in his dark magic, the surrounding shadows seeming to respond to his summons. Restless and eager, the fleet of the Luo coup pirates gradually approached Ghostport, each step quickening the pulse of the pirates within. Once the battle commenced, it would be a brutal clash, a contest of life and death. On the flagship of the Luo coup pirates, several leaders gathered around a weathered wooden table on the deck, empty bottles and half-filled cups strewn about, the salty sea breeze wafting in, carrying the call of the distant ocean. They exchanged weary yet exhilarated glances, harboring both anticipation for the forthcoming battle and a premonition of the impending bloodshed. Have you ever wondered why the Navy ships behind us have not taken action? Ghost Sniper Sam broke the silence, his words mingling with the faint scent of alcohol in the air. Perhaps our captain's former connections have helped. Rage Bear Bruno grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth, his laughter booming in the night. After all, he had once been one of them. Who could say what connections he still held? Who cares? Lightning Swordsman Victor waved his hand dismissively, his eyes sparkling with electric energy. As long as they don't interfere, we can focus on Ghostport. The people there will witness our true strength. Indeed, Venomous Tooth Lilith sneered. Tomorrow, Ghostport will become the first milestone in our expansion. The pirates there will forever remember the name of the Luo coup pirates. Iron Hook Akadi raised his cup, the metallic hook glinting coldly in the moonlight. To victory! For our captain, cheers! Cheers! The remaining leaders echoed in unison, the clinking of wine glasses resonating through the tranquil night sky, their hearts brimming with aspirations for the future and a fervent desire for battle. Yet, behind this boldness and confidence lay a profound reverence for the unknown. The pirates of Yolingong would not surrender easily, and the unpredictability of the Navy's movements added another layer of uncertainty. In this moment, however, they chose to cast aside their concerns and focus on the impending challenge ahead. As the night deepened, the moonlight danced upon the waves like a silver ribbon, illuminating the sea. The flagship of the Loaka pirates continued its voyage, the naval vessels maintaining a measured distance behind, akin to silent guardians of the night. Observing all that transpired, the lights in the direction of Yolingong flickered in the distance, resembling a beacon foretelling an approaching storm. On the naval ship trailing closely behind the Loaka pirates, a somber atmosphere enveloped the bridge. The commander and crew were intently fixated on the radar screen and the horizon, ever prepared for any sudden developments. Although a delicate distance and calm existed between the two factions, the Navy understood all too well that this tranquility could swiftly be shattered, giving rise to a fierce maritime conflict. The naval soldiers, clad in crisp uniforms and equipped with their weaponry, remained ever vigilant, even during their brief moments of respite. Within the quarters, soldiers gathered in hushed tones, discussing various possibilities, and inevitably, the conversation turned to the members of the Loaka pirates, particularly those 6 notorious captains with bounties soaring to 70 million berries. Do you think that if a fight breaks out, they would attack us without hesitation? A young naval soldier inquired, his eyes glimmering with concern for the unknown. It's hard to say, replied a seasoned veteran. We all know that the Loaka pirates are exceptionally ruthless, showing no mercy to the innocent. But we in the Navy are no pushovers. We bear the responsibility of safeguarding the peace and security of these waters. Indeed, another soldier interjected, yet if they begin to indiscriminately slay the innocent, we must take action, regardless of the cost. We will certainly act. The commander's voice resonated from the doorway as he stepped into the quarters, his gaze resolute. However, our primary objective is to avert unnecessary conflict. We will only intervene when civilian lives are threatened or our own safety is at stake. We cannot instigate a battle, but neither can we remain passive. The soldiers nodded in understanding, recognizing that their duty as members of the Navy encompassed more than combating crime. It was paramount to uphold justice and order, protecting the populace from harm. Should conflict arise, they would face formidable challenges, yet they were prepared. Wherever and whenever, they would rise to fulfill their mission. As night enveloped the sea, the winds and waves began to intensify, the lights of the naval vessel flickering amidst the tumult, signaling their presence as guardians. Crew members returned to their stations, diligently executing their tasks, while those soldiers who had been conversing in the lounge gradually dispersed, resuming their posts in readiness for the unknown challenges ahead. The atmosphere aboard the naval ship grew increasingly tense, and as the Loaka pirates drew nearer, every soldier comprehended the gravity of the situation. Should conflict erupt, it would be an unprecedented battle. The situation at Yolngon resembled a ticking time bomb, poised to ignite and plunge these waters into a baptism of blood and fire. We must be fully prepared, the commander emphasized in the assembly. The members of the Loaka pirates are formidable adversaries, but let us not forget that we possess the strength to match them aboard our vessel. Our Colonel, Robert Hawkins, is a force to be reckoned with. Colonel Robert Hawkins, a legendary figure in the East Sea Navy, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship and indomitable will, was not merely an outstanding warrior, but also a strategist, having achieved significant victories in numerous confrontations with pirates. Upon hearing his name, a wave of confidence surged among the soldiers. The addition of Colonel Hawkins undoubtedly enhances our combat capabilities, a lieutenant added. However, we must also rely on teamwork. Each individual must perform at their utmost potential. Following the conclusion of the meeting, soldiers returned to their respective posts, initiating final preparations. Weapons were meticulously inspected, tactics rehearsed repeatedly, and each person silently prayed for the avoidance of conflict, while simultaneously readying themselves for battle. On the deck, Robert Hawkins stood alone, gazing at the distant silhouette of Yolngon upon the horizon. The blade in his hand glinted coldly in the moonlight, his eyes unwavering, capable of penetrating the darkness to foresee the imminent storm. Loaka pirates, he whispered to himself, if you dare to wreak havoc in these waters, I shall ensure you understand that the East Sea Navy is not to be trifled with. The presence of Colonel Hawkins served as a comforting anchor, instilling a sense of reassurance among the soldiers amidst the mounting tension. As long as the colonel was present, the possibility of overcoming any adversary remained. With the dawn's arrival, the contours of Yolngon gradually became distinct in the morning light, and the atmosphere aboard the naval vessel grew ever more grave. Soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed ahead, silently reciting their duties and convictions. Deep within this East Sea naval ship lay an elite force of 7 battle-hardened colonels, each possessing strength rivaling that of the Loaka pirates' captains. These colonels typically operated in the shadows, known only to the highest echelons of naval command. To the ordinary naval soldiers, they were akin to legendary heroes, existing solely in tales and folklore. Yet, at this critical juncture, the 7 colonels stood ready for immediate deployment. Scattered throughout the ship, each was in a heightened state of alert, awaiting the commander's call. Each possessed unique specialties, ranging from precise marksmanship to close-quarters combat, from intricate tactical planning to formidable personal prowess, forming an invisible line of defense aboard the naval vessel. One colonel, known as Swift Wind, was famed for his lightning-fast movements and extraordinary swordsmanship, capable of traversing the battlefield with incredible speed to deliver lethal strikes to the enemy. Another colonel, Thunder, excelled in utilizing high-tech weaponry for fire support, instilling fear in any adversary. Then there was Shadow, a master of stealth and assassination, able to accomplish missions undetected by the enemy. The existence of these 7 colonels resembled a secret weapon, poised for activation at a pivotal moment. Should the Luaka pirates pose a threat to Yolengong or other innocents, they would need to act swiftly, striking the enemy with overwhelming force to protect civilians and uphold the dignity of the Navy. In every corner of the ship, from the armory to the communications room, from the bridge to the engine room, these 7 colonels served as unseen eyes, silently monitoring the evolving situation. Prepared at any moment, they would transform into guardians of peace for these waters, utilizing their skills and courage to secure victory in the impending conflict. As the first rays of sunlight broke the dawn, an unusual spectacle unfolded in the sky above Yolengong. The sun rose slowly, its hue strikingly vivid as if stained with blood, casting a crimson glow across the entire sea surface. The unusual scene stirred an inexplicable sense of unease within people's hearts, heralding that something extraordinary would transpire today. The pirates within Yolengong and the forces poised for battle sensed this ominous aura. They gazed skyward, their expressions a complex tapestry of trepidation towards the unknown and resolute determination for the impending conflict. Some began to whisper prayers, hoping for the favor of fortune, while others tightened their grips on their weapons, resolved to reshape their destinies with their own strength. On the surface of the sea, aboard the flagship of the Luaka pirates, several captains also took note of this extraordinary sunrise. They exchanged glances, reading the same message in each other's eyes. Today would be a pivotal day for their fates. Although the outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty, they understood that once the sun fully ascended, all would be settled. As the sun gradually rose, the shade of crimson began to fade, yet the foreboding atmosphere lingered. Yolengong, the Luaka pirates, and the East Sea Navy entered the final stages of preparation, awaiting the impending storm. In this rosy dawn, the atmosphere over the waters of Yolengong was thick with anticipation and dread. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the mist, illuminating the distant horizon, the sentinel atop the lookout tower spotted the Luaka pirates' fleet slowly approaching, now less than 2 kilometers from harbor. This news struck like a hammer, shattering the tranquility of dawn and plunging the entire port into chaos. Pirates hurriedly assembled, armed themselves, and fortified their defenses as tension and anxiety permeated the air. Those who had once attempted to flee were now forced to accept reality and confront the imminent challenge alongside other factions in the port. Experienced old pirates began organizing personnel and assigning tasks, striving to maximize defensive efficiency within a limited time. Merchants and residents within the port hastily gathered their belongings, seeking relatively safe places to take refuge. Children were tightly held in their mothers' arms, while the elderly trembled, praying for a miracle. Yolengong, once a bustling hub of trade, now found itself shrouded in a dark cloud, heralding an unavoidable tempest. The approach of the Luaka pirates was not merely a physical advance, but also a psychological pressure. The threat posed by 6 pirates with bounties reaching 70 million berries instilled an unprecedented sense of dread in everyone. For the pirates of Yolengong, this was not merely a battle for survival. It was a test of their courage and resolve. As the fleet of the Luaka pirates drew nearer, the clouds above Yolengong seemed to grow heavier, foreshadowing the storm to come. Everyone prepared for the worst, yet clung to a flicker of hope, yearning for a miracle or timely reinforcements. However, at this moment, there was no choice but to firmly grip their weapons and brace for the forthcoming challenge. As the fleet of the Luaka pirates approached, the already tense atmosphere escalated dramatically. Some pirate factions, shaken by the defeat of the remnants of Scar and their own capabilities, began to waver. Upon receiving accurate news from the lookout tower that Luaka's subordinates were almost within reach, less than 2 kilometers away, fear and the instinct for survival compelled them to decide to surrender. These pirate leaders swiftly commanded their subordinates to prepare white flags. Unwilling to be embroiled in a battle destined for bloodshed, fearing that the Luaka pirates would indiscriminately exact vengeance upon them. To them, preserving their lives outweighed all else. Thus they were willing to forsake their pride and stance, seeking merely to survive the coming storm. However, the decision to raise the white flag was not made lightly. It signified the abandonment of resistance and the acknowledgement of their impotence before the Luaka pirates. This act could incite hostility from other pirates unwilling to surrender and potentially tarnish their reputation and standing in the East Sea in the days to come. Throughout every corner of Yulin, pirates began to bustle about. Some raised white flags, while others organized their belongings, preparing for a hasty retreat. The once bustling streets fell silent, replaced by a cacophony of chaos. Those who chose not to surrender intensified their preparations, reinforcing defenses, knowing that once combat erupted, every inch of land would become a battleground for survival. On the flagship of the Luaka pirates, as the 6 captains observed the white flags rising over Yulin through their telescopes, their expressions revealed no trace of sympathy or compassion. Rather, they were filled with disdain and mockery. Iron Hook Akadi curled his lips into a cold smirk. Poison Fong Lilith's eyes glinted with contempt, while the ghost sniper, Sam, snorted derisively at the surrender of Yulin pirates. The wrathful giant Bear Bruno's raucous laughter echoed across the deck, and the lightning swordsman Victor brandished his electric sword, creating arcs of blue electricity that crackled, showcasing his might. The shadow sorcerer Mora stood silently to the side, observing everything, his shadow elongating in the sunlight, appearing eerily ominous. Naive romanticism? Huh! In a vast ocean, weakness is synonymous with death, bellowed Iron Hook Akadi, his voice dripping with contempt for the surrenderers. Did they truly believe that raising a white flag would ensure their survival? Utterly foolish. The word mercy does not exist in the lexicon of the Luaka pirates, added Poison Fong Lilith, her tone cold and merciless. We have stated that once we land on the island, none shall be spared. The 6 captains exchanged glances and then shouted to their pirate crew, "Brothers, are you ready? We shall make Yulin a part of history. Remember, our promise as the Luaka pirates has always been to speak and act." The pirates responded with deafening cheers, brandishing their weapons, their eyes ablaze with a thirst for battle. The flags on the flagship billowed in the wind, heralding the impending storm. The fleet of the Luaka pirates continued to advance, the waves parting at the bow of the ship and closing again at the stern, leaving behind trails of white foam. The future of Yulin now rested in the hands of these ferocious pirates, who seemed utterly devoid of any inclination to show mercy. On the waters of Yulin, an inevitable storm was brewing. Whether they raised white flags in supplication or chose to stand their ground, all would witness their fates in this impending catastrophe. The ruthlessness of the Luaka pirates was about to leave an indelible mark upon every inch of Yulin territory. Along the shores of Yulin, despair and chaos reached their zenith. The pleas and inquiries of the young pirate leaders were rendered insignificant amidst the booming cannon fire. As the fierce assault of the Luaka pirates turned all dialogue to ash, cannonballs fell like rain, each explosion tearing through the air, leaving behind ruins and smoke. Buildings collapsed. Flames engulfed the once thriving streets, and thick smoke billowed skyward. The 6 captains of the Luaka pirates led their crew ashore, wasting no time as they commenced a brutal purge. Regardless of gender or age, be they pirates or innocent civilians, none could escape their grasp. They surged forth like a torrent of destruction, ruthlessly trampling upon lives and properties in their wake. The streets echoed with piercing screams and anguished cries as people scattered in terror, desperately seeking any corner to hide. Yet, amidst such relentless assault, evasion seemed a futile endeavor. Many families were torn asunder, children lost in the chaos, calling out for their parents in vain, unable to reunite. Those who had once raised the white flag in surrender now found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. The mercy they had anticipated never arrived. Instead, they became targets of the Rock Pirates massacre. At the precipice of life and death, all strategies and plans appeared impotent. Upon the waters of Ghost Harbor, the fleet of the Rock Pirates unleashed a terrifying barrage, each cannonball heralding the arrival of doom. Within the port, The brave pirates who chose to resist found their defenses crumbling against such overwhelming force. Under this grim backdrop, the sky above Ghost Harbor was shrouded in dark clouds, as if the sun had lost interest in this forsaken place. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and death, a tragedy unfolding with an ending seemingly predestined to be tragic. The merciless advance of the rock pirates drove Ghost Harbor toward the abyss, a calamity ravaging this once vibrant land. Amidst the ruins of Ghost Harbor, the despairing pirates began to realize that they faced not only physical devastation, but also a complete shattering of their will to survive. Some among them, once dominant on the seas, now cowered beneath the remnants of crumbling walls, trembling voices pleading for mercy from the leaders of the rock pirates, hoping for a glimmer of reprieve. However, the leaders of the rock pirates turned a deaf ear to these pleas, responding only with cold weapons and unrelenting commands. Each entreaty was met with fiercer retaliation, a mockery of the weak. These leaders, perhaps once great pirates in their own right, now saw only conquest and destruction, devoid of any space for compassion. In such a scenario, some pirates began to understand that the only escape might lie in fighting until the last moment. Even with victory appearing elusive, at the very least, they could choose how to conclude their own legends. Thus, in despair, some took up arms anew, preparing to confront the rock pirates for one final stand, even if it meant embracing inevitable death. Yet, others chose a different path. Direct confrontation seemed tantamount to suicide. Hence, they utilized their familiarity with the island's terrain, stealthily emerging from the ruins to seek hidden passages or undamaged boats, attempting to escape this hellish island under the cover of smoke. In this chaos and despair, everyone struggled to survive in their own way, whether through armed resistance or clandestine flight. Each corner of Ghost Harbor was permeated with a suffocating sense of hopelessness. Once heroic figures, those fearsome pirates who had instilled dread in countless foes upon the seas, now appeared utterly vulnerable before the leaders of the rock pirates. The might of these leaders surpassed imagination. Each of their battles concluded with overwhelming advantage, every strike signifying the end of a life. Witnessing all of this, even the most resolute hearts began to waver. Those who once believed they could rely on strength and cunning to survive this crisis now had to confront a harsh reality. In the presence of the leaders of the rock pirates, their so-called strength was nothing more than a cruel joke. The end of each battle was accompanied by the fall of yet another pirate, their corpses discarded carelessly, becoming part of the ruins of Ghost Harbor. A somber reminder to all survivors that even former titans were mere insignificances in the face of absolute power. This stark disparity in might compelled the fortunate few who remained alive to reassess their survival strategies. Some pirates began to clandestinely communicate, realizing that solitary efforts would only hasten their demise. Only through unity could they hope to find a sliver of opportunity for counterattack. Yet even then, doubt lingered in their hearts, uncertain if defeating the rock pirates was truly feasible. In a hidden corner of Ghost Harbor, remnants of several pirate crews gathered, their eyes flickering with a blend of fear and determination. After intense deliberation, they ultimately resolved to undertake a seemingly mad endeavor, an alliance to launch a surprise attack on one of the leaders of the rock pirates. Perhaps concentrating their firepower could weaken one individual and thereby shift the tide of the entire situation. They stealthily approached their target. This leader, known as Iron Hokakati, stood atop a vantage point, surveying the ravaged Ghost Harbor, relishing in the solitude of victory. Suddenly, an onslaught from above shattered the stillness, arrows and explosive projectiles raining down, intent on obliterating him in one fell swoop. Iron Hokakati gazed upward, his expression revealing no surprise at the assailants, only a faint smirk of disdain. With a cold chuckle, he seemed to be reveling in a lackluster performance. As the barrage approached, he merely shifted his body, effortlessly evading the majority of the attacks. The few arrows that struck him shattered upon contact with his formidable iron hook. "You dare to employ such tactics against me?" Iron Hook Akadi's voice was deep and laced with mockery as he emerged from the shadows, each step resonating with a heavy thud. "On the seas, I have witnessed countless storms. Your trifling antics are but a gentle breeze incapable of dislodging the dust upon me. Do you believe that by joining forces, you can vanquish me? He continued, his tone tinged with derision. In the face of true power, numbers are forever inconsequential. At that moment, Iron Hook Akadi sprang into action, his speed rendering the surroundings a blur. Weaving through the attackers, each swing of his iron hook felled a pirate, their weapons and valor appearing so fragile in that instant. As the initial wave of assault was effortlessly thwarted, the leaders of the pirate crews understood that conventional methods would not sway this formidable adversary. Thus, they swiftly recalibrated their strategy, leveraging their unique strengths to embark on an unprecedented coordinated assault. Above Ghost Harbor, thunder rumbled and waves churned, the atmosphere thick with an intense spirit of battle. A pirate known as Lightning Hand, wielding two electrically charged short swords, flickered through the air, moving with extraordinary speed to position himself behind Akadi, aiming for a decisive strike. Simultaneously, the captain of the tidal wave pirate crew manipulated the waves, summoning towering surges in an attempt to engulf Akadi within the furious waters. Meanwhile, the ghost archer lay concealed in the shadows, her bowstring taut with a poisoned arrow, poised to unleash her shot at the opportune moment. Yet, confronted with such a dense and intricate assault, Iron Hook Akadi displayed astonishing reflexes and combat prowess. He seemed to transform into the helmsman of a storm, executing each movement with unparalleled precision. The electric sword of the lightning hook was rendered nearly immobile before his iron hook, each clash resonating with a jarring metallic clang. The towering waves, upon meeting him, were cleaved asunder, sending sprays of water flying. Meanwhile, the arrows of the phantom archer were deflected mere inches from him by an invisible force, gliding past harmlessly. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides unleashing increasingly ferocious techniques. Iron Hook Akadi took the initiative, each swing of his hook accompanied by a fierce rush of wind that tore through the air. The united pirates had no choice but to rely on their mutual trust and understanding to barely withstand his onslaught. Following a violent collision, Iron Hook Akadi suddenly leapt into the air, his silhouette tracing a long arc beneath the moonlight. Then, like a meteor falling from the sky, he plummeted, his iron hook aimed at the ground, resulting in a deafening explosion. Dust billowed, smoke enveloped the battlefield, and a momentary silence ensued. When the dust settled, onlookers were astonished to find Iron Hook Akadi still standing resolutely, while those pirates who had joined forces against him were either gravely wounded or paralyzed with fear, their eyes brimming with reverence for this formidable foe. Akadi's command descended like a chilling decree, saturating the air with a relentless resolve. His seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and unwavering, executed his orders without hesitation. Amidst the glint of blades, the fate of the once valiant pirate leaders was sealed in that moment. Their heads were severed with precision, blood staining the ground, merging with the tumultuous waves to create a tragic tableau. As their severed heads hung high above the lampposts of Ghostport, they became silent harbingers, proclaiming Akadi's unassailable dominion over the maritime realm. These heads swayed in the night breeze, resembling specters that gazed upon every passing pirate, narrating the grim fates of those who dared to challenge Akadi's authority. Akadi stood amidst it all, his gaze devoid of compassion, only a fervent thirst for power and dominion. Such a display, though brutal, was deemed a necessary measure to maintain order and establish authority. In this realm of survival of the fittest, strength alone spoke the true language. And he, Iron Hook Akadi, without a doubt, was the most resounding voice across these waters. In the shadows of Ghostport, a group of pirates huddled together, their faces pale, eyes flickering with terror. They pressed closely together, seeking solace through their shared presence. Whispers traversed the circle, each individual attempting to comprehend the horrific spectacle they had just witnessed. Did you see that? Akadi's men, like reapers, severed those heads. One voice trembled. A hand unconsciously touched a neck, as if fearing that their own fate might mirror those gruesome trophies. This is a warning, a blatant warning, another pirate added, his voice hoarse with fear. Akadi, he is not merely a pirate. He is a devil. We must tread carefully. Someone interjected, If we wish to avoid becoming the next head hanging from a lamppost, we cannot allow Akkadi to know of our existence. But how can we evade his gaze? A voice despaired. Their influence spans the entire sea. We have nowhere to hide. Perhaps we should consider joining him. A more rational voice proposed, presenting a bold notion. If we can become part of his crew, at least we won't be targets. Have you lost your mind? Someone immediately countered. Join him? You would become a monster like them. Better than death, the proposer retorted, his eyes resolute, revealing a strong desire for survival. But can we truly trust him? Another voice interjected. Who can guarantee we won't become the next victims? Trust? The first speaker chuckled bitterly. In this world, trust exists only on the edge of a blade. Yet we have no choice. Either we join, or he left the final statement unfinished. Yet all understood the implication. Silence enveloped them, each heart laden with conflict and struggle. In the distance, the lights of Ghostport flickered in the night, the hanging heads serving as ghostly reminders that every choice bore the weight of life and death. Throughout those lengthy hours, the air of Ghostport was thick with despair and the specter of death. What was once a bustling port had transformed into a stage of desolation, enacting tragic scenes. Many pirates, realizing that resistance was futile, chose to surrender. They ceased to wield weapons, no longer shouting battle cries, instead quietly awaiting their inevitable fate. Some huddled in corners, their eyes vacant as they gazed skyward, searching for signs of some form of release. They relinquished their fight, hoping that in their final moments, they might be granted a measure of mercy, a swift and painless end. This acceptance of death was their final act of defiance, a silent protest against fate. In certain corners, one could observe small clusters of pirates gathered, sharing stories and memories in a bid to find warmth and solace in their final moments. They reminisced about past adventures, days filled with laughter and tears, and the loved ones they cherished. These conversations were interspersed with laughter and tears, forming the last glimmers of light in their lives. Others chose solitude, sitting quietly by the shore, gazing at the distant horizon. They may have been contemplating the meaning of life, bidding farewell to the world, or simply savoring the sensation of the sea breeze upon their skin for the final time. In their eyes resided both a longing for life and an acceptance of the impending tranquility. As members of the lock pirate crew patrolled Ghostport in search of any potential resistance, they occasionally encountered these resigned pirates. In such instances, even the most ruthless of killers would sometimes hesitate. Yet amidst the chaos and violence, mercy often remained a luxury, and those awaiting death could only hope for a flicker of humanity from their adversaries, yearning for a more dignified conclusion. The entire Ghostport was enveloped in gloom and heaviness, each moment seemingly mourning the dawn that was to come, paying silent homage to the lives destined to fade away. Within a luxurious hotel perched on the coastline, Locke, the infamous pirate captain, sat at a handcrafted oak table with an elegance that belied his fearsome reputation. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing him in golden light that formed a halo around him. Yet this aura could not conceal the occasional glint of coldness that flickered in his eyes. Clad in a dark robe adorned with intricate patterns, he exuded a sense of status and power. His hair was meticulously styled, slicked back to reveal the marks of countless battles etched upon his brow. Despite the bustling crowd around him, Locke seemed to exist in a tranquil world, solely focused on the cup of coffee in his hands. Gently lifting the cup, the rim grazes his lips, producing a soft sound. The aroma of coffee dances around his nostrils as he closes his eyes to savor this rare moment of tranquility. Yet, within him, a tempest brews akin to crashing waves, calculating the time it would take his subordinates to seize Gingu. Gingu, a name that once instilled terror in countless pirates, now teeters on the brink of his ambitions. For those daring to challenge his authority, Luaka has already reached a verdict in his heart. In his realm, the strong reign supreme, while the weak face obliteration. Each betrayal and insurrection only fortifies his resolve to enforce his ironclad rules. At this moment, the distant sound of victory horns heralds the impending capture of Gingu. However, Luaka understands that true calm will not arrive easily. Each conquest signifies the emergence of new adversaries. Fresh trials, Nevertheless, a cold smile plays upon his lips, and a glimmer of anticipation flickers in his eyes. After all, for a pirate yearning for power and glory, a life devoid of challenges is, indeed, a tedious existence. The peculiar vibrations of the telephone insect ripple through the air, ultimately coalescing into a hazy image, one of Luaka's subordinates. His voice trembling with a blend of exhaustion and exhilaration. "Master Luaka, we have succeeded. Ginyu, the entire port, not a single dog was spared. All resistance has been utterly eradicated, and the port's flag has been replaced with our emblem." A complex light flickers in Luaka's eyes, a mixture of surprise and acknowledgement of his subordinate's efficacy, having not anticipated such thoroughness that even innocent lives were not spared. Yet, in this ocean rife with violence and power struggles, any semblance of mercy may be perceived as weakness. Thus, he merely nodded slightly at his subordinate's bloodthirsty actions, internally contemplating how this would influence his future strategies. "Well done." Luaka's voice resonates low and powerful, infused with undeniable authority. "You have demonstrated the requisite strength and determination. This will give pause to those who dare to challenge us. Rest well and prepare for the next battle. I shall ensure your efforts receive their due reward." The image of the telephone insect gradually dissipates, leaving behind a profound silence. Amidst the ruins of Ginyu, Luaka's subordinates gather, their faces radiating the exhilaration of victory and a bloodthirsty delight. After enduring a grueling day and night of fierce combat, they can finally unleash their primal instincts and celebrate this hard-won conquest. Flames soar skyward, thick smoke billowing, as the entire port is engulfed in a ferocious blaze, casting an apocalyptic scene. "Did you hear? The boss praised us." A burly man with a beard, wielding a giant axe, shouts, his voice piercing the night sky and reverberating over this ravaged land. The surrounding pirates respond with thunderous cheers, as if this were the highest accolade for their valor and loyalty. "Indeed, we have transformed this place into a true ghost town." Another pirate laughs, still clutching a bloodied scimitar, his eyes glimmering with a cruel spark. Behind him lies a carpet of corpses, shattered shipwrecks, and demolished buildings, all silently narrating the ferocity of this battle. The air is thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood, intertwining to form the battlefield's distinctive atmosphere. Flames leap between the crumbling structures, illuminating every face stained with grime and blood. Some pirates scavenge for spoils among the debris, while others begin to clear the battlefield, preparing to claim all resources of Ginyu. "The boss said there would be rewards. Just thinking about it excites me," a young pirate exclaims, his eyes brimming with desire for wealth and power. Growing up in such an environment has conditioned him to resolve issues with violence. Fear of death has long dissipated, replaced by the perception of it as a stepping stone to glory. However, amidst this chaos and revelry, a few pirates sit quietly in the corners, their faces lacking the overt joy of their comrades. They may be reflecting, perhaps reminiscing, or feeling a twinge of unease at the carnage unfolding before them. Yet, in a world that venerates the strong, they will soon be drowned out by the jubilance of their peers, swept away by the atmosphere of victory. As the first rays of morning sunlight pierce the heavy clouds, the outline of Ginyu gradually sharpens through the morning mist. After a night of revelry, Luaka's subordinates awaken to confront a more formidable dilemma than anticipated: the vast number of corpses left on the battlefield and the need to repair the damaged infrastructure. This is no simple task, especially in an environment steeped in blood and gunpowder. "Hey, you lot, stop standing there like fools and get to work," a seasoned pirate bellows, wielding a whip to urge the sluggish pirates to action. Despite the previous night's excitement from battle, their expressions now shift to impatience and irritation as they face the disarray before them. "Damn it, I'd rather fight again than do this dirty work," a young pirate complains, kicking a cooled corpse with disdain, grimacing at the bloodstains clinging to his boots. "Quit whining, kid," another experienced pirate interjects, directing several pirates to clear the bodies. "This is the price of victory. We can't let the boss return to chaos." They converse nonchalantly, their words laced with dissatisfaction towards their task, yet revealing a resigned acceptance. The pirates begin to divide the labor. Some haul away the bodies, while others start to clean up the scene, attempting to erase the traces of battle. Some cover bloodstains with dirt, while others commence repairs on the buildings ravaged by cannon fire. Though their movements lack finesse, they gradually find a rhythm in the process. Hey, remember to save some spoils for yourself. Don't give it all to the boss, one pirate whispers to his companion, a glint of cunning in his eye. However, this remark quickly captures the attention of nearby comrades, sparking a minor quarrel until a more senior pirate intervenes. As they handle the corpses, the air is saturated with a nauseating stench, forcing the pirates to cover their mouths and noses, hastening their work. The sun ascends higher, sweat and blood mingling, dripping onto the scorching ground with a hissing sound. Despite the discomfort of the task, they understand that only swift completion can avert attracting further troubles, such as disease or the attention of hostile forces. In the shadow of Gingdo, several naval warships float silently upon the glistening sea, their steel bodies casting long shadows in the sunset's afterglow. This should have been a serene scene, yet it is tinged with heaviness and gloom due to the series of horrific events that transpired on the island. Gingdo, once regarded by pirates as a paradise, has now morphed into a desolate hell. Navy soldiers stand on deck, gazing towards the island with grave expressions, their eyes betraying disbelief and profound fear. The news has spread that Luo Ku and his subordinates, a band of thugs regarded as rabid dogs, have ruthlessly eliminated every pirate on the island, leaving no survivors. Such brutality evokes memories of Luo Ku's previous bloodbath against the four great powers. His cruelty and remorselessness have become legendary, a chilling nightmare. A nauseating scent of blood lingers in the air, which even the sea breeze cannot entirely dispel. Some young naval soldiers, unable to bear the sight, doubled over in retching, their faces pale and bodies trembling. For them, the Navy symbolizes not only justice, but also a responsibility to protect the innocent and uphold peace. Yet now, in the face of such a gruesome slaughter, they feel an unprecedented sense of helplessness and terror. The commander stands on the bridge, his brow furrowed, acutely aware of what it entails to battle an inhumane foe. This conflict is not merely a struggle for power, but a profound test of humanity and will. A means must be found to protect his soldiers from harm, while preventing Luo Ku from continuing his rampage. However, in this death-shrouded sea, every step is fraught with uncertainty and peril. At this moment, Ghost Island has become a true domain of the dead, and the naval vessels act as guardians teetering on the brink of life and death, awaiting the impending storm. As night falls and the moonlight is shrouded in mist, some soldiers aboard the naval ships quietly gather in a corner of the deck, seizing the opportunity to relieve themselves for a brief exchange. They speak in hushed tones, fearful of alerting any lurking enemies or drawing the attention of senior officers on board. These clandestine conversations are filled with deep anxiety regarding the impending battle and overwhelming fear of the enemy. They recount the scenes witnessed through their telescopes, their voices trembling. Those severed heads, suspended high upon flags, resemble haunting images from nightmares, blood seemingly still dripping. Their eyes betray an indelible shock and revulsion. These heads belong to former pirate lords, once masters of the seas, now transformed into symbols of Luo Ku's savagery. Behind each head lies a multitude of innocent lives snuffed out, each drop of blood telling a tragic tale. The soldiers form a circle, comforting one another, attempting to ward off the chill in their hearts with shared warmth. Yet they know that no amount of words can erase the bloody spectacle before them. Some close their eyes, trying to erase those images from their minds, but the memories are indelibly etched, impossible to expunge. They fear that if they were to meet a similar fate one day, it would be an overwhelming despair. "We must remain calm," says a seasoned soldier. "We have our mission, and our families await our return. We cannot be defeated by fear." Though his words are resolute, his hands tremble slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. Such scenes unfold periodically aboard the naval vessels, becoming a silent ritual where soldiers seek one another's support and courage. Within the command center of the East Sea Navy base, the atmosphere is taut like a bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. In the center of the command room, A massive display screen scrolls with various data and images from the front lines. Amidst this sea of information, one particular message captures everyone's attention. An urgent report from the frontline fleet. Confirmation received. This is the EC Navy Command. A senior officer in naval uniform grips the microphone of the communication device tightly, his voice tinged with unmistakable shock. Please repeat, what have you discovered? The commander aboard the frontline ship, faced with such a bizarre scene, must report the truth. As the analysis of the frontline report deepens within the command center, the officers gradually realize that they are not merely contending with the ruthless warriors under Luo Ku, but rather with a true threat lurking in the shadows. Luo Ku himself. He resembles a cunning leopard, perpetually observing from the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. His existence undoubtedly poses a direct challenge to naval authority. Volkiskiviko. That name alone is enough to instill fear in the hearts of East Sea pirates, a seasoned intelligence officer states during the meeting, his tone laced with reverence. He possesses not only formidable military strength, but, more importantly, wisdom and strategy that render him an unpredictable adversary. The atmosphere in the conference room grows heavy. Each individual contemplates how to navigate this thorny predicament. To them, while Luo Ku's subordinates are brutal, they are ultimately mere executors. The true mastermind orchestrating everything is the one to be wary of. Our intelligence indicates, another officer interjects, that thus far, Luo Ku and his subordinates have not posed a direct threat to civilian islands. They seem focused on eliminating other pirate factions in the EC. This revelation plunges the command center into deep contemplation. On one hand, they are averse to witnessing any innocent lives harmed. On the other, they recognize that a direct confrontation with Luo Ku and his subordinates could lead to unnecessary casualties, especially with the enemy's strength still unknown. After intense deliberation, the command center issues a decisive order. Unless there is a direct threat to civilian safety, we shall refrain from proactive engagement for the time being. Our priority is to protect the populace and prevent unnecessary escalation of conflict. This decision, although conservative, is the most prudent choice under the current circumstances. The command center instructs all frontline units to enhance patrols of civilian islands, ensuring the safety of residents while continuously monitoring Luo Ku and his subordinates' every move, ready to respond to any unforeseen situation. However, this decision does not signify that the EC Navy has relinquished its pursuit of Luo Ku. On the contrary, they have intensified intelligence gathering, dispatching more scouts in an effort to unveil Luo Ku's true intentions and whereabouts. Within the command center, a dedicated team has been established to analyze the potential strategic implications behind each action, striving to uncover the key to defeating this enigmatic sovereign. In the ensuing days, a tense atmosphere envelopes the skies above the East Sea as the naval forces and Luo Ku engage in a silent game of wits. In this war without gunpowder, who will gain the upper hand and seize the initiative remains an enigma. Each decision made by the command center will directly influence the future of the EC and the safety of countless lives. Upon learning of the command center's latest orders, the commanders aboard several ships spring into action, their primary task being to stabilize the morale of their troops and ensure that the soldiers can accurately comprehend and accept this decision. Facing a bloodthirsty enemy like Luo Ku's subordinates, even seasoned naval soldiers feel fear and pressure. One by one, the commanders stride across the deck with resolute steps and resonant voices, aiming to convey a positive message. Soldiers, listen to me. A commander stands at the ship's railing, surveying the surroundings, his voice echoing in the sea breeze, clearly reaching the ears of every soldier. The command center has made a decision. We do not need to engage directly with these rabid dogs. Our mission is to monitor and protect. Upon hearing this, the soldiers gradually reveal expressions of relief. Their once tense muscles begin to relax, and some even exhale softly, shedding the burdens they bore. The risks of engaging directly with Waka's subordinates are exceedingly high. However, at present, they merely need to remain vigilant, avoiding unnecessary confrontations, which undoubtedly alleviates the burdens upon their hearts. We shall continue our patrols to ensure the safety of these waters, the commander stated. Yet, we will adopt a defensive posture, steering clear of any form of provocation. Remember, our foremost objective is the protection of civilians, not the pursuit of conflict. The soldiers nodded in understanding. Their eyes rekindled with hope and determination. The absence of an immediate threat to their lives enabled them to concentrate more effectively on their tasks, while granting them additional time and space to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Let's exemplify the discipline and courage of the Navy, the commander emphasized in conclusion. We are the guardians of these waters, and our existence is to shield the innocent. Let our actions attest that, regardless of the challenges we face, we shall not falter. On that tranquil night, as the sea breeze caressed the deck of the warship, the naval soldiers gathered in small clusters during their breaks, engaged in hushed conversations, sharing their worries and hopes. Although the command from headquarters had temporarily eased the pressure of direct conflict, everyone was acutely aware that maintaining distance from Loaka and his bloodthirsty pack did not equate to safety. "I hope they do not disturb the civilians," a young naval soldier murmured to a comrade beside him, his eyes reflecting deep concern. "We join the Navy to protect the people, and if they truly target civilians, we must take action." His comrade nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we all hope it does not come to that. But if we must intervene, we must be prepared to protect everyone." Such dialogues quietly transpired in various corners of the warship, establishing a tacit understanding among the soldiers, expressing both their anxieties about the future and their profound care for innocent lives. Each individual recognized that once Loaka's subordinates commenced their attacks on civilians, an unavoidable battle would ensue. The Navy's duty was to step forward and safeguard the safety of the populace at all costs. "We must remain vigilant," an experienced veteran remarked during conversation with several recruits. "Though we are merely observing now, who knows what might transpire in the next moment? We must be ready to act the instant we receive orders." The soldiers nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the significant responsibility they bore as members of the Navy. They not only defended the nation's waters, but also safeguarded every innocent life. They prayed, hoping that Loaka and his subordinates would exercise restraint and refrain from harming civilians, while simultaneously preparing themselves to engage in battle without hesitation should the situation demand it. In the following days, the waters of Donghai seemed to envelop themselves in a peculiar tranquility. The sunlight glimmered upon the shimmering sea surface, while seagulls circled overhead, emitting melodious calls. Yet beneath this calm lay an oppressive atmosphere. The naval soldiers aboard the warship took turns on watch, closely monitoring every move of Ghostport through their telescopes. Through the lenses of powerful binoculars, the scene at Ghostport was both shocking and imbued with an eerie orderliness. The pirates, or rather Loaka's soldiers, were busily handling numerous corpses. Clad in protective gear and masks, they carefully transported the rigid bodies, stacking them at designated locations. Though distanced, one could imagine the pungent scent of blood permeating the entire port. In addition to disposing of the bodies, they were also diligently repairing and reinforcing the port's infrastructure, rebuilding damaged structures and gradually mending the docks. The entire process appeared methodical, indicating that these individuals were not only ruthless on the battlefield, but also possessed a degree of organizational capability and execution. They seemed to be engaged in cleanup and reconstruction. A naval soldier responsible for observation reported to the commander. "It appears they do not intend to vacate this location anytime soon." The commander nodded, his expression grave. "They may be preparing for a prolonged stay. We must closely monitor and document all of their actions." During these days of observation, no signs of aggression toward civilian islands were detected, offering a slight reprieve to the soldiers aboard the warship. Yet, they did not allow themselves to relax their vigilance. Instead, they remained even more focused on monitoring the developments at Ghostport, perpetually ready to respond to any potential changes. "Stay alert," the commander emphasized during a briefing. "We do not know what their next move will be. But regardless, our mission is to ensure the safety of these waters and protect every innocent life." As the days turned into a routine of observation, life aboard the warship evolved into a new normal. During the day, soldiers took turns on watch, observing Ghostport through their telescopes. At night, they dedicated time to intelligence gathering, training, and resting. Everyone understood that despite the outward appearance of calm, Beneath the serene surface lay the potential for greater crises. They had to remain perpetually prepared, for anything could occur in these waters. And they were the last line of defense for peace. Days later, the pirate spirits lifted as their destination was confirmed. While following Captain Loaka to the Shwijinkiu trading site, they maintained a heightened state of alertness, weapons at the ready for any potential conflicts. However, the prolonged calm voyage, devoid of any hostile encounters, rendered the pirates, accustomed to excitement and peril, somewhat bored, even restless with anticipation. When Loaka announced their imminent arrival at Ghostport, cheers erupted both within and outside the cabin. For them, Ghostport was not merely a place steeped in legend, but also a battleground brimming with uncertainty and opportunity. There, fierce battles might unfold, and bountiful spoils awaited. This was the most alluring aspect of a pirate's life. The pirates busied themselves, organizing their gear, checking their weapons, and some even packed personal belongings, preparing to disembark at a moment's notice. Their conversations brimmed with eager anticipation for the impending battle and dreams of treasure. Some newly joined young pirates were particularly animated, their faces flushed with excitement as they yearned to prove themselves in combat and become indispensable members of the crew. "Hey Jack, have you heard? The defenses at Ghostport are notoriously formidable," one pirate remarked to a companion, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Indeed, but I've heard there are even greater treasures there. Just think, if we could seize even a small portion, we would never worry about food or drink again," Jack replied. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes alight with visions of the future. "I hear there are many formidable figures at Ghostport," another pirate interjected. "But with Captain Loaka leading us, what do we have to fear?" "Exactly. With Captain Loaka, we are invincible." The group chimed in unison, their spirits soaring. In such an atmosphere, life aboard the pirate ship became a lively affair. They exchanged combat techniques, shared their experiences, and even organized small games of cards and gambling to pass the time as they awaited their next venture. However, even amidst entertainment, one can sense their fervent anticipation for the impending battle. Under the vigilant watch of the Donghai Navy base, Luo Ku's appearance struck like thunder, shattering days of tranquility. Commanding an iconic pirate ship, its flag flapping in the wind, the skull emblem etched upon its hull seemed to mock all who dared challenge its authority. This vessel, much like Luo Ku himself, stood as a symbol of strength and intimidation, carving a deep path across the sea directly towards Yulungang. The sailors aboard the warship observed with bated breath as Luo Ku's figure gradually came into focus through their telescopes. Standing proudly at the bow, he seemed to declare his return to the entire Donghai region. His arrival undoubtedly posed a severe test of the Navy's patience and resolve. The sailors and commanders aboard the warship felt an indescribable tension swell within them at the sight of Luo Ku's ostentatious entrance. They understood that confronting a figure like Luo Ku was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, where a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, despite their internal unease and vigilance, they were compelled to maintain an appearance of calm to avoid drawing attention or provocation from him. The commanders issued orders for all personnel to minimize activities and reduce radio communications. They even considered extinguishing non-essential lights to diminish the likelihood of detection. The atmosphere aboard the warship grew exceptionally tense, with each individual meticulously executing their tasks, hesitant to show any signs of complacency. The sailors were impeccably attired, their weapons always at the ready. Yet, they endeavored to avoid any actions that could be misconstrued as provocative. On the lookout tower, the sentry's eyes were fixed on the horizon, binoculars in hand, vigilant for any sign of movement. Their heartbeats synchronized with the rise and fall of the waves, every rustle in the wind heightening their alertness. On the bridge, commanders gathered around tactical maps, discussing various contingencies in hushed tones. Their plans had to be calculated, ensuring that the Navy fulfilled its duties while avoiding direct confrontation with Luo Ku. They scrutinized Luo Ku's previous actions, attempting to discern patterns to predict his next move. "We must remain composed," an experienced commander stated. "Luo Ku seeks power and control. Any excessive reaction on our part would only embolden him further. Our aim should be to gather intelligence, understand his true intentions, and seek an opportune moment to undermine his strength. In Yulin, Luo Ku's activities continued unabated, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding naval vessels. Yet this only amplified the Navy's pressure. His confidence made it clear that they were not facing an ordinary adversary, but a formidable and inscrutable foe. As night fell, the lights aboard the warship dimmed to nearly nothing, leaving only essential navigation lights, flickering weakly against the inky sea. Soldiers took turns standing watch, listening intently to the whispers of the wind, the lapping waves, and the distant sounds of pirate ships. Each silently hoped that the dawn would bring a turning point or, at the very least, some new leads. The commanders swiftly convened to strategize their response. Direct provocation could yield disastrous consequences. Luo Ku's reputation for strength and ruthlessness was well known in the pirate realm. Confronting him head-on would be akin to inviting disaster. However, allowing him to act with impunity would severely undermine the Navy's credibility, causing other powers in the Donghai to waver. After a moment of silence, a seasoned commander offered a suggestion. We cannot confront him directly, yet we must not show weakness. We need to assert our presence, making it clear to Luo Ku that we are closely monitoring his every move. We can increase our patrol frequency and maintain constant surveillance over Yulin while avoiding any actions that could be interpreted as provocative. The other commanders nodded in agreement and promptly issued orders. The sailors aboard the warships heightened their vigilance, each vessel standing at a state of high alert, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Their actions demonstrated that the Navy would not be easily intimidated while simultaneously exhibiting sufficient restraint to prevent unnecessary escalation. Luo Ku's ship docked at Yulin, and he descended slowly, followed by a cadre of loyal subordinates. They dispersed quickly, commencing their assigned tasks. Luo Ku himself strode into the core area of the port, which had been cleared and transformed into his temporary command center. He surveyed his surroundings, nodding with satisfaction, clearly pleased with the current situation. Luo Ku, the former naval defector, now stood atop Yulin, overlooking the bustling scene of his subordinates. His inner turmoil was far more intricate than his outward calm suggested. For him, the conquest of Yulin was not merely the acquisition of a strategic stronghold, but a pivotal move in a meticulously orchestrated game of chess. A cold smirk graced his lips as he contemplated how to exploit the internal conflicts among the pirates for greater personal gain. In Luo Ku's eyes, the mutual slaughter among pirates presented an opportune moment to weaken rivals and solidify his own power. After all, true strength lies in seizing opportunities amidst chaos. And Luo Ku, was such a strong man. Luo Ku understood that the mystery surrounding his identity was one of his greatest weapons. The outside world only recognized him as a naval renegade, yet none were aware of his ongoing connections within the Navy. This dual identity allowed him to manipulate the situation from the shadows, leveraging the pirates' might while striking with lethal precision when necessary to ensure his position remained unthreatened. Squinting at the distant horizon, where the naval ships patrolled, he felt no concern. He had a plan and the means to ensure that the commanders aboard those vessels would hesitate to act rashly. Under Luo Ku's direction, the reconstruction of Yulin proceeded methodically as his subordinates cleared the battlefield, not only to eliminate evidence, but also to present this locale as a functioning pirate base rather than a hell that had recently endured a bloody conflict. Maintaining an appearance of order was crucial for deceiving the outside world, especially the Navy. News of Yulin spread like a chilling wind, rapidly traversing the islands and the surrounding seas. Initially, the transmission of information resembled fragmented whispers, but soon it surged like a tidal wave, engulfing every corner and instilling unprecedented shock and panic among the residents and factions of each island. On these islands, knowledge of Yulin often came through traders, pirates, or the occasional adventurers daring enough to enter these waters. When they learned of the massacre at Yulin, where nearly every pirate had met their end at the hands of Luo Ku's men, they were not only shocked but also gripped by terror. The factions inhabiting these islands, whether local fishermen, small pirate crews, or established merchant groups, began to reassess their circumstances. If even a powerful pirate stronghold like Yulin could be washed clean in a single night, How could their own islands be safe from becoming the next target? The islanders began to gather, deliberating on countermeasures. Leaders from various islands convened an urgent meeting to deliberate on fortifying their defenses and augmenting watchtowers. Some even proposed the formation of an alliance to collectively confront the impending threats. Meanwhile, merchants began stockpiling supplies in anticipation of potential trade disruptions. Fishermen and small-scale pirates opted for caution, steering clear of the waters surrounding Yulin to avoid entanglement in unknown dangers. In this atmosphere, the once tranquil island life was overshadowed by an air of unease. The laughter of children became a rarity, and the conversations among adults were laden with worry and uncertainty. Luo Ku was astonished by the composure exhibited by his crew. It was unfathomable, and contrary to the pirate ethos, that they did not hoard a significant amount of belly after seizing Yulin. Were these pirates genuinely fearful of their own prowess and might? Luo Ku had always perceived himself as particularly benevolent, devoid of excessive cruelty. Nevertheless, they warranted recognition for their restraint. After all, who would dare to fight valiantly on the front lines for him otherwise? In the historically forgotten waters of Yulin, as night fell, the air was permeated with the briny scent of the sea. Luo Ku's entrance was akin to a beacon in the dark, illuminating the port with his formidable presence. Under the dim glow of lamps, his shadow stretched long, each muscle radiating an aura of invincible strength. The ranks of pirates stood in solemnity, though their excitement was palpable. With a mere wave of his hand, crates brimming with belly cascaded from the deck of the pirate ship like an avalanche, carefully transported ashore by robust hands. With each box that thudded to the ground, a dazzling light erupted, piercing through the night and vying with the brilliance of stars. The weight of the belly caused the earth to tremble slightly, as if even the ground marveled at this grand spectacle. The pirates' gazes were fixated on the crates, their hearts racing and breaths quickening, eyes glimmering with desire for wealth and visions of the future. Yet before this opulent sight, they retained their composure, demonstrating a remarkable discipline. This was not merely respect for Luo Ku, but also pride in their identity as pirates. They understood that this wealth was a reward earned through strength and valor. The night in Yulin was transformed by this spectacle, no longer silent. In the distance, waves crashed against the shore, emitting a deep roar that served as an accompaniment to the scene. From a tavern, warm lights spilled through the windows, accompanied by the faint sounds of joyous songs and laughter from the pirates. At the heart of the port, amidst the towering piles of belly, an unprecedented sense of unity and belonging began to quietly flourish. In the hazy night of Yulin, the shimmering crates of belly erupted like the sun, momentarily entrancing all present pirate leaders. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, breath forgotten, as the sight before them was so astounding that disbelief clouded their minds. Luo Ku's command swept over them like a gentle breeze, awakening their senses. The pirate leaders began to murmur, their voices tinged with incredulity as they exchanged glances to ascertain if this was merely a dream. One stout captain with a bushy beard broke the silence, cautiously extending his hand to touch the nearest crate. The cold, hard metal assured him that this was no illusion. "Luo Ku Darren," he stammered, "is this truly real? Are these for us?" Soon, a chorus of voices joined in, forming a cacophony of disbelief, echoing the same incredulous question. Some even rubbed their eyes, fearing their vision was deceiving them. Yet, Luo Ku simply smiled, a blend of paternal warmth and authoritative confidence gracing his countenance as he waved his hand again, signaling the pirates that there was no need for doubt. All of this was indeed real. His words acted as a stabilizing force, swiftly quelling the doubts and replacing them with cheers of gratitude. "Long live Luo Ku Darren." "Thank you, Luo Ku Darren," the pirate leaders exclaimed, their voices converging into a torrent of appreciation as they gathered around, excitedly patting Luo Ku's shoulders to express their gratitude. Under the golden glow, their bonds tightened, an ineffable sense of camaraderie and loyalty flowing between them. On the surface of the sea, several Navy ships floated quietly, like leopards lurking in the shadows, poised to capture any suspicious movements. On the bridge, A Navy soldier clutched a telescope, his eyes pressed against the lens, gazing intently toward the distant Yulin. Initially, he thought his eyes were deceiving him. The flickering lights appeared too surreal, reminiscent of a dream. "This cannot be," he muttered, astonishment and confusion lacing his words. In that far-off port, the golden light was blinding, with crates of belly piled high, resembling small mountains of gold, a sight almost beyond belief. Upon hearing his companion's exclamation, other Navy soldiers gathered around, a blend of curiosity and vigilance in their demeanor. One soldier swiftly seized the telescope, eager to confirm this shocking spectacle for himself. When he directed the telescope toward Yulin, he too gasped in disbelief. The gleaming belly resembled the fabled treasures, stirring an undeniable yearning. "My heavens," the soldier exclaimed, his voice trembling, "I have never witnessed such immense wealth. Even the Navy's treasury pales in comparison." A peculiar silence enveloped the bridge, each individual profoundly affected by the sight, a tumult of emotions swelling within them. Yet, they soon realized their duty as Navy personnel. Faced with such tremendous wealth, they could not be swayed by temptation, nor could they forget their mission to uphold peace and justice upon the seas. Though the belly were tempting, their rightful owners were pirates, adversaries they must confront. If only they possessed the strength to sever the heads of these marauders, then the belly would rightfully belong to them. Alas, this remained but a distant dream. "Alert the fleet," an officer commanded decisively. "Stay vigilant and prepare for action. We must ensure the safety of these waters and thwart any illicit activities." His voice was resolute and powerful, reminding everyone that despite the stunning scene before them, they must not forget their responsibilities. Thus, the Navy soldiers recalibrated their focus, returning the telescope to its place, resuming their patrol duties. Luo Ku's sudden appearance sent ripples through the serene Eastern Navy base, akin to a deep-sea bomb creating a tumultuous wave. Several rear admirals congregated in the operations room, the tension palpable like dark clouds pressing down, making it difficult to breathe. Scattered across the table were various intelligence reports, with markings and lines on maps weaving an intricate web, all in an effort to unveil Luo Ku's true intentions. "This is utterly unfathomable," a major general said, rubbing his temples, his face etched with fatigue. "We have gleaned some understanding of Luo Ku's capabilities from our intelligence reports. He possesses the power to incite a tempest in the New World. Why, then, has he chosen to remain in the East Sea? For him, it is akin to a shark confined within a fishbowl." Another major general interjected, "Not only that, but our repeated requests for reinforcements from headquarters have fallen on deaf ears, yielding no response. Do they not comprehend the magnitude of the threat Luo Ku poses here?" Perhaps another major general ventured hypothesis. "They are aware, yet are preoccupied with matters of greater significance that prevent them from offering us support." "But what could be more pressing than this?" someone questioned, their tone betraying dissatisfaction and urgency. "We are uncertain," the major general who proposed the theory replied, shaking his head. "However, one thing is certain. We cannot remain passive. We must identify Luo Ku's weaknesses and the reasons for his presence in the East Sea. Perhaps there lies a more profound conspiracy beneath the surface." Within the operations room, several major generals commenced a discussion around this quandary, meticulously analyzing each piece of intelligence in search of clues. Luo Ku's movements, his connections with other pirate crews, even his personal preferences and historical background were scrutinized one by one. "We can delay no longer," a major general declared, rising with determination in his eyes. "If headquarters is unable to assist us for the time being, we must rely on ourselves. The East Sea is our homeland. Safeguarding it is our responsibility. Even if our adversary is Luo Ku, we shall never falter." Yet, when contemplating that man, the spirits of several major generals dimmed. In the operations room of the East Sea Navy base, the night had deepened, yet the lights remained bright, illuminating the weary yet focused faces of the major generals. Gathered around the conference table, maps and documents spread out before them, the air was thick with tension and contemplation. A bold idea emerged in one major general's mind as he gently set down his pen, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on the location marked as Ghostport on the map. Perhaps he began slowly, his voice low and laden with doubt. All of this is connected to Luo Ku's past. Do you remember? He was once a disciple of Admiral Akiji, one of the three great admirals of the Navy. This statement was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. The eyes of the other major generals instantly focused on him, clearly stirred by this perspective that touched a sensitive chord within them. The bond of mentorship between Admiral Akiji and Luo Ku, another major general responded, is indeed an undeniable factor. Such emotional ties can often be more intricate and subtle than we imagine. Perhaps this explains why headquarters has yet to dispatch formidable reinforcements. Yet, that was a long time ago, another major general interjected. Even if there was a mentor-student relationship, it should not compromise the impartial enforcement of the Navy, especially in the face of such a grave threat. In theory, this is true, the major general who had previously proposed the hypothesis replied. However, in the realm of reality, emotions frequently complicate matters far beyond theoretical constructs. Furthermore, Admiral Akiji has always acted in a distinctive manner. He may have his own considerations. The conference room fell into a profound silence as everyone absorbed this possibility. Akiji, the admiral renowned for his calmness and fairness within the Navy. If decisions are indeed being influenced by past mentor-student bonds, it would undoubtedly be a shocking revelation. Regardless, a major general finally broke the silence. We cannot forsake the safety of the East Sea due to external factors. We must take action, even if it means confronting Luo Ku and his pirate crew alone. The others nodded in agreement, understanding that the foremost duty of a naval officer is to ensure the safety of this sea and its inhabitants. No matter how formidable the adversary or how complex the circumstances behind it may be. Thus, they continued to gather around the operations table, beginning to formulate more detailed strategies, resolute in their determination to safeguard the tranquility of the East Sea with their own strength. Standing on the deck, Luo Ku felt the sea breeze tousling his slightly disheveled hair as his gaze flitted over the new faces surrounding him, stirring within him a feeling both familiar and foreign. He sensed that many of the pirates at Ghostport were individuals he had never encountered before. Surely, these pirates could not have emerged from the earth itself. From where, then, did this motley crew originate? He pondered if there might be undercover agents from the Navy within his own pirate crew. If he were to mistakenly eliminate them, it would evoke the sense of a great flood overwhelming a Dragon King's temple. These individuals hailed from distant islands, some defecting from other pirate crews, while others were local fishermen transitioning to piracy. Their stories varied, yet they shared a common yearning for power and a longing for freedom. And Luo Ku epitomized both. Where do you all come from? His voice resonated in the sea breeze, tinged with incredulity. A burly man with dark skin spoke first. I am Bruno, from the island of Fury in the South Sea, where the people have coexisted with pirates for generations. Yet, I grew weary of the survival of the fittest. Upon hearing that you have established your kingdom in the East Sea, I boarded this ship, hoping to find a true sense of belonging in this realm. A young woman, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and courage, chimed in. I am Eileen, from a small island in the East Sea. My father was once a naval officer, who always said that not all pirates are villains. Some are merely souls in pursuit of freedom. When I learned of your exploits, I understood my father's words. I wish to join your ranks and prove that pirates can possess their own sense of justice. A seemingly inconspicuous slender man named Jack spoke with an unexpectedly resolute voice. I hail from the West Sea, where I was a craftsman. My skills went unrecognized until I heard the tale of Captain Luo Ku. I have chosen to follow you, to forge our own legend with my own hands. Luo Ku listened, a glimmer of barely perceptible tenderness flickering in his eyes as he comprehended their aspirations. For he, too, had once been a dreamer, an ordinary person yearning to alter his destiny. Now he had become the legend they spoke of, the beacon guiding them toward the unknown. Excellent. Luo Ku's voice was steady and powerful. No matter where you hail from or what your past entails, as long as you are willing to strive for a common goal. You are my comrades, and we are family. We all know, Bruno's voice brimmed with pride. To follow Captain Luo Ku means we shall become the most formidable pirate crew in the East Sea, crafting our own history. Eileen added, moreover, We seek not just power and wealth. We pursue freedom, exploration of the unknown, and the chance to prove that we can become better individuals. Jack nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are pirates, but we are also warriors in pursuit of our dreams. Following Captain Luo Ku, I believe we can achieve this. Luo Ku surveyed the faces around him, a newfound passion igniting within his heart. No longer a solitary traveler, he had found family, companions to fight alongside him. Raising his arms in triumph, he proclaimed, "Let us embark on a voyage together, conquering this vast ocean and etching our names into the annals of history." The sea breeze seems to echo our fervor, stirring the waves in celebration of our vows. Yet, beneath this facade of harmony lies a heavy secret within Luaka's heart. He is a naval undercover agent, a spy entrenched deep within enemy territory. This identity burdens him with immense pressure, as each interaction with his subordinates feels like dancing on the edge of a knife, where every laugh may mask his inner turmoil. In the stillness of the night, Luaka sits alone at his desk in the cabin, surrounded by encrypted reports and directives, secret orders from the Naval High Command. His expression is grave as he fixates on a plan to undermine the internal unity of the pirate crew, the ultimate objective of his mission. It is truly ironic. He murmurs to himself, "I have become the trusted core among them, yet I must secretly orchestrate their destruction." Recalling his interactions from the day, Bruno's exuberance, Eileen's courage, and Jack's loyalty, each one has treated him with sincerity, while he must don the mantle of a traitor. This agony is more ferocious than any tempest at sea. However, as an undercover agent, he is acutely aware of the gravity of his mission. The peace of the East Sea, and indeed the balance of the entire world, may be jeopardized by the rampant piracy. For the greater good, he must make sacrifices, even when such sacrifices are profoundly painful. "I cannot allow personal feelings to cloud my judgment." Luaka grits his teeth. "I must fulfill my mission, even if it means harming those who place their trust in me." He begins to devise strategies, exploiting the minor frictions and conflicts within the pirate crew, meticulously crafting a scheme where each step appears innocuous while subtly eroding the team's cohesion. He must ensure that everything seems to unfold naturally, avoiding suspicion. "I will grant them opportunities," Luaka resolves. "If they can grow through this process and learn true unity and wisdom, perhaps I can find a path that spares them from harm." Standing on the deck, he gazes out at the boundless ocean, contemplating the next moves in this intricate game. To realize the Navy's long-term strategy of diminishing the pirate forces in the East Sea without arousing suspicion among his subordinates will be a test of intellect and courage. The plan is akin to a complex web, where every thread must be woven with precision to achieve the ultimate goal. The first step involves instigating disputes among the pirates, utilizing his reputation and strength to stir conflicts between his crew and other pirate factions. He carefully selects weaker and more easily provoked crews as targets, spreading false rumors about treasures and territories to ignite his subordinates' greed for wealth and power. Simultaneously, he secretly contacts the Navy, providing intelligence on these pirate crews to ensure a decisive strike at a crucial moment. "We shall transform the East Sea into a realm for the strong," Luaka passionately declares at a gathering. "Only through relentless battles can we grow stronger. I promise that each victory will yield substantial rewards." His subordinates, fired with enthusiasm, long for glory and yearn to prove their worth. Luaka adeptly capitalizes on this fervor, leading them step by step toward the battlefield he has predetermined. Through a series of meticulously orchestrated assaults, Luaka's pirate crew gradually establishes dominance over the East Sea, while the smaller crews fade into the annals of history. Yet, Luaka knows that the true test lies ahead. He must orchestrate an ultimate feast, a celebration that conceals deadly intentions. The plan is to host this banquet on a remote island, inviting all the pirate leaders of the East Sea, including his most loyal subordinates. On the eve of the banquet, Luaka discreetly contacts an elite naval unit, arranging a meticulous encirclement. He intends to seize this opportunity to eliminate the primary pirate forces in the East Sea, including his own crew. The Navy will launch a surprise attack at the height of the festivities, while he will feign death amidst the chaos, escaping the clutches of all. This will be the most perilous step, Loaka silently contemplates. But I have no other choice. At the banquet, the atmosphere is vibrant, with music resonating as pirates gather to revel, completely unaware that death is lurking ever closer. Loaka weaves through the crowd, wearing a smile while his heart is in turmoil. Each toast with his subordinates may be a farewell. As the celebration reaches its zenith, a thunderous explosion shatters the night's tranquility. The naval cannons roar, flames soaring into the sky. In the ensuing chaos, Loaka follows the plan, pretending to perish in the blast, while his subordinates and the other pirates engage in a desperate struggle for survival. When the dust settles, only the Navy's warships remain upon the East Sea. Loaka, or rather the former Loaka, has faded away with the smoke of that night, leaving behind a tranquil East Sea devoid of rampant piracy. Whether there are still formidable pirates akin to himself is beyond Loaka's imagination or control. He, or rather the man he has become, has concealed his identity and returned to the embrace of a navy, becoming an unspeakable part of that history. Gazing at the rising sun on the horizon, he feels a mixture of relief and profound sorrow. Though he has accomplished his mission, those former companions, his family who stood by him, will forever remain a poignant memory. Loaka sits in a secluded room, moonlight filtering through the half-drawn curtains, casting an enigmatic glow upon his face, reflecting a tumultuous medley of emotions. The execution of the plan has unfolded with the precision of a finely tuned clock, each component fitting seamlessly without leaving any apparent flaws. Yet, in this moment, Loaka is not lost in the joy of victory. Instead, he is plunged into deeper contemplation. Upon returning to the Navy, will I find a way to enhance my mental fortitude? This question echoes repeatedly in his mind. In the past, he has navigated the treacherous waters between pirates and the Navy with his wits and cunning. However, the enhancement of his mental strength has always eluded him, especially regarding the power of the straw devil fruit he possesses. A true awakening of his mental prowess is an indispensable condition. Loaka recognizes that while the power of the devil fruit is formidable, it lacks the necessary mental support. Like dry kindling without a spark, it cannot unleash its full potential. Throughout his life as a pirate, he has amassed considerable experience through battles and adventures, yet the elevation of his mental state has remained an insurmountable barrier. He anticipates the resources of the Navy. Perhaps there he will discover the answers he has long sought. Perhaps, he murmurs softly, the Navy harbors knowledge and technology one have yet to explore, which could aid me in reaching a new realm. Loaka understands that as a member of the Navy, he will have opportunities to access more research materials regarding devil fruits, and he may even encounter other individuals with unique abilities to exchange insights and grow together. A dual identity, he chuckles lightly. Being both a pirate and a Navy officer, this unique experience may be the key to enhancing my mental strength. He begins to formulate plans for his return to the Navy, intending not only to leverage its resources for self-improvement, but also to ensure that his dual identity remains concealed. A clandestine network is poised to be established within the Navy, aimed at gathering information regarding the awakening of mental powers and devil fruits, while remaining vigilant to prevent any trace of one's true identity from being exposed. The following dawn, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the mist, illuminating the flagship of Luo Ku. Standing at the bow, facing the briny sea breeze, he scrutinized his assembled crew on the deck with unwavering resolve. The strategy devised the previous night had been meticulously contemplated in his mind. Today, he would set this plan into motion with the force of a tempest, to reshape the order of the East Sea. Listen to me. Luo Ku's voice resonated powerfully, cutting through the tranquility of the morning. We are about to embark on a significant operation with the aim of unifying the East Sea and restoring peace to these waters. However, to achieve this, we must first ensure that those pirate crews unwilling to abide by the rules comprehend that the times have changed. His words, imbued with undeniable determination, struck the hearts of all present like a hammer. Some of his subordinates appeared anxious, while others were exhilarated. Yet all shared a burning trust in their leader and an ardent desire for victory. We shall dispatch envoys to communicate our intentions to the various pirate crews of the East Sea. Either join us in creating prosperity, or choose to resist and meet their doom. Luo Ku paused, scanning the crowd and capturing the shifts in expressions upon each face. I know this is not an easy task, he continued. Some of you may feel fear, concern for your safety. But remember, we are the Luo Ku pirate crew, representing justice and strength. Our banner serves as the finest shield. It is those with greater power who can truly wield justice upon these seas. Upon hearing this, some of the previously hesitant subordinates straightened their chests, beginning to believe that under Luo Ku's command, they would prevail in all endeavors. Luo Ku nodded in satisfaction. It was this very conviction that could forge an invincible army. Now, he declared, raising his arm and pointing into the distance, you shall be divided into several small groups, each embarking on a small vessel to the designated pirate crew strongholds. Your mission is to convey our message and demonstrate our resolve. Remember, do not resort to violence unless in self-defense. Otherwise, strive to persuade through words. His directives acted as a conductor's baton, rallying the entire pirate crew. The small boats were swiftly prepared, each equipped with a carefully selected envoy. Among them were seasoned negotiators and skilled warriors, ready to confront any potential scenarios. Set sail. Luo Ku commanded at last. Let us show the East Sea who the true sovereign is. With his decree, the small boats departed from the flagship, heading towards their respective destinations, leaving behind trails of white foam on the surface of the sea, akin to arrows targeting every corner of the East Sea. In the subsequent days, the envoys of the Luo Ku pirate crew traversed between various islands, conveying Luo Ku's will. Some pirate crews, upon hearing the name of Luo Ku, immediately chose to submit, realizing that opposing such a formidable adversary would only invite annihilation. Conversely, other pirates, invigorated by Luo Ku's reputation, yearned to join this powerful fleet and share in the glory of the East Sea. In the operations room of the East Sea Navy base, the first light of dawn had yet to fully dispel the night, as several rear admirals gathered anxiously around the tactical table, scrutinizing the latest intelligence reports. The spread map was marked with dense notations, each representing the recent activities of the Luo Ku pirate crew. It was evident that Luo Ku had not been idle. He was expanding his influence with unprecedented speed and force. This is simply astonishing, one rear admiral remarked, furrowing his brow as his fingers lightly tapped the table. Just as things calmed down, Luo Ku is initiating large-scale actions once more. He has not only consolidated his territory, but has also taken the initiative to issue an ultimatum to other pirate crews: submit or face extinction. Another rear admiral picked up a report, his voice tinged with anxiety. We have just received word that at least 3 small pirate crews have already declared allegiance to him. If this trend continues, Luo Ku will soon control more than half of the East Sea. This is exceedingly perilous, a third rear admiral interjected. We cannot remain passive. His actions are too swift. We must take measures to halt his expansion. However, a young staff officer interjected, our current forces are limited, and our last request for reinforcements went unanswered. If we act recklessly, we may not be able to effectively suppress Luo Ku's power. The atmosphere in the operations room grew increasingly heavy, with each officer's expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. When facing an opponent like Luo Ku, every decision could determine the fate of the East Sea Navy base. We must identify a breakthrough, a seasoned rear admiral asserted. His voice, though low, resonated with strength. We cannot merely rely on defensive measures. We need to take the initiative, uncover Luo Ku's weaknesses, and dismantle his power from within. But another rear admiral raised a concern. Our understanding of Luo Ku is still insufficient. His actions often take us by surprise. We require more intelligence to comprehend his true intentions and future plans. Intelligence. The seasoned rear admiral echoed. That is crucial. We need to deploy more intelligence personnel to infiltrate enemy territory and obtain first-hand information. Simultaneously, we must enhance our communication with surrounding islands to establish a more extensive intelligence network. Furthermore, another staff officer suggested, we could also attempt to reach out to the pirate crews yet to be incorporated by Luo Ku and explore the possibility of collaboration. They might become our allies, at the very least distracting Luo Ku's attention. The discussions in the operations room continued for hours, with each officer striving to devise strategies to counter Luo Ku's offensive. They understood that this would be a challenging battle. Yet, as guardians of the East Sea Navy base, they bore the responsibility and obligation to protect these waters from threats. As the meeting progressed, the lighting in the operations room gradually softened, and the night once again descended. Yet within these walls, the lights remained bright, illuminating the resolute faces of the naval officers who stood ready. Regardless of the challenges ahead, they would wholeheartedly defend the peace and tranquility of the East Sea. No one wished to ponder why Luo Ku was so intent on unifying the entirety of the East Sea. Small boats left a series of slender white lines on the shimmering sea surface, ferrying Luo Ku's envoys across the various waters of the East Sea. These envoys, some seasoned veterans and others fresh recruits, shared a common trait: unwavering loyalty to Luo Ku and boundless aspirations for the future. Do you know? One enthusiastic young envoy exclaimed to his companion, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Our captain is truly magnificent and imposing. He is like a lion, with a single roar. The entire East Sea trembles. Pirate crews that do not submit will meet their demise, while we are the fortunate lions. By following him, we shall share in the spoils of this ocean. Another envoy, an experienced old pirate, chuckled as he patted the young man's shoulder. You speak true, young lad. However, let it be remembered that our mission transcends mere information dissemination. It is also about showcasing our strength and resolve. We are the emissaries of Luaka, and our performance directly impacts our leader's status in the East Sea. Indeed, another envoy concurred. Our objective is to make those pirates comprehend that by submitting to Luaka, they will receive protection and respect. Resistance will only lead to annihilation. We are not here to beg for mercy. We wish for them to understand that the Luaka pirate crew is invincible. The atmosphere aboard the small boat was fervent yet tense, as everyone mentally prepared for the impending negotiations. This was not merely a simple diplomatic visit, but rather a war without gunpowder. A strategic contest concerning the future dynamics of the East Sea. The subordinates of Luaka, leveraging their vast network and diverse informants, swiftly disseminated news to every corner of the East Sea. This network encompassed not only those directly affiliated with the Luaka pirate crew, but also merchants, fishermen, and even spies from other pirate crews residing on the various islands. Whether motivated by self-interest or captivated by Luaka's charisma, they willingly conveyed information on behalf of this emerging overlord. Soon, Luaka's immense and imperious ambitions swept through the East Sea like a tempest. Every maritime domain, every island, and even the most remote fishing villages became well acquainted with Luaka's name. Luaka was no longer merely a formidable pirate in the East Sea, but was perceived as a giant poised to rewrite the cartography of the region. The influence of Luaka was expanding rapidly. On an island far from the main shipping routes, an elderly fisherman spoke to a group of young men, his voice imbued with reverence. It was said that he had gained control over nearly a quarter of the East Sea's waters, causing many pirate crews to either submit or face extinction. His name had become the epicenter of a storm in the East Sea. In a tavern on another island, a group of pirates gathered around a wooden table, discussing recent developments. Have you heard? The emissaries of Luaka are on the move, demanding that all pirate crews either join him or prepare for a challenge. They claim that the Luaka pirate crew will unify the East Sea and establish an unprecedented new order. In every corner of the East Sea, Luaka's name was spoken, and his ambitions were recounted. His influence had insidiously permeated the foundations of every faction. Those once independent pirate crews now faced a daunting choice: either align themselves under Luaka's banner and become part of his vast empire, or steadfastly pursue their own paths, risking annihilation. Luaka, murmured a young pirate captain to himself in the dead of night. What does he truly desire? Is it the entirety of the East Sea, or something more? Amid such an atmosphere, tensions in the East Sea escalated. The once competitive pirate crews began to contemplate the possibility of alliances, seeking to unite against this emerging overlord. Meanwhile, smaller pirate crews, in a bid for survival, started to seek alliances with Luaka, hoping to find refuge in the impending storm. Luaka's ambition reflected the intricate ecology of the pirate world in the East Sea. It ignited fear and ambition alike. It divided some while uniting others. In these waters, everyone was reevaluating their positions, preparing for the impending changes. And Luaka, the ascendant pirate king, sat quietly aboard his flagship, observing all that unfolded, fully aware that the true challenge was only just beginning. He must confront not only external hostile forces, but also manage his ever-expanding empire, ensuring internal stability and loyalty. In the face of the Luaka pirate crew's formidable rise, the various pirate crews of the East Sea exhibited an unparalleled spirit of unity. Even before Luaka's emissaries arrived in certain regions, news had already spread among pirates through clandestine channels. Only by banding together could they secure their place in the forthcoming storm. On the surface of the sea, vessels bearing different flags began to traverse the islands with increasing frequency, with pirates on board no longer viewing each other as rivals, but as temporary allies. They convened in secret chambers, exchanged intelligence on moonlit beaches, and plotted joint operations in the dim corners of taverns. Every exchanged glance and handshake revealed an unprecedented camaraderie and trust. "We must join forces," a seasoned pirate leader solemnly addressed representatives from various crews aboard his ship. "Otherwise, we will be consumed one by Luaka." "Agreed." Another crew leader nodded in response. "We may have had our disagreements in the past, but now we share a singular common enemy." During these clandestine meetings, various agreements and strategies were proposed and ratified. They delineated their territories, pledged non-aggression towards one another, and established rapid response mechanisms to swiftly mobilize forces before Luaka's emissaries arrived. "We need a signal," suggested a clever pirate. "When Luaka's men appear, we must be able to know immediately and respond swiftly." Thus, a series of unique signaling systems were devised, encompassing smoke signals, specific flag patterns, and intricate codes, ensuring that information could be relayed accurately and promptly. "Our alliance must remain invisible," another pirate added. "Luaka's eyes are everywhere. We cannot allow him to perceive our intentions." In the ensuing days, a peculiar phenomenon emerged on the waters of the East Sea, although it appeared calm on the surface. A surge of unseen forces was quietly gathering. Whenever Luaka's emissaries arrived on an island, they found the pirates unusually united and unwilling to easily submit. Despite the strength of the Luaka pirate crew, they felt unprecedented pressure when confronting such a broad and covert alliance. Each diplomatic mission faced unforeseen resistance, sometimes even necessitating the use of force to reach a reluctant agreement. However, Luaka understood that the true battle had yet to commence. Beneath these superficial unions lay a far more intricate web of relationships, with each faction cautiously weighing the pros and cons in search of the best path to survival. Luaka and his pirate crew had to tread carefully, demonstrating sufficient strength while avoiding an excessive escalation of hostilities with all pirates, lest they trigger a full-scale war. Against this backdrop, the situation in the East Sea became increasingly complex, with every action capable of instigating a chain reaction that could shift the balance of power throughout the region. Both Luaka and his adversaries awaited the opportune moment to strike decisively. In this vast expanse of uncertainty and peril, anything could transpire. As Luaka's emissaries arrived in small boats, exuding authority and arrogance, they seemed to embody the very essence of maritime tyranny, commanding, threatening, and intimidating without restraint. Their message was simple and direct: submit or perish. This blatant display of power and oppression stirred the inner fury and discontent among the pirates. "Who does Luaka think he is?" a hot-headed young pirate bellowed, his eyes ablaze with the fire of rebellion. "Why should we heed his words?" However, when they beheld the invisible yet formidable pressure looming behind the envoys, and recalled the immense power and ruthless tactics of the Luaka pirate crew, their fiery anger instantly crystallized in their throats, transforming into a stifled silence. They understood that opposing Luaka was tantamount to a near-certain death. Even if united, the scales of victory would not necessarily tip in their favor. During one such negotiation, Luaka's envoy, a man with a face full of flesh and a cold gaze, stood on a small boat, towering over a group of pirates gathered on the shore. His words, like shards of ice, pierced the hearts of all present. "You have two choices, submission or death. Choose." The atmosphere among the crowd reached a tense peak, where one could almost hear the sound of their collective breaths. A few hot-tempered pirates gripped their weapons tightly, yet ultimately, none dared to take that step forward. Their expressions shifted from fury to helplessness, and then to fear. "We will consider it." A voice finally shattered the silence, belonging to the leader of the pirate crew, deep and trembling, evidently struggling to control his emotions. "Grant us a moment." The envoy of Laka snorted disdainfully, seemingly unsatisfied with the response, yet he ceased to press further. Time was a luxury for them, while for Laka, it was merely a resource to be squandered. As he turned to leave, the small boat gradually drifted away, leaving behind a group of resentful yet powerless pirates. After the envoy departed, the pirates huddled together to discuss their options. Some advocated for unwavering resistance, preferring death over submission. Others leaned towards a temporary compromise for the sake of the long term. Each decision was fraught with risk, with no option offering absolute safety. "We cannot simply surrender." An elder pirate spoke up, his voice resolute. "However, we must also be realistic. We require more powerful allies and a more meticulous plan to have any chance of overthrowing Loaka." Thus, the pirates commenced a new round of covert communications, attempting to forge a broader alliance in secret, seeking the vulnerabilities of the Loaka pirate crew. Indeed, in the face of the Loaka pirate crew's overwhelming oppression, the world of pirates in the East Sea revealed its diversity and complexity. Not all pirate crews were willing to bow beneath the weight of tyranny. Some, steadfast in their pursuit of freedom and dignity, opted for more vehement responses, undoubtedly escalating the tension and uncertainty of the situation. Upon learning that certain pirate crews not only rejected Loaka's demands, but expressed their defiance in extreme ways, sending back the severed heads of envoys as a reply, the emotions within the Loaka pirate crew grew intricate. On one hand, this hardline attitude ignited their inner rage and desire for vengeance. On the other, it made them realize that the pirates of the East Sea were not a disorganized mob, but possessed formidable strength capable of posing a genuine threat. "Interesting," Loaka remarked upon receiving the news, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, some here did not grasp the gravity of the situation. Rising to his feet, his sharp gaze swept across his subordinates in the conference room. "Inform them that the Loaka pirate crew is not built on fear. Prepare for battle. We must make these people understand the cost of rebellion." Loaka's response was swift and decisive. He ordered retaliatory strikes against those pirate crews exhibiting a defiant stance, establishing his authority and warning other crews that might still be hesitant. However, Loaka was also aware that such actions could further escalate tensions, leading to larger-scale conflicts. Under Loaka's directive, a task force composed of his most trusted elite members quickly mobilized. This unit was not only well-equipped, but also comprised seasoned warriors, the creme de la creme of the Loaka pirate crew. They were imbued with a bloodthirsty excitement, for they understood that this mission was not merely about executing orders, but about showcasing the unassailable authority of the Loaka pirate crew. On the flagship of the task force, one of Loaka's confidants, a man known as Ghost, stood on the deck, gazing at the island they were bound for. His face bore no expression, yet his eyes burned with a cold intensity. It was clear that the purpose of this journey was not just to eliminate a few disobedient pirate crews, but to deliver a shocking lesson to the entire East Sea, ensuring that all who dared to challenge Loaka's authority would witness the fate of betrayal. As the first light of dawn broke, the task force's vessels carved white trails across the horizon, advancing towards their target island. Along the way, they hoisted the flag of the Loaka pirate crew, its iconic emblem fluttering in the sea breeze, heralding their arrival. Upon reaching their destination, the task force wasted no time and immediately commenced their assault. Utilizing the cover of darkness, they stealthily approached the stronghold of the target pirate crew. In the stillness, only the gentle lapping of the sea against the shore and the occasional calls of seabirds could be heard, rendering the impending disaster nearly undetectable. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility, followed by deafening explosions and a cacophony of gunfire. The task force's attack was so swift that the target pirate crew had almost no time to mount an effective defense. Under Ghost's command, the warriors of the Loaka pirate crew descended like wolves, swiftly seizing control of the situation and dismantling the opponent's defenses one by one. Amidst the chaos and flames, the task force exhibited their brutality and ruthlessness, leaving no survivors to ensure the complete execution of Loaka's orders. With the final vestiges of resistance extinguished, the island was left in ruins, shrouded in the stench of death and the echoes of unuttered cries. After completing their mission, Ghost stood amidst the ravaged battlefield, observing his subordinates cleaning up the aftermath. This massacre, though bloody, was necessary. It served not only to eliminate obstacles, but also to demonstrate to all pirates in the East Sea the consequences of challenging the Loaka pirate crew. Upon the task force's return, they brought back not just tidings of victory, but also the painful lessons for those who dared to resist. When Loaka received the report, he merely nodded nonchalantly, then ordered the details of this battle to be widely disseminated, ensuring that every corner of the East Sea felt the weight of his wrath and resolve. This bloody purge, while brutal, achieved its intended effect. It not only solidified the Loaka pirate crew's dominion, but also compelled previously indecisive pirate crews to re-evaluate their positions, seriously contemplating whether to join that invisible alliance of resistance or to succumb to Loaka's iron grip. Amidst the vast expanse of the East Sea, a vessel adorned with a distinctive flag quietly navigated through the night, the pirates aboard remaining vigilant, observing the surroundings. The captain, an experienced old pirate, sat at the stern, tightly gripping a spyglass, his gaze fixed on the distant island. Above the island, flames soared, thick smoke billowed, and faint cries for help mingled with the clashing of weapons. This was the very scene of the Loaka pirate crew executing their bloody mission. "Look over there, Captain." A young pirate pointed towards the distant island, his voice trembling. "Loaka's men are slaughtering them." The captain lowered the spyglass, his expression darkening, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, a mixture of rage and deep concern. Turning to face his crew, his voice was low yet powerful. "You have all witnessed the methods employed by the Loaka pirates. They spare no effort and grant no opportunity to anyone. If we do not unite, we shall be the next victims." The faces of the young pirates were etched with terror. Swallowing hard, one of them spoke with a quivering voice. "What shall we do, Captain? How can we withstand such power?" The captain inhaled deeply and responded slowly. "Alone, we are certainly unable to contend with them. But we are not fighting this battle in isolation. Remember the plan we discussed last night. We must expedite our actions, reach out to other pirate crews, and expand our alliance. Only through unity do we stand a chance against Loaka." "However, Captain," interjected another pirate, "what if they too are fearful and refuse to join our cause?" The captain's gaze was resolute as he replied, "Fear is natural, yet we must not allow it to dictate our actions. We must demonstrate our determination and let others see it. If we fight together, we shall have hope. Though the power of the Loaka pirates is formidable, it is not insurmountable. Remember our advantages, our speed, our agility, and our familiarity with these waters." Glancing around, his tone grew impassioned. "Now, let us return to our plan. We must ensure that every ally is prepared and that our signaling system is infallible. When Loaka's emissaries appear again, we must guarantee that our alliance can respond swiftly and deliver a powerful counterattack." The crew nodded in silence, each heart ignited with a spark of hope, yet they also felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, but they understood that only through unity could they hope to survive in these treacherous seas. The captain turned to the helmsman and commanded, "Adjust our course. We must head to the next island and contact the pirate crews there. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to waste a single moment." As the helmsman altered the direction, the ship surged forward through the night, sailing toward an unknown future. Witnessing the astounding combat prowess of Loaka's subordinates, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the seas of the East China Sea. That flagship effortlessly obliterated rival pirate crews, like a hurricane sweeping across the ocean, leaving no resistance in its wake. This was not merely a display of strength, but a warning, a deterrent to all pirate crews in the East China Sea. News spread like wildfire, from one island to another, from ship to ship, as every pirate spoke of this devastating assault. For small and medium-sized pirate crews, it marked a significant turning point, compelling them to deeply reflect on their circumstances and future paths. In a dimly lit cabin, a gathering of leaders from small pirate crews sat around a rickety wooden table, their eyes betraying worry and unease. A map lay open before them, marked with the territories of the Luaka pirates and their possible next moves. The air was thick with the scent of tobacco and alcohol, but at that moment, no one had the heart to indulge. "What shall we do?" A young pirate captain broke the silence, his voice trembling slightly. "Luaka's subordinates are so powerful that we have no chance of resistance." Another older pirate, his face marred by scars, pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "We must be pragmatic. If we unite, perhaps we still have a chance. But if we fight separately, we will only become sacrifices to Luaka." "Yet how do we unite?" Another pirate inquired. "Everyone knows that we have past grievances. How can we ensure we won't stab each other in the back?" This question plunged the gathering into silence. Indeed, their previous conflicts and distrust had become the greatest obstacles to their alliance. But at this moment, faced with a common and more formidable enemy, they were compelled to seek a solution. "We need a leader," a female pirate captain spoke up, her voice resolute. "Someone who can earn everyone's trust. Someone who can unite us. Only then can we truly form a cohesive force." "But who could that be?" someone questioned. "Perhaps." The old pirate's gaze scanned the room before settling on a reticent pirate among them. "This person is one of us. The crux lies in whether we are willing to set aside our past grievances and confront the crisis together." The meeting continued for quite some time, filled with debates, compromises, and planning. Ultimately, the pirates reached a preliminary consensus. They decided to dispatch envoys across the East China Sea to seek more allies while also establishing a more robust communication and support system for emergencies. In the face of the immense threat posed by the Luaka pirates, some crews of the East China Sea began to chart a completely different course: retreat. They believed that instead of struggling for survival in these waters destined to become the eye of the storm, it would be wiser to withdraw proactively and seek a new realm to preserve their strength. After much deliberation, the leaders of these pirate crews resolved to lead their fleets away from the East China Sea, toward areas yet untouched by the Luaka pirates. They believed that there they might find relatively tranquil waters, evading the impending bloodshed. Under the cover of night, ships bearing different flags quietly set sail, like stars flickering in the night sky, gradually disappearing over the dark horizon. These pirates harbored both a longing for the unknown world and a reluctance to part with their homeland. Yet the instinct for survival compelled them to make this arduous decision. "We can no longer wait," a pirate captain declared aboard his flagship. "Luaka's power is too great. Here we shall only become prey beneath his blade. We shall head to the West Sea, where there are said to be vast, undeveloped islands rich in resources and less fierce competition. But that means we must abandon everything," a first mate voiced with concern. "Our foundation, our friends, even our enemies." "Indeed," the captain nodded. "Yet at least we will be alive. As long as we breathe, there's a chance for resurgence. In the West Sea, we can rebuild our strength, find new allies, and perhaps one day return to confront Luaka." These departing pirate crews, while relinquishing the possibility of opposing the Luaka pirates in the short term, did not abandon their dreams and ambitions. In the new seas, they would face entirely new challenges, needing to re-establish their reputation and power. However, for many of them, this could represent an opportunity for rebirth, a chance to redefine their place in the maritime order. In the East China Sea, a subtle contrast emerged between the pirate crews that remained and those that chose to depart. One side chose to hold firm in the face of potential annihilation, while the other opted for escape in search of new hope. Regardless of the choice made, it was a gamble between life and death, a wager on the future. Consequently, the situation in the East China Sea grew increasingly complex. The remaining pirate crews had to confront the direct threat posed by the Luaka pirates, while those who chose to flee had to carve out new territories in unfamiliar waters. Every decision is imbued with uncertainty and variability. Nonetheless, each individual, in their own unique manner, crafts their own maritime legend. Upon the vast expanse of the ocean, whether through steadfastness or flight, every pirate crew seeks its own sky, a blue abyss where freedom and dreams intertwine. The existence of the Loaka pirate crew has undoubtedly ushered in unprecedented transformations and challenges to the dynamics of the East Sea and beyond. On a remote island in the East Sea, a silent storm is brewing. This is the stronghold of the Palang's pirate crew, a small faction unwilling to submit to the authority of the Loaka pirate crew or join any other alliance. Clinging to their beliefs, they strive to maintain their foothold in these treacherous waters. However, the emissaries of the Loaka crew have afforded them little choice. After multiple refusals to surrender, Loaka dispatched his most formidable forces, preparing to obliterate the Palangs, serving as a stark warning to other hesitant pirate crews. As night descended, the moonlight dimmed, and an unusual aura mingled with the sea breeze. The lookout of the Palangs spotted a dark silhouette steadily approaching the distant horizon, an ominous sign heralding the arrival of the Loaka fleet. "Prepare for battle," commanded the crew's leader, a rugged man named Ku, as he stood atop the fortress, gazing into the distance with a resolute yet melancholic expression. This would be an arduous battle, but they had no choice but to fight with all their might. With the first rays of dawn piercing through the clouds, the Loaka fleet launched its offensive. The roar of cannon fire echoed like the wrath of thunder, shaking the very earth. The defenses of the Palang's crew trembled under the relentless bombardment. Yet, the pirates on the island did not falter. They retaliated with bows, firearms, and cannons, vowing to defend their homeland to the death. The battle raged fiercely, with vessels clashing around the island, splashes of water erupting like blossoming white flowers, while blood stained the sea a deep crimson. Though outnumbered, each member of the Palangs fought until the last moment, their courage and determination shocking the soldiers of the Loaka crew. However, the disparity in strength ultimately became apparent. Reinforcement from the Loaka crew flooded in, and the defenses of the Palangs began to crumble. In the midst of chaos, Ku led the remaining warriors in one final, desperate charge, hoping to turn the tide or at least secure dignity for their sacrifice. Night enveloped the East Sea Naval Base like a vast black silk curtain. Amidst this silence, the command center shimmered with light, resembling a solitary lighthouse guiding lost ships through the ocean. This was the heart of the East Sea Navy, the last bastion safeguarding the tranquility of the region. Commanders gathered around the long table in the tactical meeting room, their faces etched with seriousness, the air thick with tension and anxiety. Piles of documents and maps cluttered each person's space, marked with various annotations and data documenting every move of the Loaka pirate crew and the latest developments of pirate factions throughout the East Sea. The fleet commander, a seasoned general with graying temples, broke the silence with a heavy voice. "The latest intelligence we received indicates that the Palang's pirate crew has been obliterated." After a pause, as if calculating the numbers, he continued, "This marks the 7th pirate crew we have lost this month." A collective sigh filled the room as each individual grasped the implications. The disappearance of each crew not only weakens the naval forces, but also represents another erosion of safety in the East Sea. For when Loaka truly consolidates the power of all pirates in the region, to whom will he next direct his ambitions, or where will he strike? The East Sea Naval Base had long since requested support from the world government, yet no response had arrived. Thus, they found themselves reluctantly entangled with certain pirates. "We cannot remain idle." A young commander suddenly rose, his voice resolute. "We must take action rather than react passively. Although the Loaka pirate crew is formidable, the strength of our navy should not be underestimated." "Easy to say," another commander retorted. "But what concrete suggestions do you have? Our forces are already dispersed across various critical points, and our intelligence network has suffered severe setbacks due to the loss of these crews." The young commander took a deep breath, scanning the faces of those present. "We must first reassess our strategy. We can no longer afford to spread our forces thin. Instead, we should concentrate our strengths to strike at the core of the Loaka pirate crew. Additionally, we need to strengthen our ties with the Western Sea pirate crew, as they are currently in a similar predicament and may become our allies." A brief silence fell over the meeting room. Subsequently, the old general nodded slowly. This is a direction worthy of consideration. We must immediately send emissaries to the Western Sea to explore the possibility of cooperation. At the same time, I will order an adjustment of our defensive layout, allocating more resources to confront the Loaka pirate crew on the front lines. The meeting continued until the first light of dawn streamed through the windows, illuminating the command center. The naval commanders finally finalized their action plan. Despite the uncertainties ahead, a new flame of hope ignited within their hearts. The battles to come would be even more arduous. But for the peace of the East Sea and for those who relied on their protection, they would unwaveringly embrace the challenges ahead. Within the command post of the East Sea Naval Base, the intelligence room became the very heart of the strategic hub. Here, intelligence officers operated like an unceasing machine, their fingers dancing rapidly across keyboards, eyes glued to screens as they continuously received, analyzed, and organized the deluge of information pouring in from all directions. The documents piled on the intelligence desk resembled small mountains, each bearing critical data and reports, from the latest movements of pirate crews to weather changes. From enemy troop deployments to potential ally activities, nothing was overlooked. The busy silhouettes of the intelligence officers cast long shadows under the dim light, their faces reflecting concentration and fatigue. Update. The Loaka pirate cruise fleet is moving southwest at a speed faster than anticipated. A panting intelligence officer reported, clearly having worked for over a dozen hours. Received. Immediately notify all frontline commanders to prepare. An officer swiftly picked up the communicator, relaying the latest orders. In this battlefield devoid of gunpowder, information is the lifeline. The naval commanders understood that any lapse in vigilance could result in irreparable losses. Thus, they were compelled to maintain heightened alertness, ensuring that even in extreme fatigue, they remained sharp enough to capture every crucial detail. We need to accelerate our pace, stated the head of the command post, a middle-aged officer who rubbed his dry eyes, his tone unwaveringly firm. Intelligence is our eyes and ears. We must ensure that every detail is accurately captured. The intelligence officers harbored no complaints, merely quickening their pace, acutely aware of the weight of responsibility on their shoulders. In this era of information overload, those who wield knowledge hold the reins of power on the battlefield. They provide unwavering support to the warriors at the front lines, ensuring that they can make judicious decisions amidst the impending storm. As time ticks away, the atmosphere within the intelligence room grows increasingly tense. Each individual races against the clock, grappling with the overwhelming tide of information. They navigate through the tumultuous sea of data, akin to vessels braving sudden tempests, striving to secure a strategic advantage in the pivotal contest for the fate of the Donghai. In such a context, every update of intelligence and every document review takes on monumental significance. Behind these seemingly mundane tasks lies the Donghai Navy's grasp of future strategic directions, the foundation for every decision made, and the key to safeguarding peace in these waters. Within the intelligence room at the Donghai Naval Base, the incessant ringing of telephones reverberates like the urgent beat of a symphony, echoing through the air. The telephones, diverse in shape and vibrant in color, tremble gently, each vibration conveying vital intelligence from distant seas. The fingers of intelligence officers dance nimbly over the keys, crafting a tense yet orderly composition. Nearby, officers delve into towering stacks of documents, the scratching of their pens on paper capturing every detail, with serious expressions and focused glimmers in their eyes. Each stroke reveals their fervor and dedication to their work. These records transcend mere words. They stand as witnesses to the ever-changing tides of the sea, the eyes and ears of decision-makers, and the bedrock of peace in the Donghai. The rich aroma of coffee permeates the air, an indispensable element in the intelligence room. Transparent glass cups, filled with dark liquid, emit wafts of steam, accompanied by hints of bitterness and sweetness. Officers occasionally lift their cups, sipping slowly, the caffeine invigorating them, dispelling fatigue and maintaining their alertness. One cup after another, This coffee serves as their fuel in the race against time, providing the energy needed for relentless engagement. Here, day and night blur into one, with only the urgency of tasks and the flow of information marking the passage of time. The intelligence officers resemble vigilant sentinels, safeguarding the tranquility of the Donghai. Amidst this flurry of activity, the rhythmic sounds of ringing phones and the scratching of pens weave together to compose a hymn dedicated to the officers of intelligence. These days, they have persevered for countless hours, each day akin to walking on a razor's edge, fraught with uncertainty and peril. The intelligence room has become the nerve center of the Donghai Naval Base, with the officers acting as tireless neurons, connecting the front lines with the rear, transmitting life and death information. The shadow of the lock pirate crew looms over a third of the Donghai. Once dominant maritime forces have either been forced to capitulate or have vanished amid bloodshed. Each pirate crew's downfall etches deep scars upon the map of the Donghai, a stark reminder of the dire circumstances faced by the Navy. A colossal map of the Donghai hangs on the wall of the intelligence room, marked in red to delineate the territory of the lock pirate crew. Their influence spreading like wildfire, gradually engulfing the blank spaces on the map. In contrast, the green markings signify the Navy's controlled zones, appearing increasingly isolated and vulnerable amidst the encroaching red. We must find a breakthrough. A seasoned intelligence analyst gazes intently at the map, determination and concern reflected in their eyes. The expansion of Locke's influence is alarmingly rapid. Without decisive action, the entirety of the Donghai will soon fall under his dominion. We require further intelligence on the core members of the Locke pirate crew, particularly regarding their weaknesses and internal discord, another officer adds, lightly tapping their fingers on the table as they contemplate the next course of action. In a corner of the intelligence room, an antiquated typewriter clacks rhythmically as an officer swiftly inputs the latest analysis report, the stack of coffee cups beside it towering above the computer screen, a testament to their unceasing efforts. We cannot allow Locke to continue unchecked. A young intelligence officer clenches their fists, determination shining in their eyes. We must uncover his fatal weaknesses and strike decisively. The discussions within the intelligence room extend into the late hours of the night, as the first light of dawn gradually brightens the sky outside. Although fatigue is evident in their eyes, their resolve only strengthens. The outcome of this conflict hinges not solely on military might, but on the mastery and utilization of intelligence. They are the custodians of this crucial element. As the first rays of sunlight illuminate the intelligence room, a new day begins, and the officers once again immerse themselves in their urgent tasks. At the Donghai Naval Base, a palpable tension envelopes the atmosphere, akin to dark clouds, as the power of the Locke pirate crew continues to swell, placing unprecedented pressure on the base's commanders. Days of steadfast vigilance and combat have drained their physical stamina and tested their mental limits. Finally, on a clear morning, as the first rays of sunlight struggle to pierce the heavy clouds and illuminate the command center, several senior commanders gather, their eyes glinting with resolve. We can no longer sit idly by. A robust and resolute commander, Malcolm, the supreme commander of the Donghai Naval Base, speaks with authority, his words imbued with an undeniable determination. The threat from the Locke pirate crew grows increasingly severe. We have already suffered significant losses. If we do not receive reinforcements soon, the Donghai will truly change hands. Another commander, a shrewd and capable woman named Leah, nods in agreement. We have done our utmost to delay, but relying solely on the Donghai Navy's strength may not suffice to withstand the onslaught of the Locke pirate crew. It is time to seek assistance from the naval headquarters. Precisely, Malcolm continues. I shall personally journey to the naval headquarters to request urgent reinforcements. If they fail to comprehend the gravity of the Donghai situation, I shall spare no effort to make them understand. The other commanders nod in support. Malcolm's decision entails significant risk. After all, the naval headquarters lies far from the Donghai, and the round trip will consume precious time, during which the situation may continue to deteriorate. Malcolm turns to face the map, his gaze lingering on the waters of the Donghai, once the homeland he swore to protect. I will return as swiftly as possible, he asserts. Until then, the command of the base is entrusted to you all. Leah and the other commanders immediately stand tall, responding in unison, "Yes, Commander. We will hold our ground until your return." Taking a deep breath, Malcolm turns and departs from the command center, his silhouette resolute and determined, like a warrior preparing to embark on a campaign. The journey to the naval headquarters will be fraught with uncertainty. Yet he understands that for the sake of peace in the Donghai and the honor of the Navy, this is a step he must take. At the port of the naval base, a fast warship stands ready, and Malcolm ascends the bridge, waving farewell to the distant horizon. The roar of the ship's engines shatters the morning stillness, akin to a dragon cleaving through the waves, carrying Malcolm's hopes and determination toward the unknown. As the locked pirate crew's forces undergo a massive migration, the naval bases in the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea suddenly find themselves confronted with unprecedented challenges. The once tranquil maritime region has now been abruptly inundated by a multitude of foreign pirates. These pirate crews are not only numerous but also well-organized. Their formidable strength cannot be underestimated. They surge forth like a new undercurrent, disturbing the previously stable maritime order. In the Nanhai, the commanders of the naval base convene an urgent meeting, anxiously deliberating on how to address this unforeseen situation. The maritime charts adorning the walls now bear a proliferation of newly marked points, indicative of the locations of these emerging pirate crews. One commander gestures toward a specific area on the map, stating that what was once a trade route is now frequently plagued by acts of plunder, severely impacting the passage of merchant vessels. The naval base in the Beihai faces a more complex predicament. Due to its geographical proximity to the Donghai, the Beihai has become a favored destination for many pirate crews fleeing from their adversaries. The naval commander here listens intently to intelligence reports, his brow furrowed. Our intelligence indicates that at least 3 large pirate crews are advancing towards the Beihai. Their intentions remain shrouded in mystery. However, it is foreseeable that their arrival will exert a tremendous destabilizing influence on our waters. Meanwhile, in the Shihai, the commanders of the naval base are equally troubled. Once a relatively serene expanse, the Shihai now confronts an influx of pirates from the Donghai, whose arrival disrupts the local ecology, leading to escalating security concerns. During a briefing, one commander asserts that we must enhance our patrols and swiftly establish communication with the naval base in the Donghai to ascertain the backgrounds of these pirate crews, enabling us to take targeted actions. The intelligence departments across the naval bases toil diligently to compile comprehensive data on these newly emerged pirate factions. The incessant ringing of telephones conveys urgent information, while the commanders work tirelessly day and night to devise the optimal response strategy. The naval commander in the Nanhai resolves to increase the frequency of maritime patrols and urges merchant vessels in the vicinity to remain vigilant, while also strengthening communication with neighboring nations to seek collaborative measures. The Beihai's Navy begins to form a special operations unit dedicated to investigating and suppressing the new pirate crews, while intensifying surveillance of crucial trade routes to ensure that commerce remains uninterrupted. Conversely, the naval base in the Shihai adopts a more flexible strategy, attempting to engage with certain pirate crews in hopes of negotiating a form of peaceful coexistence to minimize the likelihood of conflict. However, regardless of the measures taken, the commanders across the naval bases are acutely aware that this sudden upheaval will have far-reaching implications for their respective waters. They must collaborate closely, sharing intelligence to effectively address the ripple effects brought about by the migration of Donghai pirates, seeking to restore peace and order to the maritime domain. In this context, the decisions made by the naval headquarters become paramount. It is essential to consider the realities of each maritime region and formulate a comprehensive response strategy with the aim of stabilizing the situation in the shortest possible time, preventing the chaos of the Donghai from spreading throughout the entire maritime expanse, which could lead to greater disorder and destruction. After all, pirates with the capacity to traverse oceans undoubtedly require lucrative locales for their endeavors. Thus, conflicts among pirates may soon become simplified and effortless. Yet, the surrounding civilians are fervently averse to witnessing rivers of blood upon the sea. Those pirates who cannot withstand their rivals may resort to mercilessly targeting the innocent. In this world dominated by power, vulnerability often becomes the true original sin. The indigenous pirate crews of the Nanhai, Beihai, and Shihai exhibit little sympathy or welcome towards the suddenly arriving pirates from the Donghai. On the contrary, these newcomers are perceived as potential threats and competitors, their presence upsetting the existing balance of power and inciting wariness and discontent among the local pirate factions. In an open expanse of the Nanhai, two pirate fleets face each other, tensions palpable. One is the formidable Nanhai Yoling pirate crew, while the other is the recently migrated Feng pirate crew from the Donghai. The fleet of Nanhai Yoling is meticulously arranged, with flags flying and crew members armed and poised. Meanwhile, the ships of the Feng appear somewhat hasty, still acclimating to the new maritime environment. You newcomers from the Donghai, do you think this is your safe haven? Bellows the leader of Nanhai Yoling, a robust man adorned with intricate tattoos, standing on the deck of his flagship. This sea is not a place for just anyone to intrude. We merely seek a quiet place to thrive, responds the leader of the Feng crew, a young woman with keen eyes, her voice firm yet calm. We mean no offense, but if necessary, we will not retreat. The exchange does little to ease the tension, rather amplifying it. The surrounding waters witness both crews preparing for battle, archers drawing their bows and gunners inspecting their cannons. An atmosphere thick with the impending scent of war. Similar scenarios unfold frequently in the Beihai and Shihai, as the friction between the old and new pirate crews escalates. Sometimes, merely a small, uninhabited island or a favorable trade route can ignite fierce confrontations. These skirmishes are often brutal and swift. The victors claim dominion, while the vanquished are either thoroughly expelled from the waters or compelled to submit to the stronger. In such an environment, pirates must quickly adapt to the new survival rules, either by forming alliances to bolster their strength or by conquering others through force to secure their place in the new maritime landscape. For those weaker pirate crews, the choice may lean towards aligning with more powerful factions, becoming part of their ranks in exchange for protection and resources. The battles among pirates resemble the relentless waves of the sea, each cresting one after another, continuously reshaping the power dynamics of the waters. Yet behind all this turmoil, the naval forces quietly mobilize, closely monitoring the dynamics of each maritime region, prepared to intervene at any moment to uphold order and prevent the excessive expansion of pirate influence, which threatens commercial routes and the lives of ordinary citizens. Faced with the fierce competition in the Nanhai, Beihai, and Shihai, many pirate crews are compelled to seek new avenues. Some weaker factions or newly established teams begin to turn towards more remote and resource-scarce waters, attempting to establish their foothold there. Although these regions may lack abundant treasures and flourishing trade, they also signify fewer competitors, granting them a relatively tranquil space for development. In the distant Nanyang, an area known as Luo Richuandao has become a new refuge for many vulnerable pirate crews. The islands here are scattered across the vast ocean, characterized by barren land and harsh climates, seldom attracting attention. Yet, it is precisely this desolation that renders it a sanctuary, providing a respite for those unable to secure a place on the main battlefield. Here, pirates begin to learn how to survive using limited resources, with some even forging connections with local indigenous tribes to collaboratively develop the land. In other maritime regions, powerful pirate crews adopt a markedly different strategy for conquest. They are not content with merely scavenging for scraps of territory. Rather, their gaze is fixed upon the fertile waters previously controlled by other pirate factions. A series of bloody battles erupted, with the strong vanquishing the weak through overwhelming might, thereby redefining the spheres of influence. In certain trade routes of the Beihai, a pirate crew known as Shuanglong swiftly rose to prominence with their astonishing military prowess and cunning strategies, displacing the former hegemon, the Bingshan GZ pirate crew, and seizing control of this bustling trade route. In a significant port city of the Shihai, once ruled by the Jins Qinxing pirate crew, a challenge emerged from the Hefen pirate crew of the Donghai. After several days of fierce offensives and defenses, Heffen ultimately breached the defenses of Jinschanxing, capturing the city. With this change of hands, the entire trade landscape of the Shihai underwent a substantial transformation, as new maritime hegemons began to establish new rules, adjust taxes, and redefine trading conditions with other pirate crews. Whether choosing to retreat or conquer, the pirates were navigating their own paths through this unprecedented upheaval. Malcolm, the commander of the Donghai Naval Base, was a seasoned veteran, his eyes glimmering with determination and resolve. At this moment, he piloted the Navy flagship Zhengyi Zhichue through the tumultuous seas towards the naval headquarters in search of assistance. The sea breeze howled, and the white waves surged at the ship's bow, as if the ocean itself was narrating the turbulence and chaos of the Donghai. As he approached the boundary of the open sea, an unexpected group of intruders appeared on the distant horizon. A multitude of ragtag pirate ships, resembling dark clouds on the ocean, encircled, intending to intercept the Zhengyi Zhichue. Malcolm's brow furrowed, anticipating trouble, though he had not expected such audacity. "All hands, attention," he commanded with composure. "Maintain formation and prepare for battle. We represent the will of the Navy, and we shall not allow anyone to obstruct our path." The naval soldiers responded swiftly, the cannons on the deck pivoting, archers readying their bows. Each individual understood this was not merely an ordinary skirmish, but a contest concerning the Navy's prestige. Standing on a bridge, Malcolm held a telescope in one hand and leaned on the railing with the other, gazing intently at the approaching foes. It appeared that the pirates of the Donghai had become so brazen as to disregard the law. Malcolm murmured to himself, his tone laced with cold severity. Yet they would soon learn that the justice of a navy would not be easily shaken. As the pirate ships drew nearer, they seemed undeterred, defiantly brandishing their weapons and issuing taunting roars. However, upon seeing the Navy flag fluttering atop the Zhengyi Zhichue and the unwavering figure of Malcolm on the bridge, a glimmer of hesitation flickered in the eyes of some pirates. "Fire!" Malcolm decisively issued the command. The Navy's firepower instantly blanketed the sea, a precise barrage of cannon fire and arrows intertwining into a dense net, obliterating the foremost pirate vessels in an instant, billowing smoke and flames into the air. This sudden clash was brief yet intense. The pirates quickly realized they were not facing an adversary to be easily manipulated. In the face of the Navy's formidable firepower, they began to scatter, seeking to escape this calamity. Malcolm refrained from ordering a pursuit. He understood that the true battle lay ahead, with the naval headquarters as his destination. Turning to his crew, he announced, "Continue forward. We must not allow these jesters to delay our mission. The Donghai needs our aid, and the naval headquarters must hear our call." The Zhengyi Zhichue set sail once more, cutting through the waves towards the naval headquarters. Malcolm's silhouette against the twilight appeared remarkably grand, his heart brimming with unwavering faith in the future. No matter how challenging the turmoil of the Donghai, the light of the Navy's justice would ultimately pierce through the darkness, restoring peace and order to the seas. As the Zhengyi Zhichue left behind a trail of frothy wake in its wake, an array of anomalous signals suddenly appeared on the radar screen. These signals not only indicated hostile forces, but also suggested that their patterns of activity were not those of ordinary pirate crews. Malcolm keenly perceived this, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a gesture of disdain and warning towards those daring to challenge the authority of the Navy. "It seems some individuals were eager to test our patience." Malcolm's deep voice reverberated on the bridge as he turned to the communications officer to issue orders. "Notify all ships to remain vigilant and prepare for battle. We are about to confront what may be a particularly formidable opponent in the Donghai." The naval fleet promptly adjusted its formation, entering combat readiness. In an astounding move, Malcolm vanished from the bridge, reappearing on the deck, leaping gracefully into the air. As a naval commander possessing special skills, Malcolm utilized his ability known as Yuabu, a technique allowing one to traverse the air, typically mastered by only a select few. He traced an elegant arc in the sky, akin to a soaring eagle, directly leaping above the nearest enemy vessel. The pirates, terrified, looked up to see a figure descending from above, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. Malcolm, the commander of the Donghai Navy, the embodiment of justice. He landed on the deck of the enemy's ship, and instantly, the entire vessel seemed to feel an unprecedented pressure. Wasting no time, Malcolm unleashed swift and thunderous strikes, each move infused with lethal force. The pirates were unable to react, swiftly subdued one after another, his speed leaving only blurred afterimages on the deck, making it challenging to discern his true position. As Malcolm engaged, the naval fleet also launched its counterattack. Cannons and arrows intermingled, igniting fierce combat upon the sea. Those pirates, once brimming with confidence, gradually lost their courage to resist under the Navy's relentless assault, scattering in panic. Malcolm's actions served not only as a blow to the enemy, but also as a profound deterrent to the entire Donghai region. Standing amidst the wreckage of the enemy's ship, he gazed into the distance, where a few pirate vessels attempted to flee. His eyes conveyed unwavering resolve and ruthlessness, a commitment to justice and zero tolerance for chaos. Let every corner of the Donghai be aware. Malcolm's voice resonated through the loudspeakers across the battlefield. The might of the Navy should not be underestimated. Any who dare disrupt the peace shall face the consequences they deserve. As the battle reached its conclusion, Malcolm returned to the deck of the Zhengyi Chue. His silhouette, illuminated by the setting sun, appeared even more imposing, a guardian willing to sacrifice everything for the tranquility of the Donghai and the brilliance of justice. As news spread like wildfire among the pirates, fear and reverence swiftly supplanted the initial arrogance and disdain. The pirates roaming the seas, all seasoned characters who had endured countless life and death trials, understood that behind every name on this boundless ocean could lie a tale of bloodshed. Now, the name Malcolm, which struck terror into the hearts of countless pirates, emerged before them in an imperious demeanor. The commander of the Donghai Naval Base, Admiral Malcolm, is a name that reverberates through the whispers of pirates, each syllable piercing their hearts like shards of ice. To the pirates of the East Sea, Malcolm is not merely a name. He is the legendary executioner, the embodiment of iron will. Years ago, it was this very admiral who personally brought to an end the lives of several notorious pirate captains, each with bounties exceeding 100 million, hanging their severed heads high upon the walls of the naval base, a testament to the Navy's authority and inviolability. The pirates began to realize that they were no longer facing mere naval patrols, but the supreme commander of the East Sea Navy, a legendary figure who suppresses all rebellion with iron-fisted methods and absolute strength. Fear spread within them, turning their previous bravado into pale insignificance, replaced by profound anxiety and an instinct to flee. However, Malcolm afforded them no respite. Under his command, the naval fleet struck like a sharp dagger, directly penetrating the heart of the pirate ranks. The relentless cannon fire became a judgment upon the pirates' transgressions. On the surface of the sea, pirate ships were reduced to ruins under the Navy's might, with pirates either surrendering, fleeing, or sinking into the cold depths, none escaping this storm of justice. Malcolm's figure reappeared on the bridge of the Hammer of Justice, his gaze piercing through the smoke-filled battlefield, landing upon those attempting to escape. You may run, but you can never evade the sanctions of justice. His voice, relayed through the loudspeaker, resonated with the solemnity of an oracle, unassailable and profound. As the battle subsided, the sea regained its tranquility, yet the scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. Malcolm stood on the deck, his eyes fixed on the horizon, flickering with complex emotions. This was not merely satisfaction in victory, but a deep contemplation of the future. Although he had once again demonstrated the Navy's power within this vast ocean, new adversaries awaited their challenge, and fresh battles lay ahead. In the surveillance footage captured by the pirates, every move of Admiral Malcolm is a testament to an artistic combat style, blending strength, speed, and precision, showcasing a nearly flawless technique. The rapid playback of the footage freezes on the moments of his fierce attacks, each strike hitting its mark with unerring accuracy, as if performing a silent symphony of battle. Malcolm's fighting style is unique and efficient, sparing no energy on unnecessary movements. When he leaps onto the enemy ship's deck, Everything around him seems to freeze in time. The pirates, still reeling from shock, feel the approach of death. His hands, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, unleash a torrent of deadly strikes, rendering once mighty pirate warriors, whether skilled swordsmen or adept marksmen, utterly powerless before him. It is as though he possesses the ability to foresee the future, always one step ahead of his foes, subduing or eliminating them with ease. Malcolm's speed transcends ordinary comprehension, utilizing moonwalk to dart through the ranks of enemies, each landing accompanied by the downfall of several pirates. His body moves like a streak of black lightning across the deck, leaving chaos in his wake. The attacks from the pirates are either deftly evaded or countered with astonishing effectiveness, each retaliation a fatal retribution. His weapon, an ostensibly ordinary naval sword, conceals immense power. Each gentle touch of the blade, capable of piercing the most formidable defenses, its trajectory akin to the signature of death, heralding the fate of the pirates. At the heart of this chaos, Malcolm remains calm and focused, fulfilling a sacred mission rather than engaging in mere combat. His gaze sharpens. Each target he locks on it signifies the elimination of yet another threat. There is no anger, no frenzy, only an unwavering belief in justice and a resolute determination to protect the peace of the East Sea. The battle concluded swiftly and thoroughly, with the core forces from several pirate ships nearly annihilated, leaving only silence and debris upon the sea. Upon hearing news of Admiral Malcolm's patrol, fear swept through the pirate world, causing unrest among their ranks. Pirate crews, whether fledgling newcomers or seasoned veterans, began to hastily adjust their strategies to avoid direct confrontation with this iron-willed naval figure. The news spread like wildfire across the islands, with pirates exchanging warnings through various channels, from clandestine radio communications to ancient carrier pigeons, culminating in whispered discussions at docks, all converging into a clear message: avoid Malcolm. Survival comes first. The more timid pirates even began plotting to conceal themselves entirely, abandoning their previous hideouts for more remote islands, burying their ships deep within dense forests or hiding them in obscure caves. Like startled birds, even the slightest breeze sent shivers down their spines, fearing it was a signal from the Navy. Some astute pirate leaders opted for a more cautious approach, ceasing large-scale plundering in favor of small, discreet transactions, reducing their visibility on the high seas to avoid drawing the Navy's attention. They dispatched their subordinates to gather intelligence, closely monitoring Malcolm's movements to ensure their territories and fleets remained out of the admiral's sight. Even more remarkably, some pirates, in a bid for self-preservation, temporarily set aside their grievances to form temporary alliances, collaboratively discussing countermeasures, sharing resources, and providing mutual support. They sought to construct a safety network capable of withstanding the naval onslaught. In Malcolm's shadow, former adversaries learned to shake hands, united against this unprecedented threat. On the sea, once bustling trade routes fell eerily silent, with even innocent merchant ships navigating cautiously, striving to avoid areas likely patrolled by the Navy. The maritime order of the entire East Sea seemed to have undergone a seismic shift overnight, with all unrest and panic rooted in the presence of that iron-willed admiral. For those who chose to remain, more extreme measures were adopted, fortifying defenses, stockpiling ammunition and provisions, bracing for the impending storm. Should they unfortunate enough to cross paths with Malcolm, a deadly confrontation awaited them, a battle in which their chances of victory were nearly non-existent. In this wave of fear sweeping across the East Sea, Admiral Malcolm's name became synonymous with irresistible power and relentless justice. Within the vast expanse of the East Sea, his actions resembled a sudden tempest, plunging all pirate factions into an unprecedented state of confusion and dread. The intelligence networks, typically vital tools for the survival of pirates, appeared alarmingly fragile and ineffective in the face of a commander as enigmatic as Malcolm. No definitive information indicated the admiral's targets, rendering every pirate organization a potential target. In the past, pirates could gather intelligence to predict naval movements and evade risks. Yet this time, Malcolm's emergence shattered the norm. Not only did they disregard any known patterns of action, But they also adopted a guerrilla tactic that left all pirates, reliant on information superiority, in a state of disarray. Uncertain whether the next dawn would herald a pivotal moment of life or death, it is particularly noteworthy that Malcolm's route conspicuously avoided the domain of the East Sea sovereign, Locke, undoubtedly adding further uncertainty to the situation. Locke, the pirate captain who claims the title of King of the East Sea, commands a vast fleet and countless loyal subordinates, his influence extending over the richest waters of the East Sea. However, Malcolm's maneuvers seem to suggest that, despite Locke's formidable presence, he may not be the primary target of this operation. For pirates, the unknown is the most lethal adversary. They are accustomed to survival amidst the clash of blades, engaging in a battle of wits with their foes. Yet, when confronted with an opponent who eschews conventional tactics and possesses absolute strength, all their experience and strategies appear rendered futile. Doubts about their own judgments begin to creep in, as they fear they may have become the next prey in Malcolm's sights. This sense of dread rapidly spreads among the pirates, forming an invisible net that binds them tightly. Each pirate organization begins to introspect, seeking any trace that might attract the Navy's attention. Even the most trivial clues could prove pivotal in determining their fate. They strengthen internal discipline, temper their usual arrogance. And some pirates even contemplate disbanding their crews and fleeing individually, hoping to find a sliver of hope beneath the iron heel of the Navy. Nonetheless, an oppressive atmosphere pervades the seas of the East Sea. Pirates grow increasingly anxious in their strongholds, sleepless and with vigilant eyes, ears attuned to every subtle sound, fearing it might be Malcolm's ultimatum. In this fear-shrouded maritime domain, the shadow of Admiral Malcolm seems to loom larger with each move, serving as a constant reminder to the pirates. Amid the undercurrents of the East Sea, some seasoned and astute pirates begin to piece together fragmented information, attempting to discern the true intentions behind Admiral Malcolm's actions. As the supreme commander of the East Sea Navy, every one of his actions affects the naval landscape, not only of the East Sea, but of the entire world. This particular operation evidently transcends the internal affairs of the East Sea, pointing towards a grander stage, the World Navy headquarters. These seasoned pirates understand that the situation in the East Sea is delicately balanced, and Locke's rise poses a serious threat to the Navy's dominance. Should Locke's expansion continue unchecked, the order of the East Sea would face collapse, something that the World Navy cannot tolerate. Malcolm's expedition is likely aimed at seeking higher-level support to counter this burgeoning pirate force. They speculate that Malcolm has perhaps realized that the East Sea Navy alone lacks the strength to curb Locke's ambitions. The World Navy headquarters possesses a more powerful fleet and richer resources, making it the only entity capable of posing a substantial threat to Locke. Therefore, the purpose of Malcolm's journey is likely to request reinforcements or to coordinate strategies with commanders from other naval regions, collaboratively devising an effective plan to confront Locke and his forces. These veteran pirates' analyses are not without foundation. As a vast organization, the World Navy's decision-making process often involves multifaceted considerations, including political, military, and international relations. Faced with a pirate leader like Locke, who possesses subversive potential, the World Navy will undoubtedly adopt a more cautious stance. Malcolm, as the frontline commander of the East Sea, personally reporting to headquarters not only conveys his urgency regarding the situation, but also facilitates direct dialogue with higher-ups to secure necessary support and assistance. Moreover, this serves as an opportunity to showcase the determination and capability of the East Sea Navy, allowing Malcolm to present his plans and potentially receive authorization to implement more aggressive measures to maintain peace and stability in the East Sea. For the pirates of the East Sea, this undoubtedly represents a significant turning point, one that concerns not only the future of the East Sea, but also the balance of power across the Grand Line. However, for those pirates who are merely observing, Malcolm's actions introduce new variables. Once the World Navy intervenes, what challenges will the pirate forces of the East Sea face? Whether to align with Locke's faction to collectively resist the Navy's formidable pressure or to seek alternative means of survival becomes a daunting dilemma for every pirate group. Consequently, the situation in the East Sea grows increasingly complex, with each pirate evaluating their position and calculating future possibilities. As Admiral Malcolm's reputation rapidly spreads among the East Sea pirates, those originally intent on dominating the seas adopt an unprecedentedly cautious approach. They alter their routes to avoid encounters with the Hammer of Justice and its accompanying fleet, resulting in an eerie tranquility across the waters. The once boisterous pirate ships now dart about like frightened fish, desperately seeking to avoid any intersection with this iron-willed naval commander. The previously bustling shipping lanes have transformed into desolate passages, with a few vessels that do appear maintaining a safe distance. Communication among pirates intensifies, as they utilize clandestine channels to share the latest intelligence on Malcolm's movements, ensuring their positions remain concealed from the Navy's gaze. This collective avoidance behavior reflects the deep recognition of Malcolm's power and an extreme fear of his actions within the pirate community. In certain instances, some pirates even abandon their recent plundering plans, opting to return to their bases or retreat deep into the island interiors, striving to minimize their visibility. They fortify their defenses and stockpile provisions in preparation for a potential prolonged blockade. For the smaller, weaker pirate groups, some consider temporarily disbanding, scattering their members to lie low until the storm passes. However, for those organizations of greater strength or with unique backgrounds, while Malcolm's actions induce unease, they do not entirely disrupt their momentum. In this context, Malcolm's fleet progresses with relative ease, encountering minimal obstacles. Their destination, the World Navy headquarters, lies far away in Mariewa, a symbol of naval power and the epicenter for formulating global naval strategies. Malcolm's mission bears significant weight. He must not only report the latest developments in the East Sea, but also seek understanding and support from higher echelons to confront Locke's escalating threat. Pirates may harbor their own calculations, yet their shared desire is for Malcolm to reach the naval headquarters swiftly and fulfill his mission. Should the issues in the East Sea capture the World Navy's attention, whether in repressing Locke or deterring other pirates, it will reach a new zenith. For those yearning for peace and stability, Malcolm's actions represent a glimmer of hope, a possibility for restoring the tranquility of the East Sea. At the World Navy headquarters, the highest echelons in Mariewa, two of the Navy's top-tier combatants, Admiral Qingji and Fleet Admiral Zhonghua, are engrossed in a serious discussion around a large strategic map. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a solemn ambience over the tense atmosphere surrounding the two figures. The warring states marshal, a seasoned veteran, possessed a penetrating gaze capable of discerning all conspiracies and deceit. In his hand, he held an exquisite tactical pen, occasionally tracing lines on a map that represented the strategic concepts brewing in his mind. The arrival of Malcolm signified something profound. The situation in the Donghai was far more dire than we had anticipated. The voice of warring states resonated with calm authority, exuding an undeniable gravitas. The youthful general, characterized by his iconic stoicism, nodded slightly. That rascal Locke had always been a troublesome character. Yet, Malcolm's actions afforded us greater maneuverability. Though few in words, his statements struck with precision, each utterance hitting the mark. We must seize this opportunity, warring states continued. Malcolm's presence was not merely a plea for assistance, but a test of our overarching strategy. We must display our resolve and strength, making every pirate aware that the World Navy is not so easily provoked. A glimmer of determination flickered in the youthful general's eyes. Indeed, we can use this chance to showcase the true might of the Navy. Locke and his crew likely remain oblivious to the extent of our capabilities. Our task is to send Locke a clear signal, informing him that any attempt to disrupt the order of the seas will be met with severe repercussions. Martial warring states gazed out the window, peering into the distant ocean, foreseeing the storms to come. Simultaneously, this moment served as an opportunity to consolidate our forces and act in unison. We must mobilize the naval forces from various seas to collectively confront this threat. The youthful general nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, we must teach that rogue Locke a lesson, making him understand that the world of the Navy is not one he can easily shake. Moreover, this performance is not solely for him. It is also for all pirates to witness the formidable strength of the World Navy. The two naval leaders were not merely orchestrating an operation against Locke, but rather crafting a grand theatrical display to exhibit the Navy's power to the world. Unfortunately, these two generals, despite their formidable combat prowess, understood that Locke was indeed a figure of the Navy. It was naturally impossible for them to personally venture into the Donghai to display Locke's head upon a ship's mast. Thus, all must be meticulously planned. Meanwhile, Admiral Malcolm's fleet was navigating the tumultuous seas, advancing toward Mary Geos. Within the depths of this bastion of naval supremacy, the office shared by the youthful General and Marshal Warring States was permeated with a subtle tension and contemplation. These pillars of a navy gazed through the window at the azure sky, their minds calculating Locke's next move. The youthful general's voice was low and composed. Locke's betrayal appeared, on the surface, to be a blow to the Navy. However, in reality, he had long been a crucial pawn among the pirates. His scheme to unify the Donghai pirates seemed audacious, but concealed deeper intentions. Marshal Warring States nodded, his eyes shimmering with insight. Indeed, we have long been aware of Locke's ambitions. He intends first to unify the Donghai and then use these pirates as leverage to compel us to deploy formidable generals to eradicate them. This way, that scoundrel Locke could escape the Donghai and head towards the New World, conveniently gathering those pirates for a hunt. What a clever plan, the youthful general added. So, does this mean we are to perform for Malcolm? Admiral Malcolm stood on the deck of the flagship Hammer of Justice, gazing at the gradually clarifying scene ahead. As the distance closed, the majestic silhouette of the World Navy headquarters grew increasingly awe-inspiring. The colossal port resembled the gaping maw of a beast, welcoming every vessel that entered. Each warship here glistened with metallic sheen, with cannons mounted along the hull, each capable of instantly shredding the defenses of small pirate ships, unleashing devastating force. Malcolm's naval subordinates, accustomed to the tempests and battles of the Donghai, found themselves holding their breath, their eyes alight with reverence and amazement. Look at that one, the Wings of Freedom. They say its speed is unmatched. And that one, the Guardian, I've heard its armor can repel even boulders. These rumored naval flagships now lay before them, each a symbol of naval strength, epitomizing the majesty and glory of the World Navy. Malcolm turned to his subordinates, fully aware that he represented not only the Donghai, but also the will of the Navy. His gaze was resolute, his voice imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. Remember, we are here for the Donghai, for justice. Regardless of the grandeur of these warships, our mission and resolve remain unshaken. We are the Navy, and we safeguard the peace of these waters. As the Hammer of Justice smoothly docked, Malcolm and his crew felt an unprecedented sense of mission. The forthcoming meeting would determine the fate of the Donghai and beyond. Every brick and cannon of the naval headquarters silently narrated the Navy's illustrious history and limitless glory. They were to become part of this history, inscribing their own chapter. The Hammer of Justice ultimately settled into its designated berth, where naval soldiers lined up to welcome Malcolm and his entourage, offering the highest respect. Leading his subordinates, Malcolm stepped onto the path toward the Navy headquarters, each stride firm and assured, hearts filled with hope for the future and readiness for the challenges ahead. The magnificent vista of the World Navy headquarters was not merely a visual spectacle, but an invigorating spirit for Malcolm and his subordinates. As news of Admiral Malcolm's arrival reached the office, Marshal Warring States and the youthful general promptly concluded their discussion, preparing to receive this envoy from the Donghai. The ensuing encounter would not only be a response to Locke's actions, but also a significant moment to demonstrate the Navy's internal unity to the outside world. The youthful general rose, adjusting his uniform to ensure every detail was flawless, his stern visage unchanged. Yet, the spark in his eyes revealed his readiness to confront the challenges to come. Marshal, everything proceeds as planned. We cannot afford to reveal any vulnerabilities to Malcolm. Marshal Warring States nodded in agreement, seasoned and adept at navigating such theatrical circumstances. You and I must exhibit the Navy's unity and resolve, making Malcolm understand that whether in the Donghai or other seas, the Navy's strength is unassailable. With that, the two departed the office, traversing the spacious corridor toward the conference room to greet Malcolm. Along the way, naval soldiers saluted in unison, expressing their utmost respect for these two pinnacle figures of naval power. Upon reaching the conference room, Admiral Malcolm had already been ushered in, accompanied by a cadre of naval officers from the Donghai, appearing both serious and slightly tense. After all, this was his first direct dialogue with the highest echelons of the Navy. The Generalissimo of the warring states was the first to speak, his voice imbued with both authority and reassurance. Zhongjiang, welcome to Mary Geos. Rest assured, we are fully aware of the situation in the East Blue and will provide the necessary support. Following closely, General Qingji spoke in his characteristic calm tone. Malcolm, we understand your predicament and trust in your ability to handle it adeptly. However, remember that the Navy is a unified entity, and our collaboration is of paramount importance. Throughout the meeting, both high-ranking naval officers maintained a high level of professionalism and restraint, carefully concealing any information regarding Locke's true identity. They discussed specific measures to address the crisis in the East Blue, committed to providing reinforcements, and devised a comprehensive action plan. Malcolm, the Vice Admiral, expressed his gratitude for the efficient response and unwavering support from the naval headquarters. As he departed, his heart brimmed with confidence, yet he remained vigilant regarding Locke's forthcoming actions. This encounter was not merely a response to the immediate crisis, but also a strategic maneuver for the long term. Malcolm's mind was a whirlpool of complex emotions, encompassing profound concern for the safety of the East Blue and a sober assessment of his own capabilities. Having witnessed Locke's formidable powers firsthand, which stemmed from the straw fruit, he understood the terrifying nature of such abilities. This power not only granted Locke unique skills to manipulate straw and create substitute dolls, but also endowed him with an almost immortal trait, provided the substitute dolls remained intact. Locke could evade fatal harm, akin to possessing a second life. In several skirmishes in the East Blue, Malcolm had observed Locke's cunning strategies utilizing the substitute dolls in combat. At critical moments when victory seemed within reach, Locke would deploy the dolls to evade lethal blows, thereby turning the tide of battle. This tactic of exchanging injury for injury, and even life for life, made Malcolm acutely aware that relying solely on the strength of the East Blue Navy would make it exceedingly difficult to vanquish Locke, let alone eradicate the threat he posed. Malcolm knew well that, as a vice admiral, his duty extended beyond merely commanding battles. It encompassed the protection of innocent civilians and the preservation of peace and security in the maritime domain. In the face of an adversary like Locke, he had to acknowledge the limitations of personal strength. Thus, his personal visit to the naval headquarters to seek reinforcements stemmed not only from a sense of responsibility towards the people of the East Blue, but also from a clear-eyed recognition of the reality at hand. Malcolm understood that only by uniting the power of the naval headquarters could they effectively confront the challenges posed by Locke. He hoped to leverage the resources and elite combat strength of the naval headquarters, including General Qingji and Generalissimo Sengoku, to compensate for the shortcomings of the East Blue Navy in dealing with Locke. Furthermore, he anticipated that this meeting would yield invaluable experience and strategies for combating Devil Fruit users, enabling them to gain an advantage in any potential future conflicts. During his discussions with Sengoku and Qingji, Malcolm elaborated on the situation in the East Blue and Locke's unique abilities, emphasizing the necessity of the naval headquarters intervention. He sought not only support in terms of manpower, but also guidance in strategic planning and practical combat techniques to ensure the tranquility of the East Blue while establishing a paradigm for the Navy to confront similarly formidable foes. Meanwhile, Locke, the undercover agent hiding among pirates, sat aboard his flagship, the Tyrant, gazing intently at a map spread before him, marked with the strongholds and spheres of influence of various pirate crews in the East Blue. In his deep-set eyes burned ambition and resolve, accompanied by a hint of cruel amusement at the corners of his mouth. Upon learning of the naval headquarters response, Locke's plans grew increasingly audacious. He resolved to adopt a heavy-handed approach to expedite the unification of the East Blue. Send the order. Locke's voice was cold and resolute. I want every corner of the East Blue to hear my name and feel my power. Those stubborn individuals who refuse to submit will witness the cost of defiance. With Locke's command, elite pirate crews swiftly assembled, sailing on well-equipped warships across the tumultuous seas, targeting those pirate crews that rejected joining Locke's alliance. Locke's strategy was simple yet brutal. He believed that only through the conquest of force could these unruly pirates be subdued. Aboard the Tyrant, pirates, whether seasoned veterans or fresh recruits, were invigorated by Locke's imposing presence, their eyes gleaming with fervor, eager to prove themselves in the impending battle. With each assault, they poured their all into executing Locke's will, imposing unprecedented pressure on every pirate crew in the East Blue. Under Locke's command, the skies above the East Blue echoed with the thunderous sound of cannon fire and the roars of pirates. Flags of various pirate crews were torn down, replaced by Locke's emblem, a blood-red scythe symbolizing death and dominion. Those who resisted were either captured and forced to join Locke's ranks or perished in battle, becoming casualties in Locke's ambition to unify the East Blue. Locke's actions incited unprecedented turmoil across the East Blue, prompting many formerly neutral or weaker pirate crews to seek refuge or flee, shattering the delicate balance of the region. However, Locke was not content with merely this. His ambitions extended to broader seas and greater power, believing that only by mastering the East Blue could he secure a place in the future pirate world. On a night in the East Blue, a bright moon hung high in the sky, and the sea breeze carried the briny scent across a desolate island. This was the hideout of the pirate known as Staff Truss, notorious for his bounty of 120 million berries. Yet tonight, the island was no longer tranquil. For Locke's arrival disrupted this peace. The pirate, renowned for his iron-fisted tactics, strode alone into Truss's territory, wielding a sword that emitted a dark glow. His steps were resolute, exuding an undeniable confidence. Truss's subordinates, despite their numbers, dared not confront him, fully aware that any resistance against Locke would be futile. When Truss learned of Locke's visit, he initially dismissed it, believing it to be an ordinary provocation. However, he soon realized that this adversary was unlike any he had faced before. Locke's speed was as swift as lightning, and each swing of his sword was precise and lethal, surpassing Truss's expectations in both strength and skill. After an intense battle, Truss ultimately fell beneath Locke's blade, his subordinates powerless to intervene, their hearts filled with shock and terror. News spread like wildfire across the East Blue. The tale of Locke single-handedly defeating Staff Truss transformed the perceptions of those who had previously doubted his strength. They recognized that to question Locke's power was to challenge his authority, a challenge that often came at the cost of death. In a world where the strong reigned supreme among pirates, this was undeniably the outcome they most dreaded. Thus, the once indecisive pirate crews hastily pledged their allegiance to Locke, no longer questioning but choosing to submit. They began to regard Locke as the new king of the East Blue, a leader capable of bringing order and strength. Locke's power and resolve, along with his unassailable authority, gradually established a new order in the East Blue. As pirates began to reorganize and form a formidable alliance centered around Locke. For those who had already surrendered, Locke became more than just a name. He was a symbol representing their means of survival in this tumultuous world. As the tension mounted, they began to unite more closely around Luaka, not solely out of fear, but also because they perceive an opportunity that could potentially alter the dynamics of the Donghai. Luaka sat in the main chamber of the Tyrant, his keen gaze sweeping across the unfurled map of the Donghai, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table as he calculated a particular strategy. In his plans, two pirate crews existed like thorns in his side, Hurricane Eagle and Abyssal Shark. Their alliance not only controlled several of the most lucrative trade routes in the Donghai, but also boasted a considerable number of well-trained crew members. The leaders of these pirate factions, Katarina of Hurricane Eagle and Hawk of Abyssal Shark, were renowned for their formidable strength and cunning. Thus far, no one had managed to defeat them decisively. The alliance between Hurricane Eagle and Abyssal Shark represented a formidable obstacle that Luaka needed to dismantle. If he could undermine this alliance, the other pirate crews in the Donghai would topple like a line of dominoes, falling under his command. At that point, control over the entire Donghai would undoubtedly fall into his hands, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his worth to the Navy. A cold smile crept upon Loaka's lips as he toyed with the communication pipe in his hand, initiating the transmission of coded orders to the pirate crews scattered throughout the Donghai. He meticulously devised a complex chess game designed to incite conflict between Hurricane Eagle and Abyssal Shark, encouraging them to turn their weapons against one another. The plan involved employing false intelligence and carefully laid traps to make each side believe that the other was plotting betrayal, thereby igniting irreconcilable conflict. Loaka's strategy was not without its risks. Yet as an experienced infiltrator, he understood how to seize opportunities amidst chaos. The plan entailed intervening with his elite forces at the peak of their clash, swiftly eliminating the primary strength of both pirate crews and thus utterly shattering their alliance. In doing so, he would not only weaken the resistance in the Donghai, but also enhance his standing within the Navy. Meanwhile, upon his return to the Donghai, Vice Admiral Malcolm was beset by a tumult of emotions. Following his meeting with the upper echelons of the Navy headquarters, he began to harbor profound doubts regarding Loaka's true identity. Malcolm was not the type to be easily deceived. He had endured countless battles and possessed keen insights into both political and military strategies. Reflecting on his encounters with Loaka and the Navy headquarters' swift reactions, a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. It was highly plausible that Loaka was an undercover agent for the Navy, possibly even a vice admiral rank. Malcolm contemplated that if Loaka was indeed a naval officer, then his series of provocations and the Navy headquarters' rapid response to the Donghai situation would make much more sense. The reason the Navy had not dispatched more high-ranking officers to the Donghai might very well stem from their complete confidence in Loaka, knowing he could manage the situation when it mattered most. Furthermore, if Loaka were an undercover agent, all his actions could be interpreted as part of a long-term, intricate secret mission. Realizing this eased Malcolm's mind considerably, and he began to recognize that his previous concerns and fears regarding Loaka were, in fact, likely unwarranted. He resolved that upon his return to the Donghai, he would adopt a more flexible strategy, neither directly exposing Loaka's potential identity nor entirely ruling out the possibility of collaboration with him. Malcolm intended to observe Loaka's next moves while simultaneously preparing for any eventualities. In the Donghai, Malcolm commenced covertly reinforcing his fleet, intensifying the training of his soldiers, and maintaining close ties with allies to ensure a swift response should circumstances shift. He also kept a close watch on the conflict between Loaka and Hurricane Eagle and Abyssal Shark, ready to intervene if necessary to safeguard peace and stability in the Donghai. Deep within, Malcolm's complex feelings toward Loaka intertwined. On one hand, he was curious about Loaka's true intentions and the plans lurking behind his actions. On the other, he remained vigilant against the potential threats Loaka might pose to the Donghai. However, most importantly, Malcolm came to understand that in this unpredictable maritime world, sometimes feigning ignorance while possessing knowledge might indeed be the wisest course of action. He decided that regardless of Loaka's ultimate aims, as long as he could ensure the safety of the Donghai, he was willing to maintain a delicate cooperative relationship with Loaka for the time being. Malcolm recognized that true wisdom often lay in discerning certainty amid uncertainty, in finding balance between seemingly opposing forces. Now, he was ready to observe how Loaka would continue his performance, all the while quietly plotting his next strategic move. The atmosphere in the Donghai was tense and fraught with challenges. In this vast expanse of ocean, two islands became the eye of the storm. One was a lush green isle blanketed in dense forests, while the other was a desolate land of jagged rocks and towering cliffs. These two islands served as temporary strongholds for the pirate crews of Hurricane Eagle and Abyssal Shark. On the Verdant Island, members of Hurricane Eagle congregated in an open clearing. Sunlight streamed through the sparse clouds, illuminating the faces of the pirates. Katerina stood at the center, her posture erect and her gaze unwavering, capable of piercing through the mist to see the light of the future. Brothers and sisters, Katerina's voice resonated with undeniable authority. We face an unprecedented challenge. The man who calls himself Loaka intends to sow discord among us and shatter our alliance. Her words ignited a fervor among the pirates, who erupted into a cacophony of roars. "We shall not allow it." On the opposing desolate island, Hawk of Abyssal Shark addressed his crew, standing atop a massive rock. He faced a row of resolute faces behind him. Hawk's words were equally impassioned, brimming with a thirst for battle. "We will not permit anyone to divide our strength. Hurricane Eagle and Abyssal Shark have forged an unbreakable alliance." As soon as Hawk finished speaking, the pirates raised their voices in unison. "We pledge our lives," with the oaths ringing out from both islands. Representatives from the two pirate crews resolved to convene and strategize together against Loaka and the formidable forces that might lurk behind him. Shortly thereafter, on a secluded isle, the elites of both pirate crews gathered. This location, once a secret trading spot for pirates, had now transformed into the venue for a historic meeting. Katarina and Hawk stepped forward, representing their respective teams, their faces etched with determination. They exchanged resolute glances before walking hand in hand toward the central altar of the island. "Today, we gather not only to confront Loaka, but to affirm the trust and friendship we share," Katarina proclaimed loudly. Hawk followed suit, adding, "We shall face this battle together. Regardless of the outcome, we will stand united." As their words echoed, the surrounding pirates stepped forward to form a circle, extending their arms and stacking their hands atop one another, symbolizing unity and strength. "For the freedom of the Dawn High," Katarina cried out. "For our shared future," Hawk echoed. With unwavering resolve, the pirates proclaimed their defiance, their voices resonating across the island and stirring the hearts of all who heard. In this solemn and fervent ceremony, two pirate crews formally forged a steadfast alliance. They vowed to unite against Loaka, safeguarding every inch of the East Sea and ensuring that no foreign power would encroach upon the tranquility of these waters. Under the shroud of their alliance's oath, the Jufeng Jiing, led by Caitlina, and the Xinyuan Jisha, commanded by Hoke, stood poised for battle. Loaka would not easily overlook such a coalition, yet they harbored a belief that even the most cunning adversary must tread carefully before launching an assault. In a clandestine meeting, Caitlina and Hoke deliberated their strategies, believing that should Loaka indeed choose to engage in warfare, his subordinates would suffer losses exceeding 70%. Nonetheless, they failed to grasp that for Loaka, these so-called losses were trivial. As an undercover agent of the Navy, Loaka's aim was to dismantle the strength of pirates, not to protect them. Upon the Verdant Island, the members of Jufeng Jiing were diligently finalizing their preparations. Caitlina stood atop a lookout tower, her gaze steadfast and composed as she surveyed the distant horizon. The impending conflict would determine the fate of the East Sea. Meanwhile, Hoke, on another island, oversaw the training of Xinyuan Jisha members, his tone stern and resolute, every command reflecting his serious demeanor regarding the forthcoming battle. Hoke firmly believed that as long as they remained united, nothing was insurmountable. However, as they speculated on Loaka's potential reactions, they could not comprehend that Loaka held no interest in the demise of pirates. For him, this was merely a component of his overarching scheme. As night descended, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the East Sea. The sea breeze carried distant thunder, heralding an approaching storm. Members of both pirate crews gathered to share food and drink, recounting past adventures to bolster their morale. At such moments, each individual harbored distinct thoughts and hopes. Yet all understood that regardless of the outcome, this battle would be etched into the annals of East Sea history. In the main cabin of Bao Wang Hao, Loaka sat in contemplation, gently rotating a communication pipe while a sardonic smile graced his lips, his sharp gaze scanning the map spread before him. His subordinates continually reported the latest intelligence from various sources, particularly concerning the alliance of Jufeng Jiing and Xinyuan Jisha. "Report, Lord Loaka," one subordinate approached respectfully, presenting the most recent information. "According to our informants embedded within the alliance, the members of these pirate crews have assembled and appear to be preparing to counter your attack." Loaka accepted the report, swiftly perusing its contents before dismissively casting it aside. Two factions of rabble combined are merely a greater heap of refuse. Do they truly believe that uniting grants them the power to oppose me? Utterly foolish. Rising, he approached a large window in the cabin, gazing out at the vast sea, foreseeing the imminent clash. Soon they shall realize that a disorganized mob could never aid us. Loaka continued. Relay orders to maintain close surveillance on these two pirate crews. Should they exhibit any unusual movements, report to me immediately. Additionally, inform my elite forces to remain on standby, ready to strike at a moment's notice. As Loaka's commands were swiftly executed by his subordinates, he returned to his seat, meticulously analyzing the map and contemplating his next course of action. Meanwhile, within the encampment of the two pirate crews, the atmosphere was equally charged and fervent. Caitlina and Hoke stood on separate islands, their subordinates engaged in final preparations, each aware that the forthcoming battle would determine their fates. Caitlina, stationed atop a lookout tower, peered through a telescope, scrutinizing the movements on the horizon. Hoke, on another island, personally supervised the training of soldiers, ensuring that everyone was ready to meet the challenge. Despite their varied backgrounds, the members of the two pirate crews shared a singular objective: to repel Loaka's onslaught. They recognized the imperfections within their alliance, marked by divisions and distrust, yet understood that only through unity could they hope to triumph in the battle ahead. In a secret meeting, Caitlina and Hoke discussed their counter-strategies, deciding to disperse their forces and leverage the terrain to confront Loaka's elite troops. Each pirate crew would be tasked with defending a critical position, enabling mutual support and the formation of an effective defensive network. "We must be thoroughly prepared," asserted Caitlina. "We cannot underestimate Loaka and his subordinates. Every individual must understand their responsibilities. Once battle commences, hesitation is not an option." Hoke nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must ensure our defenses are unassailable. Our alliance may not be perfect, but we still possess a chance of victory." Loaka, seated in the main cabin of Bao Wang Hao, held a specialized wristwatch phone, a bespoke communication device tailored for the Navy's elite. Dialing a number, he soon connected with his mentor, Admiral Qingji, one of the three great admirals of the Navy. "Loaka, it has been a while." Qingji's voice resonated through the wristwatch phone, imbued with warmth. "Master, how have you been?" Loaka replied, his tone revealing the unique bond between mentor and disciple. They exchanged pleasantries and reminisced about the past. Qingji had been Loaka's guide during his time at the Navy Academy, pivotal in his development as an exemplary undercover agent. Loaka held deep respect and gratitude for Qingji. "Master, I reach out to you regarding a matter of significant importance," Loaka stated, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. "Speak." "Loaka, I know you would not contact me without cause," Qingji replied, evidently anticipating that Loaka's request would not be trivial. "After a period of relentless effort, I have successfully infiltrated the two largest pirate crews in the East Sea, the Hurricane Eagle and the Abyss Shark. In a matter of days, I will dismantle these pirate factions entirely," Locke declared, his tone brimming with confidence. "Oh, this indeed is splendid news," Qingji replied, his voice tinged with surprise, though it was predominantly admiration. "I hope that when the time comes, Master, you can lend me a small favor," Locke continued. "Once I have controlled the situation, please dispatch a team to the EC to assist me in eliminating the remaining pirates." "Are you suggesting?" Qingji seemed to grasp Locke's intentions. "Yes, Master. I wish for you to aid me in vanquishing those pirates, at least eliminating over 70% of them." Locke unabashedly revealed his motives. "This way, the EC will pose no further threats." Qingji fell silent for a moment before responding. "Locke, are you certain this course of action is necessary? After all, the Navy's principle is to protect the innocent, not to indiscriminately slay." "Rest assured, Master, I have contemplated this thoroughly," Locke explained. "These pirates are stained with the blood of innocence. They are beyond redemption. Moreover, this is essential for the stability of the entire East Sea." "Very well. Since you have given this considerable thought," Qingji ultimately acquiesced to Locke's request. "I shall arrange for a team to head to the East Sea at the appropriate time. However, you must ensure that your plan is foolproof, lest we find ourselves in a passive position." "Do not worry, Master. Everything is under control," Locke assured confidently. Once the conversation concluded, Locke stowed away the wristwatch phone, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. With the support of his master, the plan would proceed more smoothly. In the ensuing days, he would devote himself entirely to ensuring that every aspect of the plan unfolded seamlessly. Locke redirected his attention to the map spread across the table, meticulously strategizing the forthcoming actions. He was aware that a formidable battle lay ahead, yet with the Navy's backing, he felt assured of achieving ultimate victory. Beyond the Tyrant, elsewhere in the East Sea, members of both the Hurricane Eagle and the Abyss Shark were busily preparing for the impending confrontation. Unbeknownst to them, Locke had already laid an elaborate trap, ready to ensnare them all. In the Navy headquarters office, Admiral Qingji sat at his desk, a cup of hot tea in hand, his gaze revealing a complex array of emotions. His thoughts drifted back to his conversation with Locke, marveling at the growth of his pupil. "Locke, you truly have become a sharp blade among the pirates," Qingji mused softly, his tone a blend of pride and concern. "Should your plan succeed, it is likely that the East Sea will not witness a formidable pirate crew for the next decade." Setting down his teacup, he rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the expansive sea. He was acutely aware of Locke's methods and the resolute nature he displayed when executing his tasks. Although Locke's plan was efficient, it was also ruthlessly unforgiving. Such tactics were not palatable to everyone. "My good pupil, you truly are a merciless yet capable individual," Qingji remarked. This statement may seem contradictory, yet he understood that in a world rife with challenges, only such individuals could accomplish arduous tasks. Turning, Qingji surveyed the walls of his office adorned with various certificates and mementos, honors accumulated throughout his extensive naval career. He contemplated how to arrange subsequent actions to support Locke's plan. "It appears I must prepare to dispatch an elite team to the East Sea," he thought. "This unit must not only be sufficiently powerful, but also capable of executing tasks with precision, ensuring no loopholes remain." Qingji knew that Locke's plan required absolute confidentiality. Otherwise, elite could render all efforts futile. Thus, he resolved to personally select the members of this team, ensuring they were well-versed in the intricacies of the plan prior to action. "I need to find a few trusted veterans who can comprehend Locke's strategy and execute it effectively," Qingji reflected, already having a few candidates in mind. Subsequently, he returned to his desk, drafting orders to mobilize a team to the East Sea while ensuring that these soldiers adhered to strict discipline and could handle any unforeseen circumstances during the mission. After completing the orders, Qingji picked up the phone to contact relevant personnel at the naval headquarters, arranging preparations for the team. He recognized the urgency of the situation and the necessity for swift action. "Locke, I hope you can successfully accomplish this task," Qingji silently wished for his disciple. Though the methods were harsh, perhaps this was the only means to ensure peace in the East Sea. He understood that once Locke's plan was successfully implemented, the East Sea would enter a prolonged period of tranquility. However, he was also aware that this would come at the cost of countless pirate lives and could ignite moral controversies. Nevertheless, in his view, such sacrifices were imperative for the greater good. With all preparations in place, Qingji felt a blend of trust in Locke and hope for the future developments of the situation. Locke possessed the capability to complete this mission, and all his actions were driven by the desire for peace and stability in the East Sea and beyond. At the naval headquarters, after concluding the conversation with Locke, Admiral Qingji swiftly completed the necessary preparations. It had been a while since he had seen Locke. Perhaps it was time to pay him a visit. Clad in a simple Navy uniform and wearing flat shoes, he appeared relaxed, devoid of the imposing presence typically associated with an admiral. However, this casual exterior belied the formidable strength he wielded as one of the Navy's 3 admirals. Qingji exited the naval headquarters, making his way to the seaside, where he mounted his bicycle. Taking a deep breath, he savored the sensation of the sea breeze caressing his cheeks. He then gently pressed the pedals, and before him, a crystalline ice path materialized upon the tranquil sea, resembling a silver bridge extending far into the horizon. Riding along this ice route, Qingji accelerated, the sea breeze whistling past his ears. His unique ability allowed him to traverse the vast expanse of the ocean with the grace of a true sea deity. The bicycle left clear imprints upon the ice, which shimmered brilliantly under the light. As he drew closer, Qingji could discern the outline of the East Sea becoming increasingly distinct. He pondered the so-called rabble, contemplating how many he could eliminate single-handedly, a level of power and confidence that Locke had yet to attain. Qingji's silhouette appeared particularly elegant against the sea, his extraordinary abilities and unruffled demeanor leaving an indelible impression. Unlike Locke, Qingji required no intricate plans or strategies. He could accomplish tasks through sheer strength alone. This was due to his complete mastery of the ice fruit ability, which enabled him not only to wield ice powers, but also to transform himself into a frozen element. Merging with the ice, as he approached the East Sea, Admiral Qingji began to strategize how to align with Locke's plan, ensuring the successful completion of the mission. Understanding the role one is to play and recognizing the opportune moments for intervention is crucial. Qingji harbors a well-conceived plan, poised to strike decisively against the pirates once the preliminary arrangements in Luaka have been established. The moment Qingji's figure materializes at the periphery of the East Sea, his arrival will undoubtedly unleash a tempest across the region. As Luaka's strategy approaches its pivotal phase, the presence of Admiral Qingji will serve to elegantly conclude this fierce confrontation. Filled with confidence, Admiral Qingji believes that as long as he is present, the peace of the East Sea will no longer be an elusive dream. He accelerates his journey towards the destined location, preparing to engage in the imminent battle. Two united pirate crews have fortified their defenses around the island in anticipation of Luaka's onslaught. They are acutely aware of Luaka's formidable strength and have implemented a series of measures to ensure their safety. From a distance, the island appears to have transformed into an impregnable fortress. Various traps and obstacles surround the island. The outermost layer consists of sharp spikes, concealed beneath the water, intended to deter any vessel from approaching the coastline. Should a ship inadvertently collide with these spikes, it would suffer catastrophic damage, potentially sinking immediately. Following this, a dense array of buoy nets has been established. These buoys, seemingly innocuous, are interconnected by underwater ropes laden with heavy iron balls. Any vessel attempting to navigate around the spikes will find itself ensnared by these buoys, leading to a grim fate as the iron balls drag them beneath the waves. As one ventures further inward, the island's beaches have also been meticulously arranged. Buried within the sand are countless mines, some of the traditional explosive variety, while others are specialized models designed to release toxic gas. The consequences of triggering these mines are dire. In addition to these physical traps, the island boasts advanced technological defenses. The pirates have employed rudimentary radar systems to monitor their surroundings and established multiple lookout towers, each equipped with heavy weaponry, such as machine guns and rocket launchers, ready to confront any adversaries attempting to land. The interior of the island is similarly fortified with defensive structures. The primary buildings are encircled by barbed wire and obstacles to thwart enemy infiltration. Moreover, concealed observation posts and bunkers are equipped with snipers and long-range weaponry, capable of inflicting substantial damage on any intruders. To counter the possibility of aerial assaults by Luaka, the pirates have positioned anti-aircraft artillery at critical locations. Equipped with rapid response anti-aircraft guns designed to down incoming aircraft promptly. In addition to these stationary defensive installations, the pirate crew has prepared a substantial number of mobile units. These forces are armed with a variety of light and heavy weaponry, always on standby to react swiftly upon detecting enemy presence. Among these mobile units are specialized squads, such as motorboat teams and underwater assault units, capable of launching surprise attacks from both above and below the water. To ensure efficient command, the pirate crew has established a temporary headquarters. This facility is outfitted with communication equipment and an intelligence analysis center, enabling timely collection and processing of information to guarantee cohesive defensive operations. The entire island is enveloped in this multi-layered defense system, resembling a colossal hedgehog. Any who dare approach will be pierced by its sharp quills. Such a defensive layout instills the pirate crew with sufficient confidence to confront the challenges that Luaka may present. Standing on the deck of his flagship, Luaka gazes intently ahead. Under his command, a vast fleet of pirates steadily advances towards the diminutive island. This maritime region has nearly converged the majority of the East Sea's pirate forces, with warriors aboard each vessel yearning for victory. The multitude of sails under the sun resembles a floating forest, swaying with the wind, forming an unstoppable force. Luaka firmly clutches a map detailing the island's defenses, a precious piece of intelligence delivered by his carefully placed informants. Absorbing every detail of the map, he contemplates how to ensure the success of this operation. With a gentle wave of his hand, he passes the map to a nearby officer, his confident and resolute gaze conveying a clear message. "We are prepared. Relay the orders." Luaka's voice resonates throughout the fleet. "Proceed as planned. Ensure no vessel strays from its course." His words are succinct yet powerful, imbued with the weight of command. At this moment, the pirate ships have formed an imposing formation, ready to launch simultaneous assaults from multiple directions. Luaka is acutely aware that the enemy is likely to have infiltrated his ranks with spies. Thus, he must act with caution to safeguard the integrity of his plans. He has devised a meticulous strategy, intending to leverage the island's complex terrain and defensive structures to achieve his objectives. As the fleet nears the island, Luaka orders some vessels to disperse, creating a diversion to confuse the enemy's perception of the main attack direction. Simultaneously, an elite task force stealthily approaches the island from the opposite side, preparing for a sudden strike. At this critical juncture, tension permeates the atmosphere over the sea. Luaka's gaze remains fixed on the island ahead, where countless traps and robust defenses await. Once the operation commences, any misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. Yet, he is acutely aware that the strength at his disposal is sufficient to obliterate any obstacles. With a decisive command, the pirate fleet accelerates towards the island. Waves crash against the vessels, accompanied by the resonant sounds of drums and horns, heralding the commencement of a battle that will determine the future of the East Sea. Luaka stands at the bow, embracing the sea breeze, his eyes glimmering with the light of impending victory. The expansive fleet advances toward the island, a formidable armada resembling a floating forest, casting shadows over the sea. The two united pirate crews on the island have naturally taken notice of this unfolding spectacle. From the lookout towers, sentinels peer through binoculars at the encroaching silhouettes on the horizon, their faces betraying shock and anxiety. "Look, there are so many ships approaching," one sentry exclaims, a hint of panic in his voice. "It's Luaka's fleet." Another sentinel recognizes the flags and the design of the vessels, quickly alerting the others. Soon, news spreads like wildfire across the island, igniting a flurry of activity among the pirates. They engage in fervent discussions about the impending battle, with some expressing exhilaration while others reveal signs of apprehension. All are acutely aware that this will be a life-or-death confrontation. "We must inform the captain immediately," a pirate exclaims, hastily departing towards the temporary headquarters. Within the headquarters, the leaders of the pirate crew are deliberating their strategies. They understand the formidable strength of Luaka's fleet and dare not underestimate the threat. Upon receiving the news of Luaka's imminent approach, the atmosphere grows increasingly tense. "Luaka is coming," one pirate leader announces gravely. "It seems we must act preemptively," another leader adds, his gaze fixed on the map, his finger tracing potential defensive positions. "Alert all units to enter a state of highest vigilance." The third leader issued a resolute command. The pirate crew promptly sprang into action, with soldiers hastening to their respective posts, inspecting weapons and ammunition in preparation for the impending battle. On the beach, soldiers busily reinforced defensive fortifications. Sentinels atop the lookout towers vigilantly scanned the surroundings, and the mobile units stood ready, poised for an offensive. As Captain Luoku's fleet drew ever closer, the atmosphere on the island grew increasingly tense. The leaders of the pirate crew gathered in the command center, attentively monitoring every development, prepared to respond at a moment's notice. At this juncture, Luoku's fleet had already entered the firing range. Standing at the bow of his flagship, Luoku gazed toward the island, contemplating the forthcoming maneuvers. This battle would determine the future trajectory of the East Sea, and he was resolute in ensuring the realization of his plan. With a commanding shout, Luoku's fleet launched their offensive, and the air was suddenly filled with the deafening roar of cannon fire. The battle had officially commenced. On the island, at the command of the pirate captain, the coastal defense artillery sprang to life. Gunners swiftly loaded cannonballs with practiced ease, acutely aware that this moment would be pivotal for their fate. The air was thick with tension and determination as everyone prepared for the imminent clash. The gunners heaved the heavy cannon breeches, inserting massive alchemical shells into the barrels. These projectiles, forged with meticulous care, possessed not only immense destructive power, but also the potential for explosive fury. Once loaded, the gunners forcefully secured the breeches to ensure the shells were firmly lodged within. Subsequently, they adjusted the angle of the cannon muzzles, aiming to ensure that each shot would accurately strike the designated target. With a unified command, the artillery along the coastline fired in unison. The cannon mouths spewed forth blinding flames, accompanied by thunderous booms, as alchemical shells streaked through the sky, hurtling toward the advancing fleet. The projectiles left luminous trails behind them, akin to shooting stars plummeting toward the assaulting ships. On the surface of the water, Luoka's assault vessels surged forward at breakneck speed. The pirates aboard clutched their weapons tightly, their expressions grave and resolute. Despite their unwavering confidence in victory, the barrage of cannon fire cast a palpable shadow of pressure. Some shells struck the center of the fleet, resulting in tremendous explosions that sent columns of water skyward, capsizing nearby vessels. Luoku, standing at the bow of his flagship, gazed ahead with unwavering determination and composure. This was the moment that would test the strength of his fleet. Waving his signal flag, he deftly directed the fleet to evade the incoming artillery. Several assault boats skillfully utilized the water columns as cover to continue their advance. On the island, the gunners operated the artillery with fervor, each firing met with cheers. This was their last line of defense in safeguarding their homeland. Meanwhile, Luoku's fleet continued to adjust their formations, striving to break through the dense curtain of cannon fire. Amidst the pirate fleet, some vessels were ill-fated, struck by cannonballs, resulting in a cacophony of panic and chaos among the crew. "Look out!" a young pirate exclaimed, pointing at the incoming shells, his face contorted with fear. "Dodge! Quickly dodge!" shouted an experienced old pirate, attempting to rally the crew to evade the impending disaster. "Turn the helm to the left," the captain bellowed, desperately trying to maneuver the ship away from the path of the cannonballs, but it was all too late. A shell struck the hull, and a massive explosion engulfed part of the vessel in flames. Crew members were jolted off their feet, many collapsing onto the deck. Panic-stricken cries erupted as those on deck frantically sought shelter. "Captain! Captain!" a crew member shouted in a frenzy, searching for his leader. "Quick, seal the breach. We must leave this place at once." The captain, rising from the ground, commanded with authority. Despite his pale complexion, his voice remained resolute. On other ships, crew members witnessing this scene felt a chill creep into their hearts. Yet they understood that now was not the time for fear, but rather a moment to focus their energies and follow Luoku's directives. "Maintain formation. Stay calm," a captain bellowed from his ship, striving to soothe the crew's anxiety. "Steady, steady." Crew members on another vessel encouraged one another, attempting to suppress the spread of fear. Though the cannon fire rained down relentlessly, Luoku's assault fleet pressed onward, determined to breach the defenses and reach the island. As the battle unfolded, the atmosphere above the sea grew increasingly charged. Each explosion served as a harbinger of the war's brutality. However, neither the defenders on the island nor the advancing assault fleet displayed any signs of retreat. Both sides were making their final preparations for the impending clash, ready to face the decisive moment. Luoku stood at the ship's prow, his gaze intense, gripping the hilt of his sword as he sensed the tension emanating from the island ahead. The roar of cannon fire echoed like nature's own fury, with each explosion sending gigantic splashes into the air. Turning to the valiant warriors in his fleet, he shouted, "Are you ready? We are about to set foot on the land of the island." "We are ready," came the resolute reply from the fleet, their voices merging into a formidable force that pierced through the cacophony of cannon fire. The fleet slowly approached the island, the waves lapping against the hulls with a rhythmic sound. Luoku's heart raced, aware that a fierce confrontation awaited, yet he felt no fear. As the first assault boat touched the sandy beach, Luo leaped forth, sword drawn, charging ahead. Behind him, crew members followed in rapid succession, armed and equipped, swiftly forming a battle line. For freedom, for our homeland, Luo cried, leading the charge toward the encampment on the island. The pirates on the island were clearly unprepared for Luo's audacious onslaught, scrambling to respond as chaos ensued in the camp. You dare to resist. Volkiskivik Goroarith. His sword gleaming like lightning as each strike found its mark upon the enemy. Long live Captain Luo. The crew's morale soared as they coordinated their efforts, providing cover for one another, closing in relentlessly. You invaders, halt! The pirate chief on the island charged forth, brandishing a hefty blade, instantly capturing Luo's attention. At last, I've been waiting for you, Luo replied, his eyes flashing with determination. The two faced off for a moment before engaging in a fierce duel. The clashing of blades rang out, each encounter sparking with intensity. Meanwhile, Luo's crew had not remained idle, engaging in a fray with the island's pirates. Amidst the flurry of swords, neither side yielded an inch. For our dreams, a young crew member shouted, rallying his comrades. For glory, came the response from a seasoned warrior. The short axe in hand gleamed with a cold light under the sun. The battle escalated fiercely, filling every corner of the island with intense conflict. The duel between Luaka and the pirate captain captivated all eyes. Your era has come to an end, Luaka growled, seizing the moment when his opponent faltered to thrust his sword forward with great force. Standing on the beach, he faced the pirates lining the coastline. Their cannons aimed menacingly at him and his crew, their eyes glinting with avarice. Each one yearned to be the one to end Luaka's legend and claim the substantial bounty. If we can take down Luaka, our bounty will soar over 100 million. One pirate shouted excitedly, his voice brimming with anticipation. Greed clouded their vision, causing them to forget their fear. The cannons were swiftly loaded, their muzzles trained on Luaka and his crew. The air thickened with the scent of gunpowder, and an intense battle was imminent. Observing the scene before him, Luaka's lips curled into a cold smile as he gently drew his sword, its tip pointing skyward as if awaiting something. The motion was effortlessly graceful. Fire, commanded a pirate captain. In an instant, the cannons along the coast unleashed a barrage, cannonballs raining down upon Luaka and his crew. Flames erupted skyward, smoke billowing, creating a spectacular scene. However, Luaka did not even flinch. He merely waved his sword lightly, as if shooing away bothersome flies. Incredibly, the cannonballs altered their trajectory, as if guided by some mysterious force, returning to their origin. How can this be? The pirates exclaimed in disbelief. Is this the legendary swordmaster? Someone whispered in awe. Luaka's swordplay resembled magic, repelling the cannonballs that had been aimed at him back toward the greedy pirates. Chaos erupted along the coastline, the sounds of explosions and the pirate screams intertwining in a gruesome symphony. What immense power! A surviving pirate gasped, utterly devoid of fighting spirit. Luaka stood there, the tip of his sword lightly touching the ground, choosing not to say more. His mere presence served as a deterrent, instilling fear in the once greedy pirates. Your choices determine your fate, Luaka stated calmly, his voice echoing across the battlefield. As the battle raged on, Luaka and his crew advanced step by step, ultimately seizing control of the island situation. Those pirates who had once sought to capture Luaka for the bounty either surrendered or fell on the battlefield. Luaka stood amidst the chaos, his sword resembling the scythe of death, each swing extinguishing the flames of life. In that moment, Luaka's swordsmanship reached an unprecedented realm, every strike precise and lethal. You fools, do you not understand? Luaka scoffed. Your greed will only lead you to ruin. His sword traced silver arcs in the air, each arc heralding the fall of an enemy. His movements flowed seamlessly, each technique revealing the demeanor of a swordmaster. A pirate captain wielding a heavy sword attempted to challenge Luaka, roaring as he charged. Yet Luaka simply deflected his heavy sword with a single stroke, then swiftly turned his blade toward the captain's throat, ending the fight in mere seconds. Your courage is commendable, but utterly foolish, Loaka remarked as he swung his sword again, dispatching another pirate attempting a sneak attack. On the battlefield, Loaka's crew fought valiantly, coordinating their efforts to repel the enemy's onslaught. Loaka's presence instilled immense confidence in them, inspiring greater valor in the heat of battle. Loaka's gaze swept across the battlefield, noticing a small but agile pirate attempting a flanking maneuver. With a swift turn, Loaka flicked his sword, deflecting the pirate's dagger, then delivered a sweeping strike that sent him crashing to the ground. Do you really believe that numbers can triumph overall? Loaka taunted. Under Loaka's leadership, the crew's morale soared as they faced 10 enemies with the strength of one, dismantling the enemy's assault one by one. Loaka's swordsmanship seemed imbued with enchantment, each strike sending foes to the ground while he remained unscathed. On the battlefield, every swing of Loaka's sword was accompanied by the wails of the fallen, establishing him as the dominator of the conflict. The pirates began to realize that their resistance against such a formidable opponent was nearly futile. Surrender. Your fate has long been sealed. Loaka's voice resonated across the battlefield, instilling dread in many pirates. Faced with this reality, the majority began to retreat, recognizing the futility of the fight. Loaka and his crew stood amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, their figures standing ever taller. We have won this battle, Loaka addressed his crew, but we must not let our guard down. The true challenge lies ahead. Loaka and his crew successfully cleared the enemies from the periphery of the island. The weaker pirates were utterly powerless against Loaka's formidable swordsmanship and the valor of his crew. As the outer enemies fell one by one, Loaka's crew felt their spirits lift, fully aware that as long as they followed Loaka, no obstacle was insurmountable. All clear, a crew member reported loudly. Good, let us proceed. Loaka nodded, fully aware that the true challenge awaited in the depths of the island. Under his guidance, the crew prepared to advance deeper into the island. They cautiously navigated through the dense forest, avoiding potential traps as they made their way toward the command center. Within the command center deep in the island, two pirate captains, Catalina and Hoka, were strategizing. They had not anticipated Loaka's rapid breach of the outer defenses. Hoka, do you really think Loaka will come in so easily? Catalina asked, her brow furrowed. She was a shrewd woman with keen intuition. I am not certain, but at least we have had enough time to prepare, Hoka replied. He was a rugged man, yet possessed formidable combat prowess. Regardless, we must brace for the worst. Just then, a pirate on sentry duty rushed into the command center in a panic. Captain, it's bad. Loaka and his crew have already reached the camp. He gasped. What? Catalina and Hoka shot to their feet, exchanging incredulous glances. It seems we underestimated Loaka, Hoka said solemnly, a hint of gravity crossing his features. Prepare for battle. Catalina decisively commanded. Notify everyone to get ready to fight. Outside the camp, Loaka and his crew stood at the entrance of the command center. Loaka surveyed the surroundings, noting that the camp's defenses were sturdier than he had anticipated. Are you ready? Loaka asked his crew. Be ready at all times, Captain. The crew replied in unison. Good. Locke nodded. We cannot afford to give them any respite. Follow me, charge in. With Locke's command, the crew divided into several small groups and swiftly sprang into action. They surged into the camp with breathtaking speed. Catalina and Hawk stood ready with their subordinates within the encampment. As Locke and his crew burst in, a fierce clash ensued. It is you, Locke. Catalina roared, brandishing her twin blades as she lunged at him. Locke remained composed, countering her strikes with precision and ferocity. Their duel was exceptionally intense, with blades flashing in a deadly dance. Meanwhile, Hawk led his men into a chaotic skirmish against Locke's crew. Hawk's formidable physique and immense power posed a significant threat, but Locke's crew, through their well-coordinated teamwork and honed combat skills, gradually gained the upper hand. After repelling Catalina, Locke nimbly leaped onto a large tree branch. Surveying his crew, he felt a swell of pride. These brave souls were his most treasured asset. Listen to me. Locke's voice resonated across the battlefield, capturing everyone's attention. Whoever can slay these two leaders, I shall grant them a wish. His words struck like lightning, igniting the crew's fervor. They all understood that Locke was destined to become the paramount sovereign of the Eastern Sea. His promise held boundless possibilities. For many, a single wish could alter their fate and elevate themselves or their families to greatness. Now let us see who the true warriors are. Locke's voice brimmed with passion and challenge. Upon hearing him, each crew member's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light as they gazed at Catalina and Hawk, their spirits ablaze. Locke's crew began to regroup, preparing for the final assault against the two pirate captains. A young and robust crew member named Gavin, the fiercest among them, felt a resolute determination as he recognized the opportunity to claim that precious wish. "I must seize this chance," he told himself, gripping his sword tightly and charging at Catalina. Simultaneously, another crew member named Leah, an exceptional archer and an indispensable part of the team, swiftly nocked an arrow, poised to support Gavin from afar. "Gavin, be careful," Leah shouted, then loosed an arrow toward Hawk in hopes of diverting his attention. On the battlefield, Gavin and Catalina's confrontation was extraordinarily fierce. Gavin's swordplay was swift and powerful. Yet Catalina proved to be a formidable opponent, her twin blades glinting ominously in the sunlight, each swing carrying the scent of death. In no time, Gavin's head rolled from his neck, a look of disbelief etched upon his face. Since Locke had retreated to the tree to observe, Catalina and Hawk unleashed a merciless onslaught. They deftly neutralized Locke's crew's advances, utilizing their years of accumulated experience and combat prowess. Catalina moved with grace, her blades weaving through the battlefield like two venomous serpents. Every strike found its mark, leaving little room for retaliation. Quick as lightning, she seemed to meld with her weapons, making her next move nearly impossible to predict. Hawk, on the other hand, displayed a different style. His massive frame and powerful muscles lent his every punch a thunderous force. Hawk's strength was unmatched. Even the sturdiest shields shattered beneath his blows. Like a raging beast, he rampaged across the battlefield, forcing Locke's crew to scatter to avoid being overwhelmed. Despite Locke's crew being well-trained and coordinated, they seemed to struggle against the overwhelming might of Catalina and Hawk. The battle raged on fiercely, but as time passed, Locke's crew began to suffer casualties. Faced with the formidable onslaught of the two pirate captains, many brave warriors fell in pools of blood. From his vantage point in the tree, Locke observed the battlefield, his gaze filled with admiration for his crew's valor, yet tinged with concern for the dire situation. If this continued, even a victory would come at a devastating cost. Just as Locke pondered his next move, he noticed that Catalina and Hawk's movements had become increasingly lethal. They appeared to have discovered a rhythm, their coordination growing ever more seamless, rendering Locke's crew nearly unable to approach. Under Catalina's twin blades, more brave crew members fell. Under Hawk's colossal fists, even more were struck down. As the battle persisted, though Catalina and Hawk maintained their advantage, they too began to feel the toll of exhaustion. Even the mightiest warriors eventually succumbed to fatigue. During brief respites, they inquired if one another could hold on any longer, as even their most loyal subordinates were falling one by one in this merciless arena. "Hawk, can you still endure?" Catalina's voice was tinged with urgency as she dodged incoming arrows while calling out to him. "I'm still standing," Hawk panted in reply. "But we cannot keep this up indefinitely." Catalina nodded, her gaze sweeping over Locke's crew, who surged forth like a fearless swarm, each fallen comrade swiftly replaced, seemingly devoid of fear. Their numbers appeared limitless, placing unprecedented pressure on Catalina and Hawk. Locke, observing from the sidelines, realized he could no longer remain passive. He resolved to take action, determining to devise a strategy to break the stalemate. Quickly assessing the battlefield, he formulated a new tactical plan. "Hear my command," Locke shouted, his voice cutting through the din of battle. "Divide into two teams. One group will continue to engage them, while the other will follow me." As Locke's words echoed, his subordinates immediately responded. Half of them continued to grapple with Catalina and Hawk, while the other half followed Locke, swiftly moving toward the opposite end of the battlefield. Locke aimed to sever the enemy's supply line, knowing that disrupting their support would weaken Catalina and Hawk's strength. Upon noticing Locke's maneuver, Catalina and Hawk immediately recognized the perilous signal. They attempted to pursue, but the remaining crew members ensnared them tightly. As time wore on, Catalina and Hawk's physical stamina waned, while Locke's strategy began to yield results. The enemy reinforcements were cut off, leaving Catalina and Hawk isolated and vulnerable. Under Locke's new tactics, they felt an unprecedented pressure. They understood that if they continued to exhaust themselves in this manner, they would ultimately face ruin. In this critical moment of life and death, they resolved to unleash their most powerful techniques, striving for a glimmer of hope. Catalina took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She tightly gripped her twin blades, the power within her rapidly converging upon the edges of her weapons. Suddenly, her figure flickered, transforming into a streak of lightning that traversed the battlefield in an instant. The twin blades carved two radiant arcs through the air, as if to cleave the entire world in twain. This technique was the culmination of her years of arduous training, known as Si Wang Ji Wu, Dance of Death. Catalina's twin blades glimmered like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, and wherever she passed, foes fell to the ground. Her speed was so astonishing that it was nearly impossible to capture, each strike claiming a life. In this deadly dance, countless pirates cried out in agony as they collapsed, never to rise again. Simultaneously, Hoka showcased his utmost power, his fists clenched, muscles swelling as though they might burst. With a furious roar, he unleashed a punch that distorted the very air around him. This blow contained the entirety of his strength, known as Leitang Wan Jiuan, Thunderous Might. Hoka's fist struck like a cannonball against the foes before him, sending them hurtling away, some reduced to mere pulp. The might of Leitang Wan Jiuan reverberated across the battlefield, causing the pirates to gaze in terror at the man who resembled a feral beast, retreating in fear. After unleashing their most formidable techniques, Catalina and Hoka had successfully vanquished numerous enemies. Yet they understood that such a multitude of pirates could not be entirely eradicated by merely two pirate captains. To preserve their lives, they swiftly fled deeper into the island while the enemy was engulfed in dread. Navigating through the jungle, Catalina and Hoka moved like phantoms. Should they be caught by Luako's minions, there would be no escape. In this desperate flight for survival, they exerted every ounce of strength to distance themselves from the blood-soaked battlefield. As they raced through the jungle, their hearts pounded like drums, each breath accompanied by fear and despair. Along their escape route, they witnessed their own crew being assaulted by Luako's men from all directions. Those comrades who had once fought valiantly by their sides now fell one by one into pools of blood, their cries and desperate resistance echoing in their ears, inflicting upon Catalina and Hoka a pain akin to being sliced by a blade. Luako's name loomed over the East Sea like a nightmarish specter. He commanded over 70% of the pirate crews, his power vast and unparalleled. Presently, the entire island was encircled by his ships, forming an impenetrable net that left Catalina and Hoka with nowhere to flee. "Catalina, what shall we do?" Hoka's voice trembled slightly. His massive fists were still stained with the blood of foes. Yet at that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Catalina did not respond. Her gaze was resolute and cold, her blades already tainted with enemy blood during their escape. There was no time for hesitation. They must press on to seek any glimmer of hope. "We must find a ship, even if we have to seize one, to leave this cursed place," Catalina declared through gritted teeth. They traversed through dense foliage, leaping over meandering streams, the soil beneath their feet stained crimson with blood. Each time they glanced back, they could see Luako's men relentlessly pursuing them like hounds. Their comrades, once brave pirates, now lay fallen, some pierced by arrows, others fell by blades, and some captured in despair. "No, I cannot give up like this." Hoka abruptly halted, turning to face the advancing enemies, his eyes ablaze with fierce anger. He resolved to buy time for his comrades. "Hoka, what are you doing?" Catalina exclaimed, but Hoka had already charged back, his fists like hammers, repelling wave after wave of foes. "Catalina, go. I will hold them off." Hoka's voice echoed through the jungle. His form stood amidst the enemies like a solitary boat in a storm, though it swayed precariously. It remained unyielding. A glimmer of tears shone in Catalina's eyes as she grasped the significance of Hoku's choice. Yet, she had no time for sorrow. She must continue onward. For Hoka, for all the comrades who had sacrificed their lives, she must survive and keep fighting. Catalina turned and once again plunged into the depths of the jungle. Her silhouette weaving through the dimly lit trees, her heart focused solely on one thought: to escape and survive. Behind her, Hoka erected a barrier of flesh and blood with his life and fists to pave the way for her escape. As Catalina delved deeper into the jungle, Hoka stood before the pursuers like an untouchable war god. Loaka's pack of bloodthirsty pirates wore faces that appeared particularly greedy and cruel under the moonlight, their eyes glinting with a thirst for battle and blood. "Ha, this big fellow actually dares to stop. What a fool," cackled a pirate wielding a curved blade, a cruel smile curling his lips. "Stop talking nonsense. The orders are to capture them alive, and the bounty is doubled," shouted another pirate with a spear, his eyes gleaming with greed. Their goal was clear: to eliminate Hoka and Catalina. Hoka stood resolutely, like a mountain, casting a cold gaze over the pursuing band, his voice low and unwavering. "If you wish to pass, you shall tread over my corpse." The battle was imminent, as the pirate with the curved blade charged first. His blade, glinting in the moonlight, aimed straight for Hoka's throat. Hoka neither flinched nor dodged. As the foe drew near, he unleashed a powerful punch that sent the curved blade flying, simultaneously propelling the pirate away to crash heavily onto the ground. "You rabble are not worthy of making me." "Hoka, bow down," he roared. Each punch carried the might of Leitang Wanjuan, every kick akin to a tempest. Though outnumbered, the pursuers crumbled before Hoka like ants. They began to realize that this seemingly solitary opponent was, in truth, an insurmountable mountain. "Everyone together! He can't hold out for long," shouted a leading pirate, attempting to rally the morale. They brandished their weapons, encircling Hoka from all sides. The battle intensified and grew more magnificent, Hoka weaving through the crowd, with each strike resulting in a foe's fall. His muscles glistened with sweat under the moonlight, each breath synchronized with the rhythm of combat. "Do you truly think I, Hoka, will fall so easily?" he bellowed, sending two enemies flying with a single punch, his eyes shining with an indomitable spirit. "You are truly a madman," a pirate cried in terror, but before he could finish, Hoka kicked him away. Just then, a cunning pirate stealthily approached from behind, raising a dagger to deliver a fatal blow. Yet Hoka seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He spun around with a heavy punch that sent the pirate flying, simultaneously proclaiming, "Attempting a sneak attack? You are a century too early." The battle raged on, with Hoka akin to a colossal wave in a tempest. No matter how the enemy struck, they could not bring him down. Each of his counterattacks instilled fear in the pursuers, causing them to recoil and doubt whether victory truly belonged to them. "Remember this name, Hoka. I will not be defeated by you lowly scoundrels." Hawk's voice reverberated through the night sky, his existence akin to an indelible legend, deeply etched in the hearts of every pursuer. Although Hawk possessed immense strength, capable of effortlessly slaying hundreds of ordinary pirates, the scenario shifted dramatically when confronted by those formidable pirates with bounties soaring to 60 or 70 million. These notorious figures not only boasted formidable power and extensive combat experience, but each possessed unique fighting techniques and lethal strikes. At this juncture, Hawk had been embroiled in battle for an extended period, his body marred by numerous intricate knife wounds, blood seeping through his garments, staining his skin. His stamina was waning, each punch becoming increasingly laborious. Faced with the advancing formidable pirates, Hawk found himself ensnared in a fierce struggle. One pirate wielded a massive saber, its blade etched with complex designs, unmistakably a weapon forged through countless trials of battle. Swinging the saber, he launched a ferocious assault on Hawk. Hawk could only barely fend off the blows with his fists, each clash of metal against flesh rendering his arms numb. "Ha, Hawk, your day has come," the pirate taunted, his saber resembling the scythe of death as it relentlessly slashed toward Hawk. Another pirate, a female swordsman, adept in speed and agility, moved with an elegance akin to a dance, Yet each sword swing carried a deadly threat. The tip of her blade grazed Hawk's wounds, causing splatters of blood to erupt. "You must be running low on stamina, Hawk," she sneered, her sword pursuing him like a venomous serpent. Gritting his teeth, Hawk's breath grew ragged, yet the fire of indomitable spirit still burned in his eyes. There could be no retreat. To show any weakness would mean death awaited him. "You lot, do not underestimate me, Hawk," he roared, his fists surging with unyielding momentum as he struck the pirate squarely in the chest, forcing him back a few steps. However, this fleeting victory was merely temporary. His strength would not allow for prolonged combat. The pirate and the female swordsman closed in once more, their assaults akin to a torrential storm, overwhelming Hawk. "Hawk, your era has come to an end," the pirate cackled, the saber slicing through the air toward Hawk's throat. In this life-and-death moment, Hawk suddenly crouched, evading the fatal blow, his fist striking the pirate's abdomen with the force of a cannon, causing him to double over and retch. Yet, at that moment, the female swordsman's blade pierced Hawk's shoulder, blood instantly staining her weapon. Hawk gritted his teeth in agony, but he refused to relent. He summoned the last of his strength to seize the female swordsman's blade, disregarding the pain of his lacerated fingers, pulling her closer, and delivering a powerful punch to her face. This battle had become the most arduous of Hawk's life, his physical strength rapidly depleting. Yet his will remained as unyielding as steel. As long as he drew breath, he would not succumb. He must buy more time for Katerina, paving a path for her survival. As a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, Hawk's name had long resounded throughout the pirate realm. Now, at this critical juncture, he resolved to unleash his most potent technique. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he would drag those who pursued his head into the depths of hell. His eyes sparkled with resolute determination, every muscle in his body taut as a powerful aura erupted from within him. The very air surrounding him seemed to grow heavy with his resolve, an invisible force forming a palpable field around him. "If you seek my head, be prepared to descend into hell with me." Hawk's voice thundered through the night sky, each word imbued with strength and conviction. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his power into his right fist, the force so immense that it created ripples in the air around his hand. This technique had never been utilized before, for its power was too great. Once unleashed, it would lead to a fight to the death. Ultimate shockwave, celestial fall. Hawk bellowed. His right fist propelled forward like a cannonball, imbued with the force to obliterate all in its path. In that moment, the environment itself seemed to transform under the weight of his might. Trees swayed, leaves spiraled, and the ground trembled as if the entire world quaked in anticipation of Hawk's strike. The pirate wielding the saber, the female swordsman, and the remaining pursuers displayed unprecedented terror upon their faces. This power is too terrifying. The female swordsman quaked, her eyes filled with shock and dread. "Run. We are no match for him," a pirate screamed, turning to flee from the confrontation. Yet Hawk's assault had already commenced. There was nowhere left to escape. Hawk's fist connected with the pirate, the colossal force sending him hurtling through the air, his body arcing before crashing into a distant tree, leaving his fate uncertain. The female swordsman and the other pursuers were also swept up in this wave of power, propelled away like kites severed from their strings. In that instant, the battlefield fell into a profound silence, with only Hawk's labored breaths echoing through the air. His body swayed precariously from the exertion of his technique. Yet his gaze remained steadfast, his will as unyielding as iron. "This is my power," Hawk murmured softly, slowly kneeling. Nevertheless, his head remained held high, akin to an indomitable warrior. Those pirates who had been cast aside lay on the ground, some motionless, others struggling to escape, their faces etched with fear and despair. In this battle, they had lost all desire for victory. Their sole thought was to survive. "We were wrong. We underestimated you, Lord Hawk." A wounded pirate spoke with great difficulty, his eyes filled with reverence. Hawk did not respond. His gaze pierced the night sky as if searching for Katerina's whereabouts. His mission now complete, he entrusted the rest to fate. Katerina sprinted through the jungle, her heartbeat drumming with each step, each footfall resonating with a longing for survival. However, As she sensed the overwhelming force behind her, her heart tightened and her steps involuntarily halted. She understood that Hawk had unleashed his ultimate technique, a power potent enough to shake the very island. Tears welled in her eyes, but she fought to keep them from falling. Hawk's strike signified that he could fight no longer, that he had chosen to expend his life to secure one final opportunity for her and their companions. Katarina clenched her teeth, her grief and fury igniting like a blazing inferno. She recognized that Hawk had departed, and she must endure, for Hawk, for all the fallen comrades. Just then, a cacophony of approaching pursuers from Locke echoed in the distance. They sensed the tremor of that power and realized Hawk had fallen. These pursuers would not miss this opportune moment to seize victory. They converge upon Hawk's position like sharks drawn to the scent of blood. Katarina dared not linger. She knew that if captured by Locke's men, she would meet the same fate as Hawk, merely a headless corpse. She wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and quickened her pace once more, her silhouette darting through the jungle like a streak of black lightning. Soon, Locke's subordinates arrived beside Huaku, where they beheld the headless corpse and the devastation surrounding it. Their faces bore no sympathy, only a ravenous greed for victory and a thirst for the bounty. Huaku was dead. How much was his head worth? A pirate chuckled greedily, raising his weapon. Prepare to sever Huaku's head. Wait, we must confirm he is truly dead. We cannot allow him to escape like last time, another pirate cautioned. They closed in, but even in death, Huaku's body retained a posture of defiance, his fists clenched as if proclaiming his indomitable spirit to the world. Locke's subordinates ultimately confirmed Huaku's demise and mercilessly severed his head, departing the blood-soaked battlefield with their prize of victory. Meanwhile, Catalina, hidden in the distant jungle, felt as though her heart was being pierced by the cruel sounds of blades. She did not turn back, for she understood that from this moment forth, she would bear Huaku's unfulfilled wishes, striving to survive in this merciless world of pirates until the day she could avenge Huaku and restore justice for all her fallen comrades. With Huaku's fall, the greed and bloody nature of the other pirates became even more apparent. They encircled Huaku's remains, their words dripping with arrogance and bloodlust. Ha! Huaku was nothing but a mere shadow. We are the true kings of the pirates. One pirate laughed maniacally, his blade still glistening with Huaku's blood. Indeed, with Huaku's head, our names will echo across the seas. Another pirate's eyes sparkled with avarice. Amidst their unrestrained revelry, Catalina's situation grew increasingly perilous as she navigated the thicket, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid any sound that might attract pursuers. Breathing heavily, sweat mingled with dirt and tears streamed down her face, her mind consumed by a singular thought: survive. Yet she knew that in this death-laden forest, every moment was a test of her will to live. The footsteps of her pursuers drew ever closer, their shouts and the clash of swords echoing through the night like a grim harbinger of death. Catalina's strength waned, and her speed began to falter. She must be nearby. Split up. Whoever captures her will receive a bonus, commanded the leader of the pursuers, their eyes glinting with predatory intensity in the dark. Catalina concealed herself behind a great tree, her heart racing as she sensed the hunters closing in. Holding her breath, she endeavored to minimize her presence. Just then, a pirate passed by her hiding place, and she gripped her short sword tightly, ready for a final stand if necessary. However, the pirate failed to notice her and continued onward. Seizing the opportunity, Catalina quickened her pace, her figure moving swiftly among the trees, like a ghost racing through the shadows of life and death. Nevertheless, the pursuers were relentless, numerous, and seasoned pirates. Catalina realized her time was running short. She had to find a way to escape. In the depths of this dense forest, the chase continued, each moment fraught with tension and fear. The battle for Catalina's survival had only just begun. Locke stood in the shadows, his true identity that of a naval undercover agent. Observing the pirates' internecine slaughter with cold detachment, his mission was to weaken their ranks, and the unfolding events served his purpose perfectly. He watched as the pirates, emboldened by Huaku's demise, grew greedier and more reckless, pursuing Catelyn Na, while simultaneously engaging in a deadly free-for-all over bounty and glory. Locke's expression betrayed no emotion, yet inwardly, he reveled in their folly. Each clash of blades, each life extinguished, signified a reduction in their numbers, a considerable victory for the Navy. "Look at them! How foolish!" Locke murmured to himself, his gaze icy as he regarded the ignorant ants before him. He cared not for the lives lost among his pirate subordinates, nor for the fates of the two prominent pirates. They were merely tools to achieve his ends. And now, those tools were effectively depleting each other. Locke's thoughts were not consumed by the chaos of the moment. He awaited a signal, a pivotal instant to conclude his undercover mission. His mentor, Admiral Ching Ji, would soon arrive to execute a preordained performance. "When will you appear, Master?" Locke silently pondered, casting his gaze toward the depths of the forest, yearning for that familiar figure. At that moment, a slight rustle in the distance caught Locke's attention, alerting him to a potential sign from Admiral Ching Ji. Straightening his attire, he prepared to impeccably play his role upon the Admiral's arrival. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged at the forest's edge, Admiral Ching Ji appearing like a ray of light in the night, instantly capturing Locke's focus. In the depths of the jungle, Catelyn Na resembled a wounded leopard. Though weary, she maintained her proud posture. The blade of her sword was stained with the blood of foes, yet her strength was nearing its limits. Confronted by the relentless advance of the pirate pursuers, her heart swelled with helplessness and defiance. "I cannot fall like this. I cannot allow Huo Ku's sacrifice to be in vain," Catelyn Na silently vowed, her eyes shimmering with resolute determination. However, reality was harsh. With each swing of her sword and every evasion, she felt increasingly feeble. Her breath grew labored, and the sword in her hand felt heavier than lead. "Ha, Catelyn Na, you look as though you are nearing your end." A pirate mocked, derision evident in his gaze. "You pirates will never understand what true freedom and conviction are," Catelyn Na retorted through gritted teeth, despite her voice being hoarse. The battle raged on, and with the last vestiges of her will, Catelyn Na repelled the enemy's assaults time and again. Yet her swordplay began to falter, her movements no longer swift. "Catelyn Na, sudden, you are but a spent force," another pirate shouted, his sword aimed directly at her throat. Catelyn Na evaded this attack, but a deep gash was inflicted upon her back by another soldier's blade. Blood instantly stained her garments, and her body swayed precariously. "I will not yield to you pirates," Catelyn Na struggled to declare, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The pirates closed in, aware that her strength was nearly depleted. Yet they hesitated to end the fight, wishing instead to torment the notorious female pirate who had once been a thorn in their side. "Catelyn Na, your courage is commendable, but in these seas, courage cannot alter fate." A pirate officer spoke coldly. Catalina attempted once more to raise the sword in her hand, yet her arm felt as heavy as if it were laden with lead. A flicker of despair crossed her eyes as she recognized that her time was running out. "Colme, let me witness the courage of you pirates." Catalina summoned all her strength for a final charge. However, her attack was effortlessly parried. A pirate's sword pierced her shoulder, pinning her to a tree. Catalina's face contorted in agony as her body slumped weakly. "It is over, Catalina," the pirate's voice echoed in her ears. Her vision began to blur, and the sound of Huoko's voice resonated in her mind, along with his smile and determination. Her heart brimmed with regret. Yet she knew she could not tarnish Huoko's name. "Huoko, I will find you," Catalina whispered, her hand falling limply as the sword slipped from her grasp, producing a sharp clang. On this isolated island amidst the ocean, two factions engaged in a brutal struggle. One side comprised the United Pirates of Loaka, whose morale was high and unity unwavering. The other consisted of those indomitable pirates who refused to submit to Loaka, fiercely resisting amidst adversity. The island was engulfed in the smoke of battle, with cannon fire booming. The United Pirates of Loaka gradually gained the upper hand, utilizing their formidable strength and ingenious tactics. The defiant pirates, though valiant, dwindled in number through the prolonged conflict, their situation becoming increasingly precarious. On the beach, Fierce clashes erupted as both armies vied for dominance. The pirates of Luaka, fierce and feral, wielded their swords with ferocity, charging into the fray. The unyielding pirates fought valiantly, drenched in blood. The waves crashed against the shore, staining the waters crimson, while the sand bore the marks of their struggle. A defiant pirate faced multiple foes and bravely fell amidst a pool of blood. In the island's jungles, the resistant pirates capitalized on the terrain, engaging in guerrilla warfare against the united pirates of Luaka. They lay in wait, ambushing the enemy when least expected. However, the united pirates quickly adapted their tactics, employing a strategy of divide and conquer, systematically constricting the breathing space of the defiant pirates. The skirmishes in the jungle exacted a heavy toll on both sides. On a mountainous region of the island, the unyielding pirates erected makeshift defenses, resolutely resisting the onslaught of the united pirates. A fierce exchange of attacks ensued, with the united pirates launching relentless assaults, their cannon fire engulfing the entirety of the battlefield. The unyielding pirates vowed to hold their ground, using their bodies as shields against the enemy's advance. Yet, as time wore on, their defenses crumbled under the weight of casualties. In the island's heart, both factions prepared for a final confrontation. The united pirates of Luaka surged forth like a tidal wave towards the defiant pirates. Those stalwart resistors, though exhausted, continued to brandish their weapons, engaging in a desperate struggle against their foes. The intensity of the battle escalated, with corpses strewn across the ground and the setting sun casting a bloody hue. Ultimately, under the overwhelming assault of the united pirates, the defiant ones were nearly annihilated. As the smoke of battle began to clear, the united pirates of Luaka claimed the highest point of the island, overlooking the conquered land with victorious smiles. Their armor was stained with the blood of their enemies, and their weapons still radiated the heat of combat. Among this band of pirates, the atmosphere was exuberant. They conversed animatedly, filled with delight at the massacre and greedy anticipation for the future. "Ha! Let's see if they dare to resist us again. Captain Luaka is truly wise and formidable, leading us to this victory," exclaimed one pirate. Indeed, those who refused to submit were merely courting death. "Now they know our might. Who would dare defy Captain Luaka?" Another chimed in. "Just think of the spoils that await us. All those pirate territories will be ours. This is indeed a bountiful harvest." A third added, "Yes, I can hardly wait to flaunt our achievements in the conquered seas, showing them who the true rulers of the ocean are." Said yet another, "Once we fully unify these waters, those who once mocked us will kneel and beg for our mercy. I can already envision those cowards' disgraceful states. Captain Luaka, our flag shall flutter in every corner." Captain Luaka, the leader of the united forces, also wore a satisfied smile as he patted his underlings on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, my brothers. Your courage and strength are the keys to our conquest. Today's victory is merely the beginning. A vast expanse of territory awaits our plunder, and untold riches lie in wait for our discovery. As long as we stand united, the entire ocean shall belong to the Luaka pirate crew." The pirates erupted in cheers, their eyes gleaming with a thirst for power and a greed for wealth. They believed that under Luaka's guidance, their names would be immortalized in the annals of maritime legend. Just as the united pirates reveled in their triumph, preoccupied with scavenging the battlefield for spoils, none noticed the once tranquil sea subtly transforming. An ice road, resembling a thoroughfare, silently unfurled across the water surface, as if a miracle wrought by nature and some mysterious force. At the end of this icy path, a figure gradually became discernible. It was a man riding a bicycle, exuding an air of calmness, as if he were one with the ice. His countenance was resolute, and his eyes radiated an undeniable authority. This man was none other than Admiral Chingji, one of the 3 great admirals of the Navy. His arrival felt like a chilling gust, abruptly cooling the celebratory atmosphere among the pirates. The bicycle left faint traces on the ice, and his approach was silent. Yet, the aura of unyielding authority unsettled some perceptive pirates, causing them to cease their actions and involuntarily gaze towards the figure on the sea. "What is that?" "How can there be an ice road on the sea?" asked one pirate. "Look at that man. Who is he? Why does the atmosphere feel so suddenly altered?" questioned another. "Is that an admiral of the navy? Oh heavens, how could Admiral Qingji be here?" gasped a third. Captain Loaka also noted the unusual occurrence on the sea, his expression turning grave. The appearance of Admiral Qingji signified that this battle was far from over. Rather, it was entering a more severe phase. Admiral Qingji rode his bicycle towards the island, his voice resonating across the water, clear and commanding. "Did you think you had achieved victory? No. The game has only just begun. The justice of the Navy will not tolerate your piratical atrocities." The pirates were thrown into a state of panic, hastily discarding their spoils and arming themselves, preparing to confront the challenge posed by the admiral. Meanwhile, Admiral Qingji remained composed and unruffled. Several audacious pirates, under the tacit approval of Captain Loaka, brandished their curved sabers, revealing arrogant smiles. Instead of feeling trepidation at the arrival of the naval admiral, their combat fervor was ignited. They exchanged provocative glances and laughed boisterously at the young admiral. Exclaimed, "Look at this naval clown. Has he come to deliver himself to death on a bicycle?" Pirate B replied, "Indeed, let him witness the might of our pirate crew. The justice of the Navy cannot prevail here." Pirate C added, "Do not let him escape. We shall each take a sword and turn him into ice shards." With weapons raised, they charged fearlessly towards the young admiral, their raucous laughter reverberating across the desolate island. However, before their attacks could even reach him, the admiral merely waved his hand, releasing an invisible chill. Instantly, the pirates rushing towards him appeared frozen in time. Their movements stiffened and expression solidified. Amid the terrified gazes of other pirates, these once arrogant marauders were swiftly transformed into icy sculptures. Then, with a sharp crack, these ice sculptures began to fracture, starting from their feet and gradually spreading upwards, until the entire structure collapsed into a heap of fragments. This scene unfolded so rapidly that many pirates had yet to comprehend what had occurred before their comrades vanished from sight. Surrounding pirates were filled with horror. Their bodies involuntarily recoiled, mouths agape but unable to utter a word. They had never encountered such formidable power. The freezing ability of the young admiral instilled profound despair within them. Pirate D gasped, "What is happening? Who is he?" A novice pirate replied, "He is the Navy's ice wielder, Admiral Qingji. We are finished." Captain Loaka's face turned ashen, fully aware of the formidable opponent he faced. The strength of Admiral Qingji surpassed his imagination. In this battle, they were likely doomed. Loaka, a covert operative of the Navy hidden among the pirates, quickly devised a plan as the situation shifted dramatically. He realized that at this moment, he must perform a convincing act with his mentor, Admiral Qingji, to solidify his position among the pirates while securing greater benefits for the Navy. Reacting swiftly, Loaka drew his sword and pointed it at Admiral Qingji, shouting, "Brothers, this naval scoundrel dares to disrupt our victory celebration. Let us join forces and turn him into minced meat." Though his subordinates felt fear, their trust in Loaka and hatred for the Navy compelled them to draw their weapons and respond to his rallying cry. They launched a frenzied assault, reminiscent of their earlier slaughter of other pirate factions unwilling to submit. "For Captain Loaka, for our freedom, charge!" The pirates roared, their eyes gleaming with fervor, seemingly forgetting their earlier dread. Loaka's crew surged towards Admiral Qingji like a tidal wave, their attacks chaotic and driven purely by instinct and rage. Loaka himself deliberately avoided the admiral's gaze amidst the chaos. He could not allow Qingji to realize he was merely acting. Facing the oncoming horde of pirates, Admiral Qingji remained impassive, coldly observing the frenzied assailants, as if searching for the opportune moment. He was fully aware of Loaka's true identity and the significance of the charade. Just as the pirates were about to reach Admiral Qingji, he waved his hand gently, unleashing an even stronger wave of cold. Instantly, the leading pirates were frozen in place, forming an icy barrier that obstructed the advance of their comrades. Seeing this, Loaka intensified his performance, swinging his sword at the ice wall and bellowing, "Curse that Navy! How dare they resort to such tactics? Brothers, Fear not, we must take him down. This meticulously orchestrated act further convinced the other pirates of Luaka's leadership. At the same time, the might of Admiral Qingji deepened their animosity towards the Navy. In this theatrical performance, both Luaka and Admiral Qingji played their respective roles, and the outcome of this drama would determine the future dynamics of power at sea. On this vast island, Luaka commanded a considerable number of pirates. Though not 100,000, a force of 40 to 50,000 was sufficient to instill fear. When Luaka issued the command to attack, his voice echoed like thunder in every corner of the island. The pirates' roars and the clashing of weapons soon filled the entire island. Kill him. Fight for our freedom. Today is the end for the Navy's lackeys. Long live Captain Luaka. We are invincible. The cacophony grew louder. The pirates surged towards Admiral Qingji like an enraged tide, their eyes alight with a thirst for power, a longing for victory, and an awe of the devil fruit. Indeed, the Navy Admiral Qingji had also consumed a devil fruit. His freezing ability was already legendary among pirates. Likewise, their leader Luaka wielded the powers of a devil fruit, a symbol of status and strength in the pirate world. Look, Captain Luaka has also consumed a devil fruit. What do we have to fear? A pirate shouted. His words served as a shot of adrenaline to the other pirates. Yes, our Captain Luaka is no weaker than this naval admiral. Another pirate echoed. In the fervent atmosphere, no one dared to question whether Admiral Qingji feared their Captain Luaka. To them, Luaka, possessing the power of a devil fruit, was invincible, while the admiral's renown seemed pallid in the face of their united strength. Yet, Admiral Qingji stood there, calm as an iceberg, his eyes devoid of fear, only reflecting determination for battle and confidence in victory. This performance must continue, and he would be one of the pivotal actors on this island shrouded in the chaos of war. While the majority of pirates succumbed to blind fervor and passion for battle, a small minority remained shrewd, their judgments of the situation more composed. They understood that facing an adversary like the naval admiral, even in great numbers, would only lead to needless casualties. These astute pirates had begun to quietly observe and assess the situation even before the battle erupted. Upon witnessing the calm gaze of Admiral Qingji and the formidable power he exhibited in every gesture, they began to harbor thoughts of retreat. They recognized that confronting such an opponent head-on was tantamount to suicide. Listen, we cannot join them in facing death. One experienced pirate whispered to his trusted confidants. You are right. That naval admiral is beyond our capability, another replied, their eyes glimmering with a desire for survival. They began to seek opportunities amidst the chaos, exchanging glances with fellow pirates who wished to escape the conflict, using gestures and unspoken signals to devise an escape plan. Cautiously evading the gaze of Locke and the other fervent pirates, they gradually made their way toward the island's edge. We must find a seaworthy vessel and hastily depart from this cursed place under the cover of night, an experienced pirate declared. Indeed, we must act swiftly. Once they realize we are missing, they will undoubtedly send out a search party. Another confidant anxiously scanned the surroundings. They encountered other pirates who shared the same desire to escape, forming a small group to support one another as they stealthily navigated toward a secluded harbor amidst the battlefield's chaos. If they could find an intact ship, an escape from this soon-to-be hellish island was possible. In the hearts of these pirates, nothing mattered more than survival. They did not wish to become pawns in Locke and Qingji's power game. They simply sought to live on, continuing their pursuit of adventure and freedom upon the seas. The night was as dark as ink, and the sea breeze whispered softly as the small sailboat, cloaked in shadows, slipped silently from its hidden harbor like a timid creature. The pirates aboard bowed their heads, striving to make no sound, their movements gentle and swift, fearful of disturbing their comrades still engaged in fierce combat on the island. The canvas unfurled slowly in the gentle breeze, the sail appearing pale and fragile in the night, at risk of being torn asunder by the remnants of the ongoing conflict. The pirates exerted every ounce of strength to row, each stroke a whispered conversation with the sea, cautiously maintaining the vessel's balance and speed. Their breaths echoed starkly in the stillness of the night, each individual holding their breath, lest even a whisper betray their presence. their eyes fixated on the flickering lights and sounds from the island, silently praying to slip away unobserved amidst the turmoil. Easy, easy. Do not let the oars strike the hull. An experienced pirate softly cautioned his companions, his voice tinged with tension and unease. I know, no talking," replied the rower, his words nearly consumed by the sea breeze. Their small sailboat left behind an almost imperceptible ripple on the water's surface, akin to prey evading a predator, silently vanishing into the darkness. Each person aboard understood that discovery would herald a dire fate. In this flight, they were no longer valiant pirates, but rather ordinary souls struggling for survival. Their singular thought was to distance themselves from the war, from the naval admiral and their captain, to seek a tranquil realm of their own. In this domain, their sailboat shone like a diminutive firefly, flickering with a faint glow amidst the night as it bravely navigated toward the unknown freedom. In the pitch-black waters, there were not just one, but many clever souls. Like phantoms, one after another, they approached the great pirate ships, stealthily untying the ropes binding their small sailboats. Their movements were skilled and swift, clearly the work of seasoned sailors. One ship, two ships, three ships, ever more small sailboats emerged from the shadows of the larger vessels, gently floating on the surface as if they were leaves adrift in the current, fearing to light an oil lamp lest even the faintest illumination signal their pursuers. These fugitives could only rely on the moonlight and starlight to discern their course, their eyes accustomed to the darkness, capable of capturing the faintest glimmers on the water. Cautiously rowing, they urged their small sailboat to advance steadily through the waves, striving to make no sounds that might attract attention. "Stow the oars. Let's drift for a while," one pirate whispered, his voice nearly drowned by the sound of waves lapping against the hull. The companions nodded silently, stowing their oars in the cabin, allowing the small sailboat to drift with the current. In this expanse of sea, any unnatural movement could invite fatal consequences. The hearts of these fugitives synchronized with the rhythm of the waves, each swell heightening their tension. They frequently glanced back, fearing to see the flickering lights of pursuers or hear shouts piercing the night sky. As time passed, they gradually distanced themselves from the war-torn island. Yet the fear within them lingered. They understood that dangers at sea extended beyond the Navy's pursuit, lurking beneath were the sea beasts and unpredictable tempests. In this boundless darkness, they could only rely on one another, on their fragile little sailboat, to continue their journey of escape. The ocean seemed to silently observe these souls fighting for survival, its vast embrace encompassing their fears and hopes, guiding them toward the unknown tomorrow. Under Locke's command, the loyal pirates surged forth like warriors driven by fervor, charging toward the naval admiral Chingji. In their eyes gleamed trust in Locke and a yearning for freedom, their swords glinting under the moonlight as if ready to sever the bonds of darkness. However, in the face of the formidable Admiral Chingji, their courage and blades appeared utterly futile. Chingji stood coldly, his gaze as frigid as ice, his hands channeling the power of frost. With each swing of his arm, a chill erupted from him, instantly freezing the pirates at the forefront. 1, 2, 3 pirates were rapidly transformed into statues of ice, their expressions arrested in the moment of charge, their bodies rendered rigid. Subsequently, with Chingji's next movement, these ice sculptures shattered like fragile glass, scattering into a multitude of icy shards. As the battle raged on, the number of pirates dwindled, their morale diminishing steadily. The once fervent gazes became filled with dread, their steps hesitant, no longer resolute. They watched as comrades turned into blocks of ice, then into shards, their courage gradually supplanted by fear. "No, don't go forward." One pirate quivered, retreating. His voice was laden with despair. "We cannot defeat him," another stammered, though still gripping his sword, the will to fight having evaporated. The pirates began to falter, their line fracturing, the once tightly knit formation becoming alarmingly loose. Locke, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety, yet could not allow it to show. The performance must continue, even in such despair. "Brothers, do not fear. We still possess strength. Let us charge together," Locke shouted, attempting to rekindle the fighting spirit of his comrades. Yet, His voice seemed feeble amidst the encroaching fear, for an insurmountable shadow had already taken root in their hearts. On this icy battlefield, they began to grasp the futility of their resistance against an adversary like Qingji. The Admiral, a naval giant wielding the powers of the ice fruit, showcased unparalleled might. Each breath he took appeared to draw warmth from the surroundings, transforming vitality into chilling destruction. As his will concentrated, a powerful cold surged forth from his being, enveloping the entire island. Under the onslaught of this icy wave, a third of the island was swiftly encased in frost. Those once vibrant pirates found their movements frozen in an instant. Their expressions were frozen beneath the icy layer, their lives abruptly halted by the chill. Ice sculptures stood tall across this battlefield, creating a poignant yet terrifying tableau. The pirates' stances as they ran, their weapons brandished, and even their expressions of terror were preserved flawlessly in the ice. Some of the pirates within the ice appeared to be shouting their final cries, while others stared wide-eyed at the impending death, and some were captured in the moment of turning to flee. Each pose varied, yet they all shared the same grim fate. Admiral Qingji's strike not only showcased his formidable power, but also instilled dread in all surviving pirates. They gazed at their once comrades, now transformed into cold statues, their hearts filled with terror and helplessness reaching a peak. They began to comprehend that the might of this naval admiral was far beyond what they, mere pirates, could contend with. The island's flora, rocks, and even the seawater were affected by this frigid aura, creating a desolate, icy wasteland. The sea breeze whistled through the ice sculptures, emitting a mournful sound as if lamenting the lost lives. Admiral Qingji stood like a merciless god of frost, quietly surveying the frozen battlefield, his eyes devoid of emotion, filled only with determination for victory and unwavering dedication to his mission. His gaze traversed the icy expanse, ultimately landing on the unmoving Locke. His voice, cold and calm, carried an undeniable authority. "Locke, why do you hesitate? Is your courage confined to commanding others?" Locke understood that this was a test from his master, a moment to assess his own growth and strength. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes as he activated the most powerful form of the Zao Chao Devil Fruit, the Scarecrow Armor. As the fruit's power surged, his form began to shift dramatically, enveloped in straw, growing to a towering height of approximately 20 meters. The straw-woven armor shimmered ominously upon him. His hands transformed into colossal claws capable of wielding and swinging heavy steel blades. "Boys, witness how I fight." Locke's voice emerged from the Scarecrow armor, deep and resonant. Before his words could fully settle, he charged towards Admiral Qingji, his steps heavy yet swift, leaving deep imprints in the ground as he swept up steel blades like a tempest of iron, advancing towards Qingji. The Admiral remained composed, showing no sign of panic in response to Locke's transformation and assault. Yet, a flicker of approval crossed his gaze. After all, maintaining the will to fight under his pressure was a testament to Locke's strength and courage. The Scarecrow armor appeared particularly fearsome under the moonlight, each swing of his blade infused with tremendous destructive force. The steel blades sliced through the air, seemingly cleaving the very atmosphere as his attacks were unrestrained, each aimed directly at Qingji's vital points. The Admiral responded with calm precision. His freezing powers erupted with each of Locke's heavy strikes, forming walls and pillars of ice in an attempt to withstand Locke's tempestuous onslaught. Their battle was exceptionally fierce on this frozen battlefield, each clash sending tremors through the island. As Locke unleashed his most potent form, brandishing his steel blades against Admiral Qingji, his crew erupted in fervor. They gazed in astonishment at their captain, the usually calm and clever Locke, now transformed into a towering warrior of straw, exuding an aura of awe and intimidation. "Behold, that is our Captain Locke. He is invincible," one pirate exclaimed excitedly, his eyes alight with fervor. "Indeed, he shall surely defeat that naval admiral. Long live Captain Locke," another pirate cried, brandishing his weapon triumphantly. The pirates began to rally, their voices merging into a resounding chorus across the frozen battlefield. "Captain Locke, sever his head. Avenge us," one pirate shouted, filled with trust in Locke and hatred for the Navy. Let him realize the might of us pirates. Captain Locke, we stand with you. They echoed, their spirits ignited by Locke's heroic actions, as if victory was already within their grasp. Amidst the cheers and shouts, the pirates began to reorganize themselves. Their fears were replaced by courage, and their retreat was spurred by Locke's actions. They started to believe that even in the face of a formidable foe like an admiral, their captain could achieve victory. Do you see? Captain Locke fears not even the admiral. What have we to fear? One pirate encouraged his comrades, pride radiating from his smile. Yes, yes, we shall fight bravely like Captain Locke. Another pirate declared, gripping his weapon with unwavering determination. With this newfound fervor for battle, the pirates began to converge once more towards the center of the battlefield, their hearts brimming with admiration for Locke and a yearning for triumph. On this frigid field of battle, Locke's name became a symbol of hope, each strike infusing the pirates with renewed strength. As the clash between Locke and Admiral Chingji intensified, their duel became a breathtaking spectacle. One, a pirate wielding the Zao Chow devil fruit, and the other, a naval admiral commanding freezing powers, clashed with sparks flying. Locke's scarecrow armor wielded steel blades, each strike accompanied by a fierce whirlwind, as if to shatter every frozen object in sight. Despite his enormous size, his movements were remarkably agile. The blades danced through the air like lightning, leaving trails of death in their wake. Admiral Chingji, however, remained unflustered, each of his actions imbued with skill and strength. He required no grand gestures. A simple flick of his hand could unleash formidable, freezing energy. His gaze remained steady, as if he had anticipated Locke's every move and prepared accordingly. Their confrontation was a contest between the powers of the devil fruit and martial prowess. Locke's strength lay in his immense size and enhanced physique, while Chingji's resided in his freezing capabilities and control. Locke, your power has indeed grown, but you are not yet my match, Admiral Chingji declared coolly. As he spoke, a more intense chill erupted from within him, causing the surrounding air to seem on the verge of solidifying. Locke offered no reply. He understood that words were superfluous at this moment. He focused his energy, swinging his steel blade directly at Chingji, each strike harboring world-shattering power. The Admiral remained calm. Just as Locke's blade was about to make contact, he leapt gracefully, spinning in midair to evade the attack. Simultaneously, his palm faced downward, and a wave of freezing energy surged across the ground, erecting an ice wall to block Locke's path. Locke roared in fury, cleaving at the ice wall. Fragments flew in every direction, yet the wall remained largely intact. Seizing the opportunity, Admiral Chingji retaliated, flicking his fingers to unleash ice arrows that shot towards Locke like bullets, forcing him to retreat. This battle was fraught with peril at every turn. Each movement held the potential to determine life or death. Locke and Admiral Chingji were both exerting their utmost efforts, each clash between them captivating the surrounding pirates, who held their breath in tense silence. The sounds of battle and turbulence reverberated across the sea, reaching those pirates escaping on small sailboats. Despite their hearts being filled with fear, they found themselves irresistibly drawn to the echoes of the fight. They halted their paddling, listening intently to the heart-stirring vibrations of the conflict, which they could not ignore. One pirate produced a telescope, raising it to gaze in the direction of the battle. Through the lens, he beheld Locke, clad in his scarecrow armor, embodying a war deity as he fiercely engaged Admiral Chingji. With each of Locke's powerful strikes, the pirate's heart raced, and his grip on the telescope tightened. Goodness, Captain Locke is truly remarkable, the pirate exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. Nearby, a companion snatched the telescope, taking turns to observe the scene, their eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions: admiration for Locke's valor and uncertainty about their own escape. Should we really flee? Look at our captain. He can single-handedly contend with an admiral, another pirate voiced, revealing a longing to return to the fight. The pirates aboard the ship began to whisper among themselves, their minds in turmoil. To return meant potentially facing the terrifying power of the admiral and risking their lives. Yet to flee felt like betraying their leader, who fought valiantly on the battlefield. If we return now, perhaps we can lend a hand, one pirate suggested, his voice soft yet causing ripples in the still waters of their resolve. But what can we do upon our return? Against such an enemy, we would merely be a burden, another pirate countered, filled with the weight of reality. The pirates on the small sailboat fell into silence, their gaze once more drawn to the distant battlefield. The struggle between Locke and Admiral Qingji raged on, each collision of power striking at their hearts. This decision was not easy, yet whichever path they chose, consequences awaited. Ultimately, the majority opted to continue their escape. Amid the fierce battle, the sounds of Locke and Admiral Qingji's exchanges were only audible to the two of them, as if carving a private passage through the clamor of the battlefield. Admiral Qingji's voice was deep and resolute, each word striking at Locke's vulnerabilities, highlighting his shortcomings in attack and martial skills. Locke, while your swordplay is sharp, your rhythm is too predictable, making it easy for the enemy to anticipate your moves, Admiral Qingji remarked as he parried Locke's steel blade. After a fervent assault, Locke momentarily retreated, nodding with slightly labored breaths. I understand, Master. I will be mindful of my adjustments. Moreover, your martial arts application lacks flexibility. Relying too heavily on your fruit's abilities can cost you the advantage at critical moments, Admiral Qingji continued, his words infused with care and expectation for Locke. During the intervals of battle, Locke listened intently, his eyes shimmering with a thirst for knowledge and a pursuit of formidable strength. I will remember, Master. I will surely enhance my martial training from now on. Their exchanges did not slow the intensity of their combat. Rather, it intensified further. Under Admiral Qingji's guidance, Locke began to experiment with altering his approach, his movements becoming more varied, no longer relying solely on brute force, but integrating more technique and strategy. Admiral Qingji perceived Locke's progress, a flicker of approval crossing his gaze, yet his attacks remained unrelenting. Only in this life-and-death confrontation could Locke truly evolve. Excellent, Locke. You're beginning to grasp the rhythm of battle. But remember, true strength never ceases to learn at any moment, Admiral Qingji declared, simultaneously unleashing a more ferocious ice attack. Locke struggled to withstand it, his scarecrow armor creaking under the impact of the freezing energy. Yet he did not falter. Rather, his resolve to learn grew stronger. I will remember, Master. No matter how many times it takes, I will rise again until I can truly fight alongside you. This battle represented not merely a contest of strength for Locke, but a precious opportunity for learning. In Admiral Qingji's eyes, it was also a severe test. Hoping his disciple would continuously grow in battle and ultimately become a formidable warrior capable of standing alone. As the fight progressed, both Locke and Admiral Qingji recognized that this performance had achieved its intended effect, and it was time to conclude the act. Admiral Qingji no longer needed to conceal his power. He resolved to reveal the terrifying strength of his true ice devil fruit. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened, and an even colder aura emanated from him. Gently raising his hands, palms facing down, an invisible wave of freezing energy surged from his being, rapidly engulfing the entire battlefield. Enough of this farce. Admiral Qingji's voice was cold and calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. In an instant, the temperature on the entire island plummeted, leaving only Locke untouched. Those pirates, still observing, were caught off guard, unable to utter a cry as they were enveloped by the overwhelming freezing energy. Their bodies froze instantly, expressions frozen in their final moments of terror, transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. The speed of the freezing was astonishing, almost in the blink of an eye. The entire island was cloaked in a chilling aura. The once raging pirates now stood as ice sculptures, their weapons, garments, and even the expressions on their faces preserved perfectly beneath the ice. Locke stood rooted, witnessing the unfolding scene, his heart filled with awe for Admiral Qingji's power and contemplation of his own future path. This battle, though staged, showcased the undeniable reality of Admiral Qingji's strength. Master, your power is truly unfathomable, Locke said, lowering his head in respect. Admiral Qingji's gaze traversed the frozen battlefield, landing on Locke. Remember the poetry of today, Locke. Only by continuously growing stronger can you survive in these seas. The entire island lay encased in ice, exuding a biting chill. The ice sculptures glimmered with a pale sheen under the moonlight, narrating the events that had just transpired. Those pirates who had stealthily escaped on their small sailboats watched the sudden spectacle of freezing in horror, their fear akin to icy thorns piercing deep within. They clasped their mouths tightly, fearful that any careless sound might summon the relentless freezing force. Their eyes widened, reflecting a silvery world, as the once boisterous island now lay in a deep slumber. They could feel the frigid aura threatening to freeze their very marrow. Is Boss Locke? One pirate trembled, thoughts swirling in his throat, yet not daring to utter sound. They fear that Locke had perished in this icy fate, and that they too might become the next ice sculpture. Thus, these pirates became increasingly cautious, their movements quickening yet lighter, fearful of attracting any attention. The sound of the oars gliding through the water was nearly swallowed by the frozen silence, each stroke filled with dread and urgency. They yearned to escape this icy nightmare, fleeing from the chilling power that made their hearts race. In this frigid ocean, they glided like specters, driven solely by the instinct to survive. Their hearts thundered in their chests, each beat seemingly urging them to hasten their pace. They sought escape not just for their lives, but to disseminate this shocking news throughout every corner of the Donghai. They wished to inform all that the might of that marine admiral was utterly terrifying, an existence unmatched by any. No one could stand against the admiral. Only the admiral could best another admiral. This thought reverberated in their minds, a grim reminder of the world's harsh realities. Their captain, Luo Ku, while initially seeming to hold his own against Admiral Qingji, now appeared to have merely been a plaything, a display of mercy towards the weak. Clearly, the admiral's combat prowess was indeed among the highest of the Marines. One pirate murmured softly, his voice laced with awe and despair. They had once believed their captain to be the strongest in Donghai, but now they had witnessed true power, the kind that could effortlessly alter the battlefield, determining life and death. Their vessel carved a trail through the frozen waters, akin to souls fleeing from hell, striving with all their might to escape the chilling breath of death. They understood that once this news spread, the entire world of pirates in Donghai would tremble. The name of Admiral Qingji would become an insurmountable obstacle in the hearts of all pirates, a symbol that instilled terror. Amidst this flight, a seed of desire for greater strength was quietly sown in their hearts. Perhaps one day, they would dare to challenge this marine admiral again. But not now. Not while they were still too weak. For now, their only option was to flee, to distance themselves as far as possible, carrying this legendary tale into the distance. The entire island now resembled a solitary ice sculpture museum, with only Luo Ku and Admiral Qingji's figures remaining. Luo Ku stood amidst this frozen world, taking a deep breath, filled with reverence for his master's freezing abilities. Master, your freezing power is indeed extraordinary. Luo Ku's voice echoed in the air, imbued with genuine admiration. Surveying his surroundings, he saw that the once lush trees had transformed into crystalline ice pillars, and the once solid ground had become fragile yet sturdy blocks of ice under Admiral Qingji's might. Luo Ku approached an ice-encased tree, gently touching its cold surface, awe evident in his gaze. Every inch of this land, every leaf, bore witness to your strength. This was not merely a deterrent to pirates, but a display of nature's formidable power. Turning to face Admiral Qingji, admiration sparkled in his eyes. Master, I never imagined that a person's power could reach such heights. You have shown me what true strength is and made me realize that I have a long journey ahead. Admiral Qingji looked at Luo Ku with a gentle yet profound gaze, as if examining a raw gem. Luo Ku, remember this feeling, is the reverence for power and the quest for the unknown. Only through relentless pursuit and surpassing oneself can one become a true powerhouse. Volkiskiviko nodded, his expression resolute and earnest. I will remember every moment of today, Master. Your strength, your teachings, I will carry in my heart. One day, I will become powerful enough to stand by your side and fight alongside you. Standing on the frozen island, Luo couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness wash over him. He looked up at the sky, seemingly assessing his own position and strength. At my current level, my bounty would only allow me to contend with those around 300 million. Luo mused, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. In this world, where strength is revered, a bounty often reflects one's power and threat level. He lowered his gaze, contemplating his situation further. If there are those with special abilities, perhaps even those with bounties over 200 million would be a challenge for me. Those with special powers often fought in unpredictable ways, making them elusive. Luo Ku's gaze hardened as he turned to Admiral Qingji and bowed deeply. Indeed, fighting against a Marine Admiral like you quickly reveals all the weaknesses in my attacks. Every strike, every defense feels utterly futile. Standing upright, determination flickered in his eyes. However, I also understand that only by continually challenging the strong can I discover my shortcomings and grow more rapidly. I will remember this lesson and strive to improve myself until one day I can truly fight alongside you. Luo Ku's words conveyed his yearning for the future and his pursuit of strength. His path remains long, yet he believes that under Admiral Qingji's guidance, he will ultimately bridge the seemingly insurmountable gap and become a standout in the vast ocean. In this frozen silence, Admiral Qingji broke the stillness, his voice calm and profound, carrying an undeniable authority. Luo Ku, you now face a choice. Will you continue as an undercover agent among the pirates, or return to the ranks of the Marines to fight as a regular soldier? Luo Ku's expression grew serious, his brow furrowing. Clearly, this decision was not an easy one for him. After a moment's hesitation, he considered the pros and cons of both options. Continuing as an undercover agent meant living amidst lies and deception, yet it also allowed him to gather intelligence more directly and influence pirate actions. After careful contemplation, Luo Ku finally made his decision. He lifted his head, his gaze resolutely fixed on Admiral Qingji. Master, I have decided to continue as an undercover agent among the pirates. After all, as a pirate, I can do many things that I cannot directly undertake as a Marine. I can gain deeper insights into their movements and even potentially undermine them from within at critical moments. Admiral Qingji nodded slightly, seemingly unperturbed by Luo Ku's response. I understand your choice, Luo Ku. Undercover work is arduous and perilous, yet it is necessary. You must maintain a clear mind in that world, lest the pirate lifestyle corrode your will. Luo Ku inhaled deeply, aware of what his choice entailed. I will be cautious, Master. I will not forget who I am, nor my mission. I will prove through my actions that this decision is the right one. A glimmer of approval crossed Admiral Qingji's eyes as he gently placed his hand on Luo Ku's shoulder. I believe in you, Luo Ku. Wherever you are the pride of the Marines. Remember, no matter what happens, I will support you. A rare smile graced Admiral Qingji's lips, his eyes twinkling with playful mischief. If you manage to escape from me, your bounty may unexpectedly rise by 1 or 200 million. Upon hearing this, Luo Ku couldn't help but laugh. A hint of embarrassment on his face, but more so, an appreciation for his master's sense of humor. He touched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he spoke. Master, are you praising me or mocking me? However, it did seem that way. A hint of self-deprecation mingled with confidence in his own abilities graced his smile. Luo Ku understood that escaping from a master like Qingji was in itself a testament to his skills. Although the increase in bounty was not his desire, it nonetheless reflected his growth and strength. Haha, rest assured, Master. I will not let you catch me easily, Luo Ku said with a smile, his eyes sparkling with a challenging light. Such jests contained the master's expectations and trust in him. Qingji retracted his smile and nodded solemnly. That's good, Luo Ku. Remember, regardless of your bounty, what matters most is your heart and your choices. Do not let money and fame blind your eyes. The expression on Qingji's face grew serious as he produced a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Luo Ku. The paper was densely inscribed with names, each representing a dark history and the blood and tears of countless innocent victims. This is the list compiled by the Navy. Qingji's voice was deep and powerful. These individuals have committed heinous acts in the East Sea. They have either betrayed us or have been consumed by greed, slaughtering civilians and trafficking arms. These individuals are the Navy's disgrace and a calamity for the East Sea. Luo Ku accepted the list, his expression turning grave. He understood the significance of this list and the daunting and perilous task of dealing with these individuals. Only if they are dealt with can the civilians of the East Sea have a better life. Qing Ji's words revealed a deep-seated hatred for these scoundrels and profound sympathy for the common people. Your task is not merely to act as an undercover agent, but also to eradicate these scoundrels as much as possible and restore peace to the East Sea. Luo Ku clutched the list tightly, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. Master, I understand. I will make them pay for their crimes in my own way. The civilians of the East Sea should no longer live in fear and suffering. Qing Ji looked at Luo Ku with a hint of approval in his eyes. I believe you will do well, Luo Ku. But remember, do not let hatred blind your eyes. You are the sword of the Navy, the guardian of the East Sea. Every strike you make must be for justice. Luo Ku understood that the list entrusted to him was not merely a task of cleansing the ranks. It was also an opportunity to justifiably elevate his bounty. The Navy was rife with factions, and not everyone held the righteous heart to protect the civilians. Some joined merely for power and wealth. I understand, Master. Luo Ku's voice carried a weight. Some individuals on this list worship the Tenryu Bito, rather than the so-called ideals of justice. They joined the Navy solely for greater power and profit, not to uphold the peace of the world. Qing Ji nodded, a glint of coldness in his gaze. This is why we need undercover agents like you, Luo Ku. You must not only combat pirates, but also cleanse the corruption within the Navy. Each individual on this list is a cancer within the Navy that must be excised. Luo Ku gripped the list tightly, feeling the weight of its significance. I will ensure they pay for their greed and betrayal. Their actions have violated the Navy's principles and sullied the symbol of justice. I will use their heads to proclaim to the world that the Navy's justice cannot be desecrated. Qing Ji looked at Luo Ku, his eyes reflecting deep trust. Go forth, Luo Ku. But remember, regardless of how high your bounty rises, do not forget your true identity and mission. You are the sword of the Navy, the light that cuts through darkness. Volkiskiviko nodded firmly, stowing the list away as he prepared himself for the arduous journey ahead. He understood that only through such trials could he truly become the pride of the Navy, a warrior safeguarding justice. Luo Ku had already set sail on his small boat, quietly departing from the frozen island, his silhouette gradually receding across the shimmering sea, like a solitary shadow fading into the distant horizon. At that moment, the Navy soldiers, having received the command from the general, finally arrived. Their ships slowly approached the frozen island, and the sight before them left them dumbfounded. They gazed at the land encased in ice, fully realizing the unfathomable power of Admiral Qing Ji. As they stepped onto the frozen ground, the Navy soldiers moved heavily. They tread carefully on the ice, fearful of shattering the fragile surface. Their gazes lingered on the frozen figures of the pirates, a wave of shock and awe surging within them. Heavens, how is this possible? One soldier could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Another soldier, filled with admiration, gently touched an ice sculpture, as if sensing the chilling aura. The Admiral's strength is truly terrifying. These pirates had no chance to escape. They continued onward, each step more cautious. The island now resembled a museum displaying the figures of the vanquished, each ice sculpture a testament to the Admiral's might. The soldiers understood that they were following a true powerhouse, someone capable of altering the tides of battle. In the stillness of the frozen island, the Navy soldiers felt both reverence for Admiral Qing Ji and curiosity and speculation about Luo Ku, the undercover agent. They were unaware of Luo Ku's true identity, but they knew that some individuals had chosen the most arduous path for the sake of justice. And they, too, would continue to fight for this justice. News swept across the seas like a tempest, and almost overnight, the entire maritime realm buzzed with a singular topic. The man who once roamed the East Sea with impunity, nearly monopolizing all pirate factions, Luo Ku, had mysteriously vanished. Have you heard? Luo Ku is missing. The man who is unbeatable in the East Sea has disappeared overnight. Pirates whispered to one another, rife with speculation. Indeed, I heard even the Navy admiral took action personally. Just how destructive must Luo's power have been to warrant such attention? Another pirate responded in astonishment. This news spread not only among pirates, but also caused considerable unrest within the Navy itself. Luo's name quickly became the focal point of attention. His disappearance undoubtedly sent unprecedented ripples throughout the East Sea. Even if he were to be eliminated, it would be a death worthy of honor. Some Navy soldiers discussed it privately, their tones tinged with recognition and even respect for Luo's strength. Meanwhile, pirates in taverns and ports reminisced about the legend of Luo, his name becoming a saga in the East Sea. Some speculated he might have perished, while others believed he might merely be in temporary seclusion, destined to re-emerge one day. The naval soldiers who received the command from the admiral while clearing the icy, frozen islands could not help but develop complex feelings toward the figure of Luo. His disappearance had subtly altered the balance of power in the East Sea, prompting new forces to stir restlessly, necessitating a reassessment of the Navy's control strategies over the East Sea. In this tumultuous era, Luo's disappearance was merely the precursor to an impending storm, rendering the future of the East Sea increasingly enigmatic. The pirate factions of the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea began to buzz with excitement, as news spread like wildfire through every nook and cranny. Pirates congregated in ports, taverns, and even clandestine hideouts. Incredulity discussing a singular topic. Have you heard? That man Luo managed to escape in front of the admiral, exclaimed a pirate captain from the North Sea, rising in shock as his voice echoed within the cramped room. Is that true? A pirate from the West Sea furrowed his brow in skepticism. The notion that someone could elude the grasp of a naval admiral was beyond his comprehension. If true, Luo's prowess would indeed be formidable. He is a legend of our East Sea, exclaimed a South Sea pirate, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Luo's escape was a point of pride for their waters. Pirates from various seas began to verify the accuracy of the information, utilizing diverse channels to glean insights from within the Navy or other pirate factions. Luo's escape undeniably set a new benchmark for all pirates, awakening the realization that even in the face of a naval admiral, survival was possible. If Luo accomplished this, could they too seize their chance? Ambitious pirates began to plot in secret, inspired by Luo's audacity to defy the Navy. Within the naval ranks, Luo's name emerged as a focal point of discussion. Some naval soldiers began to question whether it was indeed plausible for anyone to escape an admiral's pursuit. This inquiry, akin to a seed, quietly took root within the Navy, fostering an unprecedented curiosity about Luo. The pirate factions of the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea closely monitored developments in the East Sea. Luo's escape not only reshaped the power dynamics of the East Sea, but inadvertently impacted the entire regional balance. Everyone was eager to discern what changes this man, bold enough to escape the admiral's clutches, would bring to their world. The dissemination of news rippled through the hearts of the pirates in the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea. Their initial reaction was one of shock, swiftly followed by a burgeoning ambition. In their minds, the East Sea's pirate strength was formidable, yet now, those once mighty adversaries seemed to have vanished. I heard the majority of those East Sea fellows are dead. A sly glint appeared in a North Sea pirate's eyes, his voice tinged with unabashed greed. Indeed, that bountiful sea is now a land without a master. Another pirate licked his lips, as if he could already taste the blood and gold. Visions of defenseless villagers and pillaged towns flooded their minds. With the once powerful East Sea pirates no longer a threat, they felt akin to ravenous wolves, eager to descend upon that fertile domain for a merciless hunt. We must act swiftly, before the others from different seas beat us to it, and seize our share in the East Sea. A South Sea pirate exclaimed, his fists clenched with impatience. Soon, the pirates from the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea began to stir, organizing fleets, preparing weapons, and sharpening their blades, waiting for the opportune moment to surge into the East Sea like a tidal wave. They understood that this was a chaotic era where the strong thrived and the weak perished, and they aspired to be the vanguards of this age. However, unbeknownst to them, although Luo had vanished, the East Sea was not bereft of resistance. The Navy's intervention, alongside those pirates who still upheld justice, would not allow innocent civilians to be ravaged. This impending storm would be a brutal contest and a severe trial for the EC. As news of the Navy clearing the battlefield gradually spread, the pirates began to notice a peculiar detail. Luaka's body had never been found. This small clue ignited hope and curiosity within their hearts. They acquired this information mainly through spies embedded within the Navy, either bribed pirates or sympathizers, who discreetly relayed messages from within the naval ranks. Did you know? Those naval fellows scoured the entire battlefield, yet not even a shadow of Luaka was discovered. A North Sea spy whispered to his companion. What does this imply? It suggests that Luaka may have truly escaped. An informant from the West Sea excitedly analyzed. The pirates of the South Sea also began to fervently discuss. That man instigated 99% of the pirate conflicts in the EC, causing so many factions to deplete each other. If someone of his caliber could elude the admiral, our world is on the brink of transformation. The spread of this news prompted the previously dormant pirates to reevaluate their situations. They began to question the Navy's absolute power and contemplate their futures. If Luaka truly escaped, perhaps we need no longer fear the Navy's pursuit and can boldly pursue our dreams, a mysterious pirate in the corner of a tavern softly remarked. Let's not forget, Luaka is not merely powerful, he is a cunning strategist. Perhaps all of this is part of his grand design. This statement struck the gathered pirates like a thunderbolt, plunging them into deep contemplation. If everything was indeed Luaka's scheme, what could his ultimate objective be? Was it to incite greater chaos or to serve a more profound purpose? As night descended, the pirates of the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea began to secretly plot, preparing to seize the opportunity in this tumultuous era, with Luaka's escape undoubtedly granting them boundless room for imagination. Meanwhile, the East Sea, once the dominion of pirate supremacy, was quietly brewing a new tempest. 2 days later, the Navy officially released a statement regarding Luaka's escape, igniting a global uproar. Despite the Navy's efforts to maintain an authoritative facade, the undertones of helplessness and shock were unmistakable. Simultaneously, those pirates who had narrowly escaped the recent battle began to extol the heroic deeds of their leader. Some recounted tales in taverns. Others boisterously proclaimed them by the docks, and some even deliberately shared these stories right under the Navy's nose. Did you not see? Our Captain Luaka. That battle was akin to a divine intervention. An escaping pirate animatedly gestured, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Indeed, he faced off against the admiral. The spectacle was one of equal prowess. I could hardly believe it had I not witnessed it with my own eyes. Another pirate echoed this sentiment, his voice brimming with pride. Their vivid accounts stirred the listeners' blood, igniting their imaginations with visions of that heart-stopping battle. It is said that Luaka exhibited extraordinary strength and intelligence during the confrontation. Not only did he evade a fatal strike from a general, but he also launched a stunning counterattack at a pivotal moment. The final scene was nothing short of miraculous. Our captain seemed to vanish from the battlefield as if swept away by the wind, a pirate recounted mysteriously. Indeed, the general was left in a state of shock, and we were equally stunned. By the time we regained our composure, Luaka had already disappeared without a trace, another pirate added. As these tales spread, they became increasingly embellished, transforming Luaka into a legendary figure. Some claimed he possessed mysterious powers. Others insisted he had the aid of ancient weaponry, while still others asserted he was the son of the sea god. The Navy found these rumors quite bothersome, yet they could not quell the curiosity and speculation surrounding Luaka's escape. The name Luaka became a tempest upon the seas, growing ever larger and spreading far and wide, becoming an indelible symbol in the hearts of all pirates. Amidst this tumultuous time, Luaka himself quietly observed everything from an unknown concealed location. In his hand was a newspaper delivered by an albatross, its headline boldly declaring the bizarre and convoluted nature of the escape of the East Blue's greatest leader, Luaka. The article vividly described his heroic escape. A complex emotion flickered in Luaka's eyes as he spoke softly to himself. Convoluted indeed, this performance was truly spectacular. In truth, only Luaka understood that the one sent to apprehend him that day was his mentor, a veteran highly esteemed within the Navy. Loaka had, in essence, always been a member of the Navy. His descent into piracy was merely a command to infiltrate enemy lines, executing a long-term undercover mission. This seemingly thrilling chase and escape was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated play by the Navy. To ensure Loaka's undercover identity remained concealed, they had to stage such a grand spectacle, making the world believe that Loaka had miraculously evaded the Navy's pursuit. Reflecting on the battle that day, every movement and glance had been pre-rehearsed, intentionally revealing flaws to allow his mentor the opportunity to defeat him. "It seems my mentor still wields remarkable skill," Loaka thought with quiet admiration. He knew that without his mentor's exquisite performance, this ruse could not have succeeded so flawlessly. The articles in the newspapers and the discussions among pirates served as the perfect cover for Loaka's undercover identity. His mission was far from over. The chaos in East Blue was merely temporary, and the true confrontation lay ahead. Folding the newspaper, his gaze grew resolute. He understood the necessity of remaining hidden, awaiting the next command, and anticipating the moment that would genuinely change the world. However, before that moment arrived, he must continue to embody the role of the East Blue's greatest leader, even if this role was destined to leave an indelible mark in history. Loaka sat in a dimly lit room, the only source of illumination being the flickering oil lamp on the table, casting light upon the list in his hands. The names on the list were not merely strings of characters to him. They represented a series of heinous acts. Behind each name lay a catalog of their crimes: massacres of civilians, arms trafficking, collusion with pirates. Loaka's gaze swept over these names, his eyes like cold blades slicing through the darkness behind them. His fingers lightly tapped the list, each tap resonating like a funeral bell for the souls of the victims. "The glory of the Navy should not be tarnished by these scoundrels," Loaka murmured, his voice filled with determination. Each name, each rank on the list predetermined that they would pay for their transgressions. Loaka recognized that his mission was not merely to act as an undercover agent, but also to serve as a harbinger of justice. The corrupt naval officers were nearing their reckoning. His finger paused on one particular name, that of a powerful figure within the Navy, whose misdeeds had grievously impacted the peace of the entire region. Inhaling deeply, Loaka understood that this individual's demise would serve as the catalyst for a series of actions. "First, it is you, General," he whispered, devoid of any emotion. He began to meticulously plan every detail of the operation: how to approach the target, how to ensure the stealth of the mission, and how to withdraw without leaving a trace after completing the task. Loaka was acutely aware that these actions must be executed with utmost precision, for his adversaries were not only formidable, but also cunning. Rising, he secured the list, his silhouette appearing particularly resolute in the dim room. From this moment forth, he would embark on a path fraught with peril and bloodshed. Yet, this was the path he must tread for the sake of justice and peace. "For the innocent souls, for the true glory of the Navy, I shall spare no effort," Loaka silently vowed as he turned toward the darkness, prepared to commence his hunt. Major Selwyn Hawke, a prominent figure within the Navy, conceals a shadowy side beneath his formidable exterior. Selwyn Hawke possesses an imposing physique with well-defined muscles and neatly trimmed black hair, complemented by a pair of cold, merciless eyes that blend almost seamlessly with the night. A long scar runs from the corner of his left eye to his chin, a remnant of a confrontation with pirates and a testament to his brutal nature. Always clad in a pristine naval uniform, the insignia of his rank gleams upon his epaulettes. Yet his actions bring shame to that emblem. Selwyn's daily conduct is marked by cruelty and indifference, treating civilians as mere pests to be trampled upon. Under his jurisdiction, the populace lives in fear, for Selwyn not only colludes with criminal elements, but also exploits and oppresses them using his authority. He frequently conducts unwarranted searches and arrests under the guise of maintaining order, ruthlessly suppressing any hint of resistance. Selwyn's subordinates are unwaveringly loyal, participating in the exploitation of civilians, including the imposition of heavy taxes, arms trafficking to pirates, and even involvement in human trafficking. One of Selwyn's most notorious acts is his nighttime raids on civilian villages. Masquerading as a crackdown on pirates, yet his true aim is to plunder valuables and abduct young women. His troops set ablaze homes, and those who attempt to flee or resist face his personal wrath, met with merciless execution. Under his reign, civilian lives have come to hold no value. The name Selwyn Hawke has become synonymous with terror, each appearance accompanied by cries and bloodshed. Although his actions have drawn scrutiny from some within the Navy, many choose silence or complicity due to his power and methods. Ultimately, Selwyn Hawke's atrocities caught the attention of those who champion justice, and his name inevitably appeared on Lwaka's list as a target that must be eliminated. His doom is quietly approaching in the shadows. On this deep night, the estate of Selwyn Hawke is ablaze with lights, and laughter fills every corner. Seated at the heart of the opulent banquet hall, surrounded by several beautiful concubines, each embodying his power and desire, Selwyn holds a finely crafted wine goblet, the amber liquid shimmering enticingly under the glow. He is in an unusually exuberant mood, for tonight he has learned of the near annihilation of the pirate forces in the East China Sea. This signifies that he can pursue his schemes with even greater abandon, plundering wealth like a pirate. My dears, have you heard? Those filthy pirates of the East China Sea have finally met their deserved end. Sayerwin's voice, tinged with the rasp of alcohol and uncontainable ecstasy, resonates through the hall. The concubines chime in, some playfully leaning against him, others wrapping their soft arms around his shoulders, sweetly coaxing him to revel even more. My lord, your brilliance knows no bounds. The demise of the pirates only means our fortunes shall multiply. One concubine remarks with a flirtatious smile, her eyes gleaming with avarice. Sayerwin bursts into laughter, raising his goblet high. Indeed, with those troublesome pirates gone, we can amass wealth with ease. The glory of the Navy is nothing but a guise for our profit. His words betray a manipulation of power and a disregard for life. On this night, Selwyn Hawke sheds the pretense of a naval major and reveals his greedy and cruel true self. The banquet continues, interweaving alcohol and desire, entrapping Selwyn and his concubines in ever more indulgent revelry. Little do they know, outside the estate, dark currents are stirring, and the shadow of Luo Ku is quietly approaching, ready to unveil the final chapter of this banquet for the suffering civilians and innocent lives. Selwyn Hawke's debauchery intensifies. His gaze, under the influence of alcohol, becomes dazed and greedy, his hands restlessly roaming over the waists and shoulders of his concubines, sometimes squeezing roughly, other times playfully slapping, savoring the dual ecstasy brought forth by power and lust. His eyes linger on these enchanting women, yet his thoughts drift to the noble ladies who usually tower above him. They are elegant and noble, maintaining a facade of respect toward a naval officer like him. Yet the coldness and distance emanating from them ignite an insatiable itch and longing within him. A wicked smile curls at the corners of Selwyn's mouth as he envisions the reactions of those haughty, noble women should they fall into his hands. A twisted pleasure coursing through him as he fantasizes about shattering their pride, making them weep and plead at his feet. Those noble ladies always pretend to be pristine and pure, but if I shed my naval uniform and don a mask, I can become the very pirate they dread. He murmurs to himself, madness flickering in his eyes. He imagines his navy transforming into pirates under the cover of night, raiding the estates of the nobility, capturing the once unreachable women, forcing them to yield to his will amidst fear and despair. This shifting of power and identity sends waves of exhilaration through Sayerwin. With but a command, my navy will morph into the fiercest of pirates. The screams and tears of those noble ladies shall be my finest seasoning. His voice is laden with arrogance and depravity. Though his subordinates have heard whispers of his mad thoughts, none dare oppose him. They understand that Selwyn Hawke holds their lives in his hands. At his command, they must transition from protectors to plunderers. However, unbeknownst to Selwyn, these crimes and plans have been secretly recorded, and his end is silently drawing near. Those noble women he yearns to conquer may well become the last flicker of fantasy before his descent into oblivion. Suddenly, Selwyn Hawke's intoxicated gaze sharpens as he perceives a faint sound from above. This unexpected noise washes over him like a cold wave, extinguishing his drunken revelry. His expression shifts, He violently pushes aside the concubine beside him, her startled cry drowned by his next action. Without hesitation, he hurls the goblet in his hand towards the ceiling. The collision emits a sharp crack, and the footsteps above quicken, evidently alerted. "Who is up there?" Sai Irwin's voice is filled with rage and vigilance. His intoxication swiftly replaced by terror and fury. His subordinates, jolted awake by this sudden turn of events, leap to their feet, drawing their weapons, anxiously scanning for potential attackers. The atmosphere within Sewin's estate becomes tense, the lights extinguished, leaving only a few flickering torches. His men begin to search the premises. While Sewin stands in the center of the banquet hall, his gaze fierce like a ravenous wolf, prepared to confront any unwelcome intruders. "Show yourself," he bellows, his voice echoing in the night, laden with threats and murderous intent. At that moment, a figure descends gracefully from the darkness above, landing lightly on the banquet hall floor as the torchlight reveals Luo Ku's calm yet resolute eyes. "Sire Wan-Hoke, your crimes have been exposed. Tonight is your end." Luo Ku's voice is steady and powerful, wielding a sharp blade ready to avenge the victims. Upon seeing Luo Ku's face, a wave of panic washes over Sewin. The exhilaration of alcohol is swiftly replaced by cold sweat as his facial muscles twitch, struggling to form an awkward smile that appears more grotesque than sorrowful. "Wo-kiskiviko. How would you be here?" Sarwin's voice quivers, attempting to mask his fear with a facade of composure. This man, renowned in the East China Sea, capable of escaping the clutches of a naval admiral, is not someone he can easily contend with. Irwin's heart races as he imagines that in a real duel with Luo Ku, he would likely falter within mere exchanges. The disparity in strength is like night and day. Regret for his greed and cruelty begins to seep in. Had he foreseen this day, he might have tempered his actions. "Are you here to kill me?" Irwin's tone carries a hint of pleading, his eyes searching for an escape, but Luo Ku stands before him like an immovable mountain, leaving him no avenue for flight. Luo Ku's gaze is cold. He does not respond to Sawin's query, but slowly raises his blade. The blade glimmers ominously under the torchlight, and Irwin's eyes reflect its icy sheen, causing him to involuntarily step back. "No, please." Irwin finally breaks down, collapsing to the ground in supplication. "I have wealth. I have power. I can offer you anything, just spare me." Yet Luo Ku remains unyielding, his gaze unwavering, the blade steady as a rock. For a scoundrel like Sai Irwin, there exists no trace of compassion, only a resolute determination to eradicate such a malignant presence, allowing the common folk of Donghai to attain genuine tranquility. Sai Irwin Hawk's visage contorted in anguish, his eyes brimming with despair and avarice. At this critical juncture of life and death, he shamelessly began to enumerate his wealth, attempting to barter material possessions for his very survival. "Lord Locke, please heed my words. My riches are resplendent. My treasury is filled with countless rare treasures, diamonds, pearls, gold, everything one could desire." Sai Irwin's voice trembled as he endeavored to sway Locke with these temptations, gesturing towards the lavish decorations that adorned the banquet hall. "These are but trifles. My estate harbors even greater treasures. I would offer them all to you, merely pleading for your mercy." His words grew increasingly despicable, even mentioning his concubines. "And these hundreds of exquisite courtesans, each meticulously chosen and unparalleled in beauty. I would have them all attend to you, if only you would show me clemency." His speech dripped with irony and sorrow, as these once symbols of his power and desire had now become his bargaining chips for survival. The concubines, upon hearing such utterances, either gasped in horror or observed with cold detachment, perhaps having long harbored disdain for this cruel man. Locke listened coldly to Sai Irwin's pleas, his countenance betraying not a shred of emotion. To Sai Irwin, these riches and women were mere appendages of power, whereas for Locke, they held no significance whatsoever. "Sai Irwin Hawk, do you truly believe that these vile offerings can absolve your transgressions?" Locke's voice was frigid, his gaze piercing Sai Irwin's heart like a blade. "Your wealth is stained with blood, and your concubines are but coerced victims. Tonight, I shall seek justice for all the wronged." Subsequently, the terrified screams and frantic chatter of the concubines shattered the brief silence. their faces twisted in fear, their eyes reflecting a complex mix of disbelief and relief. "What shall we do?" Another concubine clutched the arm of her companion, her gaze filled with confusion and panic. They were all mere playthings of Cy Irwin. Now, stripped of their master's protection, their futures loomed uncertain and terrifying as the once high and mighty lord now knelt in supplication. Amidst their terrified voices, their garments, as gossamer as a cicada's wing, appeared particularly alluring in the torchlight. Yet this allure was now tinged with desolation and helplessness. Their bodies trembled, the fabric of their garments rising and falling with their breaths, revealing more skin, yet devoid of the former seductiveness. A flash of resolve crossed Locke's eyes, his body transforming into a streak of lightning as he swiftly navigated the banquet hall. Though many, Hawk's subordinates had never faced an adversary of such formidable prowess. Their blades sliced through the air, gleaming coldly, yet they could never touch Locke's elusive form. "Protect the boss," one henchman shouted, recklessly charging toward Locke. However, Locke's speed surpassed all expectations. His blade moved like the scythe of death, each swing claiming a life. The expressions of those henchmen shifted from determination to terror, then to despair, as their bodies fell one after the other, their heads rolling like severed gourds upon the opulent carpet, leaving trails of crimson imprints. The sumptuous decor of the banquet hall starkly contrasted with the brutal slaughter. The concubine screams and sobs mingled with the clash of metal, forming a symphony of death. Cy Irwin Hawk watched as his subordinates fell, his eyes filled with not just fear but disbelief. "No, no, you are all worthless. Whoever can slay this man, I shall offer them all my wealth." Cy Irwin's voice had become hoarse, his body trembling as he attempted to rise from the ground. Yet Locke granted him no opportunity. His gaze remained fixed on Cy Irwin. In the midst of chaos, Locke moved with the agility of a leopard, ultimately halting before Cy Irwin. As Cy Irwin gazed up at Locke, the icy indifference in Locke's eyes conveyed the imminent approach of death. "Your end is nigh, Cy Irwin Hawk." Locke's voice was deep and powerful. The blade shimmered with lethal brilliance in the torchlight as Locke advanced slowly toward the Major General, his gaze sharp as a knife, seemingly capable of penetrating the human soul. The Major General's body quivered slightly, his hands fumbling in his pockets, yet yielding nothing. His face bore the mark of pleading, yet the occasional flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes did not escape Locke's notice. "Speak, Major General. What else do you wish to confess?" Locke's voice was calm, but underscored with an undeniable authority. The Major General swallowed hard, his hand finally emerging from his pocket, cradling a small scroll. He cautiously extended the scroll toward Locke, as if it were his last lifeline. "This is intelligence I acquired from a commoner," the Major General stammered, striving to imbue his tone with sincerity. "I had intended to use it to ascend in rank, but now I hope it might atone for my sins." Locke accepted the scroll, his gaze sweeping over the Major General's face before he lowered his eyes to examine the scroll. The seal on the scroll remained intact, evidently unopened. A flicker of curiosity danced in Locke's eyes, wondering what secrets lay hidden within. "Why you present it now?" Locke inquired, a hint of skepticism lacing his voice. The Major General managed a wry smile, a glimmer of cunning flitting across his eyes. "I thought I could wield it to save my life. But now I realize that before you, any schemes are futile." Locke refrained from immediately unrolling the scroll, instead casting a penetrating glance at the Major General. In the face of death, this man still attempted to manipulate, yet Locke remained indifferent. What he sought was merely the truth. "I shall take a look at this scroll, but do not assume that this will exempt you from the punishment you deserve," Locke stated coldly, then gradually unfurled the scroll. A glimmer of hope flickered in the Major General's eyes, only to dim swiftly. Just as Locke became engrossed in examining the scroll, the Major General suddenly struck with swiftness, drawing his sword and aiming a lethal thrust at Locke's side. This attack was filled with desperation and malice, clearly a last-ditch effort. However, Locke's reflexes surpassed the ordinary. He seemed to have anticipated the Major General's move. At the very moment the blade was about to make contact, Locke deftly deflected it, causing the Major General's sword to veer off course like straw caught in the wind. The scene appeared effortless, as if Locke were merely swatting away an annoying insect. In an instant, Locke countered with a thrust of his own, his movement succinct yet powerful, the blade finding its mark and piercing the Major General's chest. The Major General's eyes widened in shock, his body stiffening, as the sword clattered to the ground with a resounding clang. Locke's countenance remained serene, his eyes devoid of any fluctuation, as if the preceding events were merely a routine drill. He regarded the Major General, speaking in a tone of indifference. "All your schemes are, in my eyes, as laughable as those of a child." The corner of the Major General's mouth bled. His body began to slide down weakly, ultimately collapsing to the ground. His eyes were filled with resentment and despair, yet more so with astonishment at Luaka's transcendent power. The Major General struggled to utter a few words, but Luaka deemed any explanation for such a villain superfluous. As Luaka sheathed his sword, the Major General's body fell lifelessly, devoid of any sound. The gruesome scene overwhelmed the concubines, who usually lived in luxury and comfort. Their faces turned as pale as paper. A few fainted after gasping in shock, collapsing to the floor. The remaining women huddled tightly together, their eyes wide with terror and unease, as if the world were crumbling before them. The surviving subordinates appeared like soulless puppets, their weapons drooping helplessly, their eyes betraying disbelief and profound fear. They gazed at Luaka, the figure resembling the Grim Reaper, not daring to take another step forward. They once believed their master's power could obscure the sun, but now they realized how fragile that power was in the face of true strength. Luaka surveyed his surroundings. Wherever his gaze fell, the subordinates averted their eyes, not daring to meet his. They began to comprehend that they had been loyal to a greedy and cruel despot, whereas Luaka, despite being a pirate, possessed a sense of justice and courage beyond their reach. "You may leave." Luaka's voice shattered the silence, devoid of anger, imbued instead with an undeniable authority. The subordinates exchanged glances, struggling to believe their ears. They had assumed their fate was sealed, yet Luaka spared them. "But remember, should you continue to commit evil, I shall become your most terrifying nightmare," Luaka continued, his words striking each heart like a hammer. The subordinates sighed in relief, casting down their weapons. Some rushed to aid the fainted concubines, while others hurriedly departed, unwilling to linger in that dreadful place for another second. They understood that the events of that night would become their eternal nightmare, and the name Luaka would forever remain a taboo in their hearts. Luaka paid no further heed to them. His attention shifted to the terrified concubines, a flicker of sympathy crossing his features. These women were victims as well, their lives irrevocably altered by the events of the night. Luaka resolved to take action before leaving, ensuring that these women had a safe place to stay. In that room, shrouded in fear, the once alluring and innocent women, clad in thin garments, appeared exceptionally vulnerable. Each of Luaka's steps felt like a tread upon their taut heartstrings. As he approached, their bodies instinctively curled inwards, resembling a flock of frightened quails trembling in the cold wind. Their eyes widened, pupils reflecting Luaka's tall and steadfast figure, that image magnifying in their sight like an insurmountable mountain. Their faces were as pale as snow, lips quivering, yearning to speak but only managing to emit feeble whimpers. They clutched one another tightly, seeking a flicker of safety from their companions. The air in the room felt as if it had solidified with each step Luaka took. The sound of the women's rapid breaths and heartbeats intertwined, creating a symphony of fear. Their eyes brimmed with tears, yet they dared not let them fall, fearful that those tears might ignite even greater calamities. Although Luaka's gaze was resolute, it lacked malice. He endeavored to soften his expression, attempting to reassure the frightened women. However, for those accustomed to fear and oppression, any approach could be perceived as a threat. They pressed tightly against one another, terrified that Luaka, the sudden savior, would once again cast them into the abyss. On this bloody and terrifying night, Luaka's presence was both a glimmer of liberation and an embodiment of the unknown dread. They were uncertain of what this man would do next, whether he would inflict upon them the same atrocities as their previous ruler. Thus, as Luaka drew nearer, They instinctively recoiled tighter, shivering in anticipation for this nightmare to conclude swiftly. Amidst the tense and oppressive atmosphere, several older or more striking women were filled with confusion and trepidation. In this world of the survival of the fittest, their status and fate often hinged upon the whims of men. Therefore, they summoned their courage, their voices tremulous, as they sought to discern Loaka's true intentions. "Lord Loaka, what do you intend to do with us?" A voice quivered, belonging to a strikingly beautiful woman whose eyes reflected both fear and a plea for help. Another older woman, summoning her courage, spoke with a voice that strove for calm, yet still trembled. "Please clarify. We are willing to obey." Their words, akin to stones cast into a placid lake, shattered the silence, prompting the other women to raise their heads, their eyes filled with expectation and unease, fixating on Loaka in search of answers. Loaka paused, his gaze sweeping over the women. In his eyes, there was no greed or desire, only profound contemplation. These women had grown accustomed to being governed by the strong. Their lives were fraught with uncertainty, where each change could signify a trial of life and death. "I shall not harm you," Loaka spoke with a calm and unwavering voice, imbued with an undeniable sincerity. "I am not Huaku, nor will I treat you as he did." Upon hearing Loaka's words, the women, though still somewhat skeptical, visibly relaxed. The taut atmosphere seemed to ease somewhat. Loaka continued, "I will ensure your safety and assist you in finding a place where you can reside with dignity. What transpired tonight is a nightmare for you, but nightmares will ultimately pass." Loaka began to gently inquire about the nature of their homes, whether he should escort them back. His questions seemed to touch upon the deepest scars within these women, unlocking long-sealed memories. As soon as the inquiries escaped his lips, the women, who had been holding back tears, could no longer contain their emotions and began to sob. "Our home," one woman choked out, her voice faltering as it recalled past glories now lost. "Our home is no longer." Another woman bit her lip tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks, her body trembling as she wept. She had once been the pride of her family, the apple of her parents' eyes. Now, everything had turned to ashes. "I'm the daughter of nobility, we." The seemingly youngest woman cried, her eyes filled with boundless sorrow and loss. "Our home was destroyed by that major general and his army." As they recounted their tales, the room filled with a chorus of sorrowful cries. These women, once the pride of their families and the elite, had futures that should have been bright. However, war, the struggle for power, and ruthless plunder have mercilessly devastated their homes, stripping them of their status and dignity. A stunning woman lamented, "I was sold to a master to repay my family's debts." Tears flowed like a string of broken pearls, continuously falling. "I no longer have a home." As Loaka's words faded, a frown involuntarily creased his brow, a wave of helplessness and headache surging within him. He was a pirate, noble in spirit, yet traversing the East Sea with these hundreds of beautiful women was evidently impractical. The ship served merely as a stage for adventure, not a sanctuary for displaced women. "How many of you are willing to join the Navy?" Loaka tentatively inquired, contemplating that perhaps the Navy could provide these women with a relatively stable and secure environment. However, as soon as his proposal escaped his lips, the women reacted like startled birds, fear swiftly spreading among them. Their bodies instinctively tensed, their tears ceased, replaced by a pallor of dread. "The Navy," one woman uttered, her voice trembling, her eyes filled with terror and aversion. "That Major General, he is one of them." Another woman clutched her clothing tightly, as if still feeling the pain of past captivity and torment. "How could we possibly go back? That place is hell for us." Loaka immediately recognized the folly of his suggestion. The suffering these women endured largely stemmed from the corruption and atrocities within the Navy. To send them back, there would undoubtedly thrust them back into the inferno. "I understand," Loaka said solemnly, his expression growing serious and resolute. "I will not allow you to return to such a place. We will find another way, a place where you can live in peace." In this residence disturbed by bloody events, aside from the faint crackling of the oil lamp, everything felt eerily tranquil. Yet beneath this calm surface lurked an impending storm. Those subordinates who had remained behind when the Major General fled had retreated to a secluded corner, nervously and intensely discussing their next course of action. Their faces were etched with panic and anxiety, their eyes flickering with fear and unease. The Major General's death not only signified the loss of a powerful ally, but also implied that they might soon face repercussions from the Navy. "What should we do now?" A voice rumbled, the speaker's brow furrowed and the sword in his hand trembling slightly. "We cannot just sit here and wait for our doom." Another subordinate responded animatedly, a hint of determination in his expression. "The Navy will certainly investigate. If we are caught, it will be over for us." Their gazes darted among each other, each attempting to find an escape route in this perilous moment. Suddenly, a seemingly crafty subordinate's eyes glinted with a spark of greed. "The Major General must have considerable belly at home. Why don't we?" His voice lowered intentionally, yet the avaricious intent was unmistakable. "Are you suggesting we take the belly and then flee across the seas?" Another subordinate picked up on his idea, his eyes reflecting both fear and anticipation. The atmosphere of their discussion intensified, each person eagerly voicing their thoughts. "Indeed, if we take a few boxes of belly, it would be enough for us to live freely for the rest of our lives." One individual exclaimed, shaking his fist, a manic smile gracing his face. "But how do we escape? The Navy's pursuit is no trifling matter." Another subordinate raised a concern, his brows furrowing, clearly worried about the escape plan. Their voices grew louder, their arguments more heated. Some advocated for immediate action, while others feared the risks of fleeing. Their expressions were a complex tapestry of fear for the future and desire for wealth. At this crucial juncture, each person had to make a choice, one that would determine their fate. Ultimately, their discussion reached a consensus amidst a tense and urgent atmosphere. They decided to act under the cover of night, to seize as much of the Major General's wealth as possible, then scatter to escape, hoping to vanish across the vast seas before the Navy's pursuit arrived. These subordinates were acutely aware that they had engaged in countless dark dealings for the Major General. His death hung over them like a sword of Damocles. They understood that once the Navy learned of the Major General's demise, they, the former subordinates, could not escape accountability and might even be scapegoated. In such circumstances, no one was willing to serve a man who was already dead. They each retrieved their small treasure troves from concealed places, accumulated over the years through various means. These troves contained heavy bags of belly, precious gems, and gold bars. They exchanged glances, each understanding that the most crucial task was to preserve their own lives. "We need to see what Loaka is doing. We cannot allow him to sabotage our plans," one subordinate said anxiously, his voice laced with a hint of reverence. For Loaka was the most formidable pirate of the East Sea, his name resonating among both pirates and the Navy. They approached stealthily, cautiously observing Loaka's movements through door cracks or window edges. Their eyes brimmed with vigilance and curiosity, seeking to discern the next steps of this East Sea pirate king. These subordinates, as the Major General's confidants and henchmen, were well acquainted with the distribution of wealth within the estate. The Major General's private quarters were akin to the heart of this residence, housing the most abundant treasures and invaluable items. Thus, when they saw Loaka enter the Major General's room accompanied by hundreds of beautiful women, a misjudgment surged within them. "Look, this guy killed the Major General and now seeks to enjoy the spoils. He is truly insatiable," one subordinate mockingly remarked, his tone dripping with disdain for the pirates. Another subordinate wore a lewd grin, whispering, "Ha, indeed, the EC's #1 pirate. Even his killings are so flamboyant." They exchanged knowing glances, secretly relieved that they had the opportunity to stealthily relocate wealth while Loaka indulged in beauty. In their eyes, Loaka's actions epitomized the quintessential pirate ethos: greedy, lustful, and unrestrained. Such a person, they predicted with malice, would eventually fall victim to his own desires. However, they failed to perceive the true nature of the events unfolding within the room. Loaka's actions were not as they presumed. His intent was not to satisfy personal whims, but to ensure the safety of these women and to plan for their futures. Their misunderstanding starkly illustrated their superficial comprehension of Loaka's character. These subordinates continued to observe from the shadows, their hearts filled with both contempt for Loaka's actions and excitement for their own plans. Already beginning to scheme how to quietly transfer the wealth to a secure location while Loaka was lost in his reveries. As the subordinates stealthily gathered outside the room where Loaka resided, preparing to seize the opportunity, Loaka's voice suddenly erupted from within, akin to a thunderclap, instilling fear and trepidation in their hearts, rendering them momentarily paralyzed and hesitant to flee. Since they had arrived, why hide in the shadows? Must I personally emerge to kick your heads like I did with your former companions? Loaka's voice was cold and authoritative, his words exuding an undeniable dominance. This statement struck them like a sharp arrow, heightening their already anxious hearts to the brink of panic. They envisioned Loaka's grim, reaper-like silhouette and his terrifying power, their faces turning pale as they trembled involuntarily. "We are not here to," one subordinate stammered, attempting to justify their presence, but his voice was scarcely audible. "Come in. I shall grant you an opportunity for explanation." Loaka's voice resonated again, this time with a slightly softened tone, yet still imbued with an unassailable authority. The subordinates exchanged glances, none daring to take the first step. Once they entered that room, their fates could undergo a radical transformation. However, Loaka's words commanded them with an irresistible force. Ultimately, amid mutual pushing and hesitation, they steeled themselves, one by one stepping into the room, their steps heavy like condemned prisoners marching to the gallows, each stride appearing exceedingly arduous. Upon entering the room, they beheld Loaka seated calmly, his gaze fixed upon them with an air of tranquility, utterly devoid of the ferocity and brutality they had anticipated. Yet, it was this very calmness that instilled even greater unease and dread within them. They understood that this most formidable pirate of the EC was far more complex and perilous than they had imagined. Prior to his decision to assassinate Major Hawk, Loaka had already foreseen the outcome and subsequent developments of this endeavor through his scarecrow divination technique. The divination revealed that this band of returning pirates carried considerable wealth upon their persons. For Loaka, this was an unexpected boon. Moreover, he discerned deeper implications. These pirates could not only bring him wealth, but also serve as laborers to transport the rare treasures and vast riches amassed by Major Hawk over the years. This was a twofold opportunity that Loaka was not inclined to overlook. "You have two choices," Loaka's voice echoed within the room, his gaze piercing each pirate's countenance. "Either obey my commands and assist me in transporting these treasures, or my sword shall inform you of the consequences." The pirates discerned the resolve within Loaka's words. This king of the East Sea was not jesting. His sword represented a nightmare they could not withstand, and under Loaka's unwavering gaze, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Trembling, yet with a flicker of excitement within, they realized that by fulfilling Loaka's command, they could not only preserve their lives, but perhaps also share in a portion of the wealth. This intricate blend of fear and exhilaration propelled them, trembling yet resolute, toward the Major's chamber. "Move swiftly. I possess little patience," Loaka coldly urged. His voice conveyed an authority that brooked no defiance. The pirates, fearing any delay, set forth, some leading while others followed, each cautiously entering the Major's room. Every artifact within that chamber could represent their future hopes. Thus, despite their hearts being laden with trepidation, they commenced their labor with a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. Although Loaka possessed the ability to effortlessly locate the Major's treasure through divination, he preferred to have these unscrupulous pirates serve him. This was not merely a punishment for them, but also a test. Loaka resolved to exploit their avarice and impotence to accomplish this daunting task. "Listen, if I am satisfied with your performance, I shall reward each of you with several million berries." Loaka's voice brimmed with temptation, igniting a fire within the hearts of the pirates. At these words, their eyes instantly brightened. Several million berries. This was a fortune that could compel them to abandon all notions of risk. Their hearts raced, breaths quickened, and greedy gazes involuntarily turned toward the Major's chamber door, as if they could already envision the glistening berries and an array of rare treasures beyond. "Really? Several million berries?" One pirate incredulously echoed Luaka's words, his voice saturated with desire. As long as you obey, I, Luaka, am a man of my word, Luaka affirmed. A glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes as he recognized that these pirates had entirely fallen into his scheme. Upon hearing Luaka's promise, the pirates seemed to forget their prior fears, their hearts consumed solely by the yearning for wealth. They began to roll up their sleeves, eager to commence their work, hoping to fulfill Luaka's orders swiftly so they could soon claim that alluring bounty. Their gazes were filled with greed, resembling ravenous wolves spotting a plump prey, their lips curling into avaricious smiles. Under Luaka's command, they began to transport the treasures within the room rapidly and cautiously, each one fearing that any delay might result in a lesser share. Luaka stood aside, observing coldly. With sufficient wealth as bait, these pirates would transform into the most obedient tools in his hands, and all of this would unfold under his control. The spacious room buzzed with an unusually fervent atmosphere. Over 100 beautiful concubines, adorned in splendid attire, surrounded Luaka, their eyes filled with anticipation and reverence. They called out to him with the sweetest voices, "Master," their tones imbued with endless allure and submission. "Master, please indulge in everything we have prepared for you. Lord Luaka, let us relieve you of the day's fatigue. Master, you are our guardian. Allow us to serve you." These words flowed like a spring breeze across a placid lake, stirring the hearts of everyone present. Yet, Luaka remained remarkably composed, his gaze unwavering, seemingly indifferent to these temptations. Meanwhile, the pirates, engaged in transporting the treasures, were already captivated by the soft, enticing voices of the concubines. Each of them felt their eyes redden, veins throbbing on their foreheads, inwardly lamenting, "These little vixens are truly formidable. Had we not been on a mission, we would surely relish the moment." Despite the tumult within their hearts, these pirates stifled their impulses, continuing their labor. To the concubines, Luaka's indifference appeared as a challenge, prompting them to exert themselves even more to display their allure. Their figures were graceful, every curve seemingly sculpted with precision, radiating irresistible charm. They twisted their slender waists and swayed their voluptuous hips, each movement laced with seduction. Clad in sheer garments that fluttered with the breeze, they subtly revealed their alabaster skin and enticing contours. With dreamy eyes and slightly parted crimson lips, they spoke to Luaka in ever more alluring tones. "Master, do you not wish to experience our gentle touch? Lord Luaka, allow us to liberate you from the long-standing bonds that confine you. Your strength only intensifies our yearning for your favor." Some of them gently caressed their long hair, while others glide their fingers delicately along Lord Luaka's arm, attempting to capture his attention through the most direct sensory stimulation. Yet, Lord Luaka remains statuesque, his gaze piercing through these temptations as if contemplating matters of greater profundity. The pirates, burdened with treasures, strive to keep their eyes fixed on the ground or the heavy items in their hands, beads of sweat mingling tension and desire cascading down their foreheads. They dare not lift their eyes, fearing their resolve might shatter in this moment, terrified of succumbing to temptation. Clenching their jaws, they hasten their pace, desperate to escape this ocean of allure. Each of these beautiful concubines has been meticulously selected and trained, adept at using their bodies and voices to entice men, their every smile and fleeting glance honed through rigorous practice. Yet, confronted with Lord Luaka's unyielding indifference, their confidence begins to falter. Doubt and unease fill their hearts, their eyes flickering with uncertainty as they question whether their allure has truly failed or if Lord Luaka possesses an extraordinary fortitude. Is our charm insufficient to captivate him? One concubine murmurs, her brow furrowed, revealing a hint of anxiety in her gaze. Perhaps he simply has no interest in women? Another replies incredulously. Their exchanges of glances grow more frequent, each gaze laden with inquiry and confusion. They begin to scrutinize one another, seeking answers in each other's eyes. These concubines, typically brimming with confidence, now resemble lost birds, disoriented and at a loss. What should we do? One concubine bites her lip, her gaze shifting between Lord Loaka and her companions. "Let us try again. Perhaps we have not exerted enough effort," encourages another, though her voice betrays a lack of conviction. They adjust their postures once more, attempting to attract Lord Loaka's attention with exaggerated gestures and sweeter tones. However, he remains unmoved, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion, as if he were an impervious stone. This unprecedented sense of defeat spreads among the concubines, prompting them to doubt their worth and even fear for their futures. In the face of Lord Loaka's impregnable fortress, their beauty and allure seem utterly inconsequential. The pirates finally transport the treasures aboard the ship, the heavy burdens lifted, their shoulders relaxing as their breaths become easier. Under the sunlight of the harbor, they gather to wipe the sweat from their brows, exchanging weary smiles. Naturally, the conversation turns to the unmoved Lord Loaka. Do you think that fellow Loaka might be physically incapable?" One pirate laughs heartily, his tone laced with jest. Those nearby share knowing smiles, a camaraderie that only men understand, tinged with ruggedness and nonchalance. Indeed, otherwise, how could he remain so indifferent to those concubines? Another pirate chimes in, shaking his head dramatically. They form a circle, slapping each other on the shoulders, laughter echoing over the harbor. These men, who have long battled the tempests, are no strangers to the allure of beauty. They cannot comprehend how Lord Loaka maintains such tranquility. Perhaps he has some peculiar preferences. Ha. A pirate jokes, eliciting another wave of laughter. "But truly, I find myself somewhat in awe of that fellow's composure," remarks a more stoic pirate, his words carrying a note of genuine admiration. "Yes, in such a situation, I fear I would have surrendered long ago," muses another pirate, stroking his chin, his gaze revealing speculation about Lord Loaka's capabilities. Though their discussion is lighthearted, a hint of curiosity and perplexity lingers in their eyes. Lord Loaka's demeanor shatters their traditional perceptions of masculinity, prompting them to ponder that perhaps there are forces in this world more compelling than mere beauty. And perhaps Lord Loaka is the master of such forces. The laughter of the pirates gradually subsides, their expressions growing serious as they delve deeper into the possible motivations behind Lord Loaka's behavior. They all live lives steeped in danger, and respect among the strong often stems from an understanding of each other's goals and convictions. Do you think a powerhouse like Loaka might harbor grander ambitions? One pirate muses thoughtfully, his eyes shimmering with reverence for the unknown. Indeed, it stands to reason. For us, beauty may be the ultimate temptation, but for someone of his caliber, perhaps it holds no significance. Another pirate nods in agreement, his tone reflecting a deeper understanding of Loaka. "Quite right. What we consider luxuries might be nothing more than fleeting illusions in their eyes," interjects a seasoned pirate. Perhaps he simply looks down upon such trifles. A young pirate suddenly states, silencing the group with his blunt observation. His words, though straightforward, carry a kernel of truth. To these individuals, Lord Loaka may be in pursuit of something pure and unparalleled. The pirates fall silent for a moment, beginning to reflect on their own lifestyles and their definitions of strength. Perhaps true strength lies in the pursuit of that which is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Indeed, we who drift upon the seas seek nothing more than wealth and women. But a man like Loaka may be chasing something entirely different, concludes one pirate, envy tinging his words. Regardless, I am quite eager to witness the nature of the ambition that renders a man indifferent to such concubines, another pirate remarks, his eyes glimmering with curiosity and longing. The pirates return to their tasks, yet they are all left pondering the enigma that is Lord Loaka. This man resembles a riddle, inspiring both curiosity and awe, while simultaneously prompting them to contemplate the true significance of their own lives. Gradually, their discussion shifts from the mystery of Loaka and the aspirations of the strong to more immediate and enticing topics, the promise of millions of berries in the future. Their eyes sparkle with anticipation for what lies ahead, their voices brimming with excitement and hope. "Hey, what do you think we should do first once we acquire those millions of berries?" A pirate enthusiastically poses the question, his words infused with a yearning for wealth. Ha ha. As for me, I would seek a prosperous land, purchase a plot, build a modest abode, cultivate crops, and enjoy a tranquil life, smiles a seemingly older pirate, his face radiating dreams of a future filled with peace. Cultivating crops? Are you planning to retire? I am bound for the casino, eagerly scattering belly in abundance, to immerse myself in the exhilarating sensation of lavish spending. Another pirate gestures animatedly, as if already ensconced in the opulence of the casino. A casino? That is but a bottomless pit. I would much prefer to indulge in the pleasures of a brothel. Haven't you heard? In certain establishments, the maidens are breathtakingly beautiful, capable of making one forget their very name. A young pirate's eyes gleam with anticipation, revealing an insatiable longing for the life of a courtesan. Huh, you lot truly lack appreciation. If I were to acquire such wealth, I would first procure a fine ship for myself, then assemble a dependable crew to continue my adventures upon the sea, seeking further treasures. A pirate with dreams of captaincy declares with fervor. The pirates engage in spirited discourse, each painting a vivid picture of their ideal lives. Their aspirations may differ, yet they share a common belief that those several million belly are the keys to their freedom and dreams. However, at the end of the day, all this is contingent upon securing the funds. For now, we must labor diligently, lest Luo could deem us a mere band of dreamers. A pragmatic pirate concludes, prompting nods of agreement from the others, who momentarily stow away their fantasies and return to their tasks. Throughout those hours, the alluring voices of the courtesans linger like the haunting melodies of sirens in the ears of the pirates, refusing to dissipate. Their slender forms and graceful movements tantalize the senses of these rugged men, igniting a fervent fire within. The pirates' gazes inadvertently grow fervent, their breaths becoming labored. Despite their efforts to remain focused on their work, the specters of the courtesans linger in their minds, inciting inner turmoil. Brothers, to speak candidly, the voices of those women truly stir a yearning within me. A pirate confides in a hushed tone, his words laced with desire. Indeed, my thoughts are consumed by their soft figures. If only I could find a place to relieve myself at once. Another pirate concurs, his eyes betraying an unquenchable yearning for the brothel. Once this task is completed, we shall patronize the finest brothel, ordering a dozen or so women for a grand indulgence. A pirate who appears to lead the group raises his fist, his words brimming with determination. Yes, we shall indulge in the best. Those women will undoubtedly surpass these courtesans in allure. Another pirate licks his lips, as if already envisioning his debauchery within the brothel. The flames of desire have been thoroughly ignited within the hearts of the pirates. They begin to fantasize about nights in the brothel filled with wine, women, and laughter, the ultimate means to unwind and seek joy. Their work efficiency surges with this anticipation, each eager to fulfill their tasks and revel in the impending revelry. Meanwhile, the fear within the hearts of the former courtesans grows under Luo's indifferent gaze. Their hearts race, smiles falter, replaced by pallor. They realize their fates now rest solely in Luo's whims. If he truly holds no interest in them, their futures appear grim. They conjure images of potential outcomes, each thought sending chills down their spines. If Master Luo could truly cast us aside, where shall we be sold? A courtesan murmurs, her voice quivering with profound unease. It is said that slave masters are merciless. Should we fall into their hands, our lives may become a living hell. Another courtesan bites her lip, her eyes glistening with fearful tears. Perhaps we shall become like those brothel women, enduring endless torment and humiliation day and night. One courtesan's face pales further. She has heard of the tragic fates of courtesans. A life like that seems more dreadful than death itself. No, perhaps worse. We may be given to brutish warriors as their playthings, forever losing our freedom. Another courtesan trembles, unable to accept such a fate. These courtesans, once sheltered under the protection of the Major General, basking in luxury and privilege, now face a fate potentially more tragic than that of the brothel women. Their hearts brim with despair. Their attempts to entice Luo Ku are driven not only by the desire to fulfill their mission, but also to secure their futures. Yet now, Luo Ku's indifference shatters their hopes. Their faces turn ashen, the light in their eyes waning as they begin to dread their fates. In this pivotal moment, they realize they may have lost their value as courtesans. Awaiting them is an uncertain and dark future. During the bustling hours, Luo Ku retreats from the clamor and temptation, immersing himself in his own realm. Seated in a quiet corner, he toys with the straw devil fruit that bestows him with unique abilities. His gaze is intense, fingers gently caressing the straw's surface as if drawing forth some arcane power. As time elapses, Luo Ku commences his tarot card divination. He shuffles the cards tenderly, then lays them out before him, each card revealing threads of destiny. With furrowed brows, he interprets the messages conveyed by the cards until, in the final moments, a glimmer of resolve flickers in his eyes. The time has come. Luo Ku murmurs, his voice calm and resolute. Rising to his feet, his form stands tall in the dim corner, each step deliberate and measured, as if every movement has been meticulously calculated. The subsequent actions will be the most crucial aspect of his plan. Luo Ku silently approaches the major general's residence, a structure steeped in opulence and power. His silhouette weaves through the night, like a specter, unnoticed by any. He navigates the premises with ease, eventually arriving at the grand hall. There, the major general's head is displayed prominently, akin to an offering upon an altar. Luo Ku produces a pen from his breast pocket, dipping it in ink, and inscribes a few bold characters upon the pristine ceiling. The killer, Luo Ku. The strokes are bold and forceful, each line conveying Luo Ku's inner resolve and coldness. Those characters stand out starkly in the dim light, proclaiming to the world that he, Luo Ku, is the mastermind behind this slaughter. He steps back to survey his work, feeling no tremor within. Only the satisfaction of completing his task fills him. What repercussions will these words incite? He remains indifferent. For Luo Ku, this is merely a step in his plan, a necessary process. The pirates complete their hauling tasks, a complex mix of satisfaction and fatigue as they begin to usher the courtesans aboard the pirate ship. The atmosphere aboard the ship grows increasingly lively, the laughter of pirates intertwining with the soft voices of the courtesans, creating a unique symphony upon the seas. Luo Ku stands aside, an amused glint in his eyes, coldly observing the scene. His gaze, sharp as a blade, seems capable of piercing through each individual's soul, revealing their deepest desires and fears. Impassive, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted as if mocking their ignorance and greed. The pirates were bustling about, some adjusting the sails, others inspecting the ropes, while a few directed the concubines aboard the ship. Their movements were robust, yet masterful, each action revealing their professionalism and experience as pirates. The concubines cautiously stepped onto the deck, their eyes brimming with anticipation and trepidation for the life that lay ahead. At last, everything was in place. The pirate ship hoisted its sails, ready to set sail. The pirates gathered before Luo Ku, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles, paying homage and loyalty to their leader. One among them, seemingly their spokesperson, approached Luo Ku with a hint of pride and eagerness, reporting on the completion of their tasks. Master Luo Ku, all the treasures and concubines are safely aboard. We can set sail now, the pirate spokesperson declared, his tone tinged with flattery. Luo Ku nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the spokesperson before shifting to the bustling pirates aboard the ship. A flicker of discernible light glimmered in his eyes as he contemplated something. Then, he spoke slowly, his voice calm yet commanding. Well done, you have worked hard. Luo Ku's words, though simple, instilled a sense of satisfaction and pride among the pirates present. The concubines, under the scrutinizing gaze of the pirates, began to surreptitiously assess each individual, their eyes sparkling with wit and calculation as if evaluating every potential future dependence. They understood that since Master Luo Ku exhibited no interest in them, their futures were likely tied to these rugged pirates. Their slender fingers delicately played with their hair, their gazes flitting between the pirates, attempting to glean insights from their appearances, gestures, and interactions with one another. One concubine noted the spokesperson's eloquence and confidence, suggesting his significant standing among the pirates. Another focused on the skilled crew members, believing that technical expertise would hold value at sea. That towering figure, muscular and imposing, seems capable of offering protection. One concubine mused quietly, her gaze fixed on a brawny pirate. I find that steady middle-aged man quite appealing. He commands respect while directing others. Following him should yield no detriment. Another concubine leaned toward selecting an experienced pirate. Their thoughts were as intricate as a spider's web, each seeking to find their optimal position in the game of fate. Once bestowed upon a particular pirate, their destinies would irrevocably intertwine. Thus, they needed to consider not only the pirate's strength, but also their character, status, and the likelihood of genuine affection toward themselves. Among the concubines, one particularly astute individual refrained from hasty decisions, choosing instead to quietly observe every detail. True potential may not be easily discerned. She required time and further information to solidify her choice. Perhaps I should take the initiative rather than wait passively, this concubine thought, a glimmer of resolve igniting in her eyes. This sudden turn of events caught both the pirates and concubines off guard, just as they were each contemplating their futures. Master Luo made his move, swift as lightning, leaving no room for reaction. The moment Luo Ku drew his longsword, its gleam flashed like thunder, cleaving through the night sky. The pirates had no time to unsheath their weapons, nor to emit a single cry of alarm, for Luo Ku's sword had already descended mercilessly. As the blade sliced through the air, blood erupted, and one by one, the pirates fell, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The concubines, who had only moments ago been appraising the pirates, were now rendered pale by the gruesome scene before them. They covered their mouths, unable to fathom the horror they beheld. The considerations of profit and future that had occupied their minds were rendered utterly pale and insignificant in this instant. Luo Ku's actions were cold and precise. Each strike claimed a life. The bodies of the pirates accumulated upon the deck, blood flowing and staining the wood, their gazes fixed upon the moment of death, bearing expressions of incredulity, as if questioning why Luo Ku had so suddenly become a harbinger of death. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, punctuated only by Luo Ku's heavy breaths and the faint sobs of the concubines. Master Luo Ku stood amidst the pool of blood, the crimson droplets falling from his sword, his face devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He resembled a machine executing a task, cold and unfeeling. This abrupt massacre not only instilled terror in everyone present, but also made the concubines realize their understanding of Luo Ku was profoundly superficial. In this man's world, life was as disposable as weeds. His motives were far more intricate and far-reaching than they could ever imagine. On this harrowing morning, their perceptions of survival and the future were irrevocably shattered. Under the ruthless slaughter of Luo Ku, some pirates recognized their dire predicament. Lacking the courage to confront the sudden demise, they chose to flee. Some leapt into the sea. Others sought refuge in the corners of the ship's cabin, while a few desperately ran toward the ship's edge, hoping to find a glimmer of hope amidst the bloodshed. Yet, Luo Ku's eyes held no mercy. His figure moved with the agility of a cheetah, pursuing each fleeing pirate. As they fled, their desperate cries and pleas echoed through the air. Master Luo Ku, we have always been loyal. Why do you treat us this way? One pirate shouted while running, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. Please spare me. I am willing to do anything. Another pirate knelt, hands clasped, tears mingling with snot as they streamed down his face. His voice trembled, laden with despair. But Luo Ku remained deaf to these pleas. His expression remained unyielding, the sword in his hand falling ruthlessly, akin to the scythe of death, harvesting the lives of every fugitive. His icy gaze conveyed that their fates had long been sealed in his eyes. One by one, the pirates fell during their flight, their anguished screams reverberating in the night sky, yet failing to stir any emotion within Luo Ku. His movements were mechanical and efficient. Each thrust, each slash, was executed with precise accuracy. This is a necessary sacrifice. Luo Ku's voice was low and resolute, as if justifying his actions, but more so affirming his own unwavering conviction. In this brutal slaughter, not a single pirate could escape. Beneath Luoka's sword, life was as fragile as reeds, easily snapped. Ultimately, the entire pirate ship transformed into a realm of carnage, bodies strewn about, rivers of blood flowing. The scene aboard the pirate vessel had morphed into a hellish tableau. The deck was littered with corpses, blood staining the wooden surface, creating a viscous pool. The air was thick with the stench of blood, inducing nausea. The sea breeze carried the scent of carnage, rendering the atmosphere even more chilling and terrifying. The sails of the ship flapped in the wind, seemingly mourning the massacre. The concubines huddled in the corners of the ship's cabin, their faces as pale as parchment, their eyes filled with terror. Their bodies huddled closely together, resembling startled quails, desperately attempting to stave off fear and cold through shared warmth. Their hands tightly covered their mouths, suppressing the urge to scream, while tears brimmed in their eyes but dared not fall. In their gazes lingered a profound sense of helplessness and despair as they helplessly witnessed vibrant lives extinguish in an instant. The merciless Lord Luoka stood before them, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, ruthlessly reaping lives. "Mama, I wish to go home," a young concubine sobbed softly, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Another concubine clutched the hand of her companion tightly, her teeth chattering, her voice laced with anguish. "What shall we do?" Their garments clung to them in their trembling state, exposing the terror that lay within. Some began to pray, hoping that this nightmare would swiftly conclude, while others sank into profound despair, unable to contemplate the future. On this bloody night, the hearts of these concubines were consumed by fear and confusion. They were oblivious to Luoka's next move, uncertain of their survival amidst this massacre. They could only wait, awaiting fate's final decree upon them. Luoka stood upon the blood-stained deck, his gaze coldly sweeping over the scattered corpses of pirates. These pirates, who had once followed the Major General, bore the guilt of countless innocents upon their hands. Their lives were riddled with crimes, their existence defined by plunder and slaughter. In Luoka's lexicon, there existed no notion of mercy. He believed solely in strength and utility. These wretches with blood-soaked hands had long forfeited their right to be considered human. Luoka coldly mused, his voice calm and ruthless as he recounted an inconsequential fact. To him, these pirates were mere tools for achieving his ends. Once they lost their utility, they became burdensome. Luoka's principle was straightforward. Never leave a threat to one's safety unaddressed. He harbored no sympathy for those pirates who had once aided tyranny. Rather, he deemed his actions a form of mercy, a benevolence bestowed upon them. To die by his sword was a liberation for them. Luoka smirked, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion. The recent slaughter was merely a routine drill. He turned to the trembling concubines, whose eyes were filled with terror. Yet, Luoka understood that they were not entirely innocent. Their choices, their lives, were equally a part of the survival code in this cruel world. However, at this moment, their lives still held the value he required. "You should be grateful to me. At least you are still alive," Luoka said to them, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the concubines trembled even more violently. They understood that Luoka's words signified a temporary reprieve from peril. Yet, the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. Under Luoka's dominion, their lives hung precariously, as if balanced on the edge of a blade, ready to plunge into oblivion. Luoka's gaze drifted once more to the distant sea, his mind already conjuring new schemes. For him, this massacre was merely the beginning. The true game had only just commenced, and he would forever remain the architect of the rules. As Luoka lapsed into silence, a perceptive concubine summoned her courage and stepped tremblingly from the crowd, her voice delicate and tinged with a note of flattery, breaking the stillness of the deck. "Lord Luoka, we are willing to serve you, to handle these bodies and cleanse away the traces of battle." With her head bowed, fear flickered in her eyes. Yet a greater urgency prevailed as she hoped to earn even a modicum of Luoka's favor through this offer. Her proposal was immediately echoed by the other concubines, each nodding eagerly, vying to express their loyalty and willingness to serve. Among these concubines, some, though internally terrified, recognized that in this merciless sea, The only means of survival lay in pleasing those wielding the power of life and death. "Yes, my lord, we can do these things," another concubine affirmed. Though her voice was faint, it resonated with determination. "We will restore this ship to its former state, Lord Loaka." Another voice chimed in, as they seemed to compete, attempting to prove their worth through action. Loaka observed these women with a cold gaze, his countenance betraying no emotion. Their actions stemmed from the instinct for survival. They were willing to do anything to preserve their lives. He nodded slightly, signaling his consent to their proposal. "Then let us begin." Loaka's voice was flat, yet for him, the concubine's initiative to dispose of the bodies alleviated him of considerable trouble. The concubines promptly sprang into action, although their bodies were frail. They displayed remarkable resolve and efficiency in this moment. They divided into groups, some tasked with transporting the corpses to the ship's edge, while others wielded buckets and brushes to commence the cleansing of the bloodstains on the deck. Throughout this process, they endeavored not to gaze upon the faces of the deceased pirates, nor to dwell on their past laughter and lives. They mechanically carried out their tasks, silently praying for their survival amidst the turmoil. Meanwhile, Loaka stood aside, coldly supervising the proceedings with an air of indifference and vigilance. As the sun gradually ascended above the horizon, illuminating the pirate ship's deck, its warm glow failed to dispel the gloom and dread that lingered on board. The concubines faced a heavy and brutal task as this new day dawned. Although they had previously witnessed opulence and the shifting of power within the Major General's estate, this bloody scene and the experience of handling corpses firsthand was uncharted territory for them. Confronted with twisted bodies and congealed blood, they bore immense psychological and physiological strain. One concubine, bending to grasp a bucket, felt her stomach churn violently and could no longer suppress her nausea, quickly covering her mouth with her hand to stifle any sound. Fearful of drawing Loaka's attention, trembling, she continued to wash the deck despite her overwhelming disgust. Another concubine felt tears welling in her eyes, struggling to bite her lip to prevent any sound of weeping from escaping. Her hands grew numb in the icy water, yet she dared not cease, mechanically repeating the cleansing motions. Sunlight fell upon her face, rendering it pale and feeble as silent tears trickled down, landing on her garment before merging with the bloodied water on the deck. "I must be strong. I cannot falter here," a concubine silently chanted within her mind. Though her face was streaked with tears, her gaze reflected a glimmer of resolve. Each of them endeavored to control their emotions, acutely aware that any display of weakness might provoke Loaka's ire, potentially resulting in dire consequences. As time progressed, the sun's rays grew ever more intense, and the concubines busied themselves upon the deck, their tears mingling with sweat, trickling down as a final lament for the slaughter. Although their movements were slow, the bloodstains on the deck gradually vanished, and the atmosphere aboard the ship seemed to lighten slightly in response to their diligent efforts. Nevertheless, deep within, fear and uncertainty remained constant companions. They remain unaware of how long such days will persist or where their future will lead them. After enduring the brutal massacre by Luo Ku, these concubines cannot help but reminisce about their days in the Xiaozhang's residence. Although that particular general was a lecherous man whose desires and demands often left them exhausted, compared to the cold-blooded Luo Ku before them, life at the Xiaozhang's abode seemed far more comfortable. At least in the Xiaozhang's residence, they were spared the grim task of cleansing bloodstains with their own hands. One concubine silently compared the two situations in her mind, her gaze betraying a longing for their past life. Despite the Xiaozhang's debauchery, he at least did not take lives so callously. Another concubine pondered quietly, her eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions, both hatred for the Xiaozhang and fear of Luo Ku. They began to realize that while the Xiaozhang was a libertine, his atrocities were at least predictable and manageable. In stark contrast, Luo Ku's actions were unfathomable. His cruelty instilled deep despair within them. In the Xiaozhang's residence, they possessed a degree of status and security, while before the merciless Luo Ku, their lives seemed as disposable as straw. They once believed themselves to be the Xiaozhang's treasures, Yet now it appeared they were merely his playthings, and Luo Ku regarded them as inconsequential. One concubine's heart brimmed with bitterness as she began to reflect on her past life and current plight. However, they were acutely aware that the head of the Shao Jiang had been severed by Luo Ku. The man who once sheltered them no longer existed. His death, while offering a sense of relief, also stripped them of their reliance. Under Luo Ku's rule, the future appeared increasingly bleak, demanding them to adapt to new survival rules. Now, they could only depend on themselves. One concubine silently resolved within her heart, her gaze sparkling with unprecedented determination. The Shao Jiang's residence, a magnificent edifice, symbolized power and wealth. The towering gates reached towards the sky, flanked by imposing stone lions, while exquisite carvings adorned the doors, showcasing the owner's esteemed status. The courtyard was vast, shaded by verdant trees and fragrant flowers, with pavilions and towers arranged in harmonious disarray, each corner a meticulously crafted work of art. The interior decor exuded opulence, with gilded embellishments and brilliant splendor. Precious gemstones adorned the lofty columns, esteemed paintings graced the walls, and soft Persian carpets covered the floors, every inch exuding an aura of luxury. In the center of the grand hall, a colossal crystal chandelier hung beneath the dome, casting radiant light throughout the space. Yet, on this particular day, a somber atmosphere enveloped the Shao Jiang's residence. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, illuminating a chilling sight at the center of the hall, the severed head of the Shao Jiang, placed delicately upon an ornate silver platter. Its pallid visage and closed eyes starkly contrasted with the once majestic presence of the Shao Jiang, now reduced to a cold relic. A group of colonels marched in unison into the hall, their steps synchronized, expressions solemn and respectful, prepared to report on daily affairs. However, upon entering, they were met not with the familiar figure of the Shao Jiang, but rather with his solitary head, leaving everyone frozen in shock. "Shao Jiang," one colonel exclaimed, his voice laden with disbelief and astonishment. The others echoed his sentiments, their faces reflecting the same incredulity. They could scarcely accept the reality before them. This hall, this residence, once the epicenter of the Shao Jiang's power, had now transformed into his final resting place. Their gazes flitted about the hall in search of clues to comprehend the unfolding events. Yet, no matter how fervently they sought answers, the grim reality remained unchanged. The head lay there, silently heralding the end of an era, alongside the impending turmoil and fear within the residence. Amidst their shock, the colonels found themselves drawn to the bold characters scrawled upon the hall's walls. "Killer Luo Ku." The strokes were rough, yet powerful, each line seemingly imbued with an inexorable thirst for blood, etched into the wall like a brand, impossible to ignore. What was happening? One colonel stammered, pointing at the inscription, his complexion pale as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Another colonel gently traced the letters with his finger, as if to confirm their reality. "Wokiskiviko." The man who escaped from Admiral Qingji, he had the audacity to slay the Shao Jiang in broad daylight. This news struck like a thunderbolt, shaking every individual present to their core. They had heard of Luo Ku's notorious reputation as a brazen pirate, yet none had anticipated his reckless audacity to commit murder so openly, leaving behind such an arrogant declaration. This man was utterly outrageous, his boldness beyond measure. A colonel clenched his teeth, his eyes flickering with a mix of anger and fear. They all understood that Luo Ku's actions were an open provocation to the Navy's authority, a subversion of the entire order of the East Sea. He was challenging all of them, defying the dignity of the Navy. Another colonel tightened his fists, his voice resonating with determination and fury. This matter was of utmost importance. It must be reported to the East Sea Navy headquarters immediately for action. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense and heavy. The death of the Shao Jiang and Luo Ku's provocation imposing an unprecedented pressure upon everyone present. In the days to follow, the East Sea would no longer remain tranquil. A storm of monumental proportions was on the horizon. And Luo Ku, this audacious man, would become the formidable enemy they must confront. The atmosphere at the East Sea Navy headquarters suddenly turned tense, the assassination of the Xiao Jiang detonating like a bomb, causing a seismic shock within the Navy. In recent days, there had been no sign of Luo Ku, and everyone believed he had vanished. Yet he re-emerged, bringing forth explosive news. He had directly slain the Xiao Jiang. In the conference room, senior officers gathered around the long table, each face etched with solemnity and shock. Before them lay intelligence reports, marked heavily with Luo Ku's likeness, detailing his latest maneuvers. This was a declaration of war against the East Sea Navy. One senior officer slammed his hand on the table, his voice brimming with anger and unease. Another officer furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, "This is not merely a challenge to us. It is a forceful proclamation of his return. He wishes to convey that Luo Ku remains the unparalleled pirate." The atmosphere in the conference room became increasingly grave, each individual contemplating the implications of this sudden upheaval. Luo Ku's actions were undoubtedly a profound provocation to the Navy's authority. He not only roamed the seas unchecked, but had also brazenly murdered a high-ranking naval officer, trampling upon the Navy's honor. We must respond. We cannot allow such audacity to persist. One officer's voice conveyed unwavering determination. The commanders of the headquarters began urgent preparations, devising a strategic plan of action against Luo Ku. This act was not merely a demonstration of his power. It was also a test of the East Sea Navy's mettle, a challenge to the very strength of the entire naval force. Luo Ku stood at the bow of the ship, the fierce sea wind billowing his grand cloak, creating a resonant sound. His gaze was profound, akin to the brightest star in the night sky and the coldest darkness of the deep sea. His face bore no superfluous expression. The cold, chiseled lines seemed sculpted with a knife, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The atmosphere aboard the vessel was overwhelmingly oppressive, as over 100 former beauties of the rear admiral kept their heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Their hearts were filled with dread and unease, for they were acutely aware that the man before them was not only their savior, but potentially their nightmare. His eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the women who had once lived in luxury. Their silence was more intimidating than any words. The concubines held their breaths, suppressing their tremors, fearful of drawing the attention of the pirate king. They had witnessed Luo Ku's cruelty firsthand, as those pirates who had once served him were executed without hesitation after completing their tasks. The gruesome scene instilled in them a profound understanding that in these waters, Luo Ku's name represented absolute authority and terror. Luo Ku understood that the loyalty of these women was built upon fear. He required neither their affection nor admiration, merely their unwavering obedience. His gaze ultimately fixed upon the horizon, where the endless sea lay ahead, his journey, his battleground. From this day forth, you have but two choices. Luo Ku's voice, deep and powerful, shattered the silence aboard the ship. Either become warriors on my ship, or... He left the sentence unfinished, yet the implication was clear to all present. Without turning back, Luo's words resonated, and the women knelt upon the deck, willing to forsake all they had known, seeking a glimmer of survival in this harsh ocean. Meanwhile, Luo Ku, the cold-hearted pirate king, would continue his odyssey, prepared to confront both the Navy's pursuit and the challenges posed by other pirates, for he was an unparalleled legend of these seas. Standing beside the helm, Luo Ku's gaze traversed the tumultuous ocean, peering into the distant horizon. He had already devised a plan regarding these women, not with malice, but merely to maintain necessary order and authority. As the ship sliced through the waves, Luo Ku's mood gradually lightened. In less than 10 hours, they would arrive at the island he once governed, a realm distant from the clamor and strife, a veritable paradise. The atmosphere at the Eastern Sea Navy's base was tense and heavy. News spread like wildfire in every corner. Soldiers whispered to one another. Officers exchanged incredulous glances. Disbelief etched on every face. In the hall of the first base, a group of senior officers gathered around a table, at the center of which lay the head of the unfortunate rear admiral. The blood had dried, yet those wide-open eyes seemed to convey the terror of his final moments. Is this true? Has Colonel Luo Ku really returned? A trembling voice from a lieutenant colonel questioned, unable to reconcile the actions of a once respected superior. It seems he has not only returned, but has also brought his wrath with him. Another colonel stated gravely, his brow furrowed in contemplation of the impending response. How could we have received no intelligence? How did he manage this stealthily? An intelligence officer lamented, his face marked by confusion and anxiety. Colonel Garp has always been an exceptional figure within the Navy. His capabilities are formidable. If he chose to conceal his movements, discovering him would be quite the challenge. A seasoned rear admiral spoke slowly, a flicker of apprehension evident in his gaze. This is not the time for self-reproach. We must act immediately. Loaker's actions have crossed the Navy's threshold. We must bring him to justice, a rear admiral declared resolutely. However, Loaker is no ordinary adversary. His strength and cunning are beyond the comprehension of most. We require a meticulous plan, or we shall only invite more casualties, a tactical expert analyzed calmly. Notify all bases to enter a state of maximum alert. Simultaneously, report the situation to Navy headquarters and request reinforcements. We cannot allow Loaker's atrocities to persist. The Rear Admiral issued the orders with unwavering conviction. The officers rose, beginning to execute their tasks with urgency. In the hearts of the Eastern Sea commanders, Loaker's escape had already become a legend. They generally believed that anyone who could elude the grasp of a Navy admiral must be grievously wounded and bedridden. Yet, reality exceeded their expectations. This former Navy colonel had not only restored his strength within days, but had also orchestrated a staggering incident. How could this be? Is his body forged of iron? A commander shook his head in disbelief, as his actions shattered his understanding of the possible. This is Loaker, a being defying the heavens. His strength and confidence are beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Another experienced commander reflected, a mixture of admiration and concern in his eyes. His hatred resembles a wolf in the dark, bloodthirsty and ferocious. Each of his attacks is imbued with deep animosity toward the Navy, an intelligence officer opined, his voice tinged with trepidation. We can no longer underestimate him. His vengeful actions have only just commenced. If we do not remain vigilant, the next head on the table may very well be one of ours. A rear admiral solemnly warned every person present. Indeed, against such an enemy, we must give our all. We cannot allow his atrocities to succeed. The honor and justice of the Navy depend on our vigilance. Another commander clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with determination, as if his name transformed into a nightmare within the hearts of the Eastern Sea Navy. A new understanding quietly emerged among the commanders. Loaker was not merely their enemy, but a formidable opponent that demanded their utmost attention. The commanders at the Eastern Sea Navy base were acutely aware that Loaker's modus operandi had become alarmingly clear. His targets were not limited to the unfortunate rear admiral. His vengeful actions could be indiscriminate, with any senior Navy officer potentially facing his wrath. This brazen method of slaughter plunged the entire Eastern Sea Navy into profound terror. He is declaring war upon us. Every commanding officer at our bases could find themselves in his sights. A vice admiral's voice trembled, acknowledging that Loaker's actions had surpassed conventional warfare norms. His defection had initially been a rebellion against the Navy structure. Now, he expressed his discontent and fury through bloodshed. A former colleague of the spoke solemnly, possessing a deeper understanding of his character. His temperament is erratic, and he revels in bloodshed. This has always been He displayed such inclinations even while serving in the Navy, yet we lack the vigilance to recognize it. A psychological analyst interjected into the discussion, endeavoring to dissect Loaker's motivations. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative. We must enhance security measures at all bases, particularly for the protection of senior officers. A chief of staff swiftly proposed a countermeasure. Meanwhile, we must intensify our surveillance of Loaker's movements. He cannot remain concealed forever. He will inevitably reveal himself. An intelligence officer added, determination gleaming in his eyes. The atmosphere within the naval base grew increasingly tense, each general contemplating how to confront this former comrade turned mortal enemy. Though Loaker's actions were ruthless, they illuminated potential vulnerabilities within the Navy. In this precarious moment, Every member of the Donghai Navy recognized that they faced not merely a defector, a naval colonel, but a man driven by deep-seated hatred, willing to obliterate the naval system at any cost. As Luaka wreaked havoc at sea, the island he once governed descended into chaos and turmoil. The territory that he had once administered with order now lay in disarray. The port, once a safe haven for merchant and fishing vessels, transformed into a stronghold for pirates who plundered freely, turning the harbor into a locus of fear and disorder. The pirates' flags fluttered in the wind, as if proclaiming their dominion to the world. Meanwhile, deep within the island's dense forests, mountain bandits established their stronghold, descending upon the islanders to pillage, forcing the residents to live in constant distress. The presence of these bandits ensured that the islanders could not secure even the most basic tranquility. Once protected under Luaka's strict yet orderly governance, the islanders now faced the turmoil arising from two warring factions, often needing to evade senseless skirmishes. The conflicts between pirates and bandits raged on, each vying for territory and profit, clashing with lethal intensity. When will this end? An elder lamented, gazing at the smoke rising in the distance. In Luaka's time, though strict, at least we lived in peace. Now, we are in perpetual fear, a young fisherman complained, exhaustion and helplessness etched upon his face. I've heard that Luaka has become a pirate. If he knew of our plight, would he return? A woman cradling her child spoke, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Who knows? Perhaps he no longer cares for this island. A merchant replied, shaking his head, devoid of hope for Luaka's return. The islanders were unaware that their once revered leader had now transformed into a pirate king, instilling dread in the navy. As for Luaka, his memories of the island may linger in its former prosperity and order. How would he react upon learning of the desolation that had befallen his former domain? The islanders gathered beneath the crumbling eaves, reminiscing about their erstwhile guardian, Luaka. Their faces betrayed a sense of nostalgia as they recalled the iron-willed yet just naval colonel. I remember when Colonel Luaka led the navy to cleanse the seas of pirates. The island was remarkably peaceful, an elder mused, stroking his beard, his eyes reflecting the brilliance of bygone days. Indeed, he was like our island's guardian. Pirates trembled at the mere mention of his name. A middle-aged fisherman concurred, his voice tinged with respect. I still vividly recall Colonel Luaka's resolute gaze and his unwavering determination when vanquishing pirates. It brought me great comfort, a young woman reflected, despite having been a mere girl at the time. Who would have thought that such an upright naval officer would choose to defect and become a pirate? A merchant shook his head in disbelief. The tides of fate are unpredictable. Perhaps there were matters within the Navy we are unaware of that compelled Colonel Luaka to make such a choice. An intellectual speculated, revealing a complex understanding of Luaka's situation. Regardless, I still hope Colonel Luaka returns. At least, he could restore the island as former tranquility. An elder spoke with hopeful conviction, resonating with many. The residents exchanged sentiments, discussing Luaka's past and present, their hearts brimming with complex emotions. They simultaneously cherished the protector Luaka once was while fearing the pirate he had become. They remained uncertain whether Luaka's return would herald salvation or greater calamity. On this island shrouded in the chaos of warfare and fear, Luaka's name emerged as a faint glimmer of hope, a potential catalyst for change. Yet Luaka might never fathom the memories he left behind or the islanders' intricate feelings towards him. As night fell, the islanders prepared to drift into slumber when suddenly the distant echoes of gunfire and the clash of steel pierced the silence, accompanied by the cries and shouts of a gathering crowd. These sounds were particularly jarring against the tranquil night, causing every heart to race. Those bandits and pirates again. Why can't they cease their turmoil? A resident grumbled, hastily securing the doors and windows of his home. Housewives quickly gathered their children indoors, diligently checking every window and locking every door. The men armed themselves with kitchen knives, axes, and even farming tools, preparing to defend their homes if necessary. Quick, get the children to the inner room and keep quiet, a mother urgently instructed, gripping a kitchen knife tightly, aware of its limited protection. The elders sought refuge beneath their blankets, clutching items at the edge of their beds, as if such actions could provide a semblance of safety. Their faces reflected helplessness and fear, silently praying that the conflict would not encroach upon their homes. Outside, flames illuminated the night sky, gunfire and shouts resonating in a cacophony. The islanders knew this was yet another bloody clash between bandits and pirates, each vying for territory and control. They could only listen helplessly, their hearts heavy with anxiety for the future and longing for the tranquility of the past. When will this end? A young man clenched his fists, eyes glinting with defiance. If only we could return to the days when Colonel Loaka was here. At least there was order, his father sighed, reminiscing about the island's peaceful past. On this night, engulfed in the shadows of war and fear, the islanders could only silently wish for a swift end to the conflict, yearning to reclaim their peaceful home. Meanwhile, Loaka, once their guardian, had become a distant dream in their hearts. In the darkness, the fierce confrontation between the two factions raged in the island's depths, a brutal and chaotic battle unfolding. Pirates and bandits clashed in narrow alleys, their animosity igniting the air. The battleground was harsh. Flickering torches cast long shadows, projecting them against the crumbling walls. Debris and broken furniture littered the streets, creating obstacles in the fight. The acrid smoke of gunpowder filled the air, suffocating all who breathed it. The sparks of clashing swords glimmered in the darkness, accompanied by the piercing sounds of metal colliding. You scraps of the sea, how dare you wreak havoc on land? The leader of the mountain bandits brandished his blade, shouting at the pirates. Huh, you forest-dwelling monkeys. All you can do is ambush from the trees. If you have the guts, come out and fight with real swords. The pirate captain refused to back down, mocking while directing his men to mount an attack. You pirates only prey on innocent fishermen. What kind of men are you? A mountain bandit yelled amidst the fray. Look at yourselves, plundering villagers, burning, killing, and pillaging. What's the difference between you and robbers? The pirates retaliated, their words dripping with scorn. In the heat of battle, both sides did not forget to exchange taunts, attempting to psychologically overwhelm one another. Their shouts, laughter, and curses intertwined with the sounds of combat, creating a chaotic and brutal tableau. Your pirate flag is a symbol of your shamelessness. The mountain bandits spat at the pirate's banner. Your mountain stronghold will eventually be leveled by us. The pirates wielded their weapons, their eyes glinting with ferocity. In this conflict, neither side represented justice. Only endless hatred and the struggle for profit prevailed. The island's inhabitants tightly shut their doors and windows, filled with fear and helplessness as they listened to the tumult outside. Neither the pirates nor the mountain bandits were their saviors. Both were mere harbingers of greater suffering. In this battle, who knows how long it would last before it reached an end? In the command room of the naval base, just half an hour's sail from the island, a colonel leisurely puffed on a cigar, enveloped in swirling smoke as he sat at the center of the room, exuding an air of contentment. Surrounding him were several lieutenant colonels, engrossed in a game of cards, seemingly indifferent to the conflict outside. Huh, it seems today is my lucky day. What a splendid hand. The colonel exhaled a thick plume of smoke, grinning as he discarded his cards. Colonel, your card skills have truly reached new heights. None of US can compete with you. One lieutenant colonel chuckled nervously, despite a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. Humph, those pirates think they can turn the tide? Once we have regained our strength, we shall deal with them, another lieutenant colonel remarked, casually picking up a card, his tone laced with disdain. Indeed, the key now is to conserve our strength. The losses of those elite sailors cannot be replenished in the short term. The colonel took a deep drag from his cigar, a hint of barely perceptible worry flickering in his gaze. But with those mountain bandits and pirates clashing so fiercely outside, shouldn't we take a look? A younger officer inquired, unease creeping into his voice. Fear not. Their mutual slaughter is a boon for us. Once they have exhausted themselves, we can strike without haste. The colonel waved his hand dismissively, seemingly confident in the current situation. The smoke in the command room thickened. The dialogue and laughter from the card table echoed through the haze. Their demeanor suggested a detachment from the chaos outside. They merely needed to await the opportune moment to strike. I heard that Locke was once a member of our Navy. I wonder how he is faring now. One officer, suddenly mentioned Locke's name. Locke? That traitor? He has become a pirate, but he is merely a stray dog now. If he dares to show his face, he will surely pay the price. The colonel's tone turned cold, revealing a deep-seated animosity towards Locke. In this smoke-filled command room, the naval officers continue their card game, maintaining an attitude of indifference towards the external flames of war. The battle eventually subsided after a frenzy of slaughter. The two major forces on the island temporarily retreating amidst their mutual attrition, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with devastation. In the streets lay shattered walls, broken furniture, and scattered clothing. Everywhere were the remnants of conflict. Flames raged in certain corners, devouring anything combustible. The civilians trembled as they emerged from their hiding places, confronting a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. Their faces were etched with terror and grief, tears brimming in their eyes. Injured residents and lifeless bodies were visible in every alleyway. These innocent civilians had become the sacrificial lambs in the struggle for power. An elderly man knelt on the ground, cradling the lifeless body of his grandson, heartbroken. His shoulders trembled, silent tears cascading down, falling onto the boy's face. Surrounding individuals attempted to comfort him, but words felt painfully inadequate in that moment. Why? Why must we endure such suffering? A woman wailed, clutching her injured child. Our home, our island, how did it come to this? A young man gazed at his burning home, his eyes filled with rage and confusion. The islanders began to clear the rubble, striving to reclaim their former lives from the debris. They helped one another, transporting the wounded to makeshift clinics, lifting the deceased to the side in preparation for simple funerals. In this war-torn land, the cries of children, the sobs of women, and the sighs of men intertwined, composing a mournful symphony. The vitality of the island seemed thoroughly obliterated by this conflict, leaving only profound scars and unhealable pain. The residents understood that even if the fighting had temporarily ceased, fear and unease would continue to accompany them. They did not know when they might regain peace or when they could awaken from this nightmare. All they could do was silently pray, hoping that such days would end soon, and wishing for their island to once again restore its former tranquility and harmony. At the harbor, the pirates bore expressions of exhaustion and anger, cursing the mountain bandits with coarse voices. The sun illuminated the shimmering sea, yet it could not dispel the gloom in their hearts. Those mountain bandits are nothing but beasts, utterly disregarding human life. One pirate shouted, shaking his fist, rage flickering in his eyes. Exactly. If they had given up their territory sooner, we could have coexisted peacefully. Now the ground is littered with corpses, and there is no place to rest. Their comrades echoed in agreement, grievances rising in a chorus. Although the pirates were notorious themselves, in this moment they seemed to embody justice, finding the mountain bandits' actions despicable. Look at this scene. How many innocents have perished? A pirate pointed towards the black smoke rising from the distant island, his voice tinged with sorrow. To them, civilians were akin to sheep in a pen. While they too engaged in plunder, the scale of this massacre stirred a sense of compassion within them. After all, for pirates, civilians were the source of their livelihood. If they perished, how could they continue to exploit them? These mountain bandits are simply cutting off their own means of survival. One pirate spat with hatred. They understood that if too many civilians were harmed, the entire ecosystem of the island would be disrupted, and even the most basic supplies would become problematic. Though ruthless, the pirates also recognized that an island devoid of civilians was like a desert without water, unsustainable for long-term existence. The pirates commenced a discussion regarding their forthcoming plans. Acutely aware that to maintain their foothold in this realm, a transformation of the status quo was imperative. Some proposed the possibility of temporarily allying with the Navy to confront the mountain bandits and restore order to the islands. Although this suggestion seemed somewhat ludicrous, in the prevailing circumstances, it appeared to be the only viable option. The pirates by the port bore complex and heavy hearts. Both the mountain bandits and the Navy had disregarded the lives of innocent civilians in their struggle for power. Yet, they might emerge as a new force amidst this turmoil, motivated by their own interests as well as the safety of the innocent lives on the islands. Meanwhile, the mountain bandits, ensconced in their hideouts, were equally furious. They sat around a fire, vociferously denouncing the pirates, likening them to swarms of locusts. "Those pirates are nothing but cowardly rogues," one bandit exclaimed, brandishing a bowl of liquor, spitting as he spoke. At the first sign of adversity or defeat, they scurry back to their ships like chased wild dogs, tails between their legs. Another bandit laughed derisively, prompting his comrades to join in the mockery. They believe themselves to be the true masters of this land, far superior to the pirates. The bandits had taken root in these mountains, regarding it as home, vowing never to abandon it regardless of the ongoing strife. "We are the ones truly living on this island, like family," lamented an elder bandit, his words imbued with profound affection for the land. They understood that the pirates were transient, floating on the seas without a fixed base, while the bandits maintained a closer connection to the islands. They cultivated the land, hunted, and coexisted with the island's natural environment. "Those pirates only know how to plunder. They comprehend nothing of this land's worth," another bandit declared with indignation. Though they too were thieves, they believed themselves fundamentally different from the pirates. They would never indiscriminately slaughter civilians, for they recognized that the civilians were part of this land and their means of survival. As the sun rose, the flames on the mountains appeared particularly brilliant in the dim light. The bandits gathered around the fire, their voices resonating through the valley. Despite their hatred for the pirates, they were acutely aware that to continue living on this land, they needed to devise a method to counter the pirates and the Navy. On this war-torn island, both pirates and bandits were fighting for their beliefs and survival, while the innocent civilians could only silently pray for the day when peace might be restored. Although the bandits and pirates were adversaries, they shared a common dread and disdain for the Navy base, located merely dozens of kilometers away, particularly for the avaricious colonel. Both the mountain bandits and the port pirates had received the colonel's invitation. It was an order that could not be refused, a blatant threat. The bandits discussed fervently within their stronghold, their faces etched with hesitation and unease. "That Navy colonel is an insatiable abyss," one bandit spat through gritted teeth. "Indeed, if he truly sought an alliance, he would not impose such harsh conditions. He desires not only our loyalty, but everything we possess," another bandit added, his eyes betraying a deep apprehension towards the colonel. Similarly, the pirates at the port engaged in discussions rife with tension. "What does that colonel think we are? His pawns? Once we are of no use to him, he will discard us like old shoes," a pirate exclaimed in anger. "Indeed, he's excessively greedy and cunning. If we ally with him, we may end up with nothing but bones," another pirate shook his head, his eyes filled with vigilance. They all understood that the colonel's invitation was merely a trap. Should they step into it, they would likely become cannon fodder for the Navy, paying the price for the colonel's ambition and greed. Though they were a band of outlaws, they were not fools, unwilling to tread lightly into such perilous waters. While the mountain bandits and pirates were reluctant to join forces, they found themselves compelled to reconsider their relationship in light of this shared threat. On this island ravaged by war, every faction struggled for its existence, and the greedy Navy colonel loomed above them like a vulture, waiting for the opportune moment to consume all. The leaders of both the bandits and pirates had encountered the Navy colonel directly. Behind that avaricious smile lay boundless desire and ambition. The colonel's demands were perpetually excessive, seeking not merely wealth and resources, but also the subjugation of their freedom and life. The bandit leader, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, had confronted the colonel during a clandestine meeting. He recalled the colonel's cold gaze, capable of penetrating one's soul, extracting every ounce of value. "The way that colonel looks at us is as if we are mere puppets to be manipulated at will," the bandit leader declared with indignation. "What he desires is not only our riches, but also our loyalty and our very lives." The pirate captain, an experienced old sea dog, had also crossed paths with the colonel. He vividly remembered the absurdity of the conditions proposed, treating them as expendable henchmen. He spoke of alliance, yet in truth, he merely wanted us to undertake perilous tasks on his behalf, the pirate captain scoffed. In his eyes, our lives are less than grass. These leaders understood that should they accept the colonel's invitation, they would be surrendering their fates to another's whims. Though they danced on the knife's edge, they were unwilling to become pawns in someone else's game. We cannot allow him to exploit us, nor can we send our brothers to their deaths in vain. The bandit leader asserted resolutely. Yes, we must devise a plan to thwart the colonel's schemes, the pirate captain responded, determination gleaming in his eyes. This Navy colonel, infamous for his insatiable greed and ambition, was clandestinely referred to as Bloody Crocodile Hawkins by the island's inhabitants. The name of Colonel Hawkins circulated like a malevolent curse among pirates and bandits alike, instilling fear at its mere mention. In the command room of the Navy base, Colonel Hawkins sat upon his throne, surrounded by swirling smoke, his gaze as cold-blooded as a reptile, scrutinizing every mark on the map before him. His officers, the lieutenant colonels, sat around him, awaiting their superiors' insights. Gentlemen, the bandits and pirates are like oil and water, forever incapable of merging, Colonel Hawkins intoned in his deep, commanding voice. Their conflict is an unending war, a mutual drain of resources and hatred. He exhaled a thick plume of cigar smoke, which coiled above him, as if manifesting his insatiable greed. They engaged in a relentless struggle, and eventually a victor would emerge. Hawkins continued, his tone imbued with a chilling confidence. We were akin to hunters perched atop a mountain, awaiting the opportune moment. His fingers traced the map, already plotting future triumphs. When they had mutually exhausted each other, it would be our moment to strike. A cunning glimmer danced in Colonel Hawkins's eyes. At that point, seizing them would be as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. The lieutenants nodded in agreement. Although they harbored trepidation regarding Hawkins's avarice and ambition, they were aware that his strategies often yielded unexpectedly favorable outcomes. They began to deliberate on precise action plans, contemplating how to maintain neutrality amidst the skirmishes between bandits and pirates, while also positioning themselves to intervene decisively at a critical juncture. Colonel Hawkins's schemes, much like his name, were steeped in blood and cruelty. He cared little for the lives of civilians or the loyalty of his subordinates. His sole concern was for his own power and status. In this intricate game of power, he resembled a chess master, poised to manipulate every piece to his advantage. Deep within the naval base, the mid-level sailors and officers often gathered under the dim glow of night, exchanging stories of the past. Their voices bore a somber weight of nostalgia as they reminisced about the once proud Lord Locke. Do you remember Lord Locke? His hawk-like gaze could instill fear in the hearts of both pirates and bandits with just a glance. An old veteran's eyes glimmered with recollection, as if he could once again see that valiant figure. He never faltered, always the first to charge into enemy ranks, never haunted by the specters of the fallen. Indeed, Lord Locke was decisive in battle. Wherever his sword pointed, evil met its end. Another officer interjected, his voice infused with reverence. He showed no mercy, punishing those who harmed innocents with the harshest of measures. They recalled the severed heads Lord Locke displayed on enemy territory, nightmares for those who dwelled in piracy and banditry. Lord Locke was not merely their commander, he was their faith. Each of his campaigns felt like a battle for naval glory, a fight for justice. Lord Locke never let them down. He consistently led by example, his courage and fervor inspiring each one of them. A young soldier sighed. I still remember when he single-handedly faced a horde of pirates. That scene was nothing short of mythical. Following Lord Locke made us feel as though we were divine beings, fearless in the face of danger. A lieutenant's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. The current Navy has lost the spirit and glory of those times. They felt deep dissatisfaction and resentment toward the current base commander, Colonel Hawkins. Hawkins's greed and indifference left them feeling cold. They began to question whether they still belonged to the Navy that once filled them with pride. If Lord Locke were alive, he would never tolerate Hawkins's actions. An old soldier exclaimed he would undoubtedly stand up to protect the innocent and uphold the Navy's justice. In the hearts of these sailors and officers, they were not merely members of the Navy, but guardians chosen from the island civilians. Their duty was to protect this expanse of sea and islands, safeguarding those who entrusted their lives to them. As time passed, their anxiety and unease regarding the current situation deepened. They pondered, if today's battle were not to occur in another's homeland, but in their own, how would they react? Imagine if the flames of conflict spread to our villages, affecting our families and friends. Could we remain as indifferent as we are now? A soldier's eyes revealed profound concern. Our responsibility is to protect civilians, not to allow them to become casualties of war. Another officer's voice carried a hint of anger. If our own homeland were under siege, could we still sit here and watch? These questions pierced their hearts like a sharp blade, prompting them to question their stance. Could they continue to remain silent? Could they endure Colonel Hawkins's greed and indifference any longer? Our families are waiting for our protection. Our children are watching us. If we cannot safeguard our own homeland, how can we call ourselves the Navy? A lieutenant's voice trembled, yet his eyes sparkled with determination. These soldiers and officers began to realize that their silence and forbearance had reached their limits. They could no longer stand idly by. They could no longer allow Colonel Hawkins's ambitions and disregard for civilian lives to persist. It was time to rise for the sake of our homeland, our honor, and those civilians who placed their trust in us. An old soldier stood, and his resolve inspired everyone present. They understood that if they did not act soon, one day, when faced with the ruins of their homeland and the tears of their loved ones, they would be unable to confront their own conscience. They must rise to restore the Navy's honor and protect all that they cherished. At the harbor, the pirates sat around a fire, drinking and venting their anger and dissatisfaction toward the bandits. Their curses and jeers filled the air, mingling with the aromas of alcohol and agitation. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed pirate pointed toward the coastline, surprise and caution evident in his voice. "Look over there." It was a pirate ship. Instantly, all eyes turned to a fearsome vessel slowly entering their line of sight, its flag snapping in the wind, clearly a hostile arrival. The pirates grew tense, exchanging significant glances, then rose to sharpen their steel blades. Their expressions turned fierce, eyes glinting with the flames of battle. To them, the harbor was their territory, and any foe daring to challenge their authority would pay the price. It appeared these newcomers were unaware of the peril they courted by intruding upon their domain. A burly pirate gritted his teeth, the blade of his knife screeching against the whetstone. "Indeed, we have only just established our foothold. How could we allow these arrogant fools to seize it so easily?" Another pirate brandished his fist, his face etched with a thirst for combat. The atmosphere at the harbor grew taut, the pirates preparing for battle. They inspected their weapons and organized their gear, each movement imbued with resolve and ferocity. This confrontation would be a test of strength, a stern examination of their dominion. "Let them know that our blades are the sharpest and our fists the mightiest." A pirate who appeared to be a leader bellowed, his words igniting the spirits of his comrades. The pirates rallied in response, their battle cries echoing across the harbor, as if issuing a direct challenge to the approaching pirate ship. They were ready. No matter what lay ahead, they would give their all. In the pursuit of their territory and survival, they fought to the bitter end. The pirate ship that slowly sailed into the harbor was once the vessel of the illustrious Major Locke. The flag aboard still fluttered, adorned with symbols that once represented the glory and authority of a naval officer, now merely a token of piracy. Locke, a name that once echoed legendary status within the Navy, had now transformed into a maritime myth. Standing at the prow of the ship, his gaze was steely as he looked toward the approaching harbor. The identity he once held felt like a distant past, unworthy of his attention. Now, he was merely a pirate fighting for existence. Aboard the ship, the former concubines of Major Locke sat like marionettes in the cabin, their faces pale and eyes filled with trepidation. The man before them, once a hero of the Navy, had now become a formidable pirate captain. Locke was not a merciless killer, yet his reputation and methods instilled fear in these women. Their silence was not due to any harm he had inflicted upon them, but rather the sheer weight of his presence was enough to intimidate. Casting a glance at the concubines, Locke felt a twinge of helplessness. He did not require their fear or subservience. The quietude of the voyage was preferable, devoid of their incessant chatter. "You need not be so frightened. As long as you remain compliant, I shall not trouble you." Locke's voice was calm and resolute. There was no threat in his words, only an undeniable authority. The concubines trembled slightly at his utterance, yet still dared not raise their eyes or respond. In their minds, Locke's image had solidified into that of a cold-hearted pirate captain. making it unfathomable to them that he was once their protector against piracy. Shaking his head, Locke chose to disregard them, redirecting his focus toward the impending battle. The pirates in the harbor would not easily tolerate any intruders. One must be prepared to face all challenges. After all, in this maritime realm, strength was the sole currency of survival. Standing at the ship's bow, with the sea breeze tousling his hair, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated that in such a brief absence from these waters, the harbor would be overrun by pirates establishing their stronghold. This realization stirred a cold smirk within Locke, his fist unconsciously tightening around the hilt of his knife. It seemed his blade would soon taste fresh blood once more. Locke murmured to himself, his tone low but brimming with icy intent. For him, combat and slaughter had become integral to his existence. His knife was akin to his shadow, ever prepared to serve its master. A smile crept upon his lips, eerily out of place amidst the tension, as he revealed a cruel grin that belonged not to an era of peace. This smile intensified the fear among the already apprehensive concubines, compelling them to bow their heads. Afraid to meet Locke's gaze, lest the murderous intent behind that smile extend to them, their hearts raced, acutely aware of the lethal aura emanating from Locke, as if they could foresee the brutality of the forthcoming clash. They knew of his fighting prowess and ruthless tactics that were renowned far and wide. Now, he would become the nightmare of the harbor's pirates. Locke paid little mind to the women's fear. In fact, he relished the atmosphere. In this ruthless maritime world, fear served as the most effective means of control. He sought not their affection, only their obedience and silence when necessary. As the ship drew closer to the harbor, Locke's smile grew more pronounced, his eyes sparkling with a desire for battle. This forthcoming confrontation would serve as a validation of his new identity and a test of his strength. To the pirates in the harbor, Locke's arrival would herald unforeseen calamity. That visage, once a nightmare for countless pirates in the East Sea, now loomed before them in the flesh. The pirates widened their eyes in astonishment, rendered speechless, as their spirits plummeted from excitement to dread. The thought of fleeing flickered in their minds, yet their trembling legs felt as though they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. For this man was none other than the notorious Locke, a pirate who stirred great upheaval across the East Sea, his name casting a shadow of terror upon all who heard it. Now, Locke's presence at this island harbor undoubtedly spelled disaster for the assembled pirates. Beneath his piercing gaze, they could almost glimpse their own grim fates. An inner tumult raged within them, as they silently cursed their ill fortune. Was it a stroke of bad luck that summoned this fearsome demon? Some recalled the ominous signs of the day, the crow that had inexplicably flown into the cabin that morning, its cries echoing forebodingly. Others remembered the wine that had spilled on the deck, resembling a pool of blood, sending chills down their spines. Many recalled the sudden, fierce winds that whipped the sea, seemingly a warning of impending doom. Regret filled their hearts. Had they known they would encounter the formidable Locke, they would have never left the safety of the harbor. Yet, there was no remedy for regret, and they had to confront this sudden crisis. Fear consumed the pirates. They understood that fleeing was futile and resistance would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. They could only leave their fates to chance, hoping that this sovereign of the East Sea might show them mercy. However, such hopes appeared feeble under Locke's unyielding gaze. As Locke's imposing figure approached, the pirates' terror reached its zenith. They realized their only chance lay in garnering the sympathy of this great pirate. Thus, they fell to their knees, foreheads nearly touching the ground. Launching into a desperate plea, "Lord Locke, please show us mercy," spoke a seemingly leading old pirate, his voice trembling. "We are but unfortunate souls, driven to piracy by the cruel hands of fate. We did not choose this life willingly. It was thrust upon us." Beside him, a younger pirate echoed the lament. "Lord Locke, I have an elderly mother and a young brother waiting at home. If I were to meet my end, how would they survive? I assure you, we meant no offense. Please, spare us and grant us a chance at life." Other pirates chimed in, recounting tales of wives awaiting their return and families in need of care. Their voices were laden with desperation and sorrow, hoping to touch the hard heart of Locke. "We have always treaded carefully," never daring to provoke formidable adversaries. Today, encountering the esteemed sir is indeed our misfortune, another pirate continued. We are willing to offer all our possessions, pleading for the sir to grant us a reprieve. Amidst the mournful cries for mercy, Luo Ku's expression remained indifferent, his gaze devoid of any flicker, as if he had long grown accustomed to such tragic tales. The hearts of the pirates raced, uncertain whether this great pirate harbored a shred of compassion, whether he would spare their lives. Their fate rested in the delicate balance of Luo Ku's thoughts. Standing at the bow of the ship, he gazed down upon the group of kneeling pirates, a faint, cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Seemingly amused by the scene before him, he slowly spoke, his voice deep and resonant, shattering the silence of the port. "Pray tell, why did you emerge from that island's harbor?" The pirates exchanged glances, unsure how to respond to placate the fury of the esteemed sir. Ultimately, it was the leader among them who summoned the courage to stammer. "Sir Luo Ku, we only saw the strategic position of this harbor, believing it to be ungoverned. Hence our occupation." Upon hearing this, Luo Ku raised an eyebrow, a fierce aura flashing in his eyes like a blade unsheathed, instilling dread. Coldly, he inquired, "Occupation? You dare seize the island I, Luo Ku, once protected?" Though his voice was low, it resonated with an oppressive force that instilled unprecedented fear in the hearts of the pirates. Luo Ku had once been the guardian of this island, holding a profound attachment to it, and it was unfathomable that, upon his departure, this land had fallen into the hands of pirates. "Do you not understand how the people on that island live? They trust me, depend on me, and I have vowed to shield them from harm." His tone bore an undeniable authority and fury at the traitors. "How dare you cause chaos beneath my very eyes? You are courting death." The pirates felt the murderous intent emanating from Luo Ku, their spirits plummeting. They realized that today they might not escape their doom. His gaze, as cold as a blade, swept over each pirate's face, making them feel as though they had already been sentenced to death. In the face of this overwhelming aura, the pirates were consumed by a singular thought: why they provoked this terrifying pirate. On Luo Ku's ship, a group of beautiful concubines nestled against the ship's railing, adorned in exquisite attire, their eyes gleaming with arrogance and disdain as they watched the pleading pirates below. Hearing their desperate entreaties, the concubines exchanged triumphant glances, their lips curling into mocking smiles. Some could not help but snicker, while others shook their heads derisively, as if observing the struggles of mere ants. "Look at their pitiful and laughable state," one concubine remarked, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Umph, these ruffians dared to treat us with disrespect before, and now they know fear." Another chimed in, her eyes flashing with a hint of cruelty. "Let us see if they still have the gall to harass us." They recalled the insolence and frivolity these pirates displayed when encountering them at sea, unaware of their true identities, believing they were mere objects to toy with. Yet now, faced with Sir Luo Ku, they could only grovel and plead for mercy. The concubines reveled in this reversal of power, relishing the sight of their enemies' fear and despair. They knew that Sir Luo Ku would not easily forgive those who dared encroach upon his territory. Deep within the frightened hearts of the pirates, a flicker of hope ignited. Some seemed to recall something, a subtle glimmer passing through their eyes. The information spread swiftly through their minds, like an electric current, hastening their heartbeats. "Wait, have you heard? Did not Sir Luo Ku just escape from the grasp of Admiral Qingji?" One pirate whispered nervously to his companions. This news fell like a drop of water into hot oil, igniting ripples among the pirates. Their gazes began to converge, each finding hesitation and trepidation reflected in the other's eyes. "Yes, I have heard. It is said that Sir Luo Ku was gravely injured, seeking to return to his original place to recuperate." Another pirate responded, his voice low yet tinged with undeniable excitement. Once this notion took root, it spread rapidly among the pirates. They began to scrutinize Sir Luo Ku with newfound perspectives, attempting to discern signs of injury in his demeanor and expressions. His indifferent visage and piercing gaze still deterred direct confrontation, yet doubts began to creep in. Was this great pirate's strength merely superficial? Their eyes gradually ignited with a flame of defiance, the initial despair replaced by a burgeoning emotion. Perhaps they were not entirely without opportunity. If Luo Ku had indeed been wounded, they might seize the chance to strike or even escape what seemed to be an inevitable calamity. The pirates exchanged meaningful glances, their fingers instinctively reaching for the weapons at their sides. Though they remained kneeling, their posture no longer exuded submission. The fear in their hearts was supplanted by a reckless courage. This could be their only chance. Even with enormous risks, it was better than waiting to perish. However, Luo Ku remained motionless, his expression unchanged, oblivious to the turbulence within the pirates. His impassive demeanor led the pirates to a false sense of security. Mistakenly believing that the once mighty pirate had lost his edge, perhaps truly wounded and unable to easily crush his foes as before. This delusion emboldened them, or perhaps ignited a foolish impulse. They began to mock Luo Ku, perceiving him as nothing more than a paper tiger. "Ha! Sir Luo Ku, what has happened to you? Did Admiral Ji frighten you so?" One pirate boldly jeered. Following this, they drew their swords and fired their guns, launching an unexpected frontal assault. The pirates howled as they charged towards Luo Ku, their eyes brimming with fervor and greed, as if victory was already within their grasp. Yet, they forgot that Luo Ku's ascendance as the sovereign of the East Sea was due not solely to his strength, but also to his cunning and ruthlessness. Just as the pirates were about to reach Luo Ku, he moved. In a flash, as swift as lightning, the leading pirates met with devastating calamity. It was as if he wielded the scythe of death, each swing claiming a life. In mere seconds, the pirates' assault was utterly dismantled. Their bodies lay shattered in the air, limbs and blood raining down upon the sea and deck. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, the gruesome spectacle sending shivers down the spine of every onlooker. The once impetuous pirates found their bravery laughably inadequate in the face of Luo Ku's true prowess. The remaining pirates stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before them. In mere seconds, their comrade had been reduced to a gruesome pile of flesh upon the sea. Luo Ku stood amidst the pool of blood, his eyes devoid of emotion, akin to a Shura returning from the depths of hell, radiating an endless coldness and murderous intent. This slaughter served as his declaration to the world that, despite rumors of his injury, he remained the formidable and fearsome pirate, Luo Ku. With a cold gaze, Luo Ku observed the remaining pirates, their courage utterly shattered in the wake of the bloody spectacle. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he taunted them. "What is the matter? Were you not quite brave just moments ago? Why do you now only dare to pick up your blades, but not advance?" His words pierced through their hearts like a sharp dagger, causing them to frantically glance at their weapons before discarding them without hesitation onto the deck, producing a clattering sound. They had completely lost the will to fight, fixated solely on preserving their lives. "Master Luo Ku, we were wrong. We truly realize our mistakes." The leading pirate knelt once more, his voice filled with despair and pleading. "Please, show us mercy and spare us ignorant souls." As he bowed, the other pirates followed suit, kneeling in a second, more fervent display of supplication. Their heads struck the deck with a dull thud, offering their lives as a testament to their remorse. "Master Luo Ku, we shall never dare again. We are willing to do anything, just ask that you grant us a chance to live." One pirate wept profusely, his expression twisted, tears and snot mingling, resembling one who had lost a beloved kin. Their cries and pleas intertwined, forming a mournful melody that echoed across the sea. The once arrogant and defiant pirates had been utterly erased, leaving only a desperate yearning for survival and a profound fear of death. Colonel Hawkins furrowed his brow in confusion upon hearing the name Luo Ku. He released the woman in his arms, standing upright, attempting to shake off the haze of alcohol and seduction. "Wolkiskiviko." His voice carried an air of uncertainty. Which Luo Ku could it be? With so many pirates and mountain bandits around, numerous individuals bore the name, all willing to entrust a part of their profits to him. His aide quickly clarified, "Colonel, it is not those minor figures. It is Master Luo Ku, the very same who once dominated these waters. He has returned." The color drained from Colonel Hawkins' face as he vividly recalled the notorious reputation of Colonel Luo Ku, a man who was not only the nightmare of pirates, but also a figure to be feared within the Navy. His return would undoubtedly shatter the tranquility of the region. Especially for Colonel Hawkins himself, his greed and corruption were on the brink of exposure. Colonel Luo Kiskiviko. Hawkins' voice trembled slightly as he struggled to compose himself. When did he return? The aide replied, his voice tinged with tension. Just now. His ship has docked. He may already be on the island. The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew tense, and the aides and courtesans sensed the shift, halting their laughter and casting anxious glances at Colonel Hawkins. They understood that if Colonel Luo Ku had truly returned, every soul present might be affected. Colonel Hawkins took a deep breath, striving to maintain an air of calm. He waved his hand, signaling his aides to withdraw, and turned to the women, attempting to adopt a nonchalant tone. All right, my dear ones, the banquet ends here for today. You may return. Just as Colonel Hawkins endeavored to gather his composure in preparation to receive Luo Ku, a cold voice suddenly shattered the awkward silence in the banquet hall. You Navy folk are more disgusting than I, a pirate, in broad daylight. You are here embracing these courtesans, living a life more extravagant than us pirates. The crowd turned in the direction of the voice, revealing Colonel Luo Ku standing at the entrance of the banquet hall, his silhouette appearing particularly imposing under the lights. A sardonic smile gracing his face. His sudden appearance was akin to emerging from the shadows, catching everyone off guard. Colonel Hawkins and his aides stood frozen, the color draining from their faces, turning as pale as sheets. The courtesans, too, were stricken with fear, retreating to the sides, unable to meet the gaze of this Eastern Sea dominator. Luo Ku strode into the banquet hall, his gaze sweeping over each person, exuding an undeniable authority that stifled any thoughts of resistance. Master Luo Ku, what brings you here? Hawkins stammered, his voice laced with fear and unease. Luo Ku offered no answer, continuing forward until he stood before Colonel Hawkins, appraising him with a look of disdain. The Navy's duty is to protect the populace and uphold peace in these waters. Yet what of you? Luo Ku's voice was deep and powerful. Look at yourself. Look at this banquet hall. Does this resemble a naval base? It is clearly a den of vice. Hawkins and his aides bowed their heads, unable to meet Luo Ku's piercing gaze. Their actions had completely betrayed the Navy's mission, and before them stood a pirate lord whose reputation and might could exact a heavy toll. Hawkins attempted to defend himself, but found no excuses. Dismissing the Navy captain, and turned his gaze upon the aides and courtesans, sending a chill down everyone's spine. All of you get out, he commanded, his tone filled with undeniable authority. Luo Ku stood in the center of the banquet hall, his gaze piercing through Hawkins' heart as he began to enumerate the sins of the Navy present, his voice calm yet powerful, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of all those present. Colonel Hawkins, as a member of the Navy, you collude with pirates and bandits, collecting protection fees, allowing your comrades to turn a blind eye to your transgressions. Luo Ku's voice echoed within the spacious banquet hall. In broad daylight, you consort with these courtesans, neglecting the duties of the Navy, tarnishing its reputation. Hawkins and his aides' complexions shifted from pale to crimson, then to a ghastly shade, desperately seeking a loophole in Luo Ku's accusations, yet finding themselves speechless. Every point Luo Ku made was an undeniable truth. Your actions not only betray the honor of the Navy, but also commit crimes against the residents of these waters. Luo Ku continued, his tone imbued with deep disappointment and anger. Hawkins finally could no longer contain himself, his voice tinged with hysteria. You have already defected, Luo Ku. What right do you have to question us? You are but a pirate. Luo Ku chuckled coldly, his gaze sharper, piercing through Hawkins' inner turmoil. Though I'm a pirate, I have never forgotten my principles and boundaries. I protect the weak and stand against injustice. Yet you, Colonel Hawkins, what have you done? You have exploited and oppressed the innocent populace, wielding the authority of the Navy for your own selfish desires. Colonel Hawkins, pressured by the words of Lieutenant Colonel Locke, took a step back, trembling and unable to retort. Each of Locke's words cut through Hawkins' hypocritical facade like a sharp blade. I defected because I could no longer endure the rampant corruption and depravity within the Navy. The volume of Locke's voice escalated. And you, indeed, are among the reasons for my departure. Today, I shall cleanse these waters. All of you wretches will receive the punishment you deserve. As Locke's words echoed, the banquet hall fell into a profound silence, broken only by the heavy breaths of Hawkins and his aides. With rage surging in their hearts, their gazes turned fierce and twisted, as if they wished to tear Locke apart. The battle was imminent, and the atmosphere instantly became intense and chaotic. They brandished their weapons, launching a tempestuous assault upon Locke. Blades flashed and fists flew in a myriad of styles. Yet, amidst this overwhelming onslaught, Locke remained remarkably composed and agile, weaving through the blades like a wisp of smoke, effortlessly neutralizing their attacks. In the heat of battle, their fury reached its zenith, only to discover that their strikes were as ineffective as a cow sinking into the sea, failing to harm Locke in the slightest. A smirk curled at the corners of Locke's mouth, exuding a hint of mockery, further inflaming their rage. Undeterred, they intensified their assault, inadvertently exposing more vulnerabilities. At that moment, Locke struck. His movements were lightning fast, ferociously precise. Each powerful punch and kick landed squarely upon their vital points. They screamed in agony, each one tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Locke stood upon the battlefield, his garments billowing, his gaze cold and contemptuous as he looked down upon the adversaries he had effortlessly vanquished, mocking their impotence. This skirmish was merely another stepping stone for him to demonstrate his prowess. In contrast, they would be reduced to mere footnotes beneath Locke's illustrious achievements. Under Locke's disdainful gaze, some of the remaining adversaries exchanged glances filled with cunning and despair. They understood that a direct confrontation held no promise of victory, thus concocting a scheme. Stealthily, they reached for their concealed weapons. These hidden instruments were razor-sharp, glinting ominously, clearly intended to deliver a fatal blow when Locke was caught off guard. Their movements were exceedingly cautious, seeking the optimal moment to strike without attracting Locke's attention. However, Locke's vigilance surpassed their imagination. His gaze was akin to a keen sword, penetrating through all conspiracies. Just as they believed they were on the brink of success, Locke's form suddenly shifted. His actions were so swift that they seemed to defy belief, as if time had frozen around him. In an instant, he pivoted, his sword alive in his hand, thrusting forth with precision. That speed eclipsed even their hidden weapons. The blade flashed, followed by a chorus of anguished cries as those who attempted to ambush fell one after another. Locke's sword accurately pierced through their chests, blood dripping from the blade, staining the ground crimson. Their hands remained poised from the moment of hurling their concealed weapons, their eyes brimming with terror and resentment. They had not anticipated that even an ambush would be so feeble against Locke. Locke sheathed his sword, maintaining an impassive expression as he gazed upon the fallen adversaries. His swordplay precise and ruthless, devoid of any superfluous movements. This battle once again affirmed his absolute dominance on the battlefield. Any treachery appeared utterly feeble before such overwhelming power. Among this impulsive group of sailors, there were indeed a few clear-headed and quick-witted individuals. Amidst the chaos and fury, they endeavored to retain their composure, attempting to glean some insights from this sudden tragedy. These astute sailors recognized that the higher-ups of the base were not virtuous. The officers slain by Locke had long been a source of discontent among the lower-ranked soldiers due to their corrupt dealings. They colluded with pirates and bandits, extorting protection money and trading arms, actions that had long violated the Navy's principles of justice and honor. Did those in the upper echelons truly deserve the title of Navy? A clear-headed soldier murmured to himself, his gaze revealing a profound understanding of the truth. Another soldier nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lord Locke was once so upright that he would not strike against his peers without cause. Perhaps there were reasons we are unaware of. These soldiers began to reminisce about Locke's past deeds in the Navy, his fairness, his courage, and his unwavering commitment to justice, which stirred their faith in him. They began to doubt whether Locke had truly descended into a bloodthirsty state. Perhaps his actions were motivated by deeper reasons. "We cannot condemn Lord Locke based solely on superficial appearances," remarked a soldier who had once been close to Locke. Though his voice was low, it was resolute. "We must find him and hear his explanation firsthand." "Certainly. Here is a more detailed description of the preceding scene." The ship's engine roared deafeningly under the soldiers' frantic operations, echoing the ocean's fury, mirroring their inner anxiety and unease. Upon the deck of the warship, the sound of shoes clashing against metal resonated as naval soldiers rushed about, their figures appearing especially hurried under the morning light. Full speed ahead. The captain's command sliced through the tranquility like a sharp sword, his gaze resolute and profound, capable of piercing through layers of fog to gaze into the depths of the human heart. Gripping the rail of the bridge, he fixed his eyes upon the horizon, the very direction from which Locke had fled. On the deck, some soldiers strained to haul the sails, allowing the canvas to swell in the wind, capturing every possible gust to hasten their vessel. Their hands bore the rough marks of the coarse ropes, yet their faces were devoid of retreat, filled only with dedication to their mission. "Inspect the weapons and prepare everything," another officer commanded, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. The soldiers swiftly complied, checking the cannons and calibrating their firearms. Although they did not wish to confront Locke in battle, necessary precautions were indispensable. "We must find him. We need an explanation." The soldier's voice, though somewhat faint in the sea breeze, resonated with profound intensity. His companions nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions towards Locke, a blend of nostalgia for their former hero and confusion over the current situation. The warship carved a white trail across the sea, akin to a path in pursuit of truth. The waves lapped against the hull with a rhythmic sound, cheering on the naval soldiers. They understood that each inch they closed in on Locke brought them closer to the long-sought answers. In the sky, the cries of seagulls accompanied the ship's roar, seemingly narrating the challenges of this chase. Within the soldiers' hearts lay both anger towards Locke's actions and sympathy for his plight. They yearned to understand what had driven the man who once embodied justice and honor to abandon it all. As the warships continued to accelerate, the soldiers' spirits gradually rose. This pursuit was not merely for an explanation, but for their own beliefs and future. Loaka's choice not only altered his own destiny, but also, to a certain extent, impacted each of them. Now, they were on the brink of confronting a Loaka they had never truly understood. Introduction: Loaka, an ordinary individual who unexpectedly traversed into the world of pirates, now stands at the crossroads of fate. This world is fraught with unimaginable death and peril. Pirates ravage the seas like ferocious beasts, while slave ships lurk in the darkness like phantoms. The law of the jungle, where the strong reign supreme, is vividly illustrated here. One punch from Baihu could trigger an earthquake. Jean Shirzi could cause dozens of islands to float for years at an altitude of 10,000 meters. And Kaido is heralded as the strongest creature in history.